Lingxi World Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao has awakened a spiritual energy world and was taken away by the relevant authorities. They say she will receive special treatment. A spiritual energy world TSK Tisk, I'm so jealous. I would already burn incense in gratitude if I could just awaken a high martial world. That's nothing. Young Master Han from the Tianshi group awakened a hell world. They say that the moment he awakened, he already possessed hellfire. So overwhelmingly powerful it's ridiculous. I know about that. A great lord from the capital came personally to recruit him and used gold-grade resources to establish his foundation. Damn gold-grade resources. Even the Tianshi group would struggle to obtain that right. Qin City First High School before the awakening platform. The place was packed with as many as 500 students from 10 grade levels lined up once again in neat rows standing and watching. They were all existences who might one day become gods. At that moment their hearts were filled with excitement and at the same time with tension. If they awakened successfully, their souls would ascend, humans and gods would forever be separated, and they would enjoy endless splendor. If they failed to awaken, what awaited them would definitely not be fairness or justice, but an eternal fall into hell, becoming the servants of others, unable to rise, unable even to lift their heads. This was no fiction. The gap between gods and humans was already being firmly fixed at this very moment. So what kind of screwed up world is this really? Standing amid the crowd, Fang Ying listened to the principal's impassioned speech on the stage, while secretly wearing a wry smile. He was not a native of Blue Star, but a human from Earth. He had merely gone to the restroom and flushed, and in that brief moment, he had become one with this Blue Star's Fang Ying, now living in this world where everyone could potentially become a god. From the memories he had obtained, Fang Ying knew that this world truly had gods. They possessed boundless might, altering time, reversing life and death, reshaping reincarnation. There was nothing they could not do. Yet even so, gods among humans were not omnipotent, for they still had to face invasions from countless worlds and endless planes. It was said that everything began 1,000 years ago. At that time, a single understanding surged up within everyone's body. The world was undergoing a cataclysm, the calamity of the universe was descending, and the great war of all races had begun. It was then that humans gained the ability to awaken divine domain worlds. Through their divine domains, they entered a void space where they resisted foreign races, fought the myriad clans, and developed their own strength. Within that void space, there were endless resources, eternal secrets, undying ancient trees, and primordial opportunities. Of course, all of this could only be obtained by those who awakened successfully and became gods. Whoa, look, Su Xiuxiu. She's actually awakened a ghostly chi world. Her divine domain radius is 30 kilometers. She's definitely one of the top talents of this cohort. Exactly. The ghostly beings evolved within a ghostly chi world have terrifying combat power and even possess immunity to physical attacks. Just watch, she's guaranteed a place on the school's internal wind and cloud ranking. Who do you think is stronger, her or Zheng Yong with his spiritual energy world? The crowd was in an uproar, chattering incessantly. The leaders on the stage were even more excited. First, their school had produced an outstanding talent, so they would certainly earn merit for it, and merit meant resources. After all, these teachers were all gods possessing their own divine domains. Second, the students' future was immeasurable if they did not greet her early and place their bets before her rise. Would she help them when trouble came later? No one present was a fool. Su Xiuxiu's friends hurried over to congratulate her, and the teachers warmly led her away. Clearly, the school's benefits would soon rain down on her one after another. The excellent always obtained more benefits, while the failures would have even what they possessed taken from them. That was reality. My deskmate is already that incredible, so this body of mine shouldn't be too bad either, right? Fang Ying did not rush over to curry favor with the others, even though Su Xiuxiu had been his body's original deskmate. He knew that if you wanted others to respect you, you at least needed strength equal to theirs, otherwise all talk was empty. Next, preparatory awakener Fang Ying. As the teacher called his name, Fang Ying pushed through the crowd and walked quickly toward the platform. In that moment, he could clearly feel his heart pounding wildly. All right, don't be nervous. Calm your breath, quiet your mind, release your spiritual sense, and invoke the awakening technique the school taught you. The teacher's tone was gentle with no hint of discrimination. After all, he had no idea what kind of talent the next student might possess. In front of Fang Ying floated a black octahedral crystal, its material unknown and not covered in any textbook. He only knew that this thing was called an awakening stone, incomparably precious. Each time an awakening was held, numerous powerful gods guarded it, and once the ceremony ended, it would immediately be sent to the headquarters' highest domain space for safekeeping. Phew! Fang Ying stepped up onto the awakening platform, let out a long breath, and closed his eyes. Heaven and earth are mine alone. I alone stand supreme above the world. Ultimate arcana, all profound meanings united in one heart. As his thoughts gradually focused, Fang Ying felt his body growing light, as though he had cast off some heavy shackle. It was freedom and beauty. His entire being seemed filled with a vast, all-embracing compassion. Boom. Suddenly he felt as if a bolt of lightning exploded in the depths of his mind. At the same time, it was as though he pierced through a membrane and stepped into an entirely new world. At the same time, dense gray mist began to fill his vision. It was as if primordial chaos had just parted and a spark of spiritual insight was flickering within. I did it. A sudden understanding arose in Fang Ying's heart. This was precisely the most crucial step mentioned in the lessons, the primordial mother chi. It was the foundation upon which his divine domain was about to be born. Transform for me. Fang Ying immediately applied the knowledge he had learned methodically and deliberately, beginning to construct his own divine domain. He knew that there were many types of divine domains, such as the spiritual energy world, high martial world, ghostly chi world, and so on. In theory, none of these worlds were inherently superior or inferior, because once a divine domain opened, as long as the god did not die, they could ultimately ascend to the highest peak. Yet there was still a question: would you have the time to grow? Would you have the resources to fuel that growth? And in the end, would you even live long enough to advance slowly? After all, while gods enjoyed benefits far beyond those of ordinary people, they also had to protect their home planet, Blue Star. As for Fang Ying, drawing upon Earth's 5,000 years of Huaxia history, he had long since decided what the strongest world was, none other than the Honghuang, the Great Desolation. That was a truly perfect great world. Look, that student has also entered the first step. He's already begun evolving his divine domain. If I'm not mistaken, that makes 3 successful awakenings in a row, right? Is this really the 1 in 10,000 awakening rate mentioned in the textbooks? Quick check which classes these students are from. I'm definitely transferring my son there next year. Ignoring the discussion outside, Fang Ying had already entered the critical moment. His divine domain area had already expanded to a full 90 kilometers, and the spiritual essence within the domain was dense, transforming toward a higher level world. Excellent, heaven really does favor me. If it were only the original Fang Ying's mental strength, he could at most support an expansion to 30 kilometers. Now with my own added, it's become a case of 1 + 1 greater than 2. I should count as a peerless genius now, shouldn't I? Fang Ying was understandably excited. Across all of Blue Star, there were only a scattered few whose initial divine domains could reach 100 kilometers in area. And if a divine domain also possessed an innate attribute, such as spiritual energy, ghostly chi, or demonic power, that kind of combination was something not seen in 100 years. After all, area and internal attributes were like fish and bear's paw. One could not easily have both. Yet Fang Ying was in the process of breaking this limit. Almost there, just a bit more. As he relentlessly squeezed his own spiritual power, his divine domain area reached 99.99 kilometers, on the verge of breaking through 100 into a new realm. Within the domain, the spiritual essence had also become incomparably dense, reaching an extremely elevated level. With a soft pop, a faint sound echoed in Fang Ying's ears. Suddenly, he felt his vision brighten, and a power unprecedented in its magnitude began to pour into him. It worked. Fang Ying's mind relaxed, and he was just about to carefully examine the divine domain he had constructed when he heard another soft chime. Ding! Ding! Simulation system activating. A deduction system? What is that? Could it be that I still have some hidden opportunity? Before Fang Ying could react, he felt his entire divine domain suddenly tremble violently. A surge of indescribable discomfort welled up within him. Yet that was not the most crucial part. His divine domain was actually regressing. Yes, regressing. The primordial spiritual energy that had once reached an ultimate density was, for reasons unknown, rapidly dissipating. From primordial spiritual energy, it degraded into innate chi, then into acquired chi, and then into higher grade spiritual energy. Suddenly, Fang Ying thought of something. His expression darkened. Damn it, I was too careless. I thought that by relying on my own memories merged with the original body's aptitude, I could soar straight into the heavens and become a peerless genius, but I forgot the most fundamental thing. Capability. The primordial wilderness world is far beyond what I can currently manifest. I should have known it wouldn't be that simple. In this world, there is no shortage of geniuses, yet I have never heard of anything like this ever happening. He rapidly searched through his memories for any cases that resembled his current situation. By the normal sequence, his divine domain should have already been fully constructed, and he himself should have advanced into an undying immortal god and exited the divine domain space by now. Had he not been so impulsive just now, if he had merely constructed chaos chi alone or a primordial wilderness world alone, then slowly advanced step by step. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. The divine domain was still regressing bit by bit, or rather collapsing. Stop, damn it, stop right now. Fang Ying could only roar in impotent fury. Sadly, in this situation, he had no way to halt it. It was like constructing a building. You can erect a tower that pierces the clouds and remodel it however you wish. But once the tower collapses, it becomes a force beyond your control. Thus, Fang Ying could only watch as the spiritual energy within his divine domain grew ever more degraded until it finally became mere rudimentary spiritual energy. It seemed this was already the final result, a 103 square kilometer divine domain of rudimentary spiritual energy leaning toward a spiritual energy attribute. Even so, once he left, Fang Ying would still be branded with the title of Little Genius. But he knew his own affairs best. No matter what world it is, foundations are always of paramount importance. His divine domain had not grown from the beginning into a rudimentary spiritual energy world. It had fallen down to this level. If he wanted to reverse this in the future, where others might expend 1 unit of effort, he might need to invest 10, if not more. At this thought, Fang Ying's gaze hardened. He clenched his teeth and made a decision. Since it was to be destroyed, then he would destroy it completely. Only by breaking can one establish anew. With Fang Ying's proactive urging, the already collapsing divine domain world once more ushered in an even more violent catastrophe. Rudimentary spiritual energy was swiftly spilling away. Or rather, not only was the chi dissipating. Within his divine domain, towering mountains, pristine lakes, flowing rivers, and so on were all gradually marching toward demise. It was as though a world-annihilating tribulation had descended. Rivers ran dry, heaven and earth dimmed, mountain ranges shattered, the ground split open. Ha ha ha, come, then let the storm rage even fiercer. Fang Ying's expression was tinged with madness. After all, destruction is always 100 times easier than creation. The divine domain that had once broken past 100 kilometers in radius now began to shrink as well. 100 kilometers, 94 kilometers, 80 kilometers, 60 kilometers. Gradually, the speed at which the divine domain world shrank grew ever faster. 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 1 kilometer. Perish, perish. An eerie light flickered in Fang Ying's eyes. At this moment, he resembled a gambler staking everything he possessed on a single throw of the dice. Ever since he crossed into this world, he had known its hidden dangers far exceeded what appeared on the surface. If the future awaiting him was to be a cannon fodder god, humble for a lifetime, perhaps even dying early, then it would be better to become a dark hero, blaze brilliantly for half a lifetime, and roam the world carefree. Of course, that premise depended on Fang Ying seizing the precise critical point. If the divine domain's opening failed, he would at worst become an ordinary person muddling through a mediocre life. But if the divine domain opened successfully and was then utterly shattered, that person truly would die, body annihilated, soul scattered beyond recovery. Fang Ying now waited. He was waiting for the final node, the very last moment before his divine domain's destruction arrived. It could not be allowed to truly shatter. He still needed to preserve a sliver of foundation for his future rise. That foundation would be like a seed. With the ruins of the primordial wilderness as its offering, perhaps it would blossom into something utterly different. To be honest, having come to a world where everyone could become a god, he was still quite expectant. Crack. At the final instant, he once more heard the voice of the system he had nearly forgotten. Ding, detected host divine domain is on the verge of collapse. Deduction system will freely activate 1 instance of reality deduction. Ding, optimal option detected, automatically assisting host with micro adjustments to the divine domain. Ding, optimization complete. As the system notifications echoed in his ears, countless scenes of divine domain shattering flashed before Fang Ying's eyes. Only 3 of those scenes ended in success. In one of them, Fang Ying became a cripple. In the second, the divine domain stabilized but bore an irreparable fissure. Though he attained godhood, the domain hovered on the verge of future collapse. In the third, the divine domain stabilized and matched Fang Ying's intentions, though the overall domain shrank to the utmost limit. Yet this was the result Fang Ying desired most. It worked. In the desolate divine domain, the corner of Fang Ying's mouth finally curved into a faint smile. He then felt his divine domain rapidly shrink and contract until at last Fang Ying's divine domain stabilized at 0.1 kilometers. Converted into an equivalent cubic space, its length, width, and height were 100 by 100 by 100 meters. Fortunately, it wasn't all for nothing. After all, Fang Ying had once been an ordinary person. Such dizzying rises and plunges could not help but draw a sigh from him. Yet before he could calm his emotions, he felt his very soul twitch violently. His entire being instantly spun as if the heavens and earth had flipped. Then a calm voice sounded by his ear. Fang Ying, divine domain initiation successful. Divine domain area 0.1 kilometers. Divine domain attribute wasteland world. A wave of noise surged through the awakening grounds as the teacher reported his information. Compared to the congratulations showered on other successfully awakened students, there were many more voices in his case. Mockery, astonishment, as well as sighs and pity. He might have become a god, but this is too miserable. He's probably the most pitiful god yet. Haha, seriously. 0.1 kilometers. It's not even as big as my living room. Is this some kind of joke? Exactly. With that kind of divine domain area, forget nurturing intelligent life. He probably can't even construct a self-sustaining internal cycle for the domain space itself. Hey, keep it down. He's still a god. His 5 senses are enhanced. If he hears you, who knows what might happen? We don't even know if we'll become gods ourselves yet. So what if he hears? My dad is a god too. Hey, you're thinking too far ahead. I'm more worried about his current state. The divine domain space exists in the void dimension. And that void dimension is filled with energy storms, primordial energy particles, and void aberration beasts. With his condition, once the novice protection period ends, his divine domain world might shatter outright and his own body turn to dust. That's not necessarily certain. He could try purchasing some silver-grade resources to expand his domain area. Silver-grade? Buddy, what are you dreaming about? Meanwhile, Fang Ying's entire attention was focused on the panel that had appeared out of nowhere and had crucially helped him at the last moment. Ding! Congratulations, Deduction System successfully activated. You now possess the ability to infinitely deduce and evolve your divine domain world. During world deduction, you may draw mysterious skills to advance its evolution. Deduction simulation. Fang Ying was still pondering when the teacher beside him spoke up. All right, student Fang Ying, the next awakening candidate needs to come up. Please do not delay the schedule. Though the teacher's tone was as even as ever, almost devoid of emotion, it was still obvious he held little hope for Fang Ying's awakening outcome. Fang Ying had even broken the record for the smallest divine domain space. As far as he recalled, that record dated back 40 years when a man named Kai Kisi from the European Alliance awakened a 3-kilometer divine domain world. But that man's world was a divine power world, not a withered, decaying wasteland like Fang Ying's. All right, thank you, teacher. Fang Ying did not particularly care. He was eager to collect his reward and hurry back to study his deduction system, the system that had helped him play that final crucial move. Please wait, student. Yes, Fang Ying, no need to rush off. Just as he slipped free of the crowd, he was blocked by 3 men in business suits, each holding a briefcase and a stack of thick documents. Is there something you need? You've seen my results. Surely you're not thinking of investing in me. Fang Ying smiled in mild surprise, suspecting that by ordinary standards his performance shouldn't qualify him for recruitment by any organization. Of course not. Your divine domain is on the verge of collapse. Only an idiot would invest in you. One sharp-mouthed, monkey-faced man suddenly blurted, then immediately covered his mouth and forced a fawning smile. Well, I am telling the truth. Please don't mind it. Heh. Fang Ying's expression turned icy. No matter how useless he might be, he was still a god who had opened a divine domain. These people, on the other hand, were mere mortals who had failed to awaken. Calling them ants would not be an exaggeration. Even with a mere 0.1 kilometers, a single exertion of his divine domain power could pulp all 3 of them with ease. No need to be angry, little brother. I can tell you're the type who will achieve greatness later. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Zuching from Star God Pharmaceuticals. Yu Zuching spoke as he respectfully handed over his business card. Another man, also offering a card, added, Heavenly Kingdom International Pharmaceuticals. Carl. I wonder, little brother, have you considered selling your divine domain? We can offer you extremely generous terms, Yu Zuching said with a smile. I'm sorry, I have no intention of selling. Thank you. Fang Ying turned to leave. He had heard during school that some people disliked becoming gods or lacked the conditions to do so, for example, crushing poverty. Those people would choose to strip away their divine domains and sell them. The process, however, was far from pleasant. It was like having one's bones carved out and flesh torn away. Oh, my young friend, won't you at least hear our offer? We at Heavenly Kingdom International can provide a painless, harmless divine domain extraction that will not affect your lifespan. On the contrary, we will grant you a vial of life extension potion that adds 1,000 years of divine servant position with an annual income in the tens of millions, a 1,200 square meter property in any first-tier city, and a check for 1 billion. Carl finished immediately. Are you insane, Heavenly Kingdom International? You dare offer such a price? The sharp-mouthed man screeched. Even he had been startled by such extravagance. After all, a normal divine domain of 3 to 5 kilometers usually went for about that much. Yet Fang Ying's was a mere 0.1 kilometers. Well then, my young friend. Carl looked at Fang Ying with burning anticipation, ignoring the other man entirely. I am very sorry and thank you for your kindness, but I must refuse. Fang Ying shook his head. Huh, you're mad. All of you are mad. With the state of your divine domain, once the novice protection ends, you're doomed. The sharp-mouthed man had not finished his sentence before a chill crawled over his body. What are you trying to do? Fang Ying did not answer. He merely stepped closer, patted the man on the shoulder, and said coolly, even if I am but an ant among gods, I am not someone like you, who is less than an ant. Can mock at will. You. The sharp-mouthed man ultimately failed to utter a complete sentence, while Fang Ying turned and left directly. After all, he was now someone who had successfully awakened a divine domain, one among tens of thousands. Correspondingly, there were benefits and rewards to be had, much like a model student receiving a certificate. Compared to his deskmate, Su Xiuxiu's rewards, however, he was sent directly to the homeroom teacher. So to be honest, Fang Ying, I don't know whether I should congratulate you or comfort you. As for your divine domain space and its condition, you should think it through carefully yourself. The homeroom teacher did not know what else to say. Instead, he directly took out a bronze token inscribed with strange patterns that occasionally flickered with white streaks of light. This is a bronze-grade resource, Nature Cloud. It can to a certain extent regulate the climate within your divine domain world, but only to a limited degree. If possible, you should purchase some higher-grade resources as well. At this, perhaps recalling Fang Ying's family circumstances, he added, if you run into difficulties in the future, you can come to me. I will help as much as I am able. All right, thank you, teacher. Fang Ying accepted the bronze-grade resource nature cloud, and at once information about it surfaced clearly in his mind. Name nature cloud, grade bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, attribute general, attributeless 5 elements, special attributes effect. 1. Temperature regulation can increase or decrease temperature within a range of 10 degrees. 2. Air regulation can increase or decrease air quality index by 10. 3. Humidity regulation can increase or decrease air humidity by 10. 4. Cloud gathering and rainfall can increase precipitation by 10 millimeters within a radius of 1 kilometer. Remember, if you can't endure the written test for a month, just admit defeat. As long as you are alive, there is everything. The teacher, unable to see Fang Ying's dejection, believed he was merely putting on a brave front and thus offered another word of comfort. Thank you, teacher, I will work hard. Fang Ying nodded vigorously while holding onto the bronze-level resource, deep in thought. Go over there. Since the awakening ceremony had not yet concluded, neither the successful nor the unsuccessful could leave directly. That would not only disrespect others, but also create enemies for oneself. Thus, despite Fang Ying's urgent desire to return home and experiment with his system, he could only suppress his impulses for the moment. Fang Ying, congratulations. You have successfully awakened. From now on, we will all be gods. Oh, let's work hard. Su Xiuxiu approached with a smile and greeted Fang Ying. I can't compare to you. I estimate that I am the weakest god after this awakening session, Fang Ying said with a smile, adding a thought in his heart that he was indeed the weakest for now. Oh, I didn't see that coming. You actually have some self-awareness. Knowing you're the weakest, why not just hide in a corner and shiver instead of boldly saying it and inviting ridicule? A brazen voice suddenly rang out from behind Fang Ying. Who are you? Fang Ying frowned. After all, everyone here had successfully awakened. They were all waiting for the ceremony to conclude. This is our Yong-gu with attributes from the spiritual energy world. As for the area of his divine realm, it's 100 times larger than yours. A sycophantic figure nearby reported. Zheng Yong puffed out his chest. Is he deaf and can't hear my words, or mute and can't answer my questions? Does he need a sycophant beside him to respond for him? What did you say? A mere 0.1 kilometers of desolate wasteland. I have a full 6 kilometers. Do you believe I can kill you? Fang Ying spoke clearly with a hint of sarcasm on his face. The sycophant immediately panicked. After all, he was a god too. I don't believe it. Fang Ying replied, indifferently shaking his head. It is important to know that this group of newly awakened gods inherently possesses immortality. Unless their divine realms shatter, they will resurrect no matter how many times their physical bodies die. Even Zheng Yong did not possess the ability to destroy another's divine realm. You? What about me? If you can't speak, then shut up. If you dare not strike, then roll away, and don't lower the overall divine stature. I know you are Zheng Yong's sycophant. All right, leave now. Fang Ying waved his hand, speaking with a touch of disdain, causing the sycophant to turn red with anger. All right. Zheng Yong held back the oncoming rage of his companion, knowing that causing a scene during the awakening ceremony was not a good idea. The consequences were not something these newly awakened gods could bear. Fang Ying was not afraid of trash, but these people still had a bright future ahead of them. It was unnecessary to fight over trivial matters for the sake of a moment. Fang Ying, you are merely a god who has awakened in a 0.1 kilometer wasteland. I hope you survive the assessment in a month and are not blown to pieces by the dimensional currents. Zheng Yong mocked. You need not concern yourself with that. Oh, just be prepared to collect the corpse of that sycophant. Fang Ying replied coolly. Hey, good, very good. I want to see you don't let me down. Let's go. Zheng Yong's face showed a fierce expression as he dragged his 3 underlings away. Fang Ying, when did you become so sharp-tongued and eloquent? You seem different from usual. It feels like you've changed. Su Xiuxiu said in surprise. Oh, is that so? Fang Ying turned his head, leaned in close, looked into her eyes, and asked. We have all become gods. Gods are naturally different from humans, aren't they? A cough. Yes, we are all gods now, different from before. Su Xiuxiu was startled by Fang Ying's sudden closeness, momentarily exhibiting a shy demeanor before quickly hiding it. By the way, Fang Ying, what about your divine realm? With only 0.1 kilometers, maintaining it will be difficult. It will be hard to evolve living beings to participate in the battle assessment in a month. Su Xiuxiu asked. Fang Ying suddenly thought of a movie plot. Who says you can't kill without a spearhead? He said slowly. Rest assured, I have my own brilliant plans. By the way, you went to the principal's office, right? Tell me, what level of resources did they give you? Of course, here, take a look. It's a silver level. Su Xiuxiu generously handed over a silver token, the runes on it intricately drawn and clearly superior to Fang Ying's bronze level. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Bronze level resources generally range from 50000 to 10000. Silver level resources, however, directly multiply by 10, ranging from 500 to 10000. Fang Ying took it over, and an influx of information immediately transmitted to him. Name: Valley of Black Tombs, level silver, attribute, attribute, effect 1. Inchi evolution can evolve 10 cubic meters of Inchi daily. 2. Nether soil evolution can evolve 10 cubic meters of nether soil daily. 3. Soul cultivation, each black tomb can nurture one ghostly entity with a maximum of 33. 4. Nether corpse cultivation, each black tomb can nurture one ancient corpse with a maximum of 33. Hiss, upon seeing the attributes listed, Fang Ying truly felt a wave of sourness. It was too acidic. Not only did it correspond to the attributes, but it also possessed so many efficient features. Compared to his bronze-level resource, it was like heaven and earth. They are not comparable. Haha, how about that? Are you shocked? Would you like to be my assistant god in the future? I will take good care of you. Su Xiuxiu made a joke of moderate size and secretly glanced at him. For some reason, she felt that Fang Ying had changed after becoming a god. As for the assistant god, she mentioned it is also easy to understand. One must know that for those gods with inferior awakenings, aside from separating their divine realms, there is another way out, which is to merge divine realms and become another's assistant god. The benefit of this is that the two divine realms merge, increasing the attributes of the divine realms, and their foundations become stronger. However, there are standards for this. That is, after becoming an assistant god, one's strength will always be lower than the main god, and the rights to control the divine realm also need to be delegated by the main god, but one can receive good training to reach heights unattainable by oneself. Furthermore, not every main god wants just any assistant god. They prefer those with the same or similar attributes. For example, a fire attribute god would be more inclined towards those with flame attributes, explosive attributes, and so on. Su Xiuxiu's ghostly realm certainly would not seek a light attribute assistant god. That would purely be self-harm. Moreover, the search for assistant gods would also seek similar attributes, or otherwise it would not be a mutual advancement, but rather a drag on progress due to the inferior situation of the assistant god. After all, in this world where life and death are constantly challenged, time is truly of the essence. No need trust me as your deskmate. I must be just as excellent as you. All right then, I believe you. Su Xiuxiu nodded vigorously. Upon returning home, Fang Ying first lit incense for his parents. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I will not bring shame to you using your child's body, and the lineage will definitely not be cut off, so please bless me with your lingering souls. Fang Ying's current body actually came from a decent family. Both parents were gods, but unfortunately, they were short-lived gods. Together, they had only been gods for 23 years. Due to the significant resources consumed by gods daily, they did not leave much for Fang Ying. Aside from the house, Fang Ying relied on government subsidies for fallen gods to get by, barely maintaining a meager existence. There was no other way. Our reality is like this. Living gods are gods while dead gods are nothing at all. After finishing the leftover rice from the morning with pickles, Fang Ying drank a large cup of hot water. Only then did he feel a slight sense of fullness. Am I considered a pitiful god? After all, I have never dealt with such matters on earth. The next step is to start getting stronger. He silently vowed and lay on his bed. The next moment, with a connection of divine sense, Fang Ying's entire being vanished from the spot. Before him was a void of darkness, or rather a chaos. Yet he could clearly see every blade of grass and tree in his divine realm, while there were no longer any plants present. What greeted his eyes was a small fragment of a shattered world, the ground, twisted ravines crisscrossing, and suffocating poisonous gas permeating the air, resembling a scene on the verge of collapse. No wonder it's my divine realm. The destruction is thorough enough. Even though Fang Ying knew this was all his doing, being the pioneer, seeing such a scene still left him somewhat unsettled. Boom! Suddenly a dazzling firelight, or divine flame, almost blinded Fang Ying. This is actually the shattered divine realm. I am fortunate enough to witness the shattering of the divine realm. Fang Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. It is important to note that the void space is not only home to Fang Ying's divine realm, but also to the divine realms of other human and alien races. They are constantly battling, endlessly experiencing cycles of creation and destruction. However, do not think that one can casually encounter other divine realms. Although the void space is referred to as a space, even the highest-ranking deities cannot detect its full extent. Thus, no matter how many divine realms exist, they are but a drop in the ocean for it. Moreover, the divine realm is the territory of deities, and its location is kept hidden. They would never disclose their coordinates, not even to their own kin. After all, even if a deity dies, they can be resurrected in the divine realm. If it shatters, then it will truly be the end. However, witnessing the collapse of the divine realm also brings a certain advantage, or rather an opportunity. After the divine realm shatters, countless resources will emerge: bronze grade, silver grade, and even king grade resources. Compared to idly waiting in the void for the natural evolution of materials, shattering the divine realm can rapidly enhance a deity's power. At this moment, Fang Ying was fixated on the crumbling world that was drawing ever closer. Through the divine eye, he could see the infinite resources spilling out as the divine realm collapsed. Exotic stones, living beings, solidified oceans, and sealed lands. There were also various tokens representing resources of different grades formed by the laws of the void space. If only I were powerful enough to seize that tempting bounty. Fang Ying's eyes nearly popped out from envy. Ding! Significant resources detected nearby. Initiating projection system. Engaging intercept. If it shatters, then it will truly be the end. However, witnessing the collapse of the divine realm also brings a certain advantage, or rather an opportunity. After the divine realm shatters, countless resources will emerge: bronze grade, silver grade, and even king grade resources. Compared to idly waiting in the void for the natural evolution of materials, shattering the divine realm can rapidly enhance a deity's power. At this moment, Fang Ying was fixated on the crumbling world that was drawing ever closer. Through the divine eye, he could see the infinite resources spilling out as the divine realm collapsed. Exotic stones, living beings, solidified oceans, and sealed lands. There were also various tokens representing resources of different grades formed by the laws of the void space. If only I were powerful enough to seize that tempting bounty. Fang Ying's eyes nearly popped out from envy. Ding! Significant resources detected nearby. Initiating projection system. Engaging intercept. This is actually the shattered divine realm. I am fortunate enough to witness the shattering of the divine realm. Fang Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. It is important to note that the void space is not only home to Fang Ying's divine realm, but also to the divine realms of other human and alien races. They are constantly battling, endlessly experiencing cycles of creation and destruction. However, do not think that one can casually encounter other divine realms. Although the void space is referred to as a space, even the highest-ranking deities cannot detect its full extent. Thus, no matter how many divine realms exist, they are but a drop in the ocean for it. Moreover, the divine realm is the territory of deities, and its location is kept hidden. They would never disclose their coordinates, not even to their own kin. After all, even if a deity dies, they can be resurrected in the divine realm. As the system's voice faded, a beam of light gradually coalesced into a token entwined with disaster and ominous energy manifesting before Fang Ying. Name: Breath of Despair. Level: Diamond Grade. Attribute: Dark Attribute. Effect: 1. Bestows despair upon all beings. Civilizations regress and lives are plunged into suffering. 2. Causes all things to wither. Everything returns to silence and eternity is shattered. Originally, I had planned to explore and reshape my former self in the great desolation world. Upon encountering the last loaded skill, I was momentarily stunned. Another diamond level skill, and the Book of the Undead. If I recall correctly, this should belong to the series of Cthulhu mythos. In that instant, Fang Ying thought of the three main deities of Cthulhu Yog-Sothoth. Originally, I had planned to explore and reshape my former self in the great desolation world. Upon encountering the last loaded skill, I was momentarily stunned. Another diamond level skill, and the Book of the Undead. If I recall correctly, this should belong to the series of Cthulhu mythos. In that instant, Fang Ying thought of the three main deities of Cthulhu Yog-Sothoth. If it shatters, then it will truly be the end. However, witnessing the collapse of the divine realm also brings a certain advantage, or rather an opportunity. After the divine realm shatters, countless resources will emerge: bronze grade, silver grade, and even king grade resources. Compared to idly waiting in the void for the natural evolution of materials, shattering the divine realm can rapidly enhance a deity's power. At this moment, Fang Ying was fixated on the crumbling world that was drawing ever closer. Through the divine eye, he could see the infinite resources spilling out as the divine realm collapsed. Exotic stones, living beings, solidified oceans, and sealed lands. There were also various tokens representing resources of different grades formed by the laws of the void space. If only I were powerful enough to seize that tempting bounty. Fang Ying's eyes nearly popped out from envy. Ding! Significant resources detected nearby. Initiating projection system. Engaging intercept. If it shatters, then it will truly be the end. However, witnessing the collapse of the divine realm also brings a certain advantage, or rather an opportunity. After the divine realm shatters, countless resources will emerge: bronze grade, silver grade, and even king grade resources. Compared to idly waiting in the void for the natural evolution of materials, shattering the divine realm can rapidly enhance a deity's power. At this moment, Fang Ying was fixated on the crumbling world that was drawing ever closer. Through the divine eye, he could see the infinite resources spilling out as the divine realm collapsed. Exotic stones, living beings, solidified oceans, and sealed lands. There were also various tokens representing resources of different grades formed by the laws of the void space. If only I were powerful enough to seize that tempting bounty. Fang Ying's eyes nearly popped out from envy. Ding! Significant resources detected nearby. Initiating projection system. Engaging intercept. Originally, I had planned to explore and reshape my former self in the great desolation world. Upon encountering the last loaded skill, I was momentarily stunned. Another diamond level skill, and the Book of the Undead. If I recall correctly, this should belong to the series of Cthulhu mythos. In that instant, Fang Ying thought of the three main deities of Cthulhu Yog-Sothoth. Skill Unexpected Harvest Level Bronze Effect gain 10 during the process of deducing the Divine Realm. An unexpected harvest will occur with a 50 chance of being good or bad. Skill Cross Species Level Bronze Effect Reproduction 5 during the process of deducing the Divine Realm. A romantic relationship across species may occur with a certain probability of giving rise to anomalous beings. Skill Death Baptism. After a thorough selection, Fang Ying decisively chose the skill Book of the Undead. Moreover, he kindly selected 2 skills that clearly had supportive functions, but also significant drawbacks. Skill Frenzied Evolution Level Silver Effect Reproduction 10 Madness 12 A Brutality 5 Mutation 7 This madness and distortion are embedded in the genes. To survive, they will devour everything around them and destroy all in their path. Skill Unknown Enlightenment Level Silver Effect IQ 10 Madness 5 Distortion 3 A Darkness 8 This is the seed of wisdom from the unspeakable realm. When you draw near and enjoy, you will also be completely immersed within. Come on, since it's the first time, let the storm come even more fiercely. Fang Ying laughed wildly as he selected these skills. At that moment, the system suddenly presented another option. Ding! The Deduction System has detected that you possess Bronze-level Resource Cloud of Nature and Diamond-level Resource Breath of Despair. Would you like to use them? Currently, in the realm of the gods, carrying one resource requires an additional consumption of 10 deduction points. It turns out there are other ways to play. Fang Ying glanced at the resources at hand, thought for a moment, and declined. Not needed for now, let's start the simulation. Ding! Simulation system is starting. Fang Ying felt a wave of mist rising before his eyes, and then suddenly a world belonging to him vividly appeared before him. The earth was changing rapidly, and a stream of text continually swept across his vision. Your divine realm has awakened, named Cthulhu, descending into a shattered apocalyptic wasteland world. Due to the interference of the awakening system, the area of your world is only 0.1 kilometers. 1,000 years passed quietly, and your divine realm showed no signs of disturbance, only the currents of dimensional space blowing around your divine realm. 2,000 years have passed, and your divine realm has begun to taint with the scent of decay, but fortunately, it remained resilient. 3,000 years have passed, and your divine realm unexpectedly captured a drop of world-ending floodwater. Perhaps by sheer chance it harbored life that had not yet completely perished. Ding! Congratulations, your divine realm has for the first time possessed life deduction points 1. I didn't expect any additional gains, eh? And life, what kind of life? Why did I not notice it? Just as Fang Ying pondered, this time flew by. 4,000 years passed, and congratulations, your divine realm was too poor, leading to the extinction of all life. Ding! Congratulations, your divine realm has experienced its first death of life deduction points 1. In your astonishment, 5,000 years quietly slipped by, influenced by the Book of the Undead and Frenzied Evolution, and on the decaying corpses of those dead beings, primitive tentacles successfully evolved. Congratulations, deduction points 5. 6,000 years later, the primitive tentacles gratifyingly developed multiple branches: touch, circle, large tentacle, winding tentacle, frenzied tentacle. Fang Ying's eyes widened in bewilderment. He was very pleased that life evolved, but what on earth were these? Could they not come up with a nicer name? Are they all this quirky? As the Lord of the Divine Realm grumbled, 7,000 years arrived. These tentacles reproduced frantically and soon grew to their peak. The remains of the living beings had been completely devoured by them, and the rivers of the ocean were also frantically consumed, gradually revealing the land, while some weak touch circles began to roll onto the land in search of survival opportunities. Will they evolve into tentacle monsters, hey? Fang Ying watched as what seemed like a squid-ring-shaped creature a few millimeters in size rolled onto the land, then died, rolled again, and died again, until finally one managed to survive. 8,000 years. This was a great moment. The touch circle successfully rooted on land and used the corpses of its predecessors as nourishment, evolving into a multi-gene sequence tentacle monster. They possessed multiple soft tentacles capable of easily capturing food. These frenzied creatures not only aspired to become the rulers of the land, but also sought to dominate the seas, thus becoming amphibious beings and starting to retaliate against the ocean. Congratulations, deduction points 15. Fang Ying looked at the tentacle creature, slightly larger than before, resembling a spiky sphere. He covered his face in exasperation. Perhaps only the deduction points could provide him some solace. As 9,000 years arrived, the tentacle monsters conquered the ocean with their perfect physique, becoming the supreme rulers of both land and sea. However, their unchecked nature led them to embark on a frenzied killing and breeding spree, causing the ocean to boil over. 10,000 years passed, and the tentacle monsters finally slaughtered the last primitive tentacle. With no food left, they began to kill their own kind until the last tentacle monster perished and the world returned to peace. The actions of the tentacle monsters depleted too much source energy from the Cthulhu Divine Realm, yet did not replenish it, leading to the complete shattering and downfall of the Cthulhu Divine Realm. The first simulation of the Divine Realm has ended. Summary: your divine realm lasted 10,000 years. Evolved beings include single gene sequence, primitive tentacles, touch, circle, large tentacle, winding tentacle, frenzied tentacle, multi-gene sequence, tentacle monster. Obtain deduction points 22. So did I gain something? At least I have 2 more opportunities. Fang Ying stroked his chin. The only pity was that his divine realm was too small. It was basically child's play. After 10,000 years it had developed to this point, while in others' worlds, they probably already had golden level subordinates. Ding, based on your situation, you can select one of the following beings as a retained item for the upcoming deductions. Single gene sequence, primitive tentacle. Single gene sequence, touch circle. Single gene sequence, large tentacle. Single gene sequence, winding tentacle. Single gene sequence, frenzied tentacle. Multi-gene sequence, tentacle monster. Oh, it can be played this way too. Fang Ying felt a headache looking at these tentacles and directly used the process of elimination. You see the development of these creatures' roots from the Hartokumbi primitive tentacle. And the primitive tentacle was born thanks to the discovery of life. It can be said to be the foundation of his entire Cthulhu divine realm. As for that multi-gene sequence tentacle monster, it was also good, but without a developmental foundation, otherwise it could definitely become a future overlord of his divine realm. Unfortunately, he could only choose one. As for the others, trash, all trash. Fang Ying directly gave up. System: I choose the single gene sequence primitive tentacle. Ding, congratulations, selection completed. Based on your performance, you may choose a temporary skill to equip for the next deduction. The next deduction? Do I even need to think? It must be Book of the Undead. Without considering the skill level these creatures could evolve, which is undoubtedly a significant contribution. Moreover, Fang Ying did not believe that the foundation of this skill was merely this. Alright, let's begin. Fang Ying said confidently. Ding, each deduction requires an hour of preparation time. You need preparation time too. The current situation is quite difficult. Fang Ying analyzed while pondering what to pay attention to in the next simulation. First of all, the area, his divine domain, is too small, which prevents it from accommodating too many beings. Secondly, his divine domain is also too fragile. Even the slightest disturbance could lead to a catastrophic disaster. Not to mention, he cannot utilize his divine servants to explore the void space for resources like others do. Of course, although his situation is dire, others are not much better off. This has led some ordinary deities to choose to affiliate themselves with large enterprises and corporations. While not directly becoming vassals, they develop their divine domains and then work for these entities. Fang Ying could do the same, but as the saying goes, every advantage comes with a disadvantage. Joining such enterprises could result in his divine domain being entirely consumed by them. Even if he grows stronger later, his weaknesses might still be discovered, leading to catastrophic failures. Although Fang Ying lacks everything, he believes that as long as he utilizes the simulation system, well, it should provide him with everything he desires. 1 month of effort should be sufficient. Ding, the simulation system is ready. Would you like to start the simulation? Of course, bring it on. Fang Ying immediately sat up, unable to wait even a minute. Then, using his divine thoughts, he vanished from the room and entered his divine domain space. Ding, please select 3 skills from the 10 options. It has been detected that you have already solidified 1 skill, the Book of the Undead, and you can choose 2 more skills. To be honest, he really wanted them all. Unfortunately, he didn't watch the advertisements to unlock all options. Alright, let's focus on survival this time. Fang Ying thought for a moment and pointed to 2 of the skills. Skill: Ancient Call. Level Diamond. Effect: Unknown 20, use Soul 11, Toughness 10, Horror 15. When the mist spreads, everything in the future becomes an uncertain factor. Only those who are eternal can know the secrets within. Skill: Endless Life. Level Silver. Effect: Reproduction 15, Frenzied Copulation 10, Overdraft 10. From the projection of the mother of black goats, trivial shards. This time Fang Ying cannot be said to be making random choices. Who could resist clicking on a skill of the same level as the Book of the Undead? Moreover, the Soul Attribute, an unknown prelude. Fang Ying felt that each one was so suitable for his Cthulhu divine domain. Please confirm whether to use bronze level and diamond level resources. I want to use the nature cloud. Fang Ying took out the bronze token. As you wish. The second simulation begins. 1,000 years have passed. A rain has appeared in the world, nourishing the parched earth. Air quality has improved, no longer appearing gloomy. The cold has been dispelled, bringing a hint of warmth. Nature cloud effect activated. All things revive, and it is once again the season of mating. The primitive tentacles swim in the loving sea. Primitive tentacles have been deployed. In this loving family with no natural enemies, the primitive tentacles began to evolve with touch, circle, great tentacles, entwined tentacles, and frenzied tentacles, once again taking the stage of history. They broke through the unknown boundaries and began frenzied mating under the influence of unknown powers. They successfully exhausted their last drop and birthed more and more new lives. Endless Life is being activated. The tentacle monsters once again took the stage of history, but this time, it was in the ocean. Meanwhile, the products of great tentacles like long whipworms, entwined tentacles like weeping seaweed, and frenzied tentacles like dark horror chapters debuted in succession. Dark horror chapter. Fang Ying looked at the creature that was only about 1 centimeter in size, but looked extremely fitting to the Cthulhu bestiary, feeling speechless for a moment. Overall, it had the rough outline of humanity, an octopus-like head with tentacles, a body made of a gelatinous substance, with crystalline scales and disproportionately large claws, along with a pair of small, narrow, damaged wings. God knows what kind of distortion could create such an odd creature. While other beings also posed challenges, this particular shape was the most typical, because Fang Ying knew that this was the legendary structure of Cthulhu within Earth. So does this mean my Cthulhu divine domain has been realized? Fang Ying couldn't help but smile knowingly. However, the numbers were a bit overwhelming, and in terms of power, a single step from an ordinary person could crush a multitude. As you observe the Dark Horror chapter, 2,000 years quietly passed. The strength of the Dark Horror chapter is unquestionable. It naturally dominated the ocean once again, and countless other derivatives began their march onto land. Soon the creatures advancing onto land underwent another transformation and distortion amidst their successive deaths. Some became incredibly swift beings, while others became extremely sluggish and unafraid of bites. Some even transformed into a half-animal, half-plant state, thriving in both the ocean and the land. Congratulations! Your Cthulhu divine domain has over 500 species of creatures, forming a small, stable ecological circle. The divine domain not only maintained a self-sufficient model, but also engaged in self-replenishment. Through self-purification, it absorbed energy from the void space, and your divine domain space broke through the limitation of 1, successfully reaching 1.5 kilometers. At this time, the ratio of ocean to land is 7:3. Ding, congratulations. You have gained 10 simulation points. I see this is how the divine domain strengthens. Fang Ying silently observed. He had heard that divine domains could gradually expand and grow supreme, even without external forces intervening. But this comes with the premise of needing to wait hundreds or thousands of years, and during this process your divine domain must develop quite well. It's easier said than done. So does this count as witnessing a miracle? 3,000 years have passed, and your divine domain space has begun to thrive due to the increase in area. The air quality has been continuously improved, and the oxygen content has gradually increased with the passage of time. During this process, the vitality of the beings within the space has also begun to rise. Finally, your divine domain has welcomed a massive species explosion, with the total number of species exceeding 1,000. The increase in species has fueled the growth of the divine domain space, which has once again broken through to 5 kilometers. Due to the further increase in the area of the divine domain space, your divine domain's capacity has once again improved. The differentiation of species has begun to transform from invertebrates to vertebrates. In the ocean, deformed snakes, ugly chapters, and wailing fish have appeared, while on land, crumbling trees, screaming worms, and devouring grasses have emerged. Ding, congratulations. You have gained 50 simulation points. I've struck gold this time. Fang Ying was overjoyed. Although these creatures were increasingly twisted and their names ridiculous, they were all his children. Now with the second simulation, there is already hope for greatness. This time I must hit it big. Ding, congratulations. You have officially activated the diamond-level skills book of the undead and ancient call. Fang Ying was taken aback by the system's voice. Huh, what do you mean? Does that mean I didn't use them before? Unfortunately, this time, there was no response from the system. Instead, he received a notification from the divine realm. The arrival of the 4th millennium has caused the creatures on land and in the ocean to suddenly undergo distortion. All beings began to turn violent and engaged in slaughter, developing a penchant for killing both their kind and others. After a series of evolutions and mutations, the Tree of Ruin on land finally evolved into the Scarlet Ancient Tree, which became the ruler of the land due to its ability to move its whips that could lash out freely and its outer skin that exuded a toxic crimson aura. Similarly, in the face of the ocean's distorted serpents, ugly chapters, and wailing fish, the Dark Terror chapters also underwent evolution and mutation, developing into a terrifying presence in the ocean referred to as the Ocean Sovereign by the system. Ding, congratulations. Your divine realm has produced 2 sovereign-level creatures. Reward 100 deduction points. Not bad. It seems my Cthulhu divine realm has established some foundation. It seems to be thanks to the Book of the Undead. However, I remember there is also an ancient call skill. Before Fang Ying could finish his sentence, the next scene left him speechless. 5,000 years of blood and war arrived, leading to a protracted battle between the land sovereign Scarlet Ancient Tree and the ocean sovereign. During their conflict, both sides received messages from an unknown space. The fighting suddenly ceased, experiencing 100 years of peace, allowing other species that had endured the flames of war to commence their development. A century later, both sides launched fierce assaults once more. This battle caused the earth to crack and the ocean to shatter, leading to the extinction of thousands of species. As slaughter and death filled the Cthulhu divine realm, the Ocean King and Scarlet Ancient Tree increasingly received messages from the unknown, enriching their souls and amplifying their powers along with their destructive capabilities. Ultimately, as time progressed, a surge of profound knowledge crashed into the outer edges of the Cthulhu world. The souls of the two sovereigns became too fragile, ultimately falling into monstrous bloodthirst and destruction, leading to their mutual demise. The Cthulhu world fell into a state of ruin and silence. Ding, the second deduction has ended. Please check your rewards. So the more mysterious, the more it leads to self-destruction. Or is it that my divine realm is simply too fragile? If only I could directly revoke skills. Yet even so, it was already quite good. He could gradually correct and deduce a more complete path. Ding, this deduction lasted a total of 5,000 years, earning 160 points, with a total of 2,413 species of creatures born, expanding the Cthulhu divine realm to 6 kilometers. Next, you can freely choose one of the following creatures to serve as material for the next deduction. Available options: Ancient Tentacles, Touch Circles, Big Tentacles. Ocean Sovereign, Scarlet Ancient Tree. Looking at the numerous options, Fang Ying really wanted to shout, "I want them all." Unfortunately, ideals are full while reality is stark. Especially when facing those two sovereigns of land and ocean, what could he say? It was painful. I want the Ocean Sovereign, the Ocean Sovereign. Choosing this was a calculated decision, given that his divine realm's foundation was primarily based on the ocean, which is significantly larger than the land. Moreover, the Ocean Sovereign had also undergone 3 mutations and was the last to perish. The reason for its demise was starvation. For both emotional and rational reasons, Fang Ying could not give up on this potential asset. As for the fixed book of the undead, Fang Ying pondered and ultimately decided not to set it aside. After all, his world was named after Cthulhu, and if the creatures evolved too ordinarily, it was likely that nothing extraordinary would emerge until the end. He knew he was about to face an assessment soon. Time ultimately relied on unexpected victories. He wondered how others were developing now. Those like Su Xiuxiu, who had stronger foundations than him at the start, probably had their own loyal subordinates by now. It's important to note that while Fang Ying possessed a deduction system, this was a world of gods where controlling the laws of time and transforming them into resource tokens was not too difficult. However, the only thing these individuals needed to pay attention to was accelerating the flow of time in their divine realms to enhance their reproductive rates, a task that Fang Ying could not simply redo. Once accelerated, it truly was accelerated, and the eventual outcomes would be something he had to bear, which led to them progressing at an astonishing pace. Forget it, I won't think about it too much. Fang Ying shook his head and began to further contemplate the development direction of his divine realm. As he had prepared earlier, the divine realm space was named the Cthulhu world, as there was no spiritual energy or martial aura within. Thus, he could only rely on external forces tackling distortion and mutation, as well as the underlying rules. After all, although the wasteland world had nothing, there were advantages to disadvantages. The rules of Fang Ying's wasteland world were equally lax, allowing some insane creatures to grasp the power of rules through certain means. It should be noted that this was a power only achievable by reaching divine status in other worlds. Ding, preparation time is over. Would you like to proceed with the next deduction? Come on, I hope for some surprises. Fang Ying silently prayed. Ding, please host, begin drawing skills. Fixed skill book of the undead, you may select 2 more skills. Watching one skill after another pass before his eyes, Fang Ying finally discovered 2 decent skills at the end. Skill body mutation level, diamond effect, frenzy 15, Constitution 15, Distortion 15, Spirit 15. Sometimes the distortion is not merely external, but may also affect the internal. Skill Bloodthirsty Instinct level, silver effect, Slaughter 10, Greed 5, Strength 5, Devour 5. We love slaughter, we cherish blood, we honor sacrifice. Come on, let the world go mad, let all beings walk towards darkness. Fang Ying murmured. As the saying goes, one must break before one can establish. His world required such madness to thrive. Use the bronze level resource cloud of nature. In fact, this time Fang Ying had considered using the breath of despair. However, after much contemplation, he concluded that his world could not bear such an exaggerated change at the moment. Ding, the Cthulhu divine realm, third deduction begins. As the heavens and earth transform, a new era unfolds, unveiling the mysterious veil of the Cthulhu world. The resources of the bronze level natural cloud are activated, and the genes of life are rewritten at that moment. Is it possible that there is no need for the accumulation of biological species this time? Fang Ying was momentarily stunned. As the second millennium arrives, the entire ocean is enveloped in a bloody aura, with all creatures possessing immense power and a bloodthirsty instinct becoming natural-born warriors. Invertebrates and vertebrates once again take the stage of history ahead of time, with creatures like the deformed serpent and whaling fish affected by body transformation, their forms becoming increasingly frenzied and grotesque. The ocean is constantly rife with bloody slaughter. The creature known as the Master of the Ocean once again showcases its power, this time not through its physical prowess, but through its wisdom. Its soul has ascended further, yet it remains the unrivaled ruler of the ocean. With the arrival of the third millennium, biodiversity experiences another explosive growth, while the ocean appears to be soaked in blood, transforming into a landscape of crimson and abyss, exuding an eerie aura. Meanwhile, through repeated great purges, the whaling fish undergoes further evolution, developing limbs akin to humans and webbed feet, resembling those of frogs, henceforth referred to as mermen. The mermen in their frenzy learn to wield weapons and unite in battle, forming the rudiments of ancient tribal structures. The supreme ruler of the ocean, the Master of the Ocean, senses something amiss and begins to turn towards the deep sea, plunging into the endless abyss. Surprisingly, there it finds its understanding of deep space knowledge becoming clearer, enhancing its connection with the unknown while its power accumulates. During this period, the spatial realm of the Cthulhu domain is already nearing the significant threshold of 10 kilometers. Two intelligent beings have appeared, and unexpected gains have been achieved. Fang Ying expressed some surprise. Could it be that his divine realm cannot follow the usual path? As the fourth millennium arrives, the mermen experience unforeseen progress, traversing the ocean, and even the mightiest creatures cannot halt their relentless consumption. During this period, they venture into the other side of the ocean's abyss and encounter the king of the ocean, leading to a battle between the old and new rulers. This is a grand battle with countless mermen and the king of the ocean perishing simultaneously, providing ample nourishment for the rest of the creatures. Fortunately, this battle eventually comes to a close. The mermen achieve a slender victory, with only one injured king of the ocean escaping, securing their rightful place as the true rulers of the ocean. The wisdom and souls of the mermen further enhance, while they sense certain ineffable knowledge transmissions. They begin to engage in preliminary prayers, and beings within the divine realm start to exert their first conscious control over the power of the void. The growth of the divine realm's space accelerates, further reaching 99 kilometers. In 5,000 years, the shadow of the king of the ocean has become a thing of the past. The mermen have completely assumed the role of oceanic overlords, using their advantages to explore the periphery of the ocean and venture onto land. Upon entering the land, the mermen discover their bodies have once again changed, becoming amphibious with extended lifespans and enhanced strength, while their perceptions of the unknown become increasingly lucid. The mermen begin organized worship and rituals. Invincible on land, they construct enormous statues as objects of worship and offer sacrifices of various living beings, including themselves. Congratulations, host. Your divine realm space has broken through its shackles, successfully entering a range of 10 kilometers. Do you agree to manifest reality? Manifest reality. Does that mean I will directly transform from 1 kilometers to 10 kilometers? Wow, 100-fold change. I must agree. Fang Ying had been intently observing the changes in his divine realm world when unexpectedly the biological development was not yet complete, and he was given a major upgrade package. Congratulations, host. Your Cthulhu world has successfully advanced to a range of 10 kilometers. Though Fang Ying eagerly wished to return and see his divine realm in reality, he felt that this time's simulation was bound to reveal surprises. Congratulations, the Oceanland Cthulhu world overlord has officially been born. Mermen, you have gained 150 overall simulation points. Due to the absence of natural enemies, the world of the mermen has temporarily stagnated, causing them to become brutal and lacking in thought. Some wise mermen once again convert their thoughts into sacrifices, and in the meantime, they unexpectedly receive mysterious murmurs from the deep sea. Through these mysterious murmurs, the faith of the mermen undergoes a transformation, leading them to faithfully execute the behavioral requirements conveyed by that knowledge. Murmurs from the deep sea. Fang Ying was taken aback. Shouldn't they be coming from the void space? They executed disobedient mermen and offered sacrifices to the deep sea in a special manner. The mermen birthed preliminary civilization through murmurs, able to express their thoughts through some peculiar sounds. The mermen created weapons through murmurs, no longer limited to taking materials from their surroundings, but consciously crafting stone tools, bone implements, and sharp wooden weapons. The mermen established their unique simplistic written language through murmurs. Language writing and weapon crafting have earned you 150 simulation points. Seeing that he had gained simulation points again, Fang Ying furrowed his brows, for as the master of the world and controller of the divine realm space, he was completely unaware of what had gone wrong. Since when did murmurs exist in the deep sea? As the 6th millennium arrives, the lives of the mermen have become inseparable from the guidance of mysterious murmurs. Suddenly, they receive guidance from the murmurs, foretelling that the mermen shall face destruction, and only through mutual slaughter can they attain eternal redemption. The mermen, unwavering in their belief, begin to wield slaughter against their own kin, resulting in heavy casualties among them. Yet simultaneously their bloodthirsty instincts are activated, propelling them towards yet another stage of evolution. As the 7th millennium approaches, only 7 of the most powerful mermen remain. They have changed significantly from their origins, the only identifiable feature being their unchanged slime-covered heads. The final battle begins at that moment. The 7 mermen ultimately perish together, but just as all the mermen die, a transformation occurs. Under the states of body transformation and bloodthirsty instinct, the Book of the Undead ignites a flame within them, causing the bodies of the 7 mermen to merge, transitioning towards an unknown realm. The mermen successfully evolve into a humanoid form, appearing in a dark green hue with a white belly, their bodies smooth and sleek. However, a creature with spiny ridges appears on their back, and their heads bear distinct fish-like characteristics, huge bulging permanent yellow-brown eyeballs. Their necks are flanked by constantly trembling gills, and their feet have 5 fingers. They emit sharp sounds, and are known as the primordial deep diver, a transcendent being that breaks all limits. The primordial deep diver. This is a transcendent being. Fang Ying was taken aback. It is known that within the realm of the divine, creatures are classified into several levels. Ordinary beings, transcendent beings, legendary beings, mythical beings, demigod beings, divine beings, and beyond, that they could be compared to deities. Though it sounds simple, achieving it is far from easy. Generally, such beings require the right timing, location, and harmony among people. Each element is indispensable. It is not merely 1 in a billion, but at least 1 in 10 million. However, before Fang Ying could fully marvel at his own fortune, the next moment the system's dialogue box caused him to crash. The king of the ocean awakens from its slumber. It has successfully evolved into the transcendent being Cthulhu, the injured king of the ocean. He hasn't died. Moreover, he has ascended to the extraordinary and become Cthulhu. Fang Ying felt his worldview shatter. No wonder he had always overlooked the other party. They actually bore the name of his divine domain. One must understand, not every creature is worthy of a name. The deduction system does not randomly assign names. They are primarily based on the state of the divine domain and the effects it can bring to it. It carries a sense of divine right. Much like how prominent families in the past received surnames bestowed by the emperor, it is not merely a matter of honor, but also of corresponding power and benefits. It is easy to imagine how much the divine domain cherishes those who can be directly granted the name Cthulhu. Congratulations, host, for successfully giving birth to a creature endowed with extraordinary wisdom and dominion over the ocean. Deduction value, 200. His dominion over the ocean. So amazing. Fang Ying was taken aback. But then an even more astonishing phenomenon occurred. The immense form of Cthulhu swirled through the seawater, standing in midair, blood and the abyss seemingly becoming its backdrop. It was emitting mysterious murmurs towards the primordial deep diver that could not be described in words. The equally extraordinary being appeared to kneel like a human, its hands lifted towards an indescribable light. It humbly lowered its head. There wasn't a battle after all. Such a scene greatly exceeded Fang Ying's expectations. But reality is just so. 8,000 years of time passed slowly, and Cthulhu led its followers, the primordial deep divers, drifting in their own heaven and earth. Tired of it all, it returned to the deep sea, while the primordial deep divers loyally guarded its side. 300 years passed, and Cthulhu tirelessly sought the unknown, and finally discovered something, directly slaughtering its followers, and using their corpses and blood to construct a bizarre altar. After the altar was established, an invisible beam of light projected here, followed closely by a gigantic blood-red egg descending into the Cthulhu divine domain. The energy carried by the blood-red egg was immense, directly evaporating the ocean, fracturing the earth, and bringing all things to silence. Cthulhu sustained severe injuries, its soul greatly eroded, and in the last 100 years it succumbed to madness, leading to the destruction of the Cthulhu divine domain. This deduction lasted for 8,000 years. Deduction value, 350. Divine domain area expanded to 22 kilometers, a total of 3,324 species, born half-ruined civilization prototype, 2 extraordinary beings. Deduction preparation period, 1 hour. Fang Ying stared blankly at this sudden event, looking utterly bewildered. So was the giant egg summoned by Cthulhu? But he was just extraordinary. It's like a beggar suddenly inviting a president to dinner, utterly absurd. Or was this an accidental event? But it seems he did not load the ancient call. Although he can deduce it from memory. In the void space, anything could happen. Don't say a giant egg could fall, even a massive mouth springing up to devour him could occur. But such a probability is as rare as winning the lottery. It's hard to happen. This time he had only developed for 8,000 years, not even reaching 10,000. If it were an accident, that would be fine, but if it were a certain event, then it would be troublesome. Here's the summary. You may retain one of the following materials for the next deduction. Materials: original tentacles, touch circles, deep ones. Extraordinary being, Cthulhu follower, primordial deep diver. Seeing so many species specimens, Fang Ying felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. And in the end, his extraordinary being turned out to be a bionegitone-free type. Initially, he felt a bit conflicted after all extraordinary beings are hard to come by. But now there's no need to worry. Buy one get one free. That must be the extraordinary being Cthulhu. Preserve the extraordinary being Cthulhu for me. Ding as you wish. Soon a token flashed before Fang Ying's eyes. There was a shadow of Cthulhu with the primordial deep diver prostrating beneath it. Cthulhu named Cthulhu level extraordinary normal extraordinary legendary mythical demigod true god abilities immortal rebirth evil spirit murmurs marine control summary a terrifying being from the deep sea under the influence of unknown powers it gained dominion over the ocean but being unsatisfied it sought truth from the unknown. Follower primordial deep diver level extraordinary abilities tough skin immense strength longevity. Summary a wise race that exchanges madness for power and flesh for redemption. Be wary of their cunning and acknowledge their loyalty. What is this a combination of a meat shield and a mage? But it doesn't seem as powerful as I imagined. Fang Ying pondered stroking his chin. Ding please confirm fixed skills. No changes. Fang Ying thought for a moment and decided to continue using the Book of the Undead. This skill is currently his foundation. He cannot change it until his divine domain develops to a certain point. However, this time the divine domain truly took on the appearance of a divine domain. A territory of 10 kilometers compared to the initial 0. 1 kilometers it was an endless expanse. Now having only deduced 3 times I can't believe how powerful I will be a month from now. According to ancient Newton, if you give me a fulcrum I can move the entire void space. Fang Ying could already imagine the astonished expressions of the students and teachers when the assessment opens a month later. My power has also increased compared to before my divine sense has improved. One must know that for deities strength, speed, and even abilities are not the most important. The most crucial aspect is divine sense. It can be understood as a higher level of power. It's like reaching the peak of martial arts, but still unable to match the breadth of an ordinary immortal. This is not a gap in strength, it's a gap in rank. Just like a being from a 2-dimensional world, no matter how powerful cannot defeat a child from the 3-dimensional world. Thus battles between deities are always launched against the divine domain, not against the deities themselves. Deity Fang Ying divine domain 10 kilometers divine sense 10 strands 1 is 0 points 1 strands threads lines roots pillars divine rank level 1 deity levels 110 deity true god great deity celestial deity golden deity mysterious deity ancient deity king deity lord deity emperor deity sovereign divine domain creatures 2 extraordinary Cthulhu extraordinary primordial deep diver religion none divine faith none civilization none. After the inspection panel opened Fang Ying quickly calmed down. In comparison with the school students he might look decent, but compared to other deities he was simply an ant. Not to mention the fallen divine domain captured by the deduction system was a level 4 celestial deity. He was far from the other party. Moreover, the deity mentioned a couple of days ago who fought with foreign domains possessed an entire universe. My goodness, an entire universe. Fang Ying could hardly imagine how powerful the other party was. Yet even so they still found themselves at a disadvantage. There was no way around it. Human development ultimately lagged behind other foreign domains. It is said that in the beginning the void space was filled with materials, but now looking around while there may still be some searching for them has become exceedingly difficult. One more point worth noting is that blood-red giant egg he just mentioned. Fang Ying did not believe that thing appeared by accident. It had to be premeditated even if his divine domain had beginner protection. However, some situations in his divine domain were unavoidable. It was possible that foreign domains nearby discovered it and acted in secret. He had learned similar knowledge in textbooks. Not to say he should think the worst, but some degree of caution is still necessary. It seems his next deduction could use some diversion. Ding. Please choose 3 skills from the 10 options for development. This time Fang Ying no longer insists on the Cthulhu law. After all, an extraordinary existence has already emerged. He needs to develop steadily and at least expand his divine realm. Otherwise, it would be easy to meet with premature demise. Thus, he began his path of survival. Additionally, he wanted to see whether that unexpected blood-colored giant egg was truly an accident or if someone had malicious intent. Skill existence is justifiable. Level platinum. Effect survival 10 is stealth 10, cunning 10, a perception 8. My existence is justifiable, therefore I will never be perceived by you. Skill cunning development. Level gold. Effect cunning 10, a reproduction 10. Our purpose is for the next generation, the next generation, the next generation, an important matter stated thrice. Skill striving forward. Level silver. Effect positivity 10, passion 5, optimism 5. We are filled with hope, we never give up, and we yearn for the future. This time Fang Ying's choices reflect a sense of balance and tranquility. Ding. Would you like to use resource materials? Bronze level resource nature's cloud, diamond level resource breath of despair, primitive extraordinary material Cthulhu, the initial deep diver of the followers. Use the bronze level resource nature's cloud. As you wish. Come on. Fang Ying stared intently at his divine realm. Ding. Given that the expansion of your divine realm has reached 10 kilometers, this simulation will require 20 simulation points. It increased. Fang Ying glanced at it thinking it was only natural, but he wondered how many simulation points would be needed if he were to dominate a galaxy. Forget it, why think so much? Cthulhu Divine Realm simulation begins. 1,000 years of time unfolded silently as the world changed, and the seasons cycled, arriving at the season of revival. The primal tendrils of the divine realm were reborn once more, bringing forth the touch circle, the great tendril, the wrapping tendril, the frenzied tendril, and the tendril monster. These creatures were quite content with their situation, fully embodying the DNA of laying flat. As the 2,000 years arrived, another batch of creatures began to take the stage in the Cthulhu Divine Realm. The broad area and ample resources granted them the freedom to grow. The twisted snake, the ugly chapter, the wailing fish, the broken tree. They began to showcase their unique styles once again. The entire Cthulhu Divine Realm, as peaceful creatures gradually increased, began to expand in a swelling manner. With 3,000 years reaching, this millennium was extraordinary as they grasped the essence of survival. A creature named laying flat fish completely metamorphosed, drifting with the sea, its flesh evolving into something extremely repulsive, reproducing solely through asexual reproduction and relying on the ocean's flow for sustenance, laying flat to the extreme. Another creature called Earth Sea Urchin transformed itself into a delicious food source. When danger approached, it would immediately expel its innards to attract enemies, allowing it to escape. The third creature, known as Skeleton Ant, was entirely composed of a skeletal structure. Due to its bizarre shape and skeletal composition, few creatures preferred to approach, as a bite would reveal its small size and lack of flesh. So are all the creatures in my divine realm a bunch of cowards? But there is indeed much less killing. As you complain, time has reached 4,000 years, the world has become increasingly prosperous, and all creatures strive to minimize friction. Now the Cthulhu Divine Realm has progressed to 18 kilometers. In your Cthulhu Divine Realm, certain laws gradually manifested. A unique energy substance appeared in the air, which you can designate as corrupt energy. It not only enhances the inherent potential of existing life forms, but also accelerates their evolution and increases their chances of becoming extraordinary beings. However, it is important to note that this power derives from the laws and possesses uncontrollable forces. When you borrow it, you must bear the corresponding costs. There is a certain probability of causing biological mutation and distortion, a chance of leading to biological corruption and slaughter, and a likelihood of driving the world toward collapse. Correspondingly, creatures growing within the Cthulhu Divine Realm will inherently remain unaffected by external changes. Their power comes from within. Looking at the system's lengthy introduction, Fang Ying felt as if he was on a roller coaster ride. So overall, it seems quite good, doesn't it? One should note that in those worlds of spiritual energy, martial arts, magic, or science, the requirements of those life forms for their environment can be considered quite high. In the spiritual energy world, if beings arrive at a place devoid of spiritual energy, it can be said they will gradually perish. The martial arts world is similar, but the impact is somewhat smaller. In the scientific world, it relies on physical laws, and encountering any distorted laws would lead to demise. Of course, Fang Ying must mention that those who can directly become saints in the celestial realm, open personal inner worlds in the martial arts world, or break dimensional barriers in the scientific world are naturally excluded from this. In my Cthulhu Divine Realm, the initial weaknesses of life forms have been erased. The only concern is the potential collapse of the Divine Realm. However, I possess a simulation system which will surely allow me to gradually perfect this aspect. As Fang Ying pondered, he observed the rapid development of his Divine Realm. As time passed, 5,000 years arrived. The three creatures that were once least favored finally welcomed their spring. The laying flat fish grew larger and evolved a rigid exoskeleton, becoming the rigid laying flat fish. As such, no creatures preferred to attack it, and soon 1/3 of the ocean became its domain, becoming a certain legitimately recognized ocean overlord. The Earth Sea Urchin, sensing increasing survival pressure, began to march towards land, while some continued to bury themselves in the ocean's depths, and others set their sights on the vast sky. Finally, through relentless effort, it successfully evolved into the floating sea urchin, able to accumulate light gases within its body to float and expel light gases to swiftly escape disasters. With this ability, the sky soon belonged to them. In contrast, the third creature, Skeleton Ant, was so lazy and small that despite attempting to minimize food intake, they still could not ensure their daily needs. Thus, they divided into three factions. One ventured into the deep sea, one onto land, and one attempted to reach the sky. As 6,000 years arrived in this millennium, some creatures perished, but more were born, and all life forms continued to develop steadily. As 7,000 years came, the only fortunate news was that the development of the skeleton ant led them to evolve aggressive large mandibles for survival in the ocean, which required more nutrition, thus causing their evolution to become more corpulent. This gave rise to a corresponding sea crow food chain of being similar to a giant octopus, which regarded the evolved skeleton ants as a delicious meal. Another faction that moved onto land was the skeleton ant. Thriving in a favorable environment, they began nesting in trees, on rocks, and on the ground, entering a mode of aggressive reproduction. Due to their yellowish-brown transformation and slightly protruding heads which served as weapons, they were dubbed yellow soldier ants. The last faction, the skeleton ants yearning for the blue sky, also discovered their new frontier. From their initial oppression and evolutionary failures resulting in the loss of swimming abilities, their leg muscles began to strengthen, evolving 4 pairs of wings and a poisonous stinger in their tails. This enabled them to dominate not only the ocean, but also land and sky. They were called poison bugs, though regrettably their numbers were too scarce, yet it was evident that the next millennium would belong to them. Indeed, at the critical moment, we are approaching 8,000 years. I wonder if that giant egg will arrive. Fang Ying stared intently at his Cthulhu divine realm. The arrival of the 8th millennium has come, yet the anticipated red giant egg has not appeared. The entire world remains in peace. The greatest harvest is undoubtedly the poison insects, among whom a poison queen has emerged endowed with remarkable intelligence. Not only did she categorize the poison insects, but she also designed specialized departments for reproduction assistance and combat, and undertook upgrades. Through her relentless efforts, the variety of poison insects continues to multiply. At this moment, the poison insects can rightfully be called the rulers of the Cthulhu realm. The Cthulhu realm has surpassed the initial exploration phase and has now entered the era of the insect tribe. Exploration points 100. In the 9th millennium, the survival space of the floating sea urchins has been suppressed, and their numbers have begun to dwindle. The stiff lay-flat fish further deteriorated, its flesh has become increasingly unpalatable and carries a slight toxin. In the first 10,000 years, the floating sea urchins have officially exited the stage of history. The entire sky, apart from the domesticated food, has become the domain of the poison insects. The stiff lay-flat fish continues to decline, its flesh is hidden within its bones, and its entire body is now toxic. In the first 11,000 years, the poison insects began their invasion of the land. Under the influence of the poison queen, they advanced methodically, gradually consuming the earth, ultimately clashing with the yellow soldier ants. In the first 13,000 years, the yellow soldier ants were defeated. Apart from a few seeds intentionally left by the poison queen, they completely exited the stage of history. The stiff lay-flat fish began to shrink, its toxins further heightened, and it evolved a dormant attribute. In the first 16,000 years, the poison queen successfully bred land, sea, and air combat ants through the yellow soldier ants, shifting her focus to the ocean. In the first 18,000 years, the poison queen successfully established dominance over land, sea, and air. The entire Cthulhu realm was now filled with the presence of poison insects. The stiff lay-flat fish successfully reduced its size by 50 times and can survive without food for a century, its flesh reduced to a mere 3, of which 2 is brain. Due to their characteristics, apart from the poison insects, this type of creature is the most abundant in the entire world. So is it true that after all this time that blood-red giant egg will never emerge? Fang Ying was somewhat surprised. Could it be that he miscalculated? Was the giant egg an accident, or was it caused by his skills? As you ponder this, the time of 20,000 years arrives. The poison queen, undefeated in the Cthulhu realm, began her grand venture. She flew beyond the boundaries of the Cthulhu realm. She succeeded, she entered the void space, and she died. Fang Ying was taken aback. Did this legendary poison queen just die like that? Wasn't it a bit too hasty? He had thought she would evolve into a transcendent being directly. Can it be said that he was overthinking? In the first 21,000 years, losing the poison queen's control, the entire poison insect population began to fall into chaos, disrupting the order of the world, leading the Cthulhu realm toward decline. The poison insects began their chaotic reproduction. A massive number of poison insects were born, violently consuming the materials of the Cthulhu realm, causing countless living beings and plants to gradually disappear in the river of history. The stiff lay-flat fish evolved independently. Finally, they achieved their desire, evolving to remove their brains and becoming mindless lay-flat fish with their bodies containing only one flesh, and they possess potent toxins able to enter a dormant state for 500 years. Their characteristics made even the poison insects who have a frenzied craving for food deterred. Thus, the mindless lay-flat fish became the most mindless and happiest creature in the ocean, or rather in the Cthulhu realm. Fang Ying twitched his mouth, skipping over this foolishness, and began to explore delicately within his own divine realm. He still felt that the catastrophic giant egg that suddenly descended in his divine realm was not a coincidence. Although it was a deduction, a deity's intuition could not be wrong. Of course, it might also be that some conditions were not met which resulted in such consequences. In the first 23,000 years, time continued to flow slowly, and the food in the land, sky, and sea had been completely devoured by the poison insects. The Cthulhu realm began to regress, shrinking from its original 29 kilometers. In the 24,000th year, the poison insects found themselves without food, thus beginning a mode of mutual slaughter. Calamities began to occur in the Cthulhu realm. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and fierce winds swept through the divine realm. In the 25,000th year, the poison insects were reduced to 1/10. Most had either gone mad or quietly awaited death. During the same period, the mindless lay-flat fish experienced slight population growth. The Cthulhu realm had shrunk to 20 kilometers. In the 26,000th year, the poison insects completely vanished, and the entire world fell into tranquility. The mindless lay-flat fish also entered a long-term dormant state. In the 28,000th year, there were some deaths among the mindless lay-flat fish, while another portion entered deep sleep. The Cthulhu realm had shrunk to 8 kilometers. Well, I knew it would be like this. No matter what, the development of my divine realm has its limitations, especially since it cannot receive external help. If the creatures in my divine realm cannot survive in dimensional space, train, and bring back nutrients relying solely on the divine realm's self-development, it ultimately cannot meet the needs of the creatures within. Thus, the decline of the divine realm is only a matter of time. However, this time the divine realm has been surprisingly resilient, especially with the mindless lay-flat fish. Fang Ying even doubted whether this creature would last until the divine realm shatters. As the 30,000th year arrives, the mindless lay-flat fish suffers little damage. In the 40,000th year, the mindless lay-flat fish evolves photosynthesis. In the 50,000th year, the mindless lay-flat fish has slightly expanded its population. As the 100,000th year arrives, the mindless lay-flat fish still lives freely. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have broken the limits of time and achieved a glorious feat. Congratulations, you have obtained divine guidance. Please check. Skill: Divine Guidance. Level None. Effect: you can use divine descent during the deduction process to guide the behaviors or development directions of the creatures in your divine realm. It can actually be like this. However, the system's voice echoed once more. Skill: Divine Will. Level None. Effect: you can activate divine will at any time during any simulation to elevate a skill by 1 tier. Wow, that's incredible. If I obtain a king level skill, can I use it too? Yes, it's a bug, but I like it. Fang Ying smiled slightly. However, his divine domain was still intact, and he could only forcefully suppress the joy in his heart. One could only say that this time this mindless laid-back fish had given him a great surprise. In the year 1030, the world of the Cthulhu divine domain had once again turned into a desolate wasteland. The sea was nearly dried up, but the mindless laid-back fish had evolved to the point where it no longer needed food or water, resembling a grain of sand, quietly observing the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Fang Ying stared blankly. In the year 1050, the mindless laid-back fish still lived freely, but due to the shrinking living space, some had merged with nature and perished. In the year 1070, the mindless laid-back fish. Fang Ying stared blankly at the single remaining species of laid-back fish in the entire world. This creature is overly laid back, isn't it? In the year 1100, your divine domain has shrunk to 1 kilometer. As the lord of the divine domain, what do you think should be done? You have the following 2 choices. 1. In the countless desolate years, you decide to see how long these creatures can survive, so you plan to spend time with the mindless laid-back fish. 2. Tired of this mindless creature, you decide to end your own world, not wanting this foolish being to affect your mood. Sorry, brother. Fang Ying smiled faintly and calmly clicked on 2. Suddenly, the entire divine domain began to crumble. The Cthulhu divine domain shattered, and the mindless laid-back fish scattered into the void, thus perishing. Ding! The simulation has ended, totaling 111000 years of simulation. World species 103000, simulation value 250. The next simulation is being prepared. I can't believe there were no blood-red eggs until my world was destroyed. Was it really just my illusion? Moreover, it seems that this simulation system does not operate solely based on a fixed pattern, but also shifts according to my own will. After all, my divine domain cannot be entirely controlled during the simulation, but there should be a possibility for intervention midway, otherwise wouldn't I just be a mere spectator? For the next time, it seems I need more intervention to seek initiative. Fang Ying pondered while organizing his thoughts. Ding! You can materialize based on existing resources, entering your own divine domain. Please choose. Existing resources: primal tentacles, touch rings, distorted serpents, poisonous insects, venomous queens. Extraordinary Cthulhu, the first deep diver of the followers. Materialize for me, Extraordinary Cthulhu, the first deep diver of the followers. Although the venomous queen is also quite suitable for battle, having 2 extraordinary beings is something that others dream of. Very well, now my divine domain at least has some room for resistance. Though currently it is still just a 10-kilometer divine domain, with extraordinary level heroes stationed, it should at least stabilize things for a while. However, it seems steady development might not suit my divine domain. According to the previous simulation, it seems my divine domain's foundation has been nearly exhausted, so it appears I will ultimately have to take a risk. Ding! 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 Fang Ying's deskmate Su Xiuxiu, is it her again? Fang Ying was surprised, not expecting a message from her. After all, in his memory their relationship was merely a step above strangers, a couple at a standstill. Fang Ying, how is your divine domain developing? Has it expanded? Is your divine domain stable? Have you thought about what kind of divine system to develop? Fang Ying, are you okay? You must keep it up. Ooh, as your deskmate, I really recognize you. Fang Ying did not expect his deskmate to be such a chatterbox. After a brief exchange, she sent him nearly 20 messages, and he was somewhat surprised by the last few. Fang Ying, my divine domain has developed into a ghostly entity. Do you want to see it? Fang Ying, my world was struck by a meteor from the void, and the ghostly entity I painstakingly cultivated died. Woo XX. Fang Ying thought for a moment. He couldn't be too cold, so he politely replied. Su Xiuxiu, are you okay? How is your divine domain? Ding ding, Fang Ying, are you online? How is your divine domain developing? I have good news for you. I discovered solar power on that meteor. Fang Ying didn't expect Su Xiuxiu to reply immediately after he sent his message. Doesn't she rush to develop her own divine domain? Her family background should be quite good, right? Accelerated world purchasing supplies, etc. Shouldn't be too hard. However, he was also very concerned about her situation, as this was quite valuable information. Solar power. Your divine domain is a ghostly world, so aren't you? Fang Ying knew a bit that her divine domain was a ghostly world, which was fundamentally hostile to solar power. If allowed to develop in her divine domain, wouldn't it neutralize his divine domain, turning it into a wasteland? How could that possibly turn into a good thing? Could it be? Fang Ying thought of a possibility mentioned in a book. Haha, I won't keep you in suspense. My ghostly world suddenly faced the impact of solar power. Although I discovered that the 5 ghostly entities I had painstakingly cultivated were killed, the solar power was not so exaggerated and instead triggered a rebellion of my divine domain's essence. In the ebb and flow, the yin power of my divine domain was activated, directly devouring or assimilating the meteor and even giving rise to ghostly entities. If there is a chance in the future, my divine domain could even give rise to the 3 realms. Su Xiuxiu sent a long message. Fang Ying fell silent for a moment. Congratulations, you could be said to have benefited from misfortune. Truly, Su Xiuxiu, you have the aura of great fortune. I believe you will definitely have your place in the future. Haha, I'm just lucky. Fang Ying, how are you doing now? When I recently discussed with the teacher, your divine domain was mentioned. They all had unique insights. Since I have time anyway, you could consult the teachers. I can help you too. Thank you, I already have some ideas, so no need. Alright then, keep it up. I also need to work hard. My divine domain is quite rare. Once it develops, it'll gift you an extraordinary level ghostly entity. Haha, great. I will thank you in advance. Ooh, I will be waiting for that day. Fang Ying didn't expect her to be so generous, but since she was offering a gift, he didn't need to keep a straight face and refuse. It should be noted that the bronze level token Fang Ying obtained, Cloud of Nature, was actually derived from another divine domain. To obtain resources, especially rare ones, one typically destroys others' divine domains or searches in the void. However, ordinary types of resources can actually be derived even from Fang Ying's world, just like the extraordinary Cthulhu. Thus, this led to the behavior of resource trading among deities. Ding, countdown for simulation ends. Would you like to start the 5th simulation? Of course, let's go. Ding. The 10 consecutive draws skill has been activated. Please select the skill attributes you wish to equip. What the hell, here it comes, the divine skill. Skill Cthulhu's Whispers. Level Diamond. Effect Assimilation 15, Evolution 20, Distortion 10, Unknown 15, Interference 10, Potential 15. Do you wish to understand the eternal truth? Do you want to comprehend the meaning of existence? Then come forth. Assimilate the creatures within the divine realm, cause their genes to mutate and their bloodlines to evolve, approaching the products of the Cthulhu mythos. This skill is undoubtedly favored by Fang Ying. It is the most beloved skill within the Cthulhu divine realm. It must become his solidified skill. Of course, during this time, he will need some means. System, activate the will of the gods for me. I want to use Cthulhu's Whispers. Ding. As you wish. Cthulhu's Whispers has been upgraded to Cthulhu's Call. Skill Cthulhu's Call. Level King. Effect Divine Descent 20, Alienation 50, Distortion 50, Spirit 50, a Bloodline 50, Potential 50. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. The deity of Cthulhu will descend in a special way, and the creatures of your divine realm will have the opportunity to evolve into the supreme, into the unspeakable existence. Fang Ying looked at the series of data, his heart racing. This was simply a divine skill. At least for his divine realm, it was absolutely powerful. System, hurry, I want to permanently bind this skill in reality. It is known that Fang Ying has the opportunity to permanently bind skills once every 7 days. Ding. As you wish. The binding activation within 7 days has been used up. Fang Ying took a deep breath. It felt as if something important had finally landed. Next. Skill Infinite Proliferation. Level Gold. Effect Growth 30, Life 20. To live is our mission. To live forever is our dream. The Book of the Undead has appeared again. Fang Ying thought for a moment. He feared that the skill book of the undead might lead to a blood-colored giant egg. But where there is danger, there is opportunity. Oh, let's go for it. Let's make a big move. Similarly, this time, Fang Ying's divine realm involved not only skill combinations, but also characters including the extraordinary Cthulhu, the original deep diver, and the Poison Queen, along with his own natural cloud. Ding! The fifth simulation of the Cthulhu divine realm has begun. As heaven and earth opened, all things revived. The Cthulhu divine realm has once again reached the time of spring. The deity Fang Ying began his journey. With a territory of 10 kilometers regulated by the natural cloud, all sorts of climates were favorable, and the ocean began its prosperity. As the first millennium arrived, life began to be nurtured in the ocean. Host, would you like to deploy the extraordinary Cthulhu, the original deep diver, and the Poison Queen? Do not deploy, are you kidding? It's only been 1,000 years, can we even continue later? Fang Ying directly refused. 2,000 years passed, the primal tentacles began their savage growth, and various tentacled creatures, large tentacles, and tentacle monsters took the stage in history. During this period, influenced by the infinite proliferation, various creatures gorged themselves, their sizes continuously swelling and distorting. The Cthulhu divine realm had expanded to 13 kilometers, but the increase in species and the swelling of their sizes made it impossible for them to gather in the ocean. Most began to migrate to the land and sky. As the third millennium arrived, the effects of Cthulhu's Call and Book of the Undead began to overlap, causing mass distortions and mutations among species, and strange whispering sounds spread throughout the Cthulhu divine realm. During this period, monsters covered in blood-colored eyes resembling a blob of flesh appeared. Monsters composed of a gigantic eyeball, with fine tentacles growing around the eyeball, capable of floating, emerged. There were monsters resembling humanoids, but covered in grotesque tumors and cysts. Similarly, not only animals underwent changes, plants also mutated. In the ocean, a patch of blood-red algae appeared which could cover the surface of creatures, controlling their bodies like zombies. There were walking ancient trees rooted in the void, living off parasitic serrated worms inside their bodies. Additionally, there were floating fungi covering the entire continent, and even the Cthulhu divine realm capable of symbiosis with all creatures. Did I overdose on the evolution? It's only been 3,000 years, and it seems a bit exaggerated. The evolution is quite wild and bizarre. Fang Ying initially planned for a development of 10,000 years before unleashing his extraordinary creatures. It seems he needs to lay out his plans in advance. As the fourth millennium arrives, would you like to deploy the extraordinary creatures and the poisonous insects? Confirm. Fang Ying nodded. He also wanted to see what decisions the extraordinary Cthulhu and deep divers would make at their extraordinary level. As for the Poison Queen, he had high hopes for her. After all, she could transcend the barriers of his divine realm. The extraordinary Cthulhu and its kin, the deep divers, have been deployed to the deep sea. The Poison Queen has been deployed to the sky. They were influenced by the skills of Cthulhu's Call and Book of the Undead, and began their evolution and mutation. Cthulhu discovered that he could access more unknowns, more power. In a vague sense, he began a new round of plans, entering kill mode against everything around him, and asked if intervention was needed for the mysterious sacrificial ritual he was starting. What the hell, don't go wild. Fang Ying was startled. Fortunately, the simulation system understood his thoughts and immediately paused. It should be noted that Fang Ying had not played around. The emergence of the blood-colored giant egg was indeed due to this Cthulhu's sacrificial act. While he also wanted to know the origin of this blood-colored giant egg, it did not mean he wanted to court death now. After all, he currently had no formidable beings in his entire divine realm that could return intact after entering the void. Immediately stop it and directly sever all communication between the creatures and the Cthulhu divine realm. After all, an ant that has not even developed its divine realm to its peak is thinking about exploring the world beyond. Is that not courting death? It is better to develop steadily. The beings of the divine realm sensed your will. They knelt on the ground, acknowledging your greatness. Cthulhu offers you loyal faith, your faith value 10. The deep divers offer you loyal faith, faith value 8. The Poison Queen offers you loyal faith, faith value 5. So suddenly I have faith now. Fang Ying was taken aback. Generally, only organized and large-scale races could grant Fang Ying faith through specific means. The current situation could only be attributed to the mischief of extraordinary beings. However, looking at his two extraordinary companions and one quasi-extraordinary, Fang Ying still had faith in them. Go ahead, develop. This time I believe you won't let me down. After 5,000 years, your divine domain has expanded to 200 kilometers. Your divine domain has achieved unprecedented sublimation, and the world has welcomed another prosperity. On the earth, the Poison Queen once again contemplated seizing the dominion of the divine domain, but due to your greatness, she decided to proceed steadily. The extraordinary being Cthulhu and the original deep diver sensed your greatness and began to lurk in the depths of the sea, conspiring with one another. The skills of the divine domain were fully unleashed, and all living beings began their unique evolution as an unknown power began to spread throughout the divine domain. Oh, is this the qualitative change leading to quantitative change? Fang Ying stood up excitedly, eyes wide open, not wanting to miss a single detail. After 6,000 years, the extraordinary being Cthulhu was the first to sense the changes in his bloodline. He utilized that unknown knowledge to continuously transform his bloodline, enhancing his ability to control the ocean. His size also grew significantly, and he began a series of transformations for his followers, the Deep Divers. Congratulations, extraordinary being Cthulhu, leaning towards the Great Old One. Ancient Cthulhu gene compatibility 0.001. If it reaches 100, he will possess the true authority and power of ancient Cthulhu. Congratulations, the follower of extraordinary being Cthulhu, the original deep diver, leaning towards the Great Old One's follower. Dagon gene compatibility 0.001. If it reaches 100, he will possess the true authority and power of ancient Dagon. It actually came true. Fang Ying excitedly clenched his fists. Although his space was called the Cthulhu Divine Domain, it was merely a surface reflection of his thoughts. For example, many people submit their names to the Warrior God space or the Divine Path space, the Heavenly Path space. But most of these are just psychological comfort, merely a little true divinity. There wouldn't be any Heavenly Path, Divine Path, or immortals in there, it's their watchfulness. Yet now Fang Ying's Cthulhu Divine Domain truly possesses the essence of Cthulhu. Compared to other deities, he has already taken a significant step forward. To be honest, if his divine domain develops in this direction, it has more potential than Sushiosho. Ding, the follower of extraordinary being Cthulhu, the extraordinary being original deep diver, has opened his own name, Dagon. Extraordinary being Dagon has received the promise of extraordinary being Cthulhu, gained the ability to control the ocean, and has become the ocean overlord under Cthulhu. Extraordinary being Dagon has acquired reproductive abilities. Extraordinary being Dagon has established the deep diver race. Extraordinary being Dagon has built a sacrificial palace, erecting a statue in your honor. Extraordinary being Cthulhu, sleeping beneath the palace, guards your statue. Congratulations, the Cthulhu Divine Domain has birthed the first extraordinary civilization, the Deep Diver Civilization. Congratulations, the Cthulhu Divine Domain has birthed the first priest religion. Congratulations, you have unlocked the power of faith, and you will possess greater power in the Cthulhu Divine Domain. Congratulations, you are now referred to as the one who unifies all. Your deduction value 2,000 points. Fang Ying watched as message after message popped up, completely astonished. He did not expect that a mere unintentional action would directly forge the faith of his deity. Proposing his own faith, although it increased a few, he could sense it was merely a coincidence. The faith of a deity could undoubtedly be called an invaluable existence, as it is the culmination of the most refined spiritual power of beings. It can facilitate material transformation and enhance the divine domain. Likewise, it can directly affect deities like Fang Ying. However, no one would do so. After all, the best way to elevate a deity is to return to the divine domain after its birth. Extraordinary Cthulhu, not bad, not bad. This deity has decided you are a talent worth cultivating, and I will ensure your future. Fang Ying naturally understood that all of this came from the hand of extraordinary Cthulhu. He had not forgotten the last deduction process where Cthulhu used tricks to throw the deep divers into chaos. This guy is a double-edged sword. As you were filled with excitement, 7,000 years had already passed. The initial Poison Queen, after steadily developing her servants, began to launch an offensive, discovering that there was no interference from you, and her courage gradually grew. The Poison Queen transformed her fear of you into the power of aggression, starting a frenzied invasion and slaughter of everything on the earth. During this process, the tentacled giant eye monsters and the humanoid abominations completely failed to block her steps. On the brink of extinction, the two species experienced a bizarre parasitism. The tentacles of the giant eye monster deeply rooted themselves atop the humanoid abomination, which abandoned its intelligence and reasoning, beginning to enhance its own power. At last, a new dual-born extraordinary race was born, the Evil Eye clan. They have a human head-sized eye atop their heads, and their bodies are muscular and 5 meters tall. Their bodies provide them with strength, and their eyes have a 360 view with no blind spots, capable of firing lethal rays. Congratulations, a special extraordinary race has been born. You have gained 50 deduction value. The Evil Eye clan. Fang Ying looked at this oddly shaped race, and it resembled a cannon in many ways. So now I have a land and sea combination, right? He knew there was Dagon's race in the ocean, and on land there was this Evil Eye clan. If I could add an air force, my divine domain would be perfect. As you indulged in whimsical thoughts, the 8,000th year arrived. The Poison Queen's grand development on land was disrupted, but she was unwilling to concede defeat, so she vigorously developed her race, attempting various types of engineering warfare to eliminate the Evil Eye clan. Finally, after the final battle between the two sides, the Poison Queen was defeated. Faced with the extraordinary abilities of the Evil Eye clan, she ultimately retreated to the sky. After 500 years of focused construction, the Poison Queen specialized in one point, giving birth to her own extraordinary race, the Giant Devourer clan. Thus, the era of three races coexisting began in the Cthulhu divine domain. The Devourer clan. Fang Ying observed this race established by the Poison Queen with great care. It resembled a monstrous giant worm. The giant worm measured an impressive length of 18 meters wide, enough for a normal human to pass through. Its exterior and interior were lined with sharp serrated edges. This creature was truly armed to the teeth, born solely for battle. Fang Ying could also see that the Poison Queen harbored great animosity towards the Evil Eye clan. The attack methods of this clan were entirely aimed at exploiting the weaknesses of the Evil Eye clan. It is important to note that regarding the attack methods of these three races, the Deep Divers belong to the mages controlling water while also possessing warrior traits allowing for rapid recovery and longevity. The Evil Eye clan was undoubtedly a pure mage type capable of delivering lethal rays from every angle, whether from the sky, the ground, or the sea, attacking at distances exceeding 100 meters. However, due to their symbiotic relationship, the Evil Eye's power relied on the physical body beneath it for sustenance, making their attacks unsustainable. They required repair and energy replenishment, and if separated from the body, death awaited them. Thus, they were essentially fragile mages. As for the Devourer clan, they served as both a meat shield and warriors, employing a variety of tactics, truly a pure meat tank. Their movement speed was not fast, and their attack strength was not particularly explosive. They relied entirely on their massive size and strength to vanquish foes. Yet the Devourers could withstand 4 to 5 waves of lethal rays from the Evil Eye clan, certainly a thick-skinned existence. By the way, these two won't end up fighting, will they? I wonder how this three-way standoff will develop in the future. Fang Ying rested his chin on his hand, watching quietly. Under the oppression of the three extraordinary races, both marine and terrestrial beings began purposefully evolving towards their respective races. Conversely, due to the oppression from the three extraordinary races, other races were continuously being born and extinguished, living in a precarious state. In comparison, the sky races lived relatively comfortably, beginning widespread reproduction. Your Cthulhu domain's aura of evil energy continued to thicken, reaching a substantial level, actively promoting the development of all beings. The arrival of the 9th millennium saw the Deep Divers, the earliest to establish extraordinary races, resting and recuperating for thousands of years, gradually evolving to wield weapons and harness evil energy. They marched onto land armed. During this period, ordinary races began to flee or became vassals of the Deep Divers. In contrast, the prolonged battles between the Evil Eye clan and the Devourer clan ceased with the arrival of the Deep Divers. They began to resist the Deep Divers alone. The Deep Divers were incredibly powerful, backed by extraordinary beings Dagon and Cthulhu, which compelled the previously hostile Evil Eye clan and Devourer clan to unite in resistance. As the 10th millennium approached, the war among the three races continued unabated, yet none achieved ultimate unification. During this time, Deep Diver Dagon attempted to intervene in the fighting, but was halted by the extraordinary being Cthulhu. Oh, I didn't see that coming. Cthulhu actually has some ideas of his own. Fang Ying expressed his approval of the extraordinary being Cthulhu once again. It is important to understand that at any time, whether in the world or the divine domain, war is not always a bad thing. For during war, they can not only drive the development of the entire civilizational system, but also rapidly enhance the combat capabilities of both sides. During this time, advancements in weaponry, civilization, language, and more occur at an extraordinary pace. If Dagon were to intervene directly, this battle would tilt entirely in one direction, which would be detrimental to the development of this divine domain. Throughout the battles of the three races, your Cthulhu domain grew to 300 kilometers. It has grown to 300 kilometers. Why hasn't my divine domain transformed into reality yet? I remember it was quite effortless the first time. Fang Ying was momentarily unclear about the principles of the simulation system. The battle among the three races had shown signs of resurgence. The arrival of the 11th millennium saw the entire world enveloped in the scope of war. The battles between the three extraordinary races intensified, with the leader of the Evil Eye clan breaking through previous shackles, completely merging from a symbiotic relationship into an extraordinary being, the Void Touch. With the leadership of the extraordinary being Void Touch, the Deep Divers began to retreat, forced to relinquish the vast territories they had plundered. Just as the Deep Divers were about to be driven back to the ocean, colossal waves began to surge in the deep sea, the waters lifting into the air as the master extraordinary being Dagon joined the fray. The once retreating Deep Divers regained the initiative, turning the three-way conflict into a tug-of war once again. Influenced by the Void Touch, the Poison Queen, hidden in the shadows, became ruthless, starting to devour her own offspring in a desperate bid for a breakthrough. Ultimately influenced by the Book of the Undead and the Call of Cthulhu, the Poison Queen absorbed a vast amount of evil energy, began to mutate, and transcended her limits, becoming an extraordinary being, the burrowing demon worm. Burrowing demon worm, its appearance resembled a giant worm that looked like a snake and an octopus possessing a resilient and elongated body covered in a thick liquid with twisted pulsating tentacles resembling giant appendages, each tipped with powerful fangs. With the addition of the burrowing demon worm, the deep divers faced overwhelming setbacks, being pushed back to the brink of the ocean. At this moment, the Cthulhu domain had grown to 327 kilometers. The burrowing demon worm. This is yet another ancient creature from Cthulhu mythology. It seems my world is becoming increasingly rich and diverse. Suddenly, the Cthulhu domain began to tremble as the bloodline-bearing extraordinary Cthulhu gradually awakened, set to rescue his kin and unleash unprecedented slaughter upon the other beings of the Cthulhu domain. Ding, your Cthulhu domain will undergo tremendous changes. Would you like to intervene? Yes. No. Yes, I will intervene. Fang Ying was startled by this sudden Cthulhu-like behavior. Goodness. One can only say that as a big boss you play with world destruction at the drop of a hat. Is this really okay? Ding, as the Lord of the Divine Realm, you have decided to intervene in this space. You must make the following choice. As the dark big boss of the entire Divine Realm Cthulhu, you need not hold back. Go ahead, annihilate everything you see, even your own followers, spare none. B. Stop it. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into creating you all? Just play house as instructed, and your sole task is to develop vigorously, unite against external threats, and escape the Cthulhu Divine Realm to enter the void space. That is the true path. Without the slightest hesitation, Fang Ying chose B. What a joke. The development of his divine realm has reached such heights, it's practically a nuclear launch at the start. As long as he plays well and does not mess it up, the future ultimately belongs to him. 100 centuries passed, and with your intervention, all beings returned to tranquility. The extraordinary Cthulhu bowed down before you, and your faith value began to rise. Cthulhu recalled his followers returning to the sea. The earthworm, transformed from the poisonous queen, also summoned its giant-eating kin to explore the depths of the earth. The leader of the evil eye clan, Void Touch, began to set its sights on the void. During the period of peace among the three extraordinary clans, all races once again started their own development. This is more like it. Fang Ying expressed great satisfaction with the situation. The year of the 13th millennium arrived, and it was an extraordinary year. The extraordinary Cthulhu summoned his followers, the first deep diver Dagon, to the land to visit Void Touch of the Evil Eye clan and the Earthworm of the Giant Eater clan. They engaged in a secret exchange lasting 300 years, after which an earth-shattering event occurred. Using the last 200 years, the three clans united their efforts to build a magnificent statue for you. It stood 10,000 meters tall and was about 100 zhang wide, embodying the characteristics of the three extraordinary races. Your name was designated as the Cthulhu Divine Realm, the eternal unifier of all things, the omniscient and omnivoyant God, the primordial. Your church was established, the primordial church. Your faith has been officially established, and your name will accompany the development of the Divine Realm until eternity. All beings within your realm will know your name and automatically worship you. Ding, congratulations on establishing a church. Congratulations on unifying faith. Deduction value 300. Hiss, the unifier of all things, the omniscient and omnivoyant primordial God. Wait, let me think. If this is Cthulhu mythology, this title should belong to that outer god Cthulhu, the nameless mist Yog-Sothoth, right? Fang Ying smacked his lips. If he guessed correctly, that existence was second only to Azathoth, the creator and ruler of all wisdom and knowledge. It is said that his body encompasses countless universes possessing infinitely extending dimensions, as everything in the universe is merely a projection of him. If that's the case, even if I could possess 1% of his power, I could probably grow directly into a god emperor. You see, gods create divine realms and develop their followers within them. Then, relying on the growth and faith of their followers, they gradually ascend to the highest level. This is a rule set by the divine lords of this world, a rule that all gods across the universe, or rather in all dimensions, must abide by. It's somewhat akin to a cultivation system. Except that what is cultivated is not a girlfriend, but increasingly powerful followers who can even rival the gods. Therefore, Fang Ying's power comes from two sources. Everything within his divine realm is the source of his power, thus the stronger his followers are, the stronger he becomes. Secondly, it is his faith, that is the beings in the divine realm who worship him. Their faith can evolve into corresponding divine abilities, which is yet another form of power. For example, in the martial Tao world, establishing a martial ancestor for his deity, claiming that his martial ancestor is a being that touches the heavens and stands on the earth. In this case, the future of that deity would possess the ability to touch the heavens and stand on the earth, capable of freely altering size. If one could make their deity believed to be eternal and indestructible, able to exist forever amidst the destruction of all things, then of course the deity would embody that as well. Thus, this is an extremely overpowered ability. However, one thing is clear: to achieve what the believers envision, a massive amount of faith points is required to enhance the deity. Even so, who wouldn't want their divine power to have such extraordinary potential? After all, once a divine power is established, it is not something that gods can change at will. However, I currently need to quickly establish a civilization belonging to the Cthulhu world, for only with civilization can the divine realm quickly depend on mutual complementarity. Having unified the three extraordinary races under one deity, they not only turned hostility into peace, but also shared a common goal, the distant void space. The wise extraordinary being Cthulhu began to integrate the advantages of the three extraordinary races and prepared for their exploration of the void space. The extraordinary being Cthulhu, utilizing its water control ability, successfully launched itself into the sky. A look, it has successfully taken flight. It touched the edge of the Cthulhu divine realm, successfully extending one of its tentacles outward. Its tentacle was shattered by the void space, and the currents of the void space began to flow along the tentacle towards the Cthulhu divine realm. The extraordinary Cthulhu severed its own tentacle and quickly returned to the Cthulhu divine realm. The extraordinary being Cthulhu realized its own insignificance and your greatness. It decided to explain your greatness to the other two extraordinary races and discuss seeking solutions together. The void touch of the evil eye clan expressed discontent and secretly attempted to challenge. After returning defeated, it began to humbly seek guidance from Cthulhu. After careful study, Cthulhu began to teach the three races its mysterious incantations inherited from the bloodline depths and the void. Similarly, Void Touch and the Earthworm also shared their inheritances, and for a time a phenomenon occurred where 1 + 1 + 1 was greater than 3 among the three races. The first to undergo mutation was Cthulhu, whose wings gradually turned deep blue. It began to inscribe mysterious runes resembling some form of summoning or mysterious power. What the heck? This guy isn't planning something big again, is he? As the passage of 14,000 years arrived, the extraordinary being Cthulhu fell into a state of self-cultivation, while its loyal races, the Deep Ones, and the Eye tribe reached a secret collaboration. The Deep Ones possessed a dexterity unmatched by other beings, while the Eye tribe was endowed with unparalleled wisdom. They began to forge unique weapons based on the conditions of the void space provided by the extraordinary being Cthulhu to face the challenges beyond. As the embodiment of the once supreme ruler of land, sea, and sky, the earth-drilling demon worm expressed its disdain for cooperation with others and initiated its own independent research. She believed that survival in the void space was hindered by two main factors: first, insufficient strength, and second, lack of adaptability. Once these 2 points were resolved, everything else would be a mere formality. Thus, the earth-drilling demon worm began to enhance the defenses and vitality of its subordinates, commencing experiments after a century. She released the first batch of voracious worms into the void space, but subsequently failed. The reports from the few returning voracious worms indicated that they were unable to breathe. Upon discovering this, the earth-drilling demon worm immediately ordered its subordinates to evolve the ability to breathe autonomously, primarily through consuming their internal energy. As the second century arrived, the voracious worms succeeded, yet they also failed. They could not swim in the void space, and many perished after exhausting their energy. With the arrival of the 3rd century, the voracious worms evolved the ability to propel themselves with their tails, finally succeeding in taking the first step beyond the realm of Cthulhu. In the 5th century, with the thickest armor stacked and sufficient energy accumulated, the earth-drilling demon worm decided to embark on its journey into the void space, determined to prove to everyone, including the Ob, that it was the strongest among all extraordinary races. In the 6th century, the earth-drilling demon worm successfully exited the realm of Cthulhu unharmed by the environmental effects of the void space, yet it encountered a terrifying cold current of the void. The earth-drilling demon worm sensed the call of death and prayed to the great primordial lord. Fang Ying appeared anxious. After all, this was his greatest achievement. He initially thought Cthulhu would be the first to take such a risk, but unexpectedly, it was the earth-drilling demon worm, which he had little faith in. However, it seemed the earth-drilling demon worm was somewhat unfortunate. Although the void space was not particularly safe, with frequent cold currents, meteors, disasters, and dimensional creatures, it must be noted that the void space was vast. The probability of encountering such dangers could not compare to winning the lottery, yet it was definitely a scenario where one might go out 10 times without a single encounter, unlike the earth-drilling demon worm, which hit the jackpot shortly after its first outing. Unfortunately, the system did not respond to Fang Ying at all, and time continued to unfold slowly. In despair, the earth-drilling demon worm was frozen by the cold current, striving to concentrate all of its vitality at its core. The realm of Cthulhu sensed the divine consciousness guiding it, beginning to consciously draw in the beings belonging to its divine domain. The corpses of the voracious worms initially sent out by the earth-drilling demon worm were pulled back into the realm of Cthulhu. Fang Ying suddenly realized that he had begun to influence the unfolding of the divine realm, and he became excited. After all, during his observations, the earth-drilling demon worm still had a glimmer of hope, and its position was not far from the realm of Cthulhu. Under your close observation, the earth-drilling demon worm was drawn back into the realm of Cthulhu. The king awaited by the voracious race returned once more, bringing development to their race, while the resurrected earth-drilling demon worm gained its own opportunity, beginning to evolve towards an unknown direction. Seeing the resurrection of the earth-drilling demon worm, Fang Ying breathed a sigh of relief, and at that moment a piece of information caught his eye. Ding, please note that your divine realm has now developed to a critical value with the following data: species 183672, races 7480, extraordinary races 3, extraordinary beings 4, quasi-extraordinary 15467008. Total area of the realm of Cthulhu 243 kilometers, ocean area 144 kilometers, land area 99 kilometers. Current status: the early development of the divine realm is divided into 3 stages. 0-1 transition: life forms emerge in space, breaking through the shackles of 0. 1100 transition: the evolution of space can be aided by external forces or other media. Third stage: unknown. Space evolution. Fang Ying frowned as he was somewhat familiar with this concept, akin to the bottlenecks faced in ancient cultivation of immortality or martial arts, indicating that space development also adhered to certain standards. Currently, I lack the funds to purchase resources for a qualitative change in the divine realm, so there is only one means left, or rather two. One is to wait for a miracle to occur, hoping for something akin to a blood-red giant egg in the realm of Cthulhu. The other is to take the initiative to search for materials that can supply the divine realm within the void space. As Fang Ying found himself in a dilemma, the unfolding continued relentlessly. The 15th millennium arrived, and Cthulhu in the deep sea discovered the changes in the divine realm. The realm of Cthulhu was actually weakening, and its spatial area was shrinking. Feeling that the space was insufficient, Cthulhu, which had been expanding outward, was filled with terror. It once again invited the other 2 extraordinary beings for a discussion, and they ultimately decided to offer loyal faith to the great lord of the realm of Cthulhu, the primordial lord. Ding, your faith value 50. As the 16th millennium arrived, the land began to turn to sand, and the divine realm started to wither, contracting back to 220 kilometers. Cthulhu called for the mysterious to seek assistance and began to slay certain non-extraordinary beings, aiming to reduce consumption within the divine realm while hoping to attract the attention of the primordial god. The earth-drilling demon worm expressed disdain and opposition to this behavior, promptly breaking away from the ranks and continuing to advance into the void space. The I tribe maintained neutrality, closely collaborating with the Deep Ones in weapon development. Does this count as a split? Is this how this simulation is meant to end? Fang Ying sighed, aware that sometimes miracles do not occur easily, and he had already gained considerable insight, albeit regretting the inability to materialize it. Should I go all out next time? While Fang Ying was still lost in thought, the messages from the simulation system refreshed once again. 17,000 years is an extraordinary 1,000 years. Within the Cthulhu realm, countless beings and plants began to perish in wave after wave. The extraordinary Cthulhu was also forced to interrupt its low murmuring meditation, but it did not come away empty-handed, having developed a unique skill: breath of all spirits. A skill, eh? Fang Ying opened it with some surprise. Skill: breath of all spirits, level silver effect. You can breathe freely in any state. 1. Breathe underwater as long as you can withstand the water pressure. 2. Breathe in fire as long as you can endure the heat. 3. Breathe in the earth as long as you can endure the temperature. 4. Breathe in the void as long as your body can withstand it. This special skill comes from the extraordinary being Cthulhu's research on murmurs, which has been transformed, and you can freely assign this skill to your subordinates within the Cthulhu realm. Hey, wow, this is an incredible skill! Fang Ying exclaimed. I didn't expect this Cthulhu to keep surprising me. At the same moment of your surprise, the Eye of Evil clan and the Deep Ones clan made some progress in their research, but it was not a breakthrough in weaponry, rather it was the development of a secret potion, mental shackles. Name: mental shackles, level silver effect 1. After consumption, it can enhance mental activity intensity by 30. 2. After consumption, it can create a mental barrier around you to resist external attacks and can adjust your body temperature. 3. After consumption, it can increase individual vision, the degree of which depends on the organism, with an overall enhancement of 25. The effect of this secret potion lasts for 3 hours with an interval of 1 hour, and continuous consumption will reduce the effect by 5. After 3 times, it becomes ineffective, and a 24-hour interval is needed for recovery. Well, a secret potion has emerged, but it's clear that this is definitely prepared for the Poison Queen, or rather the earth-burrowing demon worm. Fang Ying stroked his chin, knowing that the current situation of the 3 extraordinary clans was clearly a forced alliance. After all, survival is the most important thing at any time. Unfortunately, the situation of this divine realm has shackled their development, and as a god, he could only offer limited help to the simulation system, unable to intervene directly. Go on, don't let me down. I believe in you. Fang Ying clenched his fist. The extraordinary 3 clans of the Cthulhu realm sensed your watchful gaze, And under the leadership of the extraordinary being Cthulhu, they prayed once more, seeking your assistance to help the earth-burrowing demon worm break the deadlock. Ding your faith value 50. All right, in the name of the primordial, I bless you, may you achieve victory. Fang Ying gathered his courage and said, Ding, the Cthulhu realm has regressed to 200 kilometers. What the hell do you really have to do this system? Do I have no other methods? Fang Ying complained a bit. The final struggle, the divine realm, is collapsing. All beings are in despair. Everything is on the brink of collapse. At this moment, the earth-burrowing demon worm decides to take a brave step once again. Oh, what choice will you make? Give up, bravely accept death, and enjoy the final madness. B. They are just a bunch of ants dying and starting over. At worst, just simulate again. They're just data, let them die. C. Since you sincerely prayed, I will benevolently help you. Remember, the one who can save themselves is always oneself. Here your faith is returned to you. I choose C. Fang Ying made a yes gesture, and instantly the faith value gained from this simulation was directly bestowed upon the earth-burrowing demon worm. With your support, the entire divine realm sensed your greatness. The earth-burrowing demon worm trembled under your divine power, feeling flustered, yet immensely honored. Empowered by the power of faith, she felt filled with strength. The earth-burrowing demon worm discovered that she had been blessed by you, and she gained a skill breath of all spirits. Go Pikachu! Fang Ying had used all of his authority at this point. Amidst your hopes and blessings, the earth-burrowing demon worm charged into the void space. She cautiously navigated, constantly searching for something in the dark, lifeless void. Time passed little by little. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. After 6 years, the earth-burrowing demon worm had consumed most of her energy, yet she found nothing. In the dark, silent void, she felt like a wandering, abandoned orphan, unaware of when she would find her way home. After 7 years, the earth-burrowing demon worm used all the secret potions. She carried mental shackles. In her heart, she held on to her last belief. She was the poison queen. She once unified the 3 realms, and her glory did not allow her to retreat. In the 9th year, the earth-burrowing demon worm had shrunk nearly 90 times. She had exhausted all her strength, knowing she was close to death, but her gaze still burned with passion as she used her most treasured faith and flew desperately towards the distance. The earth-burrowing demon worm burned everything she had as she died. Is this it? Is this how it ends? Fang Ying stared blankly at all of this. What could he say? Perhaps this is just reality. Though the void space is filled with endless resources, these resources are not cabbages. You can't just take them whenever you want. They all require a life to obtain. Rest assured, even though you haven't achieved much, I will always remember you. Ding, after the death of the earth-burrowing demon worm in the 3rd minute and 54 seconds, her inert body bumped into something and her lifeless limb grasped it. Upon inspection, this was a meteorite containing significant power. Its coordinates 15245127741269886. Warning. 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 You have discovered a rare resource. Please collect it promptly, as it will have a tremendous impact on your divine realm. Fang Ying was stunned once more, especially by the last segment from the simulation system, which was clearly bolded, enlarged, and highlighted in red. Wow, this is possible too. Earth-burrowing demon worm, I love you to death. Then Fang Ying hurriedly recorded this important coordinate. After all this was exchanged for the life of the burrowing demon worm. However, it is somewhat regrettable. After all, in terms of distance, the position of this precious meteorite is not far from his Cthulhu domain, or rather it is quite close. But since his domain floats in the void space, it is in a state of being neither in the sky nor on the ground. Moreover, this void space is pitch black and various disasters occur from time to time. Theoretically speaking, the fact that this burrowing demon worm could survive for so long should be regarded as burning incense, especially since it encountered a cold current the first time it went out. This time, however, it did not all the way until death. It can now smile in the afterlife. As you sigh, feel surprise, excitement, and melancholy. 18,000 years have passed. The Cthulhu domain was not blessed by good fortune. Instead, the devourer tribe linked to the burrowing demon worm learned of its death. The Cthulhu domain shrank again, now down to 180 kilometers. The extraordinary being Cthulhu decided to once again activate his sealed power, the priest, and resolved to sacrifice the entire devourer tribe to win the gods' mercy. Fang Ying was taken aback by this prompt to please the gods. What exactly did this Cthulhu derive from his mumblings? Although Fang Ying is the ruler of the Cthulhu domain, he is not like a parasite in their bellies. He cannot know what they are truly thinking. Moreover, Fang Ying now operates through the deduction system, which means his control over the Cthulhu domain has significantly decreased. However, he knows one thing: when he was conducting deductions, the blood-red giant egg that appeared is definitely closely related to this Cthulhu. Ding, the extraordinary being Cthulhu has sacrificed a portion of the devourer tribe to the unknown, and you have acquired the special skill Void Skin. Skill Void Skin, level Silver, effect 1. Skin that allows normal survival in the void space, capable of resisting minor disasters. 2. Skin that allows normal survival in the void space, capable of reducing internal consumption by 50. This skill is derived from the final gaze of the extraordinary being burrowing demon worm in the void space, modified by an unknown life form, evolving into a capability you can freely use and bestow upon your Cthulhu domain's followers. Though it's not overwhelmingly powerful, it is indeed a divine skill, exactly what Fang Ying needed just now. You must understand that with the void skin and breath of all souls provided by this Cthulhu, he has obtained a bug skill that allows him to roam freely throughout the entire void space. It can be said that sometimes even god-level beings may not possess this capability. After all, their domain spaces are vast and their species diverse, but that does not mean their beings are inherently strong. Just like a group of farmed pigs, although they are fat and strong, they could easily be scared to death by the slightest disturbance from the outside world. Fang Ying's domain is a perfect example of self-reliance, especially since he has the deduction system to play with, otherwise others' domains would not know how many times they have collapsed. 19,000 years passed, and the blessed extraordinary Cthulhu became excited. He decided to sacrifice all living beings in the domain except for the deep divers and the evil eye tribe to that unknown existence in exchange for a better future. Otherworldly invasion. Faced with this situation, I know you must have a lot to say to your follower, the extraordinary Cthulhu. You have the following options. Kid, you really made me proud, keep it up. If it's not enough, Daddy will make sure you can kill plenty next time. B. Kid, 3 days without a beating will make you think you can do whatever you want. Have you forgotten how Daddy taught you back then? Still playing in the mud. Get back, you little brat, or he'll ruin you. Hey, I have such a short temper. Fang Ying confirmed several times before finally choosing B. What a joke. His domain was about to witness something wonderful, but he couldn't let Cthulhu mess it up. This fellow is a disobedient wild child with great potential. Even in times of joy, one must remain vigilant. Because you never know when you might discover that the other party has already messed up the domain. Under your careful guidance, the extraordinary being Cthulhu was knocked unconscious and slept for 200 years. You spread your blessings over the entire Cthulhu domain, and all living beings acquired void skin and breath of all souls. You still miscalculated, although you effectively prevented the extraordinary Cthulhu's next sacrifice. The aftereffects of the first sacrifice have already begun to take effect. Your Cthulhu domain began to undergo gradual mutation, with the most obvious mutations occurring among the 3 extraordinary races: deep divers, devourers, and evil eyes. Due to not receiving the ideal offerings, your domain was probed by some mysterious, unknown entity, and your domain began to be gradually exposed. Damn it, is there no escape? No, I must quickly materialize my domain, otherwise this game will be over. Fang Ying gritted his teeth. He knew that at any moment gains and losses must be proportional. Without hesitation, Fang Ying immediately used his ability God's Guidance to completely send the coordinates he recorded to all living beings. Now it's a race against time. 2,000 years have arrived. The extraordinary being Cthulhu, carrying his repentance, rushed out of the Cthulhu domain at the first opportunity. He and his followers, the deep divers, easily discovered the precious meteorite you marked, and they attempted to bring it back to the Cthulhu domain. However, they failed. Although the precious meteorite was small compared to the domain, it was still much larger than Cthulhu. The extraordinary being Cthulhu returned to the Cthulhu domain once more. This time, after negotiating with the deep divers and the evil eye tribe, he finally created a special net. Through the connection of spiritual power, the entire meteorite was finally shaken, and it began to slowly shift towards the Cthulhu domain. After 500 years, this massive meteorite finally arrived near the Cthulhu domain. The Cthulhu domain sensed the existence of the meteorite and unexpectedly developed the consciousness to devour it, greatly reducing the pressure on the extraordinary being Cthulhu and others. The precious meteorite was successfully dragged into the Cthulhu domain, and the domain space was once again enhanced, restoring the area to 210 kilometers. The power of the extraordinary 3 races was once again enhanced. Just then, the entire Cthulhu domain began to tremble. The precious meteorite naturally disintegrated in the Cthulhu domain, and countless nutrients began to spread throughout the entire Cthulhu domain. The Cthulhu domain began to revel, and the concentration of dark energy within the entire domain surged again, reaching 300. All beings in the Cthulhu domain felt a surge of excitement and desire, with reproduction increasing by 50. The Cthulhu domain acknowledged the contributions of the 3 extraordinary races and granted them special rewards. The deep divers received an increase of 100 in lifespan, a blessing of the ocean by 50, and a domain luck of 5. The colossal devourers gained 50 in physique, a blessing of the earth by 50, and a domain luck of 5. The eye of evil gained 50 in spirit, 10 in wisdom, and a domain luck of 5. The Cthulhu domain underwent spatial evolution with an overall enhancement. Wow, what a bounty. This was actually Fang Ying's first time witnessing the advancement of a domain. To be honest, if this were in ordinary reality, Very few people would do this, completely relying on the creatures within the domain to deliver resources wave after wave. Most deities would directly use various resource tokens to accelerate the advancement of their domains and artificially control the production of their favored biological subordinates. To be honest, such behavior has its pros and cons. The advantage is that you can easily control it, reduce costs, minimize accidents, and quickly enhance yourself to thrive better in this perilous divine world. However, the downside is the lack of unexpected events. This unexpected is not about sudden situations, but rather the potential of the domain. One must know that flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand storms. No matter how vibrant they are, they remain mere facades. In contrast, flowers that endure wind, frost, and rain, even if they die, will still give rise to more robust vitality from their original roots. Now we must mention Fang Ying's domain. His domain, through the process of deduction, resembled wildflowers in the outdoors, self-sustaining and relying on its own reproduction. When self-sufficiency was insufficient, it required the creatures within the domain to strive and fight. Thus, Fang Ying's domain birthed a consciousness that other domains might never achieve in their entire existence, a presence akin to the Tao. Now that my domain has gained autonomous consciousness, as long as there are no unexpected events, its future development will undoubtedly improve progressively. One must know that the expansion of a domain is manageable. With time and material accumulation, it can be achieved. But the autonomous consciousness within the domain is something mentioned only in books, fundamentally existing only in the domains of the original deities. By the way, in a month, when Su Xiuxiu sees my domain, will she be astonished? And that guy, just wait, I will definitely let you see something spectacular. Coincidentally, just as your domain is advancing, a great gift is rushing towards your Cthulhu domain. It was a massive blood-colored egg, its vibrant tail flames adding a splash of color to the void. Are you ready? Huh. Wow, it's coming, it's coming. Fang Ying trembled slightly. In his excitement, he had forgotten about this matter. However, at this moment, he could only watch, helplessly praying for his Cthulhu domain to complete its advancement quickly. After your anxious wait, 21,000 years have finally arrived. Thanks to your wise and martial decisions, along with the assistance of the creatures in your domain has advanced. Important things are worth repeating 3 times. Originally, the total area of the Cthulhu domain was 198 kilometers, with an ocean area of 118 kilometers and a land area of 80 kilometers. Now, the total area of your Cthulhu domain is over 278 kilometers, with an ocean area of over 178 kilometers and a land area of over 100 kilometers. Ding, congratulations. Your domain has advanced once again, and your deduction has met the criteria. Would you like to materialize it? Yes. No. Of course, materialize it. Fang Ying immediately said without hesitation. What a joke. This was something he had worked hard to achieve. Ding, congratulations. Your Cthulhu domain has been materialized with a total area of 290 kilometers, an ocean area of 180 kilometers, and a land area of 110 kilometers. Perfect. Fang Ying clenched his fist. He had finally materialized it before the arrival of the blood-colored egg. Ding, congratulations. You have completed the first collection of resources in the void space. Due to your excellent achievement, you receive 1,000 deduction points. Hey, I'm going to make a fortune. This is going crazy. Fang Ying stood up excitedly. Considering your joyful mood, I have another piece of good news to inform you. The blood-colored egg from the void has arrived. It effortlessly and undamaged penetrated the barrier constructed by the consciousness of the Cthulhu domain. Following that, it expanded in the void, shattered your statue, and heavily fell in both the land and sea. As it made contact with the ground, the earth shattered, magma churned, and countless beings in the Cthulhu domain perished. Even the extraordinary races, the colossal devourers, and the eye of evil were powerless before it. When the blood-colored egg descended into the ocean overlord of the Cthulhu domain, the extraordinary being Cthulhu, and the deep divers put up a desperate resistance, but alas, all was in vain. In the end, the deep divers and other oceanic beings were annihilated, while the extraordinary being Cthulhu escaped at the cost of feigning death from serious injuries. After the blood-colored egg landed, the extraordinary being Cthulhu used all of its strength to strike the blood-colored egg, but alas, it had no effect. Instead, it triggered the protective mechanism of the blood-colored egg. Cthulhu was enveloped in a red light, and then shattered the red light, flowing back into the blood-colored egg. Immediately after, the blood-colored egg cracked open, and the entire Cthulhu domain was engulfed in blood red, leading to its demise. There were no longer any traces of the Cthulhu domain in the void space. The deduction has concluded. The total time was 21,000 years, with species 2376825, extraordinary races 3, deduction points 1750, materialized domain 1, achievements 3. So what exactly was that giant egg? An extraterrestrial creature, or a weapon deployed by some hostile domain? Fang Ying did not expect that this blood-colored egg could possess such power, capable of directly destroying his domain and completely consuming it. It seems that in the next deduction, I need to pay special attention to these, especially the hidden aspects of the domain. Huh. This is still my domain, but it's incredibly impressive. Fang Ying remarked in amazement as he observed his domain after exiting the deduction. He saw that the once tiny wasteland domain of 0.1 kilometers had long since vanished without a trace. He gazed upon the boundless ocean. He looked at the lush and abundant jungle. He observed the creatures frolicking in the jungle and swimming in the ocean, as well as the faint breath of sinister energy lingering in the air. There were still traces of the wasteland. Suck, breathe. This is the domain that belongs to me. This is what I as a god should possess. After examining, Fang Ying indeed found that this domain not only had spatial changes, but also integrated resources from the previously simulated world. If I am not mistaken, that coordinate should still have resources from the precious meteorite. At that time, I would have one copy in reality and one in the simulation space. This is what they call a win-win situation. Fang Ying thought delightfully. Ding, congratulations, you have become familiar with and understood the simulation system and have completed the minimum requirements for simulation. Your current simulation rating is B. You have obtained the following permissions. Eternal, everything produced by your domain, including your subordinates, can preserve a copy of the origin. Once these materials perish in the real world, they can be replicated through eternity. Note, a single origin can only replicate one type of creature. To replicate again, the origin must be extracted once more, and the original creature must exist for replication to occur. Is what a good thing. It seems somewhat similar to the existence of the god list. As long as the true spirit remains on the list, it can be resurrected infinitely and eternally. Fang Ying smacked his lips, wondering if he could replicate himself. After all, who wouldn't want more means of survival? You can also choose one of the following rewards as follows. A. Simulation value 1000. B. Resource giveaway. In the simulation space, simulate 3 types of resources, including at least 1 gold level resource. C. God's finger. You can trigger a skill during the simulation process to destroy your domain, and in the simulation. Hiss. Fang Ying originally intended to habitually choose C, but this time, he was interrupted halfway. While the name is really impressive, and indeed it is impressive, but currently Fang Ying expressed that he really did not need it. Instead, B is still acceptable. At present, he was so poor that he was almost tempted to use Breath of Despair. Ding ding ding, your surprise has arrived. A giant egg suddenly appeared before Fang Ying. Oh no, it should be said that there were 3 of them. This startled him. You must know that both of the apocalypses were related to giant eggs. He was almost developing a phobia of giant eggs. He'll take it slow and open it later. Fang Ying postponed the opening and instead seriously chose the solidification option for the next simulation's creature. Drilling Worm, a transcendent creature, a king from the Devourer clan, stepping out of the void, the first worm to come to the space of idle time, and an excellent contributor to the Cthulhu domain. Note, can evolve the Devourer clan by itself. Void Touch, a transcendent creature, the ruler from the Evil Eye clan. He is the embodiment of wisdom, who once collaborated with the Deep Ones to develop the secret medicine Mental Shackles, a race blessed with luck from the Cthulhu domain. Note, can evolve the Evil Eye clan by itself. The original Deep One Dagon, a transcendent creature from the Deep One's clan. He is the loyal subordinate of the transcendent Cthulhu, having spent countless ages in the simulation system. They possess excellent divine hands, each being an immortal existence, and have also received the blessings of happiness from the Cthulhu domain. Note, can evolve the Deep One's clan by itself. Cannot be solidified. Single gene sequence, original tentacle. It is the original starting point, the mother of all beings. Because of it, all things began to evolve from 0 to 1. Cannot be solidified. What is going on? Why can't the last row of the system be solidified? Fang Ying asked with some confusion. Ding, because these creatures already exist in your reality domain. You do not need to materialize them again. 2 identical creatures cannot coexist in the same space. Huh, they exist. Fang Ying was taken aback. He immediately began to carefully observe his domain space. Sure enough, due to the vast expansion of his domain world, it was already filled with numerous creatures. Or rather, the creatures from various periods in the past now unified and appeared in the current stage. Original tentacles, touch circles, and large tentacles. Distorted snake, ugly chapter, ruined tree. And his biggest trump card, the ocean overlord of the Cthulhu domain, the transcendent Cthulhu, and his subordinate Dagon. They swam in the depths of the ocean. Between their 4 eyes meeting, confusion filled the air. What is going on? Wasn't I gone? That giant egg just smashed down on me. You asked me, who should I ask? I was the one who hit that egg, but it seemed like the egg swallowed me whole, and I turned red all over. Dagon and Cthulhu stared at each other in astonishment. Although they were indeed transcendent creatures, they were still just creatures, having not been exposed to the explosive information of the outside world. Their entire minds were blank. In the end, they could only attribute it to the great deity, the original master. It must have been that existence employing unspeakable wisdom to resurrect them, or using the ability of time reversal to restore everything to its original state. Praise the original master. Praise the great father. Praise the god. Ding, congratulations, your faith value 20. Wow, this works too. Seeing his subordinates under the guidance of Cthulhu beginning to build their own temple and statue, Fang Ying's lips curled slightly. As expected of his devoted high priest, Cthulhu truly lived up to the name, knowing how to get things done. Simulation system, I want to materialize 2 subordinates. Can you do that? Ding. As long as you consume a fixed amount of simulation value, you can do it. However, the required simulation value will vary according to the strength of the materialized creatures. Moreover, once the biological selection for materialization is made, the simulation domain will not be able to materialize them again. 2 identical creatures cannot exist in the same dimension and time. No problem, let's start. Fang Ying nodded. Soon he felt the system extracting something from him. Immediately after, a light gate appeared. The figures of 2 transcendent creatures gradually emerged from the light gate. It was indeed the drilling worm and void touch. Due to the sudden occurrence, the 2 transcendent creatures first looked at each other in confusion for nearly 5 minutes before they seemed to come to their senses and simultaneously prostrated toward the sky. Praise my Father God. Praise you, great original master. Although these 2 extraordinary beings should have guessed Fang Ying's methods, after all, it is just speculation. Fang Ying decided to make it a reality. In the world of deduction, Fang Ying was heavily constrained and limited, unable to truly control the entire Cthulhu divine realm. As for why he had not intervened before, it was because Fang Ying's divine realm was merely 0.1 kilometers. Even if it later grew to 10 kilometers, it would still be just a small area. It is difficult to perfect a normal biological chain structure, let alone the next construction that Fang Ying planned to undertake. Now is the perfect time, with all 3 major races present, and the divine realm has reached a point of self-sufficiency. It is time to manifest. With a wave of his hand, Fang Ying stepped directly into the Cthulhu divine realm. As he entered, the entire divine realm suddenly shone with brilliance, with rainbow clouds appearing and multicolored spiritual dew being scattered. At that moment, the entire divine realm was filled with joy, and all living beings were filled with a sense of enlightenment. That was the Master, the God, the great primordial, the creator of all beings. The first to notice was the extraordinary being Cthulhu, who immediately bowed his head towards the place where Fang Ying had come from, displaying his utmost respect. Then the deep one Dagon, the void touch of the eye of evil, and the earth-drilling worms of the great devourers all reacted in turn. Praise you, my great Father God. Great Master, your arrival makes all things shine. O Master, your wisdom is boundless, your divine power endless, your greatness surpasses all. As for the other creatures, they could only use their small brains filled with wisdom to constantly gaze around, looking again and again. After all, only in this way could they express their reverence for the great Master of the divine realm. Other plants could only sway their bodies in response. Fang Ying quietly watched his divine realm space. To be honest, although he could manipulate his divine realm world at any time, the feeling of being inside was different from being outside. Now Fang Ying's state was akin to a 3-dimensional being entering the realm of 2-dimensional beings. A wave of his hand could bring about catastrophic destruction, and a breath could reshape all things. Because of this, the true appearance of Fang Ying was something these beings could not perceive. They could only sense the vague halo emanating kindness, greatness, and power. You are all created by my hand. You are my favorites and shall endure forever. However, the road ahead is still long. I can only guide you, but I cannot make choices for you. Your future must be created by yourselves. Remember, amidst the endless darkness of the future, there are countless tribulations. Fang Ying's voice was like a beam of light piercing through the mist and directly conveying to their hearts in a way they could understand. Thank you, Great Father. Great Father, do you know the origin of that giant egg? The extraordinary being Cthulhu was the first to react and immediately seized the opportunity to speak. I can only tell you that it comes from the challenges of the void and invasion of alien civilizations, and it will also be the enemies you will face in the future. Therefore, you must grow strong, remember. Fang Ying said calmly. After all, the future of these gods would be to battle against these beings, so it was better to let his divine realm creatures understand early, lest he have to explain again later. He was a pragmatist, disliking the way other gods elevated themselves, either acting as chess players or cold-hearted heavenly laws, or as businessmen who did not regard the beings in their divine realm as real people. However, Fang Ying's words greatly shocked these 4 extraordinary races. The void, an invasion of civilization. Enemies. Great existence, please have mercy on us and tell us something. We bring you the good news of victory. Cthulhu immediately disregarded his dignity as the ocean overlord and deeply prostrated himself, earnestly asking, Yes, please inform us, Great Father God, so we can prepare. We request the great primordial Lord. And listen closely, my divine realm is the Cthulhu divine realm. As soon as Fang Ying's first sentence fell, the other 3 extraordinary beings immediately looked at Cthulhu. The earth-drilling worms and the void touch looked at Cthulhu enviously, while Dagon held even greater respect for his master. Although Cthulhu appeared monstrous, he stood somewhat anthropomorphically, puffing out his chest, as if to say, Look, my name is as grand as my name. Fang Ying naturally saw this little scene, but chose to ignore it, and continued, "The place where we reside is the void space, which is also the place where you once searched for meteors. There, in addition to endless resources, there are also endless disasters and enemies. In order to maintain peace in the void space and repel the invading covetousness, I will open the spatial gates for you to confront the chaos within. Are you afraid? Willing to fight for the Father God? I will always defend your glory. Everything for you, everything for the Cthulhu divine realm. Very well, remember, I will always be with you." After Fang Ying finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. The three extraordinary races looked at each other, no longer in mutual hostility, fighting over the territory of the Cthulhu divine realm. After all, regardless of what it was once they witnessed or understood the vast future, the petty struggles for power and profit before them vanished. After all, no matter how powerful the village's king of children is, he cannot compete with an adult. All of them were once kings who did not have a broad mind. Their future was to become adults, to step out of the village and walk into the existence of the city. Seeing that his words had taken effect, Fang Ying felt very gratified. With such words, the next deduction would surely develop in the direction he expected, at least not deviating from the general direction. Ding, Cthulhu Divine Realm, Faith Value 100. Not bad, not bad. Oh, I indeed am suited to be a god. Fang Ying stroked his chin. Now that his divine realm had these three founders, he was increasingly looking forward to the impending month. After all, in this month, other divine realms might develop their own unique races based on their divine characteristics. For instance, in a high martial setting, it would typically be warriors. In the monster divine realm, it would mostly be high meat and high resistance beings. In Su-Xiaoxius divine realm, without needing to think, one would know it involved ghostly beings that could directly attack souls. Such divine realms would have significant early-stage vulnerabilities, making them easy targets. For example, although Su-Xiaoxius ghostly beings are powerful, they are the enemies of sorcerers or spirit masters. Even Fang Ying's two top subordinates, Cthulhu and the Void Touch, could easily kill ghostly beings. But if Su Xiuxiu entered a technological divine realm, or another realm reliant on external forces and physical bodies, then a single ghostly being would suffice. As for Fang Ying's own divine realm, it can be said that all its shortcomings have been adequately filled, at least among junior gods it can be regarded as dominant. The ocean has Cthulhu and the deep one Dagon. The land and sky have the earth-drilling worms, and the Void Touch, a perfect combination of mages and warriors. Ah, delightful. System, let me draw the prize first. Fang Ying did not forget the three resources he obtained from the system selection. Ding, as you wish. Soon the first egg burst open and a stream of azure light flashed before Fang Ying's eyes. Within it, he could see a blue token resembling a torch, one side depicting the ocean and the other various colorful fish. Name the sea embraces all rivers. Greatness comes from embracing all. Level silver. Attribute water. Effect. 1. CI, you will possess a continuously churning sea with an annual output of up to 1 billion tons. 2. 100 creatures activating the resource token will grant you hundreds of edible fish and shrimp species, forming a unified, closed biological chain. Is fantastic. Fang Ying exclaimed, feeling exhilarated as this item was of utmost importance to him. It's crucial to understand that his divine domain ocean was not naturally formed, but derived from previous resource projections, namely the cloud of nature. Even though it could later evolve on its own, and he had acquired a meteorite, it still lacked the living water found in other divine domains. This CI could be said to have addressed Fang Ying's immediate needs, and as for the 100 creatures, it goes without saying it was even more crucial. For the creatures in the divine domain to develop, they naturally required food. However, due to the influence of skills like the Book of the Undead, most creatures had undergone complete mutations. Either they were poisonous or their meat was scarce and none could be eaten for free. Now these 100 creatures could fill a gap. Come on, I'm looking forward to the second resource. Bang, as the second egg burst open, a yellowish token sprang forth. Name Earthly Might, a gentleman should carry virtue. Level silver. Attribute earth. Effect. 1. Fertility land. Fertility is increased by 200, nourishing the 100 creatures. 2. Blessing the 100 creatures will grow lush and develop into edible non-toxic beings. This can only be described as wanting something and getting it right. A smile curved at the corner of Fang Ying's mouth. This token addressed the needs of the other two extraordinary races, and it was not like he favored one over the other. I just wonder what direction the third egg will take. Could it be the sky? With a loud bang, a transparent token shimmering with 7 colors appeared. Name a 1,000-mile platform starts with stacking earth. Level gold. Attribute no attribute. Effect, you can enhance any one of your innate skills. Note the enhancement level cannot exceed gold. This is also a great item. Fang Ying pondered for a moment before directly using it. Although the item was good, the development was the most important thing at the moment. However, he was torn between whether to use it on Breath of All Spirits or Wasting Skin. After all, both skills were of the silver level. In the end, Fang Ying directly applied it to Wasting Skin, as this ability was specifically targeted at the wasted space. As Fang Ying upgraded his skill to the gold level, everything in the Cthulhu divine domain immediately sensed the change within them. Before they could express their gratitude, Fang Ying's divine decree and rewards followed suit. Indeed, Fang Ying also used the other 2 resource tokens. After all, only tangible resources are real. This is a reward for your performance. Don't let me down, work hard. Cthulhu and Dagon immediately noticed the changes in the ocean, particularly one area where a sea had formed. A continuous stream of clean seawater gushed forth from here, and at the same time Cthulhu also felt the aura of dark energy that was quite dense, at least 5 times that of the surroundings. He immediately decided to occupy this place and protect it from harm. As for his follower Dagon, he was the first to discover countless delicious foods, and after providing a batch for Cthulhu, he began consuming a large amount himself and initiated his own race development plan. On land, the burrowing demon worms were the first to notice the state of the land, which was filled with vitality and richness. It was the emergence of life. As soon as Fang Ying invested resources, the various flowers, grasses, and trees on the ground burst into bloom, flourishing abundantly with bountiful fruits. Just as the saying goes, spring has arrived, everything revives, and it is also the season for animals to mate. The burrowing demon worms and the void touch exchanged glances and headed to the 2 most vibrant places to create their own races. Time flows as time changes. Your 3 extraordinary biological races are established once again. Your shallow believers are born, your devout believers are born, your true believers are born, and your fanatical believers are born. Congratulations, your divine domain species ecosystem is harmoniously natural. All creatures gain 5 joy, 5 happiness, 5 freedom, 10 reproduction. Not bad, not bad. The divine domain has already developed on the right track. Let's accelerate. Fang Ying issued a command to the divine domain and then stepped back. Although he is nominally a deity, in reality he is still a human who needs to eat, drink, and relieve himself. Of course he could choose not to eat, but his long-standing habits still led Fang Ying back to his own home. He let out a long sigh of relief. As soon as he returned to the real world, he felt incredibly light. It was as if a tremendous power was brewing within him. He knew that this was the short-term discomfort caused by a sudden boost in strength. After all, he had previously only possessed a tiny 0.1 kilometer divine domain. Now suddenly having nearly 200 kilometers, it was not just a 100-fold increase, but simply 2,000 times. Moreover, the most important source of power among deities besides the divine domain also relies on the beings within the divine domain. The stronger the beings, the stronger the deity. Through the mirror, Fang Ying could clearly see his current state. His figure was balanced, his features picturesque, and he emanated a faint milky white halo. The left side of his pupil was gray, as if a light mist was swirling within. His right pupil was crimson, resembling a great terror that struck fear into the heart. This was the external manifestation of the powers from Cthulhu and the void touch. Generally speaking, those among them who were junior deities due to suddenly controlling power and being unable to operate freely would exhibit these mutation conditions in their bodies. Thus, in similar ranks, many deities would show off how they had been assimilated by their divine domains to prove the strength of their domains. Of course, those who had already reached the status of great gods or celestial beings would naturally not express themselves in such a lowly manner. Excluding some deities who enjoyed flaunting, there are always peculiar characters. Oh right, maybe I should improve my quality of life. Fang Ying looked at the small room filled with a sense of historical vicissitude. With a twist of his hand, an eyeball appeared in his palm. Secret medicine, mental shackles. Fang Ying manifested the secret medicine not for personal consumption, but with the intention to sell it. Just like the resources sold by other masters of the divine realm, he needed to seek out some buyers. It seems that the market for spiritual items should be quite substantial, Fang Ying speculated. After all, he was just a student. Though he was a deity, it did not mean he was omnipotent, thus he needed to understand and investigate certain matters. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding. Su xiu xiu. Upon seeing the caller ID, Fang Ying directly pressed the answer button. Fang Ying, how is your divine realm developing? It's just average, how about you? My divine realm has hit a bottleneck. I plan to visit the school to seek advice from a teacher. Do you want to accompany me? Sure. When? Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at the new intersection. No problem. By the way, there's something I want to tell you. The masters of the divine realms who successfully opened their divine realms have established a group for deities between schools. I noticed you are not in it, so I assume you haven't seen it while developing in your divine realm. He'll invite you again. In the group, members can buy and sell resources and discuss experiences. After all, they are all basic deities, making communication easier. Listening to Su Xiuxia's words, Fang Ying pondered for a moment. Sure, no problem. Ding dong, Su Xiuxiu invites you to join the future Big Shot Deity chat group. Fang Ying watched as a light shadow appeared in the void. He chose to agree. Immediately, a chat interface appeared. Chin City No. 1 High School, Su Xiuxiu, ding ding ding, another new partner has joined. Chin City No. 7 High School, Zhao Mingyuan, new members, remember to change their notes. For those encountering this kind of chat group for the first time, remember to check the group announcements. Chin City No. 17 High School, Lu Bebe, welcome, a warm welcome. New members, please share your photos. Chin City No. 5 High School Feng Haitao, after changing your notes, new members should briefly introduce their basic situation, including Divine Realm area and attributes. This group is meant to help everyone improve themselves and exchange resources, so there's no need to worry about information leakage. Fang Ying watched as the barrage of messages swiftly passed before his eyes, finding it quite entertaining. It seemed that this chat group was bound to individuals through special means to facilitate information exchange. He initially thought it was a group chat on a smartphone. After all, ordinary people were the mainstream in this world. Even though there were many deities, they were still a minority. Fang Ying immediately clicked on the group announcement, and a stream of information directly entered his mind. In no time, he understood the purpose of this chat group. 1. Information communication. You can privately chat or group chat with the deities in the group. The text is directly constructed by the deities' divine senses, making it very precise, without the worry of language barriers. 2. Resource exchange. As long as it exists in this world, you can achieve spatial transmission through this chat group. Members can exchange resources, although there will be certain fees. It provides more security, alleviating concerns about counterfeit goods. 3. Skill transmission. This level is higher and can be understood as high-level deities imparting teachings and knowledge to lower-level deities. This chat group is not an ordinary creation by deities, but is constructed by nearly 10 profound deities containing rules of creation, space-time, destiny, and more. Moreover, it is supported by nearly 10,000 golden deities and profound deities to stabilize this unique chat group for deities. Fang Ying's chat group is merely a branch of the main chat group. It is limited to junior deities within Qin City. Fang Ying found this somewhat similar to QQ or WeChat on Earth, only much more mysterious. Thinking of this, Fang Ying decided not to hide anymore and directly wrote his name and class. Qin City No. 1 High School Fang Ying. Hello everyone. Qin City No. 5 High School Lu Qiong Fang Ying. That name sounds familiar. Qin City No. 13 High School Zhao Nao Ho. Could it be another big shot? After all, he was invited by Sister Xiao, so he must be a big shot. Cling to the big leg. Qin City No. 8 High School Baji. Cling to the big leg. 1. Qin City No. 1 High School Zheng Yong Fang Ying. Just haha, if a wasteland world of 0. 1 kilometer can be considered a genius. Let me think, is it a unseen a century encounter or a unseen a millennium encounter? Due to Zheng Yong's words, the originally joyful atmosphere in the group chat suddenly fell silent. The masters of the divine realms who were planning to add each other as friends for future resource exchanges lost the desire to connect. After all, although they were students, they were also masters of the divine realms, not children anymore. They could discern who was beneficial to befriend and who to avoid. 0. 1 kilometers. It seemed that his divine realm's ecological chain could not even be established, let alone talk about development. Perhaps at any moment it could be blown away by the storm of the void. While others remained silent, Zheng Yong continued to provoke. Qin City No. 1 High School Zheng Yong. What's wrong? Exposed and too scared to speak. Fang Ying. Qin City No. 1 High School Fang Ying. See you in the assessment next month. Qin City No. 1 High School Zheng Yong. Oh, I'm so scared. Just so you know, my world has evolved into a human race with spiritual transformation and giants. 1 punch for each mountains collapsing and earth splitting. I wonder if your 0. 1 kilometer small divine realm will burst directly. Qin City No. 1 High School Su Xiao. Really? I wonder if the giants can withstand my ghostly attacks. Su Xiao suddenly couldn't help but defend Fang Ying. After all, they were not only in the same class, but also desk partners. Naturally, she couldn't stand seeing her friend being bullied. Fang Ying then privately chatted with Su Xiao before leaving the group chat. Of course, it was not that Fang Ying was afraid, but because his divine realm space had developed again. The resources accumulated in his divine realm had been exhausted, and the flow rate of time had returned to normal. Cthulhu Era Year 178. The burrowing demon worm returned to the previously determined meteorite coordinates with extremely skilled techniques. However, due to some unexpected circumstances, it deviated a bit, but gained unexpected resources. Soil Resource 1. Cthulhu Era Year 180. Soil resources were brought back. Divine Realm Space Land Area 5 kilometers. Cthulhu Era Year 378. The number of transcendent tribes has exceeded 1000. Due to abundant resources and no malicious destruction, the Cthulhu Divine Realm has developed to a certain extent. Cthulhu Era Year 572. Under the leadership of the Transcendent Cthulhu, tens of thousands of transcendent tribes began constructing an expedition into the void. Due to strength issues, they mostly remained near the Cthulhu Divine Realm. Various resources 1524, useful resources 184. Cthulhu Era Year 872. The total area of the Cthulhu Divine Realm reached 294 kilometers. In the Cthulhu era, in the year 1300, the Void Touch drew inspiration from the prayers of Cthulhu and the deep-sea dweller race under its command, establishing its own unique civilization of the Evil Eye. Language Culture 15, Dark Energy Manipulation 10, Architecture 10, Heritage 12. In the year 1500 of the Cthulhu era, the Void Touch utilized its language to create the primordial Holy Scriptures. A scripture devoted to you, the primordial ruler's prayer. Devotion 10, Conversion of Followers 15, Cultural Depth 15, A Blessing of the Cthulhu Divine Domain 5. Why was it really that impressive? Fang Ying had not forgotten the semi-civilization established by the deep-sea dweller race during the previous deductions, but he never expected that the Evil Eye civilization would seize the opportunity first. Along with this information came the prompts from the deduction system. Ding, congratulations. The first civilized race of the Cthulhu Divine Domain has been born. Deduction value 500. You have obtained one of the following 3 privileges. Please choose. Skill Guaranteed Token. Level Diamond. Effect: by using this token you can guarantee 1 diamond level skill during the extraction of 10 skills in the deduction process. Skill Upgrade Token. Level Platinum. Effect: by using this token you can upgrade any of your golden level skills to platinum level. Skill No Cooldown Token. Level No Level. Effect: by using this token you can refresh the deduction system 1010 without cooldown. I didn't expect the deduction system could give me such a surprise in reality. Fang Ying chuckled and immediately chose the second option, the upgrade token. What a joke. You must know that skills are already scarce and upgrades are even more difficult. Now that there's such an easy opportunity, it is naturally a must to choose. Of course, Fang Ying did not forget the one who contributed the most and promptly transmitted the divine decree. The Evil Eye clan has established the first civilization earning 500 chances for immortality, how other races should motivate themselves. As Fang Ying's words spread far and wide, the other 2 extraordinary races could not help but feel envious. But what could they do? They just had to get to work. The first to take action was the extraordinary creature Cthulhu. After all, his subordinates had such an opportunity, they just hadn't paid attention before. On the other hand, the giant devourers felt a bit hopeless. Unlike the other 2 races, they were not as agile, and their massive bodies resembled large meat worms. You say to establish a civilization. Build houses. Are you kidding? Learn to write. How would that even work? In the end, only the type of consciousness communication remained, but to be honest, all their strength was focused on physical power, and thinking really wasn't suitable for them. After experiencing some setbacks thanks to Fang Ying's message, they weren't left feeling wronged. Go. Your world belongs to the stars and the seas. Bring me back those resources, and your master will surely bless you. With Fang Ying's words, the group of giant devourers worked even harder. Perhaps it was truly destined. These creatures were naturally adapted to the void space. After all, the first meteorite was discovered by the earth-burrowing magic worms. They managed to uncover quite a few resources. Smaller stones, larger chunks of ice, and broken corpses. As time passed, these giant devourers moved like ants, carrying home, slowly finding resources in the void space and continuously transporting them to the Cthulhu Divine Domain. Fang Ying naturally expressed great satisfaction with this phenomenon. At the intersection, Su Xiuxiu, dressed in a youthful and vibrant short skirt, was holding a food box. She waved at Fang Ying as he approached. Why are you here so early? Fang Ying was taken aback. He had arrived 10 minutes early, yet she had been waiting already. Oh, it's nothing. I just woke up early and came out directly. Here, try the little desserts I made. Su Xiuxiu said as she handed it over. Oh, since Su the Great Beauty personally made this, I must savor it carefully. Fang Ying accepted it without hesitation, but upon opening it, he saw 8 translucent desserts resembling carved flowers. This is so beautiful. Your skills are incredible. Fang Ying exclaimed. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Give it a try. Su Xiuxiu was quite pleased with Fang Ying's surprise and immediately urged, go ahead. Fang Ying picked up a piece and a cool sensation spread, leaving him puzzled before he popped it into his mouth. Before Fang Ying could chew, the dessert melted in his mouth, soft, glutinous, and infused with a hint of yin energy. You can actually transfer the power of your divine domain into the dessert. Fang Ying was utterly stunned. You must know that ever since the existence of deities in this world, it has been filled with color. Clothing, food, and shelter all reflect this. The styles of clothing need not be mentioned. Even the small effects are astounding, providing attributes and enhancing defense and attack, not to mention some possess alluring attributes. Shelter and travel are mostly easy to imagine. As for food, it is even more splendid, not only in flavor, but also in effects such as extending life or enhancing spiritual acuity. Some, like Su Xiuxiu, infuse the attributes of their divine domain in a gentle manner. This allows other divine domain rulers to perceive the attributes of different divine domains, leading to derivations. However, while it's easy to talk about, it's incredibly difficult to execute. At least at the moment, Fang Ying couldn't manage it. This is just amazing. Fang Ying gave a thumbs up. Of course. Just wait until I develop further, I'll take care of you. That sounds great. They'll be sure to leech off Su the Great Beauty in the future. Fang Ying immediately responded. The 2 chatted and soon arrived at the school. This immediately caused a stir. Wow, isn't that senior Su Xiuxiu? Yes, that's her. I heard she awakened the ghost chi divine domain. Her future is limitless. What future? This cohort is probably already at the pinnacle. After all, the ghost chi divine domain is incredibly strong both in the early and late stages except against special opposing divine domains. People around them chimed in. Though they were envious, they were perceptive enough not to dare approach too closely. After all, the boundary between ordinary people and deities is quite clear. Deities and divine domains are imperishable and immortal. Mortals, even with power, are but mere ants. I didn't realize it. Sue the Great Beauty, you already have so many connections. Fang Ying joked. That's only natural, so you better come clean about what happened. Why do your eyes have two different colors? That's not ordinary. If I say it's colored contact lenses, do you think I'm foolish? Isn't it? Huh. All right, Fang Ying, watch my fists. The two of them playfully bickered until they finally arrived at their teacher's side. However, they did not expect that the principal and other teachers and mentors were all present. In addition, there were several newly ascended deities, and Xing Yong was one of them. Classmate Su Xiuxiu, you're here. We were just talking about you. A male teacher walked over with a smile. Of course, Fang Ying, who was standing by, was magnificently ignored. Such is reality. Moi. Su Xiuxiu was taken aback and looked at her homeroom teacher. Regarding what we discussed yesterday, your divine realm might be somewhat different, but it is undoubtedly fortunate. Later, I will accompany you to the school's spatial teleportation array, where we can properly assess the development of your divine realm. Is there a problem with her divine realm? Xing Yong was surprised. After all, they had just talked in the deity chat group yesterday, and he knew that she had mocked him. It's not exactly a problem. Classmate Su Xiuxiu's divine realm has encountered some unforeseen circumstances, but it has turned into a blessing in disguise, as her divine realm has the opportunity to become a part of the three realms. Especially the great world of hell, it will no longer be impossible. I estimate that in this year's interclass competition, Su Xiuxiu may very well become first. Still, that male teacher, who is also Xing Yong's homeroom teacher, isn't she from the ghost chi divine realm? A mutation? Xing Yong was taken aback. That's right. Don't be fooled by the giant race produced by your spiritual energy divine realm. They have merely been tainted by spiritual energy and have not directly evolved into cultivators who use spiritual energy. Thus, her divine realm perfectly counters yours. As the male teacher spoke, he noticed Xing Yong from his class was a bit dejected, but did not directly strike him down. Instead, he turned the situation around. However, your divine realm's giant race possesses a special bloodline of the ancient giants. Though it is thin, it is not simple. If you can cultivate with classmate Su Xiuxiu as a divine partner, your giant race will have the chance to evolve into true ancient giants, and may even achieve ascension to the heavenly realm. Moreover, Su Xiuxiu's divine realm will also quickly perfect itself into a unified three-realms scenario with potential that is equally limitless. The male teacher said, casting a meaningful glance at Su Xiuxiu. Xing Yong similarly transformed his originally hostile gaze into one of greed. Su Xiuxiu, however, frowned slightly. Teacher Zhao, there are things that can be said and things that need to be considered carefully before speaking. As a teacher, I believe you understand this better than I do. Of course, I take responsibility for what I say. Is there anything wrong with what I just said? As teachers, our guidance for students' divine realms is always from the best consideration, and besides, I'm merely offering a good suggestion. Teacher Zhao replied with a smile. Really? But all I see is a frog in a well talking only for itself. Su Xiuxiu immediately retorted. Is that so? Don't you find this incident quite interesting? Teacher Zhao smiled back. It is quite interesting, a real-life scenario of a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Indeed, it is very interesting. With Fang Ying's remark, the atmosphere in the entire classroom reached a peak. Su Xiuxiu's homeroom teacher looked meaningfully at this student. As for the other two teachers, Zhao and Xing Yong had grim expressions. Meanwhile, the principal, who had been silent, had a flickering light in his eyes. You, a 0.1 kilometer wasteland deity, what qualifications do you have to ridicule me? A single giant can flatten you and your divine realm. In the end, Xing Yong couldn't help but speak. After all, everyone present were leaders. If he said nothing, he would only be looked down upon by his own teacher. Soon teacher Zhao also responded. Young people are just young people. Sometimes, without experiencing the trials of society, they will never understand what it means to bow down. This world is filled with people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. It's not just what you see. Sometimes only after leaving school will you understand what it means to be a frog in a well. Saying this, teacher Zhao lightly snapped his fingers. A golden token appeared in his hand. One side of the token resembled a celestial palace, while the other side was a massive golden phantom. The token was activated. A message floated before everyone's eyes. Name pseudo-ancient giant phantom level golden, attribute gold effect. 1. Deification can enhance the quasi-divinity of racial beings, divine nature 15. 2. Enlargement can increase the body size of beings, enlargement 50. 3. Deification, hidden attribute for beings with the ancient giant bloodline. There is a chance to enhance their bloodline content, bloodline derivative 5. Did you see that? This is the school's exclusive reward for Xing Yong. People sometimes need to have self-awareness, just like what was said earlier. Being a frog in a well isn't scary. What's scary is still thinking about a toad. Wanting to eat swan meat knowing is not enough. One must also understand who the toad is. Seeing teacher Zhao speak kindly to others, yet bombard Fang Ying with harsh words, Su Xiuxiu felt quite uncomfortable. After all, Fang Ying was standing up for her, and today he was the one she brought along. Just as she was thinking about how to enlighten him and resolve this verbal battle. Fang Ying, however, spoke up indifferently. Oh, as expected of teacher Zhao, your awareness is high. Did you hear that? Xingyong, it's time to prove yourself. In the divine realm battle, are you daring enough to try? This statement from Fang Ying was undoubtedly a bombshell. Not only the others, even teacher Zhao and the principal were momentarily stunned. A divine realm war. What is a divine realm war? Simply put, it's the connection of the divine realms of two divine realm masters through power to establish a blank space battlefield for beings from both realms to battle. A fight to the death in order to showcase both parties' strength. But on what basis does Fang Ying think he can do this? Based on his 0.1 kilometer divine realm. Based on the properties of his wasteland divine realm. Teacher Zhao couldn't find the point of Fang Ying's confidence, but he also didn't want his student to take on such unknown risks. After all, as a deity, he had long known that sometimes you cannot overestimate anyone, nor can you underestimate anyone. Even someone as insignificant as Fang Ying. After all, winning brings no praise, but losing could affect his future performance. It's important to note that Zeng Yong was a promising deity in his class. He had put in so much effort for him. For what? For him. No, for himself. Aren't they teachers striving so that they can rise higher through the school's resources in the future? Unfortunately, teacher Zhao had not yet spoken this thought out loud. Zeng Yong was the first to lose his composure. Haha, you said that, Fang Ying. As a man, when you say something, you must follow through. If you want to compete, I'll accompany you. But if something unexpected happens, don't cry. Naturally, Fang Ying raised an eyebrow ready for it. Seeing such an intense scene, both teacher Zhao and Fang Ying's homeroom teacher turned to the principal. After all, they were just students. They had only just awakened their divine identities. Principal, look at this. Ha, kids at this age are just full of vigor. It's just a competition. With us watching and using the school's equipment, nothing will go wrong. The principal spoke calmly and confidently, occasionally glancing into Fang Ying's eyes. The contrast of gray and red in her gaze was quite captivating. Fang Ying, that Zeng Yong is not to be underestimated. The giant clan is more than just brute strength. Su Xiuxiu, still somewhat worried, tugged at Fang Ying's sleeve and advised her. Don't worry. Fang Ying gave a reassuring look and then turned to the principal respectfully. Principal, in order to ensure the fairness of the competition, we would like you to be the judge for this match. Yes, please, principal. Xing Yong immediately chimed in. Haha, sure. The principal smiled and nodded in agreement. Soon the group of 6 began making their way to the Divine Domain Combat Hall. Some teachers who were aware of the news immediately called their students to come and watch. Some students from out of town even purchased tickets for spatial transmission directly arriving at the school. The Divine Domain battle, while a common form of competitive fighting, was not frequently seen. This was due to the fact that any battle would result in casualties. Although the casualties would involve beings from the Divine Domain, they would still weaken the power of the Divine Domain's Lord and expose some of their abilities, putting them at a disadvantage if acquired by outsiders. Moreover, as this was a competition among the human race and not one arranged by the school or deities, winning or losing brought no real benefits, unless there was a grudge who would enjoy fighting to the death. This made the competition between Fang Ying and Zeng Yong particularly lively. Hurry. I heard that Senior Xing Yong and another called Senior Fang Ying have started the Divine Domain battle, and the principal is judging. If we arrive late, we won't get good seats. By the way, it's not even assessment time now. Starting a competition like this, aren't they worried about unexpected results in a month's time? Who knows? I heard it's for love. The reason is a girl. Nonsense, I heard it's because one senior was pursuing another and got rejected, leading to this competition. Hey, don't you think it's reckless to depict the seniors of the 3rd year as having become divine beings? Aren't you afraid of death? In just a moment, over 10,000 students from the entire school rushed toward the Divine Domain Combat Hall, with many teachers mixed in. Even some students who were still in class, as well as teachers, immediately stopped their lessons upon hearing this news. After all, nothing leaves a more profound impression than a real battle. Teaching must be vivid and lively. Hey, Director Lin, aren't you on leave? Teacher Zhao spotted a rather pregnant teacher and thought to himself that she was quite reckless. Oh, this is because the school needs some material for teaching. After all, I also live stream lessons to my students from home. Director Lin said with a smile. Watching the dense crowd, Zeng Yong felt the momentum was in his favor, as if destiny was on his side. Therefore, he puffed out his chest. Fang Ying, now it seems impossible for you to withdraw. What do you think? Are you scared? If so, just surrender earlier. Don't worry, you'll clean up your mess completely. Oh, really? That's what I wanted to say to you. Fang Ying's expression remained calm, a hint of red light flashing in her eyes. You two prepare yourselves. the divine domain battle is about to begin and the spatial matrix is starting to be built. The principal held up a round, seemingly magical crystal ball and said. Fang Ying and Zeng Yong immediately stood on the combat stage. Immediately lines began to intertwine and swirl around the two, forming a torus model. Oh, speaking of which, this competition was proposed by you, Fang Ying. We are simply responding to it passively. Since neither side stands to gain anything from winning or losing, it lacks excitement. So I plan to introduce some stakes. Teacher Zhao suddenly produced the token he had shown to Fang Ying earlier, the pseudo-giant spirit god phantom. What do you think, Fang Ying? Do you have anything to put up as a stake? In fact, this was also something Teacher Zhao had planned in advance. Since he couldn't stop Fang Ying, he might as well humiliate her a bit, making her realize the world's cruelty, so she would be more careful in her words next time. And if the opponent could produce stakes, that would be even better. It would be like getting something for nothing. Fang Ying was taken aback. Hey, how come I didn't think it could be like this? It's like a pillow is being offered just when I'm sleepy. What do you think, Fang Ying? With a beauty by your side, don't embarrass yourself. Of course, if you can't produce anything, it's fine. After all, with your divine domain space, I doubt anyone would invest in it. Zeng Yong couldn't help but mock from the side. Are you sure you want me to put something up? Fang Ying said with a hint of a smile. Of course, are you saying you can't? Don't act so profound here. Zeng Yong immediately retorted. No, very good, excellent. Fang Ying was just about to take out her wager when Su Xiuxiu stopped her. Zeng Yong, don't you think what you're doing is shameless? Bullying the weak isn't worth anything. If you have guts, compete with me. Are you brave enough? After Su Xiuxiu spoke, she felt as if she had said something wrong and immediately turned to Fang Ying to apologize. Ha, Fang Ying, what's wrong? Hiding behind a woman isn't an ability. Are you too cowardly to stand up? Zeng Yong ignored Su Xiuxiu. What a joke. Your divine domain is already larger than mine, and your divine domain creatures completely counter mine. Do you really think I'm a fool? Su Xiuxiu, you can rest assured, as your former deskmate, I won't make it easy for you to lose. Fang Ying smiled faintly. All right, I believe in you. But I also hope you accept my goodwill. Su Xiuxiu said, tossing out a token. Name Hell's core level gold attribute in effect. 1. Hell creator can create your own hell, area 10. 2. Breath of Hell generates a continuous aura of hell, can cultivate ghostly beings, ghost chi 20. Use this as Fang Ying's wager. After Su Xiuxiu finished speaking, she directly handed the token to the principal. This action left both Fang Ying and the homeroom teacher stunned. Even Teacher Zhao hadn't expected this. You this Su Xiuxiu? Fang Ying was at a loss for words. Our relationship isn't even that good yet. I believe in you. Su Xiuxiu replied with a smile. Then I must not disappoint your expectations. Fang Ying smiled, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind communicating with his divine realm. With the assistance of the school's instruments, they didn't need to enter the void space in person, as they could still issue divine decrees to the beings in their divine realms. Wow, is it starting already? I'm so excited. It's a gamble. This prize is at least 100 million, right? Not just that, brother, that Hell's core is worth much more than 100 million. I heard that Senior Fang Ying has a divine realm of only 0.1 kilometers. Even after 3 days, it shouldn't compare to Senior Zeng Yong's divine realm. Who knows, maybe Senior Fang Ying has his own secrets. After all, he's a divine being. A group of lower grade students were discussing among themselves. Fang Ying had already entered his divine realm. My children, war is about to begin. Prepare for battle. The giant devourers as the vanguard, the evil eyes as support, and the deep divers lying in wait as hidden forces. The burrowing demon worms and the void touch are concealed in the void, with Cthulhu commanding the battle while Dagon coordinates. Fang Ying's orders were concise, with hardly any wasted words, as he had already simulated this deployment in his mind thousands of times. Now it was merely falling into reality. The extraordinary beings who received Fang Ying's divine decrees responded immediately, and their entire tribes had long been preparing for battle. Praise our Lord, always ready. For the glory of the primordial Lord, for the glory of Cthulhu's divine realm. Slaughter, eliminate all unknown invaders. The giant devourers directly dispatched 3,000 fierce warriors, each 30 meters long and nearly 10 meters wide. They possessed not only burrowing abilities but could also attack while floating. Their thick armor and sharp bone spikes were advantageous weapons for combat. I wonder what kind of size the enemy's giants have. Fang Ying then turned his head to the other side. Behind the giant devourers was a formation of 10 by 10 comprising 1,000 evil eyes. Not to mention, as long as they were not attacked, they could unleash a 360-degree attack on enemies within a 3,000 meter range for 10 hours. As for the 5,000 deep divers hidden behind, Fang Ying felt that this simple battle might not even require their presence. However, when dealing with enemies, it's essential to underestimate them psychologically, but take them seriously strategically. This is still very necessary. Fang Ying, why are you still dawdling? Are you afraid? Zeng Yong mocked Fang Ying first. Maybe, but I hope you can still talk to me like this next. Fang Ying was indifferent, having no intention of engaging in a war of words. Naturally, my divine realm is hundreds of times yours, and my giants possess quantities you cannot imagine, although I feel it might be overkill to deal with you. Zheng Yong continued to mock. At that moment, the principal spoke up. If you are ready, you may proceed to launch the spatial battlefield. Ding, the battle of divine realms begins. Fang Ying and Zheng Yong immediately waved their hands, simultaneously manifesting their divine realms. A massive divine realm phantom suddenly appeared on the battlefield of the divine realm. The divine realms of the two looked like products created from 3D particle models. The moment they appeared, they began to press toward each other. This was the first competition of the divine realms, a test of the potential of both divine worlds. It was somewhat akin to a clash of pressure between the two sides. If one side could overwhelm the other, they would gain significant psychological and overall momentum over their opponent. On the other hand, the defeated side would decline. In this increase and decrease, the outcome would be apparent unless there was a significant reversal, otherwise it would be hard to turn the tide. But the moment the two divine realms appeared, everyone present gasped in shock. The difference was indeed 100-fold. However, it was Zheng Yong and Fang Ying's divine realms that had nearly 100-fold difference. A massive 7-colored divine realm was effortlessly crushing a pale green divine realm that looked like a small soccer ball in comparison. The entire scene was extremely shocking. It was like an adult bullying a child. The 7-colored divine realm crushed the pale green small divine realm with loud crashing sounds, while Zheng Yong, the divine realm's owner, had veins bulging and eyes bulging out, showing that he was enduring great pain. In the end, Zheng Yong could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and thus he was defeated. Although the school could forcibly connect the divine realms of the two through instruments and project the divine realm phantoms, it was not the true divine realm world. But it still contained the power of the divine realm world. Any damage to the divine realm would fall upon the divine realm master. After all, to obtain something, one must pay a price. However, it was clear that the people's focus was not on Zheng Yong, but rather on Fang Ying's divine realm. Oh my, what is that? An ocean, an endless sea with countless creatures swimming within. Land, mountains, diverse vegetation covering the ground, various fruits and vegetables sprawling across the earth. In addition, there were all sorts of strange creatures jumping around whose names could not be recalled. Moreover, there were glaciers, swamps, lava deserts. All sorts of environments existed within Fang Ying's divine realm. It was hard to imagine how the other party achieved this. After all, every divine realm had its unique attributes, making it difficult to accommodate various chaotic species. Furthermore, even if one wanted to turn their divine realm into a hodgepodge, it would require a massive amount of resources to fill it, something only powerful families could afford. Even the teachers didn't dare. How could a poor student like Fang Ying manage it? As for the overall area of Fang Ying's divine realm, it shocked teacher Zhao so much that he stood up. How is this possible? Isn't it 0.1 kilometers? This is definitely close to 200 kilometers. A 2,000-fold increase. How did he achieve this in such a short time? Teacher Zhao's astonishment made him forget to pay attention to his student Zheng Yong's condition. Instead, he carefully examined Fang Ying's divine realm, looking for clues. The calmest person in the entire scene was actually the old principal. In his wise and discerning gaze, there was admiration for Fang Ying. How long has it been? 300 years. Another little prodigy has emerged. After all, the moment Fang Ying appeared in the office, the principal saw a certain potential in his eyes. Ding, Fang Ying's divine realm manifests 234 kilometers, Zheng Yong's divine realm 54 kilometers. Fang Ying's divine realm creatures courage 50, stamina 20. The battle of divine realms officially begins. As the sound of the system echoed, the spatial battle platform began to shimmer with various alien species. Among them, the most remarkable was a gigantic worm resembling both an octopus and a snake, measuring 70 meters in length and 20 meters in width. Its surface was adorned with tightly packed shimmering scales which were coated in a viscous liquid. The tips of its massive tentacles were clustered with writhing, pulsating small appendages, each lined with sharp teeth. Though the drilling earthworm's appearance was not as frightening as that of the giant worm, it was armed to the teeth. However, its colossal size was truly intimidating and eye-catching. On the other side, the giants of the Zheng Yong clan emerged. They had humanoid shapes with muscular bodies towering at least 3 meters high, with the tallest reaching nearly 5 meters. Each of them wielded stone weapons or massive wooden clubs that were 1 to 2 times their own size. The 100-strong group emanated a fierce, wild aura that anyone could feel upon seeing them. However, everything is fearful of comparison. Looking at the opponent, even a single giant worm measured nearly 30 meters long and 10 meters thick. All right then. At that moment, the hands of the giants trembled. Even if their intelligence was low, they understood that the sumptuous feast the God Lord had informed them about was entirely a different matter. It seemed that this would be a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the students and teachers outside were once again stirred by the system's announcement. How much? Did I hear that right? 234 kilometers, can you believe it? Wake me up quickly. I clearly saw the God domain activated by Senior Fang Ying was merely 0.1 kilometers of wasteland. Am I dreaming? All the students were whispering among themselves. The teachers were equally unsettled, initially thinking they would just watch a spectacle and give their students a lesson in society. They aimed to teach them the saying of enduring for temporary peace and understanding that retreat can lead to broader horizons, and that if one lacks ability, they should not show off. Of course, the typical negative example was Fang Ying. Yet reality dealt them a heavy blow. Who would have thought that in just 3 short days an ordinary student would have directly expanded their god domain area by nearly 2,000 times? What does this mean? It was simply as unbelievable as winning the grand prize in the Great Xia Kingdom on Earth. The key point is it defies logic. Su Xiuxiu, you came with Fang Ying. Do you know what happened to him in these 3 days? Fang Ying's homeroom teacher immediately asked. I can't be sure. Perhaps he encountered his own opportunity. Su Xiuxiu thought about her recent experience with the mutation of her god domain and replied. Other teachers laughed at this response. Opportunity? What kind of absurd fortune is that? Did he save the blue star in his past life? It should be noted that even the initial 0.1 kilometer god domain that Fang Ying activated required some resource feeding, even with empty space feeding him. Too many resources could potentially burst that small god domain, unless it was like squeezing toothpaste, continuously supplying Fang Ying's resources for 3 days. What a terrifying investment that would be to think about. And given Fang Ying's current god domain state, he could probably directly participate in this year's divine selection competition. Many people wanted to witness the miracle created by Fang Ying. Meanwhile, Zheng Yong's former buddies were as frantic as they had been before, now in a state of disarray. After all, as long as one is not foolish, they can see whose future achievements would be greater, especially considering the 2 factions of creatures that would appear later in the battle. The monsters summoned from Fang Ying's side completely overshadowed the giants in terms of size. With no advantage left, what could they even fight for? Though the final result was uncertain, Fang Ying's side had thousands of creatures. In terms of numbers alone, they already outnumbered the opponents by over 10 times. They hoped that when Fang Ying grew in the future, he would not regard them as significant. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena was intense, while Zheng Yong's mood was very low. Of course, Teacher Zhao was probably also feeling down, considering the token would likely cost a lot. That was the resource he painstakingly obtained through connections planning to push Zheng Yong forward. Fang Ying, don't get complacent. Who wins or loses is still uncertain. Gaining the initial advantage means nothing. The one who laughs last is the true winner. My giant clan possesses wisdom, while your creatures are nothing more than mindless, brutish beings easily slaughtered by me. Prepare to weep. Fang Ying looked at the boisterous Zheng Yong with a strange expression and said flatly, Are you done barking? I'm about to take action. Then he addressed the giant drilling worm clan. Drilling earthworm, have your kin test the waters. First, be cautious of your safety and see how strong these big oafs are. Do not act recklessly. Understood, great master. The drilling earthworm did not directly command the giant drilling clan to use their most skilled earth evasion technique, but intended to first take a hit and gauge the situation. Giants, what lies before you is nothing but tons of food. Use your weapons and wisdom to repel them. Zheng Yong shouted orders to his giants. Roar, roar. With nearly 430 giants roaring and pounding their chests, they launched an attack on the giant drilling worm. Stay alert and dodge. We need to defeat them one by one and find their weaknesses. One giant, clearly a leader, began directing and led the others to attack a smaller giant drilling worm. The leading giant wielded a massive stone axe. The 2 sides clashed, and it was a swift encounter. The gigantic axe struck the limb of the giant worm, producing a loud cracking sound. However, the axe shattered. The leading giant was clearly taken aback. His strength was 3 times that of the average giant, and even a rugged monster should have suffered fractures or pain. Yet after he swung his axe, the opponent seemed completely unfazed, and instead, he lost his weapon. What kind of monster is this? Unfortunately, they would not know that part of the food for these giant drilling worms included minerals. Comparatively, the bone spurs of the giant drilling worms might be tougher than steel, let alone ordinary stones. The giant drilling worm, enraged by the small piece of flesh that struck it, directly swallowed it whole. The leading giant was finished. The other giants were stunned. Was this truly their great leader? How could he disappear upon first contact? What should they do next? Should they fight or not? After all, the god domain creatures are still creatures. They possess intelligence and emotions. Those who cannot win would genuinely know to flee. Bang, bang, bang. In the moment when the giants were stunned, over a dozen giants had already followed in the footsteps of their clan leader. And just like that, not a single hair was left, along with their weapons being swallowed whole. After all, the giant devouring worms are creatures that originally consume ores, and this level of content would not affect their digestion. On the contrary, the giant devouring worms might have sensed that the flesh of these giants was quite appealing, firm, and chewy, which led to some competition among them. It is important to know that the development of each divine domain is related to its inherent attributes, and Zheng Yong's divine domain belongs to the spiritual energy world, although the spiritual energy content might be pitifully low. However, this does not affect the rules of spiritual energy contained within these giants. Absorbing the genes of different races can also promote their own evolution and development. Thus, the overall situation transformed into a scene of enormous worm monsters devouring those giants who had discarded their armor and fled. Fang Ying cast a peculiar glance at Zeng Yong. Although he knew he would win, he did not expect to win so easily. It had been 3 days. After all, with Zeng Yong possessing a decent divine domain, at least some good followers should have appeared in these 3 days. He could tell from the confident expression on the other party's face, yet the final result was, alright, maybe he had overestimated the other party. His Fang Ying was unaware that the crowd below was gasping in shock at his followers. After all, this giant devouring worm was truly ferocious. Its entire body was transformed reminiscent of that alien-like deity from abroad. No, perhaps Fang Ying's followers were even more powerful than the alien. Because the alien's body was not nearly this massive. It was practically an existence born for combat. Among them were several senior students who had also activated their divine domains and were secretly comparing them with their own divine domain followers. In the end, they gave up. They couldn't even compare to Zeng Yong's giants, let alone the giant devouring worms that chased down the giants like candy. How on earth did Fang Ying cultivate his followers? Their shape and strength were clearly born for slaughter. Indeed, it was simply astonishing. I remember his divine domain attribute was supposed to be wasteland. Could it be that he maximized the oxygen levels? Now his divine domain followers have already gained an advantage in physical defense and attack. Unless there are divine domain creatures that can counter him, even so, he will surely rank among the top 100 in this competition. It seems our school is about to produce another genius. The teachers were exchanging their thoughts, and many were congratulating Fang Ying's homeroom teacher in advance. After all, not only did they have Su Xiuxiu, but also Fang Ying, such a dark horse. The resources and rewards afterward would surely be abundant. However, this group was destined to remain oblivious to the fact that Fang Ying had not even summoned all of his followers, not even all the giant devouring worms. After all, he thought the other party was being deceptive, so he held back, not realizing that this was already all of the other party's strength. Fang Ying, I surrender. Zeng Yong gritted his teeth, his face flushed, his voice somewhat small as he spoke to Fang Ying. What did you say? Is someone talking to me? Fang Ying placed his hand on his ear, feigning confusion. Fang Ying, you win this time. I know I was wrong before. I hope you can overlook my previous mistakes. After all, we are both students of the same year and the same school. Our enemies have never been our own people. I was wrong this time. There was no choice. This time Zeng Yong had invested all his strength to show off, and if these giants were wiped out, it would be a huge loss for him. Simply recovering and nurturing would take at least 5 days. One must know that the assessment is in a month, and if he delays these 5 days, he might fall far behind others. But just wait. When he rises again, there will surely be a day when he gets it back. For now, he had to bow his head to the other party. Fang Ying, you win. Please don't kill them all. Teacher Zhao had been watching from the side. After all, this was a competition, and he couldn't make decisions for the other party. But once Zeng Yong spoke up, he had a reason to intervene. However, what awaited was Fang Ying's eye roll. He had not forgotten the pressure during the activation of his divine domain, nor the ridicule he faced yesterday when Su Xiuxiu led him into the divine chat group. Moreover, there was the attitude of this master and disciple duo towards him and Su Xiuxiu, which could definitely be described as kicking someone when they were down. Now they realized their mistakes. Now that they saw the situation was not right and knew he wouldn't let them off easily, Fang Ying secretly issued a kill order to his giant devouring clan. The attacks of the giant devouring clan became even faster. Fang Ying, you. Zeng Yong stood up in anger. He wanted his giants to run, but there was only so much space to escape. All right, Fang Ying, you have won. You can stop now. The principal who was hosting the match finally spoke. Although he looked down on the actions of this master and disciple, he was the head of the school and had to consider the overall situation. Fang Ying, of course, complied, issuing orders to his followers. However, he gradually slowed down the offensive. To put it simply, he would say his piece, and they could do what they wanted. Soon the battle information refreshed once more. Ding, battle ended. Fang Ying's followers suffered no fatalities. Zeng Yong had one severely injured giant left. Fang Ying wins. Duration of this divine domain battle, 24 seconds. Afterward, various combat information data lined up one by one. The figures of the giant devouring clan and the giant who was left with only a stick slowly disappeared from the battle space. Fang Ying shrugged. Sorry, I did my best. Fang Ying, I will kill you. Zeng Yong, calm down. Teacher Zhao, my giant clan. They are gone, all gone. Woo XX. Zeng Yong, a senior about to graduate, started crying in front of everyone. It was enough to make anyone who heard it shed tears, and those listening felt sorrow. Teacher Zhao's face was also ashen. The resources he had promised Zeng Yong were gone, and now his giant clan had been completely wiped out by Fang Ying. He was very worried about the upcoming major examination in a month. After all, this was related to him and the annual teacher's bonus, and all of this was because of one person, Fang Ying. As for the others, what a joke. Applause belongs only to the victors. Many even cheered loudly. Senior Fang Ying, I love you. Senior Fang Ying, you are amazing. From today on, you are my idol. Senior Fang Ying, I want to bear your little divine beings. Zheng Yong was increasingly filled with resentment at the praises from his classmates around him. Why were these all supposed to be mine? Damn it. It's all your fault, Fang Ying. Just you wait. On the other side, Su Xiuxiu suddenly ran over wanting to give Fang Ying a hug. Fortunately, Fang Ying was quick on his feet, executing a 360-degree Thomas spin, and then with an elegant gentlemanly gesture, he took Su Xiuxiu's hand. He wouldn't allow the other party to make any inappropriate moves. After all, the principal, teachers, and classmates were all watching. Dear lady, please don't act out. Su Xiuxiu was amused by Fang Ying's actions. Fang Ying, you are amazing. I didn't expect you to be so deep undercover, she said, blinking her eyes. Well, actually, I didn't expect it to be this easy either. I have to thank Zheng Yong for his support, Fang Ying remarked, looking at the furious Zheng Yong. Fang Ying youped. Whether it was due to the backlash from the death of his divine domain's follower or the anger from Fang Ying's words, Zheng Yong spat out a mouthful of blood. This startled teacher Zhao beside him, who quickly dodged, but then reacted and hurriedly pulled back the pushed Zheng Yong. After all, so many people were watching, he couldn't let his image collapse. Zheng Yong, be strong. The teacher is here, let's go. Teacher Zhao said, preparing to take Zheng Yong away. Cough, cough. Teacher Zhao, you truly have a lot of forgetfulness. Have you forgotten our bet? Fang Ying quickly darted in front of Teacher Zhao. Of course I haven't forgotten. Teacher Zhao gritted his teeth as he said this. After all, he was also a deity, and today he was being repeatedly provoked by Fang Ying, whom he regarded as an ant. He then tossed out a token. Fang Ying's left eye sparkled with gray light, and the token seemed to be drawn into his hand. Teacher Zhao, please take care, and thank you for your gift. I will definitely achieve outstanding results in the big competition 1 month from now. Teacher Zhao glanced at Fang Ying's eyes, snorted, and left without saying anything more. However, Fang Ying didn't care too much. After all, this token, even if he worked hard for a year, he might not have obtained it. Such exclusive traits also required connections. Hey Fang Ying, quickly tell me, what else are you hiding from me? Are we not the close desk mates we used to be? You've kept this from me for so long, and I was worried for you. By the way, when did you expand your divine domain to over 100 kilometers? Also, what is that follower creature of yours? I've never seen it before, it looks fierce. Su Xiuxiu leaned closer to Fang Ying, showing no interest in the token in his hand, but was very focused on Fang Ying's divine domain situation. No problem. After this is over, I'll treat you, Su Xiuxiu, to a feast. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you one by one. Fang Ying immediately smiled, as he truly had no idea how he attracted this desk mate. Alright, you said it. After so many years as desk mates, this is your first time treating me to a meal. It better be good. No problem. Fang Ying, come to my office after this. Given your current divine domain's development status, I believe the school should reassess your evaluation for a better future. The principal strolled back and said this to Fang Ying as he approached. This is thanks to the principal and the school's nurturing. I will come right away. Fang Ying nodded immediately. After all, as a student of this school, the stronger Fang Ying became, the more face the school would have with other schools. This was closely linked to the principal's own interests. If he could nurture a top student at the municipal level, provincial level, or even national level, then the resources obtained by the school would be vastly different. Of course, being the top in the country was somewhat exaggerated. After all, even if Fang Ying possessed a deduction system, this world was one with deities. Thus, the offspring of those deities could be said to be born with advantages, even if they inherently lacked the ability to activate a divine domain. Their divine fathers would forcibly create one for them. This was the true bug. Therefore, Fang Ying was still very self-aware regarding this. But the more Fang Ying acted this way, the more it appeared to outsiders as a sign of maturity. Unperturbed by praise or disgrace, truly a talent of a great deity. It seems our school is about to produce another genius. I saw it long ago. I knew that gold always shines. The teachers surrounded Fang Ying, eagerly praising him. After all, this era was one of great extremes. The student in front of you might be a future divine emperor. If you meet him later, even if he spits at you, it would be a good thing. But do not think that saliva is just saliva. For dragons, it is called dragon saliva. For deities, especially those who have become beings above the heavenly deities, even a single hair they pluck could be of divine artifact level, and a single drop of saliva could even upgrade a true deity's divine domain. This is not exaggeration, it is absolutely true, and perhaps even understated. Fang Ying could only raise his head, calmly walking through the sweet words around him. In the end, Su Xiuxiu, who was beside him, couldn't stand the talk of wanting to be with Fang Ying, and chose to wait for him outside the school. Fang Ying also genuinely thought of the words of Chekhov, when you become strong enough, the world will treat you kindly. Knock, 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 come in. As he pushed the door open, Fang Ying saw the principal leisurely leaning back in the chair, looking at him with a peaceful expression. Young man, you are quite impressive. To be honest, even now the principal still somewhat couldn't believe it. Especially after seeing the follower creature of Fang Ying. It was a very strange creature. Having taught for 5 entire epochs, he had never encountered anything like it. Perhaps this child was the ladder to his future promotion. Based on his estimates, as long as Fang Ying maintained well, achieving first place at the municipal level should be no problem. If he had his own plans and worked hard, achieving first place at the provincial level was also possible. Because he could see that Fang Ying was not using all his power, within Fang Ying's projected divine domain C, he saw another massive figure. Though it was fleeting, that might be the reason Fang Ying's eyes changed color. As for the national level, if he could make it into the top 100, he would consider it a great blessing. All of this is thanks to the guidance of the principal and the nurturing of my teachers, which has led to my current achievements, Fang Ying said, nodding to his teacher. Indeed, in the principal's office, besides the principal, there were also his homeroom teacher and 2 department heads. It is easy to understand why his old homeroom teacher is here. After all, a sudden change in a student of his requires some understanding. As for the other 2 department heads, one reason is their considerable authority as instructional leaders, and the other is their natural curiosity about how Fang Ying managed to develop his divine domain so quickly. After all, divine beings are like teachers who impart knowledge and solve doubts. There may not be a clear sequence, yet sometimes a small method or trick can provide great opportunities for these old divine beings. All right, Fang Ying, there's no need for pleasantries. It is clear that you are a very talented student, and I have decided to nurture you. You shouldn't hold back. Just share what you know or can tell us, and I will provide you with the corresponding resources in return. The principal spoke plainly. He understood that talking in circles would only annoy someone as intelligent as Fang Ying. This might be a common flaw among the younger generation, but as the principal, he was adept at managing it. The other teachers perked up their ears, waiting for Fang Ying's response. Fang Ying smiled at the principal and the teachers, speaking candidly. The development of my divine domain may sound unbelievable to you all. It involves a bit of luck and a small experiment. It's not necessarily a matter of burning bridges. Oh, I would love to hear more. Fang Ying's words thoroughly piqued the interest of the principal and the others. All right, let me start from the beginning. Fang Ying casually walked over to the sofa beside the principal's office, settled into a comfortable position, and began to explain. The principal did not feel disrespected by Fang Ying's actions. In fact, he found this young man, with a distinct personality, somewhat likable. I wonder if the principal has heard of the God of Darkness. Whom are you referring to? The level 4 celestial god, the God of Darkness? The principal was taken aback and then immediately thought of the recent destruction of the God of Darkness domain, which was said to be related to the Lord of Light. Could it be that this young man has obtained an opportunity related to that divine domain? If so, it would explain a lot, considering Fang Ying was merely a divine being now, while a celestial god is nearly 4 major tiers above. Whatever the case, that guy's divine domain was destroyed. The good things certainly wouldn't leak out like that. What a coincidence it would have to be. The principal did not dwell on it further, but continued to listen to Fang Ying's report. As for the teachers and department heads, they too were divine beings, but their strength was limited. Even the department heads were merely at the level of great divine beings. It should be noted that there are several advantages to being a teacher. First, they are protected by the alliance of gods. As long as they do not make major mistakes, they generally will not face life-threatening crises. Second, they do not have to confront enemies outside. The current world is anything but peaceful, and in the void one is constantly on the brink of death. Of course, with advantages come disadvantages. Naturally, resources are not as plentiful, leading to slow development. Moreover, not everyone can become a teacher. One must accumulate a certain amount of merit to qualify, and merit is gained by fighting against enemies from the outer realms. Otherwise, if any random divine being could become a teacher, how would they avoid leading their students astray? What would happen to humanity's future? After all, this is not about internal competition. The cake is only so big, and if there are too many people, there will be less to eat. Currently, the void is vast with plenty of cake to share, but there are few to consume it, especially among humans where divine beings are too scarce. They are entirely on the consuming, and so more divine beings need to join. I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but at that time I was within my own divine domain in the void. I was contemplating the development of my divine domain when suddenly I heard a furious roar related to the God of Darkness, and then I saw a large mass of luminous matter rushing towards my divine domain. At that moment, I was completely stunned, thinking it was an attack from an enemy from the outer realm. After all, that mass of light was too dazzling. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't observe or defend against it. In the end, I could only watch helplessly as that mass of light entered my divine domain, resulting in a fierce collision with my domain. Fang Ying recounted his experience slowly, but from his expression, it was evident how terrified and helpless he had felt at that time. But perhaps due to my good fortune, that mass of light not only did not conflict with my divine domain, but instead merged with it, just like water and milk blending together. Immediately afterward, I saw my divine domain starting to expand continuously, little by little, from 0.1 kilometers breaking through to 1 kilometer and then expanding to 150 kilometers before gradually returning to normal. Fang Ying's voice narrated this fortunate journey in a calm manner. The others, including the teachers and department heads, displayed expressions of shock. What was this? Was it a pie falling from the sky? No, it should be a golden pie falling from the sky. If they were not mistaken, that must be the source of the shattered divine domain. After all, only such a thing could allow a divine domain to expand without loss. What was this? What a miracle! What kind of probability 1 in tens of trillions could match this occurrence? You must be the reincarnation of a lucky child. To be honest, if this matter were true, even the principal felt that this young man was a bit too fortunate. I say you wouldn't be trying to fool us, would you? Previously, that Su Shosho directly gained an opportunity for a major change in her divine domain, leaving us speechless. And you directly received the source of a divine domain from the heavens. Is it that your entire class has struck it lucky? That seems too coincidental, one of the department heads said with a puzzled expression. I don't know, maybe I'm just a friendly person who doesn't like to nitpick. Fang Ying shrugged. Hey, you child. The department head was displeased. Why can't I express my thoughts and now I'm being accused of nitpicking? Who are you implying? All right, Fang Ying, I am more interested in your small experiment. How would you mind sharing it? The principal promptly stopped the two from arguing. Of course, it actually relates to my own circumstances. As you know, I am an orphan. A single sentence from Fang Ying caught everyone off guard, leaving them unsure of how to express their emotions. You asked whether I should comfort you or praise you. Fortunately, Fang Ying's next statement made it even harder for everyone to find an escape. So I am very poor. Fang Ying shrugged again, expressing helplessness. But I have a heart that strives to ascend, so in the divine realm, I opened it as 0. At 1 kilometer, I did not give up. Later, after obtaining the divine realm essence that you just mentioned, Director, I became even more determined not to give up. I cannot waste the good fortune that heaven has given me. So I decided to make a bold attempt. A bold attempt? Fang Ying's homeroom teacher was taken aback and then looked uncertainly at Fang Ying. She wanted to know if Fang Ying's bold attempt was what she imagined it to be. After all, she had not forgotten the story she told earlier to inspire her students about an ordinary deity who, through the evolution of life, transformed a wasteland divine realm into an immortal realm. That's right. Fang Ying nodded. The others did not understand what these two were playing at, but soon Fang Ying provided an answer. Although my divine realm has expanded, it is still an ordinary and wasteland divine realm with scarce resources that make life evolution difficult. And I do not have extra funds to purchase the corresponding resources. So after considering many options, I excluded the pathways of divine, immortal, magical, and martial arts. I plan to take a path that others have not traversed. Cthulhu. Fang Ying articulated each word clearly. This time, even the principal looked confused. What kind of thing is that? It should be noted that there is no Cthulhu myth in Fang Ying's current world. After all, this world is filled with the ways of deities, and many Western elements have been concealed before they could emerge. That's right, it is a form of self-designation. Through my discoveries, although the wasteland world is dilapidated, the rules of the divine realm are similarly exposed. Thus, if a life form can develop even slightly within it, its future achievements will be limitless. Fang Ying spoke earnestly. So you chose to develop your divine realm from scratch and cultivate it alone. This time it was the principal who was shocked. There was no choice. He clearly understood that the rules of the wasteland divine realm were exposed. He also knew that if a life form developed within this divine realm, it would definitely be powerful, as it directly controls the heart and the power of divine realm rules. But one must be clear. That is, what is a wasteland divine realm? Natural disasters, land fractures, dried rivers, and parched seas, along with various calamities, come rushing in, creating chaos. Otherwise, how could the rules of the divine realm be exposed? Developing life forms in such a chaotic divine realm starts from the very beginning. What a joke! This is practically equivalent to seeking death. After all, even an ordinary divine realm could end up poorly with just a bit of nurturing, let alone such a wasteland divine realm. That's right, at the beginning I faced some obstacles, but I did not give up. I also utilized the school-provided resource token Nature's Cloud. Subsequently, I accelerated the time in my divine realm, and I unexpectedly obtained some meteorites, icebergs, volcanoes, and earth veins. Fang Ying began speaking casually, as if chatting about everyday life. Are you saying that your divine realm continuously captures resources from the void? It seems so. They all fell directly into my divine realm, which led to the rapid development of my divine realm. Eventually, signs of life appeared, and I began to guide them, gradually absorbing the power of the divine realm rules. My divine realm also began to generate another type of power, which I called the breath of evil energy. Everyone listened to Fang Ying recount his experience of developing his divine realm, much like listening to a celestial book. Even the director, who had previously clashed with Fang Ying, was shocked by his luck. If this is true, you must surely be favored by the goddess of luck. Well, since Fang Ying has already shared his situation, you all should leave. I need to have a private conversation with this little fellow. The principal directly activated the mode of expelling people, causing Fang Ying's homeroom teacher to leave reluctantly. You are indeed favored by the goddess of luck. Tell me, what do you currently need for development? I can help you as compensation for the school's previous misassessment of you. The principal looked at Fang Ying and smiled. Fang Ying met the principal's gaze knowing that the principal was sincere. He did not hold back and spoke frankly. Principal, my divine realm has developed too rapidly, leading to insufficient foundational structures that need to be compensated. Thus, I currently lack resources in materials, species, and land. Fang Ying considered and replied, Let me take a look. The principal pointed into the void and a stack of tokens spread out before Fang Ying. Fang Ying was dazzled and expressed that the principal of his school was truly a person of great fortune, or rather a deity. These 3 tokens should be able to resolve your urgent needs, and you also have pseudo-giant spirit phantom. I believe it should develop quite well. Fang Ying took them and opened them, revealing 3 attributes before his eyes. Name: Meat Mountain, level silver, attribute no attribute, effect 1. Proliferation. This is a delicious meat mountain that can continuously grow larger in the air. 2. Transformation. When you place it in water, it has the flavor of the sea. When you put it on land, it is delicious. There is nothing it cannot achieve, if you can imagine it. Oh, good stuff. Quickly store it well. Fang Ying's eyes lit up. With this token, it could completely solve his food problems, at least those of the initial subordinate food. Name: Cloud Mountain, sea of clouds, ever-changing, level silver, attribute. Would attribute, effect 1. Evolution of countless vegetation, rapidly sow millions of various vegetation, and after 3 batches of rapid growth they disappear and transform into normal growth. 2. Evolution of countless life forms, rapidly evolve 540 ecosystems, land, sea, and air, and after 5 batches of rapid growth they disappear and transform into normal growth. This one is also excellent. Fang Ying understood that his divine realm had been affected by skills such as Book of the Undead, causing the overall biological evolution to be somewhat abnormal, with nothing normal seen, completely twisted into a losing situation. This item should help restore some balance to his divine realm. He immediately turned to look at the 3rd token, and upon seeing it he could not help but be startled. Name: Ancestral Veins of the Mountains. Level golden grade. Attribute earth attribute. Effect 1. Ancestral Veins evolution contains a small world ancestral vein capable of evolving into 3,000 great earth veins, 6,000 middle earth veins, and countless small earth veins. 2. Earth underpinnings enhances the potential of the divine realm body, earth attribute 50. 3. Creation cultivates more life forms, prolongs the roots of various species, solidifies the foundation, and enhances primordial energy 15, O virtue, and grace 20. This. Fang Ying was taken aback knowing that their principal would provide him with certain benefits. After all, he was quite a promising seed. At the very least, it would add some color to his future. However, he did not expect the principal to offer such a large amount, tossing out golden grade resources. It should be known that this resource is not something that can be easily obtained. To be honest, the price of such rare resources is already comparable to that of ordinary platinum grade ones. However, Fang Ying naturally would not be polite. Thank you, principal, for your cultivation. I will definitely not let you down. Fang Ying immediately smiled and cupped his hands. Haha, smooth talker. The principal waved his hand and continued. You still have some time now. In this less than a month, develop yourself well. I hope to see you a month later standing before the national media proudly displaying your talent. That's a certainty, just you wait and see. Fang Ying nodded vigorously. He said this very seriously. After all, with the system, if he couldn't achieve that, it would be quite embarrassing. Don't talk big, you'll have to show your true colors then. The principal teased, looking at Fang Ying's colorful eyes. He seemed to think of something and asked, Fang Ying, are you willing to make a bet with me? A bet? Fang Ying was stunned, unsure of what the principal was up to. Although I don't know what you want to bet on, as long as it's within my capability, whatever you say I will bet. Good lad, you have ambition. The principal tossed an object towards Fang Ying. Fang Ying immediately reached out to catch it. It was a 5-colored orb. What is this? Fang Ying looked at the object in surprise. Although it was beautiful, the colors inside were vibrant and appeared very mysterious. Use your divine eye. The principal reminded him. This could it be? Fang Ying thought of something and immediately activated his divine eye. In an instant, a piece of attribute information appeared. Name: 5-color spirit orb. Level rare object. Attribute 5 elements attribute. Effect 1. Evolution. When placed in the divine realm, it will dissipate on its own, evolving into 5 elements attribute minerals. In the ocean, it will generate water attribute materials. On land, it will produce earth attribute materials. At the peak of volcanoes, it will yield fire attribute materials. In forests, it will create wood attribute materials. In arid lands, it will generate gold attribute materials. Can be actively controlled based on circumstances. 2. Derivation. As long as the spiritual root is not exhausted, it will continuously derive. Hiss. Even Fang Ying couldn't help but take a sharp breath. A rare object. This was something that was taken out separately during the homeroom teacher's explanation, excluded from the 6 major grades as a special material. As for why it's excluded, first of all, rare objects are not something that can be controlled by humans, and secondly, even if the names are the same, the effects of rare objects may vary, so they cannot maintain value. It's somewhat like opening a jadeite, one cut is white, another is green. But undoubtedly rare objects are hard to come by, as they are said to contain the laws of the divine realm. Anyway, it's all hearsay, and Fang Ying had never actually seen one after all. That thing costs billions. Principal this. Fang Ying wore a smile on his face, though somewhat twisted. He wanted to refuse, but he was reluctant, as this was indeed very useful for his divine realm. Keep it. When the time comes, bring me back a city-level first place, and of course, if possible, I would prefer a national first place. The principal laughed as he spoke. The national first place was too far-fetched. Even Xingyong has the pseudo-giant spirit god avatar. There's no reason you being this excellent shouldn't have one. Consider it my investment, or bet on you. That's quite generous. Fang Ying scratched his head, then naturally tucked the 5-element spirit orb into his embrace. I watched your battle with Xingyong. You didn't go all out. Although your familiars are quite strong, they need further enhancement. I can see that they can digest minerals. You can let them consume more minerals of various elements to derive different types of familiars. Moreover, if you have humanoid beings, those minerals will also be useful. The principal said, his eyes slightly narrowed as if he could see other familiars within Fang Ying's divine realm. MHM. Fang Ying pretended not to know, simply nodding his head. Work hard. As long as you can stand out in this college entrance examination, your future resources will not be lacking. When the time comes, whether it's the government, the Divine Alliance, or the major financial groups, they will all extend olive branches to you. Of course, even if you don't want to join, the various resources produced by your divine realm will surely be crazily collected by them. After all, your strength is there. They want to learn your secrets of growth, and you can seize the opportunity to cash in. The principal said somewhat encouragingly. Oh, by the way, this year's rewards are also quite generous. Principal, do you know what this year's prizes are? The prize for first place nationwide is the Jinmu. Jinmu, the foundation of the divine realm, a rare object from the primordial era. Fang Ying's eyes lit up. This is quite a hefty prize. It should be noted that Jinmu is capable of promoting the divine realm. It can also enhance the core essence of all beings within the divine realm, somewhat similar to the effect of moonlight. It can also purify the divine realm, especially for his Cthulhu divine realm. The effect can be said to be even more powerful. Once he advances to the celestial god, he would be completely unrestrained. National first place, I'm certain of it. Fang Ying gritted his teeth. Ahem, of course, just know this, as for other rankings, the rewards are also very generous, so as long as you work hard, anything is possible. The old principal said earnestly. Go strive hard. What's wrong? Fang Ying had not yet reacted. What greeted him was a swarm of long spears and short cannons. Hello, Fang Ying, I am a reporter from Xinqing Daily. Could you share your insights on the battle with Xingyong? Hello, Fang Ying, I am from Huangqiu Media. Could you tell us about the creature that is your consort in the divine battle? Its appearance hasn't been revealed in the Divine Alliance, has it? Hello, Fang Ying, I am from the God Group. Our president is very interested in you after watching your battle with Xingyong. May I ask if you have time to visit our headquarters? Hello, could you please tell us how you made the leap from a 0.1 kilometer divine domain to a 200-kilometer divine domain? Seeing the reporters and various media who seemed to have gotten news from nowhere, Fang Ying felt somewhat dazed. Fortunately, Su Xiuxiu could be said to be a formidable force. She dragged Fang Ying through the crowd, carving out a bloody path. The two ran for an unknown length of time before finally shaking off the group. Looking at Su Xiuxiu's slightly flushed face, Fang Ying, being a man, thought that although he didn't want a girlfriend, she was being a bit too proactive. Fortunately, he still had self-control. The divine domain was so enticing, and as for a girlfriend, he could wait a bit longer. That's Su Xiuxiu, let's go. Didn't I promise to treat you to a meal? Fang Ying said. I don't want to eat, let's do it another time. You're now a celebrity, and there will surely be many people keeping an eye on you. After the college entrance examination, you can treat me to a nice meal. Su Xiuxiu said. Is that so? Fang Ying was somewhat surprised. After all, he had merely participated in a divine battle with Xingyong at school. Isn't it? Your divine battle is just one part. The key is that your battle information has been exposed along with the area of your divine domain and the strange consort creature that hasn't been recorded. That's the crux of the matter. Any one of those points is a topic of great interest. You will surely face a lot of disturbances these days, Su Xiuxiu said seriously. Oh, fine. Then let's do it next time. Fang Ying let out a sigh of relief. After all, he had resources, but truly lacked money. What's this? Not being able to treat me to a meal feels a bit too easy. Su Xiuxiu suddenly clasped her hands behind her back, leaning forward playfully to look at Fang Ying. No way. It's not like that. I finally managed to invite Su Xiuxiu to a meal, and I'm feeling affected by this matter, leading to my unhappiness. That's just your misconception, a misconception. Really? Why do you always call me Su Xiuxiu? It sounds strange and distant. Just call me by my nickname Xiuer. Weren't you always calling me that before? Su Xiuxiu and Fang Ying walked side by side. Xiuer. Fang Ying felt a wave of black lines across his forehead. Why did other images flood his mind? Fortunately, the topic was shifted. It wasn't until after getting home that Fang Ying realized he had truly become famous. Because the Divine Chat group had exploded with activity. At Qinshe 4th High School Luboheo, hey, everyone, have you heard the rumors? Fang Ying's divine domain has reached 234 kilometers. My goodness, that's over 5 times mine. How did he do that? At Qinshe 4th High School Zhangmingyuan, how good you probably don't know, Fang Ying's divine domain was only 0.1 kilometers when it opened. What? Is this real? At Qinshe 8th High School, Lu Jiandong, damn, get lost sissy. At Qinshe 8th High School, Lu Jiandong, dark attribute ghostly spirits 103 kilometers. Bro, say that again, Lu Yang. At Qinshe 5th High School, Lu Yu, hello great one. Goodbye great one. At Qinshe 1st High School, Lin, you great ones, you didn't see the divine battle scene at that time. It was exhilarating. Fang Ying directly sent out that terrifying consort devouring Zheng Yang's divine domain consort cleanly. At Qinshe 13th High School, Lu Na devoured. Devoured. At Qinshe 8th High School, Lu Jiandong, Xingyong, weren't you bragging yesterday? Come out and make a statement. At Qinshe 6th High School, Zhang Haimei, I was originally hoping to get into the top 5, but now with Fang Ying, a prodigy like him, there's probably no hope. At Qinshe 8th High School, Yang, perhaps this dark horse will burst out of the cage and soar into the sky, directly claiming the top spot in the city. Seeing the chat group filled with discussions about their situations, Fang Ying couldn't help but smile. Yesterday, he remembered that many people were pessimistic about him, even mocking him, but now they wore a different face. Can one say it's the divine beings? It's impossible to avoid falling into cliches. But at that moment, a different voice emerged in the chat group. At Qinshe 2nd High School, Pajun, it's just a stroke of luck. First, he doesn't deserve it. With Pajun's words, the entire chat group fell silent. Just like yesterday. At Qinshe 1st High School, Su Xiuxiu, some people just can't stand to see others excel, even if it's just in words. At Qinshe 2nd High School, Pajun, oh, are we touching on your little lover's sore spot? Not happy. At Qinshe 1st High School, Su Xiuxiu, as the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. Disparaging others here will only make one look down upon you and lose the dignity of the divine beings. At Qinshe 2nd High School, Pajun, is that so? Let's see whose abyss divine domain is stronger, yours or mine. At Qinshe 1st High School, Fang Ying, the abyss divine domain. I wonder what interesting consort creatures it has. I hope to meet you, Pajun. Fang Ying immediately retorted, and at that moment Su Xiuxiu, who was lying on the sofa, couldn't help but laugh. If you have a conscience. What good news did you see that has you so happy? Her mother, watching TV, asked at the sight of her daughter's demeanor. It's nothing, just helping out when I see injustice. Su Xiuxiu said. Snap. Just then Su Xiuxiu's father, who was coming home, overheard and chimed in. Oh, my girl is being chivalrous again. Helping the weak. Oh dad, that person is quite formidable. He's the one who won the divine battle today. Su Xiuxiu said immediately. Fang Ying. Su dad immediately thought of someone. I heard that guy's divine domain was only 0.1 kilometers before and later jumped to about 200 kilometers by some clever means. Su mom suddenly interjected, oh come on mom, that's called luck, and how is that clever? Su Xiuxiu defended immediately. Alright. Whatever my daughter says is fine. But listen to your mother, your current goal is to excel in the college entrance examination, don't get distracted. Su mom immediately admonished. Don't worry. He has no such intention, and neither do I. Su Xiuxiu's eyes sparkled with determination. Fang Ying was so powerful, how could she fall behind? As for Fang Ying, after happily enjoying an $88 luxurious meal, he comfortably lay on his bed. His divine consciousness activated and he vanished from the spot. On the day of the divine battle, under the leadership of the great primordial lord, the beings of the Cthulhu divine domain and the evil giants began the first war. Under the leadership of the great primordial lord, the valiant consorts of the Devourer tribe slaughtered the opponents without sustaining any injuries. The Devourer tribe brought some excellent genes and part of the opponent's divine domain's fortune, boosting their own fortune. Cthulhu Fortune 10, a Devourer tribe Fortune 15. Your Cthulhu divine domain discovered that the opponent's divine domain had not birthed consciousness. After defeating the opponent, it quietly took back some of the unclaimed divine domain essence. Your Cthulhu divine domain area 15, current divine domain area 249 kilometers. Ding, you have unlocked the ability to simulate battles after winning your first divine battle. You can consume simulation points to conduct simulations of past divine wars in the Cthulhu divine realm. Ding, your divine realm has successfully simulated the giant race through recording, simulating, deriving, and analyzing, and you have obtained the following rewards. Skill Giant Physique. Level Bronze. Effect Biological Size 8 allows creatures or species within the divine realm to exceed their original size limitations and achieve further growth. Skill Giant Strength. Level Bronze. Effect Biological Strength 5 allows creatures within the divine realm to surpass their original strength limits and achieve further growth. Name Giant. Level Silver. Attribute Earth Attribute. Effect 1. Race upon activation you will receive 100 giants. 2. Leader derive a giant leader probability 8. 3. Intelligence. This is an intelligent race with a certain probability of evolving into a civilized race. Probability 13. Interesting. Fang Ying stroked his chin. Although he wasn't particularly impressed with this reward, one must always look to the long term. Now that he had achieved so much just by successfully battling with Xingyong, what would happen when he faced numerous skilled deities across the nation? Just think about it. Those legendary followers, those fantastical creatures, and those high-tier materials that might be unreachable for a lifetime may not be so hard to obtain. There is one more thing he valued: simulating battles. If that's the case, he could secretly spar with anyone no matter who it was. At that time, the battle experience of the followers in his divine realm would grow exponentially, and the key point is that it would be without injury. After all, on the battlefield, the value of an old soldier surpasses that of 100 new recruits. Similarly, in divine wars, a well-experienced follower can often turn the tide of battle. This is also why when purchasing follower creatures, battle experience is always prioritized. Surviving one more divine battle increases its value exponentially. Forget it, no need to think too much. Let's start by giving some benefits first. After all, with such outstanding followers, how could he ignore them? With a thought, Fang Ying activated the 3 resource tokens provided by the old principle. Meat mountains, cloud mountains, ever-changing, ancestral veins of the mountains. It should be noted that this time the resources are not the ordinary natural clouds from before. In an instant, hundreds of brilliant lights streaked across the sky. Mountains of meat in various colors of white, green, red, and yellow grew in various environments. Even a floating mountain of meat was seen among the clouds above. All creatures in the Cthulhu divine realm were momentarily stunned, initially unaware of what it was, but soon they discovered it was food, delicious food that did not require any cooking and could grow on its own. They were shocked. Or rather, even the extraordinary beings of Cthulhu were somewhat dumbfounded. What the heck is this? A mountain of food that grows on its own. If they still didn't know what had happened, they would be blind. Suddenly, the entire Cthulhu divine realm resounded with praises for Fang Ying. Praise you, great primordial Lord. Oh my Lord, I thank you, my great Father God. Thank you, it is your greatness that has created everything. Cthulhu divine realm era, under your great control, thousands of meat mountains are scattered everywhere, continuously growing, greatly alleviating the food crisis in the Cthulhu divine realm. The 3 extraordinary races and hundreds of billions of beings thank your greatness. Your faith value 100. I just gained 100 points of faith value. Isn't that a bit too easy? Fang Ying was taken aback, then smiled. However, these followers did not know that this was just the beginning. Then the earth began to undulate, the earth veins extended, and all kinds of animals and plants crazily proliferated in the Cthulhu divine realm as if they were free. Even Cthulhu, watching the suddenly emerging creatures and plants from the depths of the sea, felt a sense of shock, as if they bloomed and withered like a fleeting moment. However, it was precisely because of the sudden emergence of various flowers, fish, and insects that the divine realm space, distorted by Fang Ying, became much richer. After all, there is no creature that doesn't like beauty, even Cthulhu himself. Although he is constantly activating the bloodline of the true Cthulhu, it does not mean he enjoys a dark, murky, and withered world. What they desired was biodiversity. Thus, under the leadership of this great figure, a cross-species pheromone exchange began among the extraordinary beings. In an instant, local and non-local creatures created a hybrid third-generation species. Not bad. Fang Ying knew that these creatures had been influenced by him before, so they might have evolved somewhat off the normal path. This did not mean Fang Ying looked down on this. Rather, he quite liked it, as they were unique to the Cthulhu divine realm. However, as the saying goes, a solitary tree does not grow and a lone sun does not last long. A united and prosperous divine realm can bring Fang Ying greater potential and development. Alright, I'll give you this too. Fang Ying activated and deployed the peculiar item, the 5-colored spirit pearl, given by the principal. In the blink of an eye, various places in the divine realm began to evolve, discussing various types of veins. Fang Ying initially thought he would need to excavate them and provide guidance. However, he did not expect that those veins underwent a special transformation due to the principal's ancestral veins of the mountains, directly growing out of the surface. Looking at the veins filled with special energy, the most excited were the giant-eating clan. After collectively expressing their gratitude to Fang Ying, they began a frenzied journey of consumption, and it was also evident that the giant-eating clan had already shown signs of differentiation, trending towards various types. Everything is ready for development, so it's time to embark on my bug journey. Fang Ying summoned his simulation system without a second thought. Simulation system, get to work. Ding, please choose 3 skills from the 10 skills you prefer. Come on. Skills began to flash before Fang Ying's eyes. Skill Joy of the Underworld God. Level Silver. Effect Death 10, a Mutation 10, Madness 10, a Joy of the Underworld God 3. This is an invitation from hell. This is the joy from the Underworld King, slaughter and madness, ultimately resulting in the birth of a king. Skill Frenzied Devour. Level Silver. Affect greed. 10. Oi appetite. 10. Digestion. 10. Madness. 5. We are locusts. Our goal is to devour everything. Our ideal is to consume everything. Our mission is to swallow all. Since Fang Ying discovered that his divine realm had already solidified a skill, he chose 2 additional skills that matched it. Now that he was wealthy and powerful, he no longer felt as anxious as at the beginning, allowing Fang Ying to squander freely. In addition, Fang Ying possessed many independent skills that did not require occupying the system's skill slots. For example, wasting skin breath of all spirits' mental shackles, as well as the power of giants and the physique of giants. System use all tokens. Ding. Despair breath has been loaded. Giant has been loaded. This simulation will consume 200 simulation points. Do you wish to start the simulation? What the hell, it increased so much? Fang Ying was taken aback for a moment, but then realized that his divine realm had become so powerful, he had long anticipated this. Yes, let's do it. Your Cthulhu divine realm has peacefully passed 1,000 years. Due to your bestowal, your Cthulhu divine realm has made significant progress over this 1,000 years, especially in terms of the variety and number of species. During this 1,000 years, your devouring clan did not disappoint your expectations. They crazily seized resources at the edge of the Cthulhu divine realm. It was clear that they succeeded, as there were basically no beneficial resources nearby. During this 1,000 years, some interesting events occurred. The giants you deployed began to reproduce. With the deliciousness of Meat Mountain, the divine realm did not lack resources, and soon the giants multiplied to over 10,000. Some outstanding individuals, through their relentless efforts, successfully mated with the Deep Diver clan and gave rise to a special race known as the Fishmen. Soon the second 1,000 years arrived. Although the Fishmen were not as tall as the giants, they possessed the advantages of both the giant and Deep Diver races. They held great power, sharp minds, and the agility of 2 reptilian species. However, the Fishmen were also a warlike and bloodthirsty race. They found the Evil Eye clan to be a good resource, and thus exploited the bloodline advantages of both the Deep Divers and giants to create conflicts, profiting from them. They then set their sights on the devouring clan's hide, as their skin was a natural weapon due to their mineral consumption. Using the same tactics, the Fishmen created another conflict and acquired a large number of weapons and equipment. The leader of the Fishmen was a knowledgeable chief who utilized his advantages to master some abilities of the Deep Diver clan, and through a certain sacrifice to an unknown entity, gained the powers of enlargement and water control. No longer cautious, the Fishmen began to harbor ambitions and launched surprise attacks on the giant clan, leading to a quick revelation: the giants were defeated, and the Fishmen acquired vast resources and land. The arrival of 3,000 years marked an era of blood and fire. The devouring clan chose to retreat in the face of the Fishmen's invasion, keeping their sights set on the void space. The Evil Eye clan, constrained by their circumstances, could not mount an effective resistance, and thus ceded some territory, retreating to develop in a single area. The Fishmen exterminated most of the giant clan's members, and due to their half-blooded Deep Diver heritage, occupied a vast ocean. In the Cthulhu divine realm, the Fishmen completely became the undisputed kings. The leader of the Fishmen felt he was strong enough and began his invasion and slaughter of the Deep Diver clan. However, this marked the beginning of the Fishmen's downfall. Millions of Fishmen were almost slaughtered by the extraordinary powerhouse Dagon, leaving only over 100,000 to cling to survival on Meat Mountain. As the 4,000 years approached, the Fishmen fell into complete silence, but the wise among them plotted in the shadows, harnessing the power within their bloodlines. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached the fate node of the Fishmen. Would you like to activate the pseudo-giant spirit illusion now and gain resources? Oh, I didn't see this coming. I thought the giant clan would give me some surprises, but it turns out to be the hybridization of heroes. System, use it. I want to see if these Fishmen can seize the opportunity and break through themselves to achieve the great feat of dominating the divine realm. To be honest, the development of these Fishmen today is still primarily due to Fang Ying's indulgence and the cooperation of these extraordinary dependents. Otherwise, the leader of the Evil Eye clan, Void Touch, could easily wipe out 1,000,000 Fishmen. After all, extraordinary beings cannot be simply created through lives. That requires abilities, opportunities, and luck, with none of the 3 being dispensable. Some clever Fishmen discovered peculiarities in their giant bloodline and began to establish their own faith. Other Fishmen, however, found that their giant bloodline was mutating. To uncover the cause, they began to slaughter the giant clan and purify their bloodline density through devouring. Ding! Pseudo-giant spirit illusion has been activated. Under the communication of the Fishmen's wise, the faithful Fishmen and the devouring bloodline Fishmen began to merge and finally awakened the bloodline of the giant spirit. Though not complete, their strength was undeniable. They continuously excavated the giant spirit bloodline, even resorting to cannibalism among their kind to obtain the giant spirit bloodline faster, and eventually they succeeded. Their physiques returned once more to that of the giant clan, and they became even stronger, radiating golden light and awakening some abilities of the giant spirit. The Fishmen abandoned their Deep Diver lineage and referred to themselves as the race of the gods. The race of the gods awakened two skills, size manipulation, allowing them to easily expand their bodies tenfold with strength increasing proportionally, and divine descent golden light, enveloping them, rendering them impervious to blades and bullets. Have they become gods? Fang Ying looked at the noticeably changed fishman with a strange expression. He did not feel joy, instead his eyes narrowed slightly, because he saw something different within the fishman's divine descent. He hoped it was not an illusion. 5,000 years a millennium, that is both calm and tumultuous. The wise eye of evil clan, the powerful devouring clan, and the deep divers who wield dominion over the oceans have once again reunited under the organization of their extraordinary leaders. Even the devouring clan, who have sacrificed much for the Cthulhu domain, no longer sought resources, instead beginning to plan for the impending war against the clan of the gods. After awakening the bloodline of the gods, the clan of the gods did not immediately launch a war. Rather, they continued to accumulate their strength secretly, obtaining ancient secrets and offering sacrifices to unknown entities in search of greater power. As 6,000 years arrived, the prepared clan of the gods decided to engage in a cataclysmic battle, with the three ancient extraordinary clans vowing to prove their loyalty to the great deities with their own blood. How the great deity is not even me, how ironic this is indeed, Fang Ying said, calmly pouting. It was not that he did not care, but rather that there was no need to. As long as this creature was born within his domain, it would never escape his grasp. One must understand that Fang Ying's control over them was absolute. They could not simply develop independently just because they had grown stronger or distanced themselves from the divine domain. Unless their souls were replaced or controlled, in which case Fang Ying could only strip away their physical forms. Additionally, unless Fang Ying used resource tokens to transport the beings within his divine domain away, thereby severing their ties with the divine domain. Your clan of the gods is set to challenge the status of the original three extraordinary races. This will be an unprecedented era of madness. What do you think you should do about this? Kill. I am the sovereign of the Cthulhu domain. The original deity is merely a trivial narrative. What does it matter if they all perish? I can always start anew. I have the resources to be reckless. Damn it, you've gone too far, daring to shake my foundation, which is built upon faith. The casualties are too many, directly diminishing my faith rewards. You traitorous fools of the clan of the gods, perish. See, how interesting, clan of the gods, shall I let you run rampant this era? Go ahead, showcase your power. Fang Ying pondered over these three options for a long time, hesitating to make a decision. Firstly, taking a wait-and-see approach would be tantamount to courting death. After all, he had orchestrated the divine domain to find a path of continuous development. Doing nothing would render his divinity meaningless. Secondly, assisting the loyal elders who followed him. To be honest, they were faithful, idealistic, capable, and diligent. However, for the divine domain to progress, it could not remain in a stagnant state forever. As the saying goes, movement and stillness must be balanced. Likewise, Fang Ying could not directly support the clan of the gods by eliminating his own established subordinates. What a joke. After all, the clan of the gods was full of mysteries and their ultimate fate remained uncertain. System, I choose none of them. I need to speak for myself. Fang Ying directly addressed the simulation system. Please pay 58 simulation points. Confirm. Fang Ying was overjoyed, initially thinking it was just a casual remark. What will you, system? At the moment before the four-way battle began, your voice spread across the land like light, dispelling the shadows of war, allowing all living beings a chance to breathe. Through great power, you provided the three extraordinary clans with the most favorable lands, abundant resources, and materials. You granted the newly born dominion to the clan of the gods, making them the new overlords of the Cthulhu domain. You also advised them not to engage in mindless slaughter, but to learn to use wisdom and intellect, as you would watch for the day their civilization bore fruit. Of course, the dominion you granted was not without cost. You issued your divine decree. By the arrival of the 8th millennium, if the clan of the gods has not successfully established their own civilization, you will revoke the granted dominion and condemn them to extinction, returning control to the previous three extraordinary clans. The clan of the gods, frightened by your decree, was left in disarray until the clan leader sacrificed his life to pray to you, pledging to fulfill the mission you entrusted. You expressed great satisfaction, bestowing blessings upon them before beginning your return. Once again, the entire Cthulhu domain fell into an eerie calm. I have invested heavily, wielding a big stick in one hand and a big date in the other. I refuse to believe you will continue to fail me. Bloom my flowers. Fang Ying stared intently at the Cthulhu domain. As the 7th millennium dawned, the clan of the gods began their own era, wild, jubilant, and exuberant. The clan leader of the clan of the gods pondered incessantly. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years swiftly passed, but the clan leader of the clan of the gods gained no insights. Eventually, guided by the deep divers, they sought out the eye of evil clan, for there lay the wisdom of civilization. After paying a heavy price, the clan leader of the Clan of the Gods obtained the four-character truth from the Eye of Evil clan writing and history. As if finding a treasure, the clan leader of the Clan of the Gods embarked on a frenzied research journey for his race, only to discover that despite having the legacy of the deities, they still could not find their direction. What's going on? Fang Ying frowned, realizing that something was increasingly amiss. Has the clan leader gone mad? While you were surprised, time has already reached the predetermined 8,000 years. At this moment, the clan leader's appearance had changed significantly from that of the initial deity race. His skin was replaced with a dark golden hue, his pupils were veiled in blood red, and his teeth resembled the fangs of a ferocious beast alternating in rows. His head bore two curved black markings resembling ram's horns. The clan leader had completely gone insane. Not only had he amplified the strength of the deity race, but he had also mastered a new ability, summoning. Indeed, the clan leader of the deity race could summon a creature entirely crimson with a slender tail resembling that of a human. They were greedy, evil, and omnivorous, and once summoned they would no longer serve the clan leader after a brief period of control. However, the clan leader did not care. Instead, he began to use the summoning to continuously sacrifice members of the deity race in order to gain even greater power. What the hell? Those creatures look like denizens of hell, but wait, I don't sense any hellish aura from them. Moreover, those creatures even carry the aura of my own divine realm. How is this possible? Fang Ying was momentarily stunned. It is worth noting that summoning is not an overly exaggerated ability. It is akin to a simplified version of directed spatial teleportation. It could either transport living beings from one's native divine realm or transport beings from other divine realms through spatial coordinates. However, one point remains: the master of the divine realm does not prevent it. After all, regarding one's own territory, the level of control can be said to be an absolute 100. Even if one lacks spatial capabilities, sealing off one's own space is still feasible. The reason Fang Ying had not taken action was that he wanted to see who was behind this. But after probing around, he discovered that the aura of these red creatures was indeed from the Cthulhu divine realm. What does this prove? Only 2 points. First, he was deceived regarding the information, resulting in his inability to detect it. After all, it was through the deduction system, and his level of control was already poor. Second, it means that this creature originally belonged to his divine realm, yet he had been keeping an eye on it without noticing. Could it be? Fang Ying squinted slightly, suddenly considering a possibility. In the 3rd century of the 8,000 years, a hero from the deity race began to rally his clansmen to oppose the clan leader. Due to prolonged oppression from the clan leader and their own survival concerns, an internal war within the deity race commenced. This unfair war was fought on a scale of 1 to 5,000. Indeed, the mutated clan leader of the deity race directly penetrated the forces led by that hero, continuously blood-sacrificing to strengthen himself. The deity race officially entered a battle with odds of 1/3 per million. This battle was brutal, resulting in the deaths of countless members of the deity race, leaving fewer than 2,000. This was largely thanks to that hero of the deity race who had found 3 extraordinary beings: the Deep Diver clan, the Devourer clan, and the Evil Eye clan. In the end, the clan leader of the deity race was killed, and all the summoned creatures were slaughtered without exception. As he was dying, a glimmer of regret appeared in his eyes, and he spat out a blood-red orb, which struck the hero's forehead, without any obstruction merging with him. The hero of the deity race became the new clan leader and divided the world with the 3 extraordinary races, his expression filled with concern, knowing that Fang Ying had left them with little time. Fang Ying stared at the interface information, lost in thought for a long while. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he had never imagined that the original clan leader could withstand the combined might of 3 extraordinary beings. Moreover, crucially, the original clan leader had actually spat out a strange object. Indeed, it was a strange object. Even though he did not know the specific function of that strange object, he was even more interested in the new generation of clan leaders who inherited this resource. I wonder what surprises you will bring me. The newly promoted clan leader of the deity race used the clan orb he obtained to open a unique path for the deity race differentiation. He possessed the ability to differentiate, extracting the divine descent capability from the less intelligent members of the deity race, retaining only size and fortune. Meanwhile, the other portion of the race retained only divine descent, removing the size and fortune ability. The deity race discovered that having a single ability not only strengthened their capabilities, but also changed their external appearances. The deity race with size and fortune began to expand in size, trending towards that of the giants. Those who mastered divine descent began to radiate a golden glow and gained the ability to think, no longer relying solely on bloodline power, but rather moving towards a trend of civilization development. Unfortunately, by the time the 800th year of the 8,000 years arrived, the new clan leader of the deity race had yet to fulfill his ideals, succumbing to death early due to injuries sustained in the initial battle. Yet, like the first clan leader's death, he spat out an orb and handed it to the 3rd divine descent clan leader. Receiving the orb, the third Divine Descent clan leader underwent a qualitative change. His ability Divine Descent was elevated, transforming into Divine Sacrifice. In the year 8999, the third clan leader of the deity race successfully opened the civilizational codex. He commanded the members with size and fortune to establish living quarters and divine statues using blood and skin to outline their unique script. The third-generation clan leader of the deity race prayed to you through blood sacrifices and proclaimed himself as the Son of God. Ding, congratulations, the deity race has successfully birthed civilization, the blood god civilization. Can I say that I wasn't disappointed? Fang Ying gazed at this information, knowing that the blood god civilization belonging to this deity race was about to enter its true era in the next 1,000 years. However, that era may still be filled with bloodshed and slaughter, yet it is still somewhat different, isn't it? Likewise, the Devourer clan did not lag behind. Their efforts over thousands of years continually progressed, and the entire Cthulhu divine realm expanded by 30 kilometers. The favored Devourer clan successfully evolved Void Skin into Void Body. The Devourer clan met the criteria to become elementary beings of the void space. Oh, it seems I am doubly blessed. Fang Ying raised an eyebrow and smiled. As you were astonished, the arrival of the 9,000 year brought forth the prayers of the deity race, and they would showcase their achievements to you. Under the leadership of the clan leader of the third generation of the gods and the Son of God, they showcased their palace and architecture to you, creating historical texts that could be passed down using their own script. Among the most significant developments, they researched a code for blood sacrifices known as the Blood God Codex, which is the first true tome of evil energy in the Cthulhu realm. Blood God Codex. Fang Ying rubbed his chin, wanting to investigate further. It's important to note that although the Eye of Evil clan had established their own civilization, it was merely a crude foundation. Compared to the original Deep Diver clan, they had a historical legacy, which included an evil energy potion known as mental shackles. However, there was nothing more beyond that. Ding, you currently do not have permission. Please continue later. Fang Ying was taken aback. Why couldn't he check the things that had been born in his divine realm? What went wrong? Could it be the skills he had previously deployed? One was Joy of the Underworld God, and the other was Frantic Devour. Could it be related? Fang Ying was momentarily uncertain as the development of the divine realm had changed drastically. While he pondered the issue, the Eye of Evil clan made new breakthroughs. They were not complacent with the comfortable life you arranged for them. Instead, they lost their ambition for domination and began to focus on researching secret medicines. They were further inspired by the Blood God Secret Codex of the Clan of Gods, ushering in an era of secret medicines for the Eye of Evil clan. The clan leader of the Eye of Evil, Void Touch, led his people to the skies, to the depths of the ocean, and to volcanoes among various perilous places, collecting and documenting extensive data. Through numerous experiments, they developed potions to enhance energy, increase strength, and improve speed. Meanwhile, the Deep Diver clan did not remain idle. They cooperated amicably with the Eye of Evil clan, assisting them in gathering materials for secret medicines while also collecting various minerals to forge weapons. Through the development of the Deep Diver clan, they successfully forged bronze-level weapons harpoons. As you examined the achievements of the Clan of Gods, you did not forget to praise the extraordinary three clans. With your encouragement, the three clans, especially the giant devourers, worked even harder, and the area of your Cthulhu realm expanded by another 10 kilometers. Due to the rapid development of your divine realm, your skill call of Cthulhu was activated. Among the clan of gods who possessed the size and fortune skill, one underwent a mutation, evolving into the Cthulhu mythos avatar Bayaki. It possessed a massive body, bat-like wings, a bird-like skull, and a segmented body reminiscent of a centipede. Bayaki. Fang Ying was suddenly taken aback. If he guessed correctly, it should be one of the nameless ones, the master of the deep space star, see the king in yellow, Hastur's 3 loyal servants. However, if he was not mistaken, the king in yellow was not the entirety of Bayaki, but merely one of its incarnations. Moreover, Hastur and Cthulhu were half-brothers. Thinking of this, Fang Ying glanced at the extraordinary being Cthulhu hidden deep beneath the ocean in his divine realm. After all, the clan of gods was originally composed of fishmen, a hybrid of deep divers and giants. Since the deep divers were also servants of Cthulhu, could it be understood that for his Cthulhu world to awaken quickly, he needed to focus on these extraordinary three clans to enhance the foundation of his divine realm more rapidly? Fang Ying surprisingly gained a moment of clarity. The avatar Bayaki of the clan of gods not only elevated the size and fortune skill, but also mastered the power of wind. Unsatisfied with the strength he possessed, Bayaki began to challenge the Son of God from the clan of gods. In the 9th millennium, the internal conflict of the clan of gods officially commenced. You chose not to intervene in these events, but still allowed the extraordinary three clans to quietly await developments. Without any hindrance, the avatar Bayaki launched a fierce attack against the Son of God. Leveraging its massive body-frenzied strength and unstoppable wind abilities, it completely destroyed the fortress of the Son of God. The clan of gods with their divine sacrifice ability could not resist the clan led by Byakuya, and began to be captured, eventually being sacrificed to the unknown. At the critical moment, the Son of God suddenly went mad, performing a divine sacrifice with his own body. However, instead of perishing, he transcended and evolved into the avatar of the King in Yellow, one of Hastur's incarnations. Fang Ying's eyes widened as he stared at everything unfolding before him. Wow, is this really possible? Having mastered part of the powers of the avatar of the King in Yellow, the Son of God easily subdued Byakuya, but instead of killing it, he initiated a grand fusion of the two. This marked a true integration for the clan of gods, who began their genuine ascent to power, possessing the abilities of both Byakuya and the King in Yellow. They began to establish their own civilization and cities in the entire Cthulhu realm, erecting two statues that belonged exclusively to you, the primordial lord and the avatar of the King in Yellow. The clan of gods formed the Wind God Legion of the avatar of the King in Yellow, a powerful army composed of those blessed with the abilities of both the avatar of the King in Yellow and Byakuya. They were invincible, easily defeating others in private contests, with the extraordinary three clans greatly enhancing the confidence of the clan of gods. Congratulations, your faith value increased by 1,000. The arrival of the 10,000 years marked the true dominance of the clan of gods. Likewise, under your indulgence, other species that had mated with the extraordinary three clans underwent significant changes. Influenced by joy of the underworld god and frantic devour, these beings, enlightened by the call of Cthulhu, began to rise. Among them were beings such as the faced mouse, corpse-eating worm, serpent man, void ghost, and cold spider, all of which began to take the stage in the annals of history. Whether possessing immense strength, bizarre abilities, or immortality, these Cthulhu mythos beings caught even the extraordinary three clans off guard, forcing even the giant devourers to retreat temporarily from the void space to address this sudden situation. However, even the leaders of the extraordinary three clans could not easily and swiftly eliminate these beings inheriting the Cthulhu mythos. Thus, this era came to be known as the Era of Chaos. Due to the gradual resurgence of those Cthulhu mythos creatures, the battles in the Cthulhu divine domain have been ongoing, significantly affecting its development. The three extraordinary clans expressed great distress and prepared to discuss a new alliance, while the son of the divine clan, the Mimicry King in Yellow, made a sudden appearance, thus igniting a battle to restore order in the Cthulhu divine domain. Time has reached 11,000 years. The four extraordinary races, utilizing their powers, spent 1,000 years clearing out most of the disobedient Cthulhu mythos creatures, and the entire Cthulhu divine domain began a new reshuffle. The giant devourer clan governs the skies, the deep ones control the oceans, the eye of evil clan dominates the land, while the divine clan, despite sacrificing part of their benefits, retains control over some of the sky, ocean, and land. As the year 12,000 approached, both the three extraordinary clans and the divine clan felt their living space shrinking. They witnessed the actions of the giant devourer clan and began to shift their focus towards the void space. However, after internal deliberations, the Eye of Evil clan unexpectedly began to seek resources underground, excavating and researching, discovering that their strengths lay in intelligence and the study of secret potions, and they aimed to write a secret tome about these potions. Thus, the Eye of Evil clan began to excavate the ground, discovering that the essence of dark energy was becoming increasingly abundant beneath the surface, leading them to establish the first city underground using ores. This divine domain is becoming more and more exciting. Fang Ying smirked slightly. Due to the presence of the Mimicry King in Yellow and the Mimicry Byakuya, the divine clan was naturally endowed with the ability to fly, prompting them to learn from the giant devourer clan and initiate an advance into the void space. However, reality struck them hard. The ordinary members of the divine clan, lacking the capacity for the void body and the breath of all spirits, fell straight down before even penetrating the spatial barrier of the Cthulhu divine domain due to physical limitations, resulting in some casualties. This incident rapidly spread throughout the Cthulhu divine domain, mocked daily by the races oppressed by the divine clan. The son of the divine clan, the Mimicry King in Yellow, ordered this recorded in the annals of history, naming it the Day of Genesis, signifying the first step of the divine clan into the void space. Subsequently, the divine clan began to vigorously develop methods to enter the void space and exist there long-term. Mimicry Byakuya proposed to the Mimicry King in Yellow to conduct a divine rite to seek power from a great being, as the powers and legacies they had already contained the authority of the Master of Deep Sea Starry Sky, albeit weak and incomplete. Once they could reclaim this power, they would easily surpass the previous efforts of the giant devourer clan. The Mimicry King in Yellow did not directly agree to the proposal of Mimicry Byakuya, but did not stop him either, allowing a portion of the clansmen to assist him. However, it was stipulated that the sacrificial offerings for the divine rite could not be from their own kin, but could instead be replaced with other Cthulhu mythos creatures. Meanwhile, the Mimicry King in Yellow, as the son of the divine clan, chose to follow another path and went to pay homage to the master of the deep sea, the extraordinary being Cthulhu. I did not expect that this divine clan could truly stir up the winds and clouds, though I sincerely hope that my efforts in assisting them will not end in disappointment. Fang Ying rubbed his chin, pondering. As the year 13,000 arrived, the extraordinary creature, the burrowing magic worm, which had been roaming for hundreds of years, made a significant discovery. A gigantic red orb, or more aptly described, as a small red meteorite. Its size was hundreds of times that of the Cthulhu Divine Domain, leading the burrowing magic worm to name it Cthulhu Divine Domain No. One discovered by the great leader of the giant devourer clan. With such a significant find, the burrowing magic worm conceived a bold idea. It wanted to monopolize this Cthulhu Divine Domain No. One discovered by the great leader of the giant devourer clan. If the plan is executed properly, the Cthulhu Divine Domain will grow to unimaginable heights, and my great original master will surely make my race immortal. With this thought in mind, after recording the coordinates, the burrowing magic worm collected several samples and began its journey back, arranging for all its clansmen to clear any obstacles along the established route to prevent unforeseen accidents. However, on the fragments of the Cthulhu Divine Domain No. 1 brought back by the burrowing magic worm, traces of contamination by unknown beings were discovered. Unknown beings. Originally, when this burrowing magic worm discovered Cthulhu Divine Domain No. 1, it expressed great joy, as it was something capable of qualitatively changing its divine domain. Yet before formal excavation, news of other entities getting there first had already emerged. At this moment, Fang Ying recalled the previous disaster, especially that giant egg, which was also red, wondering if there was a connection. Under the guidance of the burrowing magic worm, the giant devourer clan began to probe the entire No. 1 meteorite, finding no traces of other creatures or sources of water, only discovering large amounts of soil and iron-rich minerals. Thus, the burrowing magic worm led the giant devourer clan in an excited transportation journey. Meanwhile, upon learning of the giant devourer clan's significant discovery, the Deep Ones also sought to assist, planning to get a share. The Eye of Evil clan also sent several powerful members as scouts in the void space to help detect dangers in advance. The Divine Clan, however, could only watch helplessly, as they still lacked the ability to freely traverse the void space and the barriers of the Cthulhu Divine Domain. Facing this situation, Mimicry Bayaki felt extremely anxious and decided to have a serious discussion with the Mimicry King in Yellow, but the latter was still communicating with Cthulhu in the depths of the sea and was unreachable. Mimicry Bayaki became desperate and began a large-scale hunt for creatures, conducting a divine rite and even secretly collecting corpses from the 3 extraordinary clans. When the year 14,000 arrived, by sheer coincidence, Mimicry Bayaki obtained some information from the servants of Bayaki and learned some living skills and secret potion brewing techniques. Thus, the Divine Clan entered an era of slash-and-burn agriculture, merging the genes of various races with the essence of dark energy, launching a frenzied experiment of genetic mutation. Under the influence of the call of Cthulhu skill, the god race achieved a significant breakthrough. They successfully engineered a lineage capable of releasing toxins from their physical forms, such as the poison god lineage, the fire god lineage that can manipulate flames, the wind god lineage that controls the winds, and the earth god lineage that governs the land, among others. However, despite possessing these attributes, the god race ultimately did not achieve a qualitative breakthrough, remaining at the threshold of the extraordinary level. Even so, the mimicry of Ba Yaki still opened the door to the god race's might. Yet he was not satisfied and continued to seek the secret that could lead his entire race into the realm of virtual existence. Under the oppressive state of the god race, many other races secretly united and began their path of resistance. Among them, the Ant-Man tribe stood out. Although they had not evolved powerful abilities, genetic mutations granted them immense strength and intelligence, and they recognized their own weakness, gradually forming their own Ant-Man civilization in the shadows. At the end of 15,000 years, after thousands of years of nurturing, the mimicry of the King in Yellow finally returned from the depths of the sea, bringing back a colossal egg. In the 16,000th year, the returning god race's son, the mimicry of the King in Yellow, took over the original arrangements of the mimicry of Ba Yaki, shifting from radical reforms to a consolidation of his kin for stable development. In the core area of his own city, he summoned his vassal, the mimicry of Ba Yaki, and the two conspired for hundreds of years. Once again, the divine realm fell into tranquility. Apart from some strong members of the god race coming and going from the royal city to transport supplies, not much warfare occurred. All living beings were granted a moment to breathe. They used this long-awaited period of peace to embark on a path of great reproduction, and the Cthulhu divine realm once again welcomed a surge in species. The quietly developing Ant-Man tribe established their own Ant-Man civilization, the Cthulhu Civilization, and directly bypassed the Stone Age of slash-and-burn agriculture, entering the Iron Age, even showing trends towards a leap into the Steam Age. In the 17,000th year, the God race announced good news. After thousands of years of nurturing, the mysterious giant egg brought back by the mimicry of the King in Yellow was successfully cultivated. Under its silvery exterior, it bore strange patterns of purple, gold, and gray, and was appointed as the next son of the God race by the mimicry of the King in Yellow. The mysterious giant egg was placed in the eye of the storm for nurturing. The surging vitality within symbolized its extraordinary nature. The call of Cthulhu skill was activated once again. Fang Ying gazed at his divine realm, taking a sharp breath. If the previous simulations were merely child's play, then the Cthulhu divine realm at this moment had already set itself on the right track. Looking at the rapid development over these few thousand years, it could be described as earth-shattering. Moreover, the solidified skill call of Cthulhu was simply a trump card, and it could be said that this simulation greatly benefited from it. Consider the fact that 4 civilizations have now been established: the Deep Divers Ocean Civilization, the Evil Eye Tribes, Evil Eye Civilization, the God Race's Blood God Civilization, and the Ant-Man Tribe's Cthulhu Civilization. Indeed, the Ant-Man tribe was the most unexpected for Fang Ying. After all, this race was hardly noticeable in his Cthulhu divine realm, and initially, they were only as small as real-life ants. Now, although having undergone various skills in the trials of divine realm warfare, they had grown to the size of a full-grown adult. Yet the immense strength and intelligence they gained did not pique Fang Ying's interest. After all, immense strength was too common, and intelligence. He currently had 13,000 intelligent races, and the Jushur tribe possessed intelligence as well. Yet look, they still lacked their own civilization. But this sudden dark horse, the Ant-Man tribe, had already developed their own script, beliefs, history, and even science. Indeed, science. In the current Cthulhu divine realm, this was truly a peculiarity. After all, have you ever seen someone with fire-breathing skills playing with friction fire? Have you seen a person of immense strength designing a unicycle handcart and a block and tackle system? Have you seen a free meat mountain providing endless food while cultivating and breeding prey? Have you seen hundreds of masters capturing a single small sheep using traps? There were many unreasonable aspects that in Fang Ying's view should not occur, yet they were evidently happening within the Ant-Man tribe. They researched slash-and-burn agriculture, developed net weaving for fishing, and even mastered the art of iron forging, collecting various materials and laying the foundation for crafting attribute weapons. If Fang Ying did not know for sure that such reincarnators and reborn beings mentioned in novels could not possibly appear in his divine realm, he would have to exclaim that their identity as traversers had been exposed. And thus the accumulation of all these anomalies birthed a powerful Ant-Man tribe, prompting Fang Ying to elevate them to an equal status with the God race. Though it may not be evident now, it may not be impossible in the future. And compared to the Ant-Man tribe's exponential rise, the mysterious giant egg brought back by the mimicry of the King in Yellow equally piqued Fang Ying's curiosity. The complexity of Cthulhu's thoughts led Fang Ying to exercise caution, who knew what knowledge he had acquired from his legacy. Although Fang Ying was the ruler of the Cthulhu divine realm, freely wielding the power of all creatures within it, one thing was certain: he could utilize it, but it did not mean he could comprehend the contents of the other's legacy or their inner thoughts. He could be the creator, but he was not a parasite. If it were truly possible to have divine knowledge at a thought, then his Cthulhu divine realm would have likely evolved into a perfect world of primordial level. However, even though he was unaware of the specifics of that mysterious giant egg, he couldn't help but feel anticipation. If all went well, that being hatching from the egg would surely be a powerful entity. After all, he had already seen through the divine realm that its consciousness was quietly focused on that egg. It seemed it would not be neglected. Develop? Well, I am looking forward to it more and more. Fang Ying extended his hand, and a cup of tea appeared, for this was his divine realm, and wishes could be fulfilled as long as they were not too extravagant. Slurp, glug, delicious. Fang Ying's eyes slightly narrowed. Ding, congratulations, the skill Breath of Despair is activating. What the hell? Fang Ying shuddered at the sound. Cough, cough, cough. Following that, a series of coughs ensued. However, he paid no mind to these details and immediately consulted the system. Simulation system, can I cancel the use of this skill? Ding, resources have been used. Modification is temporarily unavailable. Alright. Fang Ying held his head and brought up the specific data of Despair's Breath. Name Despair's Breath, level Diamond, attribute Dark, effect 1. Bestow despair upon all beings, civilization regresses and life suffers. Bestow withering upon all things, everything returns to silence, eternal destruction. Bestow darkness upon the world, eternal torment, evils arise. Bestow the end upon the divine realm, sever hope, obliterate eternity. Watching this chapter's awe-inspiring effects, Fang Ying finally gave up the last glimmer of hope and calmly observed the demise of his Cthulhu divine realm. 18,100 years later, the world of the Cthulhu divine realm began to change abnormally. After decades of torrential rain, it was followed by decades of drought, during which hurricanes, viruses, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions started to spread. Some sensitive intelligent beings, especially the four great civilized races, expressed a hint of worry. They began to pray to the great deity, the original god, seeking favorable weather for the divine realm. 18,200 years later, small creatures and plants in the Cthulhu divine realm began to wither and die inexplicably. Even resources like Meat Mountain and Cloud Mountain Cloud C-1000 machines changing that Fang Ying had deployed suddenly mutated and began to perish, leading to a fracture and destruction of the entire ecological chain of the divine realm. The evil energy breath within the divine realm began to decrease. The three extraordinary races, along with the race of the gods, the ant people, and about 30 other intelligent races, began to discuss how to save the Cthulhu divine realm. The Cthulhu divine realm rescue plan, led by Cthulhu, officially commenced. 18,300 years later, the land of the Cthulhu divine realm began to weather. The eyes of the oceans dried up, and unknown substances appeared in the oceans, leading to a massive death of plankton and various small creatures. The various land veins and original mineral resources evolved from the ancestors of the mountains began to backfeed, transforming back into land and sediment until they were completely turned to sand. During the same period, disasters within the divine realm became increasingly frequent, occurring at all times. The Savior team, led by Cthulhu, found that their decades of efforts had almost been in vain. Prayers received no response from the deity, and technology could not alter the drastic change in the environment. Even the plan to use abilities to protect a piece of land and create the last Eden was abandoned, as they could not find the cause of the divine realm's collapse. Many intelligent races began to riot, completely abandoning themselves and seeking to indulge in pleasure as the divine realm crumbled. The three extraordinary races and several other civilizations also experienced similar phenomena among their tribes, but they were suppressed by their leaders, who continued to search for opportunities to survive. 18,400 years later, the Cthulhu divine realm fell into darkness. The original rules became chaotic, and neither skills nor primitive firemaking could restore light to the divine realm. The darkness brought not only fear and helplessness, but also birthed evil, malicious thoughts and mutations. Many beings harboring darkness within them underwent mutations in the shadows, gaining abilities and becoming increasingly vicious, knowing only to kill. The Void Touch perished. It was the first extraordinary being to die, killed by mutated kin. Similarly, the death of the Void Touch caused the already precarious civilization to collapse completely. Except for a few extraordinary beings, the Cthulhu divine realm fell into chaos, and the consciousness of the Cthulhu divine realm began to shatter. 18,500 years later, the area of the Cthulhu divine realm shrank to less than 50 kilometers. The consciousness of the Cthulhu divine realm completely vanished, and all beings within it transformed into dark creatures, knowing only slaughter and destruction. The extraordinary being Cthulhu, along with the remaining deep ones Dagon and a few other deep ones, stood at the outermost edge of the Cthulhu divine realm, quietly watching its complete annihilation, while they themselves gradually turned to ruins over the long passage of time. Simulation complete. Fang Ying remained silent, not expecting that the despair's breath did not annihilate the entire divine realm at once, but took nearly 500 years. Though using this time for the destruction of a divine realm isn't long, it is precisely because of this that he, the Lord of the divine realm, could feel the terror of this skill. It was a sense of watching everything around him being destroyed bit by bit, yet he did not fall into the despair that the name implied. Ding, you can materialize the following resources. Mimicry Baiki B. Mimicry King in Yellow Sea. Race of the gods, poison god lineage, fire god lineage, wind god lineage. D. Mysterious giant egg of the race of the gods. E. Ant people race. This time there are so many materialization options. Fang Ying observed carefully, knowing this was the greatest gain from his simulation. Materialize everything. Ding, materialization successful, deducting 14000 simulation points. So much. Fang Ying's eyes narrowed. One should know how much effort this represented, and now it was all spent in one go. Then let me see how worthwhile it is. What he saw was a giant egg a full 10 meters high. This giant egg appeared silver overall, and it was mentioned before that it was composed of purple, gold, and gray colors. The purple runes outlined appeared like a western star array steadily beneath the giant egg, with several similarly purple runes outlined within the array. In the center was a simple golden pattern resembling a sun, somewhat like a stick figure, yet exuding a mysterious aura, as it somehow conveyed the meaning of the sun, but when approached one felt a chill. Because the sun's pattern was constantly absorbing the surrounding light and heat. At the top, there was a mass of gray complex lines, the overall appearance resembling a biological phantom, yet upon closer inspection, it was indistinct, making it impossible to discern its true form, truly mysterious. I sense a faint threat from it. I really don't know whether bringing it out is good or bad. One would think that as a lord of the divine realm, there's no way I would be harmed by a product of the divine realm. Fang Ying furrowed his brow, contemplating the mysterious giant egg. While Fang Ying was lost in thought, the revived creatures turned their heads in fear, looking around. The extraordinary Cthulhu, the Deep Ones, and other transcendental races had already experienced Fang Ying's power before, so they had a certain level of adaptation to their resurrection, and their expressions were quite joyful. However, others, especially the gods and the ant race summoned by Fang Ying, were stuck in the moment of their death. They went from initial panic and confusion to being utterly lost. This divine realm felt real to them, and it was quite familiar. However, compared to where they had lived before, the place felt much smaller, and the concentration of dark energy was not as intense. It seemed somewhat newly awakened. As the one who had come before the extraordinary Cthulhu, the elder brother of the intelligent races in the Cthulhu divine realm, naturally needed to clarify the power of Fang Ying, the primordial god. You have all been rescued by our master from the river of time, escaping a certain death. Do not forget the greatness of the primordial lord. After leaving this statement, Cthulhu showed no intention of further explanation and once again plunged into the deep sea. Indeed, he continued to accompany his ocean eye. He still needed to sort through the gains of the past tens of thousands of years. The gods had yet to react, but the ant race immediately prostrated themselves, loudly proclaiming the greatness of the primordial lord. Praise you, your glory lasts forever. Great primordial lord, you are the ancient, the present, and the eternal. My lord, I am willing to serve you with all my being for life. The gods, having been outdone by the ant race, saw the Son of God in the guise of the Yellow King immediately prepare to prostrate themselves and pray to Fang Ying. However, Fang Ying spoke to them first. Your very existence has saved you. Go forth, the past glory will no longer exist, and the glory of the present and future needs to be fought for vigorously. Do not let my efforts be in vain. As Fang Ying spoke, he pointed at the ant race, and suddenly they felt a blur before their eyes, and the entire race had left their original location, appearing on an island. This is the blessed land granted to you. You must keep watch, be vigilant, and not be negligent. There will be more blessings for you in the future. Thank you. Thank you, great lord. Praise you, great primordial lord. The ant race would be foolish indeed if they still did not understand what had happened. Fang Ying was not biased. This group of ants was originally ordinary and too weak, but their future potential was immense. They might become the most outstanding civilization. However, they still needed to take steady steps for the time being. This blessing is for you. Fang Ying pointed towards the gods, and the mysterious giant egg returned to the hands of the Son of God in the guise of the Yellow King. Go forth. Strive to develop. I will watch over you in the river of time. With Fang Ying's command, another wave of praises erupted. Yet he diverted his gaze once more. Burrowing worm, go forth, lead your devouring race, and along the original journey recollect those old matters and communicate the essence of the Cthulhu divine realm. I will keep an eye on your actions. In the future, I will bless you. You will surely obtain your own glory. Yes, great lord, I will go and bring back all the resources from the wasted space. The burrowing worm immediately bowed its head in response. Then Fang Ying opened his skill panel and found the wasted body using an evolution token on it. A radiant 7-colored light flashed by. Wasted body evolved into wasted creature. Skill wasted creature, level gold, level effect 1. Can exist in the wasted space in a regular state. 2. Absorbs unknown energy from the wasted space, activating internal potential and increasing mutation chances by 13. 3. When in the wasted space, resistance increases by 5. The effect is quite good. It seems that I will be able to fully usher in the era of wasted space soon. Fang Ying raised his eyebrow and waved his hand. All creatures in the Cthulhu divine realm felt an unknown energy sweep over their bodies. A skill called wasted creature seemed to spontaneously resonate within their hearts. Even the extraordinary Cthulhu in the deep sea opened its eyes in surprise. It then fervently worshipped Fang Ying's statue. It is worth noting that as the strongest being in the entire divine realm, he was also the most repressed. Because the divine realm was too minuscule to withstand his turbulence, he usually resided at the bottom of the sea. Although he previously had the wasted body which allowed him to enter the wasted space, the effect of that skill was too low. Over time, it became quite uncomfortable for him, and his enormous size made it inconvenient in the wasted space, making walking difficult and exposing him to threats from the wasted space. But now with this wasted creature, despite being merely an upgrade, it directly resolved all problems. Go forth, your world is the starry sea. Go to the wasted space, and I will grant you endless glory. After speaking, Fang Ying returned to reality. While preparing a meal, he pondered over the deductions he had just experienced. As it stands, this breath of despair token is best used sparingly. My divine realm cannot yet bear such great harm. However, it cannot be completely disregarded. Perhaps it will have some unexpected effects in the future, such as in the development of the divine realm. Currently, the geographical area of my divine realm is still the greatest limitation. Every time a creature undergoes significant development, It is constrained by geography, which also forces me to place them into the wasted space ahead of time. While this allows them to adapt and advance, it similarly leads to a lack of depth in the entire divine realm. This is why I specifically isolated the ant race to develop separately. Though it can be seen as a form of compensation, the root issue still needs to be resolved. It is likely that the previously discovered meteorite No. 1, although enormous and several times the size of my divine realm, is not easy to obtain. Firstly, the distance is great, requiring a considerable amount of time. Secondly, it takes time to digest. Even if my divine realm has developed consciousness, the basic mechanisms still need to be followed. Thus, Fang Ying doubts that under such circumstances he might not even be able to digest 1% by the day of the exam. Therefore, he still needs to seek alternative paths. For now, he can only use the essence of the divine realm for time acceleration, but the essence is limited. The larger his divine realm develops, the more it consumes. Being inherently poor and with few resources, I ultimately lag far behind those second-generation deities. I just don't know if the principle can still help. As Fang Ying was pondering, suddenly a strange number called in. Hello, who is this? Fang Ying asked, somewhat puzzled. Fang classmate Fang De Lao, it's me, Song Yuan Ming from Nantong. The voice on the other end was very humble and respectful. Song Yuan Ming. Do we know each other? Fang Ying pondered for a moment. It seemed he didn't know this person, though the name sounded somewhat familiar. However, he shouldn't be a relative. After all, he started off as an orphan. Not to mention relatives, he didn't even have a biological sister. Oh. Well, do you still remember the day of the awakening in the divine domain when I collected from the divine domain? Song Yuanming's voice grew smaller and his confidence seemed to be noticeably lacking. It's you. Fang Ying's tone suddenly turned cold. He remembered it was that sharp-nosed fellow who mocked him. He recalled wanting to get back at him at the time. Yes, it's me. Song Yuanming stuttered. Why are you calling? You wouldn't want to mock me again and then ask to buy my divine domain, would you? Fang Ying's tone was unfriendly. Oh, no, Fang Ying De Lao, how could I dare? I was confused that day when I went out. I'm sorry, I have no eyes to see the true God in front of me. I'm just a fool, please forgive me. Fang Ying listened to the other party's self-reflection, feeling a bit bored and planning to hang up. But the other side seemed to sense Fang Ying's intention and immediately said, Fang Ying De Lao, to show my apology, I am willing to offer all my savings 5 million to help your divine domain. No need. I'm hanging up. Fang Ying directly refused. What a joke, 5 million is nothing. It's not that Fang Ying looked down on it, but just casually purchasing a resource might cost tens of millions. 5 million is just a drop in the bucket. It's not worth it. He didn't want to accept the favor of an unknown little person. 130 million De Lao, 130 million, I beg you, you must accept my compensation. Seeing Fang Ying's demeanor, Song Yuanming anxiously said no need. Although he didn't understand why this guy was in such a hurry, it had nothing to do with Fang Ying. De Lao, my actions have been discovered by our company. I am the head of Qin City. If I do not receive your forgiveness, I will be fired and blacklisted in the industry. I have both old and young to take care of. Beep. Fang Ying directly pressed the hang-up button and blacklisted his phone number. Similarly, to prevent this guy from continuing to harass him, Fang Ying set reminders for several important contacts for his own phone number, rejecting all others. This was not due to Fang Ying's arrogance, but since this guy could call him, it was likely that his information had been exposed. Those big financial groups and companies under the gods would definitely rush over first. Although Fang Ying felt he lacked resources at the moment, he had no intention of submitting to other enterprises, even if he had not truly entered into them. His homeroom teacher had mentioned it before. True strong ones should not be bound by others. General strong ones can improve through schools and the Divine Alliance. Ordinary strong ones can join financial groups to gain resources. Although it's not absolute, believe me, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What you value is someone else's investment, while what they value is your divine domain. Merchants can't afford to be lazy, and gods are the same. At Qin City, Third Hai Wu now said, so boring. My original energy has been exhausted. The development of my divine domain is painfully slow, a common god's helplessness. At Qin City, Fifth Hai Zhang Buyuan said, I'm not doing much better. I've spent nearly 100 million. These primitive fools can only play with stones and need my help to start a fire. This is just ridiculous. At Qin City, Fifth Hai Zhang Buyuan, Li Gang wowed allow, how did you do it? At Qin City, Sixth Hai Li Gang, calm down, Aka Whittakin is all you need. At Qin City, Fifth Hai Zhang Buyuan hiss, oh worship the Great One. At Qin City, Third Hai Wu now Nao worship the Great One 2. At Qin City, Third Hai Hongung worship the Great One 3. At Qin City, First Hai, when Xia, speaking of which, why has the recently prominent Fang Ying De Lao been silent? I really want to know how his development is going. At Qin City, First Hai Sun Shuang, no need to say, he must be in existence we can't catch up to. Fang Ying, who was originally lurking, saw the messages directed at him and replied a few words. At Qin City, First Hai Fang Ying, are there any good methods to overcome the limitations in my divine domain? At Qin City, Eighth Hai Baji, wow, caught a great one. At Qin City, First Hai Sun Shuang, so soon you are limited in development. How large must your divine domain be? At Qin City 5th Haizhong Guiyuan Fang Ying Dalao, if your divine domain is indeed developing slowly and you have confidence in your divine domain's followers, I suggest you head to the Divine Alliance's Cleanup Guild. At Qin City 6th Hai Li Gang, what is the Cleanup Guild? Please enlighten me, Dalao. Fang Ying also looked at the information released by the other party, feeling somewhat puzzled. After all, he had never heard of it. He was just a high school student from an ordinary family background, so it was normal for him to not have access to many things. At Qin City 5th Haizhong Guiyuan, the Cleanup Guild is a logistics organization under the Divine Alliance. It consists of foreign divine domains whose coordinates have been detected by the Divine Alliance. The levels of those divine domains are between common gods and heavenly gods, and in general resources are not very abundant. Some of these divine domains are on the brink of extinction, some have mutated, and some belong to other divine domain masters. These divine domains can be considered as useless resources to the great gods, akin to garbage in the space. Even for their own family disciples, they merely enhance some original energy. However, these divine domains are nourishment for those ordinary gods, and sometimes they also become arenas for the gods to test their ideas. In short, if Dalao you have the idea to quickly enhance your divine domain and possess a certain level of strength, I still recommend that you participate. After seeing the series of introductions from the other party, Fang Ying began to gain some clarity. The Cleanup Guild should belong to the garbage dump of foreign gods with too many of them, and high-level gods unable to manage, hence low-level gods are sent to handle them while training them. Since that's the case, it really is necessary for him to take a look. At Qin City 1st Hai Fang Ying, thank you. Zhang Guiyuan. Without delay, he set off immediately. Just as Fang Ying was about to leave, he suddenly found that his Cthulhu divine domain had encountered a change. A major event was happening in the divine domain. Fang Ying vanished in a flash. Upon leaving the Cthulhu domain, Cthulhu found himself in the void space, where he could better absorb unknown wisdom. He was currently evolving to a higher level. The Ant-Man tribe, under your protection despite having lost everything, quickly re-entered the Stone Age thanks to their inherent wisdom, and they have laid the foundation to ascend to the next level of civilization. The restart of their civilization has enriched their heritage. The God Clan appears to be developing well. They are grateful for your redemption, and some of their members have been sent to the void space to search for a base to return benefits to the Cthulhu domain. However, they are troubled by one issue: the mysterious giant egg brought back by the God Clan's son, the Mimetic King, in yellow. Due to the different state of the Cthulhu domain compared to its previous development, the concentration of the evil energy is still low, and the wind energy required for the giant egg's development is insufficient. The giant egg is currently in a crisis, at risk of becoming a dead egg. The Mimetic King in yellow and the Mimetic Byakuya explored many solutions, but ultimately failed, and the vitality of the mysterious giant egg gradually weakened. The Mimetic King in yellow ventured into the deep sea to find Cthulhu, only to discover that Cthulhu had already left the Cthulhu domain and was temporarily unreachable. The Mimetic King in yellow prayed for assistance from the consciousness of the Cthulhu domain, which recognized this as a blessing bestowed by you. Consequently, the consciousness of the Cthulhu domain descended its power, unilaterally adjusting the evil energy and wind energy supply within the domain for the giant egg to absorb. The vitality of the mysterious giant egg showed signs of recovery, but as the egg grew, the current supply from the domain was insufficient for its absorption, causing its vitality to weaken once again. The consciousness of the Cthulhu domain requests your support. The God Clan's son leads the entire tribe in prayer, beseeching your attention. No wonder I could sense it. Fang Ying realized upon seeing this. Generally, significant events do not occur within a domain, making it difficult for a minor god like Fang Ying, who is yet to fully mature, to perceive things so clearly. As for the situation of the mysterious giant egg, even he did not expect it to be so outstanding. Although the Cthulhu domain is not in the same state that has been deduced for over 10,000 years, the mobilization of its conscious presence accounts for 80 of the domain's activity. Yet the mysterious giant egg still exhibited signs of diminishing vitality. This is somewhat perplexing. Let me see where your limits lie. Fang Ying pointed with his hand. A golden radiance flew directly into the mysterious giant egg. This was the power of faith Fang Ying had accumulated through numerous deductions and energy that could be likened to the merits of the heavenly Tao in the primordial world. Upon the infusion of the power of faith into the giant egg, it was as if a cow had sunk into the sea, creating not even a ripple. If the flicker of light on the egg's surface is not counted, interesting, I want to see how much you can absorb. In the next moment, invisible gray mist mingled with golden points of light fell from the Cthulhu domain, immediately causing a stir, the oppressive force overwhelming, making countless beings bow their heads in trepidation as they awaited the arrival of some noble presence. Little did they know all of this was for the mysterious giant egg of the Cthulhu domain. Simultaneously, the tricolored patterns on the mysterious giant egg began to flicker one by one, its vitality recovering. The giant egg seemed to have been pressed by a time accelerator, rapidly growing. This is the blessing from the primordial master. Thank you, great master. Our prayers have received the Master's grace. Continue praying quickly. The God clan was the first to react. The sun, the mimetic king in yellow, immediately led the tribe to kneel on the ground, offering their power of faith. At this time, Fang Ying looked on with great interest at the glowing giant egg within the Cthulhu domain. He had already consumed 1,000 points of faith, enough to create a wise race. But this faith was still being continuously directed into the mysterious giant egg. 2,000 points, 3,000 points, 5,000 points. Fang Ying's power of faith was rapidly dwindling. Had he not seen the mysterious giant egg grow to 50 meters, he would not have believed his eyes. His expression shifted from playful to serious. He had now exhausted 9,000 points of faith. This amount of faith was enough to purchase an extraordinary being, yet now he was using it to cultivate an unknown entity. I hope you won't disappoint me. Fang Ying watched as his power of faith reached the monumental threshold of 10,000. Crack, a crisp sound echoed, though not loud. It felt as if the heavens and earth had just opened. Within the entire Cthulhu domain, all beings seemed to have been pressed with a pause button, collectively turning towards the direction of the mysterious giant egg. At the same time, the original glow from the mysterious giant egg had long since faded, replaced instead by a dim yellow hue. The God clan present all prostrated towards the direction of the giant egg, feeling an overwhelming sense of fear arising from deep within. Indeed, it was not reverence, but pure fear. The fear compelled them to bury their heads deep in the ground, not daring to raise them to steal even a glance. Fang Ying was the first to observe. He first heard a silent shriek. Yes, a silent shriek, and it was only after this shriek that the God clan began to prostrate, expressing their inner dread. Through the thick, dim, yellow hue, Fang Ying saw a massive figure 50 meters tall. It was a tall and slender silhouette. He could see that it resembled a young pharaoh from ancient times, draped in a resplendent robe adorned with myriad colors, wearing a natural golden double crown that shimmered with light. But soon this figure's form changed once again. It transformed into a tall and lean man with dark skin devoid of any features typical of a black person, lacking both beard and hair, dressed in a bizarre long robe made from some thick black fabric. However, this form did not last long, as the figure changed once more. Under the eternal might of the primordial creator, the mysterious giant egg finally underwent a metamorphosis, evolving into an extraordinary being, Nyarlathotep. This is that Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos. Fang Ying looked at the figure in shock. It is worth noting that Fang Ying was quite knowledgeable about this pillar of Cthulhu mythos, Nyarlathotep. First and foremost, it has numerous titles. For instance, the crawling chaos, the night howler, the black pharaoh, the father of 1,000,000 servants, the god of 1,000 faces, which also explains why it has so many transformations, the night hunter, the nightmare, the blighted daughter of the dark dwellers, the messenger of the old gods, and so on. It is an outer god. Moreover, it is one of the 3 pillars of the gods, serving as a spokesperson for the outer gods. Most crucially, its attribute is earth. Seeing this, Fang Ying felt a surge of excitement. Cthulhu represents water. The mimicry of Baiki and the mimicry of the king in yellow represent wind. Now Nyarlathotep represents earth. With water, wind, and earth, all that's missing is fire. Fang Ying had a premonition that once his Cthulhu domain gathered these 4 major attributes, a surprise awaited him. Finally stabilizing its form, Nyarlathotep, resembling a fusion of the mimicry of the king in yellow and Cthulhu, let out a true call. Buzz, the entire Cthulhu domain trembled in response. An invisible force surged from Nyarlathotep, sweeping across the entire Cthulhu domain. Although Fang Ying did not know what was happening, he could tell that the mystery of this Cthulhu domain had deepened. Accompanying this was the sound of 2 joyous calls. Those were the mimicry of the king in yellow and the mimicry of Baiki. Oh no, they should now be referred to as Hastur, the king in yellow, and Baiki. As soon as Nyarlathotep finished its call, Fang Ying immediately noticed that the prefixes on these 2 figures mysteriously disappeared, becoming the true Hastur and Baiki within the Cthulhu domain. This is really becoming harder for me to understand. Fang Ying chuckled bitterly and shook his head. As the master of the domain, he should in theory be able to grasp the general direction of the domain's developments, even if not omniscient. However, ever since the introduction of this simulation system, the development of the domain had been like a wild horse, constantly undergoing various changes. In the past, changes occurred during the simulation process. Now, they had been directly transferred into reality. Oh well, after all, it was good news for his domain. The birth of Nyarlathotep had actually replenished some of the dwindling source of the Cthulhu domain. Time could be accelerated again. Fang Ying no longer paid attention to the frenzied activities of this group of gods. Just as he was about to log off, he sensed that something was happening elsewhere, a theft activity. The Ant-Man tribe's living conditions had improved significantly thanks to your assistance, and they had begun constructing their own underground fortress. However, during the construction process, the Ant-Man tribe discovered that their resources, especially various mineral resources, were severely lacking, so their chieftain convened a tribal meeting primarily discussing how to resolve this predicament. One Ant-Man proposed searching other areas believing they would find resources. Another Ant-Man suggested a barter policy exchanging the abundant food on the island for minerals from other races. Yet another Ant-Man proposed exchanging labor and assistance for minerals. However, all these proposals were ultimately rejected by the chieftain. Due to their own limitations, the Ant-Man tribe lacked the energy to search extensively, and many good locations were already occupied by extraordinary races. Moreover, they still had some food left, but they would need to expand their population in the future, so they had to conserve as much as possible. As for labor, the Ant-Man tribe only had great strength. They were not exceptional in other aspects like diving or flying, and even running was not their forte. Additionally, their workforce was insufficient to support such actions. Finally, a lazy Ant-Man who liked to take advantage of others suggested going to the warehouses of those extraordinary races to take some. After all, those were gifts from the primordial gods and did not belong to any race. The Ant-Man tribe found the proposal reasonable, so they all set out to raid the warehouses of other tribes for the items they needed. Fang Ying silently observed the behavior of this group of Ant-Man tribe members, feeling somewhat strange. But he had indeed forgotten to leave some resources for the Ant-Man tribe, thinking that these fragile creatures might collapse before even starting. Thus, he had chosen a region rich in species for them. However, with these creatures acting this way, could it be that they started stealing something? No wonder they established civilization so quickly. At this moment, the Ant-Man tribe was facing the phenomenon of being able to leave their doors unlocked at night. These extraordinary races had not developed the concept of private property, nor did they have any notion of what belonged to whom. Thus, the supervision of various weapons and resources was quite lax. One might even say they were practically free. And indeed, things turned out just as Fang Ying had imagined. The first theft carried out by the Ant-Man tribe was from a coastal base warehouse of the deep divers, where they had stored food and various minerals collected for the extraordinary Cthulhu and Dagon along with their weapons. In just one night, the food and hundreds of weapons along with hundreds of tons of minerals were boldly taken away by the Ant-Man tribe. During their progress, the chieftain even encountered a member of the deep divers tribe. When he asked why the weapons in their hands were identical to those produced by his own tribe, he was deceived by the chieftain's fabricated story. Ding, congratulations, your Ant-Man tribe has successfully mastered the skill, lying through one's teeth. Skill lying through one's teeth, level bronze, effect, shameless 10, deceit 5, insight 5. When you use this skill, you can do so without blushing, your heart racing, or losing your breath, and you can rhythmically weave lies, seamlessly increasing the success rate of making the other party believe by 15. Fang Ying looked at the inexplicably acquired skill, feeling speechless. Could it be that the Ant-Man tribe was about to start a wave of 7 kingdoms war in his domain, turning those ordinary nobles into cunning schemers? However, thinking it over, hey, if used in battles, this might not be a bad thing. For example, if two sides are fighting, one side shouts, "I'm going to use fire escape," and the other side immediately uses water escape to defend, only to find out that we actually tricked them into using thunder escape. After pondering for a moment, Fang Ying cast this idea aside. After all, the development of the divine domain is not so capricious, it must be suited to local conditions. The Lord of the divine domain cannot act on whims. Such an approach would only lead to its collapse, ultimately reducing it to dust. The principle is quite simple. For instance, at the beginning, Fang Ying planned to construct a primordial world. If he were to follow the typical tropes of primordial novels embodying the Tao and continuously intervening, rest assured the final outcome would not be as he envisioned. There is an 80 to 90% chance it would collapse. Because reality is not a novel. Everyone has their own thoughts, and you cannot force everyone to adhere to your ideas. At that time, it is quite possible that Nuwa would not mend the sky, and Kwa Fu might end up with change. Similarly, in Fang Ying's current Cthulhu divine domain, despite numerous simulations, he still cannot grasp the thoughts of this extraordinary being Cthulhu. Congratulations. The great devourer race has once again discovered the trace of the first meteorite, and has already begun mining, bringing it back to the Cthulhu divine domain. One of the great devourer worms unexpectedly found some metallic remnants. The burrowing demon worm, through investigation, sensed some peculiar aromas, leading him to seek out the sage of the Cthulhu divine domain, the extraordinary being Cthulhu. Under the judgment of the extraordinary being Cthulhu, he detected an artificial scent and a similar aroma originating from the Cthulhu divine domain. Thus, he chose to pray to you regarding this event, seeking your judgment. I wonder if this incident is related to the previous simulation of the blood-colored giant egg. After pondering for a while, Fang Ying issued a directive to continue collecting and observing, then set it aside. Instead, he turned to see an unusual combination. It was an exploration team composed of a deep diver, an Eye of Sin tribe member, a great devourer worm along with the Ant-Man tribe, and a member of the God tribe, a group of 5 different species. I must say such a combination was unexpected even for Fang Ying. Though he had his own arrangements, there are inherent gaps between different races, and the Ant-Man tribe is clearly a weakling. But why does it seem that when Fang Ying looked over, they had an implicit leadership quality within the team? Truly bizarre. In addition, Fang Ying also saw quite a few members of the Eye of Sin tribe in the void space clad in special armor, conducting resource searches through mental control. The metallic texture gave Fang Ying a strange, indescribable feeling. Were it not for knowing that their development leaned towards potion research, he would have thought they had advanced technologically to the point of exploring space. However, what shocked Fang Ying the most was Nyarlathotep, who was originally the natural ruler of the god tribe. It appeared he did not inherit the position of the son of God, but instead flew out of the barrier of the Cthulhu divine domain and into the void space. In just a few short years, he had grown from 50 meters to nearly 300 meters in size. Just looking at that enormous form, even Cthulhu felt a bit outclassed. Of course, Nyarlathotep had also progressed from the early stage of the extraordinary to the mid-stage. It is worth noting that until now, Cthulhu remained stuck at the initial level of the extraordinary. I really don't know how this guy has developed, Fang Ying muttered. Due to the use of the divine domain's essence, time progressed rapidly, and soon the Cthulhu divine domain reached the milestone of 280 kilometers. But this was as far as it went. The essence of the divine domain was exhausted, and everything returned to its initial slow state. The resources near the Cthulhu divine domain have basically been cleaned out, and those in the distance cannot be quickly transported back. As for the first meteorite, it seems it cannot be fully harvested in the short term. Then let's begin. Just at this moment, the simulation system was also prepared. According to my investigation, the area I am currently in should belong to the one-dimensional space of the void, the winter region. Fang Ying muttered to himself. It should be noted that although the Divine Alliance has not completely explored the void space, they have conducted basic statistics on known areas. Overall, the known void space has been divided into 9 dimensions ranging from 1-dimensional to 9-dimensional. This is based on the strength of the area, with 1-dimensional being the lowest and 9-dimensional being the highest. However, correspondingly, the resources in the 9-dimensional space are the most abundant. Not to mention that the essence of the divine domain can be casually picked up. At least, it would not be as scarce as the land resources in Fang Ying's vicinity. However, to obtain what one desires, one must pay the price. If a low-level deity wishes to survive in that place, they must rely on large corporations or powerful deities from their ancestry. Otherwise, they must be prepared to be discovered and annihilated. Fang Ying's region was resource-poor, and the winter region he was situated in was the poorest among the 4 areas of spring purity, summer breeze, and autumn harvest. In other words, the area where Fang Ying was located was impoverished to the extreme. Fang Ying only discovered this later. No wonder he had developed for tens of thousands of years without encountering a single soul. It was only after using the skill token that he encountered the mysterious red giant egg after a long time. After all, it was far too remote and impoverished. Who would come here for no reason? If Fang Ying did not have the system, this place could undoubtedly be said to be a retirement home for low-level deities. But now this place was a hindrance to his growth. He summoned the simulation system. I hope this time I can follow the peculiar metallic remnants to find some useful clues, whether they are foreign deities or local deities. I am very eager to encounter you. Fang Ying then used his authority to issue a directive to the creatures of his divine domain. He was about to embark on a new journey, activating the authority of the deities and once again commencing the simulation expedition. This time, Fang Ying issued the command in advance. That was to spare no effort in seeking out traces of life. He wanted to reign over this winter region. O great primordial master, your command is our eternal mission. Cthulhu was the first to express his loyalty. We shall obey your orders. The void touch followed suit. Yes, at your command. The burrowing demon worm nodded obediently. I will open up a myriad of domains for you and annihilate all. Nyarlathotep's voice was soft, yet sent chills down the spines of the other beings. All right, simulation system, let's begin. Ding, we shall obey your orders. This simulation has begun, increasing the area of the Cthulhu divine domain. This simulation will consume 200 points. That's quite an increase. It should be noted that the initial consumption was merely 10 points. Yes. Ding, will the resources for this simulation include breath of despair, giant physique, giant strength? All of them. Fang Ying decided to go big, his gaze sharpened as he had a premonition that this simulation would be extraordinary. Ding, you can draw 3 skills from the following 10 options. Given that you have already solidified 1 skill, you may draw 2 more. Fang Ying looked forward expectantly at the 10 newly appeared skills. Unfortunately, luck did not accompany him this time. All 10 skills were of bronze rating. Well, fortunately, my purpose for this simulation is not for development, but for exploration. After pondering for a moment, he settled on 2 skills that were somewhat useful. Skill Chaotic Mind. Level Bronze. Effect Direction Sense 5, Confusion 10, Encounter 3, Madness 2, can make creatures increasingly insane, but it also enhances their determination to achieve their goals without rest until they succeed. Skill Dark Energy Derivation. Level Bronze. Effect Derivation 5, Distortion 3, Filth 2, can accelerate the self-reproduction speed of dark energy, further increasing the total amount of dark energy in the space, accelerating the enhancement of biological abilities, but will cause filth and mental excitement as side effects. Snap! A text appeared before Fang Ying's eyes. In your expectant gaze, the Cthulhu Divine Domain welcomed yet another mad exploration journey. In the first millennium, with your assurance, all beings in the Cthulhu Divine Domain that possess eggs have embarked on their journey, bidding farewell to their loved ones as they madly output into the void. As the leader of the devouring clan, the burrowing magic worm led the entire clan into action. Their plan was to first conquer the no. One meteorite. For this, they even held a special meeting on how to quickly obtain the no. One meteorite, and the process they devised was simple: charge and smash it, and bring it back. The burrowing magic worm designated this plan as the great leader of the devouring clan. The burrowing magic worm presents the plan to bring back the no. One meteorite to the greater primordial lord. Fang Ying looked at this introduction with a face full of black lines. Could you make it a bit longer? Usually you can't even spit out a decent sentence, but why is it that every time it comes to naming it's as long and stinky as an old woman's bound feet? Fang Ying continued to observe the reactions of other races. The deep sea lord, the extraordinary being Cthulhu, after issuing a search for water resources to the ruler of the deep divers, plunged into darkness alone, sensing something calling to him from the depths of the void. The Evil Eye clan was not as impulsive. They sent a portion of their clan members to continue gathering resources in the Cthulhu Divine Domain, crafting secret medicines and weapons. Another part, clad in weapons and carrying secret medicines, proceeded in an organized and disciplined manner into the depths of the void, planning to establish an information transmission station in the void. Moreover, under the guidance of the Void Touch, they could preliminarily conduct brief information transmissions. The God Clan also began their own journey through the void. However, since their time in the void was still short and they needed time to adapt, they did not venture too far, but rather adapted gradually. The Ant-Man clan did not impulsively head into the void. The Ant-Man leader delivered a tearful speech, realizing their insignificance and initiating their own era of civilization, with the first step being primitive accumulation. Thus, they set their sights on the resources left in the Cthulhu Divine Domain by the Deep Divers and the Devouring Clan. So this is considered each occupying their own space, all having their own development goals. Fang Ying sighed. He knew that even though he was their deity, the creator of these beings, each of them had their own ideas. Especially this group of Ant-Men, their ideas were quite numerous. Fortunately, he hadn't provided them with any strategies like the art of war or the 36 stratagems. Otherwise, he worried that his Cthulhu Divine Domain would be ruined by them. Time passed like this, spent in the fervent conquest. Arriving at the second millennium. With nearly 1,000 years of experience in the void, the God Clan finally embarked on their own journey. Under the guidance of Nyarlathotep and the Yellow King, the major factions of the God Clan, Poison God, Fire God, Wind God, and Earth God, set out in all four directions of the void, exploring at the cost of their own lives, intending to outpace others and win first place to gain your attention. Forgotten by you, the 5 biological teams led by the original Ant-Man arrived at the coordinates 10434-1552141, unexpectedly discovering a cube. Due to the cube's peculiar nature, with its surfaces as smooth as a mirror and faint silver light shimmering around it, these 5 regarded it as a treasure and planned to bring it back. However, due to the cube's excessive smoothness, they found it impossible to drag effectively. After nearly half a year of dragging, they finally exhausted their good spirits. The God Clan member, disregarding the Ant-Man's obstruction, frantically struck at the mirror-like cube. Unexpectedly, he activated the switch, and the cube was activated, revealing that this strange cube was actually a spaceship. Ding! Congratulations on your major discovery of extraterrestrial civilization simulation points 1000. Is this a UFO? Oh, no, this is a cubic flying device. Fang Ying immediately focused his gaze. He truly did not expect such a discovery to come so quickly, and he originally thought Cthulhu would be the first. Instead, it was this strange combination of 5. The initially mirror-smooth cube gradually became transparent, revealing a peculiar being inside. Its overall shape appeared to be a tall, narrow, and wide cone, resembling an inverted triangle. At the tip of the cone were 4 bizarre appendages, 2 with claws, the third shaped like a trumpet, and the 4th ending in a yellow sphere, serving as their sensory organ. As the 5 discovered this strange, unknown species, they excitedly brought it back to the Cthulhu Divine Domain. Ding! Congratulations on your first discovery of an exotic species, the Great Race, Yth simulation value 1000. Hiss, it's actually the Great Race, Yth, the extraterrestrial beings with a high level of civilization and technology. It is said that they not only possess extraordinary wisdom, but also a unique ability to exchange their original minds with the bodies of other beings and races, thus gaining knowledge of the past, present, and future of the exchanged race. As you marvel at the unfolding events, 3,000 years approach. A 5-member team unexpectedly activated the flight control system of the spacecraft, conveniently steering it towards the Cthulhu Divine Realm. During their 15-year journey, the five-member team garnered significant attention, particularly from the Yellow King Hastur of the Great One clan and Bayaki, who took a keen interest, and even dispatched warriors from the Wind God lineage to ensure their safe arrival at the Cthulhu Divine Realm, the abode of the Great One clan. Upon the extraterrestrial spacecraft entering the Cthulhu Divine Realm, the consciousness of the realm trembled momentarily before regaining its tranquility. The realm's consciousness initiated an internal search, but found no cause for the disturbance. The Great One clan was the first to study the spacecraft, and the alien body, the Great Race, is but unfortunately a century passed without any conclusive results. The eagerly awaiting Eye of Chaos clan submitted a research application and expressed their willingness to share findings with the other extraordinary races. Through in-depth research by the Eye of Chaos clan, they discovered that the spacecraft was completely uncontrollable, leading them to suspect that the earlier five-member team's operation of the spacecraft was merely a stroke of luck. Upon further investigation, they found the corpse of the alien being the Great Race is to be peculiar. Although it exhibited no biological characteristics, the Eye of Chaos clan, sensitive to spiritual power, identified a massive spiritual energy presence emanating from the body. The closer one approached, the stronger the rejection from that presence. The Eye of Chaos clan deemed the corpse to be evil and thus should be destroyed, but they faced opposition from the Great One clan, the Devourer clan, and the Deep Seeker clan. Ultimately, the decision was made to have the spacecraft and the corpse jointly preserved by the four extraordinary clans. During this time, the Ant People clan also came to investigate. Their leader discovered that their kin experienced discomfort when near the alien body and were constantly haunted by inexplicable whispers. Consequently, the Ant People leader immediately relinquished their rights to study the alien body, instead opting to trade for essential resources with the other four intelligent races, a proposal that received approval. Fang Ying observed this and couldn't help but feel that the Ant People clan was becoming increasingly cunning, showing potential as strategists. No, I have grown even more puzzled about this corpse. Could it be that the alien body obtained by the five-member team is alive? If that is the case, it could become quite troublesome. Fang Ying had conducted explorations during the deductions, but arrived at only vague conclusions. Another key point is that if it pertains to the Great Race, is they belong to a highly advanced civilization primarily skilled in science and mental control. This could explain the presence of a massive spiritual barrier. However, the mysterious whispers mentioned by the Ant People clan are troubling. This clearly leans towards the mysterious, for he knows that the Great Race is our adversaries of the Cthulhu mythos, beings rejecting the use of magic or similar secret arts. If that is the case, it contradicts the memories I hold. To prevent the alien corpse from being damaged, the Deep Seeker clan promptly accepted the task of protecting the body. However, as time passed, the Deep Seeker clan noticed that every member who had been in close proximity to the corpse began to undergo unknown psychological changes, developing an obsession and reverence for the body. Eventually, some even dared to defy the orders of their leader Dagon and remained steadfast by the corpse's side. Provoked by this challenge to his authority, Dagon intended to punish the disobedient Deep Seekers, but unexpectedly ignited their rebellion. After a serious bloodshed event, Dagon realized something was amiss and wisely withdrew from the ranks protecting the corpse. Receiving the news, Nyarlathotep concluded his aimless journey in the void and hurried back, eager to uncover the secrets of the corpse. Soon Nyarlathotep too fell under the influence of the alien body, occasionally slipping into a hazy state, where he heard the enigmatic whispers and saw strange fragmented images of an endless wasteland of yellow sand, where numerous black tetrahedrons floated several feet above the ground. Far away in the void, the extraordinary being Cthulhu, encased in a spherical form, awakened from its slumber. It comprehended the golden skill of its innate ability, reality distortion. Skill: reality distortion. Level: golden. Effect: mental pressure 20, confusion 15, sanity 20, madness 15. 1. Mental distortion unilaterally induces hallucinations in an intelligent creature, distorting its perception of reality. 2. Material distortion directly targets a specific creature, causing modifications and mutations that alter its reality. For instance, it can distort a man's thinking into that of a woman, convincing him of this fact, ultimately resulting in a direct transformation in reality, changing the man into a woman. Fang Ying naturally received the skill comprehended by Cthulhu, and thereupon couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, it seems the accumulation of strength reveals itself at last. Having realized the skill, Cthulhu sensed the abnormalities within the Cthulhu divine realm and surged forth with all its might toward the realm. For 1,000 years have come. Although the Eye of Chaos clan abandoned their research on the corpse, they did not forsake their exploration of the tetrahedral spacecraft. They discovered that the tetrahedral spacecraft could not be controlled by human hands, but required mental control already bound to the alien corpse. Thus, they rejected the prior five-member team's unexpected operation of the tetrahedral spacecraft and sought to communicate again, planning to destroy the alien corpse in advance. Meanwhile, they compared it with the metal fragments previously discovered by the Devourer clan, finding an 80 likelihood that it originated from an extraterrestrial ship of the same model as the tetrahedral spacecraft. 500 years have passed, and Nyarlathotep found the Great One clan. Discovering that his mind had been infected by the corpse and could not be cleansed, he realized the corpse was reviving. He urged the Great One clan to notify the other race's extraordinary leaders, planning to jointly employ mental power to execute a method of deprivation and annihilation. 600 years have elapsed, and Nyarlathotep and the other leaders have failed. The corpse, the great race, has begun its revival, with anyone approaching it becoming its thrall. Fortunately, these thralls could not stray too far from the corpse, preventing any serious deterioration. 700 years have passed, and the burrowing demon insects of the Devourer clan were the first to suffer a backlash. Although they were not directly infected and transformed into guardians, they had their mental power drained and fell into eternal slumber. With the small team already barely holding on, the absence of a transcendent being made their situation even more precarious. Initially, the leader of the Evil Eye clan, Void Touch, proposed to directly destroy the corpse. However, he sadly discovered that a special mental energy field had formed around the revived corpse, rendering all their abilities ineffective while they remained within the field. 800 years passed, and both Bayaji and the king in Yellow Haster fell into slumber in succession. 900 years later, Nyarlathotep and Void Touch were also in a precarious state, but fortunately, they received news of Cthulhu's return. The 5,000-year mark has officially arrived. The transcendent Cthulhu used its ability reality distortion, which perfectly countered the revived corpse. Aside from the burrowing demon insects that had initially fallen into slumber, the other two powerful beings of the god clan, the king in Yellow Haster and Bayaji, soon awakened. At this time, the leader of the Evil Eye clan, Void Touch, once again proposed the resolution to destroy the alien corpse. However, this time it was rejected once more. The first to speak were the king in Yellow Haster and Bayaji. They expressed that while in slumber they had come to understand some unknown information, which included infection, death, and destruction. The crucial point was that if this corpse were destroyed, a great terror would ensue. Cthulhu felt the same way and additionally discovered a kindred call while observing the corpse, sensing that the opportunity for his ascension lay within this soon-to revived body. In the end, Cthulhu took the corpse to the deep sea, to a place devoid of life, because through Void Touch's investigation, it was discovered that the revival of the corpse required the absorption of biological spiritual energy. Cthulhu's domain regained its calm once more. Under the leadership of the Devourer clan and several other intelligent species, Cthulhu's domain finally reached the significant milestone of 298 kilometers. However, at the same time, with the increased mining speed of the first asteroid, some news was also brought back, revealing that near and on the first asteroid, traces and wreckage of tetrahedral spacecraft were continually discovered. At this moment, the consciousness of Cthulhu's domain had already shifted its focus to the ascension of the divine realm. It continuously urged various races to send the resources from the first asteroid to Cthulhu's domain. 6,000 years have come. The area of Cthulhu's domain has reached the significant milestone of 299, nearing materialization. However, at the same time, all creatures in Cthulhu's domain sensed an atmosphere named destruction swirling above the entire realm, filled with oppression, death, darkness, and collapse, affecting all living beings within, even the plants. In the 300th year, a tremendous change occurred in Cthulhu's domain as a massive mental pressure spread from the deep sea in all directions. Ding, the resource token of Despair's breath has been activated. In the 350th year, the void space gave birth to a dark storm targeting Cthulhu's domain. 400 years later, on the outskirts of Cthulhu's domain, the four intelligent races residing in the void space were directly obliterated into the most basic elements of the void space by the dark storm. Having ascended to the mid-transcendent level, Nyarlathotep immediately led the God clan's king in Yellow Haster and Bayaji along with Void Touch from the Evil Eye clan to resist, but ultimately fell in defeat. Transcendent being Cthulhu burst forth from the deep sea alongside Dagon. However, even having ascended to the peak of transcendence, Cthulhu could not withstand this world-ending disaster, leading to Dagon's demise. Transcendent being Cthulhu in his final moments obtained a trace of energy from the dark storm, achieving bloodline purification 24, drawing closer to the mythical being of Cthulhu and growing into a legendary creature. Utilizing the indestructible attributes of legendary beings, he crashed heavily into the sea. The barrier of Cthulhu's domain was shattered directly by the dark storm, resulting in the death of 99% of the species within that instant. Transcendent being Cthulhu still could not escape the fate of death. At the moment when Cthulhu's domain was destroyed, he saw countless cubic spacecraft outside the domain, and a blinding blue light flashed from the deep sea and shot into the void. This simulation has concluded, lasting 6,480 years. The final evaluation of this simulation is see no rewards. Extraterrestrial civilization discovered the great race of Yith. And finally, the dark storm. Thus, the only satisfactory outcome came from Cthulhu, who successfully ascended to the legendary level. These outcomes made Fang Ying feel satisfied, yet he could not help but furrow his brow. It was perplexing that this great race of youth left him somewhat bewildered. A race that traditionally favored body replacement had unexpectedly engaged in revival. Moreover, when did this group manage to bolster their mental power to such an extent? Even though his Cthulhu's domain beings had not yet matured, they were still genuine transcendent beings. Ding, please select the solidified resources. After searching through the provided skills and resources from Cthulhu's domain simulation, Fang Ying spoke. Continue to solidify mad evolution. Ding, as you wish. It seems that the corpse or the great race of Yith has already been taken away, otherwise it would not have been absent from the options. But how exactly did they manage to summon? It's known that their spacecraft was nearly 100 kilometers away from them. Additionally, as previously mentioned, the message calling Cthulhu came from the corpse of this great race of Yith. So was there a slight connection to the blood-red giant egg that was simulated earlier? Some things were hard to comprehend, but one thing was certain: his divine realm was still relatively weak, and he now knew that there was a massive race watching him closely. Thus, the best defense would be to find all of their weaknesses and strike decisively. Fang Ying cast his gaze once more upon Cthulhu's domain. Cthulhu's domain remained as it initially was. However, the creatures below were in a state of shock and confusion. It was utterly exhilarating. Although their bodies had not changed, the memories of the past 5,000 years were indelibly etched in their minds. Fang Ying immediately spotted the original 5-man team that discovered the cubic spacecraft. He immediately heard words that nearly made him spit out in shock. Guys, I still remember the location of the spacecraft. Let's go and check it out. What the hell? Fang Ying was startled by the team leader Ant-Man of the 5-member team. He immediately issued a divine decree. Strictly order all sentient beings to stay away from that alien spacecraft, and even when collecting resources in the void space near Meteorite No. 1, they must do so with caution. All subsequent plans will follow his arrangements. Fang Ying's divine decree was naturally the iron command of the Cthulhu divine domain, and no one dared to disobey. Moreover, Fang Ying was not overreacting. One look at the results of his deduction made it clear that he was currently not a match for the opponent. Look, not even a shadow of the enemy was seen, and yet a single corpse had caused a breakdown. Now was not the time for deductions, whose failure would result in a terrible death. The laws of the Dark Forest were certainly not a joke. Even the gods of humanity, if not dealt with, might stab you in the back, let alone other alien races. He accelerated the passage of time, using the essence of the divine realm, and exited the divine space. After all, he was just a student. His knowledge reserve was merely over a decade, and without achieving divinity, his memory was at the normal level of an ordinary person, naturally limiting the information he could acquire. Although the deduction system directly identified the species name of that creature, and its information differed from his understanding of Cthulhu mythos, it indicated that there must be the latest information about the opponent in this world. Fang Ying stepped out of his home and headed straight to the Divine Alliance database. This was a place somewhat similar to a phone booth from Earth in the 1990s, structured like a capsule. It was red on top and transparent on the bottom, just enough to accommodate one person. Fang Ying raised his wrist, released divine power towards the Divine Alliance database, and with a beep, the large capsule swallowed him whole. To be honest, it was Fang Ying's first time in this place. He had only read about it in books or heard his teachers explain the various intricacies within. Divine Alliance database, said to be created by a deity known as the Flesh, is weak mechanical ascension aimed at allowing humanity to understand his greatness and recognize his ideals. The sharing of information and providing assistance for other data exchanges was merely a trivial matter to gain people's acknowledgement of his actions. It is said that the fundamental purpose of this Divine Alliance database is to deduce a path that aligns with the future development of the deity based on the information provided. That was absolutely terrifying. It is said that at that time the deity's level was merely a minor celestial being. Having such exaggerated ideas and not caring that people could easily uncover the Flesh is weak mechanical ascension. After being swallowed by the capsule, Fang Ying's first feeling was that his body was light as a feather, as if it did not exist at all. His spirit or divine sense was exceptionally agile. The past, whether it was the knowledge and wisdom learned from this world or the information acquired from Earth, even memories from the womb, breastfeeding, and every detail of bodily functions, flashed back vividly. This brought an indescribable sense of wonder to Fang Ying. Fortunately, in this state, Fang Ying could control his divine sense autonomously, retaining useful information while severing all other useless data, burying it deep within his memory. Connect to the Divine Alliance database. Fang Ying's divine sense moved. Various data poured in densely, overwhelming him. However, it did not rush into his mind all at once. If it had, his divine sense would have exploded. Instead, it circled around him, and any information he wished to understand or know naturally appeared at his side, ready for him to harvest. The great race of these people, unlike humans, are a civilization that worships technology. They detest the existence of those who toy with life, and especially abhor deities, being the enemies of all deities in the void. The great race of these people possesses a spirit that is far older than their physical forms. Their existence is achieved through exchanging bodies with other alien races attaining eternal life. The great race of these people possesses extraordinary wisdom. They are, according to human knowledge, the only race proficient in time travel capable of deducing the past, present, and future of their bodies, and even their civilization. The great race of these people are very adept at concealment. Their appearances are formless, making it difficult to gather information about them. The great race of these people has a spiritual lifespan that is eternal and hard to destroy. In their interactions with humans, most encounters end with the extinction of human deities. The only victory came from an unnamed deity called Jia, who obtained good materials from the great race of these people, the essence of time, which was later purchased by a mysterious individual for a price of 100 million divine coins. Essence of time. Fang Ying casually opened the information related to the essence of time. Item: essence of time, level unknown, effect unknown, other. It is said that integrating the essence of time into the heart of the divine realm can accelerate time in the divine space without or with minimal expenditure of divine essence. According to an unnamed deity's explanation, the essence of time can reverse the time of the divine realm with a specific duration of reversal depending on the quality of the essence of time. This a bug this is. Fang Ying clicked his tongue inwardly. He originally thought that this 100 million divine coins was somewhat exaggerated. After all, it was equivalent to 10 billion world currency. Moreover, the resources that divine coins could purchase were not available with ordinary currency. It is said that this is because divine coins are condensed from the divine power of high-level deities and a series of means inherently possessing value. Anyway, Fang Ying stated that he had never seen it, not even next to others at school. After all, that was not something these low-level deities could acquire. However, looking at the outcome of encountering the great race of these people, one could understand that even a corpse could not be taken lightly. How did this gem manage to kill the great race of these people? Fang Ying's thought moved, and his divine sense whirled. Information regarding Jia killing the great race of these people began to appear. However, there was also a corresponding prompt box. Ding: to learn the following information, please pay 10 divine coins equivalent to the information data. What is there a fee? Fang Ying stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. If he remembered correctly, the teacher mentioned that it was free before. When did this fee come into play? Moreover, it costs 10 divine coins. Although it doesn't seem expensive, that doesn't mean that 1,000 world coins can buy 10 divine coins. One must understand that in a world where gods and humans coexist, world coins serve as a bond, making things appear less awkward on the surface. It's like Earth in Fang Ying's past. Although those in power could override the law, they wouldn't brazenly break it in front of others, all to provide a sense of comfort to those law-abiding citizens at the bottom. This way they would willingly labor for the upper class. No matter how one puts it, even if Fang Ying has now become a deity and has a chance to ascend to the upper echelons, he is still just an insignificant insect of the upper class, actually no different from the lower class. At the very least, he couldn't even obtain a single divine coin. No. Fang Ying's divine sense pushed it away, intending to continue searching for other relevant clues. However, the information about Jia popped up again. Ding. You may sell related information as a condition for equivalent exchange. Does related information refer to the data on the great race of the EC people? Moreover, the speed of this information brings up the question of whether the other side is also in the Divine Alliance database, or if it was a program set up in advance. Fang Ying couldn't help but think of these things, though he randomly shook his head. Given his situation, overthinking was completely unnecessary. It's more important to solve the immediate problem first. Subsequently, Fang Ying packaged the information he obtained and transmitted it as a memory. Speaking of which, one cannot help but marvel at the greatness of that deity flesh and blood mechanical ascension. The data uploaded by everyone into the Divine Alliance database may have omissions or errors, but it will never be randomly edited because it connects to the deepest divine sense memories of each deity. That is, the information experienced, seen, and understood by the deities extracted directly and presented in the Divine Alliance database. This effectively eliminates all personal subjective opinions, thus making the data very real and standardized. Finally, paired with the core operations of the Divine Alliance database, it greatly ensures data accuracy. As for the information provided by Fang Ying, to be honest, there are only two. One is from the Memories of Earth depicting the great race of the EC people mentioned in the Cthulhu mythos, and the other is the weapons they use. After all, the Cthulhu mythos can be reenacted in one's own Cthulhu domain. It stands to reason that the great race of the EC people should possibly, perhaps, maybe seem to appear in the void space. What I know about the great race of the EC people's form is that they appear as a massive iridescent cone about 10 feet tall, with a base diameter of 10 feet covered all over in some uneven semi-elastic scales. At the top of their conical body, there are 4 retractable cylindrical organs seemingly made of the same material as the cone. These organs can sometimes shrink to nearly disappear, and at other times extend up to 10 feet long. What I know about the weapons of the great race of the EC people includes 4 types: electroshock gun, stasis block, memory eraser, and time communicator. The electroshock gun resembles an old-fashioned camera that can fire massive plasma projectiles. This weapon comes in various forms, with the standard one holding 32 rounds of energy in its magazine, requiring 1 round to reload. The stasis block has a variable form appearing in various shapes and sizes, but their purpose is the same: to slow the passage of time. Typically, a stasis block can allow only 1 second to pass internally, while 1,000 years elapse externally. As for the memory eraser, its shape resembles a slender rectangular copper box covered in tiny notches. From one side of the small box, 5 retractable metal tubes extend, each ending in a 1-inch long needle. It is used to erase the memories of those beings from other times who exchange minds with them. The time communicator, on the other hand, is more intricate. It is made of bronze adorned with complex carvings and stands about 1 foot tall when assembled, with a red gemstone embedded at the top. Each gemstone corresponds to a specific great race. Once activated, the gemstone emits a red light. Within minutes, the device can establish contact with distant great races. The device projects a holographic image, allowing the great race to see the temporal and spatial context of the device and communicate with the person touching it. Fang Ying didn't care whether this memory would be useful in this world. He intended to give it a try. If it wasn't recognized, he would steal himself and test the principal's attitude to see if he could get 10 divine coins. As he submitted his divine sense memory, the entire Divine Alliance database fell into a profound silence. So it's not recognized. Just as Fang Ying was planning to search for other data, the notification sound came through again. Deng Jia has opened the battle against the great race of the EC people for you. Immediately, Fang Ying saw a massive scene unfolding before his eyes. Just how massive was it? Does Earth know? Are you familiar with the Earth-Moon system? Planets, do you understand the solar system? Stars, have you checked out Orion? Nebula. What about the Virgo supercluster? Star regions, a divine realm that spans a full 60 million light-years, containing approximately 3,000 star regions. Though it has already been intentionally blurred by the Lord of the divine realm. Fang Ying also felt a deep respect for this figure. At this moment, the only words he could think of were 2. This figure, transformed into Jia, is undoubtedly one of the first to ascend to divinity. Just look at his own divine realm, still lingering around 200 kilometers. How bittersweet. My first encounter with it was purely accidental. A monologue suddenly emerged in the scene. Then Fang Ying saw the scene shift, rapidly landing directly on a somewhat eerie red planet, where a UFO resembling those from American blockbusters lay quietly on the ground. Surrounding it were humanoid beings that looked like modular pixelated figures. Fang Ying estimated that this was the big shot, making adjustments again, preventing others from locating him through this data. However, Fang Ying then realized he had underestimated the big shot. Because the humanoid creatures around are essentially modular pixelated beings. Fang Ying stated that his teacher mentioned there were at least 5 million different races, but he had never encountered such peculiar beings before. It felt as if he had returned to Earth playing a game of Minecraft. Looking again at this group of modular pixelated humanoids, fine, let's call them pixel people for now. The pixel people's actions involve their blurred hands moving up and down in a repetitive motion. Clearly, this should be akin to gathering equipment or battling monsters in a game. Soon the monologue once again provided an explanation to Fang Ying. My dog species know. One had discovered a planet while gathering resources and modularizing it completely, when suddenly a flying device shaped like a disc flew out from the planet's core. I named it the dog species No. One flying device. Due to its adorable design, I instructed the dog species No. One to bring it back. Fang Ying looked at the rather eye-catching name. To be honest, he didn't know if it was because this esteemed Jia had some peculiar taste, or for some other reason. But at least this name is somewhat relevant. Calling the pixel people the dog species No. One is one thing. However, even if you referred to the disc-shaped device as a disc-flying device based on its shape, Fang Ying wouldn't complain about it. However, this marks the first contact between the esteemed Jia and the great race of Iceran. What surprised me was that although my dog species No. One is quite useless, being the most insignificant of my thousands of dependents, it is still capable of destroying star systems. Yet it was at this dog species No. One flying device that it encountered difficulties. Through investigation, I learned that a special force field was isolating my dog species No. One from the outside. However, I didn't take it seriously, for compared to the 941,536,067 large-scale divine battles I had experienced, this was but a drop in the ocean. After all such trivial matters, I can no longer recall whether I experienced 372,858,896,127,360,769 times, or 372,858,096,127,360,768 times. Within my divine realm, I had long meticulously arranged a social structure akin to a divine alliance, allowing other dependent races within the realm to promptly attend to such trivial matters without my intervention. Fang Ying silently stared at that string of numbers. He suspected that besides boasting this Jia might also have a penchant for padding his word count. Even now, he felt a string of numbers spinning in his head. Nevertheless, the other party indeed had the means to boast. He observed that as time swiftly passed, dozens of warships appeared before him. The image was stretched. He could see that based on the colors and patterns of the warships, they were divided into 3 types. One was the visibly modular warship, undoubtedly belonging to the dog species No. 1. One was a completely black warship which seemed to merge with the void of space. The last was more extravagant, with a metallic reflective quality, flowing curves that exceeded imagination, and hundreds of escort ships and other small drone-like devices surrounding it. At least in terms of visual impact, this was what caught Fang Ying's attention at first glance. However, without exception, these 3 warships were massive, at least hundreds of times the size of that previous planet. Oh wait, not a planet, but an eyeball. Or rather, a planet resembling an eyeball. Due to the image being pulled back, Fang Ying finally saw the overall appearance of that red planet. It was an almost perfectly spherical object, entirely blood red, with a prominent black pupil in the center surrounded by pale markings resembling a net. What on earth is that? Fang Ying murmured. My dog species No. 1 cannot restrain the peculiar dog species No. 1 flying device. They sought assistance from their race. Soon 2 insignificant races in my divine realm rushed over. They were the dog species No. 4, Shadow, and the dog species No. 18, Mechanism. Their arrival seemed to unveil a layer of mystery regarding the enemy before me. It turned out that the planet discovered by the dog species No. 1 was alive. Moreover, the so-called dog species No. 1 flying device was actually controlled by this living planet. I had long conveyed divine revelations about such intriguing matters to my dependents, so I was aware of this immediately. I promptly entered the divine realm and arrived at my divine kingdom. With a wave of my hand, I dispatched my 3,000 dependent races to bring this fascinating living planet back for an experiment. However, I did not anticipate that this small action would result in an unprecedented setback for my divine realm. Subsequently, a scene that appeared quite grand unfolded before Fang Ying. The one referred to as dog species No. 18. Mechanism launched billions of silver-like ribbons possessing both toughness and rigidity, charging towards that living planet. The process went smoothly without any surprises. The living planet was bound, and at nearly wormhole-jumping speeds it quickly approached Jia's divine realm. But just as it was about to enter the barrier of the divine realm, that originally quiet living planet flickered as if it had lagged and vanished into thin air. Then the dog species No. 1 on the living planet immediately sent a message indicating that they had reappeared at the coordinates where the living planet was discovered. Next, the dog species No. 18. Mechanism attempted 12 times, all ending in failure. After you finish your act, I will take the stage. The dog species No. 4. Shadow also attempted to make the transfer. Then the originally pitch-black warship twisted like venom, transforming into a massive abyssal maw that swallowed the living planet in one gulp. Immediately after, the abyssal maw that had finished devouring vanished into thin air, reappearing in a place of perfect darkness where everything was as black as ink. Unfortunately, this time, there was still no trace of the living earth. Subsequently, Fang Ying witnessed various races dispatched by Jia making their appearances one by one. There were creatures resembling dinosaurs, somewhat akin to Godzilla, towering alongside the sun, attempting to carry the living planet, but failed. There were those flying with swords. Fang Ying estimated they were cultivators trying to capture it in a bag, but failed. There were also individuals with pointed ears like elven queens attempting to awaken the living planet's self-awareness to communicate with it, but failed. To be honest, Fang Ying was shocked upon first seeing this living planet. However, as Jia sent out his dependent creatures one by one, Fang Ying's gaze remained fixed on the other party. Although my teacher once said if a deity reaches its peak, it can dabble in multiple types. But a crucial point is that these multiple types must complement each other, not be entirely unrelated. For instance, if you cultivate immortality, you can dabble in martial arts and chi practitioners. If you are in the realm of magic, you can dabble in knights and also engage in alchemy and sorcery. But this esteemed Jia is involved in technology, magic, immortality, and even genetic engineering. Does it really need to be this extravagant? As Fang Ying continued to watch and comment, an unexpected result appeared before his eyes. It was a rock-like giant. The moment the stone creature appeared, the living planet trembled for an instant, followed by a faint red glow emanating from it. Perhaps noticing the unusual situation of the living planet, a large number of stone creatures were soon brought over, and the living planet became even more luminous. The surrounding darkness of the void was enveloped by the crimson light. At this moment, the narration reappeared. I did not expect that a creature no larger than a planet would cause me such significant trouble. However, the final outcome was favorable. My loyal companion, the stone race number 999, excellently completed the task I assigned. Likewise, I was quite intrigued by the ability of this living planet to perform silent teleportation. From my understanding, this power differed from spatial abilities and dimensional jumps lacking any other special powers during this period. I felt that my opportunity to ascend to a higher divine dimension lay within its being. To ensure this living planet would not escape again, I placed it in the territory of my loyal companion, the Stone Race, number 999. In retrospect, I must admit I was somewhat unwise and lacking in divine insight at that moment. Though I am among the top sages among the deities, wise individuals are often burdened by important matters, inevitably committing some trivial mistakes. Fang Ying directly ignored the self-explanation of the great deity Jia and continued to observe the developments on screen. The living planet settled in the territory of the Stone Race radiated a scarlet glow that illuminated the entire world, casting light upon all the stone creatures. Initially, there was no effect, but as time passed, the stone creatures long exposed to the crimson light began to turn increasingly blood red, even starting to emit crimson light themselves. Thus, like a virus, the growth rate multiplied, soon dyeing the entire stone territory in a shade of scarlet. One must not underestimate the stone creatures who, despite their clumsiness, they occupied nearly a whole star system within Jia's divine realm. Even though Jia possessed over 3,000 star domains and tens of millions of star systems, such a significant commotion was enough to draw Jia's attention, especially as all the infected blood-red stone creatures in the territory began to be assimilated by the living planet. I did not anticipate that within just a meal's time a creature no larger than a planet could directly transcend the levels of planet star and nebula, growing into a colossal star system. I even wondered if, after eating a few more meals, I would wake up one day, or rather find myself unable to wake up at all. Although such a thing would never happen. Fang Ying didn't know why he stated the last sentence so confidently, while he absolutely agreed with the previous statement. The qualifications of this living planet were terrifying. If the corpse I encountered was also of Jia's caliber, then I might as well go to sleep. After all, the deduction system could only find the most suitable path among countless directions, not be invincible. Even if my future achievements in the Cthulhu divine domain would be significant, any of my loyal creatures, even Cthulhu, would undoubtedly exist at a level of destruction in the future. But that is the future. Right now, even a slightly stronger sword immortal could easily annihilate it. This is the sorrow of a beginner. Not everyone starts on the same starting line. The growth rate of the opponent surprised me slightly, but at the same time their mode of attack left me somewhat puzzled. Anyone who enters the crimson light of that living planet would be quickly assimilated. Even the attacking energy bodies and weapons would merely become nourishment for its growth. Moreover, this living planet seemed to show signs of revival, slowly moving towards my other star domains, apparently intending to embark on its path of growth. What a joke! I am the lord of the divine realm. As soon as the narration concluded, Fang Ying saw the entire divine realm of Jia start to tremble. All beings were in fear, and all intelligent loyal races prostrated themselves on the ground, praying to their divine statue. As the saying goes, when the emperor is enraged, blood flows like a river. When a common man is enraged, blood splatters 5 steps. If a deity becomes angry, it is truly a world turned upside down. Endless lightning gathered above the living planet, crashing down like a prison of thunder. Meanwhile, countless meteors struck. Cosmic storms, entropy increase, and decay alpha rays two-dimensional foil. Almost all the malice of the star domain swept towards the living planet. But what was the result? The living planet actually grew. Indeed, it not only did not weaken in the slightest, but instead grew to nearly half the size of a star domain. I did not expect to be bullied by an unknown entity within my own divine realm. Such a situation left me distressed. Unable to help myself, I confided in 2 close friends, only to find that they insisted on visiting my divine realm, even offering to help. What a joke! Am I the one who needs help? However, out of consideration for my friends, I decided to graciously allow them to see it. After all, it would be good for them to witness such a strange creature. It was during this process of letting them admire it that I unexpectedly discovered the weakness of this living planet. 3 tall and handsome figures were seen from behind, seemingly discussing something. Then one of them dispatched a dozen gray stone creatures, swiftly charging towards the direction of the living planet. Soon the gray stone creatures were assimilated and disappeared without a trace. Yet this caused the 3 individuals to rejoice in unison, and the one dispatched even more gray stone creatures. Just like the first time, all the gray stone creatures were fully assimilated, merging into the body of the living planet. However, despite this clear phenomenon, the deity who dispatched them seemed to take joy in the process without fatigue. It was as if they were sending them over like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandpa, continuously providing them. Fang Ying estimated that in a short time, nearly hundreds of millions of gray stone creatures were sent. To be honest, this is the power of a big shot. Ordinary people truly lack such resources. But what is the significance of doing this? As Fang Ying pondered in confusion, the tall and handsome figure in the middle made an appearance. He flicked his hair, extended his right hand, and snapped his fingers. With a loud snap, the living planet, which was originally as large as 2-star domains, began to tremble violently and then shattered with a bang. What the heck? Fang Ying was left utterly bewildered. Once again, the real-time commentary emerged addressing Fang Ying's confusion. Indeed, the living planet akin to an ant was effortlessly extinguished by me. Of course, this could not have been achieved without a modicum of insignificant help from my two close friends. Through a simple investigation, I discovered that this living planet, which grew by devouring and assimilating though powerful, was not without its flaws. When it assimilated these stone people, it inevitably absorbed their shortcomings. One of my close friends happened to have a stone person of the same type as mine whose flaw was quite evident: a fear of sound. Thus, under our arrangement, this living planet inevitably devoured a large number of stone people, and its flaws became increasingly apparent, leading to its demise. Fang Ying watched quietly, devouring, assimilating flaws, demise. So this living planet was extinguished by that esteemed figure, Jia, the great race of the Is people. However, why did this battle feel somewhat anticlimactic? Moreover, has the esteemed figure, Jia, already uncovered the opponent's identity? Clearly, the subsequent scenes did not cease. The three esteemed figures smiled calmly, and then the esteemed figure, Jia, waved his hand, summoning a flying craft that appeared before them. It was the spacecraft named Dogno, 1 inch by Jia. It seemed it had not been destroyed along with the living planet. What they discussed was not visible nor audible. I saw two of them nod just as Jia's divine domain vanished. Then with a wave of his hand, a large-headed race appeared before him, kneeling on one knee and chattering something before taking the flying craft away. Next, the scenes began to rapidly shift through time. Fang Ying then witnessed the final appearance of the flying craft in a black chamber amidst various unimaginable disaster scenarios. Wasting dimensional space storms, wasting dimensional space lightning storms, invading otherworldly creatures. And finally, hundreds of bizarre flying crafts appeared at the periphery of Jia's divine domain. I had thought everything would end here, yet it turned out to be merely an appetizer. Within a mere millennium, my divine domain encountered all the disasters that could be recounted from the wasting dimensional space. There had even been over 100 world-ending disasters within my divine domain. Though I resolved them effortlessly, it left me questioning whether I had encountered a curse. Similarly, I immediately glanced at the fragment of the living planet I had destroyed along with the flying craft. But after a series of inspections, the result was 0. Although this matter seemed trivial to me, since ancient times there have only been thieves in the dark, how could one prevent a thief from 1,000 miles away? Especially as the situation escalated, showing signs of evolving towards the interior of my divine domain, I had prepared to initiate another divine war. And indeed, the developments unfolded as I had anticipated. The commentary concluded. Fang Ying witnessed hundreds of bizarre flying crafts attacking the divine domain of Jia. I must say this was a visual feast. The strength of Jia was presented before Fang Ying for the first time in a straightforward manner. The exquisite magic, the unconventional technological weapons, and the numerous affiliated races. Fang Ying felt a surge of excitement. In contrast, the hundreds of flying crafts on the opposing side appeared quite insignificant. Just like the previous living planet, they too managed to withstand a series of invading energies. It was like a turtle shell, utterly unperturbed. Truly, the winds may be fierce, and waves may be high, yet I remained unmoved. As the scenes continued to progress, the hundreds of flying crafts on the opposing side finally incurred damage, but they too had made their achievements. One craft unexpectedly breached Jia's defenses and entered his divine domain. In an instant, the entire divine domain began to tremble. That seemingly insignificant flying craft triggered an earthquake in Jia's divine domain. Consequently, the originally impregnable defensive lines suddenly revealed vulnerabilities, and the remaining hundreds of battleships flew into Jia's divine domain one by one. Then Fang Ying witnessed a scene that resembled the collapse of heaven and earth. The divine domain was indeed crumbling. At that moment, a figure at the core of the divine domain quietly observed everything, taking no action whatsoever. He even held a glass of red liquid which appeared to be wine. Could it be that he has given up on himself? Fang Ying couldn't help but entertain this thought, only to dismiss it immediately. What a joke! Surely the final victor would be Jia. Otherwise, how could he calmly watch the opponent transmit information? It was uncertain whether the opposing side was seeking assistance, or, just as Fang Ying was pondering, the large-headed affiliated creature that had taken the flying craft entered. He held a document in his hand, presenting it to Jia. At this point, the front of the document received a close-up. Great race of the Is. Jia smiled slightly and uttered 2 words, eliminate. Then the large-headed affiliated creature slowly retreated. It was as though he was completely oblivious to the phenomenon of the divine domain's collapse. One must consider that since the discovery, at least tens of thousands of racial beings had perished. Even an iron-blooded deity indifferent to the lives of divine domain races would surely feel pained. Moreover, one had to include the fact that a full third of the divine domain's territory had collapsed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shortly after the large-headed race left, hundreds of beams of light appeared from an unknown source, piercing through the originally impregnable flying crafts. Watching the flying crafts being destroyed and collected left Fang Ying with a sense of desolation. Is this what a true divine battle looks like? Until the end, one will never know the ultimate outcome. But even if one wins sometimes, it is still a Pyrrhic victory. I discovered that the racial beings I encountered were none other than the infamous great race of the Is. To be honest, it was my first encounter. I know they can replace their bodies and possess the ability to know the past, present, and future of the races that replace their bodies. Honestly, this is indeed quite a bug, but sometimes an advantage is also a disadvantage. Truly, there are no perfect races in this world. Eventually, the physical body is destined to be abandoned. The great race of the Is, nothing more. Thus, they too have flaws. If I can seize upon these flaws, I could easily achieve victory. Fang Ying's eyes brightened. He had naturally seen a method to deal with the great race of the Is from this battle. Yet upon reading the last line, one must admit, esteemed figure, Jia, you are indeed quite proud. Even with the divine domain in such ruin, you still have not ceased your words. But just as Fang Ying smiled, the final scene unexpectedly moved. As esteemed figure, Jia, stood at the center of the divine domain, he gently waved his hand. Suddenly, all things, including the essence of the races, began to rapidly repair. Everything unfolded, as if watching a movie in reverse. It felt unreal, until the final line of commentary appeared. I am invincible in battle. Fang Ying finally withdrew from the scene. After a while, he silently stepped back. Standing under the sun, he glanced at the capsule-like Divine Alliance database. This time it was worth the trip. To summarize briefly, 1. The great race of the EC people is very powerful and harbors hostility towards all deities. 2. The great race of the EC people is very weak, especially after they invade certain organisms. Although they may gain unknown powers in certain aspects, they must also endure the weaknesses of the beings they invade, which may even exacerbate those weaknesses. 3. The great race of the EC people represents a resource. Although Jie did not show it, certain elements in the scene seemed to reveal this to him. Could it be a form of care for the younger generation? With such thoughts, Fang Ying walked towards his home. Shortly after he left, the large capsule of the Divine Alliance database flickered. In an unknown region, there was a green sky, purple seas, and white sandy beaches. A burly man with a uniquely perfect physique wearing sunglasses lay on a beach chair playing with an object in his hand. Facing the pink sun, one could see an overall brass structure topped with a red gemstone identical in style to the time communicator previously provided by Fang Ying. A mere little fellow at the realm of deities actually knows this information. It seems he is not simple. The man said, tossing it into the air. The time communicator seemed to be digitized, breaking into fragmented modules in the air before vanishing. Do your best, or I hope we can meet again. After speaking, the man closed his eyes. In the Cthulhu Divine Realm, during your absence, both the consciousness of the Cthulhu Divine Realm and its beings have been striving diligently, unexpectedly, pushing the area of the Divine Realm to 290 kilometers, and the development milestone is approaching. It's a pity that the source of the Divine Realm has been exhausted, and even if time continues to accumulate, it is likely to have little effect. My Divine Realm at the deity level has a major threshold at 300 kilometers. Once surpassed, the path to ascending to true divinity will not be far. One must know that a deity's growth is limited by 3 factors. The first is the overall space size of the Divine Realm, simply put the area akin to the understanding of a round sky and a flat earth. However, this depends on the deity's preferences. As the master of the Divine Realm, one can choose a round earth, or create a spherical star domain, or even a donut shape if desired. There is a general standard for these thresholds. For instance, in the deity realm, it is divided into 3 stages: early, middle, and late stages. In the early stage, a Divine Realm area of 50 kilometers is a passing line. In the middle stage, a Divine Realm area of 500 kilometers is a passing line. In the late stage, a Divine Realm area of 5,000 kilometers is a passing line. As one advances further, the territory of true gods is no longer measured in kilometers, but in light years: 1 light year, 100 light years, 1,000 light years. It may seem exaggerated, but this also represents the difficulty of a deity's ascension, as each stage requires a qualitative transformation. Beyond true gods, the ascension of great gods is no longer measured in light years. The area is no longer the main limiting factor, but rather the second aspect. The second point is the level and quantity of life within the Divine Realm. The mentioned life levels refer to intelligence, power, and the number of beings. A deity's power comes from the Divine Realm, and a deity's abilities stem from the beings within the Divine Realm. Therefore, at the deity level in the early stage, there must be at least 1 intelligent race and a population of over 10,000 beings. In the middle stage, there must be at least 2 intelligent races and a population of over 100,000 beings with initial exposure to special abilities among the followers, such as the servants of Fang Ying's followers, the Deep Ones. Although only Dagon possesses exceptional qualifications, other deep ones also have some water control abilities and longevity genes. Of course, the giant clan that Zheng Yong fought against before, which possessed immense strength, also counts. In the late stage, at least one extraordinary follower is required with no strict requirements for intelligent races and beings. There is a potential reason for this: extraordinary beings cannot appear in isolation. Just like national leaders, it takes billions of people to produce an outstanding individual. Thus, once an extraordinary being appears within the divine realm, there will naturally be a sufficient number of intelligent races. Similarly, to ascend to true divinity, one must possess legendary followers and multiple extraordinary beings. Fang Ying's situation is somewhat akin to taking advantage of the situation by benefiting from the deduction system, thereby preemptively meeting one of the true divinity standards. However, one must understand that this criterion is established for the majority of ordinary deities. It is like the basic score for university entrance. While a score of 200 may allow one to enter a vocational college, reaching 600 is necessary for admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. As for the third standard, it is the value of faith. This theory is somewhat coarser. At the initial stage of the deity realm, one must establish their own faith and be able to obtain stable faith power. At the true God level, having a stable faith community and possessing one's own scriptures, achieving a certain scale, and as long as it does not undergo disasters that harm the divine realm's essence, faith will not perish, thus reaching the level of true God. In fact, the area of the divine realm's followers, and the divine realm's faith can be said to present a progressive relationship complementing each other in advancement. If the area is small, it cannot develop followers. Without followers, there is no faith. Without a unified faith, the divine realm is chaotic, lacking civilization, leading to regression. His current world, to be honest, has developed somewhat abnormally. The area of the divine realm cannot support the followers within, especially the extraordinary and legendary followers. Most of the dark energy is supplied to those extraordinary beings, which leads to other potentially developing smaller races in the divine realm failing to thrive. Fang Ying immediately thought of the first meteorite. Therefore, the development of the divine realm is urgent. Fang Ying pinched his eyebrows. Ding, the consciousness of the Cthulhu divine realm calls to you, and the legendary being Cthulhu seeks your attention. He has something he hopes to get your help with. Fang Ying waved his hand, and a shadow of Cthulhu appeared before him. Looking at Cthulhu, who was prostrate on the ground and did not dare to raise his head, Fang Ying kindly inquired, "My child, what is the matter?" "Oh, great primordial lord, my father, I beseech your assistance. With the ability of reality distortion, I am constantly faced with the whispers coming from the unknown space. They disturb my soul, call to my body, twist my character, and confuse my judgment of reality. Please seal it within me, awaiting the day I can adapt, and then unseal it again." Is there an unknown power interfering with it? Fang Ying frowned. It is important to know that Cthulhu initially had an encounter with the Crimson Giant Egg and had previously conducted rituals for unknown entities. Subsequently, when heading to the void space, it was indeed a response to certain summons that granted him this ability. One must admit that the ability known as reality distortion is quite powerful, yet its origin is equally suspicious. It is not that Cthulhu lacks the foundation, it is simply that he has not yet reached the period of possessing that foundation. Much like the other followers of Cthulhu in his divine realm, whether it be the burrowing worm Dagon or the void touch, even the king in yellow Hastur and the Baiki. And lastly, there is Nyarlathotep, who appeared and caused even Fang Ying to feel an implicit threat. In Cthulhu mythology, which of these beings is not renowned? Each can dominate an era within a single epoch or several epochs. Fang Ying does not believe his future potential is inferior to that of the Jia boss. Yet it is still true that the future is the future and the present is the present. As of now, he has not even had the divine realm for a month, and the divine realm space has not yet surpassed 300 kilometers. As the saying goes, a pond breeds turtles while the deep sea yields dragons. Thus, the pressing urgency at present is to enhance the living space of this group of future powerful followers, providing them with a good development environment. At the very least, they should possess a hint of divine will so as not to lose the essence of Cthulhu mythology. Once the thought occurred, action followed. Fang Ying first nodded in agreement, temporarily sealing Cthulhu's reality distortion ability. The other party indicated that they could no longer receive those unknown murmurs. This further solidified Fang Ying's conviction. During the previous deduction, he had certainly been targeted. However, once the deduction concluded, everything returned to its original state, yet there were still some omissions. Ding, the deduction system is activated. Would you like to enter the divine realm deduction? Please select the resource tokens for this deduction. After completing the setup with the resource tokens at hand, Fang Ying did not place the breath of despair. Cthulhu's divine realm was already facing existential threats, and this deduction was intended to engage in a contest with the other party to find their weaknesses. Therefore, there was no need to add further complications to his divine realm. Ding, please choose 3 skills from the following 10 options. Since this time he intended to have a hard confrontation with the great race of Yith, Fang Ying naturally sought related options among these 10 skills. Skill I of Distortion level Silver Effect Chaos 5, Madness 5, Vision 10, Spirit 10, Resistance 8. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Under normal circumstances, when disturbed by the abyss, the disturbances will transform into resistance to help withstand spiritual and soul attacks. Skill Heart of Fury level Silver Effect Cruelty 5, Physical Strength 5, Chaos 3, Willpower 8. When your heart is filled with violence, you will be invincible in battle, possessing endless strength. Malevolent forces will not easily control your actions. Skill Mouth of Greed level Gold Effect Greed 10, A Digestion 5, Desire 3, Constitution 5, Soul Strength 5. Mine, all mine. I wish to take possession of everything in sight, for greed strengthens and emboldens as humans die for wealth and birds perish for food. Even souls are greedily laid bare. Looking at these 3 skills, all leaning towards soul-related abilities, Fang Ying nodded in satisfaction. Opening the gateway to a new world. Deduction begins. Due to your divine decree, the entire Cthulhu divine realm has once again gone mad. The burrowing worms continue to execute their old trade frantically, plundering all material they encounter in the void space, venturing into ever deeper territories undeterred even by death. Cthulhu's divine realm has once again embarked on a journey of expansion. The I tribe, possessing exceptional mental power, remains loyal to your commands, constantly exploring and excavating spiritual abilities to devise methods to counter the great race of Yith. However, it is evident that perhaps their approach is flawed. Seeking to independently develop and enhance their mental power has not proven effective. In a moment of despair, the Ant-Man leader found the I tribe and proposed his suggestion. Based on previous exchanges with the Deep Ones and their past methods against the great race of Yith, he suggested an amplification array. This decision was adopted by the I tribe, immediately shifting their direction to collaborate with the Ant-Man tribe on research. As for the God Clan, they were dispatched to more distant places. Nyarlathotep of the God Clan was continuously enhancing his strength at a location within the void space. 1,000 years passed, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Your Cthulhu divine realm has expanded to 295 kilometers, but future progress has become increasingly slow. The legendary being Cthulhu followed the 5-man team that discovered the great race of Yith spacecraft to the discovery site, but did not approach, instead waiting for something while preventing other reckless beings from causing disturbances. After 500 years, the Ant-Man tribe and the I tribe utilized the sacrificial magic array to develop a connected amplification array. Through experimentation, the mental shackles released by 50 members of the I tribe could already match the void touch of the I tribe leader. Once 100 members of the I tribe were reached, they could completely block the mental energy released by the void touch. Sensing that the time was ripe, the I tribe contacted the Deep Ones and the Great Devourers along with the God Clan, deciding to take action against the great race of Yith in the void space. At this time, the Ant-Man leader once again proposed a suggestion. He believed that they needed to find some energy storage devices and tools for confining mental power to create a giant cage, amplifying and inscribing it, which would not only prevent destruction, but also further enhance overall safety. The Ant-Man tribe presented some light blue materials, which were scavenged from the Deep One's warehouse. Seeing this, Fang Ying couldn't help but smile. He could see that even though the Ant-Man tribe's strength was lacking, their ingenuity was not inferior to any other extraordinary race. Especially as they understood how to leverage their strengths, and perhaps due to their awareness of their own limitations, their approach to thinking and leveraging external forces resembled that of humans. Many extraordinary races had differing opinions on the Ant-Man tribe's suggestion, some supporting it and others rejecting it. Ultimately, it was the legendary being Cthulhu who made the final decision to proceed cautiously. 300 more years passed, and in the last few years of the millennium, a gigantic light blue cubicle prison ascended into the sky. The arrival of 2,000 years. This is a year of great significance, as under the leadership of the legendary creature Cthulhu and guided by extraordinary beings such as Nyarlathotep, the spaceship of the great race of Yith, and that corpse were all sealed without any accidents. To be safe, the legendary creature Cthulhu guarded the void space for an entire decade, ensuring that the corpse truly could not absorb spiritual and soul energy, and after sending out messages to the outside, it allowed the leader of the I Clan Void Touch to return to the Cthulhu domain with his people. Upon entering the Cthulhu domain, the consciousness of the domain took special care of them to prevent any accidents. Over the course of 200 years, the corpse showed no signs of revival, prompting the I Clan's research mentality to rekindle. However, they did not act impulsively. Instead, they called upon the Ant-Man clan's leader for discussion, ultimately deciding to establish a larger prison around the prison for research purposes, with the I Clan alternating mental seals inside and a batch arranged outside for rotation, ensuring absolute safety. After careful consideration, the leader of the I Clan Void Touch approved the Ant-Man clan's idea, and the Ant-Man clan also proposed a request for collaborative research, which was accepted. In the year 2300, an extraordinary event occurred when Nyarlathotep, a god absorbing energy from the outside, unexpectedly discovered several large fragments of meteorites and immediately relayed this news. Subsequently, under Cthulhu's leadership, all races except for Void Touch and the drilling worms dismantling on meteorite No. 1 rushed over quickly, making a shocking discovery. Within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers, there were large areas of various types of meteorite fragments. Such important resources immediately shocked everyone, even the consciousness of the Cthulhu domain, followed by ecstatic joy. These resources were enough for the Cthulhu domain to break free from its shackles and officially advance. Thus, except for Void Touch, who could not intervene, all others, even the remaining I-Clan members, mobilized, and the entire domain's beings embarked on a grand journey of transportation. In the 500th year of 2,000 years after the Cthulhu domain's beings greedily transported without regard for cost, it finally broke through the 200-kilometer barrier and successfully advanced to 300 kilometers. Ding, congratulations, the Cthulhu domain has grown to 300 kilometers. The domain area has been materialized. Fang Ying let out a sigh of relief. It is known that although the first stage of the domain's advancement is at intervals of 50 kilometers, 500 kilometers, and 5,000 kilometers, the nodes of the domain are at 100, 300, 500, and 700, exhibiting an odd-numbered pattern. However, Fang Ying was confident that even if the domain could not reach 500 kilometers next, at least it would be able to develop to the brink of the 500-kilometer milestone. By then, he would at least have a chance to make a name for himself in the entire city, if not the whole country. While you were fantasizing, something significant occurred in your Cthulhu domain. During the joyous moment in the entire Cthulhu domain, a larger prison was finally completed with the support of various races, and the Ant-Man and I-Clan began their research on the corpse of the great race of Yith. During this process, an accident occurred when the great race of Yith suddenly launched a surprise attack on the Ant-Man, but fortunately, due to your skill's influence and the I-Clan's intervention, the impact on the Ant-Man was not significant. Moreover, this incident unexpectedly yielded some vague clues. Winter Domain. Tavarik. Crimson Giant Egg. Hidden. Destroy. Upon receiving this information, the I-Clan and Ant-Man discussed and began in-depth research on the corpse of the great race of Yith, especially focusing on the mental information flow in the brain. However, they found that the opponent's mental domain was extremely powerful, prompting the I-Clan to gather all clan members to enhance the output of their mental energy. Quickly, they discovered that within the opponent's mental domain there were other incompatible mental domains. The Ant-Man immediately suggested that it might be something similar to their mental amplification formation and recommended gathering all powerful beings, including Cthulhu, to break the domain. If successful, this would signify a great transformation for the Cthulhu domain. The I-Clan agreed with the suggestion, thus began the attempt, culminating in a frenzied battle of mental domains. After 14 days of mental energy confrontation, the brain domain of the great race of Yith could no longer sustain and finally revealed a flaw, but before everyone could rejoice, the entire body activated its self-destruction mechanism and exploded. In the final moment, a surging mental force penetrated through 2 layers of mental cages, disappearing into the unknown distance. Those present, even Cthulhu, felt a sense of unease spreading in their hearts. 3,000 years have passed. The worries of all extraordinary races did not come to pass, and everything returned to its initial state as the drilling worms continued their mindless labor. Legendary Cthulhu led everyone to carry out a locust-like cleanup of the meteorite belt. The Cthulhu domain continued to grow, having reached 330 kilometers. In the 333rd year of 3,000 years after what seemed like the spirit of moving mountains, the drilling worms finally drilled a hole into what he named Meteorite No. 1, which was 18 kilometers deep. Unexpectedly, they discovered a strange red glow, which greatly delighted him, as he believed he had unearthed a treasure, immediately calling upon the legendary Cthulhu, his elder brother, for identification. In the 334th year of 3,000 years, while Cthulhu was laboring hard in the meteorite belt, before he could feel joy, he saw a certain meteorite in the distance suddenly explode, and a terrifying beam of light swept over him and the surrounding Cthulhu domain creatures. Legendary Cthulhu, relying on his powerful vitality, narrowly escaped the attack, only to see 4 cubic spacecraft appear before him, and in the next moment, he lost all consciousness. The other creatures in the distance, witnessing this scene, immediately charged towards the 4 cubic spacecraft, and without any resistance they were all annihilated. At that moment, a sharp scream caused the 4 cubic spacecraft to suddenly freeze. Nyarlathotep descended, successfully advancing to become a legendary being in the realm of Cthulhu, the second legendary entity to exist. Nyarlathotep awakened its abilities, acquiring the golden tier power whale of despair. The 4 cube-shaped flying vessels bewitched by this ability began to attack each other in pairs. However, once the attacks concluded, the four cube-shaped ships quickly regained their senses and launched their ultimate skills against Nyarlathotep, who was still unleashing its powers. Nyarlathotep escaped through its deceptive abilities, returning to the realm of Cthulhu, gathering the kin of the Great Old Ones and other beings, and performed a blood sacrifice. Nyarlathotep's power was elevated, ascending to a momentary legendary high, instantly obliterating 3 of the cube-shaped ships. The 4th cube-shaped ship self-destructed, and after a surge of mental energy, Nyarlathotep beheld the crimson giant egg that the original legendary Cthulhu had encountered. Then it felt a flash before its eyes. The realm of Cthulhu was annihilated. I didn't see that coming. Nyarlathotep actually surpassed its predecessors and was able to turn the tables with a sacrifice. If it weren't for the disturbance caused by that crimson giant egg, Nyarlathotep might have ascended to godhood. Fang Ying immediately brought up the attribute information of his subordinate Nyarlathotep. Name: Nyarlathotep. Level: Transcendent Pseudo-Legendary Realm Common, Transcendent Legendary Mythical Demigod, True God, Low Medium High Peak. Height: 81. 64 meters. Weight: 1,751 tons. Abilities: 1. Whale of Despair Golden can cause the mental collapse of beings, allowing for control. 2. Facade of Illusion Silver can manipulate its body to change into various forms. 3. Mastery of Wind Silver can control all winds, albeit with limitations. 4. Others: No rank, Physical Immunity, Rapid Regeneration, Whispers of the Malevolent Spirit, Face of Chaos. Description: A product of the union between Cthulhu and the King in Yellow Haster in an unknown domain, drawing power from the void, gathering information from its realm. It acquired a portion of its authority, but is also influenced by it. Affiliation: King in Yellow Haster. Level: Transcendent Low. Height: 64 meters. Weight: 864 tons. Abilities: 1. Control of Touch Silver, endless tendrils enveloping it, hiding great terror within their movements. 2. Frantic Thoughts Silver, gods cannot be gazed upon directly, or great terror will descend. 3. The Feaster Silver enjoys offerings and summoning, capable of appearing in any place where its name is chanted. Description: I am the destined king, the future king in yellow, the master of the starry seas of deep space, the eternal feaster. Affiliation: Bayaki. Level: Transcendent Low. Height: 107 meters. Weight: 2,461 tons. Abilities: 1. Wind Flash Bronze, a power for rapid movement. 2. Wind Roar Bronze, an ability to attack using compressed wind. 3. Wind Transformation Bronze, immune to physical attacks, capable of transforming into wind. 4. Others: Tough Skin, powerful attacks, shield, defense, regeneration. Description: I can fly, my mission is loyal, and I am omnipotent. Seeing the neatly arranged trio of the Great Old Ones, Fang Ying nodded. In terms of skills, it didn't disappoint him. After all, it could enhance itself, relieving him of much worry. Moreover, to exaggerate a bit, if it weren't for that last great race of Yith self-destructing leading to the crimson giant egg, perhaps his realm of Cthulhu could have further developed. Additionally, this time, he learned some information: the great race of Yith had ambushed in the asteroid belt, and their target was actually the crimson giant egg hidden within asteroid No. 1. As for what the crimson giant egg is, and why it is in the asteroid, more clues are needed to uncover the truth. One more thing to determine is whether the alert triggered by his subordinate's proximity to the asteroid belt was due to the buried great race of Yith or the self-destruction of the great race of Yith corpses he brought back to the realm. Fang Ying was contemplating when the next part of the system's information appeared. Please choose the skill you wish to solidify. Considering he still had to continue fighting against the great race of Yith, he surely needed to select a skill that would assist with the soul or spirit. In the end, Fang Ying chose the latter between Heart of Fury and Mouth of Greed. After all, the level was higher. You can materialize the following substances with the value of deduction. Heart of Time Essence from the corpses of the great race of Yith. Note: this substance is produced from the fusion extraction of the essence within the Cthulhu realm. If materialized, it will slightly alter reality, and the legendary great race of Yith will perish completely. Required deduction value: 1,000 points. Fang Ying was momentarily stunned upon seeing that line of text. He never expected such a possibility. Does this mean that if I materialize early, I would effectively eliminate a huge threat? Not only would I obtain a completely clean corpse of the great race of Yith, but I could also acquire a cube-shaped flying vessel. Moreover, I would have more time to adequately respond to the great race of Yith on that small asteroid belt. And the Heart of Time. However, with the Heart of Time now, it only signifies that the Cthulhu domain of Fang Ying is currently in a temporarily safe state. He has not forgotten about the great race of the Yith people from the small asteroid belt. Moreover, the system has just informed him that the Heart of Time comes from the legendary great race of the Yith people. His legendary level. Heaven knows if the great race of the Yith people thrown out from the small asteroid belt were all of them. If more were to emerge, his Cthulhu domain would not be able to withstand it. Speaking of which, should I consult the principle? After all, no matter how one looks at it, He is currently a small genius whose divine domain has expanded to 300 kilometers. While he could obtain information from the Divine Alliance database, most of it is basic, as consulting materials in that place truly requires one to possess a divine rank. Your level is too low, they will only disclose some low-level information to you. After all, high-level information is of no use to you, and there is fear that these newly born deities might recklessly charge in. Thinking of it, Fang Ying made a phone call. The great race of these people. Why would you want to understand information about them? You must know that their race is extremely rare in the void, appearing only once in several millennia, and they are notoriously secretive, rarely showing themselves. That's not right. I saw in the news that this race is extremely malicious and they detest deities, attacking indiscriminately, whether we or other races. Their technology is also highly advanced. Fang Ying was interrupted before he could finish. I know all that you mentioned, but that is old news. At that time, the great race of these people was still numerous, hence their actions were rather high profile, frequently annihilating divine domains. However, after enduring the siege of various divine organizations, they have become more subdued. Now they would rather stay far away from deities, retreating to the secluded corners. From what I understand, they must have suffered greatly, hence they are desperately researching technology and intensifying the soul replacement of other species. But one must know that soul replacement is not without side effects. Their souls and spirits entering the bodies of other races may be directly killed by stronger ones or contaminated by the soul fragments of weaker races, consequently affecting their own, leading to mental issues. Fang Ying, the assessment will soon begin. How is your divine domain progressing? The principal suddenly shifted the topic back to Fang Ying. Fang Ying, however, did not respond and listened in a daze to the principal's words. Why did he feel that the principal knew more than he did despite investing resources to acquire information from the expert? Yeah? Principal, how did you get this information? Fang Ying had not finished speaking when the principal chuckled. How do you think this old principal just stays cooped up in the school every day? How do you think I obtained this position? I was once part of the siege against the great race of the Is. At that time, the great race of the Is people usually invaded divine domains in a sequenced formation, generally led by one legendary figure with 5 extraordinary beings as the core, and finally 10 ordinary ones to clean up the mess. After all, they primarily rely on their technology, and their own power is not as significant. Their advantage lies in the control of time. That being said, their technology is indeed formidable, capable of matching a true deity, and this only requires an ordinary great race of the Is person to operate. If it were at the extraordinary level, they could directly confront a god, or even a celestial being. Our resistance back then was quite challenging. Why am I even telling you this? Just know that if you encounter the great race of the Is people, it is best to avoid them. Currently, they are also developing cautiously. Their reproductive capabilities are complicated, and the ongoing soul replacements have left them without a true form, making it impossible to breed. It is said that they also considered this issue back then, and were developing a technology for soul fusion, though it is unknown if they succeeded, as that was 50,000 years ago. Listening to the principal's grandiloquence, Fang Ying was utterly shocked. Damn, why does he feel like he is in the nest of the great race of the Is people? No wonder his dependents have been out for so long and collected mostly asteroid materials without discovering a single divine domain deity. Could it be that they were cleared out in advance? Of course, perhaps it was also due to his good positioning when activating the divine domain. Regardless, his current status and location are not particularly friendly. Principal, since you have had so many encounters and have fought so many times, have you gained anything from the great race of the Is people? After all, I just heard you mention their technology is powerful and they possess time abilities. Fang Ying did not finish before being interrupted once more by the principal. Hey, you better not try to take advantage of me. You must know this group of great race of the Is people is as stingy as can be. Their weapons are bound to their souls, so once their souls are extinguished, the weapons become useless. Sometimes they even act like a time bomb to retaliate against enemies. Moreover, there were indeed people who had previously targeted the resources of the great race of the Is people, as they are proficient in time abilities and can use soul replacement to decipher the history, present, and future of this race. Some succeeded, but do you know what the success rate is? I have a better chance of finding a seed of divine domain outside. Still, this race is an old hand at manipulating souls and spirits, so typical races truly cannot handle them, which is why I do not possess resources in this regard. So do not think about those unrealistic things. It is better to focus on developing your divine domain. Once you achieve results, the school will surely not treat its students unfairly. Do you understand? Watching the principal's earnest speech, Fang Ying sincerely replied, okay. Subsequently, Fang Ying carefully put away the Heart of Time. He had initially thought of selling it for a wave of wealth and resource supplementation. However, it seems more prudent to keep it for now. After all, it can serve as a trump card. It seems that my plan to rely on the power of the Divine Alliance to punish the great race of the Is will be difficult to realize. Throughout history, interests have always been compelling. Without any profit, no deity would recklessly charge in. As for his situation, putting aside how to discover the great race of these people, even calling the principal for help is unrealistic. The principal being able to share this much with him is already based on the premise that he sees him as a genius who can bring benefits to the school, willing to risk his life to help him. Thinking about it, what gives? However, even from the principal's perspective, he can understand. Thus, the next outcome must rely on himself. Fang Ying thought to himself. The direction of his subsequent deductions and skill development should focus on both spirit and soul. The emphasis should be on the divine race Nyarlathotep, the Eye of Evil clan, and the Ant-Man clan. By the way, Cthulhu must also be monitored. Let me think which powerful races in Cthulhu mythology possess strong mental and soul abilities. After a long time, Fang Ying had to admit that his knowledge in this area was pitifully scarce. However, he recalled another race, the one that had ultimately forced the great race of the EC people into a corner, the Flying Water Medusa. Flying Water Medusa. I recall that the introduction at the time described them as a terrifying ancient biological race resembling water medusas, a completely bizarre existence. Their bodies were partially material, and despite lacking wings, they could soar freely in the air, appearing and disappearing at will, possessing terrifying lethality and adaptability. If I could harness this species, my last shortcoming would be compensated. Land, sea, and air, all would be covered. Combat, stabbing, tanking, magic, and support could all participate in a team battle. Unfortunately for now, it remains a mere thought, as the development of the divine realm does not solely change according to Fang Ying's preferences. The task is arduous and long. My children, are you ready? Trials are about to commence. I remain vigilant. Fang Ying issued a divine decree to his divine realm. The plans of the Evil Eye clan remain unchanged. Having mastered the spiritual prison, they can continue with their initial arrangements. As for the burrowing demon worms, they were assigned near the asteroid belt for overall marking and deployment. As for the first asteroid, let's wait. It's a ticking time bomb. Until we understand it better, it's best to refrain from action. Please select 3 skills from the following 10 for deployment. Fang Ying glanced at it indifferently. Since he had initially solidified 1 skill, he could still choose 2. What a pity, though. There are so few options leaning towards the spiritual aspect. Skill, Unknown Murmurs. Level Silver. Effect, Madness 5, Oddity 5, Creativity 10, Spirit 10, Rationality 8. A voice continually sings in your ear. When you listen carefully, you find that it has drifted away. When you ignore it, the voice will torment your spirit. If you endure, your spirit will strengthen, but that murmur will accompany you for life. Skill, Self-Awakening. Level Silver. Effect, Spirituality 3, Distortion 2, Chaos 5, Clarity 5, Potential 5. Everyone is the master of their own body, yet they are forgotten in the deep sea. When you seek the truth, you often have to bear the horrors of the abyss. I hope this time brings some rewards. Images of the divine realm began to manifest before Fang Ying. The 1000th year has arrived. A 5-member exploration team accompanied by their big boss arrived at the initial location where the spaceship was discovered. They brought the spaceship back without any pressure and discovered that the great race of the EC people aboard had completely lost their vitality. So is this effective, eh? Fang Ying smiled slightly at the time heart in his hand. 2,000 years later, perhaps due to fewer obstacles, the Evil Eye clan and the Ant People clan began to conduct in-depth research on the great race of the EC people. They first chose to study the head. Although the great race of the EC people was already dead, with the Ant People clan's guidance, the Evil Eye clan attempted to simulate the spiritual power of the great race of the EC people to unlock the information left in the brain. Soon they obtained quite a bit of detailed information, but just as they were about to probe further, especially regarding the information about that crimson giant egg, the previously quiet corpse suddenly exploded violently. Along with it was a strong surge of spiritual power, but since this was merely a contingency from the corpse's brain area combined with the presence of the spiritual prison and the oversight of the void touch, the spiritual message did not dissipate, but was directly sealed away. In response, the Evil Eye clan and the Ant People clan discussed learning from their mistakes and decided to strengthen their research on the expansion of the spiritual prison. Ultimately, they resolved to use the power of the Cthulhu divine realm to counteract setting their sights on the deep sea and the depths of volcanoes. At this moment, time had already reached 3,000 years. Under the leadership of the legendary being Cthulhu, and with the assistance of Nyarlathotep, they discovered several suspicious coordinates hidden within the asteroid belt. The Cthulhu divine realm, once again under the diligent practicality of the burrowing demon worms, had grown to 340 kilometers. Having previously experienced becoming a legendary being, Nyarlathotep broke through again after 3,000 years of baptism, evolving into a legendary being and gaining a new ability, Light Sound, although it was still unstable and in trial operation. The arrival of 4,000 years. The legendary being Cthulhu and the burrowing demon worms worked together to narrow down the suspicious coordinates to 7, and they began their final preparations. This time those great race of the EC people surprisingly did not show up. That shouldn't be possible. They are usually so patient. But if that's the case, don't blame me for taking the initiative. Fang Ying had already issued a directive to his followers in the divine realm. Initially, he instructed them to develop, first looking for the initial position of the enemy before delivering a decisive blow. After all, Nyarlathotep had accomplished this before. Yet this time they did not emerge. Could it be, as the old principal said, that they were frightened and have been hiding? Was it all due to that legendary corpse that had attacked them? Thinking this way is not without merit. He remembered the composition of a team: 1 legendary, 5 extraordinary, and 10 ordinary. Now it seems promising. While you ponder, time has reached 5,000 years. The legendary being Cthulhu and the legendary being Nyarlathotep, fully prepared, took 5 extraordinary beings and thousands of elite soldiers towards the first suspicious location, 643164315551241. Unfortunately, the final result was a bust. However, they were fortunate to discover a large amount of resources, metallic fragments, and ice blocks, which were precisely what the Cthulhu divine realm required. However, they decided to wait until everything was settled before collecting it. In the 300th year of the 5,000th year, at the second suspicious coordinate, there was no trace of enemies. In the 500th year of the 5,000th year, at the third suspicious coordinate, there was still no trace of enemies. In the 900th year of the 5,000th year, at the seventh suspicious coordinate, still no sign of the great race of the EC people. After 6,100 years, the leader of the Ant-Man clan successfully ascended to an extraordinary existence, and through the skills of self-spiritual awakening and unknown utterance, successfully activated the bloodline inheritance of the Chocho people, thereby acquiring the ability of Seal of Virii. Chocho people, a hybrid race created from the interbreeding of Millie Niggly and early humans, crafted by the great creator, Xia Waganer Fagan, outwardly honest, but harboring evil within. Their intelligence is equivalent to that of normal humans, with the reasoning of children halved and adults having no reasoning. Skill: Seal of Virii. Level: Bronze, Silver, Intermittent. Effects: 1. Summon the deceased, limited to one's own race. 2. Acceleration, increases one's speed by 30. Fang Ying quietly observed the skill and the situation of the Ant-Man clan leader, merely expressing that it was not bad, because he was more optimistic about the changes of this group of extraordinary beings. Indeed, the leader of the Ant-Man clan was merely a horn. Through the divine domain, he also saw that clearly all the followers had noticed this phenomenon. After 6,300 years, following intense discussions among all the followers except for Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, who continued to linger in the void, all other extraordinary beings returned to undergo their own ascension. Soon as Cthulhu's divine domain acquired more resources, its area was further expanded to 360 kilometers. The expansion of Cthulhu's divine domain meant that it could accommodate more biological existences, and that the limitations for biological breakthroughs would also be lifted. After 6,500 years, the first to be promoted was the leader of the Deep Ones, Dagon, who reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary. After 6,600 years, the Void Touched of the Burrowers and the Eye of Chaos also ascended to the pinnacle of the extraordinary. After 6,800 years, the King in Yellow Haster and the Bayaki both stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. The true prosperity of Cthulhu's divine domain had arrived. The increase in the area of the divine domain promoted the ascension of Cthulhu's followers, and the ascension of Cthulhu's followers similarly facilitated the further enhancement of the divine domain. Having evolved to the pinnacle of the extraordinary, they were instantly elated, realizing that there were no limitations ahead, but rather a bright future. Thus, they once again fell into the fervor of ascension, preparing to break through to legend. 7,000 years arrived. For an entire 1,000 years, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep made no discoveries, as if the great race of Yith had vanished into the void. Thus, Cthulhu decided to personally transport supplies to expedite the development of the divine domain for his own continued ascension. Meanwhile, Nyarlathotep acted as an observer, closely monitoring any news regarding the great race of Yith. With Cthulhu's involvement, the speed of transporting various resources increased by more than double. Among these resources, besides minerals and icebergs, there were also some special substances, including those rich in energy and those containing the laws of the divine domain. Therefore, this greatly accelerated the ascension of Cthulhu's divine domain. Cthulhu's divine domain ascended to 384 kilometers. Is this too fast? Fang Ying stared blankly. Could this be what they call planting flowers with intention, but they don't bloom, while planting willows without intention they flourish? One must know that in the last simulation his divine domain had already materialized to 300 kilometers. Now, with all kinds of resources supporting it, barring any unexpected circumstances, this simulation should be able to advance further, and his divine domain would directly ascend to 400 kilometers. Then with another wave, 500 kilometers. Can't think too much, the more I think the happier I get. At that moment, the 8,000 years arrived. Just then, Nyarlathotep suddenly found Cthulhu, who was busy with transportation, and discovered something significant. A sudden elemental storm erupted, targeting the asteroid belt, and ultimately heading towards the center of Cthulhu's divine domain. If not stopped, the elemental storm would evolve into a world-ending disaster due to energy absorption from the asteroid belt. Upon receiving the news, Cthulhu immediately summoned everyone to combat the elemental storm, while another group focused on rescuing the scarce asteroid fragments. Finally, after 30 years, the elemental storm was controlled, and its direction altered just as success seemed imminent. A mysterious laser suddenly shot out from a vacant area. At the same time, Nyarlathotep and Cthulhu, who had long been prepared, immediately activated their powers to attack that vacant area. Instantly, a space fortress-like cosmic battleship appeared in the originally empty place, but due to the sudden event, the great race of Yith, intending to launch a sneak attack, had not yet activated all their weapon systems when they were struck, half destroyed by Nyarlathotep's light sound ability. Subsequently, Cthulhu took over to finish the job. As soon as 5 ordinary great race of Yith revealed themselves, they were immediately controlled and turned against their own, launching an attack. As for the remaining follower creatures, they were already well prepared, with their extraordinary peak strength charging over. Even the extraordinary great race of Yith suffered damage. The scale of victory finally tilted towards Fang Ying. This battle, which could be said to have occurred suddenly, was nonetheless fiercely intense. The well-trained great race of Yith killed the burrowers and Bayaki after reacting. But they were soon crushed to death by Nyarlathotep with overwhelming strength. Just as the great race of Yith was left with only one extraordinary existence, the entire battlefield was suddenly enveloped in a red light. All creatures present except for Nyarlathotep and Cthulhu failed to last a second and transformed into red particles. However, after taking a glance at that creature, Nyarlathotep and Cthulhu fell into a mental breakdown and died in madness. Cthulhu's divine domain was shrouded in red light, perishing. The simulation ended. Seeing such a hasty conclusion, Fang Ying couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Can't I just live my life in peace? Moreover, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, these two, even if they only share a name, are still figures of great power. How could they die from mere mental breakdown upon seeing that creature? Why does it feel somewhat comedic? This is not some black humor. Fang Ying simply felt a bit sad. If he was not mistaken, that being should be the one within the crimson giant egg. However, he did not know if it was related to the great race of Yith. If so, then it would be quite troublesome. No, it would be very troublesome. Just then, ding. Congratulations, you have made contact with the unknown. Simulation points 10000. Unknown. Could it be referring to that scarlet giant egg? Fang Ying's expression turned grave, devoid of any joy about it. Clearly he is the Cthulhu, yet he finds himself the most injured, surrounded by things even more terrifying than Cthulhu. What's going on? Is this going to turn into a game of Backrooms or SCP Foundation? Ding, this simulation has no rating, keep up the good work. Before Fang Ying could regain his composure, another message popped up. He had already anticipated this. After all, in terms of overall development, aside from the achievements of the Cthulhu domain, there wasn't much worth mentioning. Especially towards the end, not only were his own minions destroyed, but the Cthulhu domain itself was annihilated. The great race of the Yith was also destroyed, which surprised Fang Ying. Combining the information provided by the old principal, it seems there are only 2 possibilities. This group must have come to invade the scarlet giant egg, causing abnormal occurrences, and no matter how hard Fang Ying tried, they wouldn't show up, proving this point. However, judging by their overwhelming strength, it can be inferred that their invasion process might not be thorough and has not officially commenced, remaining in a period of observation. The other possibility is that the great race of the Yith discovered the resources here, but did not find the hidden scarlet giant egg. However, Fang Ying believes the latter scenario is too unlikely. He is more inclined to the former. But if that's the case, the development of this situation will only worsen. Fang Ying furrowed his brows. He had thought that using the system to deal with a legendary level corpse of the great race of the Yith would alleviate a significant concern. After all, the remaining beings were merely extraordinary entities with some threat, and their weaknesses could be found through simulations for a one-hit kill. But now an unknown existence has suddenly emerged. The situation is spiraling out of control once again. Looking at the Heart of Time in his hand, he initially thought he could strategize and find an opportunity to sell it for resources. But now it seems better to hold on to it. He might need it later. Ding, please choose a skill to solidify. I choose to solidify the Greed's Mouth, as it is a golden level skill with greater benefits. After Fang Ying selected his solidified skill, he checked the status of the divine domain. After all, repeatedly dying is not something anyone would find joy in, especially when the deaths are so tragic. Even if they are not human, they still require a certain degree of psychological comfort. However, what Fang Ying did not expect was that Nyarlathotep still retained a legendary level form. Could it be that the previous 2 deaths allowed for an unobstructed breakthrough? Fang Ying could only consider this way. But ultimately it is a good thing. Fang Ying checked the changes in his other minions' eye. Unfortunately, although they had made significant progress after being promoted in the Cthulhu domain, everything has returned to normal. Yet seeing their frenzied state reveals that they still enjoy that moment of power surge, hence their mad training. In contrast, the leader of the Ant-Man tribe exhibited strangely bizarre behavior. He had various odd items placed before him, including animal limbs, eyeballs, blood, and a skin scroll outlined with incomprehensible fur. Moreover, many of his tribesmen were dancing an unknown dance alongside him. To be honest, from Fang Ying's divine perspective, it actually seemed beautiful. It seemed appropriate to describe it with these two words. But soon after, he noticed something different. The skin scroll suddenly ignited, and at the same time, the Cthulhu domain's evil energy began to fluctuate. With visible speed, it flew towards the leader of the Ant-Man tribe. Yet the leader seemed oblivious, continuing to dance frantically. Fang Ying observed the void before him, where fissures began to appear. What the hell? Even Fang Ying, despite his composure, couldn't help but let out a piece of traditional essence. Not for any other reason. Simply because this is the real world. His Cthulhu domain is not like that of the great boss, able to withstand all sorts of tricks. Regarding what a fissure is, surely those who have traversed parallel planes or traveled through time understand. To put it simply, the space-time we inhabit is filled with numerous holes, and these holes may connect to a world similar to this one. Of course, they may also connect to other terrifying planes. Although opening a fissure is not particularly challenging for Fang Ying, now regarded as a deity. In fact, even a myth-level minion could accomplish this, tearing apart fissures to traverse other planes. But all of this comes with a prerequisite. That is to be stronger than others. Why do I say this? Just like a sheet of paper, when you poke a hole in it, even if you use tools to flatten or repair it, there will still be traces left behind. And those powerful beings from other planes could follow this trace all the way here. If it's a strong plane, they would retreat. If not, well, it's game over. Though Fang Ying was unsure why this fellow could summon fissures in a normal state, he has grown to detest this being, feeling a strong urge to tear them into pieces. However, he forcibly restrained himself, as a sudden disruption might directly cause the fissures to turn into cracks or even exaggerate into a void. If that were the case, it would be akin to greeting the unknown from afar. Come on, let's have some fun. Soon a special substance began to envelop the leader of the Ant-Man tribe. At present, Fang Ying could not discern what this substance was, but soon a special and familiar shape appeared before his eyes. Hill people. Yes, the figure before him had actually become a hill person. Although this state is quite miraculous and the first of its kind in the Cthulhu domain, don't mention becoming a hill person. Even if you evolved into Yog-Sothoth, no, even if you evolved into Isogda, it would be of no use. I must kill you to vent my anger and show you the power of a deity. After all, he now faces an unknown. Now, because of this Ant-Man, it has turned into a being of hill people, which may confront the Cthulhu domain with even more uncertainties. Damn it, if a hot-tempered deity were here, they might have already wiped out the Ant-Man tribe. You give me. Just as Fang Ying was about to act, he discovered that the hill person was actually speaking to him. Great master, your humble servant prays to you and offers you the void between. You stand up for me. What is this kneeling all the time? Don't you know the ground is dirty? Fang Ying beheld this object, which should be termed a miraculous artifact with skill attributes, the void between. At that moment his heart was agitated, his blood was boiling, his hands were trembling, and his heart was surging. He had seen introductions related to the void between in historical texts. It was not complicated, just two simple words: defy the heavens. If gods were likened to ordinary people, then this void between would be akin to a protagonist's fortuitous opportunity among them. He only knew that those who possessed such fortuitous opportunities, as long as they did not perish, were now at the pinnacle of the pyramid. He merely sat at home while the pie fell from the sky. Fang Ying, projecting into the divine realm, directly lifted the Chocho person, gently wiping the dust off him with a tender voice. You are my child whom I delight in. I will greatly bless you. You shall receive the wisdom enhancement of the entire divine realm, and all calamities will stay far from you. However, you must not become arrogant. You need to forge ahead continuously. In the future, I will bestow great blessings upon you. After revealing his divine skills, Fang Ying projected himself into the air. The void between was immediately unleashed and chosen for use. Instantly, the entire divine realm trembled as if boiling water. Meanwhile, the sound of chimes echoed in Fang Ying's ears. Ding, the void between is activating. Ding, the Cthulhu divine realm is absorbing the source of the Cthulhu mythos world undergoing ascension. Ding, legendary Cthulhu is stealing the mythos source of Cthulhu undergoing ascension. Ding, Nyarlathotep is stealing the mythos source of Nyarlathotep undergoing ascension. Indeed, tens of thousands of messages echoed in Fang Ying's ears like a barrage. However, he did not care at all. Rather, he comfortably closed his eyes. He had made it. This was the ability of the void between, a nonsensical theft of the same source as the other party. Noted is the true source, the nonsensical kind. According to the introduction, the first being to possess this ability absorbed the divine realm of a great figure, draining it completely. The reason is that the names of both divine realms were the same. Of course, at this point some might say, if that's the case, why not just choose a powerful name and changed the divine realm's name to enable direct absorption. As for the creatures in the divine realm, their names were also changed. This leads us to mention the limitations of the void between. 1. The name of each person's divine realm is determined on the day of their awakening, and it must align with their attributes. It cannot be arbitrarily chosen. Just like a thin person cannot be called big strong, as that would be perceived as mockery, leading to conflict. Thus, this is also the reason why Fang Ying's divine realm is called the Cthulhu divine realm. 2. The creatures within the divine realm can be seen as predetermined. They are not artificially established by Fang Ying. This also counts as a kind of rule similar to naming the divine realm. Otherwise, the void between would not be called a golden finger, but rather a universally recognized enemy by all gods who would eliminate whoever possessed it. Otherwise, if one day they became powerful, wouldn't that mean they would be sewing clothes for others? After all, there are some divine realms with the same name, but the number of familiars with the same name is exceedingly rare. Fang Ying's case is purely accidental. And that is also why he is excited. Although Cthulhu previously had a trace of the bloodline of the mythos Cthulhu. But to be honest, this is distinctly different from the source. It's like a beggar who stole money from a merchant which was meant to be taxed to the state, and the taxes belong to the king. So can you say the beggar stole money from the king? This understanding is correct as it traces back to the source. However, upon closer thought, it seems somewhat incorrect. The king's loss will not truly diminish because of it. Similarly, while Cthulhu possesses the bloodline of the mythos Cthulhu, it does not mean he has directly inherited the other's power. Thus, nominally, it is a fraction of 1% or even 1,000th. Simply possessing the bloodline provides a basis to become like the other. Just as a prince has the bloodline of an emperor, it does not mean he can become the emperor. The process is crucial. Fang Ying's own Cthulhu divine realm currently does not possess the conditions to develop like Cthulhu. Thus, this explains why the divine realm has been destroyed multiple times. It is simply tarnishing the Cthulhu mythos. But now with the void between, it is as if the prince has directly become the emperor, possessing all the powers of the other. Therefore, now Fang Ying can stand up and speak with dignity. My Cthulhu divine realm will one day be the supreme eternal existence that destroys all. Of course, at this stage, he still needs to be somewhat discreet. After all, impulse is the devil. If one truly wants to be ostentatious, it must be managed within the deduction system, otherwise trouble may arise outside. The first round of the void between has been stolen and completed. The next activation time is in 1,000 years. Upon receiving this information, the Cthulhu divine realm gradually calmed down. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire divine realm was eerily quiet and empty. And Cthulhu was the first to prostrate on the ground facing the void. Although it appeared to be the same as usual, there was a subtle feeling of difference in the air. The eternally sleeping are not the dead. In the long and strange passage of time, death has its conclusion. Cthulhu divine realm, the legendary creature Cthulhu, offers you eternal loyalty. The most merciful place in this world is that the mind cannot fully comprehend its entire content. Cthulhu divine realm, the extraordinary creature, the deep one, Dagon, wishes to offer you eternal life. The weak and mundane laws, interests, and emotions are no more than dust in the vast universe, utterly meaningless. Cthulhu divine realm, the extraordinary creature of the eye of evil, the touch of the void, wishes to offer you profundity and wisdom until dusk. Calmly accepting one's sins, traversing that dark abyss, what awaits will be the eternal wonder and the glorious splendor. Cthulhu divine realm, the extraordinary creature, the great devourer, the burrowing worm, wishes to offer you everything eternal. The stars have already reached a specific position. The old ones are about to reappear in the mortal realm. Cthulhu divine realm, the legendary creature of the god clan Nyarlathotep, wishes to light up the stars for you, letting your brilliance illuminate the eternal sea of stars. Fang Ying stared blankly at this group of beings, momentarily feeling as if 3 lines appeared on his forehead. This line sigh so cringeworthy. Moreover, why is it that as the lord of the divine realm I have not enjoyed? Before he could finish speaking, darkness enveloped Fang Ying's vision. A great terror descended. It was a warning emanating from the core of his divinity. It resembled the human sixth sense, but was undoubtedly more accurate, because in the next moment he felt a chill surge directly to the soles of his feet. After all, he was a deity. Even if this deity was not powerful, it certainly did not possess the same grandeur as those legendary gods. Yet he undeniably bore the glory of a god. At the very least, he wouldn't have the mundane worries of mortals, such as being cold or hot, suffering from ailments, or sustaining injuries. After all, as long as the divine realm was not destroyed, he would be in eternal existence. Yet now, even though the divine realm was growing stronger and his followers were being elevated to varying degrees, why did he still feel a sense of unease? Was while Fang Ying was probing into himself, a great power descended. He felt his vision darken, and then it seemed as if he was lifted into the void. It resembled a state of void space with nothing around him and darkness enveloping his sight, yet that darkness was not complete. He could sense that this was definitely not void space. For within it, there was an even deeper sense of isolation, emptiness, and silence. It was as if no life existed here. No, that was not the silence of a lack of material existence. It was as if even time and space did not exist. But for some reason, Fang Ying felt no fear at this moment. Instead, it was a tranquility akin to what one might feel before death. Very beautiful. What a damned feeling. He knew this state was wrong, yet Fang Ying could not muster any thoughts of resistance. Or rather, at this very moment, even his soul was in a state of peace. Is this it? Let it be this way. Let it be this way. It was as if he were engaging in a dialogue with his own soul. He did not know how long had passed when a ray of light suddenly appeared before Fang Ying. It was a piece of darkness. Indeed, although it was still pitch black before him, he understood that nothing had changed, yet he simply knew that a piece of darkness had emerged. It was as if he had birthed a seventh sense, very wondrous. Subsequently, he found all his emotions surging back, as if returning home like fledglings. It was an emotion that had been suppressed for a long time, collectively bursting forth in a way that was hard to articulate in just a few words. Before Fang Ying could contemplate his next move, his soul, or rather his body, rapidly ascended higher and higher, until he beheld a mass of darkness, a chaotic, enormous, amorphous blob at the very center. Could that be the god of blind foolishness, Asathoth? Before Fang Ying could finish his words, everything before him transformed into a dreamlike illusion rushing towards his body. Ugh, Fang Ying suddenly retched. Unfortunately, nothing came out, but the sensation of nausea made him gag several more times. Am I back? Fang Ying opened his eyes again and saw the scene of the Cthulhu divine realm, everything returning to normal. Did I really come back? Just now, huh? What did I just experience? Why is there nothing in my memory? Fang Ying was astonished to discover that he only knew that something significant had just happened. A terrifying entity had descended, and then he was unsure whether his body or soul had gone somewhere. And then he vomited and returned. So what exactly did he see or hear? Everything was a mystery. Had my memory been erased? Fang Ying darkly examined himself, and then his expression eased a bit, for he sensed that segment of memory merely sealed. So was it not meant for me to know? Fang Ying could feel that his body had undergone drastic changes, and he subsequently summoned a mirror. Not looking was not an option, but upon looking he was startled. To speak of the most noticeable change, his eyes, which had once been one red and one black, had transformed into a grayish hue, as if a vortex was constantly swirling within. Even after long observation, there was an inexplicable sense of fear. Aside from his eyes, his body had mutated. Of course, this mutation was not about sprouting tentacles, gaining hundreds of eyes, or transforming into a worm-like creature crawling and covered in spikes. That was not mutation, that was perversion. It should be noted that even in Cthulhu's mythos, those with status are extraordinarily esteemed, and they do not instill madness through mere appearance, but through states incomprehensible to humanity. Or in other words, it is akin to an immortal imparting teachings. When you see me, I grant you blessings, bestow enlightenment. However, ordinary humans cannot bear such an energy transmission, and thus go mad, resulting in a loss of sanity. As for the depictions that humans have assigned to Cthulhu mythos creatures, many stem from human imagination. Naturally, they should not appear ordinary, but should resemble this, and this, well, that's about right. Something that could scare one to death at a glance. This is the image of Cthulhu mythos. Therefore, this is a form of prejudice and discrimination. Just like Fang Ying's state at this moment, he had changed. Besides his eyes, he had become more beautiful. Indeed, no flowery language could describe Fang Ying's appearance at this moment. You might say he is like a pure lotus emerging from clear water. You might say he is as charming as a lovely beauty whose glance can captivate. You might say he is graceful and enchanting. No, those merely describe mortal beauty. Moreover, Fang Ying himself was a deity. And now Fang Ying's beauty would make even celestial beings hesitant to approach, halted in their tracks. Furthermore, beauty is not solely attributed to women. Just like Fang Ying, his beauty transcended gender and even broke the boundaries of species. It was a beauty that any creature would feel when they beheld him. An inexact metaphor might be to describe it as one who could cause the moon to hide and flowers to wilt. Yet more astonishingly, Fang Ying's appearance did not change significantly. Anyone who saw him, even if only once, would recognize him as Fang Ying and would not feel that he had transformed into another person. Snap! Fang Ying smashed the mirror in his hand onto the ground, taking a deep breath for quite some time before exhaling deeply. This was not because he was overly excited about discovering he had become beautiful or finding it difficult to accept. After all, he had never cared much for appearances. The reason he broke the mirror was that during the few minutes he stared at himself, he had developed a sense of fear towards his own reflection. Logically speaking, beautiful things should only be appreciated. How could he grow more fearful the longer he looked? He could not find a lead for now, but his sixth sense was wildly alarming. If he continued to stare at himself, then what awaited him would be either death or insanity. How absurd. Organize my body data and display it. Note: always pay attention to its condition. It does not have a clear purpose, it enjoys chaos, and I can only say so much. Looking at the information about himself, Fang Ying fell silent for a moment. Firstly, for him, who was currently only at a state below that of an intermediate deity, he had already surpassed the strength of one strand of divine thought. To be honest, he was already ahead of many. After all, that was 100 strands, 1,000 points. However, when he saw the infinite pillar behind that, once again, to be honest, he expressed that he felt no joy at all. This was beyond what he could bear. Even among the top deities, he could guarantee that their divine thoughts did not exceed 100 pillars. This was not him being arrogant or disbelieving in humanity's strength. Rather, the improvement of divine thought was not like leveling up by defeating monsters, but rather an increase in comprehensive strength related to many factors. For instance, the area of the divine realm, the divine beings, and the deity itself. Some things require talent and insight. After all, when strength reaches a certain level, many aspects become similar. Just like no matter what energy you cultivate, in the end you will encounter your own limitations. For example, a cup can be filled with water, milk, tea, or coffee, but it won't keep overflowing. But look at his current state. The divine thought has no limit. Is this even a cup? No, is this something a human can achieve? Therefore, considering it comprehensively, he must have been targeted. So, after careful consideration, Fang Ying smiled and lay back. Indeed, he manifested a reclining chair in his divine realm, and it was quite comfortable to lounge. He softly chanted, "In my name, all shall listen. Next you." Fang Ying immediately rolled over and sat up, staring blankly at his Cthulhu divine realm, which was about to descend into chaos. "What the hell are you doing?" Fang Ying discovered that not long after he spoke, the beings within his divine realm had gone mad, all of them. The plants were wildly dancing like green tendrils stretching out, recklessly flaunting, with similar skeletal spikes subtly growing from above. In comparison, the changes among the beings were even more exaggerated. The initially normal beings he had introduced appeared as if they had been exposed to nuclear radiation, growing in a completely unruly manner. Have you seen a fish with 4 legs? But what about a fish with 5 legs? A one-legged toad might be rare, but isn't a 10-legged toad even harder to find? Most astonishingly, he even saw beings walking on their own entrails. These were still manageable. After all, they were merely biological mutations. However, when he first initiated the simulation system, the mutations related to the Book of the Dead and the Call of Cthulhu were even more jarring. What surprised Fang Ying was that even his extraordinary biological race was affected. Some of his kin had mutated, growing tentacles, eyes, or changing colors. Another part began to exhibit bizarre behaviors. Some became irritable, some went mad, some were sentimental, some felt mournful, and some were excited. Even beings as extraordinary as Dagon were crazily seeking mates among their kind. However, there were only 2 odd individuals: the legendary Cthulhu and the legendary Nyarlathotep. These 2 were currently kneeling on the ground, fervently praying, listening to Fang Ying's divine oracle, looking as if they had attained enlightenment. Just as Fang Ying was perplexed, the consciousness of the Cthulhu divine realm actively transmitted information to him. Evil spirit whisper. Fang Ying knew this skill. After all, Cthulhu possessed it, and as the master of the divine realm, he naturally had it too. However, it was less a skill and more akin to a language of the outer gods related to Cthulhu mythology. Just like English, Chinese, or Japanese. The effect varies from person to person. At least the initial Cthulhu didn't achieve much with it. However, Fang Ying did not expect that this passive skill would be so exaggerated in his hands. He hadn't even finished a sentence, and it almost caused the entire divine realm to collapse. Fang Ying could only attribute it to the contributions of the Between the Void. After all, he had only heard about it before. Now he was witnessing it firsthand. What the teacher said was indeed real. This made him think back to the initial materials he obtained from the God Alliance database, as well as the discrepancies with the first-hand information from the principal, which were not just slightly different, they were entirely different matters. However, now that he understood the reason, Fang Ying found a solution. First, he sealed his evil spirit whisper, just like Cthulhu. Then he directly transformed his thoughts through the consciousness of the Cthulhu divine realm. This way he could safely eliminate any potential hazards. As for Fang Ying's intention, it was quite simple. Just one phrase: build high walls, accumulate grain, and slowly claim the throne. Avoid that crimson giant egg and the fortress of the great race of Yith. Just gather resources and digest what he obtained from Between the Void. Then go for it. This time, due to Fang Ying's timely damage control, the Cthulhu divine realm recovered in just a few decades. However, those mutated beings remained in their mutated state. After all, this was not a simulation mode. It couldn't be refreshed and restarted, so he could only helplessly watch the chaotic Cthulhu divine realm. He observed that the previously stable meat mountain had started learning to inhale and exhale evil energy, growing stronger. Fang Ying expressed, "Let's just leave it like this, I'm tired." Perhaps this was the true appearance of his Cthulhu divine realm. Ding, would you like to activate the simulation system? Go ahead. G, the simulation system has detected an unknown element invasion currently. Fang Ying almost jumped to his feet. What a joke. Is even the system affected? Although relying on my own strength at least, I won't be eliminated immediately on the path of the divine. But as the saying goes, some people's starting point is your endpoint. Naturally, having a system that allows for quicker adjustments and control over the development of one's divine realm is something one would not want to malfunction. Perhaps Fang Ying's prayers had taken effect. After nearly an hour of lag, the simulation system finally returned to normal. Z. Simulation system repaired. Launching simulation system. Z. Please choose 3 skills from the following 10 options. Since you have already fixed one skill, you may choose 2 more. Although Fang Ying felt a bit uncomfortable without the system making a ding sound, he had no choice for now. However, after carefully observing the skill options, he became unsettled. Not only were all the skills of bronze level, but what were they? Low intelligence, uncoordinated limbs, asexual reproduction. Seeing the names of these skills, Fang Ying didn't even need to look further to know what kind of nonsense they were. They were full of negative energy. In the end, even among the short ones, he had to choose 2. Thus, skill Smile of Death, level bronze. Effect Self-Destruction 5, Spirit 8, Luck 2, Madness 6. Do you wish to experience endless madness? Do you want to know the wonders of the region? Do you want to catch the attention of the Grim Reaper? Skill Sleek and Smooth, level bronze. Effect Hair Removal 10, Spirit 5, Intelligence 3, Immorality 8. Everyone has hair, well let me trim it for you. The wise do not grow hair, let's pluck the hairs together. This is the skill Fang Ying painstakingly sought out, with relatively minor side effects. At least no matter what, he possessed a spiritual attribute. Z. May I ask if you wish to begin the simulation journey? Fang Ying once again lay back, this time genuinely responding with a hint of fatigue. Your Cthulhu divine realm is once again revealed before you. With the arrival of 1,000 years and your earnest guidance, the beings within the Cthulhu divine realm have been living quite joyfully. Because your Cthulhu divine realm and the Cthulhu extraordinary kin have received the essence of Cthulhu mythology, all the creatures in the divine realm have been infected. This infection is slow, but please believe it is benign. At least it seems so for now. As 2,000 years swiftly approached, the kin creatures, led by the burrowing demon worm, continued their gathering work, expanding the area of the Cthulhu divine realm to 378 kilometers. Within this 1,000 years, legendary and extraordinary beings of Cthulhu discovered that the longer their kin spent time with them, the greater the chances of mutation and madness became. Although this situation can somewhat enhance strength, it will lower the IQ of those affected and turn them into loyal servants of beings like Cthulhu. Furthermore, the degree of influence on affected beings also relates to the appearance time spent with the influencer and their own strength. Upon discovering this matter, Cthulhu immediately summoned all kin capable of transmitting the essence of Cthulhu mythology to ensure the peaceful development of the Cthulhu divine realm. 1. All extraordinary and legendary beings must ensure that no other creatures exist within 10 kilometers, even in non-essential situations, for no more than 10 minutes. 2. All extraordinary and legendary beings should try to conceal their appearances and minimize vocalizations. 3. The use of abilities should be placed as much as possible outside the Cthulhu divine realm in the void space to reduce the pollution of their abilities on the Cthulhu divine realm. 4. The above 3 requirements will be lifted once they can control their powers without leakage. I hope this time it won't be too terrible. Fang Ying silently prayed. To be honest, he had initially thought that with between nothingness, his divine realm would achieve a leap forward, at least allowing him to handle the great race of Is. But with the current situation, he truly feared that his divine realm would be wasted away. His faith was derived from the beings of the Cthulhu divine realm. If he were to be infected by this group, he would become something akin to a mindless zombie or a crazed fool. Faith, don't be ridiculous, just wash up and go to sleep. 3,000 years passed under such strict regulations. But even under strict regulations, some creatures couldn't avoid being infected, like the 5-man team that discovered the cubic spaceship, who coincidentally were infected by their own clan leader. But perhaps fortune was on their side. Their appearances remained unchanged, their mental states were excellent, and their strengths even reached the peak of the ordinary, with the potential to become extraordinary beings. Thus the 5 of them decided to once again unleash their teamwork to the fullest, and embarked on a journey to the void space in search of a path to promotion. In just 50 short years, they encountered several attacks from the void space. Unexpected meteor impacts, small void storms, a beam of plasma light, and getting lost in the void space. Fortunately, the exhausted 5-member team found the direction to return, intending to earnestly study in the Cthulhu divine realm, but unexpectedly collided with an invisible wall. In the last moment of their lives, they saw dozens of cubic spaceships. Indeed, they inadvertently crashed into the secret base of the great race of Is. The death of the 5-member team immediately alerted the Cthulhu beings nearby who were studying. Similarly, the great race of Is also discovered the existence of Cthulhu and the Cthulhu divine realm, and battle was imminent. In the 800th year of the 3,000 years, this was a very important 100 years, With just Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, two extraordinary beings easily crushed the so-called extraordinary great race of Is. Their weapons had been known in advance, and their mental and spiritual abilities not only failed to trouble Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, but instead had a certain impact on their own souls. Thus the battle quickly approached its conclusion. But just when everyone thought it was about to end, the last ordinary member of the great race of Is suddenly took out a red spherical object. He was chanting the name of an existence. In the 9th year of the 3000th year, the entity called forth by the great race of the Is did not appear, and the voice it summoned was silenced, unheard, and unknown. After exterminating the last of the great race of the Is, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep immediately compressed, everyone remaining vigilant to prevent any unforeseen accidents. The 1st century of the 4000th year arrived, bringing calm. The 2nd century of the 4000th year remained calm. The 3rd century of the 4000th year also arrived, still calm. In the 4th century of the 4000th year, the burrowing demon worm decided to continue collecting resources as the asteroid belt was no longer dangerous. It only needed to stay away from the No. 1 asteroid. After some discussion, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep did not intervene, although a sense of unease began to brew. In the 5th century of the 4000th year, the area of the Cthulhu divine domain was once again expanded to 388 kilometers. Meanwhile, within this century, the burrowing demon worm discovered a forgotten kin who claimed to be an abyssal crawler from a distant void realm, a place called Candela. In the 6th century of the 4000th year, a female abyssal crawler resembling the burrowing demon worm became its mate in the void. In the 7th century of the 4000th year, the abyssal crawler interacted with Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, among other beings, establishing a good relationship. They warmly invited the abyssal crawler to visit the Cthulhu divine domain, offering a long-term stay if desired. Fang Ying looked on in bewilderment. First, this honest burrowing demon worm had formed a bond with the other party in less than a century. How desperate could it be? Did this creature not notice anything strange? And what about Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, legendary beings? Did they not notice something amiss? How could a creature so similar to the burrowing demon worm suddenly appear from the void? Moreover, as far as he knew, the burrowing demon worm had multiple titles: the underground digger, abyssal crawler, and Thullian. Clearly the other party was deceiving them. Most importantly, did the leader of the Great Swallowing clan not notice that their race was gradually diminishing? Such dullness in a clan leader should not occur. After all, the leader is like the core of the race. They should remain alert if any harm or danger befalls their kin, even from afar. The stronger the ability, the more sensitive the perception. Yet now 1/3 of this Great Swallowing clan's members had mysteriously vanished, and the burrowing demon worm felt nothing, instead becoming increasingly affectionate with the abyssal crawler. Fang Ying was 100% certain that this abyssal crawler had issues and might even be connected to that crimson giant eggs hatching. Yet he felt puzzled. If the other party was truly that powerful, why not confront them directly? Why go through the motions of becoming a mate and getting clothes, playing the art of war? Hidden movements with me. In the 8th century of the 4000th year, the abyssal crawler was finally half pushed and half reluctantly welcomed into the Cthulhu divine domain by two legendary beings and many extraordinary ones. In the 9th century of the 4000th year, the area of the Cthulhu divine domain stagnated, the abyssal crawler disappeared, and the beings of the Cthulhu divine domain did not take it to heart, but once again embarked on a campaign against the void. The arrival of the 5000th year. A period of sorrow unfolded. In the 1st century, the species of the Cthulhu divine domain began to shrink. Many species and plants inexplicably disappeared. The leader of the ant people, Cho-Cho-Rin, noticed this, but when he attempted to report to the void, he suddenly forgot halfway there and returned. In the 2nd century, large-scale disappearances of species in the Cthulhu divine domain began to occur inexplicably, and the rate of disappearance increased exponentially from a few at first to hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands. The leader of the ant people, Cho-Cho-Rin, again noticed this terrifying situation, but just as he was about to break through the barrier of the Cthulhu divine domain, his memory failed him again, and he returned. In the 3rd century, the extraordinary species of the Cthulhu divine domain began to be affected. This time, even the ant people saw large-scale disappearances. The leader, Cho-Cho-Rin, once more ventured into the void, where bizarre events occurred again. Memory loss, and he returned to the tribe in confusion. As he walked, he wondered what had happened to him, inexplicably going to the void until he saw an empty tribe, triggering another memory lapse. The leader of the ant people, Cho-Cho-Rin, felt a deep sense of panic as he looked at the empty tribe resembling a grave. He desperately tried to escape, but after only a few steps he encountered another Cho-Cho-Rin who looked exactly like him. You. Cho-Cho-Rin was taken aback, but before he could attack, his expression turned blank again. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Just as he was in doubt, the opposite Cho-Cho-Rin opened its huge maw, and Cho-Cho-Rin vanished, while another Cho-Cho-Rin entered the void. In the 4th century, the burrowing demon worm perished. In the 5th century, Dagon perished. In the 6th century, Baiki perished. In the 1st century of the 6,000 year, Cthulhu perished. The Cthulhu divine domain was destroyed. The deduction ended. Fang Ying was not surprised by this outcome. After all, from the very beginning when Cthulhu allowed that abyssal crawler to enter the Cthulhu divine domain, the final result was already predetermined. Now the great race of the Is could no longer be considered a threat, as the essence of Cthulhu's myth had diminished, no longer fearing their souls and mental intrusions. Currently, the only thing confusing Fang Ying was what exactly that entity was, a thing that the great race of the Is treated as a trump card. Moreover, from the looks of it, rather than a trump card, it seemed more like they were praying for assistance from the other party. It sounded somewhat ridiculous. After all, in terms of experience, the great race of the Is was a race that believed in technology, but who knows if they would mess things up after being pushed to this extent. The key issue was that creature. It should possess the ability to transform as well as the capability to manipulate thoughts or memories. Of course, perhaps it also had a charm ability, and judging by its capacity to devour Chochorin, it likely had a swallowing ability. Thinking about it this way, who exactly is it? Fang Ying felt somewhat frantic. Unfortunately, no one provided him with an answer. Fang Ying could only utilize the intermittent time of the system to once again run to the Divine Alliance database to explore the information. In the end, he frantically discovered that there were actually 18 billion types of creatures. Fang Ying stared at the dense array of data, feeling a headache coming on. Though he knew that searching like this with some vague information would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack, he did not expect it to be this laborious, or rather simply a far-fetched fantasy. However, Fang Ying had a big heart, and spent nearly 5 hours aimlessly navigating before he finally emerged in a daze. Yes, that's right, there was no result. But it didn't matter, the system had cooled down completely. At worst, he would try again. He refused to believe he couldn't grasp the opponent's weakness. Moreover, as the saying goes, misfortune may be a blessing and failure is the mother of success. Just do it. System, continue the simulation. Buzz, simulation started. Buzz, please choose 3 skills from the following 10 options. Since you have already solidified 1 skill, you may choose 2 more. Listening to the system's prompts and sounds, Fang Ying had grown accustomed to the ringing noises. Now, however, he felt a strange discomfort. Additionally, it seemed that after using this system for simulations, his body had undergone some subtle changes. This was an instinctive 6th sense. However, after scanning his body, he found nothing, as if it were merely an illusion. Could it be that I'm overthinking? Fang Ying murmured to himself, then looked at the skills presented by the system. Goodness, all were bronze-level skills. Ugh, this was quite frustrating. In the end, Fang Ying could only grit his teeth and select 2 skills that didn't seem too severe. Skill adaptability level bronze, effect breeding 5, IQ 2, reaction 8, spirit 5, passion 2. Sometimes in urgent situations when the brain can't decide, just let the body act and enjoy the thrill of impulse. Don't stop. Skill extraordinary timing level bronze, effect agility 4, spirit 6, frenzy 3, luck 2. Do you know? Now that we have reached a critical moment, what are you waiting for? Get hyped. Set yourself free, young one. Buzz, embark on your simulation journey. 1,000 years passed, and all living things thrived in freedom as the creatures of the Cthulhu realm initiated a grand reproductive movement. Certainly the denizens of the Cthulhu realm did not forget to venture into the void to gather resources. As 2,000 years arrived, the burrowing demon worm found its own love, named Abyssal Worm, a name that rings a bell, and yes, they fell in love. As 3,000 years approached, the area of the Cthulhu realm successfully reached 391 kilometers. The Abyssal Worm also successfully infiltrated the Cthulhu realm. When 4,000 years came, the Cthulhu realm faced destruction. This simulation has concluded. Your rating is law. Fang Ying looked at the simulation information before him, confused. What is this? Is it already over? Didn't I tell those guys? Especially the burrowing demon worm, hasn't it learned its lesson? After experiencing the simulation, once more the denizens were equally bewildered. Is this it? Burrowing demon worm, I truly want to work hard. Why does love repeatedly come my way, shaking my heart, yet I cannot refuse? Cthulhu Lord, please punish me. I did not set a good example, but I truly could not control myself at that moment. Nyarlathotep, great primordial master, all of this is my fault. Even though I obtained the original power of my true form, I am still captivated by its allure. Watching these creatures reflect on themselves, Fang Ying fell into silence as well. The situation was a bit tricky. He did not know what had exactly occurred, but he knew one thing: being indecent was definitely not an option. He had to be more assertive. At the very least, he needed to obtain some information. Otherwise, all those simulations would be in vain. Utilizing the system's cooldown time, Fang Ying began to assign tasks to the creatures within the Cthulhu realm. 1. Eliminate the great race of Is with the fastest speed. During this process, do not forget to gather resources. The consciousness of the Cthulhu realm has already informed him about the resource requirements for its ascension, so targeted collection would expedite the realm's upgrade. As long as the realm ascends, other creatures within the Cthulhu realm will also have the means to ascend. 3. Destroy meteorite. No 1-0 Fang Ying suspected the opponent came from the crimson giant egg inside meteorite No. 1. If that's the case, let's see who is more ruthless. Furthermore, Fang Ying suspected that the opponent's strength might not be as exaggerated as it seemed. Otherwise, why be so cautious every time except for that one instance? Of course, this is just suspicion. It still needs to be confirmed through simulation. Buzz, congratulations, you have once again embarked on a simulation journey. For some reason, Fang Ying felt that this system was becoming increasingly abnormal. Damn, why do I feel like I'm falling from one trap into another? Are men who play with me just going 100 levels deep? Fang Ying grumbled a few words, nodded, and confirmed his choice. Then, unsurprisingly, another series of bronze skills appeared. Since the system changed its voice, his skills had never been good. Fang Ying could only choose 2 similar skills once again and then begin the simulation. Thus 1,000 years unfolded magnificently. Under the leadership of the legendary figures Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, they easily located the hidden lair of the great race of Is. In the 500th year of the 1,000 years, the great race of Is was completely annihilated at a small outpost in the Winter region, which included 1 legendary corpse, 5 superhumans, and 10 ordinary tribesmen. During this process, no one suspected anything. Subsequently, other denizen creatures began to carry out the next steps according to the Realm Lord's arrangements. During this time, the leader of the Ant-Man tribe, the Hillman, acted as a military advisor throughout the operation. 2,000 years arrived under such circumstances. In the first century of the 2,000 years, the Cthulhu realm finally experienced a great explosion, with its total area growing to 400 kilometers. Buzz, your realm has been materialized. Before Fang Ying could react, he saw the message sent by the system. He truly did not expect that it would reach 400 kilometers so quickly. As the area of the realm increased, the strength of his denizens and the creatures within the Cthulhu realm also grew to a certain extent. They were excited and began to celebrate their own revelry. Among them, the burrowing demon worm and its kind received the greatest blessings, and thus the burrowing demon worm's strength was even expected to surpass the legendary level, which motivated it even more. Fang Ying couldn't help but rub his eyes upon seeing the next prompt. Dead. When did this happen? It's so sudden. You must know that the ground-crawling demon worm is not a simple creature. It can't just disappear like that. Due to being in a simulation state, his permissions were restricted, preventing him from reversing time to check the situation. However, the system quickly provided a description of the overall situation. A beam of light was emitted from Meteor 1, annihilating the ground-crawling demon worm. The members of the giant Devourer clan nearby immediately noticed this, and they were enraged, charging madly towards Meteor 1. In the 3rd year of the 2000th year, strange occurrences unfolded. A part of the giant Devourer clan approaching Meteor 1 suddenly vanished, which startled them awake to investigate, discovering that the safe zone was 127 kilometers from Meteor 1, where they shouldn't simply disappear. Legendary beings Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep immediately rushed over after learning of the news. They detected a powerful gravitational force hovering around Meteor 1, as well as a strong, yet weak, spiritual power brewing, concluding that the state of the entity could be attributed to 2 reasons: either it was sealed, or it was recovering from injuries. Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep decided to take the initiative, launching their strongest moves against Meteor 1, causing the outer skin of Meteor 1 to rapidly peel away, revealing a massive crimson egg. Cthulhu remembered that it was the massive egg that had once destroyed the domain in the Cthulhu mythos he encountered. However, at this moment, he sensed that the crimson egg did not possess great lethality. At least it couldn't easily annihilate both him and Nyarlathotep, 2 legendary beings. In the 4th year of the 2000th year, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep continuously launched their strongest attacks against the crimson egg, but its surface had a layer of extremely strong defensive force, making them feel it was quite tricky. Thus, they summoned more of their followers to join in the assault on the crimson egg. In the 5th year of the 2000th year, with the relentless efforts of numerous followers in the Cthulhu domain, the protective barrier of the crimson egg was shattered. However, in the next moment, the crimson egg suddenly began to move at an incredible speed through the void. As it passed, the creatures of the Cthulhu domain were absorbed and annihilated one by one, and the protective barrier that had previously vanished from the crimson egg reappeared. Cthulhu and the other followers immediately surrounded it to intercept, ordering other weaker creatures to return to the Cthulhu domain. Soon the crimson egg was cornered, and just when everyone was about to launch another attack on it, dozens of beams of light suddenly erupted as Dagon Baiki, the Chulu people, and the king in Yellow Haster were directly obliterated, while Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep suffered varying degrees of injuries. However, similarly, after firing the beams, the crimson egg's barrier was breached, and a crack appeared in its center. Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep immediately launched a fierce assault against it. The crimson egg shattered, revealing a sleeping, beautiful silhouette within. Its figure was tall and slender, somewhat excessively thin, yet overall appeared elegant and noble, with a beautiful long oval-shaped face, a short straight nose, solemn lips, and tightly closed eyes, drawing one into a trance. Why are you introducing yourself? Fang Ying looked at the final description from the system, suddenly at a loss for words. As you were complaining, it woke up. Upon opening its eyes, it gazed at Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep. Soon after, they felt a shift before collapsing to the ground, falling into a perpetual slumber. It floated over, lightly extending its hand, savoring the moment as it swallowed Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep whole, then transformed its body into a hybrid form resembling both Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep. It gazed toward the direction of the Cthulhu domain. The Cthulhu domain was obliterated. The simulation has ended. Simulation level C brief. You expanded your divine domain, eliminated your enemy. The great race of Yith breached the defenses of the Crimson Egg and witnessed the true form of that existence. Unfortunately, you were just a fraction short of perceiving darkness and eternity. Simulation reward points, 10000 points. Simulation reward resources skill enhancement, token 1 for simulation extraction only. So if I'm not mistaken, that entity must be an outer god. It is called the dream, which Itihara. Fang Ying murmured. He suspected that it was because his divine domain was named the Cthulhu domain that he encountered beings from the Cthulhu mythos, and it was as if he had battled the lesser ones only to face the greater ones now. The great race of Yith was tolerable after all, it was still within his capacity. But now even an outer god had appeared. Even though based on the information he obtained, the dream, which Itihara was considered the weakest of the outer gods. Moreover, it appeared to be in a wounded state. But it was certainly not something that his small Cthulhu domain could easily destroy. If he wasn't mistaken, it should possess several abilities, the most famous of which was called dream manipulation. Additionally, it had levitation, mind control, creating illusions, creating shields, barrier control, and shape-shifting. But upon careful thought, why was he not only untroubled, but rather terrifyingly calm? At this moment, he should be screaming, confused, distressed. At the very least, he should have mocked a few times. The last thing he should be is calm. So I have been affected. It must be due to emotions. Fang Ying's gaze sharpened. He then examined his attributes. Everything else remained unchanged except for 2 points. His divine thought had inexplicably increased from 1 strand to 5 strands. The second point was his status. 2 words appeared: divinity. How could I possess divinity? Fang Ying said calmly. Although he knew he shouldn't be this composed, he should be going crazy, shouting, furious and terrified. But he couldn't do it. Divinity corresponds to humanity. And what is humanity? Joy, anger, sorrow, grief, fear, and surprise are all encompassed within. And what is divinity? It can be explained with a classic Taoist saying, heaven and earth are unfeeling, treating all things as straw dogs. This does not mean that heaven and earth see all beings as pigs and dogs. Rather, it means that heaven and earth maintain a fair and just attitude towards all things. Whether it is humans or objects, whether good or bad, even a tree or a stone is regarded as equal in their eyes. It is somewhat akin to what humanity describes later: the sun shines on both the good and the bad. Doesn't that sound nice? Isn't that something that should be possessed by deities? Wrong, utterly wrong. Why do humans aspire to become deities? For power, for immortality, for enjoyment, for the sake of protecting the world as saviors. But it is never to become a deity with divinity. Because once you possess divinity and assert that divinity surpasses humanity, congratulations, you have completely transcended the realm of humanity. You have become an evil god. Indeed, this is the definition humans give to deities with divinity. According to big data surveys, as long as the divinity exceeds humanity, what actions might this deity take? 1. All things are equal without distinction between nobility and lowliness, treating all with impartiality. This means that in their eyes, humans are on par with ants. They might unleash a slaughter for the death of an ant underfoot or for killing a pig. Of course, there may also be deities who are indifferent, observing quietly from a height whether humans live or die as long as the world does not perish. 2. A god cannot be insulted. This is simple and clear. If you speak ill of me, then very well, it signifies that the world bestows upon you death, even if the one speaking ill is also a deity. That deity shall be eliminated. No explanations, no pleas for mercy, no refusals. It is as unyielding as that. This is also a primary factor in characterizing deities with divinity as evil gods. After all, they are incredibly uncontrollable. 3. Powerful. Yes, just 2 words: powerful. Whether a human becomes an evil god or an enemy's race possesses divinity, such deities are extraordinarily strong. Essentially, one can deal with 35 ordinary human deities of the same realm. This is akin to 1 against 5, and the quantity of deities is not simply additive, but grows exponentially in difficulty. However, Fang Ying frankly did not desire such benefits. Feeling a bit downcast, he exited the divine realm space and returned to his room, intending to calm himself. Immediately afterward, he noticed a message from Su Xiuxiu. The content was an invitation to her home, along with a discussion about the Eternal Church and the Divine Alliance. Regarding the Divine Alliance, he had already gained some information from his previous visit to the Divine Database. In simple terms, the Divine Alliance is a somewhat loose organization where essentially every being that becomes a deity is qualified to join the Divine Alliance, even if they might be the most insignificant deity. But for the Divine Alliance, these details are not important. What they value is your heart, or rather your courage. It is about whether you dare to act. Thus, the Divine Alliance is somewhat akin to the Monster Hunter Guild in novels. It has been mentioned before. They regularly issue tasks and deities accept and complete these tasks. In this way, deities obtain substantial resources and can also gain unexpected surprises from the tasks. It is important to note that these tasks do not occur on Blue Star, but exist within the void space. Moreover, they happen within the divine realms of the deities. Previously, when Fang Ying battled Zheng Yong, it was essentially a simple competition. When accepting tasks in the Divine Alliance, the deities connect their divine realm coordinates with another attacking divine realm, and through the guidance of the divine realm's master, they use their divine realm's creatures to destroy the opposing divine realm world. In this manner, they can obtain various resources from that divine realm world, even its origin, rapidly enhancing the growth of their own divine realm. However, there are also certain risks involved. Although the coordinates of the divine realm world and the tasks have been located, the status of the opposing divine realm cannot be understood in real time. Furthermore, these tasked divine realms are categorized into 3 types. The first type is where the divine realm world has a master, which means 2 deities engage in a real fight. The rewards are significant, but the risks are certainly great. The second type is when the divine realm world has a master, but the master deity is trapped somewhere. Compared to the first type, this poses nearly half the threat, and rewards remain substantial, but such opportunities are rare. The third type, the most common, is the masterless divine realm. This type of divine realm is also divided into 2 categories. The wild divine realm, which is a self-derived divine realm with conscious awareness, can even be considered a world controlled by world consciousness akin to the so-called heavenly Tao, and exists in the child of destiny, someone who thrives in every situation and grows stronger against formidable foes. In simple terms, it can exert 1/3 of a deity's power, which is relatively weak. The second type is the fragmented divine realm. If a deity is destroyed, the divine realm is certain to fail. However, a deity's death does not necessarily mean the divine realm will perish. Rather, it may slowly give rise to a new deity, and the weaker the deity, the longer the time required for emergence. In this process, if they encounter a strong enemy, the divine realm that has yet to give rise to a deity will be quite weak, even lacking 1% of a deity's status. This type is also quite common, and serves as a directional marker for most tasks. If Fang Ying were to accept a task, it would certainly be an attack task on this sort of divine realm. The Eternal Church is somewhat similar to the Divine Database. They explore the unknown, they revere wisdom, and they pursue omnipotence. At the same time, they also monitor the deities of the entire divine realm world. They are somewhat akin to a government of deities formed by the top-tier deities. For instance, eliminating troublesome external invaders, secretly dealing with human scum, and executing fallen, evil gods with divinity. His thinking of this gives me a headache. Fang Ying expressionlessly held his head, like performing a silent play. So how exactly should I remove divinity? Fang Ying silently stared at the exquisite face in the mirror, lost in thought, as he murmured to himself. Then he was horrified to discover that the corners of the mouth of the face in the mirror had actually curled into a slight arc. He is laughing. Fang Ying's pupils suddenly contracted. A somewhat eerie sensation surged from his tailbone, only to be forcefully suppressed by his divine consciousness. He could no longer move. Meanwhile, the Fang Ying in the mirror began to move. He saw him slowly twisting his neck while sitting on the sofa, smiling at himself. Then little by little he leaned closer in a probing manner. In the next moment, he suddenly slammed against the mirror. Crack! Even Fang Ying, who possessed divinity, was startled, his heart momentarily stopping. He looked back at the mirror. As good as new. The expression of Fang Ying in the mirror showed 3 parts panic, 3 parts daze, and 3 parts pallor, with 1 part confusion. This was precisely Fang Ying's state at that moment. Could it have been an illusion? No, that's not right. I have already achieved divinity and still possess divine essence. Though divine essence has its drawbacks, it is undoubtedly synonymous with calm and rationality. So was that a prophecy of the future or a warning of disaster? Fang Ying stood up, thought for 0.001 seconds, and returned once more to the Cthulhu domain. A person, or rather a god, must understand one principle: all fear and the unknown stem from a lack of self-power. Even a mortal with millions of nuclear bombs in hand would dare to blow them up in the face of extraordinary demons. And as a deity, as long as my divine domain is powerful enough and I possess the ability to reverse the divine domain and enter a data state like Lord Jia, what is there to fear? Just do it. Simulation system, I want to simulate the divine domain. Buzz, the simulation system is fully prepared and welcomes your use at any time. Fang Ying ignored the system's voice issue and nodded directly. Alright, let's start the simulation. Buzz, you can choose 3 skills from 10 options. Since you have already solidified 1 skill, you can choose 2 more skills. Buzz detected that you possess a skill enhancement token 1. Would you like to use it? Use it. Buzz skills have been provided, please choose. Fang Ying looked through the 10 skills, 9 were silver, and 1 was gold. This surprised him. I wonder if this system has changed its nature, as it seems to be all silver skills. The enhanced gold skill is named Nameless Promise. Skill Nameless Promise level gold effect rationality 2, spirit 15, transformation 8, life 15, unknown state 10, soul solidification 20. A gift from the yellow, an unbreakable prophecy for those who dare not speak its name. With it you will receive unexpected surprises. This seems quite powerful. Fang Ying directly classified it as a solidified skill. Then he found another skill that looked decent, at least above average. Skill Stealth Technique level silver effect stealth 5, perception 10, a weakening 2, rationality 3, peeping 5. I am me, I am not me, I have hidden myself, I have not seen myself, do you know what I am? Then come find me. Buzz, would you like to start the simulation journey? Yes. The Cthulhu domain unfolds in silence. In the first millennium, with the aid of stealth technique, the Eye of Evil clan, under the guidance of Touch of the Void, quietly began a 500-year layout against the designated Great Race of the Ease. In the 800th year of the first millennium, Cthulhu and his followers approached the Great Race of the Ease once again and launched a sudden attack. As this incident occurred suddenly and was meticulously prepared, the Great Race of the Ease did not mount any effective resistance and was completely annihilated. Buzz, your legendary follower Cthulhu has discovered an energy eye detecting. Name energy eye level gold, attribute none effect. 1. Energy derivation can continuously devour low-level energy to derive higher-level energy, enhancing the foundation of the divine domain. 2. Energy conversion can convert based on energy information within the divine domain. 3. Eternity possesses a solid characteristic granting immortality under the provision of the divine origin. Good stuff. Fang Ying's spirit lifted, but unfortunately his face showed no expression. After the great battle, time has moved to the second millennium. Due to the perfect execution of this matter, it did not cause much of a stir, so for the love and peace of the world. Cthulhu and other follower creatures first returned the energy eye to the Cthulhu domain and collected a vast amount of resources. The area of the Cthulhu domain has expanded further, now reaching 420 kilometers. In the 500th year of the second millennium, the Cthulhu domain has developed to 460 kilometers, bringing your domain closer to reality. The Eye of Evil clan, under the guidance of Touch of the Void, was slowly approaching Meteorite No. 1, deciding to test the state of the Crimson Giant Egg. In the 700th year of the second millennium, the Eye of Evil clan has broken through the distance of the last simulation, now less than 50 kilometers from Meteorite No. 1, and during this process there was no reaction from the Crimson Giant Egg. Some of the Boulder Eye creatures even jumped directly onto Meteorite No. 1, and nothing unexpected occurred during this process. Even the defensive shield of the Crimson Giant Egg was not activated. Understanding this phenomenon, Touch of the Void immediately planned to return to convey this important news, summoning more followers to see if they could eliminate it. However, at that moment, the consciousness of the Cthulhu domain suddenly transmitted an urgent message. There is an external enemy invasion. In the third millennium, the Cthulhu domain experienced a massive upheaval. The homeland was stolen, tens of millions of intelligent beings perished in an instant, the Ant People tribe originally in the Cthulhu domain was annihilated, and the Choo-Choo people sent a final message, Great Race of the Ease, before completely losing contact. When Cthulhu, Nyarlathotep, and Dagon returned, the scene they saw was of dozens of cubic flying ships and drilling worms, along with the Great Devourer and Hastur leading the God Clan in a fierce battle. Moreover, it was evident that the Cthulhu domain side suffered heavy casualties, with the Great Devourer being 90 annihilated and the elite warriors of the God Clan reduced to just over 100. It was clear that the enemy had come fully prepared. In the 800th year of the third millennium, Cthulhu, relying on strength and the fact that the opposing side was not the legendary Great Race of the Ease, managed to achieve a difficult victory. But just as the opposing side was about to perish, they unexpectedly cried out in divine speech, "You have already been infected." Infection. Fang Ying remained calm, gazing faintly at the last message. As time progressed, the Cthulhu domain entered the 900th year of its third millennium. The words from the other party seemed like a malicious curse. The beings of the Cthulhu domain had truly begun to be infected. However, it was not the kind of viral infection or any physical ailment, but rather a strange transformation. They discovered that their instincts had undergone certain changes, developing a craving for blood and slaughter. Initially, within the Cthulhu domain, the most primitive, mindless creatures went on a rampage, mercilessly slaughtering each other and continuously consuming the blood of the weak around them. Later, this infection spread to the intelligent, extraordinary races, who transitioned from covert killings to bold massacres, turning their blades from the weak to their own kin. Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep immediately noticed this bizarre situation and attempted to find a solution, but ultimately failed, leading them to decide on a more forceful approach. They discovered that the Eye of the Abyss race was least affected by the infection, followed by the Ant-Man clan. Upon investigation, they found that the mental prison originally designed by the Ant-Man and the Eye of the Abyss had a certain resistance against the infection. However, after Cthulhu's research, it was revealed that this was merely a mitigation of the infection, not a cure. The fourth millennium. The oceans of the Cthulhu domain became covered in red blood, and a species known as blood algae began to emerge, rapidly proliferating in the Cthulhu domain by consuming blood. The Ant-Man clan's Cho-Cho people were the first to notice this situation, and they immediately began research. However, they found that blood algae could only survive in blood and were afraid of high temperatures, low temperatures, drought, strong winds, and sunlight, thus abandoning the study of these frail blood algae. In the 500th year of the fourth millennium, the population of the Cthulhu domain was reduced by 70%. In the 600th year of the fourth millennium, the blood algae covered the entire world, and it was in this year. The chieftain of the Eye of the Abyss discovered that the blood algae had mutated, capable of coexisting with animals and plants, and after symbiosis, the bloodthirsty infection would dissipate, replacing it with a more tranquil disposition. Somewhat akin to a fate of lethargy, the blood algae began to spread across the surfaces of animals and plants. Upon observing this phenomenon, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep became alert, once more sensing a terrifying force spreading throughout the Cthulhu domain. Yet they felt helpless, realizing that this infection seemed irreversible, and as time progressed, the intensity of the infection became increasingly exaggerated, even affecting extraordinary beings. Even legendary figures like themselves could feel an innate yearning for blood and slaughter. In the 800th year of the fourth millennium, the blood algae had successfully taken root in all basic life forms and covered their entirety. The animals and plants covered entirely by blood algae developed a sense of tranquility, becoming reluctant to move, eat, or even breathe. Seemingly to assist these lazy beings, the blood algae evolved a unique system capable of autonomously absorbing nutrients and necessary components to aid the parasitic hosts in growth and even reproduction. In the fifth millennium, the entire world belonged to the blood algae. This era was also referred to as the Era of Blood. Due to the peace, the species within the Cthulhu domain once again experienced a massive explosion of diversity. The next generation of beings in the Cthulhu domain was even more closely integrated with the blood algae, with most of their internal organs replaced by it. At this moment, the blood algae and the beings had completely merged as one. In the first 100 years of the fifth millennium, the blood algae began to release vast amounts of red dust into the air, resembling spores omnipresent. The Cthulhu domain appeared as a bizarre blood-red landscape when viewed from outside. In the 300th year of the fifth millennium, the last extraordinary race was also infected, leaving only Cthulhu Nyarlathotep and other strong beings desperately holding on. In the 500th year of the fifth millennium, Bayaji was the first to completely yield to the blood algae army, soon relishing in eternal tranquility. In the 600th year of the fifth millennium, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep planned to resist, but they were astonished to discover that the evil energy within the Cthulhu domain had gradually been replaced, while they themselves had long been severely ill, merely concealed by the illusion of being boiled like frogs in warm water. Ultimately, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep fell into the embrace of the blood algae. After completely merging with the blood algae, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep were astonished to find that they had not lost their self-awareness. Instead, they were exceptionally lucid, even in a better state than when they were initially infected. Most importantly, they discovered that the parasitism of the blood algae with their bodies allowed them to experience a surge of unknown wisdom akin to a staircase leading to eternity. In an instant, they found themselves involuntarily succumbing to this allure, as if they had forgotten all their worries, resembling sincere seekers of the Tao yearning for enlightenment. In the 900th year of the fifth millennium, the entire Cthulhu domain fell into a deep silence. In the sixth millennium, a clear sound seemed to activate the symphony of the Cthulhu domain. Subsequently, a series of faint explosions began to echo throughout the Cthulhu domain. Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, possessing legendary power, gradually awakened, not because they were particularly vigilant, but because the consciousness of the Cthulhu domain was warning them. The moment that finally roused them felt like a call from the dying consciousness of the Cthulhu domain. They then noticed that the species in the Cthulhu domain, which had been parasitized by blood algae, were bursting one after another, transforming into wisps of red smoke that drifted toward a certain direction. That location was precisely where the Eye of Energy was originally buried, and unbeknownst to when, that Eye of Energy was glowing with an eerie blood-red light. The parasitic beings of the blood algae continued to burst as countless red mists converged, resembling a crimson river rushing toward the Eye of Energy. With a crisp cracking sound that resonated throughout the Cthulhu domain, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep beheld a scene that left them utterly astonished. The Eye of Energy flickered briefly, and then the red earth beneath began to tremble as a massive creature covered in blood-red scales emerged from underground. Then that colossal creature soared into the sky, letting out a roar towards the Cthulhu divine realm. In their final moments, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep beheld the form of that massive figure, a half-serpent man covered in blood-red scales whose body could envelop the entire Cthulhu divine realm. The initial eye of energy was in fact one of this half-serpent's eyes. The Cthulhu divine realm was destroyed. The simulation has concluded. Simulation Evaluation B. Summary: you dealt a fatal blow to the enemy with your wisdom, and instead of passively allowing the enemy's subsequent encirclement, you decisively crushed them with a thunderous strike. Wisdom and strength coexist. Beauty and calamity walk hand in hand. Even in the end, you faced an immensely powerful enemy and triumphed until the last moment with no one retreating. Your actions will be remembered. Likewise, the existence of that being will also be remembered. But do not worry, for what is meant to come will come in due time. Simulation points gained 5,000. You have received a special prize Divine Favor title. Name Divine Favor. Level undetermined. Attributes undetermined. Effect: this represents a deity's interest in your actions, casting their gaze upon you. Accept it, and you will receive unexpected surprises. For instance, turning misfortune into fortune. Of course, there may be times when the effect is the opposite, but the deity does not care, for isn't it amusing? Luck 50, a misfortune 50, sanity 10, calmness 10. Next simulation time, 24 hours. Fang Ying quietly observed all of this. Or rather, from the moment the blood algae appeared in his divine realm, he knew that his future state would not be good. He had also mentally prepared himself. However, the divine realm did not completely collapse until it had developed for 6,000 years, which speaks to the stability of the opponent. Definitely the type of old hard coin. And it is precisely because of this that he could see the true form of his opponent, one of the great old ones from the Cthulhu mythos, the father of serpents, Yig. That Yig, husband of Idya. Fang Ying was quite suspicious whether he would need to bring out Yig's parents Mapo no Rijin, his brother Rokin, or his offspring, Aig and Wodik. Of course, this was merely Fang Ying's personal thoughts. However, according to his understanding, Yig should be a character with a fickle and capricious nature, capable of using serpent-like and divination abilities. After all, he was honored as the god of divination after being merged with Byatis. When would he still have the ability to arrange blood algae? Could it be that anomalies have also occurred in this world? After all, the great race of the Is could mix with each other, so it seems nothing is impossible. As for the final outcome, was it a disaster caused by taking away that eye of energy? But why did the system's message to him not reflect this? Unless the simulation system concealed certain things intentionally, leading him to interact with it, resulting in a failure. Thinking this way, it does seem like there is a possibility. Look at the summary provided by the system. In the end, the existence of that being will also be remembered. It is unknown whether it refers to Yig retaining memories, or Idya, or perhaps even something bolder and simpler. Could it be that this system remembers him? After all, the special gift that came out later, Divine Favor title, is indeed very intriguing. Fang Ying felt that ever since the system changed its voice, everything seemed to have taken on a slightly different hue. As for what was different, did it even need to be explained? Perhaps some things require corresponding sacrifices to obtain benefits beyond one's capability. For a moment, Fang Ying considered whether he should contact the Divine Alliance, or perhaps his old principal and the formidable Jew. However, this thought was dismissed just as quickly as it crossed his mind. Seeking help is predicated on having value. Wanting fairness is predicated on being equal in strength to the other party. In a mundane world like Earth, one can see so many schemes, let alone in this extraordinary world of divine powers. Aren't those ordinary humans living at the bottom miserable? Come on, since it is irreversible, let's try to accept it. If we must die, let us die together. Perhaps beneath madness and pain lies a path to survival. Fang Ying mumbled to himself, his face contorted in a fierce expression, though he still appeared remarkably beautiful. ZZZZ, you have reached the moment to solidify your skills. I choose to solidify the unnameable pact. Fang Ying's voice was faint, as if it did not come from his own mouth. ZZZZ, you can choose to materialize the following resources. Cubic flying vessel, eye of energy, ordinary great race, of his extraordinary great race, of his blood algae. Looking at the myriad of exchange options inside, Fang Ying silently scrolled down. He realized that this system was no longer a cute system, but had begun to dig pits for him at every turn. Could it be that the divine favor is already revealing itself? Setting aside the cubic flying vessel, which is of little use to him, the subsequent eye of energy is simply a pit. The key exchange only grants 10 points of simulation value. Is it worried that he might not have enough simulation points? If it were to materialize, his current Cthulhu divine realm would likely be doomed. As for the blood algae, it was completely bypassed, as it is a major toxin. Perhaps it could be used to trap others. However, in the early stages, one would not suffer harm first. After all, the development of the divine realm is not like the 7 injuries fist where you injure 1,000 and lose 800 yourself. Currently, my divine realm has developed to 400 kilometers. With another 100 kilometers, it can reach the mid-stage divine human realm. However, this requires a massive amount of resources to accumulate. If the asteroid belt and the first asteroid are not breached, continuing to search for an exit may be possible, but the odds are slim. After all, it is the winter region where resources are inherently scarce, so finding a way to succeed will be quite difficult, and it will take time. You must know he has not forgotten that he still has to face the assessment. Moreover, how can one allow others to sleep soundly beside their own bed? If he waits for the other party to grow, the final result will be either your death or mine, but more likely it will be mine, though that is not certain. Fang Ying suddenly thought of his divine thought 1.5 strands, column. It has now reached 1.54 strands. It really is urgent, Fang Ying said meaningfully. So how can I not strive? At the very least, I must show my value right. Fang Ying glanced at his divine realm. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. What was that? Within the once peaceful realm of Cthulhu, a phenomenon known as blood algae has emerged. It is crucial to remember the catastrophic dangers that blood algae brought during the last prediction. Could it be that the schemes have escalated to this extent? Or perhaps the previous foresight caused some things to return along with it? It is vital to understand that my forecasting system is not limited to mere predictions. It can also alter the future to a certain degree. For instance, take the corpse of the still not quite dead great race of Yith. It was taken by Fang Ying in advance, obtaining the Heart of Time. This effectively extinguished a looming crisis, resulting in the complete demise of that legendary great race of Yith. Since the system possesses such capabilities, it is likely that other great beings also have similar powers. In the subsequent predictions, it was briefly mentioned that those who are remembered include that particular existence. Who knows who that existence refers to? However, being overly fixated is not Fang Ying's nature. After all, this is not a predictive state. He certainly has command over his divine realm. Causing trouble in my divine realm. Let's see whose head is harder. Fang Ying muttered to himself. Moreover, he still had a trump card. Casting a glance at his divine thought status, Fang Ying directly entered the divine realm. The moment his true self stepped in, the entire Cthulhu realm erupted in a frenzy. Countless rays of light sparkled across the horizon, and a seven-colored mist began to form on the ground. At this moment, the beauty of the world seemed to envelop Fang Ying. An array of mysteries and wonders unfolded before the beings in the Cthulhu realm. This state was akin to a sage arriving with flowers falling from the sky and golden lotuses erupting from the earth, an exaggeration indeed. However, this state did not last long. The entire Cthulhu realm began to shake, as if heralding the apocalypse. Surrounding Fang Ying, the original brilliance dissipated, replaced by layers of gray mist-like substances. The beings could still not discern Fang Ying's true visage. Yet amidst that gray matter, circles of colorful black or transparent bubbles emerged, rising and falling like a dream, magnificent, yet filled with the aura of extinction. The once joyful and affectionate followers greeting Fang Ying found their strength lacking and fainted on the ground. Those with decent strength but not yet transcendent swayed unsteadily, appearing dazed, as if drunk. Simultaneously, their bodies began to exhibit some genetic disorder. Seeing such a scene, if Fang Ying were still unaware of what was happening, that would be foolish. He returned with a speed even greater than before, fleeing from his own Cthulhu realm. He forgot that the self he is now is no longer the self he was before. His voice and appearance would trigger anomalies in transcendent beings, let alone the fact that he had directly entered. What can I say? It was impulsive. Even though he possessed divinity, his humanity still held a dominant position. However, just as Fang Ying was complaining, he suddenly realized that his divinity had seemingly diminished. Could it be because I entered the divine realm? Or is it due to my intense emotional fluctuations? Fang Ying was unsure of the cause, but he noted it down as it was at least a possibility. A possibility that could allow him to regain control. However, for now, he had to address some immediate issues. I say, those with ears listen. Fang Ying's divine realm directly issued commands to the powerful, transcendent, and legendary followers of the Cthulhu realm. Praise you, great primordial lord. My father, your command I shall surely obey. Great lord, your instructions are my eternal adherence. As Fang Ying spoke, the gathered beings promptly prostrated to the ground. Despite their varied forms, the posture was undeniably strange and comical. Yet it must be said they were absolutely loyal, especially considering Fang Ying had just personally arrived. The initial unparalleled light made them feel the beauty of the world, which paled in comparison. The terrifying mist and bubbles at the end made them experience the world's suffering, which was hard to describe even in the slightest. Perhaps this is what is known as the carrot and the stick. The prideful hearts of the legendary beings Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, who experienced multiple predictions, also completely succumbed at that moment. The great primordial lord is eternal. Whether in strength or wisdom, they need to pursue it throughout their lives. Fang Ying was naturally unaware of the myriad thoughts in these beings' minds. He only wanted to ascertain where the blood algae appearing in the Cthulhu realm originated. Blood algae. Great primordial lord, the blood algae you mentioned, is this blood net? The numerous transcendent followers did not understand the meaning of blood algae, as mentioned by Fang Ying. After all, even during the predictive state, the information displayed on the panel was only visible to Fang Ying. Fortunately, the clever leader of the Ant-Man tribe, Chiu Ren, was the first to react, lowering his head humbly and saying, "Blood net." Fang Ying was taken aback. Was my eyesight failing, or were you all joking with me? How could it have transformed into such a grandiose term as blood net when all of you had experienced blood algae? It truly is a net. Fang Ying found it intriguing and began to examine it closely, zooming in further and further. He discovered that the structure of these blood algae was composed of extremely fine blood threads densely intertwined to form a net-like state. Of course, upon closer examination, it is indeed blood algae. Fang Ying used his authority to pull up a fragment of its information. Name bloodnet, level unknown, status attribute void, attribute status. It exists between reality and illusion, reproducing through special means. Effect 1. Message transmission, able to transmit messages rapidly within the Cthulhu realm, ignoring distance. 2. Message transmission can relay information unknown through special means. If the distance is too great, it requires a certain amount of energy to consume. 3. Under development. Fang Ying blinked, feeling a sensation akin to that of a child growing up, no longer needing parental care to thrive. However, returning to the topic, why does this blood net feel so familiar? Reality and illusion net weaving. One of the old ones, the spider god at Lachnacha. Why did I suddenly think of that fellow? At Lachnacha, Fang Ying felt a headache coming on. Thus, as if urgently confirming certain information, he asked the legendary being Cthulhu, "How could you suddenly produce this thing?" Fang Ying exclaimed, even neglecting to maintain the glory of divinity in his urgency. Then he heard a phrase that made him feel quite happy. "Reporting to you, great master, when we were covered by the blood algae, we felt a deep tranquility and beauty within our minds, witnessing a dark form. It was about the size of a crawling Chiu person, but with long spider-like limbs. I saw a face on its squatting pitch-black body. It was at that moment that a part of knowledge was granted to my mind." To everyone's surprise, Yaji was the first to speak. The Chiu person glanced at him, as if to say, "You can speak, but why mention me?" However, he continued along with Yaji's words. "Great master, I have not experienced the blood algae, but at the moment of my death in the abyss, I heard some messages. Master, within the blood algae, I saw countless crimson nets with no origin and no end, as if eternal." As he listened to his subordinates describe one by one, his expression grew increasingly grim. Naturally, his divinity was also shrinking. However, he had no mood to care, for he discovered that his extraordinary subordinates and legendary subordinates had more or less encountered that guy, the spider god Atalaknakia. Even after death, they had not escaped it. Among them, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep had received the most messages. The blood network they created was at the suggestion of the clever Chiu person, a compilation of all the information obtained by everyone. Subsequently, Fang Ying began to ponder deeply about the information regarding that existence. The great old one, the spider god Atalaknakia, is said to possess the ability to transform humans into giant spiders, especially beautiful women. He favors leaving behind a scar known as the spider mark. However, according to what he understood, that being resided at the bottom of the Wormieders Mountains in the northern continent, continually weaving a massive web, intending to bridge the great chasm between the waking world and the dream realm. Once the bridge was completed, the world would welcome its doom. So why not just build the bridge obediently and be a great world destroyer? Why must he trouble a mere ordinary lesser deity like me? Annoying. Fang Ying's blood boiled within him, leaving him speechless for a long time. Meanwhile, the other subordinate creatures within the domain of Cthulhu were also feeling anxious. Although they could not see the master's appearance or hear his voice to understand his attitude, they could sense through the subtle changes in Cthulhu's domain that Fang Ying was in a very bad mood. Extremely bad. Did we offend the master? Could it be because of our ultimate failure? More than that, I think it's because of our incompetence. Look at us facing the great race of the Ishans. After so many encounters, we still fell into schemes. The master must be disappointed in us. Esteemed ones with us, so brazenly using the blood network to communicate, won't it anger our master? Moreover, I feel like our master is angry because of the blood network we created. The Chiu person's statement immediately caused the others to become agitated. How could that be? We have established such a perfect communication system for our master so that we can promptly report any issues we encounter. Our deaths will not become meaningless. The leader of the Eye of the Abyss tribe, Void Touch, immediately retorted. After all, he played a part in establishing the blood network. He was known as the embodiment of wisdom in Cthulhu's domain. Although the Chiu person had a tendency to surpass him, he did not believe he had performed poorly enough to disappoint the master. I believe our master would not be angry over such trivial matters. It is surely because of our weak powers. What we see is merely the surface, not the truth. Thus, as long as we gain more powerful strength, everything will be resolved. I have already felt the call from that place, and I have decided to seek more power. The legendary Cthulhu suddenly spoke after some contemplation. His words silenced the other subordinates, and each person's expression became serious. They exchanged glances with one another. The Cho person was the first to speak. Esteemed one, did you also sense it? But did you not feel the danger approaching? That kind of power, I find it very difficult to digest with my current self. I once tested it, and it felt like an endless abyss constantly descending. Although the others did not express their opinions, their state was also affirmative. Do you all remember when our master first bestowed powers upon us? Cthulhu did not respond, but instead spoke of something else. Are you referring to that time? The void touch of the eye of the Abyss tribe said, looking at the Cho person. The others were similarly attentive. Between the void, this was the gift the Cho person offered to Fang Ying, and all others gained power that originally did not belong to them, or rather should not belong to them for a short time. Yet everything comes with responsibilities. This is the survival principle of Cthulhu's domain. I was the first. I witnessed your growth, and I have felt much. The breath of corruption is what we need to cultivate together. As he enhances our strength, he is also changing our hearts and souls. Irritability, brutality, evil, greed, fear, madness. I believe each of you felt these emotions at the beginning, but did you compromise? No, every one of you present has not compromised, otherwise you would not have your current selves. So why question the master's bestowal? Why doubt? Does our master not know what we think and seek? Cthulhu's voice seemed to carry an alluring and persuasive effect. Even Nyarlathotep remained quiet. The earthworm demon directly jumped up. Master all-powerful. Master all-knowing. Indeed, the greatness of our master is beyond our imagination. Cthulhu nodded in satisfaction at the earthworm demon and continued, so what reason do we have to stagnate? Is it death? Our master can grant us eternal existence. Is it power? Our master has already bestowed upon us all glory. Is it the mind? Indeed, everything originates from our hearts. Change it, and you will find that all is illusion and truth endures. Break the illusion and truth endures. The earthworm demon immediately shouted. Break the illusion and truth endures. The Cho person followed closely. Break the illusion and truth endures. The other subordinates also shouted loudly together. Fang Ying, who was originally still in turmoil, was also focusing on this place. He did not expect that the influence extended beyond himself, even affecting this group of subordinates. Furthermore, he discovered that Cthulhu had opened his heart, not as well. Fang Ying knew everything. He just always harbored fantasies and dared not face it directly. He always wanted to hide himself. But the truth was right there. Playing hide and seek was undoubtedly foolish behavior. Since that is the case, then let it come. I have come to this world as a chess piece. Now in this game of life and death, I shall see if this chess piece can overturn the board or escape the game to become the one who plays the pieces. Ding! Just then a voice suddenly resonated in Fang Ying's mind. Congratulations, you have obtained the mystical 7 chapters of the Xianjun. As the voice faded away, silence once again enveloped the surroundings. It's gone. So brief. Yet it left Fang Ying standing still, his mind sinking into it, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Time flows inexorably, and the years change. It was as if a sigh from ancient times escaped from Fang Ying's lips. The mystical 7 chapters of the Xianjun is divided into 7 volumes, namely Volume 1, The Spirit Sand Return to Soul Talisman, Volume 2, The Flesh Mushroom Longevity Talisman, Volume 3, The Demon Capture Talisman, Volume 4, The Earth Gang's Call Talisman, Volume 5, The Lunar Corpse Transformation Talisman, Volume 6, The Ascending Mystical Realm Observation Talisman, The Illusory Realm Steps Spirit Ascendance Talisman, Volume 7, The True One, Subduing Sacred Might Alliance Talisman. How should I say it? The spells inside are somewhat sinister, entirely beyond what a human, no, it should be said entirely beyond what a divine being could bear. At least in Fang Ying's current state, he cannot endure it. Thus he was infected by this secret scripture. Or perhaps it should be said he was parasitized. Yet he was unharmed. Isn't that quite marvelous? Fang Ying smiled as he opened his attribute panel. Divine being Fang Ying, divine abyss, undergoing correction, infected status, chaotic state, rational, insane, undergoing correction, infected gender, limited male, dual attribute, chaos, undergoing correction, infected divine appearance, beautiful. Your beauty has reached the limit you can bear, but please listen to me. When idle, do not indulge in self-appreciation. Know that the more beautiful things are, the more toxic they can be. Forgotten, I think, therefore, I am, only I can remember myself. Please do not casually call my name, or you too will be found by it. Original race of the divine being, erasure, you belong only to yourself, undergoing correction, divine realm 444. 444 kilometers, currently growing divine, thought, 3 threads. Infinite pillar point silk, threadline root pillar, divine realm creatures, 8 legendary, Cthulhu legendary, Nyarlathotep, transcendent earthworm, transcendent void touch, transcendent burrowing worm, transcendent hill people. Divine sect, primordial church, divine realm civilization, deep diver civilization, evil eye civilization. Item mystical 7 chapters secret record. This is a record that can lead to immortality in a rule-based sense. ZZZT, note congratulations, you have successfully found the most suitable direction for yourself in the cracks of the abyss. Of course, perhaps all of this is the arrangement of fate. Work hard. Only by pleasing them and yourself can you truly possess yourself. Oh, look at what I have said. I look forward to your future self. That delicious soul. Fang Ying smiled slightly, and I look forward to it too. Regarding the mystical 7 chapters of the Xuanjuan, this can be said to be an unexpected surprise. It seems to stem from the assistance of his own deduction system. Though for a short time Fang Ying can only place the illusory secret scripture he has evolved into his soul, but perhaps one day in the future he will be able to use it. One must know that any volume within, as long as one can thoroughly comprehend it, can provide an absolute boost to oneself. Especially the last one, Volume 7, The True One, Subduing Sacred Might Alliance Talisman. If nothing goes wrong, it should be the summoning and controlling of Nyarlathotep from the Cthulhu mythos. The chaotic being embodying millions, the faceless god, is not comparable to Nyarlathotep within his own divine realm. He is filled with joy. Thus he looked again at his divine realm. The wise dependents, though ambitious, were still cautious, even somewhat fearful, waiting for their master Fang Ying's next move. You are my beloved children, cherished by me, whether in the past, present, or future. Therefore you should do what you are meant to do, and I shall greatly bless you. I say the Cthulhu divine realm should change because of you. I say your wishes I shall know. I say you deserve 100 years' time to enjoy all of this. As Fang Ying's divine realm descended, the original Cthulhu divine realm began to tremble, not in a cataclysmic manner, but rather in a subtle and gentle transformation. The originally chaotic and rampant growth state was being adjusted one by Fang Ying through the source of the divine realm. Mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, various water systems, and geological veins were all meticulously arranged. And this action also raised the energy of the original divine realm, the breath of evil energy, by at least 3 levels. Though this caused the territories of many dependents, such as the Devouring Clan, Ant-Man Clan, and Evil Eye Clan, to begin to fracture. But likewise, Fang Ying's second sentence guided them back. The Ant-Man Clan's wish is peace and development, and Fang Ying granted them a piece of pure land. The Evil Eye Clan's desire is for research and exploration, and Fang Ying granted them all the data and various rare materials they could obtain. Even a part of the consciousness of the Cthulhu divine realm was bestowed upon them to aid in their growth of wisdom. The Devouring Clan, on the other hand, is a violent race that enjoys fighting and killing or moving bricks. Thus, such an arrangement became simpler. Fang Ying placed other combative races of the Cthulhu divine realm together with them to satisfy their desires. After arranging all of this, Fang Ying utilized the source of the divine realm to accelerate the flow of time. After all, the competition is imminent. He could not truly allow the Cthulhu divine realm to develop naturally for 100 years. During this period, the area of the Cthulhu divine realm experienced another growth, reaching 456 kilometers. This is still due to the many divine realm creatures not excessively gathering materials. The creatures of the Cthulhu divine realm also underwent significant enrichment. Fang Ying harvested over 400 points of belief power. ZZZT, are you sure you want to initiate your divine realm deduction? Yes. Fang Ying nodded. ZZZT, please choose 2 more skills from the following 10 options. You have already fixed 1 skill. Fang Ying glanced over. This time, there are 2 silver options, and the rest are all bronze. He was rather satisfied and directly embedded the 2 silvers. ZZT, the Cthulhu divine realm has once again entered unknown territories. In the first millennium, the burrowing worms led by the Devouring Clan broke out of the Cthulhu divine realm. He felt that after 100 years of training, he was capable of anything, and he wanted to present the most exquisite glory to the great primordial god. In the second millennium, the burrowing worms and the Devouring Clan perished. Their deaths are a mystery. Even with the blood net for communication, there was still no result. Thus, Cthulhu decided to personally investigate the truth. In the third millennium, Cthulhu received shocking news through the blood net. The Cthulhu divine realm is gone. Cthulhu went mad with rage. At the last moment of his life, he saw the truth. This deduction ends. Evaluation. Have you figured out the meaning of life? Fang Ying. He stared at the evaluation for a long time before finally looking away. So, what does it mean? According to reason, he had not encountered the great race of the Is people this time. Similarly, he had not provoked the guy inside the no. 1 meteorite. However, his current deduction was entirely unanticipated and abrupt. He felt that the place he was in did not resemble the winter region. It was simply an accident-prone area teeming with formidable figures. Could this be the clown in the hall while the master roams? Damn, a group of guys pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. Fang Ying chose not to continue deducing and confronted this area heathen. Since it is currently impossible to completely resolve everything, he decided to change his approach. Su Xiuxiu had previously mentioned visiting her home along with what he had learned about the Eternal Church and the Divine Alliance. He could stroll around and take on some tasks. To be honest, although his divine realm seemed quite weak, that was only a relative state. Two legends, a group of extraordinary beings, and closito extraordinary subordinate creatures. Moreover, his divine thoughts had already reached 3 strands. To put it exaggeratively, even facing true gods, Fang Ying dared to confront them heathen. After all, among the gods, divine beings, true gods, and great gods, the abilities and strengths utilized are quite similar. The next day, early in the morning, Fang Ying had prepared himself. On July 21, 2030, there were still 9 days left until the college entrance examination on July 30. He must reach the mid-stage of divine beings by the time of the exam. If possible, he could also strive for the latest stage divine being E. After all, what he lacked was only territorial area. Although the Eternal Church and the Divine Alliance belong to 2 domains, they generally exist within the same area. In other words, many similar organizations related to the gods are within this regional scope. For example, the previously mentioned divine organizations and some major financial groups. However, since this is an institution exclusive to the gods, it does not coexist with mortals. Therefore, this area exists in a state of being both within and outside of Blue Star. It can be understood as the inner world. Fang Ying arrived at the very center of Qin City. Here he could see a massive portal. Just how big was it? Have you seen the ordinary Eiffel Tower on Earth? Have you seen the hypocritical Statue of Liberty on Earth? Have you heard of the magnificent Oriental Pearl Tower on Earth? Got the image? That's right, this portal is that tall. It presents an ancient bronze color with lines resembling various types of worms etched on it. Just a glance makes one feel dizzy. It is said to have been created by formidable figures possessing rules of space formations, runes, and time. The name is simply known as the Gate of the Inner World. Fang Ying was about to step foot here today. To be honest, although he had seen many gods traversing the Gate of the Inner World before and now, it still filled him with curiosity and a sense of exploration. Buzz, following the method of entry, Fang Ying was enveloped in divine power and charged directly towards the Gate of the Inner World. It felt as if he passed through a thin layer of mist. Then Fang Ying found that everything before him suddenly became bright. Visibly, it was an extremely vast space surrounded by countless gods, some hurried, some leisurely, and some curious like Fang Ying. There were countless such scenes. In the distance, one could see thousands of massive portals flickering, indicating the phenomena of entry and exit. In front of Fang Ying were innumerable shops and organizational towers radiating various divine lights. The most dazzling and eye-catching were the 3 spires at the center of the inner world. That was the center of the inner world, clearly visible, yet the distance had to be measured in light years. If it were an ordinary person, they might never reach it in their lifetime. Even gods wouldn't know how long it would take. Fortunately, the designers of the inner world had long considered this. Within arm's reach is a rule that all gods entering the inner world can naturally utilize. As long as your divine thoughts move, you will directly appear there. Of course, once you leave this place, this effect no longer applies. However, for those with certain qualifications who wish to cultivate this within arm's reach, experiencing it more is also a good option. Fang Ying was quite self-aware, and his path was not here. So with a thought, he transformed into a gray light, instantly appearing at the entrance of a spire. Divine Alliance Guild, a place that could provide him with an opportunity to break through himself. Fang Ying stepped in again. Then a red alarm sounded. Before Fang Ying could react, he found himself in a pure white room. There were 4 men in Divine Alliance manager uniforms beside him, as well as a beautiful lady. He saw that 3 of the men and the beautiful lady were staring at him with an obsession that bordered on pathological. This made Fang Ying freeze for a moment, and then he felt his body tense. What the hell? But immediately after, he heard a sound beside his ear. Humph. These 2 sounds resembled the booming of a bell, dispelling all darkness like the blazing sun. In Fang Ying's mind, it was as if a great sun was rising from the sea. As for the other 3, they trembled slightly, looking at Fang Ying with a hint of horror, but gradually they began to show signs of obsession again. However, this time, they quickly averted their gaze and no longer stared directly at Fang Ying. Although there was still some strange emotion, it was fortunately within the range of tolerance. Do you not know that within the inner world, abilities related to seduction are prohibited? Do you want to experience the Divine Alliance prison? The man who had just made the humph and ha sounds looked at Fang Ying with a fierce glint in his eyes. Fang Ying, however, let out a sigh of relief. He was startled and thought that his secret had been uncovered. After all, he also possessed divinity now. But similarly, he had also forgotten about his beauty. Previously, he had used divine power to disguise himself outside, but unexpectedly, these disguises directly failed upon entering the Divine Alliance Guild. So if I say I don't know, would you believe me? Fang Ying asked tentatively. I believe. Fang Ying looked at this, clearly the leader among the 4, who nodded decisively, leaving him momentarily speechless. Then can I leave? No. So, I remember that although the Divine Alliance is not a free and loose organization, it also does not have the authority to detain a minor deity like me who has not violated any divine laws. Fang Ying tried to soften her tone as much as possible. Of course, the main reason was that one must bow their head under the eaves. Just look, if he had the capabilities of someone like the formidable Jia, he would have already knocked him out. She felt pressure from the man who seemed to be the leader among the four. The other party was at least a minor deity in the early stage. I'm very sorry, you are too beautiful, just like the thorns of a rose. Even a glance can easily cause harm. Moreover, as order maintainers of the Divine Alliance, we have the right to protect you and others. This is to prevent those weaker than you from being harmed and those stronger from feeling uncomfortable, the man said as he pulled out a document and handed it to Fang Ying. According to our records, you are a deity entering the inner world for the first time. You can press your handprint to understand the laws of the inner world. After all, the general laws of the inner world differ from those outside. Fang Ying glanced at the few people around her. The woman at the front, however, reminded her in a low voice with shining eyes. You can completely trust Captain Gu. Although his strength is not high, he is very honest and has no ill intentions. Furthermore, this document will only collect your divine power to confirm your divine identity and will not leak any other information. As for the other three, they nodded very friendly. Fang Ying glanced again at the man referred to as Captain Gu, whose expression showed no sign of change. This made Fang Ying feel that in the 10 days she had been at home, the world must have undergone significant changes. Have deities become so accommodating? Moreover, this friendliness felt a bit excessive. Besides, why do you all look at me as if you want to eat me? Fang Ying felt a shiver run through her body. Wanting to leave quickly, she pressed her handprint. Immediately, a vast amount of inner world laws were imprinted in her mind. Upon seeing Fang Ying finish pressing her handprint, Captain Gu spoke again. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Fang Ying, right? You are currently still a student, having awakened your divine domain for less than a week. Is there anything we can help you with? Whether it's purchasing, selling, or training? Captain Gu inquired. I can manage by myself, and if I need help I will ask you, so can I leave now? Fang Ying immediately asked. No. Captain Gu replied with 2 words. I. Fang Ying felt that even with her good temperament, she was somewhat angered. What are you opposing me now? Is this never ending? Negative reviews must be given. What inner world? What divine alliance? They are all. While Fang Ying remained composed on the surface, she was inwardly cursing when she saw Captain Gu placing an object in her palm. It was a ring. It was entirely sea blue without any patterns and felt slightly cool upon touch. To express our apologies for your safety, and given your current student status, this is a small gift from our Divine Alliance, the Heart of the Ocean, which should alleviate your and those around you's troubles. At this moment, Captain Gu finally revealed a slight smile. Although this smile seemed a bit fake to Fang Ying, it felt so warm. Fang Ying did not decline. Come on, who would refuse a gift worth thousands? She wore it on her right index finger and activated her divine sense. A thin layer of light blue radiance surrounded her body, the color not too deep, only a faint halo of light blue. If one did not look closely, it could easily be overlooked. Fang Ying also received the information about the Heart of the Ocean. Name: Heart of the Ocean, level bronze, attribute water, effect 1. Shield passive absorbs power, autonomously forming a barrier around oneself to prevent the leakage of one's energy. Note: can only cover divine energy at the mid-level of true deity and below. 2. Protection active, actively consumes divine sense to withstand a strike from a peak divine being. It will need 24 days to recover after being broken. Good stuff. Fang Ying expressed her happiness about this equipment. The entire scene changed as she activated the Heart of the Ocean. First, Captain Gu, who originally appeared serious, seemed to become even more so, and was scrutinizing her, his face showing signs of displeasure. She didn't know if it was just her imagination. As for the other 3 men, their previously evident desires towards Fang Ying completely vanished, turning into blank stares. Only the woman retained a trace of inexplicable meaning in her eyes. All right, you can go. Captain Gu waved his hand, and Fang Ying felt as if she had experienced a whirlwind. Looking again, she found herself at the entrance of the Divine Alliance once more. By the way, didn't I faintly hear someone shouting as I was leaving? Damn, my Heart of the Ocean. Was that just my imagination? Anyway, it was free equipment, and Fang Ying stepped into the Divine Alliance again. It was yet another feeling of crossing a threshold. As expected, the scene before her was a small world, or rather it should be called a middle world. Within it, deities and service personnel were densely packed with large signs reminiscent of steampunk hanging above. The colorful lights made Fang Ying feel a bit dizzy. If she were to look for a task, it would take some time to sift through. Hey Fang Ying, did you encounter any problems? Fang Ying turned around in confusion as she found the voice very familiar. Is it you? Hello, my name is Jia. You should be in your 3rd year of middle school, right? I didn't expect you to be so capable. Jia almost complimented her beauty, but quickly shifted gears. However, even such a description made Fang Ying feel uncomfortable. This girl named Jia stood at 1.5 meters tall, with a single ponytail, dressed in what appeared to be the uniform of the Divine Alliance's service personnel. At this moment, she wore a sweet smile with a bit of baby fat on her face, so if she were to be scored, she would definitely be a stunning beauty, a solid 9. After all, deities except for those in the early phases of a particularly evil lineage would generally become increasingly refined and charismatic under the nurturing of their divine essence. But unfortunately, Fang Ying felt indifferent to this. His crisis had yet to pass, and improving his strength was the priority. That's right, with no thoughts of women in mind, he could focus on his path. This was his state of mind. The key was that he saw something in her gaze that could only be perceived by those of divine lineage, a kind of affection. Speaking of which, wasn't my divine appearance hidden by the heart of the ocean? It shouldn't be. While Fang Ying was lost in thought, Shuemingjie suddenly walked over and forcibly pressed a room card into his hand. Fang Ying, I will be waiting for you in the room. With that, Shuemingjie transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Fang Ying looked at the Divine Alliance room, card number 6969 in his hand. He fell into deep thought. After a cautious moment of thought lasting a mere thousandth of a second, Fang Ying clutched the room card and vanished from his spot. Warmth. This was the first feeling Fang Ying experienced upon entering this room. Of course, when it comes to the dwelling of deities, especially the rooms of the Divine Alliance Guild, it has long transcended the definition of a mere house. It should be better understood as a small divine realm. Here there are mountains, water, and rivers. The natural scenery is boundless. Around him, flowers, birds, fish, and insects frolicked in playful antics. Shuemingjie had already changed into a cool short-sleeved shirt and shorts without Fang Ying noticing. At that moment, she was sitting on the grass, her feet swinging as the crystal-clear stream flowed between her toes. The wind tousled the girl's hair, obscuring part of her cheek as she turned her head. This revealed a hint of ethereal beauty. Such a scene could be said to have brought forth femininity's hormones to their utmost peak. You're here, Fang Ying. But what do you mean by that? Fang Ying nodded, silently reciting the ice heart technique, standing still like a monk in meditation. Don't be so stiff. Come over here beside me. I only found out after seeing the information that you're actually a student from the first high school. Shuemingjie waved her hand. Fang Ying found himself inexplicably displaced, directly appearing beside Shuemingjie. His clothes had also unknowingly transformed into outdoor casual wear. This left him utterly astonished. After all, in his mind, the other party's strength didn't seem that terrifying. At most, she was at the peak level of a true deity. Yet such means would be difficult even for a celestial being, unless this was the other party's divine realm space. But that certainly couldn't be the case. Everyone's divine realm space is a closely guarded secret, never easily accessible to others. Unless they were of a high caliber, unafraid of others scheming against them. Don't be nervous. You're my junior, I wouldn't harm you. Shuemingjie raised her arm, attempting to pat Fang Ying's head. However, given her shorter stature, as she leaned down, a glimpse of white skin revealed itself from her short sleeves, suggesting she was quite bare underneath. Fang Ying instinctively took a few steps back, evading her touch. All right, don't keep that serious face. This place is provided by the Divine Alliance Guild for special deities, first for their convenience in resting, and second for addressing issues. As providers of service, we naturally enjoy this privilege as well. Shuemingjie produced a card from an unknown place and waved it in front of Fang Ying. This is the main card, while yours is a subcard. The main card holds absolute authority in this place. Everything can change at will. Of course, your subcard can also control this area. You can freely retrieve any information you wish to acquire, Shuemingjie said with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Fang Ying attempted to connect with the subcard, and his previous clothing reverted back to its original state. Before him appeared a massive light screen displaying numerous pieces of information. Task: Fallen Land Level Gold Task Requirements. A deity at the early stage of the Golden God Realm discovered a hidden area in a void space and fell into total demise during the fusion process. Yet this hidden area has completely merged with their divine realm, resulting in a distortion, birthing 3 pseudo-deities that need to be eliminated. Current status: currently 15 celestial beings and 4 golden gods have accepted the task, but the mission failed and no one escaped. All have perished. Suggestion: golden gods above the peak level to accept the task, or teams of mid-level golden gods consisting of no less than 3 people. Task reward: 100 million divine coins, 1 drop of mystic blood, 2 million contribution points. Task: disaster level platinum. Task requirements: exploration. This is a region temporarily in an unknown state. Current information suggests that this world is a medium-level world filled with an energy referred to as disaster, which could lead to the gradual decline of a deity's divine realm until destruction occurs. Others unknown. Current status: 4 mid-level mystical gods have already ventured here, but are currently missing. The last time a task was accepted was 300 years ago. Suggestion: mystical gods at the peak level or above the deity system is recommended to have time, luck, disaster, and space attributes. Task reward: 10 billion divine coins, 1 blessing from the God King, 10 drops of ancient God spirit, 3 portions of the world's origin at the golden god level. Fang Ying watched a row of scrolling task data. He had to admit, even if he didn't accept the tasks, gaining some knowledge from them was worthwhile. At the very least, it could broaden his horizons. Moreover, these were things that couldn't be learned in school. Watching the tasks appear and disappear in an instant, Fang Ying realized that there were indeed many powerful beings in the world of deities. No matter how simple or difficult the tasks seemed, there would always be a group of deities willing to attempt them, even if such attempts could cost them their lives. But thinking about it, his parents had perished while accepting a task, hadn't they? Quickly adjusting himself, the information rapidly transformed into tasks suitable for mortals and true deities at this stage. It appeared densely packed, amounting to billions. When Fang Ying looked closely, he suddenly understood. Most tasks were actually trivial to the Divine Alliance. Therefore, correspondingly, the rewards were mostly monetary. And this money was not divine coins, but ordinary blue star currency. This significantly reduced the allure of the tasks. Additionally, regardless of the task, there was always a certain level of danger involved, leading to tasks piling up one after another. This resulted in the current situation. Understanding this, Fang Ying no longer felt the urgency to find a suitable task, but planned to look at the items for sale and purchase. At that moment, however, Xuemingxia had unknowingly approached. Fang Ying, do you wish to take on a task? But I see from your data that you probably just awakened your divine realm less than a month ago. Although your subsequent divine realm has improved considerably, given your current situation, it won't be easy to accomplish a task independently. I'm not trying to scare you, but I've seen many like you who confidently took on tasks for the first time only to not return. So would you like my help? Xuemingxia fixed her gaze on Fang Ying, her tongue licking her moist lips. She looked like a seductive beauty snake, gradually enticing her prey. This time, Fang Ying did not avoid her gaze, but instead stared back at Xuemingxia intently. Senior sister, do you treat all your juniors like this? How could that be? Xuemingxia suddenly switched to a different posture, her tone carrying a hint of aloofness and disdain. Those guys are just a bunch of ants, slightly stronger than mortals. To put it bluntly, they don't even deserve to be called deities. They're merely cannon fodder in the void battlefield. But the next moment, she placed her hand on Fang Ying's shoulder. But you're different, Junior. I sense a kindred spirit in you. Moi. Hearing the other person's words, Fang Ying swiftly stepped back 2 paces. Could it be that the other party is also of the Cthulhu type? Impossible. It should be noted that in this world, Cthulhu does not actually exist. However, from his observations, there are indeed creatures akin to those from the great race of Yith and Cthulhu mythology. Therefore, it does not prevent some individuals from attempting to cultivate these creatures in their own divine realms. But it should be known that these creatures are not as friendly as the beings in one's own divine realm. Such distortions, madness, bloodthirst, and other negative emotions and thoughts can indeed pollute one's divine realm. Just like the blood sea, where the river of the underworld flows in the wilderness. Although everyone knows that the other party possesses 2 treasures of virtue, the primordial slaughter abyss, why does no one dare to snatch them? Even sages would not dare to challenge him. Simply put, the place where the other party resides, the blood sea, is unlike other places. It is essentially the cesspool of the entire wilderness where all filth flows. Though it cannot be said that those who touch it would die, it will definitely lead to trouble, and ultimately one would have to cleanse it away. This group of Cthulhu creatures is similarly problematic. Fang Ying's divine realm is like a pool of blood capable of withstanding the chaotic mental shocks of Cthulhu without distortion. Otherwise, switching to another divine realm would be a path to death unless the other party is a corrupted creature. But looking at this fair-skinned, attractive, short-legged senior sister, she should be human. Thus Fang Ying put on a confused expression. Senior sister, are you saying that we are all human, or are we all divine beings? Or perhaps we could add a prefix and say we are all of the more talented kind. Fang Ying's words were not without basis. To have the privilege to use this room and hold a position within the World Alliance, one must possess remarkable abilities. Xuemingxia chuckled, pulling out a peculiar yellow popsicle, licking it, and then casting a flirtatious glance at Fang Ying. Junior, stop pretending you've already been exposed, haven't you? Although you are a boy, what does that matter? Senior sister won't ridicule you. Only more so will she look favorably upon you. Fang Ying finally confirmed that the other party must be considering him similar to her own divine realm. The option of Cthulhu could be ruled out first. In that case, Fang Ying had no intention of explaining. He came here to do 2 things. One was to gain experience, and the other was to see if the products of his divine realm were selling well. Since senior sister knows, please take good care of me in the future. Fang Ying said with a smile. See, this is how it should be, just the 2 of us here. It would be much better to be honest with each other. Don't worry, I will introduce a few sisters to help look after your business. Of course, if you come across good goods in the future, you can also recommend them to me. If it's a big catch, I will give you an unexpected surprise. Xuemingxia lightly tapped Fang Ying's chest with her jade finger. Haha, thank you, sister, but I'm still young. Listening to the other person's words, Fang Ying seemed to suddenly understand something, but he was not discriminatory. After all, if it could enhance his power, there was no shame in it. Dying would be the true disgrace. Look at you, you're shy again. Senior sister has experience. Let me tell you, in our line of work, the first thing is to have the right mindset to serve as the principal, to work to high standards, and even when training subordinates, one must lead by example and dare to take the initiative. Shui Mingjie grew more excited as she spoke, and upon noticing the corner of Fang Ying's mouth twitch, she immediately became a bit displeased. What? Do you think I'm just saying this for fun? I'll show you right now. As she said this, Shui Mingjie was about to make a move, but Fang Ying hurriedly stopped her. Sister, you are my real sister, I believe it, I'm not doubting you. Fang Ying grasped Shui Mingjie's delicate wrist, soft and smooth. Even so, he was firm in his resolve. After all, he really couldn't go any further, it couldn't be broadcasted. But he did not expect that Shui Mingjie would react even more strongly, quickly breaking free from Fang Ying's hand. Her face flushed, eyes dazed and mixed with a touch of fear. Hey, senior sister, you. Don't come over. Let me catch my breath for a moment. Shui Mingjie bent at the waist, hands on her knees, breathing heavily with even fine beads of sweat trickling down her hair and temples. Hey, Fang Ying was unsure how many times he had been surprised today. I just went out for a while, didn't I? I just wanted to prove myself. I clearly didn't do anything. Why is the scene in front of me no longer under my control? Are you alright, senior sister? After about 3 or 4 minutes, Shui Mingjie finally calmed down, but in contrast, the frivolity on her face had diminished significantly. What replaced it was a rather serious face with a hint of flattery. Fang Ying thought that he had never seen someone change their expression faster than flipping through a book. If you don't become an actress, it would be such a waste of your talent. Fang Ying thought to himself. However, Shui Mingjie gave him a thumbs up, the universal gesture of approval. Junior, I didn't see it before, you're actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. This time senior sister was careless. Senior sister, I really didn't do anything. Fang Ying protested unjustly. You can insult my character, but you cannot insult my divine quality, especially since I haven't even had the chance to do anything yet. That's just like going to the bathroom, seeing a pile of unflushed waste, and then having a girl burst in shouting that you are a pervert, going into the girl's bathroom to do your business and not flushing, and then enjoying it yourself. You don't need to say anything, I don't want to hear it. Shui Mingjie conjured a bed, lying sideways on it. Here it comes. A girl's exclusive skill, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen. Fang Ying could only express his resignation. But looking at the curve created by her lying sideways, is senior sister changing strategies? I know, I understand that I am here to take on a task from the Divine Alliance Guild. Those who don't know would think I came here for fun. What's wrong, can I pass through? Fang Ying, junior brother, I'm very curious as to why, despite your strength being far inferior to mine, after touching me, I felt a tingling sensation throughout my body, weakness, dizziness, and an indescribable fear and bewilderment, both physically and spiritually, and most importantly, you have an indescribable allure that makes me want to submit to you. Shui Mingjie spoke word by word, her gaze fixed on Fang Ying's eyes with those chaotic pupils resembling a whirlpool, captivating her. Fortunately, the divine realm gave a warning, and she immediately quietly shifted her gaze to another direction. Fang Ying, however, did not pay attention to her small movements, but rather fell into contemplation after hearing her words. In the next moment, he raised his head and said earnestly, Senior sister Shui Mingjie, could you describe in more detail the feelings you just experienced? Hearing Fang Ying's words, Shui Mingjie's body stiffened for a moment. She then looked at Fang Ying with a meaningful gaze and smiled slightly. I didn't expect you to like this kind of thing, Junior. Never mind, senior sister, let's get to the point. Fang Ying couldn't tell the truth. He possessed the attribute of divine beauty. If he were to say now that he had the attribute of Cthulhu domain, it would be twofold. First, the explanation might make the other party think he was joking, as second, Cthulhu was something he had created in this world. It was fine as long as he understood, but he feared that if he told outsiders, they would think he was a fool or a fraud. After all, creating a system from scratch was no small feat. It involved a lot of issues akin to crossing a river by feeling the stones. Without any great abilities, he would still end up in trouble following the paths of predecessors. What could he say about innovation? Especially with someone as perceptive as Shui Mingjie, who had already formed her judgments, who knew how she would react if he spoke the truth. Thus Fang Ying decided to move on to the next step. After all, he had already wasted some time, and it was best to get to the main topic quickly. He needed to finish his business and return to the divine domain. Aren't we discussing the main topic now? What's wrong, Junior? Are you unable to wait? Listen to your sister's advice. No matter how old you are, boys must learn to be composed and control both their bodies and hearts. Only then can you better handle someone like your sister. Being impatient is not right. Shui Mingjie spoke with the experience of someone who had been through it. Let's just say this matter cannot be rushed, right? As an underage deity, are you not afraid of me reporting you to the Divine Alliance Guardian Association for illegally enticing underage deities? Of course, Fang Ying could only mutter a few words in his heart and silently search for options related to item sales with the room card in his hand. Item name: Dust of Suleiman, grade gold quality. Form: a powder that appears overall gray-green. Origin: a special form of powder taken from a corpse found in the zombie domain. Effect: Death Guardian. It can ensure that under dire circumstances after a divine body dies, it can resurrect back to its original state 24 hours later, regardless of whether the body is intact. Even a speck of dust can fully revive. Note: effective for deities at the peak of the heavenly god level and below, also effective for their dependents. Price 10 million divine coins, full state revival. Fang Ying immediately set his sights on this item. It could definitely be considered a life-saving artifact. Unfortunately, the price was too steep, let alone 10 million. He didn't even have a single divine coin, so he could only satisfy his curiosity and gain some knowledge. One would expect that children of great deities would have a copy on hand. Fang Ying pondered and shifted his gaze to another item, which was not food, but a rather surprising tool. Item name SCP-173. The sculpture alias Little Peanut, grade silver gold form. This is a creation that resembles a peanut. Its body is made of reinforced concrete and has a mark of Krylon spray paint. Its origin is unknown. It was brought back after the god of forgetting accidentally made eye contact while exploring. Effect firmness. According to the personal assessment of a gold-tier deity, it can withstand a normal strike from a mid-level heavenly god without significant damage and can self-repair within a certain time frame. Considered an interesting rule-based creation. Neck twisting. According to personal assessment by a gold-tier deity, any being below the peak of the great god that makes eye contact with it will have their neck twisted. In practical tests, it exhibited excellent offensive capabilities against physical beings and could even be deployed in the divine domain, making it a must-have for mischief. Weakness. Please view after purchase. Price 88 million divine coins or equivalent. Interesting items. ESCP series type exchanges are welcome. Looking at this image-laden Little Peanut, Fang Ying frowned. He was beginning to struggle to understand what kind of world his blue star truly was. Originally, he thought it was an ordinary divine world where everyone becomes a god, developing the world to fight against darkness. However, when he confidently established the primordial world, he encountered drastic changes and inadvertently opened the Cthulhu domain. To his surprise, this world actually already contained Cthulhu. It was just that no one had explicitly defined it. Now, even a creature codenamed SCP had appeared, though he was unsure if any foundation existed. However, it seemed that the codename SCP-173 was not named by the discoverer. Instead, it was the Little Peanut that seemed to fit the name. One could only say that different worlds have a similar understanding of certain items, excluding that deity. Curious about new discoveries, Fang Ying tentatively conducted a separate search, wanting to see if there were other Foundation containment items within. A series of results quickly emerged. The first ranked item was this fellow. Item name SCP-049 alias Plague Dr. Grade Silver Origin. I found him on a barren planet similar in size to Blue Star. We chatted for a long time. He thought I was sick. I agreed with him and he wanted to treat me, but unfortunately he failed, so I brought him back. Form. He is a humanoid entity, standing 1.9 meters tall, dressed like a wizard in a thick black robe and a bird-beaked ceramic mask. Effect healing. He can turn the living into the dead and then a bunch of dead things into the living. Although in my eyes they don't seem like living beings, more like puppets, yet they are different from puppets. Price. This person is my beloved, my closest friend, my brother. Therefore, it cannot be less than 100 million divine coins. Fang Ying's first glance at the top-ranked character was not due to the Plague Doctor's strength. Rather, it was because this fellow's marked price was high and he had been scolded to the top by the irritable deities. In addition, he saw several SCP Foundation containment items. For example, SCP-000, everything returns to 0. SCP-001, the Gatekeeper. SCP-682, Immortal Lizard. You seem quite interested in it. Shuemingjia noticed that Fang Ying was not speaking and thought he was pretending to be coy, wanting to play hard to get. However, she didn't expect him to take an interest in examining the items, especially those that seemed rather bizarre. But upon recalling his earlier question, Shuemingjia immediately leaned in and asked. Interested is not the word. Oh, I merely want to understand the market conditions and sell some things, Fang Ying replied calmly. Selling things. Shuemingjia sized up Fang Ying, although she knew this junior must have his own big secrets. Coming to the Divine Alliance to sell things seemed like the wrong place to do so. After all, this was a place to take on tasks. Usually items traded here were either novelties or particularly precious. Otherwise, no one would inquire at all. And as a divine being who had yet to take on a task or attack any world, what good items could he possibly have? Yet Shuemingjia did not point it out directly, as she wanted to see this junior embarrass himself in front of her, so she asked again in feigned surprise. What you can offer must be extraordinary. Can you let your senior sister have a look? Of course. Fang Ying calmly took out a red eyeball the size of an egg. Surrounding the eyeball were tentacle-like appendages writhing and twisting wildly. Looking at the bizarre shape and its slippery state, Shuemingjia frankly admitted she was frightened. She immediately distanced herself from Fang Ying. Haha, well, senior brother, your interests are indeed quite special. Shuemingjia observed the object with tentacles and eyeballs in Fang Ying's hand, oozing a viscous, transparent liquid of unknown origin. She felt goosebumps rising all over her body. This is the item I want to sell, senior sister. You can call it the mental shackles, N13. Fang Ying said calmly. He couldn't understand why the senior sister found it so detestable. Oh, it looked perfectly normal to him. Compared to the creatures from his Cthulhu domain, it even seemed somewhat cute. It could only be said that this senior sister was indeed quite strange. Not a bad name. Senior brother, don't you have any other items to show? Shuemingjie asked reluctantly. Of course there are these. Fang Ying then pulled out 3 more objects from his domain. Their shapes were as follows: a shriveled wailing object resembling an infant's skull emitting gray smoke, the screaming sonata, a blob that looked like a mucus with a spiky ball shape, the ritual of death, and the last one a relatively normal gray egg-shaped object, the egg birth. Senior brother, what kind of domain do you possess? Of course I don't mean to pry, but it wouldn't be that you traded these items from someone else, would it? Shuemingjie looked at Fang Ying, the beautiful man who haunted her dreams, with confusion. Surely he couldn't actually like such twisted things. Wouldn't experiencing that once lead to being toyed with to death? Senior sister, these are products of my domain. Rest assured they are green, natural, and harmless. Though they may look cute, and it's hard to bear eating them, they actually taste quite good. This time it was Fang Ying's turn to start marketing. After all, these were the products painstakingly crafted by the Evil Eye clan. At first he thought the appearance of these items from his domain might not be very appealing. Still, over time, he felt like a mother growing increasingly fond of her child. Moreover, after personally trying them, he could definitively conclude that they were good items. Through his investigation, the deities within the Divine Alliance categorized items into 2 categories, one being items with genuine high value and the other purely for playful purposes. Therefore, they paid attention to novel items, indicating a promising market. And Shuemingjie was the first target he aimed to conquer. After all, to conduct market research, this market service personnel could definitely provide a lot of valuable insights. This is food. Natural, healthy, cute. Tastes good. Senior brother, are you joking with me? You don't mean to retaliate against me, do you? I admit I have some feelings for you, but I can guarantee I have no intention of harming you. Not to mention there are already divine laws in the inner world, and the staff of the Divine Alliance have strict regulations, so you can rest assured. Shuemingjie felt that Fang Ying might be a bit irritated by her previous actions and was planning to tease her. How could that be? I am genuinely serious, senior sister. This is indeed a product made by my domain's race. Although it looks cute, it tastes just as good. Don't be fooled by its current living state. It's to ensure absolute freshness, allowing customers to enjoy the deliciousness at the first moment. Fang Ying sincerely held up the mental shackles N13, which was playing with his finger. Well then, let's assume every word you say is correct, but that creature of yours isn't some tentacle monster, right? Shuemingjie said, while secretly thinking that such a disgusting creature was something only a fool would eat. What a waste of a perfectly good senior brother. He looked so promising, but was just not putting in the effort. Sigh, I feel so lonely. How could that be? I would never raise such a creature. Fang Ying snapped back angrily. After all, tentacle monsters were widely considered mere playthings, utterly useless beyond that. Thus they were looked down upon by the deities. Although some female deities secretly favored them, even those admirers wouldn't bring it up for discussion openly. After all, it was truly disgraceful. All right, senior brother, you didn't. Why are you so anxious? Seeing Fang Ying's state, Shuemingjie suddenly found it amusing and smiled. Senior sister, this is a spiritual secret medicine. Its effects are quite good in the divine realm. Fang Ying said seriously. Spiritual secret medicine. Shuemingjie was taken aback. If what he said was true, she would indeed have to reconsider this disgusting little creature. Even if its appearance was hard to praise. Senior sister, you can investigate it. Fang Ying said as he was about to hand it to Shuemingjie. But this time it was Shuemingjie who exploded in anger. Keep it away. After a slight scream, a faint blush appeared on her face. Ahem, senior brother, you can use your perception to gather information. You don't have to touch it. At most, it may take more mental energy. Saying that, Shuemingjie began to probe. Item name: Mental Shackles, N13 alias Cute Little Eyeball, level bronze form. This is a product made of a cute large eyeball constructed from dozens of meridians, and it breathes autonomously. Origin: Cthulhu Domain, Evil Eye Clan. Effects: 1. Mental enhancement within 30 minutes after consumption. Mental attributes increase by 30 points. 2. Energized within 10 minutes after consumption. Mental activity increases by 10 points. 3. Listening to teachings within 10 minutes after consumption. 1 will hear unknown murmurs and undergo certain physiological reactions currently detected: excitement, arousal, hormonal surge, impulsiveness. Note adverse reactions: the body will experience a 15-minute period of weakness with the specific time determined by strength. Price: undetermined. This. Shuemingjie was momentarily surprised. She really hadn't expected that this seemingly inconspicuous little thing would have considerable advantages. She even wondered if it was an illusion. This tentacle eyeball actually seemed a bit cute. So what do you think, senior sister? Fang Ying noticed from her expression that his item might have a market. I think it's okay, but how do you take it? It wouldn't be gulu. Before Shuemingjie could finish speaking, she saw Fang Ying unexpectedly throw a mental shackles N13 towards her, which fortuitously entered her mouth and was swallowed. She was initially quite angry, annoyed by the other's presumptuousness. However, as the mental shackles N13 slowly glided past her throat and into her abdomen, her feelings began to shift. I must say, this little thing may not look impressive, but it actually tastes quite good. It is large, yet does not choke the throat, Instead, it perfectly adapts to her body structure, shrinking on its own. Therefore, it did not cause her any discomfort at first. As it slid into her stomach, she felt a refreshing coolness spreading throughout her body. It made her feel significantly more relaxed, a sensation akin to enjoying an ice pop on a scorching summer day. What surprised her even more was that the little creature began to massage her stomach, its countless tendrils pausing at each touch. Although it was only in her stomach, she truly felt as if her entire being was being rejuvenated. It felt incredibly pleasant. Unconsciously moaning, she immediately covered her mouth, her face turning crimson. She never expected that as a mid-stage true deity, she would find herself at a disadvantage with a bronze item. How frustrating. However, she quickly fixed her gaze on Fang Ying. Fang Ying had just consumed mental shackles in 13 as well and wore a satisfied expression. Hey Junior, this thing you're using, it wouldn't be for that purpose, would it? I think it has great market potential. Fang Ying opened his eyes looking at Shuemingjie, her cheeks flushed and a faint mist of gray in her eyes. He knew that was the unique ethereal energy of his divine realm. Could it be that his bronze equality mental shackles in 13 actually affected a true deity? It seemed to be the result of the listening effect. Could it be that hormones were rising? Fang Ying pondered silently. After all, he had heard her gasp, but pretended to be unaware. So, Senior, what do you think would be a suitable price for it? Fang Ying did not respond, but instead posed another question. Or rather, he was currently only concerned about whether this item could be exchanged for divine currency. Pricing, Shuemingjie thought for a moment and replied with a flirtatious glance. Logically, Junior, a bronze-level item cannot be exchanged for divine currency, not even one. However, your item is unique in design and has significant effects. It can be given to the lowest-level subordinates or used as a snack. For the target audience, even offering 1,000 divine currency might draw buyers, but going beyond that would be difficult. Shuemingjie said. 1,000 divine currency. Fang Ying felt a small thrill. What was the exchange rate for one divine currency to blue star currency again? Let me calculate. Basically, it is a case of having a price without a market. The standard is 1 to 1,000, which would mean 100,000. Junior, what I mentioned was a plausible phenomenon, but you have to consider the recognition of your item. After all, there are countless items in the Divine Alliance, and even if you put it out there, very few would respond. Therefore, my personal suggestion is 100 divine currency, not too much, not too little. Even at my current stage, I can afford it with a monthly consumption of 10 pieces. Thank you, Senior. How about trying some of my other little snacks? Surprises await. Fang Ying sincerely thanked her, this time his attitude becoming much friendlier. Of course, having had the experience with the first mental shackles in 13, Shuemingjie felt less resistance. 3 divine senses turned towards the 3 items. Item, name Wailing Melody. Alias Little Skeleton. Level Bronze. Form, this is a delicacy in the shape of a skeleton carefully cooked after soaking for 14 days and undergoing dozens of procedures, a tribute to the gods. Origin, Cthulhu Divine Realm, Eye of Chaos Tribe, Main Ant-Man Tribe Auxiliary. Effect. 1. Siren's Call. Within 30 minutes of consumption, sounds produced through mental power will possess convincing strength with a persuasion increase of 30. 2. Voice of Chaos. Within 30 minutes of consumption, there will be a 30 chance of producing special sounds such as wails, cries, or enjoyment. Note adverse reaction after the effect ends. There will be a 10-minute cooling period for the throat during which you will be unable to speak. The duration depends on individual strength. Price undetermined. Separator. Item, name Sacrifice of Death. Alias Rolling Thornball. Level Bronze. Form, this is a watermelon-sized spiky ball soft with intertwining green shades that moves on its own. Origin, Cthulhu Divine Realm, Eye of Chaos Tribe, Main Divine 1 Tribe Auxiliary. Effect. 1. Size adjustment. Within 30 minutes of consumption, you can enhance your body with mental power, freely adjusting the size and state of various body parts. The maximum adjustment cannot exceed 30 of the original bodice size. 2. Indestructible. Within 30 minutes of consumption, you can enhance your body with mental power, achieving an indestructible state. Hardness 30. Note adverse reaction after the effect ends. There will be a 10-minute feeling of weakness and softness, as if your body is without bones, with the condition adjusted based on individual situation. Price undetermined. Separator. Item, name Eggborn. Alias Adorable Little Egg. Level Bronze. Form, this is a large gray egg double yolk. Origin, Cthulhu Divine Realm, Eye of Chaos Tribe, Main Devourer Tribe Auxiliary. Effect. 1. Durability. Within 30 minutes of consumption through the supply of mental power, the overall physical quality will be enhanced with durability 30. 2. Potential activation. Within 30 minutes of consumption by squeezing mental power, there is a 30 chance of unleashing potential, further increasing durability by 15. 3. Obedient nature. Within 30 minutes of consumption, there is a 30 chance of triggering a special state, obedient, docile, straightforward, stubborn, and twisty. Note adverse reaction after the effect ends. There will be a 10-minute feeling of mental fatigue, a heavy head, intelligence 10, with the condition adjusted based on individual strength. Price undetermined. Separator. Mingxia stared at the sacrifice of death for 69 seconds, then licked her lips and looked towards Fang Ying. You naughty little brother, you are so bad. But I like it. If I said it was all a coincidence, would you believe me? Fang Ying naturally understood her thoughts. Originally, he was quite satisfied with his Eye of Chaos secret medicine, but when some things took a turn for the worse, it became difficult to revert. I guess. Before Fang Ying could finish his sentence, a belt wafting with a fragrant breeze was thrown towards him. Fang Ying immediately dodged. However, the belt that looked as if it were made of silk would not let her go, and it landed firmly in her hands. It was light and somewhat slippery, still warm, and carrying a faint, indescribable fragrance. Senior sister, what is this? When Fang Ying first met her, the other seemed quite normal, but now it appeared all to be an act. Was this quirky and crafty senior sister truly from her school? Oh, come on, junior brother, why are you hiding? I want to eat you up. Mingxia covered her mouth with a playful smile. Fang Ying glanced at the silk belt in her hand. But you're still too young. You must understand that women are but crimson skeletons. All things in the world are mere illusions. You should not look at everything with your eyes, but with your heart. Mingxia earnestly instructed. Fang Ying, however, widened her eyes, staring at Mingxia in disbelief. Are you serious? Did this come from your mouth? Why does it feel so dreamlike? What? Didn't expect this. Do you think your senior sister has wasted these few hundred years? Take another good look. Following Mingxia's words, Fang Ying steadied herself and looked at the belt again. Suddenly it went poof. A puff of pink smoke rose, and when Fang Ying looked again, she saw a pink lace underwear, and it was a thong. Fang Ying almost blurted out the national essence. You can't play with my mindset like this. Ha ha, little brother, you've made me laugh to death. Seeing Fang Ying's flustered expression, Mingxia felt her scheme had succeeded, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. She had finally managed to turn the tables on Fang Ying. This little boy was too much. He always looked like a model gentleman. Who would believe that? Just look at those items of his, each one more indecent than the last. Of course, there is a limit to jokes, especially when she noticed Fang Ying's expression turning sour. Mingxia immediately became serious. Junior brother, don't misunderstand. Well, I was just testing you. Fortunately, you are quite good and can withstand the test. I've decided it'll help you make your first bucket of gold. How about that? Fang Ying was holding the pink underwear. Although she heard Mingxia's words, she was also considering how to deal with this underwear. Just throw it away. Wouldn't that be a bit too much? After all, for some people who like it, this is a treasure. Moreover, to be honest, although this senior sister is somewhat unreliable, she does know a lot of authentic material, and he still needed some assistance. It wouldn't be good to make an enemy, but if he didn't throw it away and kept it in his hand. Do you think Fang Ying is a fool? Fortunately, Mingxia's words directly resolved Fang Ying's dilemma. Hey, junior brother, that's enough. If you want more, I still have some here. I can send you a few more later. You look a bit too repressed, although your items prove that point. You need to hold back a little. Mingxia said without holding back. I'm repressed. Which eye of yours saw that? And my items prove nothing. That's completely the misinterpretation of the Evil Eye clan. You should know that the Screaming Melody is a mutation of the Ant clan's ability, while Ritual of Death is a unique ability transformation of the gods. These are traceable. At that time, he thought the Evil Eye clan did an impressive job. Who would have thought that changing the place would lead to such a result? Fang Ying muttered to herself. But he said, thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but no need. Please give it to someone who truly needs it. As Fang Ying said this, she was about to toss Mingxia's underwear away. However, Mingxia spoke up again. Junior brother, you don't think sister would be so bored, do you? I was just joking with you. Some things shouldn't be viewed with mere eyes, but should be felt with the heart. You must know we are gods, and the world of gods is different from that of humans. Mingxia reiterated this statement. Fang Ying stared at her for a full 5 seconds. Then he slowly closed his eyes. With the heart. How? What is the heart? Divine thought. Divine power. Sixth sense. Thought. Fang Ying's mind raced, trying to understand what the other meant. He had developed a vague understanding, but he couldn't quite grasp it, always feeling something was out of reach. Meanwhile, Mingxia quietly watched Fang Ying, even conjuring a chair, a table, and a handful of sunflower seeds. She began to crack them open, thinking to herself, indeed, this little brother whom I recognized is impressive. I didn't expect that just a few subtle hints would lead to signs of enlightenment. You should know that at that time I was taught by my father for an entire month before I mastered the ability of the hard eye as a deity. And your current state has already equaled my 3 or 4 days of hard work. Not bad, I might actually be starting to like you. It's just a pity you're too young. Mingxia thought to herself, sticking out her tongue to lick her lips. What? How is that possible? Suddenly Mingxia stood up, abruptly scattering the sunflower seeds from her hands. She actually saw Fang Ying's heart eye slowly beginning to unfold. This shouldn't be happening. Even if it were enlightenment, it would only mean understanding. He was still 2 steps away from activating the hard eye. How could he directly skip the steps to activate the hard eye? You should know that the hard eye is a unique ability of the gods, but not all gods can master it. It's somewhat similar to how only a few humans can master skills like hacking, being a national banquet chef, or being a top race car driver. Though they are all ordinary people, only a portion can achieve that, because it requires talent. Similarly, among gods, mastering the heart eye is the same. It belongs to a type of skill. The learning process of the heart eye is divided into 3 stages. The first stage, knowing heart, knowledge, heart, inquiry, heart, understanding. The second stage, seeking, heart, understanding, heart, enlightenment. The third stage, using heart, usage, heart, following, heart, controlling. Simply put, it's knowing, understanding, and then applying it. But to be honest, 90 of the gods remain stuck in the first stage. As for why, the answers vary widely, much like mathematical problems among humans, such as whether 0, 4 equals 0, 16, or 0, 16. Just as Xuemingjia was astonished, a voice suddenly whispered in her ear. "Senior sister, do I look more like a human or a god?" "You." Xuemingjia stared blankly at Fang Ying. At this moment, Fang Ying had already opened his eyes, looking at her calmly. The gray vortex that was initially in Fang Ying's eyes had completely vanished. His eyes were now utterly ordinary. Clear, bright, and full of spirit, she could even see her own reflection in his dark pupils. Yet why did she feel a sense of fear, a tremor emanating from the depths of her soul? It felt as if everything about her was exposed in his gaze, as if she were naked, dragged through the streets under the scrutiny of countless eyes. No, it was even more chilling than that. Initially, when she looked at Fang Ying, she felt beauty, allure, and a slight sense of capitulation. But now she could no longer dare to gaze directly at Fang Ying, not even at his body. For as soon as she caught sight of the hem of Fang Ying's clothing, she felt as if she was constantly being watched. She sensed that if it escalated or persisted, she would go mad. Indeed, how could a majestic divine being, one at the true god level, feel as if he might go insane just from being looked at by another? Who would believe such a statement? "Can you not look at me anymore?" Xuemingjia's voice trembled slightly despite her efforts to stabilize her emotions. But no matter how she behaved, she felt that it was something beyond her control. On the other side, Fang Ying naturally observed everything. Indeed, just now he had successfully achieved what Xuemingjia referred to as the heart eye. He had witnessed the abyss and the night in that final moment. He saw bubbles of dreamlike colors floating around him and heard the whispers of the unknown in his ears. He felt as if his body was sinking endlessly, like an abyss beneath an iceberg, drowning in darkness, pressure, cold, and loneliness, wrapped in all kinds of emotions. Yet Fang Ying persisted, gritting his teeth. He knew that some things could not be given up. Once relinquished, he would face an eternity without redemption. He needed to seek a balance. In that moment, he thought of many things, especially of that great existence Azathoth. He recalled the 7 chapters of the mystic records. He thought of the old ones, the outer gods, and the great old ones. He thought of himself as the primordial lord of his church, the Cthulhu mythos, the Cthulhu domain. And he should control all of this, not be controlled by it. The best way to master darkness is to merge with it. Thus, he ultimately condensed it into a single phrase: the old ones return to the church, the primordial praises the dawn. He was destined to be eternally bound to Cthulhu. He protected not only his own dawn, but also the light of the Cthulhu domain. On a grander scale, that was the light of all sentient beings. Guiding the old ones through the yellow and dark, bringing the dawn's light through the mists of the unknown, the old ones shall rest eternally under the church, and all beings shall rejoice within the church. This could be considered his established tenet for his future primordial church. And within this rhythm, he discovered that the humanity he had lost was gradually returning, or perhaps being summoned back. Yet he also realized that his divinity was likewise increasing, achieving an equilibrium with his humanity. In other words, they each occupied 50. This was why Fang Ying first asked Xuemingjia whether he resembled a human or a god. But looking at her expression, he knew that Xuemingjia was frightened by him. As for why he was so sure, it was because he saw it. Information: deity Xuemingjia, gender female, status frightened, mildly infected, original race human, divine, domain level 2 high to probe, infection recommended. Divine thought 17 strands, divine domain creatures, succubus, elf, great bull, tentacle monster, no. 3. Others awaiting investigation, infection recommended. Divine sect unable to probe. Divine domain civilization awaiting investigation. Note: it is recommended that the target be a female being. You may conduct further investigation such as clothing analysis, 3-dimensional body scans, divine experience, and divine interaction count. As long as you need, I am at your service. Indeed, this was Fang Ying's awakened heart eye ability, all-knowing and all-seeing eye. Name: all-knowing and all-seeing eye. Level: bronze level, can increase with strength. Attribute: unknown. Effect 1. Insight into all things. You can probe everything you wish to investigate, including life and death. However, please be aware that knowing everything requires a corresponding price. You must confirm whether you can bear that price. 2. Infecting sentient beings. Active epissive. When you use this ability, all things you gaze upon will undergo a sanity rationality check. If their sanity is too low, they will be infected with a certain probability of death, a certain probability of distortion, and a certain probability of no apparent effect. Any being deemed a failure in the check will become a servant to the host. Note you can actively infect, but the targeted beings will feel the failure of their check and will discover it, leading to an unending conflict with you. Are you okay, senior sister? Fang Ying spoke again after withdrawing the all-knowing and all-seeing eye. Once that sense of fear dissipated, Shuemingjia also let out a sigh of relief. She didn't know when, but her back was completely wet. Looking at Fang Ying again, his eyes had returned to the state of a gray vortex. Fang Ying, did you succeed? I owe it all to you, senior sister. Fang Ying nodded with a smile. After all, he had truly struck gold this time. It seems you're not only reserved, but also a complete pervert. Hey, senior sister, let's speak nicely. Why does it escalate to personal attacks? Oh right, senior sister, this is my contribution. Fang Ying said as a gray aura emerged from between his fingers. Shuemingjia, surprised, took it, and the gray aura coiled around her ring finger, forming a gray ring. You found it. And you can even... Oh, forget it, you're just a pervert. Shuemingjia wanted to say something, but gave up once more. It should be noted that the item she gave Fang Ying, the inner garment and belt, were merely illusions, not physical objects, but rather a thread of divine source energy from her divine realm. To put it simply, it was somewhat similar to a QQ number. The mutual preservation of divine source energy between deities is akin to adding each other as friends, allowing for efficient communication. Though this method was not sophisticated, Shuemingjia had spent 3 whole days learning it, while ordinary people would need 7 days to grasp the method of extracting divine realm energy. However, Fang Ying had opened the divine eye, so it was no surprise that he could easily extract divine source energy. Fang Ying, do you want to sell these items? Shuemingjia felt a bit dejected. She didn't know why, so she thought to arrange his items to leave a good impression. But just then Fang Ying inexplicably pulled out a card numbered 69 and pointed at the 5 stars, asking, "Senior sister, what is this?" Pervert. Shuemingjia looked at the 5 shining stars on the number 69 plate and immediately expressed her sadness. Moreover, she did not pause for long and continued to explain. Did you put your items from the Divine Domain on the Divine Alliance platform? Fang Ying nodded. I uploaded all these items to the sales platform and priced them at 100 divine coins each, just as you suggested, senior sister. Is that really all? Yes, that's it. The two exchanged glances and Shuemingjia felt somewhat frantic. It doesn't make sense. My divine domain also has similar items like yours. Why haven't the big shots seen mine? Saying that, Shuemingjia looked closely at Fang Ying and added, you are indeed an oddball. Let me tell you, once you enter the Divine Alliance, everyone will have a corresponding information card. However, it requires divine coins to obtain. You didn't know, so you directly used the card for room 69 to upload the items. This act is not exactly forbidden, but it raises suspicions that your items are either unpresentable or of poor quality. So generally no one would do this as it affects their profit. I intended to tell you, but you acted so quickly. What surprised me the most is that you actually got attention, and from a 5-star big shot. You might not know what 5-star means. People like us who have not yet achieved the realm of a celestial being are considered 0-star in the Divine Alliance. 1 star is above celestial beings, below mystical beings. Mystical beings are 2-star. Ancient beings are 3-star. As for 4-star and 5-star, they are not achieved by strength, but by contribution or overall capability. If 0-star to 3-star represents strength, then 4-star and 5-star represents strength power status. So you've hit the jackpot. Let me show you. Shuemingjia had the main card for room 69, so she could naturally check Fang Ying's sales information and status. She was immediately blinded by the string of zeros. 4 million divine coins. Shuemingjia felt her blood pressure rising. She needed to close her eyes and calm down. Although her parents were wealthy deities, she wasn't the only child. Her 12,765 siblings were not just for show. Although her current job in the Divine Alliance was good with a monthly income of 100 divine coins, and some side earnings, her account never exceeded 500 divine coins. She really wanted to know what kind of psychopathic, oh no, great deities would spend so lavishly. Logically speaking, items of this level should be completely ineffective to them. How could so many people pay attention to it? She had seen not just 1 5-star big shot, but also a 4-star and about 10 3-star. It's hard to imagine that Fang Ying's item could be so attractive. There were even private messages asking to purchase a batch. Of course, Fang Ying was also surprised. Oh, was he becoming a millionaire? Was making money, or rather making divine coins, really that easy? He also doubted whether some big shot was playing a joke on him. Little did he know that somewhere Fang Ying's items had stirred up a huge uproar. In the chaotic star domain in the Azure Wave Sea, an elderly man, disheveled, had 4 of the items Fang Ying was selling floating above his head. The old man opened his mouth and swallowed the 4 items whole. In the next moment, his body turned crimson and he plunged into the Azure Wave Sea. In a steel-forged star fortress, a handsome man possessing both charm and beauty lit a metallic cigarette. With a wave of his hand, the 100,000 star domains before him instantly vanished into dust. These dust particles were quickly gathered, reassembling into bizarre and unusual races, prostrating and bowing before the man. All right, my dogs, go play. Seemingly uninterested in all this, after speaking, the man vanished into the fortress and reappeared in a room. Inside the room were piles of items: egg birth, ritual of death, screaming, sonata, mental shackles, N13, all neatly categorized. With a snap of the man's fingers, all the items quickly decomposed as if turned to dust, with some impurities being stripped away, ultimately forming a thread of gray mist finer than a hair at a millionth of a millimeter. The man leaned in closely and stared for a long while, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, it can't be decoded. How amusing. I haven't encountered something so intriguing in a long time, ha ha ha. On another front, after realizing this reasoning, Fang Ying began to grow wary in his heart. His divine domain was not a particularly powerful world, and he was merely at the level of a divine person. It was understandable that someone like Xuemingjia, a true deity, would need his help. However, according to the other party's suggestion, even those top-tier big shots were quite concerned about the items he was selling. That held significant implications. So is this related to the nature of my Cthulhu divine domain? I need to be more cautious. Fang Ying silently assessed this and raised his head. Senior sister, thanks to you this time. If I say I will give you all the divine coins, you might feel embarrassed to accept them. So let me give you a portion, 1000 divine coins, as a token of my gratitude. How does that sound? Xuemingjia looked at the little junior brother, who seemed overly cautious. She directly tossed the main card in her hand to him. All right, though I may not be as wealthy as you, your 4 million is the output of your divine domain. I won't take a single cent from you. This is the main card. You can use it freely. Consider it me accepting you as my junior brother. What do you think? Fang Ying accepted the card and looked deeply at the woman. He had to admit, even with his years of experience on Earth, he couldn't help but admire the woman before him. She was truly quite shrewd. They had only known each other for less than a day, yet the relationship, dialogue, and eventual developments between them were quite intricate. One could even write a novel about it. One could only say that the education and vision of parents who had so many children were indeed different. If it were him. No, Fang Ying suddenly recalled that the woman before him seemed to be hundreds of years old, yet looked youthful, and he promptly retracted his previous statement. Hey, what kind of look is that on your face? Xuemingjia, relying on her sixth sense as a woman, immediately sensed that Fang Ying might have some ill intentions and said, No, senior sister, you misunderstood. We are from the same school. It is an honor for you to recognize an ordinary person like me as your junior brother. Since senior sister gave me the room card, I can't show no sign of appreciation. Here are 400 secret medicines, 100 of each. I hope you accept them. This time Xuemingjia did not refuse, but rather joyfully accepted them. After all, these were items that could drive 5-star big shots crazy and attract their attention. Their value was certainly beyond that. It was just that she had not noticed it. My dear junior brother, I didn't recognize you for nothing. I rest assured I will absolutely not reveal that these came from you. After saying that, Xuemingjia smiled at Fang Ying. He immediately understood the meaning behind her words and took out 15 more doses of mental shackles, N13 doses of egg birth, and 9 doses of ritual of death. Sister, there's really nothing left, not even a drop. You know, I just awakened not long ago, and my strength isn't high, and this kind of secret medicine isn't easy to produce, so my stock isn't much. Otherwise, why would I come here to take on a task? Fang Ying helplessly shrugged. Oh dear brother, look at you. How could sister be that kind of person? Quickly put it away. This isn't good for our sibling relationship. And what did you say? Coming to take on a task? Well then come here, a sister will show you something exciting. Xuemingjia finished speaking and pointed into the void. A special pink light screen appeared with rows of information continuously refreshing on it. Task: some cunning individuals always want to harm me. Level: bronze level. Task requirements: this is a small world that has undergone mutations where there exists a child of the plane, but his realm is only at the mid-stage of the divine being. However, under the protection of the world, there is a chance to break through limits and reach the pinnacle of the divine being realm. Eliminate the child of the plane. Note, this world is similar to an ancient world with an open culture and many beautiful women. The child of the plane, being the only male in the entire world, enjoys the resources of the whole world. Therefore, if a male appears, he will be discovered by the others and executed by any means necessary. Current status: currently 13,700,000 divine beings have taken on this task, all ultimately ending in failure and retreating unscathed. It is advised that strength should not be below the mid-stage of the divine being realm, or one will be despised by the consciousness of this world. Task reward: 10000 divine coins. Task: please call me your majesty. Task level: bronze level. Task requirements: this is a small mutated world with special rules. Anyone or anything that enters this world will have their gender forcibly reversed within 24 hours. Males become females and females become males. Destroy this world. Note, this world has gender reversal rules and optimization rules. If one does not leave within 24 hours, ordinary beings will have their gender forcibly reversed and their appearance will be optimized. If one does not leave within 24 hours, divine beings below the rank of celestial will be forcibly gender reversed, and 1 month later the rules will be dispersed by divine power restoring their gender. Current status: currently 13,900,000 divine beings have taken on this task, all ultimately ending in failure and retreating unscathed. It is advised that those going should be mentally resilient, or they may enjoy a moment of happiness only to regret it bitterly later. Task reward 10000 divine coins. Task: please close your eyes when it gets dark. Level: bronze level. Task requirements: this is a small world infected by multiple forces with a unique rule: once it gets dark, nothing can be seen, only sounds can be heard. In this world there exists a special humanoid sprite that spreads pollen. Each night they roam among all things, scattering pollen on everything. The pollen activates desires, and the humanoid sprites collect nectar at the peak of desire. Eliminate the evil humanoid sprites and rescue the people living in dire straits. Note: each divine being cannot stay in this world for more than 3 nights. It is all for your health. Current status: currently a divine being has taken on this task. It is advised that the path is difficult and fraught with obstacles. Please take care and do not indulge in distractions. Task reward 100 million divine coins. Fang Ying looked at the task in shock and then glanced at Shuemingjie. Are you sure this task isn't a joke? What kind of game is this? However, Shuemingjie raised her eyebrows and snorted. So what do you think, little brother? Is sister good? This is internal information that I don't share with ordinary people. Look and see which one you like. Sister will help you get it. This will not only benefit the development of your divine domain, but also greatly help you gain social experience. Little brother, you are still a sister. Thank you. Fang Ying looked speechless. Where did he look like anything but a good person? Perhaps that expression was not correct. It should be, where does he seem so desperate? Wait, that sounds like describing a girl. Forget it. Fang Ying directly closed the projection that the other party had opened. After all, the main card was now in Fang Ying's hands. Sister Shui, I came here this time to sell some of my divine domain products, and secondly, to genuinely take on some tasks. You know, I have an assessment coming up in a few days. I need to improve my combat experience. Well, little brother, I'm not trying to scare you, but although you seem fine, your strength should not have reached the mid-stage of the divine being realm yet. To be honest, these tasks are not something an ordinary divine being can intervene in. The variables are too great. I nearly died when I took a task as a true god in the early stage. You need to understand that reality is not as beautiful as you think. Fang Ying could tell that Shuemingjie was genuinely advising him, but this still couldn't dispel Fang Ying's desire to take on a task. Well, okay. Then what type of task does little brother want to take on? Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Shuemingjie could only let him try. I hope the task is preferably related to genetic mutations, apocalypses, or disasters. Fang Ying thought for a moment and explained. Shuemingjie was puzzled about why Fang Ying chose this type. Didn't he know that tasks in the divine domain also count as a kind of reward? Naturally, the more it aligns with one's divine domain, the better. However, seeing Fang Ying's expression, it seemed he had already made up his mind, so she decided to let him try. After a dazzling selection process, countless task information continuously refreshed before Fang Ying's eyes. Of course, this time the tasks were much more normal. However, it was evident that the task standards had risen significantly. Task: Disaster of the Celestial Dome. Note: recommended for divine beings in the early stage of True God. Task: Chaotic Kingdom. Note: recommended for divine beings in the mid-stage of True God. Task: Undead Kingdom. Note: recommended for divine beings in the early stage of True God. Fang Ying scrolled through a series of tasks, but at a glance he could hardly see any tasks that a divine being could take on. But it made sense. The divine domain scope of a divine being was quite small, and it was tough to even cultivate an extraordinary being. Very few were as unique as Fang Ying. Oh, this one is good. Task: Plague Company. Note: recommended for divine beings in the early stage of True God. Fang Ying's divine domain is somewhat abnormal. If he wants to continue getting stronger, it belongs to a divine domain of practicing rules and physicality. After all, his divine domain is still quite weak, striving to transform knowledge into strength. Thus, he needs to continuously gather various methods to enhance his physical body and absorb rules and physicality. Even thinking about it, it's clear that focusing on the physical body is much simpler. And how does a poor person seek to strengthen themselves? Through mutations. So Fang Ying set his sights on attributes like genetic modification and apocalypse disasters. And there it was, he found it. Task: Plague Company. Level: bronze level. Task requirements. When you see this sentence, it means I have died. As a divine being, I feel very sorry, because I have disgraced the divine beings. However, I do not regret it, because I discovered a shocking secret in the void and brought it back to my divine domain. What exactly is it? I know, but I cannot say, so do you want to unravel it? Go ahead, I have left everything there. Fang Ying discovered that the task requirements left by this big shot amounted to nearly 1,000 words. Goodness, it was simply explosive. However, he also noticed that the divine realm of the other party was somewhat peculiar. The task name Plague Company was given by the opponent, but he could glean more from the introduction. It was said to be a plague which felt a bit forced. It resembled biological evolution. After all, the opponent's divine realm had not suffered serious damage. Instead, it thrived even after the opponent's death. Oh, I should mention this. The other party's deity had been frolicking since the mid-stage of divinity, so their divine realm was only 500 square kilometers. Of course, the land and ocean areas in their divine realm were in a 1:1 ratio. Unlike Fang Ying's 3:7 structure, the other party's divine realm was only 1,000 square kilometers in size. However, after the other party discovered a great secret in the void space and successfully played themselves to death, their divine realm not only did not diminish, but actually expanded to a certain degree as indicated by the information left by the last failed deity. The other party's divine realm had already reached 30,000 square kilometers. One must know that's quite substantial. Moreover, many enormous pyramid-like structures were discovered within their divine realm. This was quite intriguing. Fortunately, based on the information, the highest level of beings in the opponent's divine realm was merely legendary. This indeed put Fang Ying at ease. However, whether that was truly the case remained uncertain. After all, throughout the task, all 48 participating deities had failed, yet at most they were merely injured and lost some blood with no deaths reported. This is why the task from the Plague Company has yet to be handled by the big shots and continues to be left for lesser deities to train. But when paired with the deity dispatching this task, it takes on a rather significant meaning. The coordinate positioning channel of the divine realm has been kept open. Deities participating in the task have failed, but suffer no casualties. Currently, only legendary beings have been discovered, whom it seems this divine realm truly harbors considerable secrets. Fang Ying immediately chose to accept this task. The reward for this task was quite standard: 5 million divine coins. Brother, you actually chose such a task. Xuemingjie, standing nearby, naturally saw Fang Ying's selection. Well, I want to give it a try since there have been no deaths during the task process. As the first task, it is relatively secure. Fang Ying nodded. However, unexpectedly, this statement earned him a glare from Xuemingjie. My dear brother, you should pay attention to the precautions and task status. Those deities are all in a true divine state, with the lowest being an early-stage true deity. What about you? You are just a mere human and a newly awakened deity at that. Have you even reached mid-stage yet? Although Xuemingjie's words were not very pleasant, it was clear she was genuinely trying to advise him. Not really, but my strength is strong. Fang Ying attempted to explain simply, but was directly interrupted by Xuemingjie. Stop. You think you're strong enough to compete with me? Xuemingjie was about to say that the other party could defeat her, but recalling the reaction from earlier, she changed her meaning. You think you're strong? How many pseudo-superior beings does your divine realm have? And how many extraordinary creatures? You need to open your eyes. The divine realm of the other party contains legendary beings. Legendary? Do you know what that represents? What does it represent? Fang Ying instinctively replied. It means that as long as the other party stands still and breathes, your group of weak beings will explode like fireworks. Xuemingjie said, puffing up in anger. Legendary beings are that powerful. Then why do they keep dying in my divine realm? Fang Ying muttered softly, as his subjects in the simulation system could be said to die in various ways, and even reaching the legendary level could not escape the fate of annihilation. Otherwise, why would he have gone through the simulations only to end up here? What did you say? Xuemingjie asked, as if she heard Fang Ying mention that his divine realm had legendary beings. Are you sure you haven't drunk too much? Is it you who's gone mad? Sister Xue, I meant to say my divine realm has a legendary subject, so I want to give it a try. Sister Xue. Fang Ying saw her staring at him in a daze. He reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Xuemingjie immediately put on a serious expression. Are you an orphan? Fang Ying was taken aback at first, then grew nervous. He didn't expect the Divine Alliance to investigate so thoroughly. No privacy at all. It seemed he would need to be more cautious in the future. Upon seeing Fang Ying's expression, Xuemingjie immediately realized he misunderstood and promptly stated, Fang Ying, don't overthink it. You might not know, but there's a saying in our divine world: a genius is either an orphan or a favored child. There are 3 types of deities you should never provoke: the elderly, women, and children. Seeing your plain clothing, I assumed you belonged to the first category, so I asked casually. Don't take offense. What could Fang Ying say? He could only smile in response. How amusing. The orphan law has actually been brought up. I am utterly speechless. Speaking of which, you guys, or rather we the deities, still play these games. Noticing Fang Ying's silence, Xuemingjie moved a little closer to him. The distance between them had decreased significantly. Xuemingjie had been in the divine realm for 642 years, and her divine realm only had 4 extraordinary beings. Now look at Fang Ying, who in less than a month has already acquired a legendary being as a bottom line. No wonder she was affected when she touched him earlier. It must have been the ability of the legendary being. She just didn't know whether it was of the charm type, the tentacle type, or perhaps a multifunctional potion type. In any case, he was definitely a candidate with great potential, bound to become an uncontrollable existence in the future. Moreover, their divine realms were of the same origin. If she didn't seize this opportunity, when would she? One must know that once this village passes there would be no shop left. Thinking of this, she acted. Brother, Shui Mingjie threw a flirtatious look at Fang Ying and then slyly asked, do you have a girlfriend? Fang Ying was unsure what had gotten into her. Truly, she was a master of changing expressions. He subtly moved away and replied earnestly, Sister Shui, I'm still a child. I haven't even taken the high school entrance exam yet. How could I be dating? Oh, is that so? No wonder you're a good kid. But let me tell you, this society changes too fast. Many of the goddess deities are bad news. Their hearts are very bad. Very, very bad. Very few are like me who would open their hearts to their little brother from the start. Shui Mingjie inched closer again. Ahihi, thank you, sister. Fang Ying awkwardly took a few steps back. However, he was blocked by Shui Mingjie, who conjured a wall, leaving him no retreat. What thanks? What I said is to make you see reality who is truly good. Do you think I'm beautiful? Beautiful. Fang Ying could only muster the courage to say. Then how do you feel about your sister? Sister is great. She has greatly helped my understanding of the divine alliance. You know that's good, little rascal. So do you want to talk to your sister? Fang Ying immediately placed a finger over Shui Mingjie's lips. He couldn't let her continue. Goodness. Even if he were made of wood, he could tell what she intended. One could only say that she was indeed from such a divine realm. It was a bit too fast. Sister, you're my sister? I've just entered middle school. No worries, sister doesn't mind a age, is just a number after all. Thud. Unfortunately, before Shui Mingjie could finish her words, the person collapsed onto the ground, convulsing and appearing pitiful. Fang Ying knew it wasn't an act. After all, something similar had occurred just moments ago due to skin contact. Are you okay, big sister? Though somewhat helpless, there were words that needed to be said. No, I'm fine. Just, let me take a moment. Fang Ying, brother, you must have noticed we are so destined. The moment I saw you, I felt so. Fang Ying hurriedly interrupted Shui Mingjie's next words. Sister, please don't speak for now, I understand, just take your time, all right. Fang Ying was listening to the somewhat intimate voice beside his ear. He quickly called for a stop. He simply couldn't bear it any longer. He was not Lu Xia Hui nor a saint among the lecherous, but an ordinary person who later became an abnormal deity. Currently, he only wished to escape some schemes and live a better life. If he could find a few more wives, have fewer worries about food and clothing, and live a little longer, that would be enough. For those protagonists who upon crossing over took the savior as their ideal and aimed to become emperors as their lifelong goal, he simply hoped to enjoy life, eat, drink, and play, and be a happy little god. However, the current state was obviously not right. He could feel a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, unsure when it would fall. So for the sake of his life, it was better to let it go. Shui Mingjie naturally noticed Fang Ying's attitude. She felt not the least bit dejected. On the contrary, she was somewhat delighted. Indeed, she saw that Fang Ying had feelings for her, and she noticed everything. Even the fact that he had inadvertently exposed it. With her hundreds of years of experience, she knew that it was better to guide than to block. She needed to gradually touch this child's heart. Thinking of this, Shui Mingjie closed her eyes, quickly exerting her divine power to restore her condition. Heaven knows whether it was due to her own weakness or the overwhelming strength of the legendary being in his divine realm. The mere light contact made Shui Mingjie feel a terrifying dread of falling into an abyss, a sense of helplessness and emotional turmoil, yet there was still a trace of joy mixed in. She swore she was definitely not a masochistic deity, until she met this eccentric Fang Ying. Meanwhile, Fang Ying was not idle either. He accepted the task, and a portion of the video materials related to this plague company divine realm was displayed. It was a divine realm shaped like a round sky and a flat earth, looking somewhat similar to Fang Ying's divine realm, complete with mountains, waters, rivers, lakes, and oceans. In fact, overall it appeared more complete than Fang Ying's divine realm, as this one had cities. However, it was evident that this city had a clear class division, starting from the massive pyramid at the center of the divine realm, gradually spreading out into the cities, transitioning from prosperity to decay. This divine realm had humans, animals, and various plants. However, there was one peculiar thing. The appearance of these creatures resembled, well, how should one put it, facehugger creatures. For instance, the human heads looked like those of the facehuggers with tentacles wildly flailing. Below the neck, however, they were entirely human with no differences. Similarly, the animals were the same, with their heads replaced by facehuggers and tentacles. Could it be that the so-called plague in this world comes from alien creatures? Fang Ying pondered quietly. If that were the case, it didn't seem too terrifying. From what he understood, the facehugger, also known as the facesucker, was a uniquely shaped creature that had appeared in Alien 1 and Alien 2 that he had watched. However, generally speaking, they were parasitic on higher intelligent beings, breeding alien life forms and dying after the parasitic process was completed. Yet through his observations of the materials, Fang Ying found 2 points of doubt. First, beings with facehugger heads were not only animals, but also plants. Second, although the creatures with facehugger heads appeared to move slowly, they showed no signs of impending death. Could it be that I misunderstood, and it's a similar existence instead? After all, the deceased deity had mentioned surprises, and to speak frankly, there seemed to be no comparison between aliens and deities. After all, aliens were beings that could be exterminated by human weapons. So brother, do you plan to go now? Sister suggests that for the first time it's best to prepare some equipment for self-defense. After all, better safe than sorry. Shuemingjie switched to her caring big sister mode. Shuejie, are you suggesting that? Fang Ying momentarily forgot about the possibility of purchasing equipment. He couldn't help being poor. Hadn't he hoarded the resources from the principal natural cloud for so long? He immediately used his room card to open the resource list. Item name: Lucky Potion, alias Goddess of Luck's spittle level silver form, only comprehensible by experience. You understand the effect. Origin: not convenient to disclose. Effect: Lucky Blessing. Passive attribute: Luck 100, ineffective above divine, level. Note 78. 2 billion deities have purchased it, and they all say it's good. Price: 5 million divine coins. Separator. Item name: Resurrection Potion, alias Nectar of the Goddess of Life, level silver form. Don't ask, it's a secret. Origin: not convenient to disclose. Effect: Restoration Elixir Resurrection 1, effective within 24 hours of consumption. Expired and ineffective above divine, level. Note 77. 7 billion deities have purchased it. Sweet and sour is just you. Price: 5 million divine coins. Separator. Item name: Battle Melody, alias Whispers of the Music Goddess, level silver form. Want to conquer all battles and master the secret of a man's lifelong victory. Origin: not convenient to disclose. Effect: Battle Enhancement. Active attribute: Combat Power 200, ineffective above divine, level. Battle Skills: Passive attribute skills 50, ineffective above divine, level. Pleasing Body and Mind Joy 2000, ineffective above divine, level. Note 69. 2 billion deities have purchased it. Customization supported. Music Teacher YYDS. Price: 5 million divine coins. Fang Ying quietly gazed at the 3 outstanding goddesses hanging at the top, secretly clicking his tongue, momentarily at a loss for words. Although 5 million divine coins could be earned by completing a task, was it a bit wasteful to play like this? Were the 3 of them really that beautiful? Even if Fang Ying... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Just as Fang Ying was about to finish his internal complaints, Shuemingjie opened the images of the 3 goddesses. Fang Ying hadn't expected that when the other party selected the purchase option to check the status of the medication, it would actually be an image. And just the images made Fang Ying's Dao heart nearly falter. Just as he was about to lose control, a wave of darkness shattered the light. It made him clearly understand that all beauty would eventually fade, and what lay before him was merely a red-skinned skeleton. Yet they were truly beautiful. Even if Fang Ying had no thoughts about these 3, he couldn't help but praise them. One could only say that Fang Ying's beauty was of an invisible kind. And the beauty of these 3 was simply reduced to mere beauty. This was just looking at pictures. If these 3 appeared directly before lower-level deities, it would probably be like modern people instantly turning into sycophants. They are my idols. They have comprehended the laws, especially the laws concerning beauty. Shuemingjie's gaze remained clear. Seeing Fang Ying able to break free so quickly, she couldn't help but praise her own discernment. But let's not talk about them for now. Fang Ying, I also looked at the task you chose this time, and I think these items should be of great help to you. Item name: Book of Yibran Seal, alias Twisted Guardian. Form: this is a mad sigil created by an unknown great wizard shaped like a hooked cross with 3 legs. Origin: unknown. Effect: Guardian. It can embed a sigil for 5,000 followers, granting them a universal protective ring capable of resisting various energy attacks, particularly effective against negative emotions such as death, plague, disaster. Unknown. Darwinian evolution: when subjected to energy attacks, the overall entity will mutate and evolve according to the current environment to adapt. Note: the danger level must not exceed the legendary realm. Alteration: there is a certain probability of causing a follower's psyche to distort, leading to either mental breakdown or spiritual ascension, each with a 50 chance. Note: when you are at a loss, it may serve as your psychological expectation. Price: 3.88 million god coins. Are you referring to this? Book of Yibran Seal. Shuemingjie glanced at the introduction and then at Fang Ying. This item is quite interesting with some rather intriguing side effects. I want this one. Fang Ying declared, immediately choosing to purchase it, and his god coins instantly returned to the starting point, totaling 2,000. Huh, shouldn't you consider other options? After all, you can't return or exchange once you've purchased it. As Shuemingjie spoke, the sky of this small world suddenly tore open, revealing a grayish-blue token gradually emerging. Fang Ying reached out to catch it. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he felt something enter his body as he touched the token. Or more precisely, it seemed to enter his divine realm. Fang Ying immediately began to investigate, but found nothing. What's wrong with you? Shuemingjie asked. Nothing. Fang Ying waved his hand. I just checked for you. In that divine realm, you can attempt to acquire the source of plague from that world. There are about a dozen interested deities. They have expressed their willingness to offer a reasonable price based on the situation, Shuemingjie said. Thank you, Sister Shue. I will take my leave now. As a VIP room, Fang Ying didn't need to run to a dedicated transport channel like others. He could do so directly from here. Activating the room card and task options, a light blue transport platform appeared at Fang Ying's location. Beep identity verification no. 69 room, nameless deity. Transport location plague company. Confirm. Yes. Fang Ying nodded and saw Xuemingxia throw an object towards him. Before he could take a look, he had already vanished from his spot. Meanwhile, Xuemingxia conjured a lounge chair, her attire shifting to a short-skirt swimsuit, while the scenery of the small world transformed into a sunlit beach with waves. A transparent light screen appeared, perfectly capturing Xuemingxia's graceful figure. At the same time, the visual split. 3 beautiful women were displayed, one of whom was clearly on a mission, yet merely watching and cheering with praises for her brother. Another lay bored on the bed, while the last was pixelated, revealing only the head of a beautiful girl and a handsome orc. Hua Ying, do you have nothing better to do? Every time I chat with you, it's either this or on the way to that. Oh ho ho, little Jia, don't pretend to be innocent. All these tricks are what you taught me. You better be careful with your words, or you might face divine law responsibilities. I only remember teaching your followers. Oh, when did I involve you? Xuemingxia retorted directly. Come on, who established this chat group? You must have some awareness. But speaking of which, my little Jia, you are the group leader. While we have embarked on a journey slaying countless foes, you are still keeping your chastity. You don't want to be an old maid forever, do you? Sister Ying, I am innocent. What you are saying, they can all hear it. Don't misunderstand. The girl, clearly on a mission, immediately replied. Several male guardians beside her exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with red hearts appearing as her protective knights. Linyue or others are saints, you are a white lotus. I look down on you the most. You can't just let the horse run without giving it grass. If I were you, I'd. Haha, I said. Hua Ying, can you not always speak so wildly? It's just that Linyue snatched your handsome guy last time. Is it really that serious? Just let her return you one next time. The girl lying on the bed turned over, yawning. TCH, you really can't feel the pain standing up, can you? That's not just any guy. That's a network, a dense forest. You know what? Perhaps having opened the floodgates, the pixelation paused, and Hua Ying's continuous complaints filled the air. Sister Mingxia, you usually don't just open videos for no reason. Is it because you're stocking up? Or have you found your destined partner? The girl lying down looked at Hua Ying's endless complaints with exasperation, pinching her brow. She had a lot of grievances, so she decisively changed the subject. At this moment, Xuemingxia wished the other would ask about this topic, but her expression remained calm, displaying a somewhat proud demeanor, while her words were nothing short of shocking. I can only say that when I first saw him, my whole body couldn't help but tremble. Meanwhile, Fang Ying, who had entered the task space, found himself in an indescribable state. Yes, similar to being a third party. He was in a state of virtual suspension, and his Cthulhu divine realm was connected to the other's plague company. Judging by their sizes, it was clear that his divine realm was significantly smaller than the others. Although his divine realm had successfully developed to the mid-stage of the divine human realm, achieving an area of 500 square kilometers, totaling 1,666 square kilometers. In comparison to the other's divine realm, it still seemed insignificant. Ding, divine realm space materializing. Divine realm world wills are contending against each other, vying for dominance. Domain assessment plague company divine realm area totals 37315 square kilometers. Cthulhu divine realm area totals 1667 square kilometers. Confrontation result, Cthulhu divine realm lost. Fang Ying felt no surprise at this outcome, as he had already gathered the information beforehand. What he wanted to know now was the next confrontation. In the Cthulhu domain, the domain consciousness was active, the divine being's mind was powerful, and the domain creatures had infinite vitality and high subjective initiative. In the plague company domain, the domain consciousness was vague, the divine being was dead, and the domain creatures had mutated and twisted, but tests showed the presence of unknown higher intelligence beings with subjective initiative in progress. World consciousness confrontation, the domain worlds are at a stalemate. Fang Ying's expression changed slightly. He had long considered how difficult it would be to conquer a chaotic consciousness domain without a divine being or a chosen one. It must be related to the treasure mentioned by that deceased divine being. However, to kill the opponent and still exist freely without collapsing in the divine realm is a significant opportunity. Yet opportunities often coexist with dangers. Fang Ying did not believe that he could smoothly navigate this with sheer luck. Therefore, he decided to activate the bug mode, such as the simulation system. He had long determined through the system that he could not only simulate his own domain, but also any domain related to it. This means that during his last battle with Zhen Yong, he could have engaged in the domain simulation mode. However, that was a situation with a clear disparity, and simulating it would have been a waste. In contrast, the current state was the proper way to activate the simulation system. The confrontation between the two domain worlds was completed with Plague Company achieving a slight victory. Domain enhancement activated. The biological status of Plague Company increased by 10 in the main divine realm, while the creatures of Cthulhu domain entering the opponent's realm faced a 10 reduction in strength due to suppression. Wow, that's nearly a 20 increase in battle power. Even with 2 legendary creatures, I wouldn't dare to act recklessly in this world. Next, let's make a bold move. Fang Ying took out the token of the Book of Ibn Seal and the Judgment Reduction token gifted by Shuemingjia. Judgment Reduction, the effect is that after entering the opponent's domain, the suppressed abilities will recover by 1. This means that Fang Ying's domain creatures will face a 9 suppression in the opponent's world. Do not underestimate this one, as sometimes at a critical moment, this seemingly negligible one can be of great use. Thus, this is a very practical skill token. As for the price, Fang Ying didn't have time to check, but he figured it wouldn't be too low, at least 1 million divine coins. Reluctantly, Fang Ying had to accept this favor. System. The simulation system is ready at all times. The information for the Plague Company domain has been fully collected, and you may start the simulation at any time. This simulation requires a payment of 5,000 simulation points. While that's not cheap, it seems like a tough challenge. Let's start. The first round of simulation between Cthulhu domain and Plague Company is initiated. Success in activation. After that, Fang Ying felt a bright light approaching. He once again heard a pleasant sound in his ears. The consciousness confrontation of domain awareness is complete, and the divine war is officially started. Note, in the divine war there is death and no life. When your battle is in crisis, you will be summoned and have the chance to return. However, be aware that the summons may be obstructed by the creatures or consciousness of the opposing domain, leading to the fall of the divine being. Therefore, remember this. In divine battle, safety is the first priority. If the divine battle is irregular, tears will flow for loved ones. Why does this sound somewhat familiar? Before Fang Ying could complain, the next line of text appeared. The divine battle begins. This command was like a drop of water falling into a lake. It was calm and unruffled, stirring no ripples. At this moment, Fang Ying's Cthulhu domain followers had already rushed in en masse. Bang! A violent shockwave erupted, even causing bubble clouds to burst in the void of the Plague Company domain. But there was nothing that followed, for the current state was so beautiful and bizarre. Even the seasoned Fang Ying and the legendary Cthulhu were somewhat taken aback. Those who knew could tell this was a divine battle. Those who did not would think this group was here for a vacation. Upon entering the Plague Company domain, what awaited them was not a fierce assault, but an unparalleled tranquility. Alright, although this description might be somewhat inappropriate, why was it that there were no creatures in the Plague Company domain resisting? Aside from the peculiar appearance of these creatures, they were going about their business, completely ignoring Fang Ying and his followers. From the previous information, Fang Ying had seen plenty of instances where those who entered the Plague Company domain were ambushed and fiercely attacked. Or perhaps they were lured deeper into enemy territory. Or some strategic maneuver, like surrounding way to rescue, Zhao utilizing the 36 stratagems and conducting covert operations. In any case, the techniques were played with finesse. As for whether the enemy had been severely injured and could not stir up a storm, Fang Ying had completely dismissed that thought while confronting the world consciousness in the domain. According to my master's plan, let's begin. Cthulhu and the others took a moment to relax. In any case, the master had already arranged for them this time. That was the Three Lights policy. Kill all, burn all, seize all. Everything that could be taken would be taken, even the land was a good prize. As long as it could add bricks and tiles to the Cthulhu domain, they would spare no effort. Boom! The drilling earthworm was the first to burrow into the ground. Despite appearing to play the role of an aerial mover in the Cthulhu domain, it should be known that the true strength of the devouring race lay in their earth escape. Soon countless large pits began to appear on the ground, spreading outwards like wells being dug. Those animals and plants with face-hugging worm heads exploded upon contact with the drilling earthworm, reminiscent of hand grenades. Though the power was considerable, aside from leaving some silver-white dust on the enemy, it did not inflict any effective damage. Or rather, even the not yet extraordinary devouring race received no harm. As for the other followers, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep hovered in the air to provide timely support in case of problems. Meanwhile, the other race leaders led their large troops into the divine battle. The Eye Tyrants, Deep Ones, and the race of the gods advanced slowly from the landing point, heading in 3 different directions. This was Fang Ying's first real participation in a divine battle. He had never considered the fast pace of pushing through with a single strike. Instead, he planned to proceed steadily, step by step, to establish a foothold in the Plague Company domain, drawing lines and gradually advancing. Moreover, he recalled the words of a great man that perfectly suited his current state. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I advance. When the enemy tires, I strike. When the enemy flees, I disrupt. It's a war of attrition. At that time, when he grasped the key weaknesses of the enemy's domain world, he would strike decisively. But reality, after all, cannot be easily navigated by mere theoretical knowledge. At least this divine battle was not. The three follower races began to slaughter all surrounding creatures, sparing even the plants and trees. This massacre unfolded with remarkable speed, not so much a slaughter as a one-sided rout. All the plants and animals attacked by the follower creatures exploded in an instant, turning into silver dust that scattered in the air and on the followers. Originally, the ant race, which was just floating in the center, saw the divine battle unfolding so easily and estimated the power of these explosions. Just right, they would not suffer fatal damage, they just needed to be a bit cautious. Thus, the ant race quickly joined the fray. Thus began a not sortuous divine battle. And it was at this moment that the information panel opened once more. ZZZ Divine Battle Simulation officially begins. Divine Battle Day 10. This is a day worth celebrating, as the beings of the Cthulhu domain no longer shut themselves away, but extend their claws to other realms. Note, as this is a real battle scene, you no longer have the skill extraction function. However, rest assured that the skills you initially manifested will not disappear. Additional note, the resources you carry, Book of Igalonak Seal and Judgment Reduction, have been used. Current status, your 5,000 followers are under the protection of Book of Igalonak Seal, and all your followers are affected by the Judgment Reduction effect. On this day, under your wise and mighty advanced decision, the world of the Plague Company domain was like a mere chicken or dog, unable to stir up any resistance. Everything tangible and intangible turned into silver dust, drifting in the air under the iron hooves of your followers. On this day, you captured a total area of land measuring 1,000 square kilometers in the Plague Company domain. While this is still less than the total of 70,000 territories, it is but a fleeting 70 days. Fang Ying looked at the system's sarcastic introduction and the combat scenes below. He felt somewhat speechless towards this system, while deeply furrowing his brow at the actions of the Plague Company. He could not understand what the opponent was trying to do. There was not even a hint of resistance or motivation to attack. Indeed, Fang Ying saw clearly that when the creatures of the Cthulhu domain attacked the beings of the Plague Company, the latter would explode directly. It looked as though they could not withstand the tremendous force. However, the strength of the ant race was not so formidable. Typically 4 to 5 ants needed to strike several times to burst the enemy's creatures. As for the enemy's creatures, though they appeared to be attacking, Fang Ying with his high divine sense could clearly see that it was not an attack, but rather a way to grant experience. Their intention was clear. They wanted Fang Ying's followers to kill and explode them. Could it be that there's something wrong with that silver powder? ZZZ cough. ZZZ, while you ponder over the silver powder, the second day arrives. Wait, system, did you just cough? Fang Ying's train of thought was interrupted as he was deep in contemplation. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the host Fang Ying experienced a hallucination due to the intensity of the divine battle. What the heck? I didn't even make a sound. I merely complained in my heart. Your reaction is so quick, you wouldn't be plotting against me, would you? I can't take it anymore. I want to end it all. Wait. Stop. Please maintain your composure, host. I am merely a supportive system posing no harm or threat to you. You can always trust the simulation system. But I remember my simulation system made a jingling sound, not a buzzing one. Ding ding ding. Please use with confidence. Fang Ying knew that the culprit was scheming behind the scenes. However, given his current low strength, it wasn't the right time to confront them. This situation brings no benefit to either side. Although he was unsure of the other party's true intentions, it seemed that he had not suffered any serious harm so far. Moreover, he still needed the other party's assistance. Therefore, this matter would have to be postponed. He noticed Fang Ying had stopped pressing the system. The simulation system continued its calculations, noticeably more serious this time. It had transformed from casual to formal, subtly hinting at flattery. On the second day of the divine battle, under the enlightened guidance of the great original god, the extraordinary beings of the Cthulhu domain launched a fierce slaughter against the Plague Company domain. The Eye of Evil tribe had reached the westernmost city and was gradually advancing inward. However, this time they faced significant resistance, encountering numerous facehugger humanoids. Despite the vast number of these facehugger humanoids totaling in the millions, their attacks were weak and were swiftly eradicated by the Eye of Evil tribe. The God clan encountered a similar situation. They arrived at the easternmost city, which was larger and more magnificent than the one in the west. Here they faced not only facehugger humanoids, but also bizarre facehugger birds and small facehugger rodents. Due to the clear branching direction of the God clan's development, some members suffered casualties. The number was relatively small, with less than 10 injured, and only 3 directly resulted in death. However, the members of the God clan discovered that after the death of these 3, their bodies exhibited some unknown mutations. Although outsiders could not discern this from their appearance, those who had lived alongside their kin for a long time could feel the difference quite clearly. Thus, they sent the 3 deceased members to Nyarlathotep. Unfortunately, while Nyarlathotep sensed the issue, he could not identify the specific cause. Meanwhile, the Megalith tribe, led by the burrowing demon worms, launched a vigorous operation in the north. They were relatively fortunate, encountering only a small number of facehugger humanoids. However, when they dismantled the library-type structures in the Plague Company domain, they discovered that this world had no written records or civilizational documents. The burrowing demon worms deemed this information valuable and decided to report the issue to the wise Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep. Afterward, they continued their work. The Ant-Man tribe's hill people were heading south. They had chosen an excellent direction as they would soon reach the central area of this world, a far grander city. However, likewise, the Ant-Man tribe faced considerable pressure on their journey. They were under attack from billions of facehugger humanoids and various ferocious facehugger creatures, as well as facehugger plants, which launched offensive and driving attacks against the Ant-Man tribe. The hill people discovered that as long as they did not head directly south, but instead took detours or faced other directions, the intensity of the attacks from the opposing force would significantly decrease. Thus, the hill people concluded that these creatures were under some form of control, though the level of control varied. Through exhausting the Ant-Man tribe, the hill people deduced that if arranged by intelligence level, the order would be facehugger humanoids at the top, followed by large and small facehugger animals, then facehugger plants, and lastly the insect-like facehuggers. During this probing process, the Ant-Man tribe lost nearly 1076 members, with 106 killed outright, 500 severely injured, 214 moderately injured, and 256 lightly injured. Upon the deaths of the Ant-Men, they also noticed anomalies in the changes of the deceased. Therefore, they conducted analyses on the Ant-Men, with varying injuries, arriving at some subtle conclusions. Time was too short, they only managed to identify 2 points. First, infection. Indeed, upon entering the Plague Company domain, they had already been infected, and the silver powder from the self-destructing creatures accelerated this process. Second, infection. Yes, still infection, but this time it involved corpses. In simple terms, through the Ant-Man's investigation, they found that there were 2 types of infection, one for living beings and one for the dead. Upon this realization, the Ant-Man tribe's leader, the hill people, looked at the ground and sky, a terrifying thought emerging in his mind. The land and sky of this Plague Company domain might also be infected, which could explain why the opposing force was so fearless. Thinking of this, the Ant-Man tribe leader immediately halted the attack and reported his findings to Cthulhu and the other subordinates through the bloodnet. Upon learning of the Ant-Man leader's conjecture, all subordinates stopped their invasion, their expressions becoming serious. Subsequently, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep simultaneously issued the order to gather and launch a full-scale attack. Yes, they planned to strike first. Meanwhile, the Plague Company domain suddenly underwent a transformation as countless mutated creatures flew in from all directions. At that moment, the earth cracked open and hundreds of thousands of mutated creatures surged toward Cthulhu's domain. Though they exhibited various forms and sizes, without exception, they possessed sharp, bony armor with special tissues densely packed within while protected. Overall, they presented a metallic, otherworldly, streamlined appearance, embodying a certain grotesque beauty. Moreover, they could even spew corrosive acid. This shape, isn't it reminiscent of an alien? It just looks a bit more terrifying. The situation of my subordinates seems quite dire. In an unknown scenario, to be honest, I wouldn't be afraid. But if it's 1 against 10 or 1 against 20, these alien-like creatures are certainly not soft targets. It seems this simulation must come to an end. As Fang Ying shifted his gaze, he witnessed an unexpected scene, causing him to burst into laughter. Indeed, what a genius. The Ant-Man tribe, cornered with no way out, had their leader Cho-Cho-Rin come up with a devilishly ingenious plan. They would disassemble the corpses of humans who had been infested by facehugger creatures and place their heads atop their own. Then they utilized their specialized skill, lies upon lies. In a manner that was almost deceptive, they managed to blend in with the group of these alien-like beings. Moreover, they received protection from the beings. Indeed, they were being guided to the interior of the Plague Company divine domain to take refuge. Naturally, the Ant-Man tribe would not pass up this opportunity, quickly making their way towards the central urban area of the Plague Company divine domain. On the evening of the second day of the divine war, the Ant-Man tribe finally entered a large city that was relatively close to the central city. They discovered that this city possessed many wonderful weapons and advanced technology. They even found the presence of intelligent robots which were diligently producing weapons and devices. Simultaneously, they also discovered numerous facehugger humans who appeared indifferent to the approaching Ant-Man tribe, operating mechanically like the intelligent machines. In fact, the leader of the Ant-Man tribe, Cho-Cho-Rin, did not even need to use the lies upon lies skill. Subsequently, the Ant-Man tribe swiftly transmitted this information to all their kin through the bloodnet. Upon receiving this news, the kin began to intentionally converge towards the Ant-Man tribe. However, Cthulhu noticed that a certain consciousness within the Plague Company divine domain was constantly monitoring them, prompting them to split into 3 groups. The Eye of the Abyss tribe, skilled in research, led by Nyarlathotep, headed north to support the Ant-Man tribe. Cthulhu, on the other hand, led his Deep Ones southward, continuously expanding their territory. As for the God tribe, they were led by the Yellow King Hastur and Bayaki, expanding towards the east. In this manner, even the manipulation of the worlds would not pay too much attention. Soon the third day of the divine war arrived. Perhaps sensing that these alien beings could not effectively destroy the life forms within the Cthulhu divine domain. Therefore, they dispatched a special type of creature resembling a zombie with an oversized head. Aside from the disproportionately large head, its bodily structure was no different from that of a human. Cthulhu's Deep Ones were the first to encounter this large-headed creature. Its arrival caused the Deep Ones, who were originally in an advantageous position, to become evenly matched. In fact, they began to fall behind. Indeed, it was a technique of soul manipulation or mental control. Under the influence of this large-headed creature, these beings seemed to become a cohesive whole, a massive, extremely resilient, and fearless entity. The casualties among the Deep Ones increased from 18 to 49 within 3 hours, and the number of deaths rose from 0 to 8. Fang Ying's gaze was fixed on the opponent. He could intuitively sense that their level of intelligence was even higher than that of humans. This world is truly filled with hidden talents. First, the unknown infection, whose effects remain uncertain. Then the unknown evolutionary mutations, which carry an alien-like scent. Following that, the Chocho Run discovered weapon factories and armories in the central urban area. Now another unique type of mental zombie from the apocalyptic world has emerged. Are they trying to turn the world into a hodgepodge? Fang Ying was curious about what this thing truly was. How could it possess such immense energy and skill? Soon Fang Ying's question received an answer. The legendary Cthulhu decided to eliminate this suddenly appearing large-headed creature, and the result was unexpectedly easy. This large-headed creature, which looked different from the others, was effortlessly reduced to mush by Cthulhu. However, this had no effect on the overall battle, as these alien beings continued to work in perfect harmony, disregarding life and death. The legendary being Cthulhu decided to stop holding back and unleashed his legendary power, entering a mode of slaughter. Soon the densely packed alien beings around were cleared out and large areas were breached. In contrast, the God tribe in another location did not enjoy such good fortune. They encountered not one, but hundreds of large-headed creatures. Moreover, surrounding these large-headed creatures were dozens of extraordinary beings providing protection. Since these extraordinary beings were primarily composed of flying alien-like hawks, they posed a significant challenge for the God tribe. Ultimately, the God tribe decided that with the Yellow King Hastur guarding the group and Bayaki launching sneak attacks, they would systematically eliminate these large-headed creatures. This decision proved effective, as they quickly managed to slay dozens of large-headed creatures. However, the God tribe soon noticed something was amiss. They found that the number of extraordinary beings was increasing, while some quasi-extraordinary aliens had mysteriously vanished. Faced with such circumstances, even the Yellow King and Bayaki felt overwhelmed. Though they could take on 3 or even 5 at once, the sheer number began to inflict injuries on them, and the God tribe suffered over half of their casualties. Moreover, this number was continuously rising. The God tribe urgently called for reinforcements. However, as if it had been calculated, Cthulhu was about to return when he also encountered a large number of extraordinary beings blocking his way, although their strength was much lower than his. These extraordinary alien beings resorted to a near-suicidal tactic to obstruct Cthulhu's advance and send a portion to launch sneak attacks on the Deep Ones. Cthulhu had no choice but to turn back to protect the Deep Ones. Meanwhile, Nyarlathotep and the Eye of the Abyss tribe, leveraging their deceptive abilities, easily reached the central area's armory, where they encountered the Ant-Man tribe armed to the teeth. In this place, the Ant-Man tribe discovered numerous advanced technologies. Once these weapons and devices were manufactured, they could easily eliminate beings below the extraordinary level, and even more advanced weaponry could directly threaten extraordinary beings. However, the most advanced weaponry was still within the Ant-Man's realm, requiring the assistance of the Eye of the Abyss tribe with stronger mental capabilities. Nyarlathotep expressed great interest in this and intended to head to the innermost area to acquire even higher-level technology when he learned through the Bloodnet that his God tribe was on the brink of annihilation. In response, Nyarlathotep was furious and dashed out with a few flashes, turning all obstacles into ashes until he encountered a deity. This introduction and the scene made even Fang Ying stand up in surprise. Indeed, it was truly a deity. But this is impossible. It is well recorded that the deity is already dead. This world should clearly be devoid of deities. Why? Moreover, it is still a human deity. A not very old, somewhat plump young man was currently looking at Nyarlathotep with a clear gaze. Could it be that I was deceived? Or perhaps this fellow is a fallen deity. Are they trying to catch me off guard? Fang Ying thought of many possibilities in an instant, even doubting if the other party intended to kill their own kind to achieve enlightenment. However, upon reconsideration, it seemed that no deities accepting missions had encountered any death incidents. It can't be that the Divine Alliance is in trouble. If that were the case, it shouldn't start with this group of minor deities. They should target those celestial gods first. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Unable to make sense of it, Fang Ying could only continue to watch Nyarlathotep engage in battle with that unknown deity. Nyarlathotep appeared somewhat unstable, like a powder keg that might explode at any moment, teetering on the edge of madness. As for that deity, Fang Ying couldn't assess their strength for the time being, as their body was cloaked in divine power. Only by stepping into the divine realm could one truly gauge it. However, he saw that the deity merely waved their hand, and instantly 500 latest-stage extraordinary beings appeared standing in front of Nyarlathotep. Unfortunately, this situation lasted only a moment before half of the latest-stage extraordinary beings went mad, killing each other. The other half, caught in Nyarlathotep's frenzy, was shattered into pieces. Such a scene not only surprised Fang Ying, but even caused the opposing deity to become slightly dazed. After all, even if it was anticipated that latest-stage extraordinary beings would struggle against legendary creatures, it should at least consume some of the opponent's time. Yet it was not as if it were simply a matter of chopping vegetables. Fang Ying felt rather pleased. His divine realm's creatures had not failed him thus far. Even the Ant-Man tribe, which he held little hope for, had a clever hill giant among them. Barring any major accidents, his subsequent assessments should go much smoother. Of course, Nyarlathotep also realized that the opponent was formidable, at least not easily dealt with in the short term, prompting her to think of fleeing. But the deity's movements were clearly faster than Nyarlathotep's. With just a wave of their hand, the realm of the Plague Company instantly changed. The ground cracked open and countless streams of lava surged forth, rushing towards Nyarlathotep. However, this attack posed little obstruction to Nyarlathotep, but what happened next left Fang Ying stunned. Countless lava streams seemed to defy the laws of physics, attempting to fly straight into the sky, while the heavens instantly condensed water droplets to quickly freeze them, transforming them into meteorite-sized chunks. Moreover, they were equipped with sharp iron spikes. They carried immense kinetic energy and flew rapidly towards Nyarlathotep under the deity's direction. In such a scenario, even Nyarlathotep, with her legendary strength, did not dare to withstand it directly. At that moment, Fang Ying also issued a divine decree to her. The power of the deity is immense, yet it also has its limitations, such as their inability to create stones that even they cannot lift. Receiving Fang Ying's command, Nyarlathotep immediately understood, and after a few evasive maneuvers ran straight towards the deity. Since you are attacking, I will hide beside you. At worst, we will die together. But what followed left even Fang Ying somewhat speechless. Nyarlathotep's rescue was obstructed as she encountered a deity hindrance. During the struggle, that deity used falling stars to attack. Guided by Fang Ying, Nyarlathotep attempted to use force against force to escape from that deity. However, that deity did not resist Nyarlathotep's approach. Instead, they opened their arms tightly, embracing Nyarlathotep, followed by the falling stars burying both that deity and Nyarlathotep. At the same time, a violent explosion flattened the surrounding area for miles. That deity self-destructed, gravely injuring Nyarlathotep, but fortunately no other beings remained in her vicinity. Then a beam of intense light shot from the central city, directly attacking Nyarlathotep, extinguishing her life. The factory where the hill giants and the Evil Eye tribe were located suddenly experienced a massive explosion, resulting in nearly 90% of the Evil Eye tribe and Ant-Man tribe members being killed, with the remaining individuals sustaining varying degrees of injuries. They realized this might be a trap and were preparing to flee when suddenly hundreds of dazzling beams of light enveloped them. The Ant-Man tribe was annihilated. The Evil Eye tribe was also obliterated. The God tribe, due to the delay in receiving reinforcements, saw the King in Yellow and Bayaki accompany the entire God tribe to their death. At the same time, countless facehugger humanoids emerged from the ground, taking their corpses to an unknown destination. So my followers are now only the Cthulhu Deep Ones. Fang Ying looked at such a tragic situation. He had to say that he truly experienced the brutal reality of divine battles in foreign lands. The previous battle with Zheng Yong was merely child's play, so trivial that it could be likened to children playing house. No wonder the number of deities that die each year can reach tens of millions, and this is only the general data compiled by the Divine Alliance. The real figures may only be known by those who truly participate. For example, an orphan like myself. But what is this fellow doing? Fang Ying observed Cthulhu's indifferent reaction to the deaths of this group, as if he were somewhat complacent. Yes, complacent. What is this nonsense? Is it that your fellow deities have all perished, yet you are still happily dancing? But soon Fang Ying realized he was mistaken. Under the frenzied protection of Dagon and the Deep Ones, Cthulhu began to outline a magical array in a certain area. Strange runes. It did not take long for Fang Ying and the others to wait. Of course, there was also not much time for Cthulhu to consume. After all, the Plague Company's divine realm during the divine battle was not a turn-based game where you hit me and I hit you back. It was a true battle. Faced with the onslaught of the entire divine realm, the Deep Diver clan quickly lost nearly 70% of its members. Dagon also suffered severe injuries. Cthulhu's magic array began to exhibit a dreamlike quality, or rather it was a colorful shade of gray. What contained the power of dreams And what other matter transformations were happening? Was there communication with all realms? What on earth was this a mishmash? Fang Ying could sense Cthulhu's abilities, the powers of the god race, and the abilities of the Eye of Evil clan all mixed together. He had no idea who had managed to blend them. Although the rules of the Cthulhu mythos seemingly did not demand a singular option for abilities after all, it was a chaotic rule of knowledge supremacy. It did not care for root bones qualifications or talents, it only valued knowledge, or rather one's capacity to bear it. As long as one obtained a vast amount of knowledge without being affected or corrupted by it, then it was not impossible to become a deity. Thus Cthulhu's power was to turn the impossible into the possible. Therefore even Fang Ying could not discern what the other party was truly up to. Although as the Lord of the Divine Realm Fang Ying could directly absorb the individual into their hearts and understand their thoughts and everything about them. But thinking about it, he himself had been influenced by certain aspects of the Cthulhu mythos regarding divinity. He was directly and openly engaging with the knowledge of the legendary being Cthulhu. Who knows whether he would be influenced? To be honest, this group of deities before reaching the pinnacle was not much different from ordinary cultivators. At most, they had the power to freely manipulate a world. It was like being born with the position of an emperor commanding thousands of troops with soldiers and ministers completely obedient. You could control freely, but if you suddenly had the whimsical thought of trying to be a minister or a general and soldier, the outcome would likely be that you would die without knowing how. Fang Ying was not familiar with the divine realms of others. But his Cthulhu divine realm, especially after being connected to the Cthulhu mythos through the void between, was better taken cautiously. After all, his current mutation involving either beauty or forgetfulness made him quite uneasy. If the daughter of a powerful clan were influenced by his divine appearance, who knows which powerful deity father would decide to cut him down? Unless by that time his divine appearance had reached a level of inhumanity crossing the bounds of humanity, and even his father fell into it. Fang Ying shook his head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts, and continued to focus on Cthulhu. At this moment, the Deep Diver clan was suffering heavy casualties. Or rather, only Dagon remained as the lone commander. Even Cthulhu, who manipulated the array, was being beaten by dozens of extraordinary beings. Although it possessed legendary strength, enduring without resistance was still quite uncomfortable. Until the end, Dagon died, and Cthulhu even self-destructed. Fang Ying's eyes widened. Is this over? He did not expect the final outcome to be like this. But why did he not receive the notification that the deduction was complete? Could it be that he was? Just as Fang Ying was in a daze, he noticed that Cthulhu's self-destruction did not destroy the array ritual. Instead, it accelerated its operation. It was like a phantom, a shattered dream, greedily absorbing Cthulhu's body and everything tangible and intangible affected by Cthulhu's self-destruction. The Deep Diver clan perished one by one while maintaining Cthulhu, and Cthulhu completed the last piece of the Dreamland through self-destruction. Dreamland absorbed a massive amount of energy and began the stage of counter-devouring the Plague Company's divine realm. Dreamland. Fang Ying was stunned. If he guessed correctly, Dreamland should be a fictional node in the Cthulhu mythos, said to be a virtual dimension accessible through dreaming. In there, any creature could communicate freely without worrying about language barriers. It was said that many races, civilizations, and various beings resided there. Oh right, the spider goddess mentioned earlier, Atraknakia, is a being of Dreamland. The web she weaves is to open the passage between reality and the unreal. So did they actually succeed? No, wait. After a moment of surprise, Fang Ying immediately denied this thought. It was something even the orthodox Cthulhu deities found difficult to achieve. It was a bit fanciful for his group. However, reaching such a level was not easy. He just did not know what effect this Dreamland would have. Dreamland gradually transformed into reality, and all beings within 500 meters of it were sucked in, turning that area into a forbidden zone. Cthulhu was the first to emerge from Dreamland, followed by Dagon, the Deep Diver clan, and then Nyarlathotep and his god race. Your Cthulhu Divine Realms followers are reviving, their strength has returned, and under some indescribable enhancement their power has seen mysterious growth. At that moment, the Plague Company's Divine Realm went into a frenzy with tens of millions of quasi-extraordinary aberrant beings charging toward Cthulhu's followers like a disaster. But at that moment, Nyarlathotep suddenly flew high into the sky and merely roared at them. Tens of millions of quasi-extraordinary beings fell into madness. At that time, Nyarlathotep spotted a winged serpent-like aberration, mounted it, and disappeared. After being revived, the elder brother Cthulhu charged directly into the wave of extraordinary beings without a word, swinging them around and fighting in all directions, creating chaos. There were even friendly fire incidents, causing the Eye of Evil clan to hide within the Dreamland. Dagon stood at the highest point, wielding a harpoon, leading his Deep Diver clan boldly into the ocean, determined to unify it and become eternal kings. Only the Chocho people led their Ant-Man tribe quietly into the village, avoiding gunfire, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Fang Ying stared at this scene, somewhat dumbfounded. It was a bit different from what he had envisioned. Shouldn't it be that Cthulhu resurrects everyone, then unifies all powers and launches a total attack on the Plague Company divine domain? Why does it seem that each resurrected individual is acting a bit irrational? Is this what it means to trade intelligence for power? But that doesn't seem right. The Chocho people appear rather cunning, yes, cunning. After carefully considering these two aspects, Fang Ying suddenly seemed to remember something. He suddenly stood up. Damn. The Chocho people, a grotesque race that is half human and half alien, seem honest, but are incredibly evil inside. Their intelligence is equivalent to that of humans except for their rationality. Although the Chocho people in his divine domain are usually very clever, they would never falter at critical moments. So could it be that this group is not his subordinates? Or perhaps certain entities used their subservient beings from his divine domain to arrive in this place? After all, the Dreamland is an exceedingly difficult thing to achieve. As for the actions of others, or rather the other subordinates, Fang Ying felt a chilling sense of dread come over him. Could it be that they are planning to? Fang Ying immediately manipulated his authority as the Lord of the Divine Domain, and then a deep diver silently perished. Indeed, his authority still exists, and he can freely control the beings of the Cthulhu Divine Domain. However, he couldn't tell if it was an illusion. For a brief moment, he felt as if Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep glanced in his direction. But when Fang Ying sensed it, he found nothing. I hope it's just an illusion. Just then, new developments occurred in the Divine War. Those ordinary facehugger humans and quasi-superior aliens were affected by unknown factors, causing their already scarce sanity to plummet to the bottom. Their conditions began to turn strange. Some creatures started to tear apart their own bodies, reducing themselves to shreds. Some became irritable and frenzied, attacking everything around them indiscriminately. Others lay motionless on the ground like zombies, even as countless aliens trampled them into pulp. Of course, some were howling and their entire bodies began to transform grotesquely. Some exploded into blood, some had their muscles and skin vanish, leaving bones to dominate their bodies, while others grew arms, eyes, tentacles, and cysts resembling deformities. In less than an hour, all beings that had come into contact with Cthulhu's subordinates or had encountered them suffered to varying degrees. At that moment, the Plague Company divine domain resembled a hell on earth. Seeing this scene, Fang Ying couldn't help but swallow hard. He had encountered a decline in sanity in the Cthulhu divine domain before, but that change was relatively mild, at least leaning towards optimization. Perhaps it was a benefit of the Cthulhu divine domain, or perhaps the sanity had dropped, but not completely to zero. It didn't seem so terrifying. But now this scene, which is merely facing this already disgusting group of facehugger humans and aliens, is thus, if their sanity truly fell to zero. While you are in shock and relief from all directions in the Plague Company divine domain, an endless stream of extraordinary aliens began to rush in. Although they were also affected by some unknown infection, their resistance was significantly higher compared to those subsuperior beings. Thus, the divine war between the two worlds unfolded once again. After effortlessly slaughtering millions of extraordinary beings, Nyarlathotep, who was primarily focused on entertainment, grew increasingly uninterested and decided to head towards the central area he had never set foot in. At the same time, Dagon led the Deep Diver tribe in their exploration of the deep sea and discovered a treasure. That place contained countless gold and silver treasures and even an energy vein. Upon receiving this news, Cthulhu immediately lost interest in fighting and instead rushed towards the deep sea with terrifying speed. The divine war inexplicably reached its 5th day. Cthulhu embraced his treasure while the Deep Diver tribe worked hard to mine the vein, during which they were attacked by numerous underwater biological robots. Nyarlathotep arrived at the city center of the Plague Company divine domain as desired, and there he once again discovered a deity, a female deity. Upon encountering Nyarlathotep, she employed an unexpectedly seductive technique, and then that female deity perished. Immediately afterwards, a third elder deity appeared, claiming to be the true master of the Plague Company divine domain, stating that the previous two deities were a couple who had seized their domain and intended to fish by issuing commands, constantly devouring the source of their divine domain and killing some less important deities to continuously strengthen themselves. This elder deity also stated that as long as Nyarlathotep was willing to assist him and agreed to cancel the current divine war, he would provide Nyarlathotep with resources and knowledge of his divine domain. Finally, the elder deity used his abilities to demonstrate his control over the Plague Company divine domain to prove he was not lying. Then, after Nyarlathotep nodded in agreement, he killed the elder deity. Nyarlathotep remarked at that time, "Boring fellows should just die." After seeing this segment, Fang Ying could only say this about Nyarlathotep. However, in the next moment, he felt a bit puzzled. Wait a minute. Although it is evident that the elder deity is probably a fake, doesn't he see that Nyarlathotep obviously has the identity of a subordinate? At least in appearance, he doesn't look like a human. Unless he is blind. Just then the system promptly answered Fang Ying's doubts. Parentheses, at that time Nyarlathotep appeared as the great primordial lord, your human exterior. The king in yellow Hastur and Bayaki brought the race of the gods to a volcanic crater as they sensed an unknown energy erupting. But before they could truly investigate and clear it, the volcano erupted. At the same time, the entire Plague Company divine domain seemed to fall into a post-apocalyptic state, with volcanoes, floods, hurricanes, and earthquakes rampaging throughout the divine domain. Is this self-destruction? But it doesn't seem like they are being forced to the edge of despair. Fang Ying was somewhat confused after all. His goal this time was to collect the source of the plague and destroy this place. However, it appeared that the unseen big boss had been hiding in the shadows, proving to be very crafty. Even though Nyarlathotep had slaughtered 3 deities, he still hadn't obtained any effective information. Zizizizi, the burrowing demon worm immersed in the labor of moving bricks and eating dirt, seemed to have discovered some incredible treasure. It was a massive crystal core. Indeed, the burrowing demon worm had discovered a 10-meter-long gigantic crystal shimmering with a strange red light, which contained the source of the plague. Unfortunately, that source of the plague was still on the head of the aberration. Thus, the moment the burrowing demon worm discovered the source of the plague, it was already brutally slain. Subsequently, Fang Ying turned his gaze towards that spot where there lay a gigantic plague leviathan buried 50 meters deep underground. Indeed, a leviathan. Just how enormous was it? When it rose, the earth cracked, magma surged forth, and the entire ground heaved upwards while the nearby small city had long been reduced to ruins. This was a leviathan over 10,000 meters long, its overall structure resembling that of the tentacled leviathan Fang Ying had seen in the game classic of Mountains and Seas. This creature's power must have reached the level of a mid-level legend. It may even be high-level, Fang Ying thought, sweating for his divine realm creature. Now this group of creatures clearly seemed abnormal. Although their strength had increased, they were also edging towards uncontrollable territory. It was uncertain whether they could defeat the opponent. After devouring the burrowing demon worm clan, the leviathan floated towards the distant sea where Cthulhu resided. Meanwhile, a gigantic ape over 1,000 meters tall emerged from the ground in the central area, seemingly summoned, and it marched towards an unknown destination. Cthulhu, deep in the ocean, naturally received the news of the burrowing demon worm's death through the blood web. However, he paid it no mind as he discovered an intriguing object, a glassy eye within the energy vein. Through the eye, he could deduce that it belonged to a true deity, or rather an existence beyond divinity. He sensed a power related to the rules of controlling the ocean, and Cthulhu found himself deeply entranced. Soon Cthulhu encountered the Leviathan, and a fierce battle ensued. Ultimately, at the cost of exhausting his own body, Cthulhu killed the plague Leviathan. However, the plague from the Leviathan also affected the nearly exhausted Cthulhu. With his eyes wide open, he clung tightly to the divine eye, falling into a deep slumber. As a loyal servant, Dagon and the Deep Ones decided to continue guarding their master. The gigantic ape rampaged through, trampling many face-hugging humanoids and bizarre aberrations into pulp, finally stopping on an expanse of empty land, forcefully waving at the void. The leader of the Ant-Man clan, Xiao was the first to be shaken out of the void. The bewildered Xiao had no idea what was happening and was completely turned into mush by the furious giant ape's second punch. Upon witnessing the death of their leader, the enraged Ant-Man clan decided to flee immediately, planning to seek other allies for help. However, under the mighty attacks of the giant ape, the Ant-Man clan, which had just been revived, was once again annihilated. During this process, Nyarlathotep developed an inexplicable interest in the giant ape through a brief battle exchange. Nyarlathotep discovered that his own physical strength was actually a tenth behind that of the giant ape. Thus, Nyarlathotep decided to exert control over it. Unexpectedly, the giant ape's mental attributes were exceptionally low, and it was easily controlled. Nyarlathotep sat atop the giant ape, embarking on a frenzied journey of destruction within the Plague Company divine realm, making the already crumbling world even weaker. Just as Nyarlathotep was enjoying himself, he noticed a humanoid deity emerging from the void at the spot where the giant ape had attacked. This deity was handsome and radiant. Upon seeing the impending collapse of the divine realm, he was filled not with anger, but with delight. Then this deity extended his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. Soon Nyarlathotep realized that the once lively giant ape had completely fallen silent. While within the Plague Company divine realm, Nyarlathotep felt his body being shackled, followed by a forced disconnect. The illusion shattered, and all the followers within the Plague Company divine realm died at that moment. The deity, having completed all this, paid no heed to the collapsing Plague Company divine realm, but instead directly stepped into Cthulhu's divine realm to launch a counteroffensive. On the first day, the deity faced intense resistance from the consciousness of Cthulhu's divine realm, but he paid it no mind. His entire body exploded, transforming into countless silver dust floating within Cthulhu's divine realm. On the second day, other beings within Cthulhu's divine realm began to get infected. Their consciousness was overtaken, transforming into face-hugging creatures. At this moment, as the Lord of the Divine Realm, you decided to take action, but without understanding the reasons, you could only passively engage in futile efforts. On the third day, face-hugging creatures had already spread throughout the entire Cthulhu Divine Realm. All genetic coding within the Cthulhu Divine Realm was cracked, and the consciousness of the Cthulhu Divine Realm completely collapsed, leaving it defenseless from that point on. On the fourth day, you observed the Plague Company Divine Realm, which was battling against you, completely collapse. The source of their divine realm quickly integrated into Cthulhu's divine realm, allowing it to grow rapidly. But just as you were about to rejoice, you saw a fast-moving insect rushing towards your head. It had a circular lid, 10 legs, each covered in glossy tentacles, those tentacles folding evenly over its pale belly. The back of the circular lid had semicircular hard wings covered in shiny triangular scales. Its protruding gigantic lidless eye was eagerly looking at Fang Ying until the entire figure burrowed into Fang Ying's brain. At the last moment of your life, it seemed you heard a phrase: "Science is eternal." This evaluation grade. Brief description: you successfully completed the task, conquered the opponent's divine realm, and harvested the source of their divine realm. Oh, just kidding. You died a miserable death. Not only did you lose the task, but you also lost your Cthulhu divine realm, and even your own body, becoming nourishment for the opponent's growth. In this simulation, you displayed mindless behavior, repeatedly sacrificing yourself, ultimately helping the opponent successfully acquire the Plague Company Divine Realm, and even offering up your own divine realm and yourself as a celebration. I would like to call you the modern-day Mother Teresa. Perhaps you don't yet know that the moment you accepted the task, you fell into the opponent's trap. I want to tell you that the giant ape and the plague leviathan you killed were actually your assistants. Speaking of which, why does your sarcasm make me feel so strange? Could it be that the system is angry? Fang Ying opened his eyes, and everything returned to the initial state of invasion. To be honest, the entire divine battle looked ready for action, but the outcome was somewhat amusing. First of all, this was partly Fang Ying's fault. He had assumed things based on the strategies he had read in novels. As he advanced gradually into the opponent's divine realm, he should have focused on the main line regardless of whether he had a deduction system, rather than wanting everything and ultimately gaining nothing. He possessed high-tech talents, the Evil Eye clan and the Ant-Man clan. Yet he was still facing the plague world. Moreover, he carried the resource known as the Book of Iban, Mark of Iban. Thus, his primary task should have been to solve the plague. According to the information he had obtained, this plague should serve two purposes. 1. It could cause living beings to become mutated into facehugger creatures and aberrant beings after infection. 2. It could extract the genes of living beings and adaptively modify them. But what was the situation? Despite detecting something wrong with the deaths of those creatures, he paid no attention and allowed his subordinates to act recklessly until they all perished. Although the subsequent resurrection method of the dream realm came as a surprise, the result was even worse, leading to a true and meaningful failure. Fang Ying was pondering whether, had he not encountered the giant Kuan and the giant ape, but rather his world's creatures directly perished, there would have been no subsequent events. And in the end, this deity, like other deities, fled in disgrace. Of course, despite the numerous drawbacks mentioned, Fang Ying did gain some insights. First and foremost, he clearly identified the culprit behind this divine realm, the one hidden at the end, the Cthulhu creature, the Shigai insectoid. It was a creature with advanced technology but a cruel nature, said to be a fervent worshipper of Azathoth. Initially, Fang Ying had seen quite a few pyramid-shaped temples in this divine realm. But honestly, whether in this world or the past, there was a particular fondness for pyramid-shaped architecture. Therefore, it was not particularly strange until Fang Ying encountered the Shigai insectoid that he could truly confirm it. Everything seemed to clear up like a fog lifting to reveal the sky. The plague from the Plague Company appeared to be akin to a special genetic technology, which is why Fang Ying had never noticed the problem. If he was not mistaken, Fang Ying's subordinates must have been infected with the genetic virus as soon as they entered the divine realm. However, that virus was too mild, having little impact even over decades or centuries. Yet this genetic virus could continuously analyze the genetic materials of his subordinates, which explains why the later Shigai insectoid could invade the Cthulhu divine realm and cover all flora and fauna, including the world's consciousness, in just 2 days. It seems the continuous infection of the Cthulhu divine realm's creatures accelerated this process. Also, there was mutation, or rather evolution. This genetic virus, rather than being an infection, was more about optimizing the genes of living beings, thereby transforming them into aberrant creatures. What is an aberrant being? According to Fang Ying's understanding, although such creatures initially seemed weak, they could grow stronger through continuous parasitism, optimizing and assimilating powerful genes, eventually achieving a stronger state. This somewhat resembles the idea of achieving holiness through the physical body. Moreover, the silent infection of the genetic virus combined with the abilities of the aberrants quietly transformed them into top-tier powerhouses. It seems this is what the deity referred to as treasure. Fang Ying concluded this indeed was a treasure. At least its potential was limitless. However, Fang Ying was even more concerned about the Shigai insectoid capable of creating all this. That was an even greater treasure. Since so much data had been analyzed, he had to consider how to strategize for the upcoming deduction to achieve victory. 1. He should avoid the facehugger humans and aberrants as much as possible, at least not get contaminated with too much silver powder. 2. The number of facehugger humans and aberrants in the opposing world was excessively high, so he could not scatter, but should establish a powerful base. 3. He could not kill the giant Kuan and the giant ape, who first these two seemed to be enemies of the Shigai insectoid. The giant Kuan had already been infected, so it lay buried deep underground. The giant ape, however, was completely normal and possessed a high level of intelligence. This should be a legendary subordinate of the original deity, while these Shigai insectoids had suppressed it in the center of the divine realm along with two pseudo-deities. It appeared that it was not possible to take action to eliminate them, or that his power was insufficient. Moreover, the actions of his subordinates destroying the divine realm directly led to the Shigai insectoids' power growth, even resulting in them rushing out to invade his divine realm. Thus, he needed to keep this in mind for the upcoming deduction. After organizing the information he had gathered, he passed all this data to his subordinates. System performed the deduction again. After all, the duration of this deduction was not long, so the cooldown time was almost non-existent. Says, please note your deduction value. You can deduce 2 more times in this state. Let's begin. The second divine battle deduction has commenced. Due to this deduction being a divine battle, skills cannot be drawn. As Fang Ying initiated the second deduction, a message once again emerged from a certain place in the Plague Company divine realm. Execute Plan A. After these words were spoken, a sense of confusion arose from a certain location. Why does this phrase sound so familiar? Perhaps I was mistaken. The first day of divine battle, the Book of Iban, Mark of Iban, has been activated. Damage reduction has been enabled. Legendary creatures Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, guided by you, did not act impulsively this time. Instead, they advanced gradually toward the central city and firmly secured their base. Nyarlathotep and the Ant-Man clan leader used their deceiving abilities to fool a large number of facehugger creatures, plunging the divine battle of the two worlds into a strange calm. The Evil Eye clan and the Ant-Man clan were not idle either. They used their free time to seal a facehugger human and aberrant, and with the cooperation of the other leaders began in-depth research, quickly yielding results by successfully modifying the flesh to possess aberrant capabilities. The Ant-Man clan was the first to attempt discovering that they had transcended and successfully awakened the infection ability. Fang Ying looked at the infection ability with a bewildered expression. What exactly was this aberration and infection ability? What on earth was going on? Until he checked a simple introduction. Infection ability: you glance at me and go insane. And going insane will infect others. The success of the Ant-Man tribe made everyone realize that this would be a good choice. Thus, all the affiliated creatures chose to become abnormal. Subsequently, all affiliated creatures, including Cthulhu, possessed the ability to infect, which varied in strength depending on their power. According to the analyses of the Ant-Man tribe and the Evil Eye tribe, the ability to infect possessed by beings below the extraordinary level could only affect a portion of the facehugger creatures, causing only a certain degree of power reduction in those with better physical qualities and stronger mental powers. However, the affiliated beings that reached the extraordinary level and the Evil Eye tribe with stronger mental powers could cause all beings below the extraordinary level to go completely insane. Moreover, the most critical point was that the indiscriminate madness of the opponents would instinctively avoid the Cthulhu domain affiliates who possessed the ability to infect. Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep had slightly different effects of their ability to infect. Cthulhu could actively plunge the surrounding ordinary beings into an eternal dream. Nyarlathotep's ability, however, would induce inexplicable joy in creatures, but afterwards their bodies would fall into endless despair and fear, only to experience inexplicable joy again after a while, repeating this cycle. Fang Ying took a closer look at the abilities possessed by Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep. The ability to create illusions and plunge beings into dreams was not surprising for Cthulhu, the Lord of Relaya and the God of Sleep. But what exactly was Nyarlathotep's ability? A sweet date after a beating. One moment of joy followed by one of fear. It was truly something else. Time had already reached the second day of the Divine War during your complaints. With the ability to infect whether facehugger creatures or higher forms of aliens, their sheer numbers posed no threat to your affiliates. Thus, the affiliated army marched boldly into the central area as if it were a no man's land. Soon the Ant-Man tribe and Evil Eye tribe obtained a significant amount of weaponry and equipment data, including high-frequency mechanical weapons and protective devices, as well as some intelligent artificial intelligence. Through brute force, the Evil Eye tribe and Ant-Man tribe discovered that even more advanced technologies were hidden away, but with their current strength, they were temporarily unable to acquire them and could only follow Fang Chi, continuing toward the central area. On the third day of the Divine War, creatures from the Cthulhu domain encountered 3 deities who expressed their desire to speak with the deities of the Cthulhu domain. As one who had a winning hand, you understood that villains often perish from excessive talk, so you chose to refuse. However, the other party soon presented a gift that intrigued you, a core crystal of the divine origin that could elevate the Cthulhu domain to the next level. After some hesitation, you chose to agree. Subsequently, they explained the overall situation, stating they were manifestations of the divine projections from the lords of 3 other domains, and had intentionally allowed the mission to fail to preserve the existence of this world. Inside this pestilence company domain was a highly valuable substance known as Emperor's Essence, which was the silvery powder seen after the explosion of the creatures. This substance could aid the creatures of the domain in their ascension, even enhancing the consciousness of the domain. Now their research had yielded significant results, but they still needed the heart's blood of a creature, specifically the giant ape suppressed by the 3 deities in the central city area. Due to their nature as divine projections, their strength was not strong, so they sought Fang Ying's assistance to deal with the giant ape, promising to share a portion of the Emperor's essence with him after their research succeeded. As for the success of the subsequent task, they would also contribute, otherwise the 3 deities would not hesitate to unite against Fang Ying, this newly ascended deity. Is this coercion and temptation? Fang Ying rubbed his chin. He knew that these 3 deities were not real, as the true divine world had not fallen to such a degree. In his world, they were invincible. As for dealing with the giant ape, don't joke around, not to mention that Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep were his affiliates. They did not possess the dream realm enhancement. Even if they did, once the giant ape was dead, that fellow would likely emerge. Yet this did not prevent Fang Ying from taking advantage of the situation or even elevating his domain in the simulation world. You chose to agree, but instead of participating personally, you decided to let Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep help those 3 deities deal with the giant ape. Although the 3 deities did not show dissatisfaction, they stated that only after the giant ape's death would they give Fang Ying the divine origin crystal core, to which you agreed. On the 4th day of the divine war, the giant ape broke free from its seal, its immense power injuring one deity, while the other 2 rushed forward immediately, and your legendary affiliates Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep also rushed to help. Soon, with the help of Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, the 2 deities quickly fell into a disadvantage and were seriously injured. Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep seized the moment and rushed toward the first injured deity, who bore the divine origin crystal. However, they did not expect that the first injured deity was actually a master of disguise who not only was unharmed, but was also regenerating. For a moment, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep exchanged blows with him, resulting in a stalemate. The giant ape was momentarily stunned, unable to understand what was happening, as the original on vs 5 situation turned into a 3 vs 3. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the giant ape escaped from the 2 truly injured deities. Fang Ying watched this unfold, feeling utterly furious. How could one be so unprincipled in battle? Just like that, it ran away. Did they not say that monkeys were rather foolish? But now that it had come to this divine war could only be fought through to the end. With the giant ape missing, the other 2 injured deities charged directly at Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, and soon 2 loud explosions rang out. Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep were severely injured by the explosions, but they were saved by the earthworm tribe, who had been prepared and dug a tunnel for them. At this point, the Choo-Choo people suggested whether everyone should die once more and then collectively resurrect through the dream realm. However, this proposal was collectively rejected by Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, as they still retain memories of what happened after Dream Realm. What does it mean that the memories have not been erased? Could it be that these guys had their memories wiped at that time? Fang Ying looked at the enigmatic Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep. While the followers were recuperating, Cthulhu decided to send Dagon to infiltrate the depths of the ocean to seek out the glassy eye for himself in order to accelerate his recovery. Because that glassy eye was exceptionally mysterious, it might also have certain effects on Nyarlathotep. In the end, after much discussion, they all agreed, and even the burrowing demon worm accompanied them. Whether it was an illusion or not, this time the process of retrieving the glassy eye went exceptionally smoothly, and nothing unexpected happened during it. They didn't even encounter any face-hugging creatures. Once the glassy eye was in hand, Cthulhu began to absorb it, and a wealth of knowledge started to gather around him, enhancing his dormant abilities to some extent. Nyarlathotep also gleaned some unknown information from the glassy eye, knowledge related to inheritance, and thus became entranced by it. Time swiftly passed to the 20th day of the Divine War. Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep had finally fully recovered from their injuries, and they decided not to delay any longer, heading to the place where the parasitized deity had hidden itself. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the deity was already dead. Its body lay stiffly on the ground. Was it killed by the giant ape? Then what is my task? Fang Ying wondered where the opponent was hiding. The followers of Cthulhu were puzzled about what to do next and began searching. They found that in just a few days, everything around the central area seemed to have suffered a catastrophic disaster. Vast swathes of face-hugging creatures and aberrant beings lay dead, their silver dust staining the earth white. Even the oceans were not spared. At the very edge of the west, they discovered the figures of two colossal beasts, the giant ape and the plague leviathan. The giant ape's body had already fully healed, and its power was continuously increasing, appearing to reach the pinnacle of legendary beings on the verge of transformation. Although the plague leviathan had also gained strength and possessed legendary pinnacle power, it was being overwhelmed by the giant ape, its body continuously blasted with massive holes, yet the silver dust in the surrounding atmosphere quickly converged to heal its injuries. However, even so, the plague leviathan's healing speed could not outpace the damage inflicted by the giant ape. Fang Ying watched this scene. I didn't expect this plague company divine domain would actually endorse the giant ape as the destined child of this world. Am I considered lucky? I seem to have encountered all sorts of bizarre situations. I initially thought it would be a relatively simple divine domain where I could gain some benefits, especially with the prediction system at my disposal, but I didn't expect the depths of this world to be unfathomable. If the giant ape succeeds, then if I want to contend with its legendary pinnacle child of destiny, that would probably take a lot of effort. At least I can be sure that at that time it wouldn't dare invade my world. Should I prepare in advance? Wait until it kills the plague leviathan, then strike with a barrage to weaken this divine domain? Perhaps there's still a chance. Determined to act, Fang Ying was about to issue a divine decree to his followers when a blinding light erupted. The plague company divine domain exploded. Countless flames erupted from all corners of the world, with volcanoes, floods, hurricanes, all manner of disasters sweeping across the entire realm. And it was evident that all of this was man-made. The giant ape was momentarily stunned by the sudden upheaval in the world, incredulously roaring at the plague leviathan, increasing the frequency of its attacks. But the next moment, the frequency of the giant ape's attacks came to an abrupt halt, and it incredulously roared at the void, sensing something leaving it. Then it was split in two by the plague leviathan. What the hell did it betray? The consciousness of the world, though vague, had indeed betrayed as it ran to the side of the plague leviathan. As a deity, Fang Ying could naturally perceive that the consciousness of this world did not actually exist, or rather it was not as evident. It wasn't until the giant ape decimated the face-hugging creatures and aberrant beings that plagued the world that it led to the reconsolidation of the world's consciousness, and this giant ape had already exhibited the potential of a savior receiving the world's favor. Of course, the premise was that it could defeat the last plague leviathan in the world, although it was unclear what had happened to make the plague leviathan so powerful. Fang Ying speculated that the deity was killed by both the plague leviathan and the giant ape, and then the Zaga insect race directly ambushed the weakened plague leviathan, seizing its body and engaging in a battle with the giant ape. But insufficient control meant that even at the same level, it couldn't kill the giant ape. Under normal circumstances, if the giant ape killed the plague leviathan, it would have been over. However, unexpectedly, the plague leviathan had held back, intending to bring about the destruction of this world. Thus, the hard-won consciousness of the world immediately turned against it. It elevated the plague leviathan as the child of destiny, and the giant ape thus died in a most frustrated manner. Truly, it was a heart-stopping affair. But now what should he do? Continue to deal with this plague leviathan? Legendary pinnacle sigh, it seems I can't win. Or should I continue to destroy this world? If the title of the child of destiny is lost, killing the opponent will become much easier. Fang Ying pondered for a moment and immediately issued orders to the followers of the Cthulhu divine domain. Observing the battle between the two monsters, the followers of Cthulhu naturally wouldn't seek trouble, and as for destruction, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep's eyes lit up. This is our forte. Cthulhu led his subordinates, including Dagon, in a rush to find materials for the altar ritual. Nyarlathotep also sought out the king in Yellow Hastur and Bayaki, as she too decided to perform a summoning, activating the long-hidden blood god codex of the god race. However, ideals were abundant while reality was stark. On the 23rd day of the divine war, after the plague leviathan devoured the giant ape, it did not linger, but purposefully charged towards the followers of Cthulhu. The followers of Cthulhu, unable to withstand it, chose to flee, but they soon realized that no matter how they ran, they could be locked onto by the plague leviathan. Until finally there was nowhere left to escape. Upon finding them, the plague leviathan wasted no time and directly devoured all the followers of Cthulhu, except for Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep. Then, after carefully surveying Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, it spoke: a bunch of thieves who stole power are ultimately inconsequential. As the last words echoed, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep plunged into darkness, yet in their final moment of death they noticed that the once-lean glassy eye emitted a faint glow and a worm flew out. Due to the complete demise of your loyal subordinates, both you and the Plague Company Divine Realm suffered heavy losses, ultimately leading you to helplessly abandon the mission. The second simulation has concluded. Is the most dangerous place really the safest place? A glimmer of joy flashed in Fang Ying's eyes. Indeed, it was joy. He originally thought that the culprit, the Xiagai insect race, was hiding in the central area, controlling everything. However, he soon discovered that this was not the case. Based on the characteristics of the opponent, Fang Ying thought that Xia Gai was hiding within the body of the original deity of this world, controlling everything. He planned to use his Cthulhu subordinates to wear down the world, thereby forcing the deity to emerge. But through a twist of fate, he inadvertently released a giant ape. Yet it was precisely because of this that he realized the deity was not the hiding place of the Xia Gai insect race. The opponent had gotten hold of the plague giant fish. It wasn't until the plague giant fish annihilated his subordinates that he finally discovered the truth. The opponent was actually hiding in the deep sea within that insignificant, or rather alluring glazed eye. Not only did Cthulhu not expect this, but even Fang Ying had not considered it in that direction. It was simply, well, one could only say it was too bold. However, this unexpectedly provided Fang Ying with a way to break the situation. Your performance this time is rated as C grade. Summary: after a failure, you once again earned the title of Total Annihilation. Although you barely survived, I am willing to call you the king of survival. C grade. That's fair. Who told me I didn't handle it well? Fang Ying shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. Normally facing a mission involving a legendary creature, he should have breezed through it. But one could only say this mission was simply a trap, continuously enticing various lower-level deities to come forward. Although he still hadn't figured out Xia Gai's intentions, was it simply to rely on the deities to eliminate the giant ape and the plague giant fish? Clearly, the issues arising from this would likely not be less than the pressure of eliminating the giant ape. In the end, if he couldn't make sense of it, he wouldn't dwell on it. Fang Ying directly initiated real combat. The simulation was no longer needed. Facing the assault of the Cthulhu Divine Realm, the voice of the Plague Company Divine Realm resounded once more. Execute Plan A. Why does this phrase sound so familiar? As the forces from both worlds descended here, that voice fell silent once again. Attack. Kill. With a rumble as the main force advanced, a group of Cthulhu subordinates, under Fang Ying's arrangement, orderly rushed towards the deep sea where the glazed eye was buried. They actually chose the opposite direction from the city center. Are they planning to settle here and slowly wear me down? This is best, just as I wish. Once my genetic virus infects you one by one, I will be able to swallow you whole, without shedding blood, not only gaining a decent batch of subordinates, but also improving my genetic repository more efficiently. A voice in the deep sea muttered to itself. As for the Cthulhu subordinates charging and slaughtering in the Plague Company Divine Realm, they immediately canceled their infection abilities. Indeed, their mission requirement this time was to charge and recklessly allowing the enemy to let their guard down and then find that glazed eye, thus achieving success in the battle. Splash! Splash! Led by Dagon, the Deep Ones quickly rushed into the deep sea, after which Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep also charged into the depths. They did not immediately search for the glazed eye, but instead looked for various metals such as energy veins. Nyarlathotep meanwhile led others in a bloody rampage in this area, intent on claiming a territory. Indeed, I was not mistaken, just like the first deity to enter, equally foolish. This is a divine battle. Establishing a stronghold in a place that may contain deities or the unknown, even if you carefully avoid the central area, how could you know that your actions have long been under my control? But this is also good, it saves me some effort. Let's see, it actually contains the bloodline of the Deep Ones Cthulhu. There is even the bloodline of the Great Cthulhu, though it's exceedingly thin, yet still so precious. It will definitely enhance my genetic repository. Wait, what is that? The bloodline of Nyarlathotep. Damn, could I have gone mad? He is actually that one. No, this is an illusion. It merely contains the bloodline of the other, not a true god, rather a failed product. But even so, why does he possess the essence of that being? This is simply too insane. If discovered, I can't even imagine. But fantastic. Mine, all mine. I can hardly believe how far this deity has fallen. Could it be a madman? I know that I attract true gods. Have human deities really fallen to such a level? Forget it, can't worry too much. I must protect them. They are all my important resources. I imagine they never expected me to appear so proactively. I'm quite the clever little rascal. Suddenly, the Xia Gai insect race jumped and directly appeared in front of Cthulhu. Cthulhu, who was pretending to search for treasures, was momentarily taken aback. The glazed eye. Confirmed through eye contact, he met the right orb. Cthulhu wasted no time. He could sense the knowledge contained within that fascinated him. Ha, foolish little thing, so enamored with knowledge, become my servant for my use. I never expected that I, Jehelami, could command Cthulhu. How delightful. Hick. What? The Xia Gai insect race had not been excited for long when they noticed that Cthulhu abruptly halted all his subordinates. Then a group of extraordinary and legendary subordinates gathered together, centering around the glazed eye, which was the Xia Gai insect race. Cthulhu, Nyarlathotep, Dagon, Burrow, Bayaki, Hill People. The Xia Gai insect race recognized many familiar beings. The key was that these fellows all possessed divinity. Indeed, divinity that was unspeakable and invisible. No way, I definitely did not expose myself. The eye I currently inhabit is a corporeal shell made from an unspeakable being. Although it is a lower race, it absolutely won't be discovered by these fakes. They must be sharing knowledge. Indeed, knowledge lies in sharing. I will definitely control them and obtain the secrets to seize unspeakable knowledge. Master, you have arrived. Suddenly a phrase from Cthulhu broke the surrounding silence. Indeed, the subordinates of the Cthulhu divine realm sensed a gray radiance enveloping the bubbles of abyss and dreams descending upon them. All the Cthulhu subordinates closed their eyes, lowering their proud heads. Oh no, I'm blind. What on earth did I just see? The Xiaogai insect race merely exchanged a glance with Fang Ying before bursting into tears and shouting loudly. "I!" Before Fang Ying could finish his words, the summer beetle that was originally in the glassy eye flew out. It flapped its wings and crouched at Fang Ying's feet. Its docile appearance resembled that of a dog raised since childhood. "Praise be to you, the god of blindness and foolishness, Azathoth, devoid of knowledge, and desire chaos and disorder. You are blind, you are foolish, you cannot perceive your own existence, and everything is meaningless to you. The universe is but a dream, reason is a burden, great Azathoth, blind Azathoth. I praise your flowing form with blindness and foolishness, and offer reason and knowledge as a sacrifice to the chaotic core sleeping in the dream, unaware and ignorant. You are eternal. Your servant, the summer beetle, Garomi." Hearing the continuous praises of his sacrifice, Fang Ying was momentarily at a loss for words, though he suspected that he might have caught the attention of some being this Azathoth. To be honest, this god of blindness and foolishness was something he dared not even imagine. Nothing more, it was too terrifying. He feared that everything he did might just be a dream, which would be rather tragic. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of clarity whenever such thoughts crossed his mind. That is, he is not him, but he is him. Although it sounds a bit convoluted, this riddle-like feeling somewhat eased his mind. Whether human or divine, they are not afraid of hardship, exhaustion, or even death. What they fear is that all of this could ultimately be meaningless. That would be the most despairing of all. Yet Fang Ying knew in his heart that being himself was enough. "Garomi, do you wish to submit to me?" Fang Ying did not speak directly, as he had a feeling that if he did, the other might go mad or explode. Clearly he did not possess such great power, yet he felt this way. Could it be that he was destined to counter Cthulhu's kind? However, the deductions in the process did not yield this effect. After all, he had ultimately been controlled by it. If something is incomprehensible, then there is no need to think about it anymore, especially since Garomi had given a response. "Gaia Beetle Clan. Garomi, I am willing to serve you forever, great master, with my entire life." Fang Ying nodded, allowing the other to imprint his life mark onto his Cthulhu domain. This way, if the other wished to betray him, they would die immediately. Of course, if the other died unexpectedly, he could use the life mark to resurrect them. After hearing Fang Ying's words, Garomi showed no hesitation and directly agreed. Thus, the greatest obstacle in the Pestilence Company domain was easily overcome. The entire process took less than a day, or rather half a day. Not bad. Fang Ying felt as if he were dreaming. Just as Fang Ying planned to have his followers transport resources from the Pestilence Company domain and inquire about this Gaia beetle named Garomi. Garomi spoke first with an angry tone. "Great Master Garomi, praise for your wisdom, so that I may possess the ability to kill that existing judgment star, Garros. Please elaborate." Upon hearing the name mentioned by the other, Fang Ying became intrigued. After all, in the story, this Summer Beetle clan existed on Summer Star and was annihilated by the passing Garros. "Yes, Great Master. Our homeland lies on the distant Summer Star, a planet with twin green suns. We cherish peace, possess advanced technology, worship you greatly, and have built many pyramid-shaped temples on Summer Star to honor you. However, all this beauty was destroyed in an instant when we encountered Garros. My people perished in that disaster, with only a few escaping through the multidimensional gate to other realms. Great Master, our deaths are of no concern. The main issue is that Garros had the audacity to ruin your temples, which is an unforgivable transgression." Fang Ying listened to the other's detailed account, mixed with personal conjectures. He disregarded the part about cherishing peace. What a joke. Just look at how the other had made this world a mess. It was definitely not the case. However, there were some aspects that this Summer Beetle clan dared not lie about. First of all, this Summer Beetle had accidentally arrived in the void space, having gone through a gap during which its own power had diminished significantly. Oh, and by the way, the current Summer Beetle is an unadulterated legendary creature, and it is at the mid-tier of legendary status. However, just like its own abilities, it excels in mental attacks, possessing the capability of mental whip, and due to the knowledge bestowed by Azathoth, it can traverse the brains of living beings and control their bodies. But similarly, with advantages come disadvantages. Its own strength is not formidable. If it were to engage in a fair fight, it could even be killed by the extraordinary. While the probability is low, it does not mean it cannot happen. Thus, this creature is quite cunning and generally does not reveal its true form. Initially, the Summer Beetle was drifting in the void space when it was discovered by a fortunate, carefully chosen deity. This deity, like Fang Ying, had no children, no parents, and had achieved some success a bit late, possessing a small opportunity, thus managing to maintain its divine domain fairly well. Moreover, the divine domain of the other was not the Pestilence Company domain, but was named the Ancient Savage Divine Domain. The giant apes and giant fish in it were the top combat powers of that world, existing at the pinnacle of legend and already had the potential to advance further. All of this ceased upon discovering the summer beetle containing the glassy eye, as the glassy eye is no ordinary object. Even that deity could not fully unravel it. Yet by chance it gained genetic knowledge, namely the silver powder. Subsequently, it discovered that this genetic knowledge could not only expedite the evolution of its world towards savagery, but could also continuously improve genetic quality, even being effective against deities. Thus, guided by the glassy eye, this deity went mad, purchasing a vast amount of humans and various mechanical devices in the Divine Alliance to support the continuous cultivation of genetic viruses. In the end, it even began experimenting on the top combat power of its world, the giant fish, only to find that the giant ape had feigned death upon sensing the dire situation, and the already mad deity failed to notice this and narrowly escaped calamity. Eventually, the deity directly used its own body for experimentation. By the time the opportunity was right, the summer beetle occupied the body of that deity. However, it had never anticipated that the deity's system had a warning mechanism. It directly judged the deity to be dead, and the entire world began to resist the summer beetle. The giant ape realized this immediately and jumped out to collaborate with the giant fish, which had not yet been completely infected, to eliminate itself. Meanwhile, the summer beetle, having acquired the memories of the deity, decisively issued a task to eliminate the plague, which was the final boss, the plague giant fish. While recounting this, the summer beetle also used a proverb: utilize the skills of others to control them. It was followed by another statement: Master, let me tell you a secret. That deity is actually not dead. Which one? Fang Ying was taken aback. This one. The summer beetle pointed to the ground beneath them. Are you saying that the deity of this world is not dead, Oi? Fang Ying was taken aback. Yes, master. The Xiaogai insect clan nodded. Then what is his current situation? Fang Ying was quite concerned about this. Master, this explanation is rather complicated, but I can give you a brief overview. The deity has undergone a special fusion reaction with the genetic virus, resulting in his current existence being in a genetic state drifting within the entire domain of the Plague Company. What does genetic state mean? Can he observe us now? Fang Ying initially thought that capturing the Xiaogai insect clan would mark the conclusion. But then a genetic state deity emerged. This is quite a psychological challenge. This is uncertain, as it is another form of existence. His life form has changed. Firstly, humans are a type of carbon-based life form composed of carbohydrates. As for deities, according to my investigation, they have fused divine power with carbon-based life forms, or rather, it is not the essence of the carbon-based life that has changed, but the essence of the human soul, which can be seen as an elevation, freeing them from the constraints of the physical body. However, deities still belong to humanity. Their souls are still influenced by the emotions produced by their bodies. Only through continuous enhancement with divine power can the physical body also be elevated, thereby escaping human limitations. Yet this deity, after merging with the genetic virus, has undergone precisely the opposite change. His physical form has transformed from a carbon-based life into a genetic life state. In other words, his existence no longer relies on himself, but on genetics. In human terms, genetics refers to the DNA or RNA sequences carrying hereditary information within a biological entity. He is the same. After listening to a lengthy explanation from the Xiaogai insect clan, Fang Ying had to admit he did not understand. So can you briefly explain what abilities he possesses? Rule of eternal life, though as long as the human race does not perish, he will exist forever. The myth of consciousness, simply put, means that thought no longer comes from a human perspective, but from a deity. Beyond that, I cannot explain clearly, as my knowledge is limited. However, you can rest assured that this deity will not obstruct your actions. Even if you take everything in this world, he will not harbor any feelings of anger, because all material things have become meaningless to him in his genetic state. The Xiaogai insect clan explained, seeming to understand Fang Ying's thoughts. Oh, Fang Ying was startled. This fellow is not obedient. It seems he knows that he is not the existence he idolizes, yet there is still no change, remaining as consistent as ever. You know I am not Azathoth. Of course you are my master, my only master. You are not that one, otherwise I would have already perished the moment I met you. However, your name rises above that one's glory, and I am willing to eternally assist you. Observing the respect on the other's face, Fang Ying chose not to respond further. All right then, since the other party does not care, let's get to work. I cannot take this world with me, and there are also a giant ape and a plague giant fish to deal with. Those 3 false deities are yours. Great master, you are indeed all-knowing. Those 3 deities are the results of my research on genetic state deities sealed to invade the divine realm. They are merely failed products possessing only legendary strength, along with significant hidden dangers. Hidden dangers. Fang Ying pondered for a moment. He was quite fond of these 3 deities as their strength was formidable. After all, legendary strength is not something to be taken lightly. Indeed, they have been in prolonged slumber to suppress the infected giant ape, but once a real battle begins there is a risk of regaining their original memories, so they can only be used for a short time. Moreover, the strength of the sealed deities cannot be too strong, or they will be sensed as it would divide the deity's authority. Fang Ying nodded. No wonder the other party was revealing deities during the fight, likely due to the awakening of the other party. Then let's start the cleanup. No more time to waste. Fang Ying waved his hand. Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep coordinated with the 3 deities of the Xiagai insect clan to eliminate the giant ape without any scheming. They then turned their attention to the plague giant fish who, due to its inherent susceptibility to the influence of the Xiagai insect clan, its demise was even quicker. Additionally, they obtained a crystal core of the source of the plague. As for the rest, Great Master, I am willing to offer all of this to you. Ding, the divine battle has concluded. The Plague Company's divine realm has automatically given up resistance. The highest level existence of the giant ape and the plague giant fish has perished. The Xiagai insect clan has surrendered to you. The Cthulhu divine realm has completely achieved victory in the divine battle. The evaluation of this divine battle will be confirmed after your return. You may enjoy the fruits of your victory. However, be warned, until the last moment, never let your guard down. As the voice faded, the projection of the Cthulhu divine realm appeared directly above the Plague Company divine realm. The consciousness of the Cthulhu divine realm began to recklessly devour the essence of the Plague Company divine realm, and Fang Ying could feel his power continually rising. There was no choice. After all, the gap between these two worlds was still considerable, especially as the weaker side absorbed everything from the victor. Except for the essence of the divine realm that could not be seen by the naked eye, everything visible. The flowers, trees, birds, beasts, fish, and insects of the Plague Company divine realm, even the soil, air, sky, and clouds, were being incessantly absorbed by the Cthulhu divine realm. Almost importantly, there is one more thing: the laws. It is known that the former incarnation of this world was the ancient barbaric divine realm, which later became the Plague Company divine realm. One can say that both sets of laws can quickly fill Fang Ying's Cthulhu divine realm, allowing it to bloom with a different brilliance in the future. Fang Ying also ascended into the sky, quietly observing this breathtaking scene. It resembled 2 massive spheres interconnected constantly, drawing energy, forming an exaggerated vortex of energy. One side expands and rejuvenates while the other shrinks and decays. The Cthulhu divine realm continues to expand 500, 600, 800. Indeed, the benefits of the divine battle are immense. Such a windfall. However, the risks are equally significant. No one can guarantee they will always be the victor, so every growth is a matter of great fortune. Master, do you wish to recover this genetic virus? The Xiagai insect clan asked from the side. Do you think my divine realm needs to fear that? Fang Ying replied. Of course not. I just have a big guy who wants to report to you. A big guy? How big? Like this. The Xiagai insect clan stretched out his hand. Suddenly, the once parched earth split open with enormous cracks. Then a massive silvery object shot up into the sky. Is that a nuclear bomb? Fang Ying's eyes widened in shock, smacking his lips. That's right, but it has a new name now, called Divine Falno. 1. This is a super-nuclear bomb I crafted by gathering all resources. It can easily destroy an area of approximately 50,000 square kilometers of divine realm. 50,000 square kilometers, huh? Fang Ying glanced at his divine realm, which had now expanded to 3,000 square kilometers. With a 3-to-7 ratio that amounts to 10,000 square kilometers. It can still destroy 5 of them. However, while it is a massive weapon for himself, it is equally a formidable weapon for other deities. Good, very good. Fang Ying naturally chose to retrieve this item, but he did not dispose of it carelessly. He wrapped it in divine power for added security. You all shouldn't be idle either. The world consciousness is far too weak. Our divine realm cannot stay here for too long, so we need to take more with us. Yes. At your command. Your orders are the direction for our progress. With Fang Ying's command, this group instantly charged out, especially the giant devourers of the earth-digging insect tribe, who worked particularly hard. They are adept at moving bricks. Fang Ying quietly watched everything unfold. Although he had achieved victory in the divine battle and could freely dispose of the entire Pestilence Company divine realm, but given the scale, the things he could absorb were ultimately a small part. It can only be said that the most valuable parts could all be gathered in the essence of the divine realm, and its rules would definitely not be an issue. As for the air and land, whatever can be absorbed shall be absorbed. I will guide everyone. As the host, the Summer Insect Tribe naturally showcased their strengths to the fullest. Soon the Cthulhu and Deep Diver tribes brought 5 water veins running from the Pestilence Company divine realm to the Cthulhu divine realm. Meanwhile, the Evil Eye tribe and the Ant-Man tribe managed to obtain a mineral vein, which is the ancestral vein producing ancient stones. Although it has become somewhat dilapidated due to long-term lack of nourishment, it will definitely become a rare treasure if well developed later. Its main feature is its renewability and uniqueness. As for the earth-digging insects under the guidance of the summer insect tribe, they produced pieces of gems, earth veins, and ordinary mineral resources. As for Nyarlathotep, he was ostensibly searching for resources, but was secretly enjoying himself more than anyone else. On the contrary, the deities managed to gather quite a few special substances, which were energy. Due to their inherent characteristics, toxic energy, fire energy, water energy, and wind energy, these seemingly abstract substances were extracted by the other party and then transported to the Cthulhu divine realm. As for the summer insect tribe, they had 3 deities leading the way along with over 100 mechanical dragons. Yes, the kind of mechanical giants with a strong sense of technology. One of them was nearly 5,000 meters long and over 100 meters wide. Looking at its structure, one could see that it was constructed from various mechanical components. Watching these giant dragons fly into Fang Ying's divine realm, honestly, it was impossible not to feel excited. With so much material and the advanced technology brought by the summer insect tribe, it seems that the technology of the Cthulhu divine realm could evolve directly from primitive civilization to super-realistic civilization. Alright, go ahead. Embrace your new world. With Fang Ying's voice, everyone crazily returned. Having gone through several simulations, to be honest, the final success is a joy that everyone should share. Master, please forgive me. I have a request. While all the followers went to enjoy the joy and watch their bases grow larger, the summer insect tribe did not leave immediately, but appeared before Fang Ying. What is this? Fang Ying saw the other party holding a token. It was a token with a light gray mist with a purple vortex appearing in the center. This is a spatial teleportation token, said the summer insect tribe. Don't rush, I know your enemy. The name you call it, Jihol must have a reason, right? Fang Ying said after taking it. Yes, master, in our language Jihol means the father of Jehelro's dad and master. However, master, I do not wish for you to seek trouble with Jehelro's. After all, I know you cannot defeat him. In fact, I didn't tell you this while we were fleeing. I did not arrive in this void space alone, but together with hundreds of my kin. However, the place we landed was a dark and chaotic world where shadow creatures existed, and my kin were lost during that time. I was also injured at that time, and I ultimately relied on this eyeball to escape. This token is the coordinate of that place. I hope master can avenge me and help me find my kin. They must also be looking forward to your arrival. The summer insect tribe said earnestly. That world has perished even without you. I currently lack the strength to avenge you. But I promise once I become stronger, I will let you take revenge on your enemies. Fang Ying also made a promise. Master, they are not dead, but rest assured my kin will definitely wait for your rescue. Your word is enough. Jihol has retreated. After saying that, the summer insect tribe directly ran towards the Cthulhu divine realm, leaving Fang Ying with a face full of confusion. For a long time, Fang Ying uttered 2 words. Old coin. A group of guys pretending to be pigs, eating tigers, initially thinking I was already cunning enough, but unexpectedly each of you is even more adept at surviving. Ding, the return time of the divine battle has arrived. Please confirm your return. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, return. With Fang Ying's words, time seemed to rewind before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in room 69. Congratulations, brother, you have successfully returned. You have worried your sister sick. Shuemingjie immediately rushed forward, expressing profound concern. Sorry for worrying you, and thank you for your resources. You helped me a lot. Fang Ying smiled and said, Oh, that's nothing. Let me see if the task has been completed. I'm not bragging, but when I completed my first independent task, I received a B rating, almost reached an A. However, your task is quite difficult. As long as it can be completed, it should also have a B or C rating. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations to the unknown deity of the divine realm in room 69 for accepting the Pestilence Company task. Achievement rating SS level. Congratulations to the unknown deity of the divine realm in room 69 for accepting the Pestilence Company task. Achievement rating SS level. Congratulations to the unknown deity of the divine realm in room 69 for accepting the Pestilence Company task. Achievement rating SS level. Shuemingjie hadn't finished speaking when she saw 3 red banners rolling across the space appearing. She herself looked at Fang Ying with a face full of disbelief. His brother, you have really made a great achievement. Shuemingjie, could you please not be so ambiguous when you speak? Fang Ying said with a face full of helplessness. Shuemingjie was about to pat Fang Ying on the shoulder, but her hand halted midway, then she withdrew it and continued excitedly. You might not understand what this rating represents, considering it's your first task. Represents what? Fang Ying looked over puzzled. My foolish brother, it signifies your astonishing potential. You must understand that divine battles are not merely life and death struggles, but also the foundation for nurturing talents. The Divine Alliance would never allow a deity to grow without any bloodshed. Even those wealthy second-generation gods are no exception. The rating is based on the deity's performance during the divine battle, leading to the final assessment. Firstly, there are 5 grades in total. A, B, C, D, E, and these 5 grades also include and indicating a balanced tier. Fang Ying heard the evaluation and realized that her SS grade seemed to be excluded. Are you wondering why there is no S grade? That's right, that level is not within the 5 main grades. It is a special rating above A, indicating that A to E evaluates ordinary and genius deities. Thus S to SSS rates those few deities destined to reach the pinnacle. Having experienced a divine battle, you should understand that it is not comparable to the school's divine battles, it is real slaughter. What is tested is not only your domain power, but also your mental acuity, on-the-spot reactions, command coordination, and the ability to adapt to sudden changes. Overcoming the odds, defeating the strong with the weak, and maximizing victory all significantly affect the rating. Of course, the rating for divine battles is also fairly accurate. It cannot be elevated just by those second-generation gods using high-end resource tokens. Listening to Xue Mingjia's series of explanations. So Xue Jie, does that mean I can gain honor or resources? Fang Ying was taken aback. If that were the case, revealing herself wouldn't be a problem. After all, there are plenty of geniuses among the deities, and for those top-tier beings, a genius who hasn't grown yet is merely someone who has received that title. Instead, they might take the initiative to offer help, allowing the deity to grow and remember them well. As for being discovered as a genius, it's different from those novels where a group of malicious individuals seeks to eliminate you. Everyone is a deity, and there is no evil belief, though being a genius doesn't mean you possess some treasured item. Why would I seek to harm you? I'd rather develop my domain. Of course, this excludes deities that already have a hostile relationship, like the one Fang Ying encountered during her initial development, who belonged to a shattered domain. Does a full-screen announcement count? Xue Mingjie pondered. That's all. Fang Ying looked seriously at Xue Mingjie. Generally speaking, deities who receive a rating of S or above will receive 3 full-screen announcements across all divine alliances. This serves as recognition for them, accompanied by some encouraging support. As for the rest, it brings some prestige to the deity. Families will also invest more in them, and so on. Xue Mingjie's voice trailed off. Fang Ying nodded, saying, Oh. Congratulations, divine being No. 69, for passing through the Plague Company domain. Task Evaluation SS. Task Reward, 5 million divine coins. Special Reward, due to your SS evaluation, the Divine Alliance grants you an additional 10 million divine coins. Your purchase permission level has increased, and access to special item purchasing channels has been opened. This was a special light screen different from the initial red one featuring golden characters. Only Fang Ying could see it. Alright, it seems this is my reward, and it looks quite good. A special item channel, there should be some nice things in there. Fang Ying turned to Xue Mingjie, just about to ask something, when she saw a sudden flash and tremor from a part of Xue Mingjie's body, followed by her looking nervous and urgently shouting at Fang Ying. Fang Ying, I have some urgent matters to attend to, but I must tell you the effects of an SS rating extend far beyond this. Although you've hidden yourself, some things can transcend permissions. However, rest assured the benefits for you outweigh the drawbacks. After Xue Mingjie finished speaking, she disappeared from the spot. Xue Jie. She left so quickly that Fang Ying frowned. So does that mean I can't keep my identity a secret anymore? Forget it. Since I've come, I might as well go with the flow. Let's take it one step at a time. Buzz. In the next moment, the void of room 69 trembled. A request for a call was incoming. There's this feature too. Fang Ying pondered for a moment and chose to accept it. Then she saw an unexpected person. Principal. Who would have thought? We have produced such a talent in our school. Fang Ying, SS rating, you are still at the divine being level. You did very well. Principal, you flatter me. This is all thanks to the school's training. Enough, don't try to embellish the school's reputation from the beginning. Until now, you are the only one to receive an SS task rating. I should be thanking you. You've elevated the school's prestige. So what are you doing in the inner world right now? Have you completed your tasks? Do you have time to share a cup of tea with this old man? Fang Ying chuckled awkwardly. What a joke. The principal personally called to invite her for tea. Even if she had nothing to do, she would delay her matters. The principles of being human should not be forgotten, even as a deity. Of course, principal, when do you want me to come over? There's no time like the present. Come over now. See, I've already brewed the tea for you. The old principal said as he revealed a teapot and teacups. The swirling tea vapor held an aura of profound essence. However, Fang Ying's keen eyes noticed another detail. There were 3 teacups. Thus, besides herself and the old principal, there should be a third person. So the principal was looking for her, which seemed to imply he was entrusted with something. But who could it be? A major corporation. It's possible, but not very likely. After all, her information is still classified, and it shouldn't leak so soon. Or could it be someone from the Divine Alliance directly? After all, they could learn about her through permissions, but wouldn't it be better to discuss it directly with her? Using someone as a pretext seems unnecessary. But that possibility cannot be ruled out. Some people prefer such methods. The last possibility is the state, as deities still have national distinctions. Although they have faded significantly, mortals still need the protection of a country. No matter who it is, I am now a deity. I should be able to extract some benefits. I'm not just a naive elementary school student. Soon Fang Ying arrived at the school gate. It was strange that there were no students around, and instead someone was waiting specifically for him. You must be Fang Ying, said a man dressed in the uniform of Huagua. Indeed, that's me. May I ask who you are? Fang Ying nodded politely, sensing a certain danger emanating from the other person. At the very least, he seemed to be a peak existence among the powerful. Please follow me. The man did not respond to Fang Ying's question. Although his tone was polite, it seemed limited to mere words. Fang Ying was indifferent and followed behind, eventually being led to the principal's office. Knock, 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 come in. It was the voice of the principal. As Fang Ying pushed the door open, he saw two people sitting opposite each other, both smiling warmly at him. Fang Ying, come over here. The tea will get cold soon. The principal warmly beckoned Fang Ying over, then pointed to a tall and imposing man beside him. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Guan, the chief officer of the thousands of counties in Beha province. Hello, Officer Lu. I am Fang Ying. Fang Ying stood up, nodded, and greeted the other person, who returned the respect. Yes, Officer Lu. After they acknowledged each other, the old principal continued with a smile. Come, drink some tea. This is something I obtained at great cost, a treasure that can enhance the essence of the divine realm. Hearing that it could enhance the divine realm, Fang Ying immediately picked up the teacup and took a sip. Upon entry, the flavor was fragrant, sweet, and lingering. Soon an indescribable warm current flowed through his body, entering his divine realm. To his surprise, just that sip caused a slight increase in his divine realm. Although it was minimal, it was certainly not easy to achieve. Thus Fang Ying took another sip, and yes, it was still effective. Haha, if you like it, Fang Ying, I will give you half a liang when you leave. This is a good thing, worth 10 million divine coins per liang, the old principal said, perhaps fearing Fang Ying would think him stingy, and added a sentence. Thank you, principal. Fang Ying, not one to be overly pretentious, immediately accepted it. 5 million divine coins. It was clear that the treatment depended on the person, he had to accept it. Fang Ying, you might not know, but your S-level task evaluation has caused quite a stir. Now you are a key focus of our nation. This Officer Lu is here specifically for you, hoping you can contribute to the future of our human race. You have the chance to appear in the Divine Chronicles. The old principal saw that the time was right and spoke directly. After all, he knew that Fang Ying didn't like beating around the bush. If he spoke flowery words, it would likely lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Are you saying you want me to join the official ranks? Fang Ying glanced at the principal and then at Officer Lu. You can understand it that way, but I'm not forcing you to join the official ranks. Don't be deceived by the current strength of our human divine beings. We still struggle against external threats. Moreover, not all humans who become divine beings obey the law. As their strength changes, they may develop dangerous ideas. Those who have fallen into divinity need not be mentioned. They are certainly our targets for eradication. Additionally, some divine beings with twisted personalities and tendencies towards betrayal are also among our targets. Thus, for someone like you to develop, well, we merely suggest it officially. You can choose to formally join the official ranks, and we will appoint professionals to help your divine realm achieve higher economic development based on its situation. Additionally, we will provide you with resources urgently needed for each stage of divine realm advancement. Finally, you will also receive insights from a divine being, at least at the golden god level. Of course, if you choose to be an intern, meaning you become an unofficial personnel who listens but does not declare, you may not get the aforementioned benefits, but I will provide you with a resource that you urgently need and that we possess. This was the longest sentence Officer Lu had spoken. However, he explained it quite thoroughly. Joining the official ranks undoubtedly means the country will take care of you, but correspondingly you will have to give up something. For instance, secrets. After all, obeying orders is the duty of a soldier. Even after becoming divine, the same applies. Fang Ying was unsure what kind of superiors he would face in the future, but once the uniqueness of his divine realm became apparent, there would certainly be ideas like working for the greater good and world peace, leading to involuntary compliance research on his divine realm. So don't be fooled by the generous benefits. They are merely bait. If one does not possess a system, it might be worth trying. Regarding the status of unofficial personnel, Fang Ying contemplated. The other party did not provide a refusal option, which seemed to be a form of protection and requirement for special individuals. Having the title of unofficial personnel means they would monitor him to some extent, but the intensity would not be too high, allowing him to gain some benefits. In contrast, if he really refused, they likely wouldn't say anything, but the expected surveillance would still exist, and other large companies and financial groups would certainly monitor him and even attempt to lure him maliciously. In that case, both sides would end up with nothing beneficial. Having come to a realization, Fang Ying said to Officer Lu, I am indeed a person of Huagua, a divine being of Huagua. From the moment I enrolled, the school taught us to remember our original intention to achieve our goals. I have always dreamed of joining the official ranks, but the first moment I saw the soldier who brought me in, I knew I was unworthy. Joining the official ranks directly now is not the best timing. I would bring shame to the country, so I am willing to start as an unofficial personnel. Though I am an unofficial personnel, I will absolutely hold myself to the standards of formal personnel until the day I truly qualify to become one. Fang Ying declared loudly. Well said. Officer Lu stood up excitedly due to Fang Ying's words. You have taught us a good student. If everyone could have such thoughts, how could our Huagua not dominate the world? Fang Ying, do not hesitate. If you want to join officially, we will certainly welcome you. No, Officer Lu, I know my abilities. I need further education. I cannot bring shame to the country. Please allow me to enter as an unofficial personnel. Fang Ying directly interrupted him, firmly refusing. Officer Lu looked deeply at Fang Ying, not angry at the interruption, but rather increasingly valuing this child. Soldiers, especially high-ranking officers, highly value their beliefs. Naturally, having others recognize them feels akin to meeting a kindred spirit. All right, as you say, I officially agree to your entry. You may now propose your request. As an unofficial personnel, you can request a resource. I can offer you two. Officer Liu's exception widened the old principal's eyes. Was this the upright old comrade he had known for decades? Did it really break that easily? Similarly, the old principal glanced at Fang Ying, wondering how this child could speak better than himself. Whatever happened to being straightforward? However, Fang Ying soon displayed his straightforwardness. I don't want two, I only want one. I know this is a test for me, but I cannot allow you to use your credibility to test me. Fang Ying exclaimed loudly. All right, just one. Speak, and whatever I can provide, I will certainly find it for you. Rest assured, this does not violate the organization. Thank you, Officer Lu. Fang Ying said seriously, a hint of subtle cunning flashing in his eyes. Psychic resources. Let me take a look. Lu Guan felt somewhat puzzled by Fang Ying's request, but did not pay it too much mind. However, generally speaking, many official interns or external personnel often seek resources that protect their own spiritual domains or possess strong offensive capabilities. After all, they would not select individuals of mediocre qualifications, and most of those who are not mediocre are naturally young. Thus, aside from offense and defense development, resources are prioritized. Conversely, resources that are more niche, such as the aforementioned psychic and mental resources, are relatively scarce. Lu Guan had already organized excellent offensive and defensive resources for the other party. Take a look and see if there's anything you want in here. After searching his permissions library for a long time, he was able to provide the best options. Name: Well of Vitality. Level Gold. Attribute: Water. Effects: 1. Spring of Water continuously purifies water resources. Cleanliness effect 50. 2. Surge of Water continuously generates fresh water generation. Effect 30. 3. Heart of Vitality. Being in the Well of Vitality can enhance one's spirit by 300. Available 3 times per day for 5 people. Does not reset upon use. Ineffective against deities and above. Effective for legendary beings and below. Name: Holy Light illuminates. Level Gold. Attribute: Light. Effects: 1. Can grant the host light attribute skills and emit a dazzling light beam, forming a spell of light that may cause blindness based on the opponent's strength. 2. This skill is a legacy skill. The host can pass it on to their spiritual domain followers. 3. Light's radiance. When used against enemies, it may cause dizziness, blindness, and burns. If used on allies, it can produce effects such as restoration, healing, exorcism, removal of negative states, and enhancement of spiritual power. Note, because it originates from the legacy skill of the Lord of Light, it inherently restrains dark attribute life forms. Use with care. Name: Breath of Revelation. Level Gold. Attribute: Void. Effects: 1. Purification. When placed in a spiritual domain, it generates a special air pressure system that gradually purifies the air, cleansing impurities. Purification 50. 2. Tears of Revelation. Generates 1 drop of Tears of Revelation each day, which can enhance one's spirit by 1. If not used, one can choose to save or compress the tears. Tears of Revelation can be compressed up to 500. Note: Ineffective against deities and above. Effective for legendary beings and below. 3. Breath of Revelation continuously releases updated air, stabilizing the spiritual energy of the spiritual domain world by 5. Fang Ying looked at these 3 items, pondering slightly. Currently, there are few psychic resources available for you, but the country is the most powerful, so as long as you can become official later, these resources will surely satisfy you. Lu Guan said, perhaps worried that this might dampen Fang Ying's enthusiasm. After all, such a promising talent must not be wasted in his hands. Uncle Lu, you jest. I am just taken aback by your generosity. I choose the third one, Breath of Revelation. Fang Ying replied with a smile. The first one is impractical for Fang Ying's stature. The second one, come on, he was concerned it might have adverse effects. The third one requires time, but the one thing he has plenty of is time, and it offers the best cost performance. Well, it's best that you think this way. Next, I will coordinate with your principal. Later you will need to fill out some forms, but it will be easy. Work hard. I will be keeping an eye on you during the upcoming assessments. Lu Guan looked at Fang Ying, awkwardly revealing a not-so-pleasant smile. Yes, I will definitely not disappoint Uncle Lu, nor will I tarnish my status as an external personnel. Fang Ying nodded vigorously. Yes. Lu Guan turned to look at the old principal, giving him a look that said he should take good care of him before saying 3 words. I'm leaving, he said, decisively, vanishing right before Fang Ying's eyes. This left Fang Ying, who initially intended to see him off, standing awkwardly in place. Principal, look. You kid, I didn't see it before, not bad. Since you have brought glory to the school, I can't be stingy. Here you go. The old principal tossed over a card. It was a card with divine light flowing around it. Fang Ying reached out to take it. There were no words on it, smooth as a mirror, yet soft as silk. It was quite magical. This is 5 million divine coins as my personal sponsorship for you. You heard what your Uncle Lu said, don't let us down. The items will be sent directly to you later. As for you, you have a few days until the assessment. You should have access to special purchasing channels in the Divine Alliance, right? Remember to check it out. There will be some useful items for you. Off you go. Fang Ying had no time to express his gratitude before he opened his eyes and found himself outside the school gates. Looking at the bustling crowd on the road, Fang Ying wore a bewildered expression. What on earth happened? How did I end up here? Was the old principal happy or unhappy? Was he jealous because Lu Guan was good to him? His Fang Ying felt a chill at the back of his neck, and then chose to head to the place the principal mentioned to see what special items could be useful to him. Divine Alliance. This time Fang Ying entered without any obstacles, and finally, under the friendly guidance of a young lady, he learned how to use his special channel. It turned out that the marketplace does not follow an ordinary region. The items are actually in a deeper layer of the inner world within a virtual space. Fang Ying couldn't help but exclaim, the city was too restless, each one playing a nesting doll. The inner world is for deities, while the Divine Alliance is for a portion of special deities. And the virtual space is for a group of special deities within the Divine Alliance. Fang Ying suspected that there might be an even higher level beyond the supreme in the virtual space. One can only say that this is the circle. Virtual space, since it is called that, naturally belongs to the spiritual network. It is constructed based on the unique abilities of divine thoughts. Fang Ying entered this world through a card. To be honest, it was a bit strange, though it resembled the real world with flowers, trees, birds, beasts, and insects. Fang Ying could feel that here he was like himself in reality, but protected within a shield. Once affected in the inner world, he could immediately exit. It was quite marvelous, with a feeling of multitasking. And here he encountered numerous things, such as floating chat systems, forums, websites, live streams, auctions, and a series of others. He only needed to select one to enter, for example, an auction house, and the environment around him would change accordingly, appearing genuinely in the auction house. Among them, there were also some special services provided. For instance, an ultimate enjoyment, divine thought delight. Simply put, it is comfort, a kind of comfort that radiates from within. The specific operation is beyond Fang Ying's understanding, but this virtual space can showcase the beauty experienced by other deities. Some are in shock, some are weeping bitterly, and some are ecstatically overwhelmed. It must be noted that these are deities with strict control over themselves. Fang Ying expressed his admiration 666. Then he simply glanced at what might be useful to him. Subsequently, these items appeared before his eyes. Item Platinum Grade, Domain Expansion. Description: increases the area of one's divine domain by 1,000 kilometers. Price: 100 million divine coins. Note, this token can only be used 10 times at one stage, otherwise it will destabilize the foundation. Item Platinum Grade, Spiritual Domain Ocean. Description: transforms a non-attribute divine domain into a basic spiritual energy world. Price: 1 billion divine coins. Note, before using this token, one must determine their divine domain's attributes. If there is an attribute conflict, the consequences are one's own responsibility. Item Platinum Grade, Medium Fire Attribute Divine Charm. Description: enhances the quality of the fire attribute divine domain with a chance of producing certain anomalous effects. Price: 8. For billion divine coins, or exchange for a similar type of water attribute or ice attribute divine charm. Note, when using this token, one must pay attention to the divine domain state to avoid attribute conflicts and ensure compatibility with neutral divine charms. Fang Ying had to admit that the items for sale in this place truly opened his eyes. Surprisingly, there were items that could increase the area of a divine domain without damage. 10 pieces. What does that mean? That means 1,000 square kilometers. God knows the peak of a divine being is merely 5,000 square kilometers. Even with just one piece of this resource, one could at least break free from the shackles of being a divine being and reach the level of a true deity. Yet here Fang Ying was struggling with everything. He had still only managing to reach the late stage of a divine being with the aid of the system. No wonder the old principal has little hope for the top rank in the nation. Fang Ying sighed. It was like Earth. Everyone knows that driving luxury cars and living in mansions can attract girls. P.S. I am not materialistic. I just care about looks. As long as someone is handsome, that's enough. But knowing is one thing and doing is another. How many people work their entire lives and still can't afford even a wheel of someone else's car? Just like Fang Ying, even if he became a deity, he still remained a deity among the commoners, unable to compare with those wealthy second-generation deities. Class distinctions are indeed everywhere. Shaking off his chaotic thoughts, he discovered something similar to his system. Name: Simulation System. Description: a system synthesized by the convergence of various laws through the simulation of deities combined with the heart of time from the great race, these people encompassing reincarnation, life, death, and creation. It can simulate the future trajectory of a deity, battle outcomes, laws, divine skills, and more. Price 1 billion divine coins per use, or 50 strands of spiritual silk. Note, because there is only one of this system, reservations are required in advance. If continued, one can cut in line, but must negotiate with the previous user. Good heavens! Fang Ying could only exclaim these 3 words. In the virtual space, he could intuitively see the product images and the overall effect. This item is based on the deities injecting their own data and relational networks into a helmet, the simulation system, thereby generating various situations. However, Fang Ying also noticed a problem. Even with predictions of the future, something crucial was missing: the data of the enemy. You know the enemy's situation, but you do not know their emotions. It's like knowing a person's height and weight, what skills they have learned, and their general personality. When you can never guarantee how the other party will behave upon encountering you, you are controllable, but the enemy is not. Thus, the simulated results are often dense with thousands or even billions of outcomes. This requires a significant amount of divine thought for analysis. However, even so, it is quite remarkable, at least able to match 1% of Fang Ying's simulation system's effectiveness. The heart of time I obtained is of golden grade. Oh, I wonder how much it can be sold for. I imagine it should be worth several billion divine coins. Fang Ying fantasized for a while before stopping. After all, that thing might have a somewhat dubious origin. Even if he were to sell it, he would need to wait until he had the strength for self-preservation. I wonder if there are any cost-effective options suitable for a newcomer deity like me. Fang Ying promptly opened a forum, seeking to acquire some resources. However, he did not expect the first scoop to land on him. Is there anyone with information? Recently, a deity at the Divine Being stage took on a task for the Plague Company with an S-level rating. Please check who they are. It would be best if there are battle data from their divine domain. The price is negotiable. I knew it was from Qin City, and that person is participating in divine battle tasks for the first time. I wonder if they are from one of those families. There are no prominent figures in Qin City. It's just a poor mountain valley. Don't think too much, it's probably just luck. If they can complete an S-level task, I'll eat Oreos upside down. To the one above, are you brave enough to reveal your real name? Now that we have entered the virtual space, can we not be so lowbrow? I'll tell you, if you dare to speak like that outside, your divine domain will be shattered in an instant. Do you believe it? Hey, I don't believe you. What's wrong? 3 shots, I just love to curse. Who are you to care? Is he my father? Are you defending him? Where were you born, you wild seed? No, don't, please don't. Alright, he has already returned to nature's embrace. Oh, just a mid-stage deity. I really wonder who gave him the courage to think that in the virtual space, I wouldn't be able to find him. Do we the 8 great families of the capital eat plain rice? As this fellow made his final summary, there were no further comments in the entire forum. Fang Ying could see that the number of people in the forum was rapidly declining. Most likely they all fled, and Fang Ying felt the same. Although he didn't know if what the other party said was true, it seemed that situation wasn't optimistic for that guy. Originally, Fang Ying wanted to continue lingering in other forums, but his interest had waned. Until he saw a banner that was prominently displayed across all forums, his eyes brightened. No need for 998, no need for 888. 1,000 kinds of divine skills are being sold off in tiers. Don't miss out, don't miss out, don't miss out. One must admit that the other party's promotion has already captivated Fang Ying. The main reason is the low price. After clicking in, Fang Ying discovered that the actual price was merely 66 million divine coins. On average, each divine technique costs less than 1,000 divine coins. With his 5 million and an additional 5 million from the old principal, he has enough to secure it. However, after he delved into the thousands of divine techniques, he realized why the prices were so cheap. The basic divine techniques were merely the most rudimentary versions. Moreover, many of them were not particularly useful. For example, levitation technique, which can allow one to float 5 meters above the ground. Waterball technique, which creates a basketball-sized water sphere. Long-range vision technique, which extends one's eyesight by an additional 1,000 meters. There are many others that, while they may seem impressive, one must remember that they are not meant for ordinary people. Those who achieve divinity and step onto the battlefield are at least at the true god level. The enhancement of their physical abilities far exceeds these techniques. However, it wouldn't be entirely accurate to say they are completely useless. For instance, there are some offensive spells, healing spells, and techniques to enhance physical strength. Though the effects may be somewhat weak, they cover a wide range of fields. After all, these divine techniques originated from the communication between deities and their followers. Currently within his divine domain, there are the Evil Eye clan and the Ant-Man clan, along with the newly emerged scientists Yagai's insect race. As long as he provides sufficient resources, Fang Ying believes these basic divine techniques can definitely yield greater results. Most importantly, perhaps the merchants are currently running a promotion. They even included a free divine technique token. Among them, there are 10 mid-tier divine technique tokens covering effects such as healing, attack, immunity, and acceleration. In addition, they also gifted a high-tier divine technique token, Rebirth of the Undead, which can resurrect living beings that have died within the last 24 hours. Although it can revive deceased beings to their full state after another 12 hours, even if these beings have not sustained any damage, they will still die. After all, this is a technique belonging to the undead category, but it could potentially yield unexpected surprises in ambushes or surprise attacks. And if the other party happens to be an undead deity, it could allow the deceased undead to achieve true resurrection. Thus, Fang Ying chose to purchase without any hesitation. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully purchased the promotional package 1000 Divine Techniques. This knowledge will be transmitted through divine thought, and you can choose direct or indirect transmission. The indirect transmission method will incur a service fee of 10 divine coins. I choose indirect transmission. This isn't due to Fang Ying being overly cautious. He knows that transmitting various knowledge requires a quiet place to adjust his state in order to receive the inheritance of knowledge. Otherwise, forgetting or interruption during transmission is a minor issue. Sometimes it can even turn a deity into a fool. Of course, such situations are rare. After all, knowledge is tiered and would not be transmitted as heavenly knowledge to a deity at the mortal realm. Ding, the resource tokens will be transmitted to your location shortly. The message arrived in just half a second. 12 tokens appeared before Fang Ying. However, these tokens manifested outside of Fang Ying's physical body in his world, and he collected them. The token for 1000 Divine Techniques presented a transparent crystalline hue with 1000 golden streams of light swirling within, resembling swimming fish. Absorb. As Fang Ying focused, the crystal token shattered and thousands of golden fish rushed toward his body, directly entering his brow. This felt somewhat akin to the transmission of a celestial technique. A multitude of information flooded Fang Ying's mind. Each foundational divine technique was constructed from hundreds of thousands of models and was not simply achieved in one go. Take the levitation technique mentioned earlier, for example. It requires considerations of the body's height, weight, movements, breathing frequency, weather conditions, gravitational pull, and various other equations combined with divine power or faith power for practical use. Fang Ying could guarantee that each basic divine technique requires a significant amount of human and material resources for specialized calculations. It was clear that the other party was no ordinary entity. One must remember that those who use divine techniques are not only humans, but also various creatures, strange beasts, spirits, and mutated beings. Ding, you have received a message, please check. Fang Ying was somewhat surprised. It was from an organization called 10,000 Methods, one he had never even heard of. Why would they send him a message, especially in virtual space? Open. Dear Sir, hello, we have detected that you have purchased our promotional item 1000 Divine Techniques gift pack. In appreciation of your strong support, we are offering you a 9.9 discount card. You can use this discount card to enjoy a 9.9 discount on any purchases at 10,000 Methods, and we will also occasionally provide small gifts. Lastly, here is a small reminder: the divine techniques you purchased are protected by the Divine Alliance's patent rights. You may impart them to the beings of your divine domain, but cannot arbitrarily share them with other deities, or we will exercise our rightful authority over you to issue a life and death order against you. So please abide by the law. Lastly, thank you once again for your patronage. Why do I feel like I've received a gentle threat? Fang Ying could only express that whenever it involves the other party's interests, there would be significant danger. The more developed the place, the more so. But as a law-abiding good citizen, how could he do such a thing? So he continued to browse, until he rubbed his eyes and saw an item that was strikingly familiar and well-known. Item: golden level. Rui Jingu Bang. Description: weighs 13500 pounds, made of sea gold at both ends and forged from black iron in the middle, created by a blacksmith based on ancient myths of Blue Star. Effect: can enlarge and shrink, can be thick or thin, and includes a vibration feature and self-cleaning system. Note: an essential item for home travel. Price: 88 million divine coins. Fang Ying felt as if he had been tricked. Did Blue Star also have Journey to the West? Why was he unaware of it and had never studied this knowledge? Of course it could have existed, but it simply wasn't that popular. After all, deities are currently facing threats, so naturally, they can't promote entertainment too vigorously. However, such items are only suitable for nostalgia and serve little purpose. Instead, the two items below piqued Fang Ying's interest. Good items. Item: golden level protagonist aura. Description: with it, you become the protagonist of your own divine realm, where all beings revolve around you, increasing the luck of your divine world by 50 and your personal luck value by 10. Price: 55 divine coins. Note: it originates from the aura of a protagonist in a certain plane. If you encounter a higher level protagonist aura, your aura will be countered and become ineffective. Item: golden level staff of the divine. Description: this is a masterpiece from a deity of control. With it, your control over your divine realm will increase by 20 and it will enhance your divine realm's work efficiency by 20, limited to below the celestial level. Against enemies, you will have 1 willpower judgment, empowering the consciousness of the entire divine realm to conduct a mental assessment against the enemy. Depending on the situation, if the enemy fails, their mental power will be reduced to some extent. Note: each enemy can only be judged once, and only once per day. Price: 69 million divine coins. Note everything has its durability, and its durability is 50000500000. After it drops below that, you can consult the deity of control. The contact number for that deity is 6497. Originally, Fang Ying was surprised by the price offered by the other party, not because it was too high, but rather too low. But when he saw the subsequent notes, he realized that they wanted to engage in a long-term business. By the way, you didn't set this durability up yourself, did you? Fang Ying speculated with a hint of malice. After all, he had encountered something similar on Earth. He bought a new hairdryer that broke down in less than 6 months, only to find out later that the manufacturer had intentionally replaced a certain component with a more fragile one. The goal was to encourage customers to purchase their products more frequently. Nevertheless, despite the complaints, Fang Ying quickly bought the staff of the divine. There was no choice. He wasn't financially abundant at the moment. He hoped the other party would use tricks. If the first protagonist aura could be acquired this way, he would do anything to get it. Subsequently, Fang Ying continued to browse. He thought it would be a waste not to spend the money he had just acquired on resources. Unfortunately, most items were priced too high. The lower-priced items were mostly of no use to Fang Ying. After a brief expenditure, he left with less than 8,000 divine coins. Upon arriving at the Divine Alliance's location, Fang Ying listed 1,000 divine coins, intending to convert them into blue star coins. In the blink of an eye, the ratio of 1,100 that Fang Ying set was snatched away, and he gained a small target. It is known that blue star coins and divine coins are products from two non-interwoven dimensions. Although the exchange rate for divine coins is high, they are predominantly used among deities and rarely converted between the two. Therefore, purchasing divine coins with blue star coins is similar to buying goods and does not cause so-called inflation. For example, the rice and oil Fang Ying purchased were priced similarly to Earth, about $1 per pound of rice and $5 per pound of oil. However, unlike on Earth, luxury items are not expensive. Items like gold necklaces or jewelry are priced ordinarily. Instead, certain divine items are highly inflated. For instance, divine items with attributes or protective pendants are highly sought after. Yet for deities, these are considered ordinary goods, hence only ordinary people purchase them. The diet of higher deities is different, consisting of various energy-infused substances similar to the special pastries Su Shoushou previously gave Fang Ying. However, these require divine coins to purchase, which ordinary people cannot access. Currently, Fang Ying cannot afford them, so he is just a relatively common exception among the impoverished deities. He aimed to improve his living standards in the realm of ordinary people first. Within 3 hours of leaving the Divine Alliance, Fang Ying completed purchases of an apartment luxury car relocated from an old house and hired a top chef to prepare a lavish dinner. In essence, Fang Ying achieved what an ordinary person pursues in a lifetime within 3 hours. If he wanted, he could also purchase a company and grow it into a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. But again, resources bought with blue star coins are useless for deities, so no one would be bored enough to do that. Moreover, once done, he might face dual pressure from the government of the real world and the Divine Alliance, resulting in a net loss. After finishing a luxurious dinner worth $1 million, Fang Ying swirled his wine glass and entered his divine realm space. At this moment, the divine realm world underwent a tremendous transformation. The land area had reached 30 square kilometers, while the total area of the divine realm soared to 10 square kilometers. If compared to Earth, it is roughly the size of Tianjin City. The current Divine Realm world has been divided into several major modules based on the state of the Cthulhu race within. First, there is the recently acquired Summer GA insect race, accompanied by the 3 deities he brought along with a distinctive group of face-hugging insects and aberrant creatures, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding area, resembling a city amidst the countryside. Connected to the Summer GA insect race are the Eye of Evil and Ant-Man races, which do not require Fang Ying to adjust further. The 3 research talents coming together are likely to spark unique ideas. Oh, I must mention here that it is unclear whose idea it was to transform Fang Ying's statue into a more familiar figure and place it into a dedicated pyramid-shaped temple. Fortunately, Fang Ying can still feel the continuous flow of faith power, otherwise he would have to tear it down. After all, his 1,000 divine arts are all prepared, and if something goes wrong now, wouldn't that mean his purchase was in vain? The race of the gods remains as it is, wandering across various locations like volcanoes, underground veins, and glaciers. After all, the species of the gods are diverse, encompassing all types. However, it is unknown where the honorary patriarch of the gods, the king in Yellow Hastur and Nyarlathotep, have gone. According to his perception, they are not in the divine realm and likely have gone to the void space to play. Heaven knows Nyarlathotep has been quite unruly lately, perhaps due to awakening the original source gaining strength, while also undergoing a series of personality changes. Fortunately, Fang Ying can sense that he can still control the other party. As for the deep ones, they have been relatively stable, existing in water and not aspiring to dominate the world, merely focused on reproduction. Recently, Fang Ying learned that they were interested in contacting the Summer GA insect race to breed with their face-hugging humanoid beings. Fang Ying has no objections to that, as long as they obey. In contrast, the Cthulhu recently made a big move. Indeed, Fang Ying discovered a region in the deepest ocean that was engulfed in thick gray mist. This mist appeared after Cthulhu welcomed new companions, creating a welcoming ceremony. Since its occurrence, it has not dissipated, and Cthulhu cannot enter, prompting an urgent notification to Fang Ying. Fortunately, upon investigation, although Fang Ying does not know exactly what is happening, he can sense that there is no danger inside. Rather, it holds nurturing power. At that moment, Fang Ying's supplies were finally delivered. The token for the breath of the apocalypse, supported by Lu Guan. In the virtual space of the Divine Alliance, he had purchased the Staff of the Divine Hand, 1,000 divine arts, and other miscellaneous aids. It's time to make a grand move. Fang Ying stood in the void holding the Staff of the Divine Hand. One must admit the feeling of being equipped was vastly different from being unarmed. How should I put it? The style has certainly elevated. Furthermore, through Fang Ying's senses, he realized that his control over the Cthulhu divine domain had indeed increased significantly. I say you all are those I cherish, my beloved children. As Fang Ying's voice modified resonated through every corner of the Cthulhu divine domain. All living beings, those with ears and spirits, turned to look at him. Although Fang Ying deliberately obscured his image with the consciousness of the Cthulhu divine domain and altered his voice. Moreover, he kindly adorned himself with a layer of brilliant colors to celebrate his magnificent presence. Yet unfortunately, the style of the Cthulhu divine domain differed slightly from his expectations. What all beings saw was a blurry shadow resembling an abyss which overshadowed the entire divine domain. In his hand, he wielded a weapon that seemed capable of annihilation, surrounded by countless worlds collapsing around him. Although Fang Ying's voice was gentle, after processing, all living beings were left with only fear and respect in their hearts. Even Cthulhu, mighty as he was, bowed his proud head, thinking the great primordial lord has grown stronger again. However, one individual had a flickering light in his eyes. Closer, closer, the great lord has come a step nearer. The distance to rescue my kin has shortened. I hope the master can hold on. The body of the Xiaogai insect clan trembled with excitement uncontrollably. Fang Ying, not being a mind reader, naturally would not guess the thoughts of this group. Instead, he felt relieved that none of his followers had mutated this time. You see, a deity must tread carefully even when speaking in his own divine domain. Is it easy for him? Your divine battle this time has showcased the fearlessness and bravery of the Cthulhu divine domain, highlighting your wisdom. Thus this pleases me greatly. Therefore, I shall bestow bountiful rewards upon you. Fang Ying noticed that everyone still kept their heads bowed, looking quite obedient, and he continued. I say all things revitalize. After this statement, dozens of tokens transformed into specks of light and dissipated in the Cthulhu divine domain. Immediately, the Cthulhu divine domain blossomed like spring. All things began to grow wildly. This growth encompassed not only plants, but also animals, land, oceans, and minerals. Even the subservient beings of Cthulhu felt an increase in the activity of their cells. Dagon could even sense a boost in the vitality of the ocean. This was the resource Fang Ying had purchased with tens of thousands of divine coins, far surpassing nature's cloud by a long shot. I say, may everything proceed smoothly. With these words, another dozen tokens transformed into starlight and dissipated in the Cthulhu world. This time, the Cthulhu divine domain did not undergo drastic changes, yet the most affected were the intelligent races. For after this statement, many members of the Evil Eye clan felt a sudden clarity, as if the fog of problems had been lifted, and they immediately thought of solutions. It was nothing short of divine skill. They involuntarily looked at the Ant-Man clan, only to find that the Ant-Man clan was also looking back at them. Watching the people around each other gaze, only the giant devouring race, led by the drilling insect, was somewhat confused. What's wrong? Why are you all staring? Why do I suddenly feel like I have a premonition of what to have for tomorrow's meal? Could it be that they are all hungry? The drilling insect speculated to itself. On the contrary, the legendary Cthulhu furrowed his brow, deeply wondering why, after the great primordial lord finished that sentence, his thought of creating a high-end magical sacrificial array was interrupted. Why did he feel a persistent emptiness in his heart? Naturally, Fang Ying observed this scene of his followers, knowing that it had cost him a significant amount of divine coins to acquire this set of resources. At the very least, it was the backbone of constructing a primary divine domain. It could increase wisdom, enhance the luck of the divine domain, boost personal luck, and stabilize the development of the divine domain, essentially combining multiple benefits. It seemed promising. After all, even Cthulhu began to frown. Could it be that the other party had developed some special skill again? One must admit the growth of the other party had a significant impact on Fang Ying and the divine domain. However, at times it could also be quite troublesome. Just look at the lingering gray mist in the sea that was conjured by the other party. Fortunately, it wasn't a major issue, otherwise Fang Ying wouldn't be leisurely issuing divine decrees, but would have entered a mode of deduction. I say everything purifies and energy endures forever. With this statement, the token of breath of the apocalypse sent by Lu Guan directly merged into the Cthulhu divine domain, causing the air in the Cthulhu divine domain to begin condensing, forming a vortex resembling a white eye of God. Moreover, as it spun continuously, the more sensitive beings immediately sensed the difference. Just when all the subservient beings were closely observing this white eye of God, an anomaly suddenly occurred. It felt as though the white vortex had condensed too many clouds, causing it to darken increasingly until it became a deep black. Upon closer inspection, one could even see black stars shimmering within it. This has mutated. Fang Ying furrowed his brow, scrutinizing closely, as he had never encountered such resource mutations before. The textbooks covered only basic knowledge and did not provide solutions for such sudden circumstances. As someone with the memories of 2 lifetimes, Fang Ying understood that mutations could result in 2 outcomes. One was benign and the other was malignant. After a brief contemplation, he realized that regardless of the outcome, he could withstand it. After all, it was his own divine domain, and how could he let the other party turn it upside down? Thus Fang Ying relaxed his grip and sat back to see what this thing could mutate into. Similarly, his subservient beings were fixated on that deep black vortex, until a swift figure accompanied by excited and high-pitched cries rapidly rushed into the Cthulhu divine domain from the void outside. Then it dove headfirst into the now somewhat chaotic black vortex. Yah praised the black star. Nyarlathotep. His return is remarkably timely, but where has the king in yellow haster gone? Fang Ying, possessing a god's perspective, could naturally see everything that unfolded clearly. Just as he was complaining, the originally black, chaotic vortex underwent a significant transformation due to Nyarlathotep's arrival. Or rather, it experienced a catalytic effect. In an instant, the black vortex shrank sharply and then burst open violently. It was like a black firework blooming in the sky. Afterwards, the entire sky began to turn black, spreading ceaselessly from the source of that vortex in all directions. Black, pure black, began to erode the sky continuously. In just a short moment, it had already consumed half of the sky of the Cthulhu domain. It cloaked the originally shimmering Cthulhu domain in a layer of even more terrifying veils. As Fang Ying was about to take action, he noticed that Nyarlathotep was a step ahead of him. Praise the stars, praise the darkness, praise the black star. With Nyarlathotep's words, the entire black sky began to shine, with colorful stars twinkling and soon covering the entire sky. However, those with keen eyesight could discern that those dazzling stars emanating with colorful light were in fact countless eyes. When these eyes opened, they exuded a soul-stirring aura. And when they closed, they emitted a radiance that was darker than darkness itself, akin to what is often referred to as the colorful black of a raven. Moreover, it was evident that the effect of these eyes closing created an uncomfortable sensation of being watched. Fang Ying could only say that it was fortunate he possessed a heart of steel, as he felt no discomfort or triggered his trypophobia. Instead, he immediately utilized the god's hand staff in conjunction with the consciousness of the Cthulhu domain to assess what had become of his breath of apocalypse. After all, the effect did not appear very pleasant, as evidenced by the face-hugging insect humans and alien beings that had activated their struggle mode under the cover of the black star. Name Breath of Apocalypse mutated version stars alias Eternal Night, stars level golden grade unstable in promotion, attribute no attribute interference prevents assessment effect. 1. Infection. When placed in the divine realm, it generates a special dark sky. All creatures, animals, plants, and everything alive or inanimate that are shrouded by this sky will be infected with an infection rate of 50. 2. Tears of the Stars generates 10 drops of Tears of the Stars daily, which can enhance one's mental strength by 10 upon use, but requires enduring a mental validation. Failure to pass may result in physical or spiritual mutation or distortion. If not used, one can choose to save or compress the Tears of the Stars. 1,000 drops can condense into 1 star crystal, increasing one's mental strength by 500. 1,000 star crystals can condense into 1 heart of the stars, increasing one's mental strength by 1,000. Note: currently ineffective against deities and above, but effective for legends and below their kin. 3. Breath of the Black Star continuously infects all living and non-living beings under the dark sky, steadily increasing the spiritual energy of the divine realm by 50. Note: this spiritual energy may produce other effects and requires persistent assessment. Observing the mutated Breath of Apocalypse, it should now be referred to as stars. One could only say that besides enhancing the original capabilities, it had added a significant number of new attributes. Originally, Fang Ying intended to sell this resource since it was renewable. But given the current situation, that would be a mistake. He estimated that after selling a Heart of the Stars, the Divine Alliance would come knocking at his door. He wouldn't want to be charged with endangering the harmony of the gods. As Fang Ying was lost in thought, the Cthulhu domain began to undergo changes. To be precise, it was the infected creatures of the Shigai insect race that were undergoing transformations. The most obvious manifestation was the human facehuggers and other creatures similarly infested. They rolled on the ground under the cover of the black sky as if an ice block were sizzling on a pancake. However, the creatures emitting from the facehuggers were not white smoke, but gray and silver vapor. As they continued to roll their bodies, or rather the tentacles of the facehuggers on their heads melted like water, but did not drip to the ground. Instead, they were absorbed by their bodies. In the end, the human facehuggers transformed into beings resembling zombies. Their bodies hunched over, curled into a contorted shape with white sclera and protruding noses exhibiting features akin to dogs. Upon closer inspection, their skin had a uniform rubbery texture. Their ears became sharply pointed, resembling elves, though in a rather incomplete form, making them look quite unattractive. Their hands sprouted scales and long nails, while their legs swelled up considerably. In a synchronized posture, they bowed to the dark sky, emitting hurried, crying sounds. Ding, congratulations, your Cthulhu domain has once again gained a new ally. Ghoul ghoul, huh? Fang Ying was taken aback. He never expected such a surprise. To be honest, he had only known of ghouls as humanoid beings, and this was his first encounter with avian animal and fish-like ghouls. This was also the reason he did not react immediately. But I remember that ghouls are said to possess human-like intelligence and can communicate well with humans, even forming religious groups. It is said that the ghoul king Mordigin is their leader and object of worship. Moreover, the ghouls' lairs have passages leading to the dreamlands where the ancient god Nodins, whom the ghouls venerate, resides. Oh right, I recall they also worship the offspring of Yog-Sothoth Nyarlathotep. Why does this ghoul I see seem to have a notably low IQ? Could it be due to the transformation caused by the infection of the gene virus? Fang Ying mused as he observed everything. Meanwhile, the Shagai insect race wore expressions of disbelief. He could hardly believe his eyes. God knows how painstakingly they had assembled their entire race's technology and other means to create such an evolving gene virus. As for the other affiliated races, they merely expressed that these matters were trivial in the eyes of the great primordial lord. For them, the phenomenon of dying and coming back to life was commonplace, often using time reversal as a toy to help them adjust and enhance themselves. Thus, it was merely the appearance of the race that had changed. As for transforming from the face-hugging creatures into beings infused with the essence of Cthulhu mythology, this occurrence could not simply be described as commonplace, it should be affirmed as a matter of course. A glimpse into the legendary growth of Cthulhu. You don't know? A look at the birth of the Deep Ones. Still unclear. What about the race of the gods, the Ant-Men? Lastly, the Ant-Man chief transforming into a hill people. In fact, the astonishment of the affiliated beings at the ghouls was less than their curiosity about the half-night sky over the Cthulhu realm. This brings us to the sky of the Cthulhu realm. When Fang Ying first took over, it was quite natural, with a 24-hour cycle of day and night. However, with the birth of Cthulhu and certain unknown skills, such as the call of Cthulhu, the nature of the sky in the Cthulhu realm changed and became somewhat abnormal. Of course, for the beings who had lived in the Cthulhu realm since childhood, this was normal. The outside divine realms were what was abnormal. The sky of the Cthulhu realm was colorful. Sometimes it was white, a pure white, where nothing could be seen. Other times it was gray, reminiscent of Fang Ying's desolate world with a dull hue. At times it appeared red or blood-colored, as ordinary blood rain would fall. It could also turn blue, but that would be accompanied by descending red magma. Indeed, while other divine realms experienced rain, Fang Ying's Cthulhu realm rained magma, although the temperature was not terrifying, merely around 300 C. Yet in such an environment, the affiliated beings of the Cthulhu realm declared it wonderful. Fang Ying had considered making changes, but was prayed against by all the beings, begging him not to do so. Fang Ying speculated that it was perhaps due to prolonged exposure to the aura of corruption coupled with chaotic emotions like distortion, violence, and mutation that led to their abnormality. But for him, the master of the Cthulhu realm, it was merely a slightly uncomfortable environment, nothing to worry about. Roar, praise you, great God. Thank you, revered master. As the beings illuminated by the stars began to change, their transformations were relatively minor. It was evident that they possessed wisdom and their bodies had been somewhat optimized from the ghoul state. At least they appeared more elegant. Initially, they bowed to Fang Ying, then knelt on one knee towards Nyarlathotep in homage. Where there was one, there was two. Where there were two, there were three. Gradually, one by one, the beings began to transform and awaken. Huh, what's going on? Where am I? The Shagai insectoid. Garomi looked dazedly at this group of beings that were somewhat detached from their own kind. You mutated but still can't recognize your own kind. Can't you see the master who created you is here? What's with bowing to Nyarlathotep? Although to be fair, the true Nyarlathotep is indeed more powerful than us Shagai insectoids. But you're not the real deal. I am a genuine Shagai insectoid. 100. The Shagai insectoid felt somewhat annoyed, akin to a tiger being bullied on flat ground. Thus, it gave a hefty shove to a kneeling being nearby, spinning it 360 on the spot. Of course, this was merely an incident. As the number of beings kneeling to Fang Ying and Nyarlathotep increased, the stars surprisingly began to respond. The night grew deeper and more closed eyes appeared. The speed of mutation in this covered land accelerated, and even the three gods began to undergo changes. Their bodies began to become ethereal, gradually ascending into the sky. The three gods joined hands, forming a triangle, and began to rotate continuously, their speed increasing until a shadow was formed behind them. "Hey, I command you to come back." Seeing this scene, the Xiaogai insectoid was momentarily stunned, and then anxiously used its control privileges to summon the three gods. Although they had pledged allegiance to Fang Ying and joined the Cthulhu realm, the Xiaogai insectoid was still an individual with its own thoughts. Those disposable face-hugging creatures and aberrations could be replaced, after all, they were mass-produced. But the gods were different. They were hard-earned, obtained through countless life-and-death struggles, and normally cherished. If they were tricked away, even if they were from the same faction, it would be devastating. After all, the Xiaogai insectoid was not adept at melee combat. No please. The Xiaogai insectoid exhausted all its means, but ultimately could not retain its gods. The three rotating gods formed a golden triangle. At that moment, an eye that had been tightly shut in the night of the stars suddenly opened, casting a blinding red light. Coincidentally, it fell into the triangle's light circle, and then that eye seemed to be attracted, directly detaching from the darkness and falling into the triangle's light. The triangle light circle fused with the eye, gradually shrinking until it transformed into a blood-colored eye surrounded by a golden rim, and then, with a loud bang, a blinding light emanated from a corner of the night, and slowly a figure emerged from that light. It was a completely golden, transparent figure, as if its body was constructed entirely from some form of energy. It wore no clothes, yet lacked any distinct gender characteristics. This is actually the pinnacle of legend. A stable pinnacle of legend. My pinnacle of legend, ah. The Xiaogai insectoid was initially shocked, then recalled something, and began to wail. "I am willing to serve you forever, great primordial Lord, my eternal Father. Praise you, creator of all, the trickster of life, the game master of the world. Respectfully, you who granted me life, may you find eternal peace, my Father." Indeed, this luminous figure first expressed the highest respect to Fang Ying, and then showed gratitude to Nyarlathotep. Finally, it directly returned to the side of the Xiaogai insectoid respectfully, saying, "Ah, do you still remember me?" It was incredibly difficult. Although he had three fathers, at least one of them was me. As for Fang Ying, watching this theoretically top-tier force of the Cthulhu divine realm, the Shadow of Light, he felt that this was not a loss. He must give praise to Nyarlathotep, although he was unsure of what this being was currently doing, hiding in the starry sky and not coming out. Fang Ying chose not to disturb it and continued to execute his divine mandate. "I say those who believe in me shall attain eternal life and enjoy countless divine blessings." With Fang Ying's words, he transmitted the myriad divine arts he had acquired to all beings who worshipped him and prayed to him. This time, whether ordinary creatures or his followers, they all knelt before Fang Ying with astonished eyes. "Praise you, great Lord. Praise you, my Father God. Praise you, eternal primordial Father." Indeed, at this moment, all beings in the Cthulhu divine realm were shining with flickers of crimson light. This was the light of faith generated from their long-standing belief in Fang Ying. Logically, it should have been golden, but who would have thought that the Cthulhu divine realm was so unique? It should be noted that when they believed in Fang Ying, a portion of their faith would be directly extracted by him, while another portion transformed into a form of energy to protect them. However, this energy was intangible and thus lacked a method of utilization, resulting in no visible effects. Now, because of the divine arts Fang Ying released, although basic, they were just right for them. They all felt the intricate and complex structure of the divine arts models and their usage in their minds. Those with extraordinary powers like the Cthulhu followers learned about 80% of it in an instant, while Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep directly grasped it entirely. However, some quasi-supernatural beings grasped less, only about 3 levels. As for beings with lower intelligence like fish, shrimp, crabs, and insects, being able to comprehend 1 or 2 divine arts was already quite impressive. Even so, it elevated the overall strength of all living beings in the Cthulhu divine realm by a level. Not to mention just the fact that the mindless creature known as Meat Mountain managed to comprehend the divine art of madness was astonishing. God knows why this being would comprehend such an ability, and didn't want to make the creatures that consumed it feel madness. Although Fang Ying did not understand, it was a good phenomenon. After all, even the food in the Cthulhu divine realm held faith in him. A good omen. As for intelligent creatures, they specifically formed a divine arts team. Yes, a team dedicated to communicating divine arts. Although the divine arts were not strong once combined for auxiliary functions, they still constituted a formidable power. After all, he came from the great deity, their primordial lord. Go, my children, all of this is what you deserve. This is the glory you should enjoy. Once Fang Ying finished his last words, the entire divine realm fell into a brief silence before erupting into a celebration. There was no way around it. The great primordial lord had given too much. First was the massive infusion of energy from the Plague Company, followed by Fang Ying pouring in millions of divine coins. If the Cthulhu divine realm did not change after this, then that would truly be strange. The Eye of Evil clan began to study the divine arts gifted by Fang Ying alongside their old friends, the Ant people. Then the burrowing demon worm who had been working hard for 10,000 years surprisingly approached. Due to his piety towards Fang Ying, he had accumulated a large amount of faith power, and he wanted to see if he could use the divine arts to speed up his brick moving. Otherwise, he would feel useless. The Eye of Evil clan expressed indifference to this. Not long after even the God clan got involved, as Nyarlathotep could not be found, the Yellow King Hastur was nowhere to be seen, and Bayaki felt it necessary to enhance the overall strength of his God clan. The divine arts were an opportunity. The Cthulhu also had similar thoughts, as he believed that this divine arts might unlock the summoning array of the sacrifice flow that he had previously forgotten. The Shoggoth, seeing that these major clans were participating, felt embarrassed to act independently as a newcomer and thus awkwardly joined, but kept his distance from the God clan. He felt that Nyarlathotep's kin were thieves. Thus, the top clans in the Cthulhu divine realm began a vigorous journey of divine arts research. Even Fang Ying did not anticipate this. With more people, naturally, sometimes quantitative changes would lead to qualitative changes. They truly managed to produce some results. First, regarding communication, they created the Divine Arts Network, which in conjunction with the Blood Network, could not only facilitate rapid and efficient unknown communication, but could also achieve the instantaneous teleportation of small items. Although this was limited to within the Cthulhu divine realm, it could definitely be said to be an astonishing means. Additionally, there were several other outputs. For example, P activation projection, targeting breath of corruption P shooter. Human corpses 10 activation 10 enlargement control zombie giant. Ghoul deep 1 catalyzed derive make combined dwarf. Many such marvelous little things. It must be said that in a world devoid of legal and moral constraints, be it humans or other entities, their thoughts would undergo significant progress. In response, Fang Ying expressed that as long as they were happy, that was enough. Having accomplished all this, he actually planned to exit the divine realm. With the exam approaching, although there was no risk of leaking questions or reference to previous exam types, relatively speaking, he could still look for some discussion materials from seniors who had experienced it. At the very least, one should be mentally prepared. Of course, it was preparation to secure the first place. However, sometimes surprises would knock on the door one after another, catching him off guard. Ding, congratulations, your Cthulhu divine realm has reached a promotion point and has successfully advanced to a medium divine realm, micro world. Then a warm current swept through Fang Ying's entire body. Although he could not feel much of a power boost, he felt that his body had become much lighter. This can be considered a transformation of the divine realm. One should know that deities have their own ranks, followers have their own ranks, and the divine realm world also has its own classification. Though these three are closely related and inseparable from a certain perspective, they are also independent. After all, the consciousness of the Cthulhu divine realm is a product of the self-derivation of the divine realm. The classification of divine realms is actually quite understandable. They are divided into micro world, small world, medium world, large world, and perfect world. Micro world, simply put, there are 3 tiers: 1,000 square kilometers, 10,000 square kilometers, and 100,000 square kilometers. This represents the early, mid, and late stages. Reaching 1 million square kilometers would correspond to a promotion to a small world. As for the later stages of medium world, it essentially breaks free from specific square kilometer standards and adopts another theoretical framework. Just like finishing university and continuing to advance to graduate school, masters, and doctoral studies. What they rely on is no longer scores, but concrete thesis achievements. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I thought the Cthulhu divine realm needed some time to absorb. Fang Ying murmured to himself. Although he had accelerated the flow of time, this short period was only about 80 years. Ding, a change has occurred in the gray mist of the deep sea of the Cthulhu divine realm. Do you wish to investigate? Has the gray mist changed? Has life derived from it? What he saw in his mind was a gray haze, and he wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he seemed to have witnessed life. Well, it should be described as something between life and non-life. Moreover, it was accompanied by some unknown meaningless murmurs echoing in his mind. Interesting, even the consciousness of the divine realm cannot penetrate my mind. Combined with the identity of the sovereign of the divine realm, can only see the surface. How embarrassing. It seems this fellow is not simple. Fang Ying propped his chin, contemplating carefully for a moment before finally activating his all-seeing eye. Thanks to the great contributions of Senior Xuemingxia, I wonder what they are doing now. In the next moment, Fang Ying seemed to enter a certain state, his gaze causing even the Cthulhu divine realm to tremble. It felt as if the entire world was about to fall into an unspeakable state. All beings were prostrating on the ground, praying to the primordial god. Oh, except for a certain fellow who was joyfully hopping around in the fragrant stars, while the black star and fragrant stars alternated back and forth, making the beings covered by that haze quite uncomfortable. The Zaga insect clan. Garomi was in a somewhat better situation, knowing that Fang Ying was not becoming foolish, but was using some kind of power. But this made it even more cautious, and it even recalled an ancient saying to seek the skin of the tiger. At one moment it planned to find an opportunity to escape Fang Ying's control after rescuing its kin. However, as soon as this thought arose, it was cut off, and for safety's sake, it even extracted and destroyed that memory. Then it looked at the flickering stars in the night, gritting its teeth, filled with dissatisfaction, towards Nyarlathotep. Name pseudo-nameless mist. Alias shadow creator. Status unknown, unstable. Ability 1. Fall of the gods. Any creature within the nameless mist will be affected, their minds gradually warped, becoming mad and dangerous, their bodies undergo aberration, and ultimately transformed into shadows controlled by the nameless mist. 2. Collapse of order. No explanation. 3. Rampant monsters. Shadows, as the only life forms within the nameless mist, are transformed from creatures that entered it lacking self-awareness and cannot be killed. They will tightly trap any creature that enters the range of the nameless mist until it becomes their companion. Narrative. This is an invitation sent to an unknown existence by a legendary creature, Cthulhu, that has been tainted by the abilities of mythological beings through a clever ritual. However, due to the vague content of the invitation, the existence misunderstood it, resulting in a fragment of its divinity descending. And that fragment of divinity underwent some unspeakable mutation under unknown circumstances, giving birth to a mysterious creation. Currently, its situation seems relatively stable, appearing to be searching for something or planning to do something, but what exactly it is, I believe in the distant future, you will surely obtain the true answer. Let us look forward to it. Damn, a type of plant. Fang Ying rubbed his temples, thinking he would have a new member in his divine realm. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be that fellow Cthulhu playing around, bringing a real, unknown being into his territory. This is not a product derived from his divine realm that can be controlled, but a completely uncontrollable factor. But fortunately, the other party seems to have no intention of further expansion, merely existing steadily there, so it's best not to enter easily. It seems to be the nameless Mist Nyarlath. However, Fang Ying knows very little about that existence. After all, the records concerning Cthulhu refer to it by a coded name said to mean the hidden name. Its overall manifestation resembles a vast mist that can cover the entire world, or a misty column filled with illusory eyes and huge mouths. After all, there is no specific explanation about what lies within that existence. Another possibility is that the birth entity of the nameless mist Yog-Sothoth is known as the Silver Key, the one who is all the birth of all bubble. That existence is in the form of a shining sphere possessing great powers of time and space. If it is merely a clone, it can be explained. In any case, to summarize, it is an existence that Fang Ying cannot afford to provoke at present. Even if the other party is a minor mythological Cthulhu creature. Didn't you see how hard it was for Fang Ying's entire divine realm to battle a Cthulhu mythological being, the Zaga insect clan, which had lost most of its power? After some thought, Fang Ying issued a decree prohibiting all beings from approaching within a 10-kilometer range of that gray mist. Then Fang Ying personally made some arrangements for this domain, using his authority to build an unyielding wall of seawater, which also became a beautiful sight in the Cthulhu divine realm. Thus the peaceful times swiftly passed. Fang Ying granted the beings a century of joyful times, though it fleetingly passed under the accelerated time in the divine realm. But looking at the increasingly thriving divine realm, Fang Ying's heart was still filled with pride. It's time to put an end to the trouble before me. Fang Ying's gaze turned towards the depths of the void. My children, beautiful times are always short. Now there is a dark cloud hanging over our heads which is not right. We must disperse it and let the bright future shine upon the land of the Cthulhu divine realm. Are you ready for battle? Fang Ying's divine realm pierced through the hearts of all beings in the Cthulhu divine realm, like a sharp arrow, instantly stirring enthusiastic responses from all its subjects. Always ready. Where you go, I will follow. Cthulhu divine realm, eternal, the primordial Lord, eternal. Kill move bricks, moving bricks makes me happy. Fang Ying ignored the shouts of a certain fellow who was about to go crazy and continued. So the evolution of the divine realm officially begins. Let your enemies witness your growth. After saying this, Fang Ying directly vanished, and the entire divine realm fell into a frenzy. Although the Zaga insect clan, Garomi, also participated in the revelry, after all, adapting to the crowd is the way to survive. However, it found the concept of evolution somewhat baffling, so it nudged the silly giant, the burrowing devil worm, who was celebrating beside it. Do you know what the Great Lord means by evolution? It means being able to easily kill you in reality. The burrowing devil worm replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, the Xiagai insect clan silently shifted to the side. Meanwhile, Fang Ying waved his hand at his system. Simulation system. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Great master, I am always at your service. Why so polite? By the way, how many simulation points do I currently have? Fang Ying had not forgotten that he had invested heavily during the Plague Company mission. Your simulation points are 48000 points. Not only does it not decrease, but it actually increases. This left Fang Ying a bit startled. It seemed he hadn't done anything too extravagant lately. Then he glanced at the dramatically altered divine domain and thought to himself that perhaps he had indeed done a bit too much. But if this is for simulation, could it possibly be exorbitant? System, if I were to conduct a simulation, how many simulation points would I need for the current situation? Buzz buzz buzz. Reporting to the master, the current simulation requires 4836000 points. Upon seeing this message, Fang Ying nearly spat out blood. There was no way he could manage this. This wasn't even about breaking through the stars for 8 billion. Buzz buzz buzz. Given your current status, it is recommended to conduct a regional simulation. Before Fang Ying could even inquire, the system proactively provided him with a solution. Regional simulation. What does that mean? In simple terms, it means excluding the area of the pseudo-nameless mist within the divine domain, while conducting normal simulations in the rest. What if I exclude it? How many simulation points will I need? Simulation points, 2000 points. Fang Ying was taken aback, so that pseudo-nameless mist simulation actually required 8 billion. And his own divine domain was just a mere fraction. Initially, Fang Ying intended to ask what this specific amount was based on. After all, it was initially said to depend on the state and strength of the divine domain. However, in the end, Fang Ying decided to give up. As the master of the divine domain, he might have probed further about others' domains. But for his own divine domain, Fang Ying believed that sometimes knowing too much was not necessarily a good thing. It was better to take a cautious approach. Enhancing his strength, and once he reached a certain level, understanding some things would be the correct way to handle matters. Then let's proceed with the simulation. Buzz buzz buzz. 200 simulation points deducted. Initiating block simulation. You may choose 3 from the following 10 skills that you prefer. Fang Ying glanced over. Not bad, all golden level skills. After some consideration, Fang Ying selected 3. Skill cautious development, don't be reckless, level golden. Effect stability 18, patience 5, appearance 10, distortion 5, pervert 5, taunt 15, nerve 5, everyone stay steady if you're going to be cautious, understand. Positioning, anyone who acts recklessly will be taken out and made to ride a wooden donkey. Skill wonderful crisps, level golden. Effect inspiration 15, quick thinking 5, lively 5, soul jump 5, nervousness 10, clumsiness 5, mental quality 10. After eating wonderful crisps, I know that they're truly good, can't go a day without them, meow meow meow. Regarding these 2 skills, Fang Ying intended to create a combination skill for usage, as he had realized that although his skill levels were continuously improving, the advantages were increasing alongside significant disadvantages. However, with reasonable selection and combination, it could effectively balance them out. Skill illusory, body level golden. Effect imagination 10, overall body quality 15, mutation 10, solidification 10. When you imagine yourself being powerful, you can truly become powerful. But there will always be some weaknesses troubling you. When these troubles become reality, they will transform into genuine, significant issues that cannot be eliminated. It can only be said that this last skill is acceptable for beings from the Cthulhu divine domain with strong mental power. It won't cause any major surprises. Buzz buzz buzz. The Cthulhu divine domain embarks on another simulation journey. The first millennium Xiaogai insect clan. Guhalomi had yet to understand what was happening when Nyarlathotep, along with all his belongings, charged into the void with the ghoul and shadow people. In the end, an angry Guhalomi could only follow closely. During the continuous advance, the Xiaogai insect clan, staying beside the shadow people, learned about the various experiences of the Cthulhu divine domain from Baiki. He felt a strange sense of worry about the unknown, while being astonished at the strength of the divine domain master Fang Ying. In response, he expressed his opinion, believing that they should not rush into things. Even in a simulated state, they should act with caution. Buzz buzz buzz. The cautious development, don't be reckless skill has been activated. The words of the Xiaogai insect clan quickly garnered support from the Eye of Chaos clan and the Ant-Man clan, while the God clan Deep Ones and Great Devourers stated they would cut through the chaos. This was how they had previously acted and achieved great victories. Even if they ultimately perished, it did not diminish the glory of the Master God. Cthulhu expressed that he suddenly had some whimsical ideas, so he would not participate in this discussion. Nyarlathotep stated, let them fight, it won't lead to death anyway. He had even clearly expressed to the Xiaogai insect clan that he would not assist the God clan, and that the ruling rights of the ghouls belonged to the Xiaogai insect clan, showing no interest in interfering. Nyarlathotep silently transmitted information to you, indicating that his inaction was to better adapt to his own power, because he felt extraordinarily happy at this moment. Facing the current situation, you have the following choices. The intertwining of new and old forces, the contest of wisdom and power. This is a dilemma, and as the true master of the Cthulhu divine domain, which side do you choose to support? Representative of power, the burrowing demon worm faction. Just do it. Stop being so wishy-washy, it's too annoying. Be more masculine. Backing the mountain is the right path. B. The flash of wisdom, the Xiaogai insect clan faction. The result of failure is for summarization. The true essence of success lies in being good at thinking. The brute is always the one being played, while the wise always occupy the high ground, just like their great master God, the primordial lord, who is the representative of wisdom. An eternal myth, one cannot bring shame to the Father God. Fang Ying only contemplated for less than 2 seconds. The Xiaogai insect clan was right. In today's world, if one doesn't leverage wisdom, but relies solely on brute strength, it is indeed very easy to suffer losses. Moreover, Fang Ying also did not forget the losses he suffered in the Plague Company. He had a relatively favorable view of the Xiaogai insect clan. I choose B. Let them form a think tank. As Fang Ying's choice fell, the previously quarreling group of subordinates immediately knelt down in an orderly manner towards Fang Ying. Subsequently, under the discontented gazes the Xiaogai insect clan Gu, He Luo Mi the Void Touch, and the Hill people formed a 3-person meeting. Although they had also invited the leaders of the other 3 races, unfortunately, they were rejected as they felt that only those who were weak needed to deliberate, the real men just needed to confront directly. There was no way around it. The beings of his divine domain were not mindless puppets. Although they acknowledged Fang Ying's decision, they still had their own tempers. This was something even Fang Ying could not change. Under your arrangement, the experienced Gu He Luo Mi of the Xiaogai insect clan won the agreement of the other 2 with his wisdom, thus gaining the ultimate command of the entire battle. Gu He Luo Mi, considering the current situation, did not recklessly deploy all military forces, but instead adopted a policy of streamlined troops and made deployment plans. Among them, the giant Devourer clan sent 500 troops as vanguard, while the Divine clan dispatched various types of troops to surround the flanks as a formation. Although the Deep Diver clan had the ability to traverse the void, their speed ultimately could not keep up, and there were losses, so they only sent out 100 elite troops to support the rear. As for the rest, the Evil Eye clan sent out 300 to the middle route, while the Ant People clan did not need to send anyone and remained to guard the base. Gu He Luo Mi himself sent out 100 ghouls as cannon fodder. His mechanical squad dispatched 500 mosquito-like mechanical sensors, spreading them at the forefront. As for the command of each team, Gu He Luo Mi wisely refrained from intervening, allowing their respective leaders to lead the battle. Time quickly passed into the 2nd millennium. Thanks to the cooperation of the Evil Eye clan and the coordination of the Ant People's leader along with Gu He Luo Mi's detection troops, they quickly figured out the specific location of the great race of is near the asteroid belt and discovered various warning devices disguised as asteroids and dust. Gu He Luo Mi, skilled in camouflage and detection, easily disarmed them without alarming the other side, allowing the forces of the Cthulhu Divine Domain to successfully invade the asteroid area without any hindrance. Based on previous feedback, Gu He Luo Mi speculated that the detected great race of is was merely a forward base, and there must be a stronger main force behind them. Therefore, Gu He Luo Mi suggested not to act rashly, but to continue scouting, of course avoiding asteroid No. 1. According to Gu He Luo Mi's speculation, the great race of is and asteroid No. 1 were not working together. Soon Gu He Luo Mi discovered one by one the main camps of the great race of is led by legendary figures deeper within, but due to the opponent's technology being on par with Gu He Luo Mi's, and because their weapon detection equipment was more advanced, Gu He Luo Mi was discovered at the same time. He discovered the Cthulhu Divine Domain subjects, and thus war was imminent. Fortunately, Gu He Luo Mi had left plenty of soldiers at the first forward base, and with Cthulhu stationed there as a precaution upon being discovered, Gu He Luo Mi directly issued preparations for battle through the Blood Network. The battle on both sides was about to break out. With the legendary power of Cthulhu facing the great race of is whose highest combat power was only at the extraordinary level, they did not take action in the ambush. Simply by maximizing his infection, the great race of is had already twisted into madness, forgetting even to self-destruct, and were directly captured along with their weapons and equipment by the Deep Diver race. On the other hand, the situation was not very optimistic. Nyarlathotep and the Shadow People launched an immediate attack on the main camp of the great race of is under Gu He Luo Mi's command. However, the opponent immediately activated their defensive equipment, which could defend against not only energy and physical attacks, but also mental attacks. As a result, Gu He Luo Mi's gene virus and Nyarlathotep's infection were unsuccessful. However, even though the great race of is had legendary level beings, they could not resist for long against 2 prepared legends, especially one that had reached the pinnacle of legend, and merely half an hour later the energy shield was breached. Subsequently, the Void Touch and the elite of the Evil Eye clan unleashed a fatal beam, annihilating most of the few great race of is present in the main camp, leaving only 3 extraordinary and 1 legendary great race of is who were also eliminated by the Shadow People and Nyarlathotep. Among them, the legendary great race of is self-destructed. The Shadow People quickly blocked it, but still caused Nyarlathotep to suffer minor injuries. And then they discovered that an extraordinary great race of is attempted to seize the body of the Evil Eye clan, but unfortunately, he mistook his target and was killed. Afterwards, Gu He Luo Mi did not directly consolidate his gains, but began a thorough search to investigate whether there were any insiders among his people who had been transformed. After 3 hours of mental scanning, 3 individuals possessed by the great race of Is were discovered, 2 from the giant Devourer clan, and 1 from the divine clan of the Wind lineage. In the end, Cthulhu Mi dealt with the main camp and forward base of the great race of Is with minimal cost. The entire asteroid belt ultimately belonged to your command. In the resources collected afterwards, Cthulhu Mi found a lot of resources. Although many precious weapons were damaged, there was a complete ultimate weapon, the Grief of Divine Domain. The Grief of Divine Domain is a weapon specifically designed for those possessing a divine domain. It can utilize the energy within the void to amplify the original disaster and accurately target the coordinates needed for the attack. It is known that disasters in the void are quite common. Even the most common ones include void storms and void frost. However, these disasters mostly only cause injuries to extraordinary beings, but once enhanced through the Grief of Divine Domain, they can become disasters capable of destroying a divine domain. In addition, they also discovered the King of Single Combat, the Void Cannon in the ruins, which could easily obliterate legendary creatures with a single shot. Even the Shadow People were not spared. However, because this weapon requires pre-charging and Fang Ying subjects attacked too quickly, the opponents did not have the time to use it, which left them all with a lingering fear. But now they had already become the fruits of their victory. Just when Cthulhu Mi was organizing the spoils of war, Cthulhu approached him carrying a large object. Indeed, it was the captured spaceship and the crazed great race of Is. However, this nearly made Cthulhu Mi scream as he discovered that the opponent's spaceship was transmitting the entire battle information in real time. This signifies that the battle against Cthulhu is being observed by the superior great race, the Is, and it also reveals the exposure of the Jhelemi. Thus, Jhelemi decisively ordered his nanomachines to dismantle the entire spaceship. Eventually, they discovered that the core of the entire device originated from the legendary great race, the Is, known as the Heart of Time. Upon this realization, Jhelemi immediately began the disassembly of his discovered base, where in the deepest part of the base, they found a core that belonged to a higher-level legendary great race, the Is. Therefore, Jhelemi could not afford to gather his spoils again, and quickly led his main forces back. So the entire battle, which seemed like a surprise attack, was actually conducted right under the opponent's nose. During the initial battle, many situations arose where, after eliminating the forward scouts of the great race, they were subsequently killed by the Dream, which had Hela inside Meteor No. 1A, or if they managed to eliminate the enemy, they would be slain by the husband of the Is, the father of Snake's IG. Now, without alarming any unexpected situations, he found that he had been under the observation of the enemy all along. But if they had already been discovered when they eliminated the forward scouts of the great race Is during the first deduction, why did they not face an attack from the main forces? Fang Ying suddenly detected the scent of a conspiracy, sensing a similarity to the problems encountered during his previous dealings with the Xiagai insect race, though not entirely the same. It can only be said that fighting against clever opponents is exhausting. In the third millennium, while Jhelemi left a portion of ghouls to continue gathering resources and to track the tails of the great race Is, he deliberately scattered most of his troops to let them escape, including nearly half of the elites from various races. Jhelemi planned to sever his tail and seek survival to gauge the attitude of the great race Is. Unfortunately, with Jhelemi's deployment, all of the tales he sent out disappeared into the void, and even through the blood, no valuable information could be found. In the fourth millennium, Jhelemi and his group encountered no threats. Everything seemed as if they were merely scaring themselves. Eventually, Jhelemi returned to the domain of Cthulhu with an anxious heart, only to see a ray of light. He recognized it as the weapon of the great race Is, the Null Cannon. Upon returning, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep immediately attempted to resist, but they found their powers unexpectedly restricted and could not exert them. They discovered that the entire domain of Cthulhu was enveloped in a special force field set up by the enemy. The great race Is did not directly launch a massacre in the domain of Cthulhu. Instead, after first executing the Xiagai insect race, the Void Touch, and the Hilichurls, they began a colonization journey in the Cthulhu domain. Upon realizing this, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep and their followers immediately rebelled, but ultimately, due to the presence of the mythical great race Is, they had no choice but to self-destruct, and the domain of Cthulhu ultimately fell into the hands of the enemy. Following the deaths of Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, the burrowing demon worm and the Byakhee were executed after killing several ordinary members of the great race Is. After the last extraordinary being in the Cthulhu domain perished, the pseudo-nameless fog controlled by Fang Ying suddenly erupted, and in an instant the Cthulhu domain, along with the mythical great race Is forces, was enveloped by the explosive gray mist, leading to complete obliteration. The deduction has concluded. So the ultimate victor is the gray mist. Fang Ying anticipated the vengeance of the great race Is, but did not foresee the gray mist. System, didn't you say that the pseudo-nameless fog was not part of your deduction? Fang Ying's inquiry did not wait for a response, and continued to send messages. Your deduction result is rated C. Brief summary: your followers are strong and cautious, yet this was a defeat destined to happen. No matter what changes are made, failure is ultimately inevitable, so accept it. This is reality. Alright, even if you say that, I still have to ask, what exactly is that gray mist? You clearly said it would not be involved in the deduction. Fang Ying persisted in his questioning. No comment. Oh, alright. A hint of a smile crossed Fang Ying's lips as he realized that the system had its limitations too. The system is a standard feature for crossers. This should be a definition in many novels, but how many people know the true purpose of the system's existence? Perhaps it is to elevate itself. Perhaps it seeks to acquire everything from its host. Perhaps it aims for something specific in this world. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Fang Ying does not consider himself a prodigy. Even though he possesses memories regarding Cthulhu, without anything to aid in conjunction, they amount to zero and will never transform into one. Oh, he initially thought of creating a primordial world with his own abilities, but unfortunately he failed. No matter the process or reasons for this failure is simply failure requiring no justification. After all, the weak have no choices, but that does not mean he lacks will. While utilizing the system, he was also concerned about the system's essence. Now he understands that the system is not omnipotent. The power of Cthulhu is sufficient to restrain it. Although acquiring Cthulhu's power carries the implication of courting danger, what does it matter? Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those in shoes. Remember this: Fang Ying still needs to face the following situations. Now, no matter what Fang Ying does, as long as he comes into contact with the enemy, he will definitely be detected. However, when Fang Ying thought about the fact that he was not fighting alone, but rather against an entire race, he felt somewhat disheartened. One could say that the strength of a single creature is not frightening, but if that creature represents an entire race, it becomes rather terrifying. The great race of the Is people is akin to the human race. Even the death of the smallest deity among the human race, though seemingly inconsequential, will certainly provoke retaliation from other human deities. Unless that existence is something that cannot be eradicated in a short time, or is a being that inherently instills a sense of despair. If I were to truly take such action, even if the nearby great race of the Is people were eradicated, legendary, or even mythical or higher-level sovereign Is beings could very well descend upon this area of Fang Ying. Thinking of this, it's likely that no matter how much Fang Ying hides, he would be unable to escape the search of their soul power and mental force. Psi, the manifestation of deduction may be considered a decent method, perhaps even labeled as a divine skill. But it also depends on the circumstances in which it is used. At present, my Heart of Time is continuously activated for 24 hours, constantly relaying information back to headquarters. This is something I cannot overlook. Fang Ying then shut down the deduction system, bidding farewell to those enticing items. However, he believed that this temporary abandonment was just to reap greater rewards in the future. Jehelami, what do you think of this battle? Fang Ying's voice echoed in the ears of the somewhat bewildered Xiagai insect race, Jehelami. Indeed, Jehelami was still in a state of shock, for he clearly remembered the moments before his death. It was all too real. Yet now he was undeniably in the Cthulhu divine domain. Was it all a dream? A simulation? Time reversal? Or something else? Jehelami dared not imagine his admiration and reverence for Fang Ying had overflowed beyond his body. Upon receiving Fang Ying's divine decree, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground. Oh, my great master, well, share your thoughts. The voice in his mind was very comforting, even lifting Jehelami's body. Master, your greatness is simply unparalleled, indescribable beyond compare. Alright, let's not dwell on those words. What do you think about this battle? Fang Ying directly interrupted his praises. Yes, esteemed master. Regarding the great race of the Is people, I have the following analyses. Their abilities are primarily focused on the use of weapons and soul attacks. They are essentially a bunch of petty thieves stealing others' bodies, usurping their souls, plundering civilizations not only of the past, but even the future. Truly shameful. However, in the face of scientific technology, our Xiagai insect race has never been afraid. Through early interactions, it is evident that their bases and sentinels technology cannot detect my nanogene technology. Moreover, the attacks of their mental force and soul power only affect our subservient beings below the extraordinary level. For those above the extraordinary, especially myself, Cthulhu, and Nyarlathotep, they are utterly ineffective and will instead be influenced by us. Currently, the only concern is the Heart of Time within their entire technical apparatus. The Heart of Time originates from the abilities of the great race of the Is people, and even my technology cannot extinguish it or halt its operation. Furthermore, they have integrated the Heart of Time into their overall network construction, not using it for attacks or deductions, but merely for information transmission. This results in a singular function, making it even harder for us to infiltrate. Even if we could destroy it instantly, their overall network would detect it and send personnel to investigate. Thus, this is a problem. Fang Ying listened to Jehelami's detailed analysis and had to admit he had found a treasure. Since this fellow is not a native creature of the Cthulhu divine domain, but one with several epochs of experience, his rich experiences and combat knowledge allow him to effectively identify issues. This does not indicate that the Evil Eye clan and the Chu-Chu tribe lack intelligence. Rather, they are still young and have experienced too little. I've also noticed that the situation on their side is akin to the blood web you devised. Once a problem arises, others can immediately become aware. So do you have any good ideas? Great Master, may I ask a question? I wonder how many times you can utilize such a deduction state. You don't need to worry about that. Fang Ying did not answer directly, as there were some trump cards that deities cannot reveal too clearly. Yes, Great Master, Jehelemi has offended. Jehelemi immediately knelt down and continued. I have found hope in the great 1,000 divine skills you bestowed upon me. If coordinated appropriately, it might yield miraculous effects. This is my consideration. We have already mapped out the deployment and positions of the great race of these people around the Cthulhu divine domain, so as long as we act, we will certainly be able to capture them all in one fell swoop. The role of divine arts is to temporarily disrupt the information transmission of their heart of time, or to obscure information simulating data. However, in terms of effectiveness, I'm still uncertain and need to experiment through simulated deduction. That's acceptable. Fang Ying thought for a moment and agreed. I will use my abilities to bring your ideas into reality, but you must understand that deductions concern the future, and every minute change in the future may lead to unknown outcomes, so you need to keep detailed records to ensure there are no issues. Yes, Great Master. Jehelemi humbly replied. Fang Ying wasted no time transmitting the dialogue between the two to all subservient beings through divine decree, so they would know what to do. Striving to resolve this lingering problem as quickly as possible. Deduction System, begin the deduction. ZZZZ, as you wish. Deduction initiated. Please choose 3 of the 10 skills below. Given that you have already fixed 1 skill, you may select 2 more. Skill: Voice of the Royal Court, level Golden Effect, Soul Strength 10, Mental, Will 8, in Negative Resistance 5, Reason 5, Unknown Whisper, Listening 8, Distortion Interference 5. He is a gift from a singer causing great pain and torment, and the Roar of the King. The Pied Piper of Hamelin. Skill: Sphere of Negation, level Golden Effect, Solid Soul 8, Soul Toughness 5, Will 5, Reason 10, Depression 10, Pessimism 5. From the annotations of the unknown existence in the dream realm, it alternates colors in the phantasm, perishing and deriving within the soul, drifting beyond rules, judging whether it exists. Fang Ying discovered that the skills selected this time had become more serious, and their descriptions seemed to carry profound implications. This inevitably led him to ponder the previous simulation regarding the attack of the pseudonymous mist. However, it can only be said that before everything had transformed into true power, it was a bit premature to think too much. Let's begin. Ziz. The second round of simulation has commenced. The first millennium unfolds amid the full mobilization of all parties. Due to having undergone a previous trial run, and with the external enemies being exceptionally powerful, the Cthulhu domain's affiliated beings did not experience any unpleasant incidents and cooperated well with the trio of strategists. The Summerbug clan. Garomi made adjustments to the overall deployment once again and cautiously led the main force forward. Soon they arrived once more at the forward base of the great race of the Ease. Because Cthulhu, Nyarlathotep, and the Shadow People, these 3 absolute combat powers, had not separated. Thus the raid on the outpost went exceptionally smoothly, and under the combined effect of the Ant People, the Evil Eye clan, and the Summerbug clan's collaborative research on their combined divine techniques, the base of the great race of the Ease, connected with the heart of time, was utterly pulverized. After waiting for a while, and realizing they had not been exposed, they initiated their collective plan to head towards the main base of the great race of the Ease. This time, without the need for reconnaissance, they instantly breached the headquarters defenses. The Cthulhu affiliates had clear divisions of labor, with the Evil Eye clan first launching a wave of fire coverage, while the Devourer clan, due to issues with mental energy, refrained from direct action and instead handled the aftermath outside. As for the rest, the Bayaki, the Burrowing Worms, the Touch of the Void, and the King in Yellow Haster targeted the remaining extraordinary beings of the great race of the Ease within the base for a focused slaughter. Legendary beings like Cthulhu surrounded the still bewildered legendary members of the great race of the Ease. Knowing they were powerless to resist, the legendary members of the great race of the Ease immediately chose to self-destruct, intending to parasitize the bodies of the Cthulhu affiliates. However, the Summerbug clan, having prepared in advance, promptly set up a realm of spiritual control alongside the Evil Eye clan, sealing them completely. Meanwhile, the Heart of Time, which had been broadcasting information outward, was rendered incapable of transmitting messages due to prior divine guidance masking its signal. Having made all necessary arrangements, the Summerbug clan did not pause, but swiftly organized their gains and returned to the Cthulhu domain with their main force. The second millennium arrives. In preparation for potential resistance from the great race of the Ease, the Cthulhu affiliates, after 500 years, found that nothing had occurred and once again embarked on their development. The land area of the Cthulhu domain has expanded further, growing to 3,140 square kilometers. In terms of weaponry and technology development, with the collaboration of the Evil Eye clan and the Ant people guided by the Summerbug clan, there has been further advancement. They integrated the unique infection ability of Cthulhu, lowering sanity with weaponry, allowing even ordinary Cthulhu creatures equipped with weapons to infect surrounding beings, inducing various negative emotions, even leading to instances of breakdown and suicide. There is a certain probability that this will cause abnormal physical changes and a sense of obedience in those infected. Simultaneously, in another aspect, the Summerbug clan and the Evil Eye clan gained partial information from the analysis and dissection of the souls of the legendary members of the great race of the E's, controlled by a special force field. This primarily revolved around the opponent's schemes. They discovered that the sudden appearance of the opponent in this place was related to the No. 1 meteorite, or rather to the life forms within the No. 1 meteorite. The forward base of the great race of the E's left in the meteorite belt was precisely to investigate the life forms within the No. 1 meteorite, which purportedly contained powerful secrets. For this secret, they had made considerable efforts, resulting in some casualties, including the legendary member of the great race of the E's that Fang Ying had previously discovered. Of course, aside from this, there were also some conspiracies, and before the Summerbug clan could delve deeper, the detonation device buried within the opponent's soul was activated. Fortunately, the Summerbug clan had prepared countermeasures in time, preventing any injuries to the nearby affiliates, and utilized divine techniques to erase the residual waves of the transmission signal. In response to this, the Summerbug clan and the other affiliates discussed the matter, recalling that in their initial exploration, they had encountered the life form of the Dream Witch, Idhila, within the No. 1 meteorite, and there was nothing else. In light of this situation, the Summerbug clan ultimately decided to leave the decision to everyone to see if they needed to send personnel to investigate that place. In the vote, the burrowing worm raised both hands in favor, as that place was discovered and named by it, and it had dreamed of incorporating it into the territory of the Cthulhu domain. Finally, under a tie in the decision, Nyarlathotep cast the most crucial vote in favor of the investigation. This time, the Summerbug clan did not prevent it, as it was also very interested in the secret mentioned by the opponent. However, to be cautious based on previous experiences, they decided not to mobilize too many personnel, and instead let the Nano Legion of the Summerbug clan lead the way, with the burrowing worm taking the lead to guide its clan members ready to communicate through the blood network in case of any issues. The third millennium arrives, everything is in order, and according to the overall arrangement of the Summerbug clan, the burrowing worm leads the main force, proudly embarking on the long journey through the void. In the 300th year of the third millennium, the burrowing worm finally reached the No. 1 meteorite it had named. The burrowing worm successfully set foot on the No. 1 meteorite. The last message received by the Cthulhu domain's affiliates came from the shock of the burrowing worm. In the fourth millennium, while the affiliates of the Cthulhu domain were questioning and discussing whether something had gone wrong, they discovered a meteorite similar to the No. 1 meteorite crashing toward them. In the 300th year of the fourth millennium, the entire Cthulhu domain was struck by this No. 1 meteorite, causing the ground to crack and the void to tremble. The rescue efforts of Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep could not prevent the disaster. Finally, as the entire world plunged into disaster, the pseudonymous mist suddenly erupted, enveloping the No. 1 meteorite and the entire Cthulhu domain. The Cthulhu domain fell into eternal tranquility. In the 800th year of the fourth millennium, a distant void flickered in the Cthulhu domain, launching a void cannon toward the Cthulhu domain wrapped in the pseudonymous mist, then fell silent. This simulation has concluded. The evaluation of this simulation grade E. Briefly, you fool me, I fool you. So who is the true victor? Only he knows. So everything was premeditated. Following the methods of the Xiaogai insect race, they used divine techniques to shield the heart of time, and then leveraging their prophetic abilities swiftly eliminated the outposts and the great race of the Ishi people. This would eliminate one of the greatest enemies near the Cthulhu divine realm. The situation was already heading in this direction, until they deciphered the sole information of the legendary great race, the Ishi people. It concerned the secret of Meteor No. 1. Then the followers of the Cthulhu divine realm naturally went to explore, and subsequently, the drilling demon worm unexpectedly encountered the divine meteor. Meteor No. 1 directly descended into the Cthulhu divine realm. Most critically, after the Cthulhu divine realm was enveloped by the pseudo-nameless fog, that sudden appearance of the void cannon. Needless to say, it was undoubtedly the great race of the Ishi people. Thus, at this juncture, Fang Ying had two conjectures. The first possibility is that when the Xiaogai insect race led the followers of the Cthulhu divine realm to ambush the great race of the Ishi people, although they succeeded, they were also discovered by the enemy. However, because they had captured the legendary great race of the Ishi people, the enemy did not take action, but rather plotted some scheme. This was to use Fang Ying's Cthulhu divine realm followers as test subjects, allowing them to come into contact with Meteor No. 1. Thus Fang Ying and his group obtained some information regarding the great race of the Ishi people and meteor no. 1. Such mixed messages naturally made for excellent bait. And if this line of thought were to be pursued, it is estimated that even if the beings of the Cthulhu divine realm were not deceived that meteor no. 1 would still be guided towards the Cthulhu divine realm. At this moment Fang Ying suddenly recalled that the meteor no. 1 initially referred to as the Crimson Giant Star descended into the Cthulhu divine realm in this manner. Perhaps it was related to the great race of the Ishi people. As for the second possibility, this implies that there were no issues with the overall combat of the Xiaogai insect race, and that the great race of the Ishi people did not discover the destruction of their outposts and bases. The sudden change of meteor no. 1 could only be described as a pure accident. The cannon fire that the Cthulhu divine realm ultimately faced was purely due to the great race of the Ishi people discovering the sudden change in position of meteor no. 1 leading them to inadvertently uncover the Cthulhu divine realm. Simply considering this, Fang Ying felt a headache coming on. All he wanted was a normal development environment. Yet the divine realm itself had already become so remote, and yet here he was encountering so many issues. The key was that these matters had to be resolved without delay. To be clear, he was still a mere Kalami in reality. Of course, Fang Ying could still try his luck after all his divine insight was. He just didn't know if he would still be himself by then. Fang Ying dared not gamble. Father God, please lift my seal. While Fang Ying was pondering, Cthulhu's voice suddenly drew the attention of the divine realm consciousness. Fang Ying was taken aback. Why did this guy suddenly remember this matter? Father God, the moment meteor no. 1 descended, my seal broke at that instant, and I sensed something different, yet I cannot articulate it in words. Cthulhu's words plunged Fang Ying into silence. How could Cthulhu be linked to meteor no. 1? What on earth was going on? However, it seems that now he could only treat a dead horse as a living horse and give it a try. Fang Ying waved his hand and saw that the seal on the reality distortion ability had been lifted. He had expected this process to be uneventful. After all, it was just a power. Yet such a small action unexpectedly stirred the previously calm pseudo-nameless fog into a frenzy. It is worth noting that this was happening in reality, not in a simulated state. This caused Fang Ying to become tense all over, as if he were about to seal it back again. At this moment, however, Cthulhu's voice emerged. Great Father, wait. I sensed a call and the gift of wisdom from there. It is harmless. Cthulhu exclaimed loudly. This caused Fang Ying's raised hand to fall back down. At that moment, Fang Ying saw a cloud of gray mist suddenly separate from the pseudo-nameless fog that he had sealed, with seawater charging straight towards Cthulhu in the ocean. As Cthulhu was enveloped in the gray mist, a roar erupted from within. Subsequently, the beings nearby underwent physical mutations, each bearing some semblance to Cthulhu. They struggled and twisted, kneeling before Cthulhu with immense admiration. In an instant, Cthulhu's power has skyrocketed. Has it reached the pinnacle of legend? Moreover, even the true essence of Cthulhu from the Cthulhu mythos has improved. Fang Ying stared in shock at this scene. 1 could only say that the creatures of the Cthulhu divine realm were leveling up. If it was fast, it would be incredibly fast. If slow, it would be stuck at their realm. What the hell is this ability? The others in the Cthulhu divine realm, seeing Cthulhu's sudden advancement, regarded it as quite normal, not paying much attention. Instead, the Xiaogai insect race quickly arranged for the light and shadow people to rush to Cthulhu's side, asking in shock, does everything stem from our Lord's grace? What? Our Lord could forcibly plunder that being's essence and grant it to you. How is that possible? You dare question our Lord? As the gray mist before Cthulhu suddenly parted, revealing part of Cthulhu's true head. Instantly, the Xiaogai insect race felt a stiffening throughout their body. They nearly fell off the light and shadow person. What they saw, just catching a glimpse of Cthulhu's body, brought forth memories of their 10,000 unexpected deaths. Of course, this was not true death, nor was it Cthulhu showing them their tragic demise, but a woven dream, a horror upon seeing the true form, commonly known as losing sanity points. Yet the distinguished Xiaogai insect race was a true being of the Cthulhu mythos. Moreover, their actual power was legendary. Their fundamental foundation was that of an existence beyond legend. Why could this pseudo-being affect them? The Xiaogai insect race was baffled and could only suppress their internal terror. After hastily assuring they did not doubt the great original Lord, they fled, as if escaping. There was no helping it. The Xiaogai insect race was quite melancholic and needed some quiet. As for their conversation, Fang Ying had been paying attention to Cthulhu, so he was naturally well aware of everything. He chuckled and directly transmitted his voice to the other party. Jehelami. Originally muttering the Xiaogai insect race, Jehelami almost tumbled down from the shadowy figure when called by Fang Ying. But after reacting, he immediately changed from sitting to kneeling, moving with remarkable smoothness. Seeing the other party's response, Fang Ying couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Truly a social insect. It was indeed different from his original familiar creatures. Jehelami. Fang Ying's voice came down once more. Your command is my eternal goal. Jehelemi lowered his head, pondering whether his muttering about his master had been overheard. After all, his master could draw upon sources from unspeakable existences, so it was only natural that listening to thoughts and conversing with him was not beyond capability. No, I seem to not have spoken ill of my master. At most, I only complained a bit about when I would become stronger. Could it be that my inadequacies in interacting with Cthulhu disappointed my master? Just as Jehelemi of the Zagai insect race pondered with 180 concerns, Fang Ying's voice came through. There is no need for anxiety, I regard you the same as them. I have already noted your abilities, and I will surely grant you what you deserve in wisdom. Until that day of victory arrives, you shall obtain everything you desire. After Fang Ying finished speaking, his voice faded away. It seemed he did not intend to wait for a response from the Zagai insect race. Meanwhile, Jehelemi was trembling slightly, not out of fear, but out of excitement to a certain degree. Of course, this excitement stemmed from absolute confidence in Fang Ying. Children, I have seen your efforts, but it is not enough. Continue to strive, do not let me down. After Fang Ying finished speaking, he once again activated the simulation system. Third round of simulation commenced. This time Fang Ying truly prayed in his heart, even directing prayers to a certain unspeakable existence. There was no other choice. Please lend me your aid. Fang Ying suddenly recalled a secret incantation and stepped into the void. Blessed are the Xianhuang immortal, blessed are the Xianhuang heavenly sovereign, blessed are the Xianhuang deity, blessed are the Xianhuang celestial lord. I must be blessed. Uncertain if there was indeed a providence in the unseen. Among skills that should have all been golden level, unexpectedly, a special platinum level skill appeared. Effective. But this name, Blessing of the Lord of Secrets. Skill, Blessing of the Lord of Secrets, level platinum, effect luck 20, secretization 15, whispering 10, life and death transformation 10, opportunity 5, mutation 8, unknown 6, fortune 3. You have attracted the attention of a certain existence. Your circumstances remind them of their past self, and they are willing to offer you certain assistance, but remember, nothing is a one-sided gift, but rather comes from exchange. What you receive, what you possess while being granted to you will surely be greatly returned in the future. Mysterious smile. This is a very special skill, and it is also one of the clearest explained skills, so Fang Ying indicated that he must accept it. As for the future, if one cannot pass this moment, then there will be no future. There is no need to think too much. Regarding the other skills, the initial fixed skill remained unchanged, and Fang Ying randomly selected a soul and spiritual-related skill to initiate the simulation. As you happily feel proud of your wise decision, the third simulation unfolded. As the first millennium arrived, Jehelemi of the Zagai insect race once again made adjustments to their combat preparations, not only reducing personnel, but also simplifying and optimizing the combat process, considering the Ascendant Cthulhu as the ultimate trump card. Quickly, based on Jehelomi's arrangements, they once again descended upon the initial great race of the Is People's outpost. Just as they were preparing to launch an attack, Cthulhu suddenly had a peculiar sensation, and a thought emerged to use the ability of reality distortion against the great race of the Is People's outpost. Ziza division appeared within the team. Which side does your decision support? Jehelemi of the Zagai insect race is one of the 3 leaders. How could they easily change or substitute authority? Wouldn't that be slapping my own face? B. Cthulhu has never disappointed me. Since he has a new idea, why not listen once? Perhaps it will create a different kind of fireworks. B. After all, the situation has come to this point, with divine arts at hand, nothing too problematic should arise. Fang Ying's divine domain was sent in. Due to your choice, Cthulhu began to showcase his abilities. Cthulhu did not directly use his powers to forcibly distort reality, but instead used a special method to infect and tempt. Subsequently, amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, an extraordinary great race of the Is people suddenly emerged and presented an eye of energy. Afterward, once Cthulhu swallowed the eye of energy and sealed it away, he issued orders for everyone to act instantly, annihilating the outpost of the great race of the Is people. Eye of energy. Fang Ying immediately became alert. He did not forget that this object could transform into blood algae, ultimately evolving into the numerous snake god, IgG. Thus, it was surprising that they had not discovered this resource when they previously destroyed this outpost. As for where the eye of energy had gone, no one knew. While you ponder, thousands of cubic flying ships suddenly flew in from a distant place. Indeed, they came from the forces of the great race of the Is people. Cthulhu's divine domain's followers immediately prepared for battle. Ding, dangerous situation, skill, Blessing of the Lord of Secrets activated. Suddenly, meteor no. One came running from an unknown place, coincidentally crashing into those cubic flying ships. Immediately, nearly half of the cubic flying ships exploded, and the great race of the Is people also suffered heavy casualties. Cthulhu's followers, the great race of the Is people, and Meteor No. One have now formed a bizarre 3-way standoff. Time passed second by second. The great race of the Is people began to show signs of retreat, while Cthulhu's followers also planned to withdraw. Just when it seemed this battle would come to an end, the space at Cthulhu's position suddenly collapsed. It was the capture device of the great race of the Is people attempting to capture Cthulhu. Just as Cthulhu was about to use his powers to struggle, he found himself unexpectedly embraced by a female creature known as the Witch of Dreams, Idhyla. Cthulhu expressed his bewilderment, realizing that the opponent's display of power was not as formidable as he had anticipated, having merely reached the pinnacle of legend. However, for some reason Cthulhu chose not to break free, sensing that such an action would not be wise. The remaining beings of the great race, the Is, were indifferent. Once they confirmed that Cthulhu was unharmed, they began searching for the whereabouts of the great race, the Is. Only the Summerbug clan. Garomi glanced back at Cthulhu 3 times, 2 of which were directed towards the dream witch, Idahala. Fang Ying looked at this statement, feeling an indescribable mood. Should it be introduced so clearly? He suspected that the deduction system might have a misleading implication. Moreover, the Summerbug clan, Garomi, did not seem like a creature easily swayed by beauty, especially since the other party was just an insect. Could it be that the other party intended to invade his mind and control this body? Thinking this way, Fang Ying felt it was quite possible. While you were lost in thought, the dream witch, Idahala, began to move her hair, swirling in the void as if following some melody. Even the beings devoted to Cthulhu were momentarily entranced, but they quickly regained their composure and became increasingly cautious. At the same time, a flash appeared in the void, and the remnants of the great race, the Is, who had already fled, suddenly appeared before the dream witch, Idahala. Their cubic spaceship became momentarily stiff, seemingly surprised by the occurrence of such an event. Immediately, the weapon mode of the cubic spaceship activated rapidly, and they began to attack each other. 10 minutes later, the cubic spaceship was reduced to ruins. A crystal-clear eye of energy floated out from the ruins of the cubic spaceship, which was then caught by the dream witch, Idahala. 2. Fang Ying was taken aback. What was this? Was the god of serpents, IgG, not just one? No, could something unexpected have occurred? Fang Ying suddenly recalled the experiences of the Summerbug clan in the Cthulhu mythos. It seemed there was indeed a possibility. Moreover, it appeared that every Cthulhu mythological being that arrived in this world seemed to be in a less than favorable situation. Could there be some kind of conspiracy at play? And what about my situation, the Cthulhu divine realm? It's chilling to think about. As you were lost in thought, the dream witch, Idahala, directly crushed the eye of energy. A phantom of a small snake emerged, and then was swallowed by the dream witch, Idahala. The body of the dream witch, Idahala, began to tremble, and her abdomen started to swell. The extent of the bulge increased. The dream witch, Idahala, looked at Cthulhu with a kind gaze. Cthulhu felt a shiver run through his body, and then he realized he could not move, forced to watch as the dream witch, Idahala, reached toward her own belly, and after a stirring retrieved a sealed eye of energy from within. The actions of the dream witch, Idahala, provoked discontent among the other beings of the Cthulhu divine realm. The Summerbug clan was the first to unleash their powers and charge at her, attempting to control this legendary being that was equal to themselves. The burrowing demon worm, the Void Touch, and the God clan also joined the battle simultaneously, while only Nyarlathotep observed them with a strange demeanor. 6 months later, all beings of the Cthulhu divine realm slaughtered each other to death, with Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep witnessing the moment. At last, Nyarlathotep cast a glance at Cthulhu and fled. Cthulhu, on the other hand, was taken away by the dream witch, Idahala, arriving at Meteorite No. 1. Cthulhu discovered that the dream witch, Idahala, did not intend to kill him, but rather took him deep into the core of Meteorite No. 1. Cthulhu realized that Meteorite No. 1 was not an ordinary meteorite, but a planet controlled by the dream witch, Idahala. Even this red giant star was alive. It could freely change between solid, liquid, and gaseous states. Cthulhu found himself in the core of Meteorite No. 1 and not restricted, but granted ample space to move. He initially intended to escape, but discovered that the dream witch, Idahala, was embracing him with her swollen belly, causing him to lose control of his body once again. Then she unexpectedly began to control Cthulhu's body for forced mating. This mating period lasted a full 300 years, during which Cthulhu experienced rapid growth and strength. Although his realm did not change, his physical power approached the edge of myth. However, at the same time, Cthulhu's body began to exhibit some kind of aberration, manifesting a form symbolized by serpents. Yet Cthulhu also realized that the essence of the Cthulhu mythological being he had absorbed was stirring into action, causing the two forces to begin to contend. Even if just a sliver, Cthulhu remained resolute, extending this mating time indefinitely. After 500 years of mating with the dream witch, Idahala, she gradually lost her patience and began to display a fierce side towards Cthulhu, but unexpected events also unfolded. Nyarlathotep suddenly launched a fierce attack on Meteorite No. 1 with his god clan. Despite being unable to directly defeat the dream witch, Idahala, Nyarlathotep, possessing legendary power, could inflict severe damage on Meteorite No. 1. The already furious dream witch, Idahala, erupted. Cthulhu saw her body begin to melt, eventually merging with meteorite no. 1, while her power soared to unimaginable heights. Nyarlathotep and the god clan perished in that instant, but Nyarlathotep himself ascended to the pinnacle of legend at the moment of death. In the next moment, dozens of void lightning bolts, void hollows, and ephemeral lights surged towards meteorite no. 1. The mythic level great race is descended, engaging in a struggle with the dream witch, Idahala. During this process, Cthulhu merely witnessed the dream witch, Idahala, embodied as meteorite no. 1 is split in two, revealing a gigantic snake head before fading away. Congratulations, the third deduction has concluded. Due to the short duration of this deduction, there is no evaluation. Note you'd better check on Cthulhu. He seems to be listless and unmotivated. Cthulhu is a treasure of my Cthulhu domain, and there must be no mistakes. After investigation, Fang Ying realized the current state of Cthulhu was, how should I say, somewhat unusual. Although he was enveloped in gray mist, the way he lay in the sea was not normal. Cthulhu. Fang Ying's voice reached him. Cthulhu immediately perked up and hurried to his feet, for he held great respect for Fang Ying and had never shown him any disrespect. Except for a few instances of trouble, which were not Cthulhu's intention. Great Father God, heed your teachings. There is no need for such formality. You are my beloved son, and I take delight in you. Your life is equivalent to this world, and all this is a gift to you. What troubles you, I shall provide you with answers. Fang Ying's voice was like a warm current, soothing even Cthulhu's ethereal voice. Great Father, it is wrong of Cthulhu to trouble you with my affairs amidst your busy schedule, yet my ears are constantly disturbed, making it difficult for me to patiently complete the great task entrusted to me by the Master. Speak in detail. To report to you, great primordial Lord, I have fought with that creature, the Witch of Dreams, Idahala, for 500 years. During this process, I discovered that she intended to use my body to resurrect her husband Ig, but because I obtained the essence from that being within the Cthulhu myth, I ultimately did not allow her to succeed. However, after the deduction, I found that a voice and that figure have been lingering deep in my mind. Its name is Leviathan's Plague, Kasich. Fang Ying was taken aback by the name mentioned. Leviathan's Plague, he knew, was the existence that was both Cthulhu's sibling and wife, also an old one. To be honest, her image was somewhat horrifying, with a tendency to cause sanity loss. Her form is an amalgamation of massive tentacles with coiling appendages that can extend to astonishing lengths. She slowly spins amidst the yellow-brown veined clouds, resembling a malformed infant floating in a chaotic womb. Although Fang Ying did not mind this being appearing in the Cthulhu domain, it was said that where she resided nothing could grow, and she emitted various plagues. Moreover, she was notoriously violent, often getting into fights with Cthulhu, using her formidable strength to gain the initiative in mating. Thinking of this, Fang Ying suddenly cast a peculiar glance at the gray mist. It should be noted that during the deduction, this creature was the one who was forced. Now it seems that the violent Kasich is constantly appearing in my mind. Could it be that Cthulhu is the submissive one? I can't think about this any longer. Fang Ying felt something was wrong with his thinking. What on earth is this? Do not worry, my child. You only need to remember that everything has already been prepared in the future. If you wish to correct all of this, you must become stronger. Regarding the issue you mentioned, I will assist you in seeking answers. As Fang Ying spoke, he condensed his accumulated power of belief and infused it into Cthulhu. In the gray mist, Cthulhu fell silent, and Fang Ying sensed that he had entered a state akin to sleep. Therefore, Fang Ying ceased his disturbances and shifted his gaze to the Zagai insect clan, Garomi. At that moment, they were on the territory of Nyarlathotep, listening to him narrate the events following their deaths. To be honest, in this deduction, aside from Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, the others died rather unjustly, as they all perished under the powers of the Witch of Dreams, Idahala. Like the great race of the Yith, they died by their own hand. Even if Nyarlathotep discovered this, he also saw through the strength of the Witch of Dreams, Idahala, so there was no good solution. However, this deduction was not without gains. At least it made them think of a solution. The strategy of sowing discord. First, the great race of the Yith had somehow acquired 2 eyes of energy. But it was evident that their research on this was not complete. They should also be able to infer some connection between the eyes of energy and Meteor No. 1. Whether they wanted to control Meteor No. 1, or for some other reason, remains unknown. Secondly, the Witch of Dreams, Idahala, within Meteor No. 1 should be injured and in a state of recovery, yet she is also searching for the eyes of energy to restore herself as soon as possible. Moreover, this crimson giant star Meteor No. 1 appears to have been transformed from the body of the Witch of Dreams, Idahala, and the God of Serpents, Ig, though it is unclear if it was active or passive. But none of this matters, as it does not affect the execution of the plan. After a calm collision of thoughts between Fang Ying and the followers of the Cthulhu domain, the 4th round of deduction begins. The first millennium opens. Under the arrangement of the Zagai insect clan, Garomi, Cthulhu does not directly seize the eyes of energy, but instead controls the entire forward outpost of the great race of the Yith and heads towards their base. With no concealment, Meteor No. 1 quickly descended. Quickly, the headquarters of the legendary great race of the Yith also rushed over at full speed, as the Eyes of Energy were extremely important, leading to a fierce battle between the two parties. The Witch of Dreams, Idelhara, did not appear, but instead Meteor No. 1 attacked the base of the great race of the Yith with its crimson giant star form. Soon the aftermath of the battle erupted into a violent explosion, damaging both Meteor No. 1 and the base of the great race of the Yith. Just as the followers of Cthulhu felt that both sides were evenly matched and wanted to help, Meteor No. 1 suddenly emitted an unparalleled blood-red light. The great race of the Yith perished. The followers of Cthulhu perished. This deduction has ended. This evaluation none. Indeed, any change will bring about significant alterations. Thus adjustments are necessary. The 5th round of deduction begins. The first millennium opens, and under the arrangement of the Zagai insect clan, Goromi Cthulhu does not directly seize the Eyes of Energy, but instead controls the entire forward outpost of the great race of the Yith and heads towards their base. While advancing, Cthulhu utilizes his abilities to subtly evolve part of the Eyes of Energy aura, and after being reported by the followers watching over Meteor No. 1, they noticed movement. Soon the outpost controlled by the great race of the Yith launched an attack against the followers of the Cthulhu domain, while at the same time Meteor No. 1 also rushed over. Cthulhu immediately ceased hesitating, activated the Eyes of Energy in the outpost, and directed it back to the base of the great race of the Yith. Under unclear circumstances, the great race of the Yith intended to recall their outpost team and leave immediately, but they were quickly attacked by Meteor No. 1 and the followers of the Cthulhu domain. They soon found themselves in a difficult battle as the constant interference from the followers of Cthulhu prolonged the fight until another batch of the great race of the Yith arrived, among which were mythic-level beings. And the Meteor No. 1, having acquired one of the Eyes of Energy, directly transformed into the Witch of Dreams, Idelhara, and the two sides engaged in a great battle, with the aftermath causing the death of all beings below the extraordinary level. Ultimately, the mythic-level great race of the Yith was severely injured and fled, while the Witch of Dreams, Idelhara, having gained 2 Eyes of Energy, once again captured Cthulhu after seeing him ignoring Nyarlathotep in the field and hurriedly left. This deduction has ended. Note: Cthulhu increasingly felt that voice in his mind becoming clearer. He felt troubled. While overall this time the simulation has come increasingly closer to the target, Fang Ying stroked his chin. The only downside may be Cthulhu. He has been targeted by the enemy more than once, and it is evident that the Dream Witch, Idol Hero, was not unscathed at that time. Even so, Cthulhu must be captured. This shows the degree of obsession. So shall we arrange for Nyarlathotep next time? However, we need Cthulhu's abilities. Fang Ying was a bit conflicted for a moment. After discussions, perhaps we can proceed like this. The Shaggy Insect Clan. Goromi suddenly expressed his opinion to Fang Ying and transmitted it through the world consciousness. Upon hearing this, Fang Ying thought it might be worth a try. Due to the relatively short time of the previous simulation, the preparation time was not very long. The 6th round of simulation begins now. Regarding skills, Fang Ying had long since made the Blessing of the Master of Mysteries a fixed item in the simulation. Additionally, he found 2 similar golden level skills to initiate the simulation. As the first millennium arrived, the Shaggy Insect Clan, Goromi did not send any subordinates below the extraordinary level, but directly brought extraordinary and legendary beings to attack the outpost of the great race, these easily obtaining an Eye of Energy, before continuing to the main camp of the great race these. Due to the elite forces of Cthulhu's followers who had no intention of gaining any benefits, the speed was very fast, and the headquarters of the great race these was attacked before they could react. Due to the sudden and fierce nature of this battle and the fearlessness of Cthulhu's followers, Cthulhu's domain only suffered minor injuries to the burrowing worms and Bayaki, and serious injuries to the hill people, yet they slaughtered all the great race these at the base. Subsequently, Cthulhu, after some exploration, quickly found the second Eye of Energy, and guided by the Shaggy Insect Clan, Goromi immediately activated both Eyes of Energy. Soon Meteor 1 descended with a whirlwind from a distant place. The great race these also boarded 2 massive cubic spaceships, rushing from afar towards the position of Cthulhu's followers. Then the 2 factions collided, resulting in a fierce battle. This time, Meteor 1 faced not 1, but 2 mythical-level great race these. Thus, at the start of the battle, Meteor 1 was at a disadvantage, forcing it to directly transform into the Dream Witch, Idelhara's true form. Even so, the battle reached a state of balance. However, the mythical-level great race these were clearly not easy to deal with. Shortly after maintaining the balance, the 2 mythical-level great race these utilized some method, employing a powerful weapon that severely injured the Dream Witch, Idelhara. At a critical moment, Cthulhu promptly transmitted the 2 Eyes of Energy to the Dream Witch, Idelhara. After she fused the 2 eyes of energy, her strength rapidly increased, quickly inflicting serious injuries on one of the mythical-level great race the Is. The severely injured mythical-level great race, the Is, abandoned the other mythical-level great race, the Is, and vanished. He ran away. Fang Ying was taken aback upon seeing this. Is he that afraid of death? This is completely different from the combat style of other great race the Is. Is this one special? During your surprise, the entire scene underwent another change. The strengthened dream witch, Idol Hera, began to attack the other mythical-level great race the Is. Then the mythical-level great race the Is directly died. At some unknown time, they had replaced themselves with a legendary-level great race the Is through a substitution. Upon realizing she had been tricked, the dream witch, Idol Hera, suddenly became furious, starting to smash around her. The cubic spaceship, originally about the size of Meteor 1, was smashed into cosmic dust by the enraged dream witch, Idol Hera. Then the dream witch, Idol Hera, suddenly became extremely quiet. In the next moment, she began to tremble violently, her mouth opened wider and wider, distorting away from her original beauty. Thin snakes continuously poured out from her mouth, resembling a fountain of snakes. As those little snakes quickly gathered like raindrops into the sea, they formed a massive, giant serpent, which looked coldly at the dream witch, Idol Hera, opening its mouth to swallow her whole. After devouring the dream witch, Idol Hera, the giant serpent, turned its gaze towards Cthulhu's followers, lingering on Cthulhu for a second. Cthulhu's followers perished. The giant serpent has gone to an unknown place. In the second millennium, the beings of Cthulhu's domain lost their leader, falling into an eerie calm. In the third millennium, the beings of Cthulhu's domain remained calm. In the fourth millennium, due to the lack of your guidance and the loss of leadership, Cthulhu's domain fell into chaos. In the fifth millennium, chaos persisted. In the sixth millennium, chaos persisted. In the seventh millennium, the Ant People and the Evil Eye clan merged, intending to use the pseudo-nameless mist that you encircled to stop all this, but failed. The pseudo-nameless mist, revolted, Cthulhu's domain was destroyed. This simulation has ended. Evaluation grade summary: you cleverly borrowed power, but were ultimately backfired by it. What comes will come. There is no love without reason, nor hatred without reason. Reflect more on yourself. So the great race the Is was scared off. Does that mean the threat of Meteor 1 has also disappeared? So this can be considered an unsuccessful success. While Fang Ying felt somewhat pleased, the internal situation of Cthulhu's domain was far from calm. Because they did not expect that after their leader encountered an incident, this group actually had rebellious thoughts. They even started a revolt. What the heck, do they not want to live anymore? Don't they know this is a simulation conducted by the Great Master? Hill people, you fools, you've embarrassed me terribly. You actually provoked this pseudo-nameless mist. Where has your brain been? Is that something you can touch? Void touch, you fools, you've embarrassed me terribly. You actually allied with the Ant People and let them lead you around by the nose. Where is your brain? Have you been eaten by the great devourers? Burrowing worm Achu, who is talking bad about me. You fools, you've embarrassed me terribly. While everyone else is fighting for territory and war, have you forgotten your own responsibilities? Brick moving, understand. What is our slogan? Repeat it loudly. Moving bricks makes me happy. Fang Ying looked at the group of guys with a frown. Oh, was this really the time to discipline subordinates? They were currently using deduction to address the threats around them. How could they lose sight of their priorities? Fang Ying immediately issued an ultimatum to the group. 3 chances. You have 3 more opportunities for deduction. If you fail again, then you will face the consequences in reality. When problems arise, you will regret it. Clearly, Fang Ying's warning was effective. The followers of the Cthulhu domain immediately began researching intensively, until the 7th round of deduction unfolded. In the first millennium, under the guidance of the Summerbug clan, Garomi Cthulhu successfully secured the Eye of Energy and quickly advanced to the base of the great race, the EC people. After a fierce battle, they only suffered heavy injuries to the Chocho people to obtain the second Eye of Energy. Once again, Cthulhu activated the Eye of Energy. The No. 1 meteorite encountered 2 myth-level great race EC people who came to support. In a similar situation, Cthulhu threw 1 Eye of Energy to the Dream Witch, Idhyla. Due to the insufficient power contained within the Dream Witch, Idhyla was unable to defeat the 2 myth-level great race EC people and thus chose to escape while heavily injured. The 2 remaining myth-level EC people discovered the Cthulhu domain followers watching from the side and intended to enslave them. After failing, the Cthulhu domain was annihilated. This round of deduction has ended. No evaluation. Fang Ying looked on and summarized. It seemed that the best result was to attract a myth-level great race EC person to maximize benefits. Let's do it again. The 8th round of deduction unfolds. In the first millennium, summarizing the issues from the previous 7 attempts, the Summerbug clan and Cthulhu decided to reduce the number of participants further and directly send Cthulhu the Light Shadow people Nyarlathotep and the 4 followers of the Summerbug clan. Through their cooperation during the first round, Cthulhu intentionally revealed a flaw, allowing the Great Race EC people to understand the current issues and the strength of their opponents. Then halfway through, Cthulhu deliberately released the information about the Eye of Energy. Upon arriving at the Great Race EC people's stronghold, a myth-level Great Race EC person had already come in advance, and at the same time the No. 1 meteorite also happened to arrive. After throwing the Eye of Energy towards the No. 1 meteorite, Cthulhu quickly left, and the Eye of Energy's incarnation became the Dream Witch, Idhyla, who then fixed her gaze on the headquarters of the Great Race EC people, sensing that there was another one there. The Dream Witch, Idhyla, attempting to breach the base, was considered by the Great Race EC people to be an ally of the enemy, sparking a new battle between the two sides. Since the Great Race EC people were already prepared this time, and the Dream Witch, Idhyla, had also gained a boost in power from the Eye of Energy, the strengths of both sides were balanced. After a fierce fight, the lightly injured EC people chose to retreat, and the similarly injured Dream Witch, Idhyla, did not pursue, and also chose to leave. During this time, after glancing at Cthulhu the Dream Witch, Idhyla considered the situation and chose not to act. Successful. Both sides left, so the immediate crisis of my Cthulhu domain was resolved. However, it still depends on the specific situation. In the second millennium, the creatures of the Cthulhu domain developed steadily in the Cthulhu world. In the third millennium, they were developing. In the fourth millennium, they were developing. In the fifth millennium, they were developing. In the sixth millennium, the nearly maddened burrowing demon worm led its kin to the void space, discovering that there were no signs of any creatures around, only a meteorite waving at them. In the seventh millennium, they were moving bricks, peaceful and calm. In the eighth millennium, they were moving bricks, peaceful and calm. In the ninth millennium, the burrowing demon worm was very happy, peaceful and calm. In the first 10,000 years, the burrowing demon worm missed its No. 1 meteorite, so it quietly went to check, only to find that the original place was already deserted. Just as it felt somewhat lost, it discovered a green meteorite at the coordinates 31524612665213, which was 3 times larger than the previous No. 1 meteorite. Thus, the excited burrowing demon worm named it the wise and valiant, brave and fearless, wise and beautiful leader of the giant devouring clan. The second meteorite, discovered by the burrowing demon worm, 3 times larger than the first. After naming it, the burrowing demon worm felt like a little genius and wanted to collect some resources to bring back. Burrowing demon worm dead. This round of deduction has ended. This round's rating a level. Summary: failure is the mother of success. You have finally found your rhythm on the path of continuous self-destruction and have carried it forward. And you utilized such obvious clues to deceive both sides, powerful beings profiting from it. Your wisdom is exceptional, particularly adorable in the eyes of those existences, making them even desire to approach you and engage with you. Fang Ying widened his eyes. Do you want to see what you were saying? But soon the rewards offered by the other party made him forget his earlier displeasure. In this round of deduction, you gained 16666 deduction points and received a skill enhancement token, which can be used for platinum skills. This is a rhythm for getting rich. And this token, it comes rather cleverly. It seems to mean that I should do it again. Fang Ying stroked his chin, pondering. Initially, he gave the Cthulhu followers 3 chances simply because he could only perform 3 deductions. Now that the deduction value has increased, it naturally means he should try again, and after all, this isn't a battle. It's reality concerning his life and livelihood. At this moment, the followers of the Cthulhu domain were also very pleased as they had succeeded in their deduction. They did not disappoint the great original god. Children, I have seen all that you have done. Once this is over, I will certainly reward you greatly. Next, I will initiate the deduction once more. You need to identify any gaps. Reality does not provide you the opportunity to make mistakes and regret. Fang Ying's voice was filled with a loving yet stern tone. We shall obey your command. We shall execute your teachings. Master, I want nothing. After we succeed, I wish to see the wise and valiant, brave and fearless, wise and beautiful leader of the giant devouring clan, the second meteorite, discovered by the burrowing demon worm, 3 times larger than the first. Please, great master, grant me this. Last time I died with my eyes closed. Fang Ying looked at the depressed burrowing demon worm. Where could he find such a hard-working subordinate? Granted. This is the final simulation activated for me. Fang Ying focused intently and issued the command for the simulation. You may choose to use the resources you possess. Fang Ying waved his hand and decisively used the recently acquired skill enhancement token. Seeing the unreserved annotations from the other party, he immediately applied it to the platinum level ability of the Blessing of the Mysterious Lord. Soon the skills fixed in the simulation flickered and the original text began to disappear, replaced by something new. The Aura of the Mysterious Lord. Skill: Aura of the Mysterious Lord. Level: Diamond level. Effects: 1. Luck 50, Misfortune 50. You can only trigger one of these. 2. Surviving great calamities brings fortune. When you trigger misfortune, as long as you escape, unexpected gains will follow. 3. Life and death are unpredictable. Friends sacrificed when faced with uncontrollable events. A special state will arise leading to the death of teammates. Note if teammates do not die, you will. 4. Abnormalities breed unexplainable occurrences will continuously surround you, and when these events fail to defeat you, you will become powerful. 5. Fortune falls from the sky. Even if you do nothing, events will come your way, but you must be prepared. Note if a golden pie falls, it may crush you. Fang Ying looked at the altered skill effects. Rather than a skill, it felt more like a state. It seems like a low-tier version of a protagonist's aura, although this protagonist has an unsettling feeling. However, it complements my current simulation. After enhancing this simulation, Fang Ying randomly selected 2 ordinary golden-level skills. As long as I resolve the 2 crises of the great race of the Is people and the No. 1 meteorite in one go, my Cthulhu divine realm will face no further obstacles in the short term. At that time, regardless of whether I participate in the divine battle or engage in other operations, there will be greater room for maneuver. I hope no problems arise. The first millennium. Under the cooperation of Cthulhu and the Shaggy Bug clan, the mythical great race of the Is people and the Dream Witch, Idol Hera, meet once again. Due to the control of Cthulhu's followers, both sides opened fire as soon as they met without any unnecessary words. The mythical great race of the Is people was met with true fire from the Dream Witch, Idol Hera, showing no inclination to flee. Instead, their brains were splattered and many weak Is people were caught in the crossfire, dying while materials related to the Is people flew around the void unheeded. The Dream Witch, Idol Hera, was also injured, one of her arms severed with blood splattering everywhere. The followers of Cthulhu's divine realm hid far away, narrowly avoiding the aftermath of several battles. Ultimately, the entire battle concluded with the mythical great race of the Is people fleeing, and the Dream Witch, Idol Hera, ignored the beings of the Cthulhu divine realm, instead picking up her arm and leaving swiftly. The Shaggy Bug clan, Jahimi, dispatched its nanobot troops to scout the distance, confirming that the enemy had already left and would not return, and then began to pillage the spoils of war with the Cthulhu divine realm. Although the enemy destroyed most of the resources, some were not destroyed in time, including the highly valuable platinum-level resources Cloud of Light and Thick Earth. The Cthulhu divine realm has entered a period of growth. In the second millennium, with no threats remaining, the beings of Cthulhu's divine realm began exploring the void in all directions, both to grasp the information coordinates of various regions and to construct their own domain rather than shrinking within the divine realm. This way, any changes in the outside world could be communicated promptly through the blood network, preventing passive situations from arising. The burrowing demon worm also successfully participated in the exploration of the wise and brave, possessing both wisdom and beauty. The mighty clan leader's burrowing demon worm, discovering the second meteorite, 3 times larger than the first meteorite. Simplified to No. 2 meteorite. Fearing that the burrowing demon worm might cause trouble again, the Shaggy Bug clan, Jahimi, did not agree to the burrowing demon worm's independent expedition, instead suggesting that their nanobot troops lead the way to investigate the situation before proceeding with the next steps. After the burrowing demon worm agreed to the suggestion, ensuring that the benefits would not be monopolized, the nanobot troops set out, but they did not return. Jahimi then dispatched the shadow people, who also did not return. However, the shadow people transmitted back some information. There is something suspicious. This simulation has been halted. Your evaluation for this simulation is A. Summary: are there many question marks in your mind? Very good, hold on to that, don't think too much. Congratulations on overcoming the minor issues in the early stages and gaining insignificant time for your development. But do not worry, the future will certainly not lack challenges. Please continue to work hard. So this is my first time discovering that a simulation can be interrupted, isn't it? Fang Ying felt somewhat uncomfortable, because he felt that the limitations of this simulation system seemed to be growing. One can only say that a person or a god, before they have the power to change their environment, can only be compelled to submit to it and gather strength. At least I must first overcome the immediate difficulties. If the simulation is without issue, then I must prepare for the battles in the real world. There can be no carelessness. Fang Ying gathered his spirits to the utmost, wielding the staff of the divine. My children, the time for you to witness has come. Go. The prepared Shaggy Bug clan, Jahimi, and others immediately responded. We shall follow your orders. I will carry out your command with my life. Kill, break through all obstacles. This time Fang Ying was not the least bit stingy, directly unleashing his divine power to the fullest and pouring the power of faith onto the Cthulhu followers going to execute the task. He also bestowed 50 of his divine realm consciousness as a blessing upon these few individuals. Everything was in place, only waiting for the right moment. Of course, this time Fang Ying did not personally go, but remained within the Cthulhu divine realm to oversee the situation. However, he had Jahimi carry 2 major weapons. One was the Despair Breath token that Fang Ying initially obtained, and the other was the supermassive bomb acquired from the Plague Company. With these 2, even mythical beings would sustain significant damage. This time the war was once again led by the Xiagai insect clan, Guhi Luomi. As for Bayaji and the Hill people, they were arranged in the second echelon, leading 1,000 elite members from various races of the Cthulhu divine domain primarily to handle the overall cleanup. Commonly referred to as collecting spoils of war. Naturally, to ensure the safety of these relatively weaker individuals, Xiagai insect clan. Guhi Luomi took the lead in bringing the Cthulhu followers out. The top combat powers of Cthulhu were drifting in the vacuous space, unlike the states of previous simulations. Their mindset at this moment was still somewhat anxious. The vacuous space appeared pitch black, devoid of light. Yet it was not completely devoid of brightness, only silence remained. However, in the distant horizon, faint glimmers could still be seen emanating from the primal small worlds or the already developed divine domains. Of course, besides that, there were projections from higher dimensional worlds appearing both real and illusory, difficult to explain. Fang Ying also learned of this information from textbooks. Fang Ying's understanding of the complex explanations in the textbooks was that the projections of higher dimensional worlds were somewhat akin to the mythological tales from Huaxia, such as the Buddha Jade Emperor Nuwa and the human emperor from the primal world. These figures would have corresponding existences in any world with the same names. For instance, entities like the moon, sun, and stars exist in all worlds. However, when it comes to specific details, how higher dimensional projections operate and their benefits can only be understood upon reaching that realm. If one has not reached that realm, even explanations would be unfathomable. Go clear the disturbances ahead. Xiagai insect clan. Guhi Luomi was extremely familiar with controlling the nano army, effortlessly destroying the forward warning systems that had originally been stationed in the asteroid belt. I'm counting on you. Soon they arrived near the outpost and Xiagai insect clan. Guhi Luomi naturally addressed Cthulhu. Cthulhu, without any surprise, moved forward, and in less than a day Cthulhu held in hand an eye of energy. The outpost of the Great Race, the EC people, was already under Cthulhu's control. Great, this is the right time, we can proceed to the next step. The leader of the Eye of Evil clan Void Touch calculated the optimal time through divine arts and immediately said, Cthulhu wasted no time in releasing the information to the Great Race EC. It can be destroyed. Xiagai insect clan. Guhi Luomi said with a tinge of heartache. Heart of time shattered. Next, according to the designated speed, we need not be too fast or too slow. If all goes well, everything will proceed as we anticipate. A monster shrouded in gray mist. We detected that it should be a creature resembling an octopus. An octopus? Is there such a large octopus? Could it be a creature of the vacuous space? Are you suggesting it's an alien creature? Your reasoning is flawed. Our outpost was destroyed. Our decoy was taken by the enemy. Damn, Carl's his team is rubbish. It's one thing for him to go missing, but his troops couldn't even handle the basic decoy task. All right, now is not the time to discuss that issue. Our decoy was hard-earned. Losing it equates to a failure of half our mission. So who can retrieve it? There was silence within the base of the Great Race EC. While that guy does seem somewhat powerful, from the information received, the opponent may be a legendary or mythical level being. I think our primary goal should be to protect the last decoy in our hands. What do you think? Agreed. I concur. You are so wise. The legendary level Great Race EC looked at his subordinates, pleased with their cooperation, and then turned to the lower-ranking soldiers. You go report to Lord Ralta that Karl's Tor's outpost was destroyed. Karl's Tor is missing and his decoy was taken by a suspected legendary level being shrouded in gray mist. Sir, the opponent seems to be stronger than an ordinary legendary being. Shouldn't we mention it? Request resources from the opponent. So are you questioning my orders? Kid, don't say unnecessary nonsense. It makes me feel like you're a joke. But the opponent is advancing towards us, and there are several other strange creatures in sight. We might be exposed. What? Let me see. The legendary level Great Race EC suddenly ran to the monitoring station. Through the equipment, he saw a mass of gray mist, a light-shadowed figure, a humanoid being a man in a yellow robe, along with a jellyfish and a flea. This entire strange combination was charging towards his base without any sign of turning away, and it seemed that he would soon be in trouble. Damn, hurry up and send an urgent message to headquarters. Forget it, I'll do it myself. The legendary level Great Race EC held an object resembling a colorful void disc, dazzlingly striking it. A phantom appeared, that of a high-ranking Great Race EC adorned with colorful silver patterns. Esteemed and wise Lord Ralta Mo Kair sends his regards. Please forgive my rudeness. My base is currently facing a tremendous disaster, with a mythical level creature leading an army of several legendary beings attacking my base. Karl's Tor's outpost has been destroyed, and now disaster has come to me. Am worried about failing the mission. I request your support. The legendary level Great Race EC spoke with great sadness. What? Wait for me. You just need to protect yourselves. Do you understand? The opposing army clearly did not expect things to develop this way, and exclaimed loudly, Yes, we. Beat before the legendary level Great Race EC could continue, the other side had already cut off the projection, seemingly rushing over in haste. Whom are the weapons activated? The legendary level Great Race EC returned to a calm state looking at a nearby ordinary Great Race EC and asked leisurely. Not yet. Slap. Before the other could finish, he received a slap. The enemy is already at the door. Do you expect to wait until they directly invade? The legendary level Great Race EC scolded. Yes, I'm going right now. The other obediently replied without resistance. Go calculate how long the enemy needs to arrive. Reporting it will take 34 years. Slap. Why didn't you say that earlier? The legendary level Great Race EC slapped him again. Then go get some lives joy for me first. All right, but sir, use our weapons. Slap. The legendary level Great Race EC slapped him again. Does this little matter still need me to teach you? Bring it to me first, then go activate it. Our weapons, even if they are ultimate weapons, only require 30 years of preparation. 10 years of defensive posture is sufficient. How timid can you be? Yes. The ordinary Great Race EC, who had received several slaps, lowered his head and walked out, his eyes showing no sign of resentment. After all, within their race, the class distinctions were even more pronounced than those among humans. Ordinary people were always ordinary, while the extraordinary and legendary belonged to a higher tier. Mythical beings belonged to yet another tier. Beyond that, there existed godlike entities. Soon this ordinary Great Race EC handed the joy of life to the legendary level Great Race EC. The legendary level Great Race EC, holding the joy of life, began to engage in light-hearted conversation with the surrounding extraordinary Great Race EC. Do you think that group will arrive first, or will our army get there quicker? I think rather than the speed of the army, we should guess how the opponent will be flustered before our army arrives against our defensive equipment. Hey, to be honest, I can already imagine that scene. The command room was lively, but this had no relation to the ordinary Great Race EC at the bottom. He arrived at the control room operating the defensive and weapon equipment with several other ordinary Great Race EC. Beep, 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 what happened? I don't know, the alarm suddenly went off, but no anomalies were detected. It might be due to equipment aging. Those above always cut the maintenance costs. During the conversation among the ordinary Great Race EC, each one discovered tens of billions of tiny silver dots had penetrated into their weapon storage. How is it? While continuing at a uniform speed, the Cthulhu followers' void touch suddenly asked. Everything is going smoothly, just as we experienced before. Xiagai Insect Clan, Guhi Luo Mi sighed. In a certain location within the asteroid belt, a scarlet giant star suddenly trembled like a monster awakening. However, the tremors quickly ceased, and this scarlet giant star began to move spontaneously, flying towards a certain point in the void with increasing speed. On either end of the flower, each branch displays its beauty. In the winter domain, a location countless light years away, a sparkling little world stands out prominently, appearing like a bubble radiating a gentle glow when viewed from the outside. Yet deep within, one can see layer upon layer of the great race of the people fully prepared for battle. This state of being loose on the outside, yet tight on the inside, resembles an anglerfish in the ocean luring unknown little creatures into its trap. At the very center is Ruilta, the diamond-level powerhouse, who previously conversed with the legendary great race of his Mokar. At this moment, he clearly displayed no trace of the initial frenzy, instead savoring the liquid in his cup with a composed demeanor. My lord, according to our data, the outpost of Kars has been destroyed, and the culprit appears to be a creature resembling a mutated octopus. Its power is currently assessed to be between mid to peak legendary, but due to insufficient battle data, we cannot rule out a 7 possibility that it has already stepped into the early mythic realm. Who can we ascertain that this creature is related to the Scarlet Asteroid? No. 1. Ruilta asked leisurely. Currently we cannot confirm, but the opponent deliberately took the eye of energy that we had disguised, and judging by their trajectory, they likely came for another eye of energy. Oh, interesting. Ruilta tapped the table in front of him and continued. The eye of energy is an item we painstakingly plundered from the Scarlet. We lost numerous lives for it. If it is lost without any justification, it would be difficult to explain. Gather 10 legendary as warriors to follow me, and remember to bring our 2-star weapons. Understood, but my lord, that area is the territory of the Blue Star humans. Carrying 2-star weapons there may cause negative repercussions. Based on our calculations, the opponent's strength is below yours, so there is no need for concern, the data analyst cautiously stated. Do you know what you are saying? Ruilta squinted his eyes. Everything is for your safety, my lord. The Blue Star humans are powerful now. We carry 3-star weapons and send 10 more legendary as warriors. Understood. Do you sense the tide of war approaching? The leader of the Evil Eye clan, Void Touch, said as he walked beside the commander of the Xiagai insect tribe, Garomi. Rest assured, as long as nothing goes wrong, we are merely spectators. However, Lord Cthulhu must exercise greater caution. Haha, don't worry, the game has just begun, let it unfold. Nyarlathotep remained excited throughout. Just a few followers exhibit various attitudes towards the war, revealing that the Cthulhu domain of Fang Ying is indeed a world with profound thoughts. Yet this is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Children, the real test is about to arrive. Go forth and conquer all with wisdom and strength. I will watch you return victorious, bestowing blessings upon you from afar. Fang Ying's voice echoed in their minds. This immediately excited these beings. Even Nyarlathotep adjusted his attitude. It was like a leader inspecting the work. Even if one excels and can slack off to achieve good results, they will still appear serious while being observed. Fang Ying naturally did not pay attention to any of this, but rather discovered that some trajectories that were supposed to occur in the future had shown some deviations. The mythic-level army of these people arrived early. I knew this would happen. As a direct participant in the entire battle, he felt even more tense, because this was somewhat inconsistent with the arrangements. That mythic-level army has arrived early. What should we do? Prepare for battle, focusing on defense. Cthulhu increase the output of energy and make asteroid no. One, hurry over. Do not worry too much. We have our great lord watching over us, so stay calm. Fang Ying, holding the staff of the gods, waved at the followers of the Cthulhu domain. A flash of radiance passed over them. This was the activation of the power of faith. Immediately, the Cthulhu followers were teleported to the first location, and the positions around them began to change, becoming chaotic. I cannot control the outcome of the entire situation, but as a deity, I have much greater operational capacity in the real world. At least I can achieve 100 control over my followers. Since I cannot act against you, let me conduct an experiment on my followers first. Suddenly, the nearby asteroids began to move strangely around the Cthulhu followers, as if a formation had been laid out in the void. Meanwhile, the cube ships of the great race of which were still advancing suddenly fell into a viscous state, running far less smoothly. What is going on? Report, my lord, our ship is now affected by a traction field. Break through it. But that would expose us. Idiot, we are already exposed. You think you have hidden well, but you have long been discovered by the opponent. These beings are not creatures of the void, but deities of the blue star humans. Damn it, I did not expect to encounter them here. Damn. Crush them. With the Lord's roar, the cube ship suddenly released numerous white circles resembling light waves. As those asteroids touched the circles, they instantly vanished, turning into fundamental particles of the void, until a gigantic red star appeared before them. Yes. With the response from the other party, the entire cubic spaceship suddenly erupted with a sound reminiscent of an airplane taking off. Then came a silent explosion. Indeed, there was no scene of an explosion. It was as if watching a silent film. A terrifying disaster emanated from every direction around the spaceship. Regardless of what was around it, even if there was nothing at all in the face of this disaster, everything turned into nothingness. It was a power akin to a razor leaning towards a weapon of rules. Even the void space fell into a brief stagnation. As for the Meteor 1, it emitted a crimson hue, illuminating a section of the void space, with red liquid spilling from the entire Meteor 1. Thus, two opposing spatial stances began to engage in a confrontation. However, it was evident that the great race, the Ishi people controlled by myth-level beings, gradually erased the crimson area. Foolish beings unable to see the situation turned to nothingness along with that human deity from Blue Star. Damn it, stop it. The myth-level Ralta had not yet finished expressing his malicious declaration when a shadowy figure swiftly flew towards the crimson area, holding an eye of energy. Though he did not know what the other party intended, even a fool could tell that no changes should be allowed to occur. Unfortunately, ideals are often grand, while reality is stark. The interception ships dispatched by the myth-level Ralta, composed of legendary great race Ishi people, were easily intercepted by the minions of the Cthulhu divine realm, with even two of them engaging in combat with themselves. What the hell? Ralta felt a chill of anger. He knew it wasn't his people who were foolish, but they, the great race Ishi people, prided themselves on their abilities, wisdom, soul, and spirit. Especially their spirit, which they took pride in, as they could basically immunize against magical and control-type damage. But what was happening now? The moment they encountered that pharaoh-like fellow, they turned against him within a minute. Are you all this useless? The minions of Cthulhu were not surprised by this at all. The current scene was only because the great race Ishi people had arrived a bit earlier. Even the legendary great race Ishi people they dispatched did not change. Nyarlathotep looked at the two familiar individuals who had gone mad and started attacking each other, showing no interest. Faster than last time, by half a minute. After completing their task, the minions of Cthulhu retreated successfully, running far away. Alright, this is the spot. With the words of the summer insect race Garimi, the minions of Cthulhu stopped and became spectators. If these fellow stances were discovered by Ralta, he would surely go mad, but he had no time to waste. He discovered that the Meteor 1, having absorbed the eye of energy, was starting to transform. It transformed directly into the figure of a woman the size of a planet. That was the dream which Idahala. The real battle began. Even Ralta had to take it seriously, though he did not understand why the other party transformed into this state after absorbing the eye of energy, and why they did not stop him from extracting the eye of energy from the Crimson Giant Star. But all of this was crushed by the other party's immense power. The various weapons of the great race Ishi people also began to be unleashed against this powerful woman one by one. The fierce aftermath of the battle even caused cracks to appear in the void space. Although these cracks quickly repaired the various disasters within were no less than the token of despair carried by Fang Ying. Accompanied by a light like divine punishment, the arm of the dream which Idahela was severed, and the cubic spaceship of the great race Ishi people was destroyed, leading to the immediate death of over a dozen legendary great race Ishi people. Other legendary great race Ishi people also suffered injuries of varying degrees. Among them, the myth-level great race Ishi person Ralta was the most severely injured in this battle. "Damn it, I will be back." After leaving this harsh remark, Ralta quickly left without looking back. As for the other legendary great race Ishi people, after a brief moment of astonishment, they immediately retreated. Unfortunately, the dream which Idahela was not so easy to encounter and had to reclaim some interest. With a wave of her hand, dozens of great race Ishi people perished. Then, as if sensing something, she waved to summon back her severed arm and quickly departed. The battle was over. We won. Victory. Oh, although they knew the final result, the Cthulhu and their minions still reported the victory back to the Cthulhu Divine Realm at the first opportunity. The entire Divine Realm immediately fell into joy. Cthulhu Divine Record, you and your subordinates, through outstanding wisdom, annihilated the outpost of the great race Ishi people and collected many spoils: one intact cubic outpost base, 3 corpses of extraordinary great race Ishi people, 1 eye of energy, and various weaponry. Cthulhu Divine Record, through your subordinates' manipulation, a battle was instigated between 2 powerful beings. You utilized the eye of energy to guide the outcome of the entire battle. In the end, the great race Ishi people reluctantly retreated, while the other powerful being, the dream, which Idahela, also vanished without a trace, making you the ultimate victor. Cthulhu Divine Record, under your command, the beings of the Cthulhu Divine Realm swiftly began collecting the spoils from this battle, especially the blood of the dream, which Idahela, which Cthulhu, and the summer insect race Garimi found particularly alluring. Then the scene appeared of Cthulhu and the summer insect race dividing the blood. Cthulhu chose to ingest it directly, but through the gray mist Fang Ying could not discern any changes. Instead, the summer insect race Garimi gathered a bunch of seemingly nonsensical items from the Evil Eye clan, and after some concoction, resembling dark cuisine, turned its gaze towards Fang Ying. Seeking a drop of my blood. Interesting. Fang Ying naturally did not hesitate, and directly gave them 3 drops. Then, amidst their heartfelt gratitude, he placed it into the deep purple liquid that was already bubbling with black gas. Then a miraculous scene occurred. The liquid transformed into mist from which a fruit tree sprouted. As the fruit tree grew larger, it began to bloom crimson flowers. Then the flowers withered, forming an eye, or an eye fruit. This fruit had black sclera and a red iris. It looked somewhat frightening. After all that, I could blink. Then, unsurprisingly, it was swallowed by the summer insect race Garimi. As for its effect, Fang Ying noted that the other party had fallen into a deep sleep and could only wait until they awoke to discuss it further. However, he was intrigued by the blood. This is truly eye-opening. Fang Ying did not expect that the blood of the dream, which Idahela, and his own blood, would have such remarkable effects. It seems he should pay more attention to the special blood productions within the Divine Alliance. While pondering, Fang Ying felt that some information from the outside world seemed to have come through. Having nothing much left to do, Fang Ying adjusted the flow of time in the Cthulhu domain and exited. After all the hassle several times, they were quite exhausted, so this final time could be considered a break for them. Upon returning to the real world, Fang Ying found a message from his deskmate, Su Xiuxiu. Looking at the information shared by the other party, he saw that the world of ghosts had cultivated thousands of ghostly beings. There were even a few special spirits that seemed to have reached the extraordinary level. One must not simplify the arduous journey of cultivating other domain masters, just because Fang Ying's domain possesses legendary creatures. To say nothing else, at least 80 of domain masters only have an ordinary intelligent creature within their domains, which is already a significant achievement. To have a being with considerable strength that can fight is a rarity among that 80. As for being able to cultivate pseudo-extraordinary or even extraordinary life forms, that certainly does not belong to the 80 of ordinary deities, but rather to a select few with exceptional talent and favorable circumstances. After all, from the opening of the domain to the assessment, only a month's time had passed. No matter how gifted one might be, lacking resources and materials would render any short-term development futile. Not everyone is destined to be the protagonist. Looking at the messages from Su Xiuxiu since the last opportunity, she had found a few more minor chances, discovering quite a lot of meteorites, fallen iron debris, and so on. With family support, her domain's total area had now reached 3,000 square kilometers, which is quite an achievement. Moreover, there were special minerals like ghost crystals and underworld coins within the domain. One must understand that while these items may be niche, they certainly have a market. One can only say that having a big tree provides good shade. Fang Ying did not keep too much to himself, and briefly shared his own gains, of course omitting the system-related parts. As for the strength of the creatures within his domain, honestly speaking, aside from the undisclosed abilities, he simply mentioned the situation of his domain's creatures to Su Xiuxiu, as it would be discovered sooner or later in their competitions. His god, is that true? Fang Ying, you're not joking, are you? Of course not, but there are definitely some shortcuts involved. One can only say that heaven has favored this orphan. No way, the exam is the day after tomorrow. Do you have time tomorrow? Come to my house, and let your domain creatures visit mine, and give my creatures some pointers. Tomorrow. Yes, do you have plans for tomorrow? Not really, but I think it would be better to go to school than to your house. Oh, come on, I don't mind. What are you worried about? After all, we've been deskmates for 3 years. Help a little. I can't even touch the edge of the extraordinary peak while you are already legendary. Please. I'm okay, let me think. All right, it's settled then. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, don't be late. I've already sent you my address. Bye. Fang Ying watched as the other party hung up the phone quickly, leaving him no time to respond. Glancing at the clock, it was 9:15 p.m. Fine. It won't hurt to take a look, but those guys in my domain. Fang Ying thought, feeling a bit of a headache. Setting aside their appearance in terms of ability, they all possessed infectious capabilities. If things went wrong, turning Su Xiuxiu's world into a mad ghost realm would make him a sinner. After a brief consideration, he eliminated Nyarlathotep and the other clumsy, earth-digging monsters. The Hilichurls were too weak, and to be honest, they were not only not formidable, but also somewhat lewd. Fang Ying truly could not take them out, but their intelligence was definitely not an issue. What about the Void Touch? No. Fang Ying eliminated one option after another, and finally settled on a specific choice, leading with Cthulhu. Cthulhu's strength was absolutely sufficient, and the gray mist concealed its mysterious and powerful presence. 100 elites from the Deep Ones would join. Perhaps due to their long-term life in the ocean, these fellows looked quite fitting in armor, and there were hardly any creatures in their ocean. If there were to be any assistance brought along, it would only be these. Having thought this through, Fang Ying lay down, and unable to sleep, he flipped through the chat records of the celestial beings from the past few days. After all, the assessment was approaching. It would be a lie to say no one was nervous. However, some individuals inevitably showcased their muscles. For example, some deities directly exposed their contracts signed with a major consortium with monetary compensation, material goods, and treatment that would shock any deity who saw it. It was extraordinarily generous. Some even revealed tokens platinum-level dark law, which allowed their followers to master the power of darkness and could directly birth an extraordinary dark mage. One cannot deny its strength. This time I want to soar to great heights and outshine everyone. Get real, brother. Not to mention the 2 goddesses from Yizhong. Can you really compete with the winner of the Yizhong god battle? You've seen their battles. Think before you speak. A guy who stumbled upon good luck like a rabbit's tail won't last long. As for the other one, it's best not to mention it. Watching these people chat, they eventually brought up his name, Zheng Yong, and he couldn't hold back. He could admit his defeat, but he could not accept the fact that he was a failure. First of all, my world is inherently unequal to theirs. I have been severely weakened. If I had the same opportunity, who knows who would win or lose? Secondly, the other party's creature is clearly a meat shield with output. My dragon man is just countered by them, so this is also a major reason for the loss. However, after my research, the other side clearly lacks long-range output, and their creatures have obviously low intelligence and mental strength, so if they face a countered opponent, they will definitely be at a disadvantage. But don't underestimate them. What exactly they gained from that world remains a mystery. It's possible they have already given rise to new species, especially with a month's time, which is neither long nor short. Zheng Yong spoke each word without pause, and one could imagine how great the impact Fang Ying had on him. I already knew, but I have a flying creature. Although it hasn't reached extraordinary yet, it is at the quasi-extraordinary level and can shoot lightning. If it encounters one, I guarantee it won't return. Wow, big shot. 666. Please elaborate. I currently only have a few martial artists and absolutely no enhancements. Who says it's not? My behemoths are mediocre as well. I just hope to score above the passing line. Fang Ying observed the conversations inside without saying a word. He couldn't tell if it was just his illusion, but the students of this cohort seemed a bit weak. The next day, Fang Ying followed the address provided by Su Xiuxiu and arrived at an apartment called Chunjiang Huajiao Chuyueyi. It was evident that this place was very close to the city center. It could definitely be considered prime real estate. Surrounding it were not only various exotic flowers and plants, but also a dense, unbreakable aura of spiritual energy. Of course, the spiritual energy here was not the kind cultivated in immortality practices, but rather a lively form of gas. It could delay aging, nourish yin, and replenish yang, and not only had miraculous effects on ordinary people, but also provided a certain level of nourishment to lower-tier deities. How should I put it? It's similar to the previous educational district housing in Huaxia, where living in such areas could improve students' academic performance. Living here would naturally enhance the qualification of any deities that might emerge. One can only say that exploitation exists everywhere, right? Although exams are nominally the fairest, they are only relatively fair after all. After all, you can't limit someone's background. Fang Ying sighed as he held a value of over 100,000 yuan in tea. Etiquette could never be neglected no matter the time. Just as he reached the door, Fang Ying was about to call Su Xiuxiu to notify her. After all, he truly did not dare to barge in against the security of a deity. But unexpectedly, Su Xiuxiu was the first to notice Fang Ying inside, and waved at him, calling out, "Over here, Fang Ying. Why did you come out directly? You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you?" The security guard opened the door, and Fang Ying quickened his steps to approach. "You? How come?" Su Xiuxiu looked at Fang Ying, momentarily lost in thought, as if she felt a strange blend of familiarity and dreamlike sensation. "What's wrong with me?" Fang Ying was instead surprised by her reaction, but suddenly he thought of something. Could it be that his divine appearance ability was at play? He certainly hadn't forgotten how Xuemingjie had reacted initially. Thus, he instinctively maintained a certain distance from Su Xiuxiu, not wanting to influence her, especially since he was visiting her home. If her father saw him, he would not be able to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Su Xiuxiu hurriedly shook her head, suppressing the peculiar emotions stirred up by Fang Ying's appearance, a mix of strangeness, affection, and a hint of fear. "No, it's nothing." "All right, go ahead, and come in. Why are you still holding something?" Su Xiuxiu quickly changed the subject. This isn't my first time here, but I don't know what your uncle and aunt like. Tea is something everyone drinks a bit of. What's your uncle doing now?" "My dad isn't home." "Oh, what about your mom?" "My mom isn't home either." Fang Ying was left speechless. He thought to himself, what's going on? "It's my first time visiting your home, and neither of your parents are here. Just the two of us. If your parents come back, what would I?" "Oh, don't worry. I can cook. You won't go hungry at noon." Su Xiuxiu suddenly said. "Wait, is that what I was thinking?" "Girl." Fang Ying was in disbelief. "Then how about we go to school?" Fang Ying suddenly suggested. "Why go to school? It's much more comfortable at home. Just the two of us. We can do whatever we want." It was unclear whether Su Xiuxiu was genuinely naive and adorable, or if Fang Ying's thoughts were impure. "What do you want to do?" "Just do it," Fang Ying repeated. Su Xiuxiu nodded. "Does your family know?" "They know. They trust you a lot." "Thank you." Fang Ying did not want to continue this topic, whatever. Although it sounded a bit strange, perhaps it was a recognition of his character. Fang Ying consoled himself as he reached Su Xiuxiu's doorstep. Especially since it was an apartment, it was more accurate to describe it as a domain, because her home was actually covered by formations. The moment Fang Ying stepped into her home, he could intuitively feel at least 30 different formation effects. First, there were those concerning safety, reconnaissance, search, and mental screening. Secondly, there were those related to oneself, calming the mind, eliminating desires, refreshing the mind, and relieving fatigue. Besides these, there were dozens of formation effects that Fang Ying completely could not comprehend, but he felt they should be for defense and attack. And he finally understood what the other party meant by being at ease. If he lived here, he would probably feel very safe. Even an attacking ant would likely be obliterated by the formations. "This way, follow me." Su Xiuxiu opened the door and directly led Fang Ying into her room. To be honest, it was Fang Ying's first time entering a female's room in 2 lifetimes. Upon entering, it was very clean and tidy. The curtains were white with light pink patterns, the bed was light green, and several small ornaments gave off a refreshing vibe. Moreover, the room was filled with the unique fragrance of a girl, which Fang Ying knew was not the scent of laundry detergent or perfume. It was the scent of a maiden, akin to a blooming flower waiting for bees to collect nectar, releasing the aroma of pheromones. In terms of the pure and untainted state, after becoming a deity, that kind of pheromone would be even more abundant, but not overwhelming. Instead, it was intoxicating. Fortunately, Fang Ying, who balanced humanity and divinity, was not affected in any way, and quickly noticed the 2 objects nearby that resembled glass coffins. Divine Realm Link Chambers. A device that allows deities to battle, collaborate on tasks, or engage in friendly exchanges within each other's divine realms. Fang Ying noted that this was something that money cannot buy. Even purchasing with divine currency required a reservation. This gave Fang Ying a deeper understanding of Su Xiuxiu's family background. "I didn't expect you to have such a thing at home. Of course, otherwise how could I invite you to my divine realm for some guidance? My classmate Su Xiuxiu, don't flatter me like that. Should we start now? Of course, you can also take a look at my bedroom. After all, you're the first boy to enter my bedroom." Then I truly feel honored. "Oh, I can't wait to lie down. Feel free." Fang Ying directly lay down in one of the glass chambers. "All right, Divine Realm Link activated." Su Xiuxiu also lay down, controlling the device. As Su Xiuxiu's voice fell, the instrument immediately activated. Fang Ying quickly sensed the location of a small world in the void. It was quite vague, but it was clear that it wasn't far from him. Of course, it wasn't close either. Both were situated in the winter region. Thus, the overall connection time wasn't very long. Fang Ying could perceive an illusory passage slowly forming. "I will await you in my divine realm." Su Xiuxiu finished speaking and vanished with an aura of Yin energy. Fang Ying knew that this was a manifestation of her status as the Lord of the Divine Realm, the world of Yin energy. The Lord of the Divine Realm naturally possessed such abilities. Fang Ying swiftly moved to his own Cthulhu Divine Realm. After a period of accelerated development, the area of the divine realm had further increased, now reaching 3201 square kilometers. Aside from the summer insect race, Geherlami, which remained in slumber, the most significant changes in the Cthulhu divine realm belonged to the Ant-Man tribe and the Evil Eye tribe. Having absorbed the technology of the great race, this world had effectively jumped from the first to the second technological revolution to the eighth technological revolution, directly entering the age of great navigation, combining with the technology brought by the summer insect race, Geherlami. The Evil Eye tribe had constructed what seemed to be a wizard tower structure where they could meticulously study their secret potions with a faint hint of divine arts integration. Meanwhile, the Ant-Man tribe had directly taken the route of aggressive development, building dense cubic fortresses that effectively adopted the technology of the great race the Is. Although their level of understanding was still at the initial stage, it was a gratifying process. Fang Ying's arrival made the already bustling divine realm even more lively. Great Master, are we to commence a campaign once again? Kill, kill, kill. Willing to fight for my master against all obstacles. My esteemed father, the great primordial crown, who is our next enemy. Looking at the excited crowd of children, Fang Ying could only calm them down. Children, we must brandish our spears against enemies, but we must also show kindness to friends. This time I will open a passage and send some of my followers to discuss and learn with our friends. This will also be your opportunity to see the world once more. Thus Fang Ying explained the situation in detail to his followers. However, this made some people express little interest, especially Nyarlathotep, who directly flew back to his star of prosperity. Instead, it was Dagon who inquired first. Great Master, what kind of place is it? Fang Ying was somewhat surprised that Dagon was interested in this. Perhaps he could lead the team, which would likely save some trouble, so he said, a world with immense potential filled with ghostly energy. A world of ghostly energy. The followers pondered what kind of world that was. The rules of the opposing world will also provide some benefits for you. You will understand when you go there. Dagon, go find 1,000 deep divers. Cthulhu will be the leader of this mission and you will be the deputy leader. Yes, Great Master. Dagon immediately knelt on one knee. Upon hearing this, Cthulhu emerged from the deep sea, hidden within the gray mist, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura, causing towering waves to surge across the sea. Great Father God, please allow me to accompany Dagon. The hillbilly suddenly popped up, pleading. You want to go too? Fang Ying glanced at him and fell silent for a moment. All right, you select 1,000 elite, and they will proceed with the deep divers together shortly. Yes, Great Master. How do we prepare? Su Xiuxiu suddenly sent a message. No problem. Just as Fang Ying replied, a black hole-like light circle suddenly appeared on his sea surface. Contrasting laws of the divine realm distinct from the Cthulhu divine realm emanated from this black hole. Simultaneously, a faint, thin, ghostly energy began to flow into the Cthulhu divine realm, adding a hint of other possibilities to the foundation of this world. This is the benefit of linking divine realms. Even if both sides are equal, they can still mutually gain benefits. Zizizizi, detecting foreign energy invasion. Do you wish to disable divine realm protection and open the divine realm passage? Yes. With Fang Ying's nod, the enormous black hole stabilized completely, and a continuous stream of ghostly energy flowed into Fang Ying's divine realm. At the same time, the aura of the Cthulhu divine realm also flowed towards Su Xiuxia's side. Fang Ying was unsure whether this was a good or bad thing. After all, he had never done this before, but he thought it should be fine. Probably there wouldn't be any issues. Prepare yourselves. Since it was the first time sending emissaries to another divine realm, he naturally wanted to make a good impression. However, before Fang Ying could take action, Su Xiuxiu was the first to lead her divine beings over. The first to appear was a ghost that had lost its lower half, or rather it was more appropriate to call it a specter, as its lower half had become a floating state. And where there is one, there are two. More and more specters hurriedly streamed toward the Cthulhu divine realm, apparently numbering up to 100. Until finally a figure wearing a white top hat with the words wealth at first sight appeared, tall and thin, with a pale face and a long tongue. And another with a fierce look, wide and stout with a dark complexion, also wearing a top hat inscribed with the 4 characters world peace, emerged. Fang Ying's mind and mouth immediately blurted out several words. These are the black and white impermanents. Before Fang Ying could comprehend these two figures, another silhouette walked out. She bore a pattern of black and white clouds on her body, surrounded by deathly energy, clearly manifesting the abilities of the black and white impermanents before him. How's that? Surprised, unexpected, thrilling. Su Xiuxiu peeked out and smiled at Fang Ying. A thrilling, very thrilling. Fang Ying immediately issued a command to all beings in the Cthulhu divine realm with his thoughts, instructing them to manage themselves and avoid any indiscriminate pollution. Oh, and the gene virus brought by the summer insect race. Geherlami also needed to be avoided as much as possible by Su Xiuxia's team. One must know that despite the gene virus being named after genes implying it affects the physical body, the existence of light and shadow beings proves that even in a spiritual state one can be infected. However, sometimes no matter how many calculations are made, there will always be some oversights. That is the evil energy breath, a special substance that made the Cthulhu divine realm what it is. It is unknown whether it is a chemical reaction or due to the compatibility of the evil energy breath, but these hundreds of specters were passively eroded by the evil energy breath, continuously burrowing in. Except for the black and white impermanents who had some resistance to this evil energy breath akin to the air of the Cthulhu divine realm, the rest of the souls could be seen undergoing some indescribable change. As the lord of the divine realm, Su Xiuxiu immediately noticed this serious issue. Not good, Ada Ara-san. 100, what happened to you? Fang Ying, do you know what's going on with them? Seeing that the assessment was about to start, this critical moment could not afford any mishaps. Fang Ying also looked quite awkward. I think it might be due to acclimatization issues. What should we do? First, take them back. After Fang Ying finished speaking, he directed the followers who were originally heading to Su Xiuxiu's ghost domain, each carrying a soul, and sprinting towards Su Xiuxiu's realm of ghostly energy. Su Xiuxiu initially wanted to say that her souls were not in physical form and they could not be touched. However, before she could say this, she saw a creature resembling a fishman quickly running away, carrying a soul in one hand. In just a few steps, he entered Su Xiuxiu's ghost domain. Su Xiuxiu was momentarily stunned in place. Fortunately, Fang Ying's voice rang out. I think your two black and white impermanents should return as well. They seem to be feeling a bit uncomfortable. Fang Ying reminded earnestly. He also gave a signal to the cluster of stars above his head, urging Nyarlathotep to calm down. Just moments ago, this being had actually cast a piece of stars directly upon the black and white impermanents. This nearly caused those two who were already struggling to hold on to mutate. Fortunately, Fang Ying quickly intervened. How about we go check out your divine realm first? Fang Ying broke the silence, and Su Xiuxiu could only nod in agreement. After passing through the portal, they entered a rather expansive divine realm. There were mountains, waters, and rivers. Fang Ying's initial thought was that this was a ghost domain. Not to mention the horrifying and terrifying aspects, at least there should be some elements of horror, like withered ancient trees, blood-stained rivers, wailing crows, and broken stone monuments. However, upon entering, what greeted his eyes was a fragrant bloom and clear waters, if it weren't for the several grave mounds on the smooth green land. Additionally, the air was thick with gloomy energy. Fang Ying truly found it difficult to equate this with the ghost domain. Your world is quite impressive, Fang Ying exclaimed in admiration. What's impressive about it? Su Xiuxiu noticed that her subordinates upon returning to this world did not exhibit any adverse reactions and seemed to be on the verge of evolution. At this moment she relaxed and felt in the mood to joke. Well, for example, look at this. Fang Ying pointed to a large willow tree by his side, which was so well cared for, reflecting its divine realm owner's extraordinary capability. As he spoke, Fang Ying appreciatively stroked the tree. Then he realized that he had lost some energy from his body, and the core of the willow tree he touched had undergone a transformation. Oh no, what's happening? Fang Ying was taken aback. Heaven knows he had no intention of leaving any backup or causing destruction in Su Xiuxiu's divine realm. But first there was a problem with the beings in her divine realm within his own. And now, just by touching a tree in her world, the core had mutated. Heaven knows he had no intention of battling Su Xiuxiu's parents. Hey, what's wrong with you? Su Xiuxiu, who had been speaking well, saw Fang Ying suddenly frozen in place and wondered what he was thinking. Nothing. I haven't had a good look around your world yet. Show me around, will you? Of course, no problem. Su Xiuxiu clapped her hands, and a tall, slender woman with long red hair dressed in quite classical attire walked over gracefully. Hong Yi, you introduced things to him. Yes, master. Hong Yi's voice was melodious as she bowed to Su Xiuxiu and then led the way ahead. Behind them were the followers of the Cthulhu divine realm, Cthulhu and Dagon, among others. That must be your legendary level follower, right? Su Xiuxiu pointed to Cthulhu covered in gray mist. Yes, his name is Cthulhu, and my divine realm is also called Cthulhu Divine Realm. How about that? I brought my realm's sovereign here, isn't that generous? Fang Ying and Su Xiuxiu chatted as they walked. Cthulhu. The first time I heard that name it felt quite strange. How did you come up with such a name? Finally, Su Xiuxiu voiced her curiosity. Well, Fang Ying thought for a moment. He couldn't just say it was an English translation. You can understand it as a term like Supreme Primordial Original. My interpretation of Cthulhu is that it represents a new structural system. A combination of reason and wisdom. A combination of reason and wisdom. Su Xiuxiu clearly did not grasp the meaning of this sentence, and instead focused on the appearance of these beings. Do you mean to say that the more exaggerated the appearance, the stronger the power of your followers? Su Xiuxiu suddenly asked. You know, Su Xiuxiu had previously witnessed the divine battle in the Cthulhu divine realm, and the appearance of the burrowing demon worm left a deep impression. And just now she had entered the interior of the Cthulhu divine realm and saw the creatures inside. It could only be said that she was fortunate to have the ghost domain as a foundation, otherwise a random weak deity entering would likely cry in fear. Note there is no distinction of gender here, anyone who should cry will cry. Hearing Su Xiuxia's interpretation, Fang Ying momentarily didn't know how to express himself. But it was clear that Su Xiuxiu had no intention of insisting on a specific answer from Fang Ying. By the way, what kind of energy exists in your divine realm? Why does it feel even more terrifying than the ghostly energy in my world? No, maybe I shouldn't describe it as terrifying, but just feels very special. I can sense that even if I were to stay in your divine realm for a long time, I might encounter problems, although I can't explain what those problems might be. Are you referring to the breath of corruption? The breath of corruption. Is that the name of the energy in your divine realm? You came up with that yourself? That's right. You can understand it this way rather than calling it energy. It's more like a universal fragment of enlightenment. It can help you understand yourself and explore all the wisdom around you, thereby gaining power. This is also the reason why my Cthulhu divine realm has so many capable individuals. However, everything is relative. To gain something, you must lose something. Therefore, the appearance mutation of the creatures you see in the Cthulhu divine realm is one manifestation of that. In addition, their souls and spirits will also be affected. One moment, they may be in heaven, and the next they could find themselves in hell. Fang Ying said with a hint of emotion. What do you mean by this? Su Xiuxiu was about to express her shock when she sensed something was wrong with Hong Yi. This is bad. Suddenly Su Xiuxia's expression turned tense. Though the visitors were the black and white impermanents, the true power lay within Su Xiuxia's red attire. After all, the key condition for the assessment in the divine realm is based on the strongest vassal within the divine realm itself. Yet Fang Ying never expected that a simple divine realm exchange meeting would turn into such a situation. This made him involuntarily anxious. However, he soon received a message transmitted from the divine realm. Cthulhu Divine Realm Record. Your divine realm world has engaged in its first exchange with the Ghost Chi Divine Realm, leading to an increase in Cthulhu's understanding of Ghost Chi. It now possesses a strange kind of special resistance and an indirect ghostification ability, and based on the red attire's ghostly stance, it has commenced research into its own Cthulhu stance. The leader of the Deep Divers Dagon also reaped substantial rewards, having initiated further in-depth exchanges with the beings of the Ghost Chi world. The two worlds are gradually enhancing. Aside from these messages, what Fang Ying could see was the scene of Cthulhu communicating with the red attire amidst the gray mist. Indeed, it was a beautiful scene. As for Dagon and this group of deep divers, it had not been long since he last saw them. This bunch had somehow managed to find humans, ghosts, and other oceanic creatures to engage in the act of sowing their own seeds. Faced with this situation, Fang Ying expressed his sincere apologies. However, Su Xiuxia's focus was clearly not on that, but rather on Cthulhu shrouded in the gray mist. Indeed, at the moment Fang Ying received the news, Su Xiuxiu, as the master of the divine realm, also received a message. However, it pertained to her own world. Mingling Divine Realm Record. Your divine realm world is currently engaging in preliminary exchanges with the Cthulhu Divine Realm world. A barely perceptible change has occurred in the origin of your world, enhancing its foundational essence. Your red attire is engaging in friendly exchanges with the vassal Cthulhu, who possesses legendary strength. It has been detected that the red attire is undergoing a transformation. Please do not interrupt. It has been detected that the biological rules within your divine realm are undergoing certain changes, and a special species is about to be born. This species is a combination of ghostly and living shadows, and is currently in the early stages of emergence. It is advised to intensify the infusion of evil energy from the Cthulhu Divine Realm. Fang Ying naturally did not know Su Xiuxia's situation, but the performance of the deep divers made it difficult for him to explain, only to be interrupted by Su Xiuxiu, who was filled with excitement. Fang Ying, could you send me some more of the evil energy? Fang Ying was taken aback, wondering what she needed that for, worried about the potential risks of birthing something undesirable. No, I'm not asking for it for free. I will send you something in return, Su Xiuxiu quickly replied. No, it's just that my evil energy isn't like those spiritual energies, Buddhist powers, or magic. I've explained this to you before. The quality of that thing is quite obvious, if not handled properly. I understand, but I want to try it. It can help my world reach a higher level, Su Xiuxiu said earnestly. On that case, of course, no problem. With a wave of his hand, Fang Ying, currently in a void space, was in the same place as his divine realm, allowing him to extract resources from it freely. A black sphere the size of a basketball appeared in Fang Ying's hand, revealing a viscous, almost solidified form of evil energy. This is 50,000 units of evil energy. It should be enough for your needs. Fang Ying handed it over. This time Su Xiuxiu did not hesitate at all. After receiving it, she scattered some in her Ghost Chi world. After all, she wasn't a fool and naturally understood the pros and cons of this substance, so she wouldn't just throw it all in at once. Detection indicates that your divine realm world contains sufficient evil energy. New biological species are evolving. Awesome. Su Xiuxiu excitedly clenched her fist, then tried to hug Fang Ying, but he elegantly dodged her advance. No nonsense, he was worried that Su Xiuxiu might exhibit other behaviors. Fang Ying had always been vigilant about this point. If something happened to his own psyche, his father would think he had brainwashed her and might tear him apart. But then Fang Ying followed up with a question. What's wrong? By your expression, it seems you've gained something from this exchange. Yes, I must thank you. This time the mingling divine realm is finally about to evolve its first batch of living beings. Although I don't know what they will be under the condition of accelerated time, they should appear in no more than 2 days. Oh, then I truly must congratulate you. This is incredibly rare. Fang Ying's words were sincere, not feigned. Despite the fact that all beings in Fang Ying's Cthulhu divine realm except for the Summer Beetle clan, Garomi, and its forces were evolved from his own realm. However, it should be noted that the evolution of life forms is not so easy. Just look at how many times Fang Ying had to simulate to understand the arduousness of it. Even for a genius like Su Xiuxiu, her divine realm creatures were mostly purchased. For instance, these intelligent ghosts, animals, and other sentient beings such as humans. However, the humans in Su Xiuxiu's world were not like those from the Blue Planet, but rather those derived from the world of the divine realm's master, who could not ascend to divinity. As for why she chose to purchase, it was mentioned earlier that the cultivation period was too long. Moreover, the variables during the cultivation period are too great. No one knows what the final outcome will be. If it fails, all previous efforts would be in vain. Even Su Xiuxiu didn't have enough time to waste, so they would purchase creatures that complemented their divine realm. The advantages and disadvantages of this approach are quite clear. First, the purchased creatures can reach their potential all at once, and their strength can also be at an appropriate level. However, the downside is that they lack depth. That is to say, what can be purchased is essentially mass-produced, much like factory-produced goods, even if the master of the divine realm focuses on cultivating them. There is also a certain gap in the integration of the vassal creatures with the essence of their own divine realm. To describe it, it's similar to the difference between a biological father and a stepfather. A biological father will always love their child dearly, entrusting everything good to them, whereas a stepfather, even if they try to please, still has an inherent barrier in their heart, which is an insurmountable curse. Now that Su Xiuxiu's divine realm is about to produce locally grown creatures, she naturally feels very excited. Fang Ying. Su Xiuxiu's eyes sparkled as she suddenly spoke. Fang Ying looked at her puzzled. Can you promise me a request? What is it? You go ahead and speak. Fang Ying did not agree immediately. He always maintained a sound mindset. That your divine realm's familiar can engage in friendly exchanges with me at regular intervals, preferably once a week. Fang Ying listened as the other party seemed to be panting heavily, startling him. Hey, I thought it was something serious. No problem, I huffed. Before Fang Ying could finish speaking, a sound erupted from the direction of Cthulhu and the figure in red that they were both focused on. Immediately, a column of black smoke rose up, reaching for the sky. The ghostly energy of the entire divine realm was swept up and surged toward that smoke column. Promoted, could it be that one is to ascend to legend? This? Su Xiuxiu spoke with an incredulous tone. It should be noted that the figure in red was her trump card intended for the assessment, as it had been cultivated by her to the mid-level of the extraordinary, but that was its limit. Su Xiuxiu knew that it could not be improved in the short term. This is akin to a good student taking an exam. To break through and achieve a score of 100 is not a state attainable by an ordinary genius, but rather by a top-tier talent. As a great person once said, scoring 99 is because you can only score 99, while others can achieve full marks because the test has a maximum score. Su Xiuxiu's red garment is similar. Its existence is merely that of an ordinary genius-level subordinate painstakingly acquired by her family. Although it could easily reach extraordinary, or even peak extraordinary at that point, it would be nearly the end, wanting to break through to legend. Don't be ridiculous. If there were so many subordinates available for purchase to break through to legend, people wouldn't cultivate native divine creatures themselves. They would have just bought them directly. Of course, this does not mean that there are no subordinates for sale that can break through to legend. It's just that that level belongs to an upper circle, a circle that Su Xiuxiu's family has yet to qualify for. However, considering those are still too far off, Su Xiuxiu found that her divine realm's red garment not only broke through 3 levels, but also reached the half-step legendary status. In other words, shortly after red garment communicated with Cthulhu, it directly surpassed the mid-stage, latest stage, and peak stages, being just a step away from legend. Moreover, it also received the favor of the world's primordial consciousness, which only native divine beings could attain. With this favor, red garment would face no obstacles on the legendary path ahead. All that was needed was continual accumulation. Master. Red garment walked gracefully towards him, and unbeknownst to when, a red oiled paper umbrella had appeared in her hand. Fang Ying knew that it was a type of spiritual artifact, yes, an evil spiritual artifact to be precise. As for its level, Fang Ying could tell through the all-seeing eye that it was a golden level weapon. What a good item. Fang Ying glanced at it and praised it in his heart. You should go rest now. Consolidate your realm well. Su Xiaoxiao nodded at Red Garment and said yes. Red Garment had no room for rebuttal, but looked back at Cthulhu in the gray mist with a hint of reluctance. This made Fang Ying feel somewhat speechless. How should one describe Cthulhu? Despite its unimpressive appearance, it undoubtedly had strong connections with both female beings and spirits, first with the Dream Witch, Idhila, then with the Leviathan Plague, Kasagtha, and now again with Red Garment. Goodness, if you really think about it, could it be that the deep diver's habits were learned from the ground up, and this fellow is based on? Fang Ying abruptly stopped thinking here. He couldn't ponder on these chaotic matters any longer. Clearly, as the master of this divine realm, he had already set an example, yet this group couldn't learn even a bit. Fang Ying, this divine realm exchange might have to end here. Su Xiaoxiao said. There was no way around it. His elite spirits had already collapsed on the ground. Although there were no major issues, they clearly couldn't move back and forth. Heibai Wuchang was also regulating its body, and now Red Garment had just advanced with an unstable foundation. As for other beings, their strength was too low to gain any real benefits. Continuing on would make the exchange appear somewhat superficial. All right. Fang Ying expressed indifference. After all, he had also gained some benefits. He immediately let Cthulhu and the others return, while only a few scattered deep divers lingered. Though they had only been here for a short time, they had left many traces behind. He didn't know whether their seeds would bloom into magnificent flowers later. While Fang Ying was handling Cthulhu's divine realm subordinates, he planned to retreat with Su Xiaoxiao. Fang Ying, this is for you. Su Xiaoxiao, taking advantage of the space between the two realms not yet closing, tossed over a token, seemingly worried that Fang Ying might refuse it. The token was activated the moment it was tossed over, and Fang Ying could only direct it to a specific location. Name: Forest of Ghosts. Level: Silver level. Attributes: Dark attribute. Wood attribute. Earth attribute. Effects: 1. Ghost Forest evolution can grow into a forest with dimensions of 500 meters in length, width, and height. 2. Nurturing Ghost anomalies can evolve 10 junior ghost entities with a chance to produce a primary extraordinary ghost entity. Note there is a chance, but the probability cannot be defined. 3. Regeneration: if the ghost forest is cut down or destroyed, as long as the root system still exists, it can continuously regenerate. 4. Evolving Ghost Chi can continuously absorb surrounding energy and evolve Ghost Chi. Overall, this card is undoubtedly a very precious item that Su Xiaoxiao could present. Fang Ying couldn't act all high and mighty. After expressing his gratitude, he accepted it. The two entered quickly and exited just as swiftly. After standing up, Su Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Fang Ying, let me cook for you. You haven't had my cooking yet. Does the last pastry count? I thought you were a master of pastries. Could it be that you're also a master chef? Fang Ying joked lightly. I've already bought all the ingredients, so I'm going to show you. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. As Su Xiaoxiao's necklace flashed, a projection suddenly appeared before her eyes. Dad. Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She remembered telling her dad that she would have guests today. Did something urgent come up? Hey, Xiaoxiao, hurry, come here. I have urgent business with you. Her dad sent a location and quickly hung up the phone. He even didn't have time to greet Fang Ying. Fang Ying certainly didn't blame him. As he turned the screen, he saw that her dad was in a divine assembly where a group of deities squeezed together like ordinary people. He couldn't tell what they were doing. Fang Ying, Su Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed. After all, it was she who called him, and now it felt quite awkward. It's fine, I'll treat you to a meal next time. I actually have some business to attend to, so we can part ways here. See you at the school assessment. Fang Ying quickly waved his hand to indicate it was no problem. Su Xiaoxiao could only nod in agreement. Soon the two parted ways at the Spring River Flower Moon Night community. As for Fang Ying, he wasn't lying. He truly had business to take care of. Not long after Cthulhu's return, the slumbering Xia Gai insect race, Garomi, unexpectedly awakened. Fang Ying naturally looked over immediately. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he felt that this individual seemed to have no changes at all, at least not in appearance or strength. On the contrary, the Xia Gai insect clan, Jehelami, after awakening, excitedly ran to the Evil Eye clan. It seemed that they wanted to show off a bit. Cthulhu Domain Record: your vassal Xia Gai insect clan, Jehelami, has evolved into a special physique, the Nether Eye body. What is that thing? Fang Ying directly activated his omniscient eye. Soon information about the Xia Gai insect clan appeared before him. Vassal Xia Gai insect clan, Jehelami. Race: Xia Gai insect clan, Cthulhu mythos creature. Status: decaying. The origin is affected and is gradually recovering. Personality: cunning and skilled in monopolizing, bullies the weak and fears the strong, worships the powerful. Level: legendary peak. Abilities: 1. Void transformation can turn their body into a state of nothingness, breaking through their original plane to enter another dimension. 2. Mind control can invade a creature's brain and control the host's consciousness. 3. Nether Eye body primary activates abilities, opening countless blood-red eyes all over the body, which in conjunction with void transformation can unfold the Nether Eye domain. The nethereye domain exists within a separate space. A being inside the nethereye domain will enhance the domain master's ability by 300, and it also adds confinement and disorientation effects. Items. Gene virus can correct the world, reverse technology, spawn intelligence, and assimilate life forms. Subordinates. 1. Shadow people, legendary peak. 2. Nano troops, extraordinary, legendary, unstable state. 3. Ghoul race. Fang Ying paid no attention to the other data. Instead, he scrutinized the information about the nethereye body. Then he closed his eyes, and with a thought he seemed to fall into a certain state. The air around Fang Ying felt as if it had solidified. Oh, or rather the void space around Fang Ying seemed to have solidified. Gurgle, 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 sounds like swallowing and rolling echoed around Fang Ying. Rip with a soft sound. It was as if paper was being pierced by something sharp. Looking again, a blood red eye emerged from the center of Fang Ying's forehead, but unlike a normal eye, it was vertical. That vertical pupil spun rapidly like a newborn baby, appearing quite joyful. Then rip, 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 the sound of being pierced continued. Upon seeing Fang Ying again, his hands and feet, arms, and even his head sprouted red eyeballs. They made gurgling sounds, and even without seeing with his eyes, just by listening, one could develop a condition known as trypophobia. However, Fang Ying felt no fear at all. Instead, he smiled with the corners of his mouth raised. Interesting, this is so fascinating. When Fang Ying opened his mouth, it was revealed that these eyes were not only on the outside, his tongue and throat also grew eyeballs. Yet Fang Ying felt no discomfort. Instead, he experienced a unique, pleasurable sensation. Indeed, it was that kind of feeling. Fang Ying could not explain this situation, but he knew that he was incredibly relaxed and comfortable at that moment. The eyes all over his body provided him with an unparalleled visual experience, and he even felt an urge, a desire to cover the entire divine realm, the whole world, with eyes. He certainly knew it was wrong, yet he couldn't help but think about it. Just like when girls are bored at home, they might watch dramas with handsome guys. And when boys are bored at home, they might find some adult films. Nethereye domain unfold. Fang Ying commanded while in the void space. Then he saw all the eyes simultaneously emit crimson light, and a faint red halo spread from Fang Ying's surroundings. The speed was quite fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already spread 10 kilometers. Fang Ying seemed to be the core of this red space, and his every move held immense power. He extended his hand, and a room surprisingly unfolded within the nethereye domain, fully furnished, and upon closer inspection, it was identical to Fang Ying's own home. Then suddenly a humanoid creature appeared in the house, and it was Fang Ying himself. However, compared to the real Fang Ying, this version's movements were slightly sluggish, somewhat like a computer lagging. With another wave of his hand, everything vanished into the void, leaving only the faintly glowing nethereye domain. Creating from nothing, accelerating and slowing time, even creating beings. In this space, I am practically omnipotent. However, this requires a significant expenditure of divine sense. It felt somewhat like the novel I read before, Ghost I Yang Jian. Their ghostly abilities seem to possess such powers. Let me try the 300 enhancement effect of the abilities mentioned in the nethereye domain. Fang Ying analyzed to himself. The next moment, the omniscient eye activated. Fang Ying intended to see if he could penetrate the essence of this ability. However, he soon regretted it. After activating the omniscient eye, he discovered a secret. Not a secret about the nethereye domain, but a secret from the void space. In an instant, he recalled the brain in a vat experiment and a movie he had seen called The Truman Show. His Fang Ying suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body, as if a blood eye on his arm was hurting. He saw that the originally blood-red eyeball was rapidly dimming at a visible speed until it turned to a dead gray color. Upon closer inspection, he could see a faint gray mist within the pupil. That eye seemed like a harbinger. Fang Ying felt an excruciating pain throughout his body, as if he were being stabbed with needles. His eyes were all turning gray. They were being infected. The entire faint red nethereye domain was visibly changing to gray. Fang Ying did not want this outcome, for he realized that the transformation of the eyeballs was causing the truth he had just seen to become blurred. He did not want such a result, and he fought desperately. His divine sense combined with the blood eye constantly struggled against the gray mist. But the strength of one person is ultimately limited. All the eyes on Fang Ying's body turned gray. Only the vertical pupil in the center of his forehead was somewhat different, displaying a color of gray infused with a hint of crimson. And it was precisely because of that hint of crimson. In the gray nethereye domain, there was a faint red hue where he stood continuously resisting the encroachment of gray. Pop! With a soft sound, Fang Ying withdrew the nethereye body, and all anomalies disappeared. A faint dimness lingered in his eyes. He said softly, "I feel like I just saw something, but I forgot what it was." In the next moment, Fang Ying activated a certain sealed memory in his mind. The Xianjun 7 Chapters Secret Manual. Indeed, this was a gift bestowed upon him by that Ding system. It was also something he had cherished all along. Now it seemed he could begin to practice the first step. This is Volume 1, the Immortal Sand Resurrection Talisman, also known as the Lao Jun 6 Sun 6 Jiao Talisman. Some may not know what the Xianjun 7 Chapters Secret Manual is. However, Fang Ying understood from the day he received it that the Xianjun 7 Chapters Secret Manual is a dark book belonging to the ancient mythology of the Great Xia akin to the Cthulhu mythos. It is different from the Book of Iban and the Book of the Undead. The purpose of these two books is to grant power, but when one masters that power, they too will be devoured by it. In simpler terms, one would be infected, leading to madness, physical deformity, and ultimately either becoming a minion of some being or being consumed with the soul, unable to find peace. Conversely, the Xianjun 7 Chapters Secret Manual is different. While it also has the capacity to infect, it possesses an element of control. It's akin to the Chinese path of immortality versus Western magic. Chinese, the supreme Lao Jun hastens as per the decree wind arise rainfall decree. This embodies a flavor of human demand, command, and control. In contrast, Western magic, the lively wind, you are wild, you are gentle, your greatness cherishes the mortal realm, your believer Mocha prays for your listening and teachings, hoping to harness your power, please grant me the vivacity of the wind. This is a plea. Thus, comparatively speaking, the former is definitely more domineering. And Fang Ying's Xianjun 7 Chapters Secret Manual exemplifies this. Inside, the acquisition of wisdom resembles a robbery plundering. Initially, Fang Ying knew he had little room for resistance, so he endured, even possessing the Xianjun 7 Chapters Secret Manual, without daring to use it lightly. Now, having obtained the nether eye body of the Xiagai insect clan, Guhilomi, he finally found a glimmer of hope. At first, his plan was to wait until he became strong enough to resist, at which point he would have the leverage. But now he realized that was a grave mistake. As he grew, the other side was also encroaching. By the time he reached his peak, he would have already been completely eroded. At that point, there would be no question of resistance. Everything would become illusory. As Fang Ying opened the first volume, passages of text began to flow within his heart. When Mount Tai collapses before one's eyes yet remains unperturbed, tea can intoxicate just as much as wine. I need not flowers, therefore a practitioner of the Tao should cultivate a clear mind and tranquil heart with tranquility as the foundation. A format reminiscent of classical Chinese literature spiraled endlessly in his mind. He didn't know how long it had been. Upon opening his eyes, Fang Ying found himself within the Cthulhu divine realm. His true self ventured forth. However, Fang Ying concealed his form, ensuring no minion detected him. Stepping into the forest of ghostly shadows, Fang Ying observed everything around him. With a wave of his hand, strands of dark energy began to coalesce. Or rather, it should not be referred to as dark energy. After all, what was being transformed was the evil energy breath that existed within the Cthulhu divine realm. Any substance transformed must adhere to proportionality. Just as $100 can purchase items worth $100, it cannot buy items worth only $1. That would be inequitable. Similarly, after transformation, the evil energy breath from the forest of ghostly shadows directly became a special substance known as weird qi. It's important to note that the evil energy breath was a product evolved from the wasteland world under certain unique conditions. However, the essence remains unchanged. It is fundamentally supported by fragments of the world's rules. After transformation, the special effects of weird qi also carry the support of fragments of the world's rules, albeit compared to the evil energy breath, it embodies the situation of controlling the rules as an incarnation of Cthulhu. Weird qi can spontaneously transform into strange entities in special environments. Since they are not living beings, the concept of death does not apply. Therefore, the strange cannot be killed. Yet it is known that even with Fang Ying's calculations, the birth of Cthulhu from the evil energy breath is an arduous task. It is easy to imagine how incredibly difficult it would be to give birth to such strangeness from weird qi. Fang Ying's method is to meticulously disperse these transformed weird qi into smaller units, forming individual weird crystals to facilitate the birth of the strangeness. Moments later, looking at the densely packed weird crystals on the ground, a peculiar smile appeared on Fang Ying's face. I truly wonder what changes will occur in my Cthulhu divine realm the moment the strangeness is born. Perhaps I might truly escape the fate of being a mere pawn. I am so looking forward to it. After completing all this, Fang Ying's mind relaxed a bit as he returned to his large apartment. I must say, in this past month since becoming a deity, I have indeed been living in hard work. Compared to others 996, I feel more like a 007. If one were to say that the greatest benefit of becoming a deity over being an ordinary person is that staying up late won't lead to death. In his leisure time, he opened his phone and casually browsed various news. Soon, information regarding the Divine College entrance examination had skyrocketed to prominence. Breaking news: this year's college entrance examination will be the most difficult in 50 years. It is said that the Divine Realm War's fifth world is utterly insane. Does anyone know the status of this assessment world? I will pay 1,000,000 divine coins. I just want a rough idea. Are you out of your mind? Who would dare reveal the assessment world? However, logically speaking, this time it should be a mental world, right? That depends on the conditions of the void space battlefield. Our human deities are currently not living well. By the way, aren't you all interested in this time's prizes? King-level resources, mythical-level minions, and the legendary Jianmu. My goodness, if one were to obtain them, they would soar to great heights. Don't think too much about it. Those second-generation deities who have been practicing divine thoughts since they were in the womb and opened the divine realm upon birth, their strength is unimaginable. Just prepare to be at the bottom, honestly. Indeed, it's not just that after birth they have professional teams providing guidance with plenty of resources. I've heard that some reach God level by 12 years old. Compared to our ordinary people, let alone God level, even true gods are merely dreams for many gods throughout their lives. Alright, don't dampen the mood. Compared to that, I'm more interested in betting. This year the Divine Alliance has already opened the betting. How about placing a bet, buddy? I have the latest information. Fang Ying watched various forums and programs discussing the topic of the college entrance examination. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems even ordinary people enjoy gossiping. Just as he was about to take a stroll in the inner world, an unexpected phone call suddenly came in. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, Fang Ying hesitated for a moment before choosing to answer. Hello? Who is this? Hello, may I speak to Mr. Fang Ying? That's me. We have something we wish to discuss with you in detail. It concerns a task related to the Plague Company. The task of the Pestilence Company. Fang Ying was taken aback. He did not expect the other party to bring up this matter, and judging by their certain demeanor, it seemed they had already investigated him. Mr. Fang, are you listening? So what do you mean? Just say it directly. Fang Ying replied. A genius deity who has expanded a divine realm of 1 square kilometer to 100 square kilometers. In that case, I will speak plainly. I come from the Aochuan Company, and I hope to acquire all items related to the internal world of the Pestilence Company in your possession. Oh, is that so? I am quite willing. I remember someone had previously offered a reward for information regarding the source virus of the Pestilence Company, and I specifically kept it. Do you need that? Of course, besides this, we also hope you can obtain other items, such as the creatures from that world and the corpse of the mastermind behind it. If possible, also the items in the possession of that mastermind. Hearing the other party's determined words, Fang Ying furrowed his brows. Although he had long known that the Pestilence Company was somewhat complicated, he did not expect the other party to be focused on it and willing to pay a price to obtain information regarding the tasker. It should be noted that Fang Ying had used Room 69 to accept the task, which was inherently a behavior of a deity, hiding their personal information. Under normal circumstances, the Divine Alliance would not easily sell information about deities, especially since Fang Ying had become a government reserve member. Thus, the other party must have spent a tremendous amount to investigate. But considering it, the other party likely did not covet the resources of the Pestilence Company, as those items were not particularly remarkable. Then it must be the Zaga insect clan, Jehelami. But to be honest, although the Zaga insect clan, Jehelami is a creature from the Cthulhu mythos and possesses considerable abilities. But honestly, only Fang Ying knew this, and he did not believe the other party wanted to turn the Zaga insect clan, Jehelami, into a familiar. After all, no one understood better than Fang Ying the calamity that creatures from the Cthulhu mythos could bring to a divine realm. It was absolutely catastrophic. Even a deep one could establish a cult capable of destroying the world. After all, the madness of the Cthulhu mythos is notorious. In such a case, excluding all impossibilities, only one possibility remains. Because he remembered that the Zaga insect clan, Jehelami, seemed to have mentioned that its kin were not dead. Rather, they were in a certain place. Moreover, the Zaga insect clan also gave him a spatial teleportation token. As Fang Ying thought of this, he spread his hand, and the gray misty token appeared in his palm. The mastermind. Are you referring to the giant ape and the mutated Kuan in that task world? Unfortunately, I have already digested them, so I cannot give them to you. Mr. Fang Ying, we are all adults here. Some things I believe do not need to be said too clearly. Those things are not for you to touch. Sometimes being a clear-headed person is the true fortune. How about this? 1 billion divine coins. This is our sincerity. His 1 billion, is that real? What do you want? As long as I have it, I will definitely give it to you. Fang Ying showed a shocked expression, but evidently the voice on the other end of the phone was laughing. Mr. Fang Ying, you may not know that the power of deities is immense. We happen to have a capability to discern lies through sound, so do you think your acting is good enough? Upon hearing this, Fang Ying's brow furrowed slightly. The abilities of deities are varied, and what the other party said was not impossible. But what does it matter? He is currently a student under government protection. Moreover, he is also a reserve trainee member of the government, which is a second layer of protection. In addition, with the college entrance examination approaching, the entire Blue Star is paying attention to this matter. He does not believe the other party would dare to act brazenly against him. As for indirect actions, they would merely resort to underhanded tactics in his daily life or during the most likely college entrance examination assessment. Fang Ying still had a certain level of confidence regarding those matters. So since you don't believe me, do I still have the need to continue this conversation? Goodbye. After saying this, Fang Ying directly hung up the phone. This left the other party stunned, and the phone beeped for 3 or 4 seconds before they realized what had happened, displaying an expression of disbelief. He had actually been hung up on by a mere minor deity. Did he not know the background of the Ouchuan company? How did you detect what he said? The manager, who had just spoken on the phone, turned to the middle-aged man beside him. Manager's son, after testing, it appears that the other party did not lie. The middle-aged man hesitated and said, "Are you implying that I was wrong?" Manager's son was already furious. As a celestial deity, being able to call a mere minor deity was already a tremendous favor, and yet he was hung up on, which was absolutely intolerable. Oh no, it must be that Fang Ying knew our intentions in advance and set up beforehand, therefore what he said must be a lie. Go ahead and report your findings and mention that the other party refused to cooperate. Let's see how the higher-ups respond. Manager's son nodded in satisfaction. Yes. The middle-aged man quickly left. Shortly after, Manager's son's phone rang. General Xiong. Manager's son immediately spoke with a demeanor of flattery. Since that guy is ungrateful, there is no need for further contact. I heard he is currently preparing for the college entrance examination. Arrange it as long as it's not on the surface. Those old fellows won't dare to take action. Yes, I will definitely satisfy you. Manager's son immediately understood the meaning behind the words and said. Then he hung up the phone. Turning to his secretary beside him, he said, "Get me the examination data of the candidates from Qin City." Soon a light screen appeared displaying various student information. Among them was naturally Fang Ying. In addition, there was another individual, Zhang Yao. According to the information, the other party's world was the giant world, and he had conflicts with Fang Ying. Upon realizing this, he immediately made contact with the other party. Looking for me? Want to sponsor me? Xing Yong was utterly baffled. After all he knew about the Ouchuan company, which ranked among the top 10 in the world group. With its enormous scale, even a single employee would possess at least the realm of a true deity. Thus, upon suddenly receiving the news of the sponsorship request, Zhang Yong's first thought was not joy, but rather, am I being scammed? But soon 1 million divine coins were credited, and a blood red token was also mailed to him, which made him unable to believe this windfall. Name: Abyss of the Returning Ruins, level Platinum level, Diamond level, attribute No attribute, Dark attribute, effect 1. Breath of the Returning Ruins. The breath from the Returning Ruins can directly promote a creature within the divine realm by 1 small tier, but the qualifications of that creature will be completely sealed off. 2. Abyssal Annihilation can directly elevate a divine realm creature by 1 small tier, but requires the creature to pay the price of its lifespan and become engulfed in madness, fighting until death. 3. Abyss of the Returning Ruins creates a deep abyss of returning ruins. Entering creatures will undergo alienation and be affected by special abyssal energy, leading to physical distortions. The specific situation is unknown, but their strength will be elevated by 1 major tier, yet that creature will completely die within 24 hours, returning to the abyss. Facing this token, to be honest, even though each had its drawbacks, it was definitely a treasure that could reverse a desperate situation. After all, for the master of the divine realm, apart from themselves and the core creatures of the divine realm, those guys were merely cannon fodder. What is this? As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Although Xing Yong was somewhat impulsive, he was not a fool. There is a young man who took something he shouldn't have. We feel very angry about it, so we hope you can help us take revenge. Oh, by the way, that person's name is Fang Ying. Who? Fang Ying. Yes, that's right. How about it? We can help you, and you can help us. It's mutually beneficial. No, how can this be? Don't you know that he is my close friend, my schoolmate and neighbor, a kind and friendly person? Then what do you want? You refuse. Upon hearing this, Manager's son's expression changed several times, fluctuating between anger and uncertainty. He had somewhat lost his favor towards this Qin City first high school. No, you need to pay more. The Manager's son was utterly astonished by the sudden exclamation from the other party. Rest assured, even if it is to help you triumph over your opponent and acquire what we need, we will spare no effort in nurturing you, even enabling you to contend for the prestigious seat of power in Qin City. All right, it's a deal. Xing Yong's eyes sparkled. If the other party truly invested heavily in supporting him, he would undoubtedly rise. Although he might not rival those second-generation elites, he could still establish himself in the ordinary realm of Qin City. With that thought, Xing Yong squinted slightly. Fang Ying, I will reclaim all the honors that belong to me. I hope that when you see me, then you won't be too shocked. Fang Ying was naturally unaware of all this. Or rather, after hanging up the phone, she had already prepared herself for the potential retaliation. Though for Fang Ying this might seem unfair, purely a case of innocent misfortune. However, those who had long held power did not share this sentiment. If you possess something others desire and do not willingly contribute it, then you are already beyond redemption. Forget it, what is meant to come will always arrive, no need to dwell on it. Fang Ying began to gather the necessary tools for the upcoming college entrance examination. Soon on the morning 3 days later, the sky was slightly cool, and Fang Ying got out of bed staring at the overcast sky. It was only 5:30 in the morning. Having completed her grooming, Fang Ying left the house early. The roads were already bustling with people. There were elderly men and women, young students, and a group of parents sending their children off. Observing their expressions of anxiety, joy, or nostalgia and relaxation made her ponder. She knew today was an important moment of destiny for everyone, or rather, every family. As if she thought of something, Fang Ying suddenly ran over. Holding 3 incense sticks, she bowed to her parents and murmured a few words. "Mom and Dad, you must bless me to take the top spot this time. I'll offer you 2 large offerings and a villa. Oh, and I'll also burn a few divine realms for you. You divine spirits in heaven, you must lend me your strength." After saying this, Fang Ying felt a sense of relief, realizing she had forgotten something important. Fortunately, she had managed to make up for it in time. Due to the heavy traffic, Fang Ying chose to walk. As she walked down the main road, she noticed that the entire city seemed to have transformed into an ocean of college entrance examinations. Exemplary students creating brilliance once again, achieving fame on the golden list, celebrating with candles and flowers. To become wealthy, choose the divine path. To prosper, choose the divine mother. As she observed various slogans, posters, and electronic screens regarding the college entrance examination candidates, Fang Ying proceeded step by step. Though she wasn't driving, her divine physique allowed her to keep pace with the speed of a car. Soon Fang Ying arrived at the entrance of the school, which was particularly crowded. It's worth noting that despite the few students who had awakened their divine realms, those who had failed in their awakenings also needed to take the exam. In simple terms, it involved a series of knowledge regarding the creation, deduction, development, and expansion of divine realms. They were trained to operate within the simulated divine realms provided by the school. Although it seemed somewhat like a simulation game, it clearly represented a significant option for escaping poverty and becoming a divine steward. No one would underestimate this. Beep, 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 hello. Fang Ying noticed that Su Xiuxiu had suddenly called. "Fang Ying, have you arrived? We need to head to the examination venue. I'm here, don't worry." As soon as Fang Ying hung up, her phone began to beep repeatedly. Upon checking the messages, she realized that she had unknowingly been added to a group by her homeroom teacher. Looking at the group chat named Divine Battle Championship in the Fiercest in Yizhong, Fang Ying couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She didn't know which deity had named it. It truly had style. Of course, the messages inside were even more stylish. "Everyone, please remember to modify your personal remarks after joining the group. I've prepared everything. I've applied a special effect aphrodisiac to my divine realm, accelerated divine realm time, and this time I'm going for a violent troop strategy. They say the first world this time comes from mutated zombies, and with the explosive troops, I fear my divine realm might become a death zone. My world has a fire attribute with 5 fire elementals, easily defeated. What the heck, is it real? Are the zombies' viruses strong? I might need to prepare some antidotes." Looking at this dubious message, Fang Ying felt no need to worry at all. Zombies. Viral infection. I wonder if they can withstand my Cthulhu Divine Realms followers. After several days of preparation, Fang Ying's divine realm had settled at 350 square kilometers, totaling an area of 11666. 7 square kilometers. As for her followers, Fang Ying's directive was to develop as needed from the heart. The Eye Demon clan studies secret medicine. The Ant-Man clan researches the great race of the Izurians. The Zaiji Bug clan, Jehiromi, studies genetic viruses. The Divine One clan researches their racial talents. Nea Lotto Tip remains in her own starry realm, not knowing what to do. The Deep Divers are somewhat at a loss, but their physique has led them to cultivate their combat talents with teams. Oh, and besides Cthulhu, this fellow is also studying special mysterious formations. It should be noted that even now the Cthulhu Divine Realm has a unique landmark, which is the wall of pseudonym nameless mist made of seawater. Fang Ying got up and started to squeeze through the crowd trying to pass through. However, she had underestimated the fervor of the crowd as she unexpectedly found street vendors in the campus. What the heck, are they relatives of the principal? How did this business make it into the campus? Though she thought about it, Fang Ying didn't express any dissatisfaction. As mentioned earlier, those students who had not awakened were all anxious. As for her, a student who had already awakened, her mindset was naturally quite different. This was like an army crossing a single plank bridge, far surpassing the college entrance examination on Earth from before. Beep beep, over here. As the car honked, some people's gazes turned towards it. Wow, isn't that Fang Ying, the senior who won the last divine battle? Of course. The impressive demeanor of the senior struck deep into my mind at first glance. I wonder how large and strong Fang Ying's divine realm has become after all these days. Can she fit me inside? Fang Ying jogged along, not caring about the gazes of those around her, and noticed that besides Su Xiuxiu and a few others, the principal was actually at the side of a car. "You're here, let's go," the principal smiled. Fang Ying looked around and noticed there weren't many people. Apart from herself, there were 4 others, 3 girls and 1 boy. She recognized the 3 girls. They were Li Na Zhou Min and Wang Ningning. They were among the more prominent students at the high school, as each of them possessed special attributes, and their initial areas were all over 10 square kilometers. As for the boy, Fang Ying didn't have much of an impression of him. However, she hadn't seen Su Xiuxiu or the other girl. It was clear that the people before her were not yet top tier. Perhaps sensing Fang Ying's confusion, the old principal smiled and said the previous batch has already been taken away by their homeroom teacher. I will take your batch of top students. Oh, Fang Ying nodded and the group got into the car. After the vehicle started, the old principal spoke earnestly. Currently, our high school's development is becoming increasingly grim. You all are talents from this batch, but you must not be arrogant. This year, both the 3rd, 8th, and 10th high schools have considerable talent, even surpassing us in numbers. As the old principal spoke, everyone listened in silence, lost in their thoughts. Remember, this assessment is for entering the inner world, the latitude area. This assessment is divided into 5 latitude worlds, presenting an overall trend of increasing difficulty. In these 5 latitude worlds, there are several modes for you to choose from: easy, difficult, nightmare, and calamity. At this point, the old principal paused for a moment, focusing his gaze on Fang Ying. Wait a minute, I remember there's supposed to be one more. Principal, don't leave us hanging like that. The boy beside her asked. I heard the last level is called the Abyss, which is specifically prepared for the top 1,000 students in the college entrance examination. I think we should not think too much about it. Lina suddenly spoke. However, from her tone, there was no hint of sarcasm, so the boy did not retort. That's right, the last level is indeed the Abyss, but it is extremely perilous. The number and strength of enemies, as well as variations in intelligence and special attributes, differ greatly. Although during the assessment, higher-level deities will be there to protect your safety. However, it must be noted that in the Abyss-level world, even with deities guarding you, there are still many students who get injured or even die each year. Therefore, I hope you can act within your capabilities and choose the option that suits you best. The principal said, glancing at Fang Ying once more. Was the principal hinting for him to recognize his own strength? Or was it something else? Fang Ying interpreted it as, go ahead, child, do not let me down. That must be the case. Fang Ying pondered as another person spoke up. Principal, I heard that even the most ordinary latitude worlds eliminate nearly 95 of students. To reach the top 5 in the city, at least the nightmare level is required. As for the top 3 in the province, without choosing calamity, it's basically impossible. Is that true? Yes, that has been the case in previous years. The principal nodded. So if we want to get into the national top 10, we must choose the Abyss. Choosing the Abyss difficulty is not something everyone can do. You must pass through all 5 latitude worlds of calamity to unlock the Abyss difficulty. The principal said seriously, you are all deities now and belong to a good batch from our high school, so I think you should know some things. The void space is vast and boundless. Who knows how many divine realms are born and destroyed, how many races face death and slaughter. To us humans, it seems quite peaceful, and we even occupy a place in this void space. But you must understand, what you see is merely a facade. All civilizations and races face a challenge from one place, the Abyss. The beings and civilizations within the Abyss are chaotic and disorderly, and their terror lies in 2 aspects: chaos and disorder. Fang Ying murmured, contemplating the principal's words. That's right, first of all, their strength is recognized as the strongest in the entire void space. Let's put it this way, they exist in the highest dimensional space of the void, where the Abyss is born. In that place, any being or civilization among them can easily destroy the divine realms and races of other dimensional levels beneath them. However, due to their chaotic state, which leads to inherent contradictions, they do not form alliances, thus stabilizing the peace of the entire void space. As for the second point, disorder. In simple terms, there is no order at all. This is a bit complex to explain. You can understand it, as they are capricious and neurotic, and they are madmen who are not bound by any laws or rules. The principal thought of a phrase that he believed was easier to understand. Isn't that just a great evil person, a bad person? Zhou Yimin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. No, the kind you mentioned is evil within our human rules, which is not comprehensive. Just like we think eating pork is normal, but in the world of pigs, that is the greatest evil. With a creak, the car came to a stop, and the principal ceased his conversation at the right moment. All right, let's leave it at that. What I wanted to tell you is related to the Abyss and its beings. In the future, if you learn or hear any information regarding the Abyss, remember to act within your capabilities, and you will be fine. The principal's words might have shocked these students who had not experienced much of the storm. Therefore, he added one more thing at the end. Of course, what I said may not necessarily happen to you. On the contrary, regarding this assessment of the latitude world, there are still more benefits than drawbacks for you. Here you can not only absorb the powers of your enemies, but also seize the resources of that latitude world, including minerals, water sources, land, and even rarer magic crystals, spirit mines, raw stones, and exotic beasts, so do well. After finishing, the principal led the way out of the car. The others followed suit. Fang Ying initially thought they would go to the city center in the inner world, but unexpectedly the car stopped at a golden spire building. Although this tower was not very tall, about 100 meters, its doors were exaggeratedly large enough for 4 cars to enter side by side. Many students entered one by one under the guidance of their teachers, and through the doors, it didn't seem crowded inside. Fang Ying knew this was due to a space-type array or artifact. Isn't this the inner world? Can this place also lead to the inner world? Fang Ying followed the principal inside, puzzled. Soon a voice from behind made their group stop. Oh, isn't this my old principal from No. 1 high school? With this slightly mocking remark, the principal furrowed his brows and turned around. What came into his view was a group of people approaching. At the forefront was the principal of No. 3 high school, Wang Guosheng. The principal of No. 1 glanced at the boy who had spoken, but chose to remain silent, intending to turn away. But it was clear that the boy did not intend to let him off. What's wrong, old principal? Don't you have a word to say in response to the greetings from your former student? I remember that you personally taught me how to be polite and virtuous. Can we just skip that now that we are face to face? The boy wore a mocking smile on his face. Chugo, I know I was somewhat harsh with your punishment in the past, but you must understand that what you did back then was on the edge of legality. Before the principal of No. 1 could finish speaking, the boy waved his arm as if swatting at a fly. Hey, what's that awful smell? It's even reaching the exam hall. You and a child who cannot be taught. The principal of No. 1 was quite agitated. But this only made Chugo laugh. Ha ha ha, you have educated well. I wonder how many geniuses your school has produced in this assessment. The title of No. 1 high school has been held for so long, yet the real contributions to Qin City have come from other campuses. The talents you educate are indeed remarkable. Do you know whether you can still maintain the title of No. 1 high school this time? Principal Wang Guosheng, is this how you educate your students? Oldly, look at you, why are you arguing with a student? He is still just a child, several thousand years younger than you. However, Principal Wang Guosheng did not care at all, and even expressed some joy. Besides, I owe you oldly for having the foresight to bring Chu Gu to our school. You may not know this, but Chu Gu has awakened the elemental world, and the area of his starting world is already 40 square kilometers. I've heard that your No. 1 has 3 exceptional students, Zhang Yao Su Xiuxiu and Fang Ying right. Coincidentally, we have 2 exceptional students at No. 3A, and Chu Gu is one of them. It will be exciting to have a match. Principal Wang, you know that we are the main responsible parties of the school. We must not only be accountable to the school, but also to society and humanity, especially when it comes to moral education. Before Principal Li Yunjie could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by Principal Wang. All right, I say, Principal Li, how many years has it been? Why are you so stubborn? You've turned No. 1 into this state that should have been handed over to me from the start. Chugo, what a fine child he is, yet you expelled him, almost sending him to a government facility. You must know that he neither committed murder nor broke the law. He merely forced an ordinary girl to do some things she enjoyed. And in the end, he was discovered and did not succeed. For a passionate young man who knows right from wrong, we need to offer enough tolerance and understanding. You must know that in today's world, the importance of divine beings far exceeds that of ordinary people. Yet you would sacrifice a future genius divine being for an ordinary person with no hope. This is called being pedantic, not what you refer to as morality. Principal Wang's words clearly shocked the nearby No. 1 students. In contrast, the students from No. 3 nodded in agreement. It seemed they were in full support of his words. Wang Guosheng, for what are we striving? You must have forgotten, although we are divine beings, we cannot forget the fundamentals of being human. Moreover, which divine being is innate? Did we not all come from ordinary people? Just because you become a divine being does not mean you can disregard ordinary people. And without the existence of ordinary people, from where would new divine beings arise and continue? Surely you understand this principle. Principal Li Yunjie immediately replied. Principal Li, if you say this, I must interject. I have never entertained the thought of killing ordinary people. On the contrary, my goals align perfectly with your philosophy to pass on the next generation, to transmit our excellent genes, and to birth even better descendants to benefit humanity. This is certainly better than those average individuals coupling and giving birth to oddities. Chu Gu suddenly interjected. Shut up. Your expression had already darkened somewhat. What's wrong? Does Principal Li feel I have said something wrong? Oh, I almost forgot one of your 3 exceptional students at No. 1 is named Fang Ying, right? A guy whose starting point is a wasteland world with a divine domain of 0.1 square kilometers. Moreover, this guy seems to have defeated another person from your school who was rated as a seed player during the divine battle. Tisk indeed, under your leadership No. 1 is full of talents. Chu Gu elongated his tone. Meanwhile, Fang Ying, who was initially watching the commotion, found the fire had turned towards him. What the hell, who did I provoke? It seems you prefer to pick on the weak. Well then, let me see what you're made of. Fang Ying suddenly stepped out from behind Principal Li Yunjie. Cough, is it Chu Gu, right? Fang Ying's words caught Principal Li, who was about to speak, off guard, thinking it best to keep Fang Ying quiet to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, Fang Ying disregarded this and confidently walked to the front, standing between the 2 principals. Well, I am the Fang Ying from the wasteland divine domain of 0.1 square kilometers that Chu Gu just mentioned. May I ask how your awakening is progressing, Chu Gu? Fang Ying did not show any anger. He merely extended his hand. The meaning was clear, a handshake to get acquainted. As the saying goes, one does not strike at a smiling face. Even though Chu Gu was proud in the face of both principals, he had to step up and shake hands with Fang Ying, otherwise it would seem like he was afraid of Fang Ying weakening his own momentum. Hihi Chu Gu, my elemental world has an awakened divine domain area of 48 square kilometers. As Chu Gu said this, he briefly shook hands with Fang Ying, then immediately withdrew his hand, and in a humiliating manner took out a wet wipe from somewhere to wipe the spot where he had just shaken hands with Fang Ying, tossing the wipe onto the ground. Fang Ying, however, expressed indifference and calmly walked back. Yet no one noticed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Just now he had used his divine appearance, beauty, and the eye of all-knowing and all-seeing to create a mark that would bind him to the other party without them noticing. At that moment, whenever the other person returned to their divine domain or fought elsewhere, as long as his gaze fell upon them, he could exert influence over them. As for the specific effects of that influence: madness, foolishness, chaos, pain, fear, confusion. There were many negative emotions, and Fang Ying did not know which one would be triggered. He could only see how lucky the other party was. Hey, you praise me, so I can't help but return the favor, Fang Ying thought. Meanwhile, Chu Gu, who had returned to the group, suddenly felt a chill deep within his soul for some reason. It was as if a clear sky had been covered by a layer of shadow, making him quite uncomfortable, yet he could not find the source. In the end, he could only attribute it to his own illusion. As for this minor friction, it soon came to an end under the indifference of the principal of Yizhong. Once he entered the entire building, Fang Ying found that his previous assumptions were indeed correct. The internal space was somewhat terrifyingly large, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. From this, it was evident that even in a small city like Qin City there existed such a large number of divine students. On the other hand, this also proved that humanity's foundation was still quite strong. Although there were many people in the venue, it was clear that everyone was very restrained. No one was raising their voice, nor was there any noise. When the principal of Yizhong quickly led Fang Ying and the others to their designated positions, they remained still. Fang Ying naturally spotted Su Xiuxiu, who had arrived early. After exchanging nods, they did not say much. He heard a faint voice nearby. Look, that person is the head of Qin City and the governor of Beihou Province, Kong Yuli. Wasn't it said that County Head Kong was recently involved in a war in a star domain? Why did he suddenly come back to attend the assessment scene? Has that matter been resolved? You ask me, who should I ask? But it seems that the situation is no longer tense. Didn't you see the other big shots returning? Those from the business sector, the political realm, and various associations. The two spoke in hushed tones, and due to his enhanced strength, Fang Ying was able to overhear this information out of boredom. Although he did not understand why the principal mentioned that the examination location was here, he could tell that the structure of this place was not simple. Surrounding them were powerful deities at the peak of the true god realm, serving as security. There were also hidden officials stationed at various locations to prevent any unexpected incidents. As for the other devices, Fang Ying could only sense that this place was extraordinary, having already felt the aura of formations. He also saw the high-tech virtual recorders sold by the Divine Alliance. A three-dimensional imaging device which he recalled was priced at a minimum of 100 million divine coins. Its sole purpose was to record videos, allowing for the final editing of three-dimensional images. It could even replicate the characters from the videos in a 1:10 print based on the viewer's preferences. It was said that the advanced versions possessed certain intelligence, enabling the printed characters to embody the personalities from the videos, creating a cosplay experience. Of course, this was what was written in the introduction. Fang Ying did not choose to purchase one, but merely watched the summary. However, he did see a total of 10 of them here, which was quite impressive. With the introduction of various examination requirements, Fang Ying finally understood that the exam was not simply a collective assessment like a mixed batch. Instead, it was more like a competitive format. First, the examinees from Qin City would enter the projection world for the first round of selection. Inside, after passing through one projection world after another, the top 10 with the best scores would be led by the principals of various schools to participate in the provincial assessment. This would select an outstanding group who would then proceed to the final location, Xinjiang, for the competition among national elites. If they truly reached that stage, it could be said that fame, wealth, and glory would all come rushing toward them. As for the three-dimensional imaging devices Fang Ying had just seen, they were not coincidental, but rather existed at every examination site. Their purpose was to record the entire assessment process of the deities, eliminating any possibility of cheating. Of course, on the other hand, they also provided some entertainment for the hardworking masses, allowing them to see the kind of people who protected them in the shadows. This also served to enhance the deities' recognition, preventing the gap between mortals and divine beings from becoming too large. Although many viewed this action as somewhat contradictory, the more certain things were said, the more likely some would choose to believe. However, following this examination process, Fang Ying estimated that one assessment would take at least a month to determine the final champion. As for those who had not become deities, their projection world process would be relatively simple, producing results within 3 days, which was quite fast. Unfortunately, they would inevitably be the ones that received no attention. Fang Ying, how do you feel? I'm a bit nervous. Su Xiuxiu suddenly whispered to Fang Ying. I'm alright, I guessed it's my first time participating, and I feel more curious than nervous. Fang Ying answered truthfully. Fang Ying, do you know you've helped me a lot? Su Xiuxiu thought for a moment and said, Moi. Fang Ying was taken aback. Their interaction had only happened once. Could it be that it had worked so quickly? My divine realm has made a huge leap this time. Remember those ghostly beings that entered your divine realm? They have undergone some special changes, and after awakening not only has their strength significantly increased, but they have also gained a special ability. Su Xiuxiu suddenly spoke mysteriously. Really? What ability? Fang Ying asked curiously. After all, he had also gained plenty of benefits in Su Xiuxiu's world, and the gifts she later gave him had brought unexpected surprises. Well, let me keep it a secret for now, but you'll find out soon. Su Xiuxiu did not reveal it, but instead shifted to another topic. However, this time my father has investigated, and you are probably the strongest this year, without a doubt the top in Qin City. You can't escape that. Oh, how are you so sure? Fang Ying looked at her in surprise. He did not doubt his strength, but was rather surprised by her father's influence. After all, although Qin City was small, there were still about 100 students, especially divine students, and investigating them would not be simple. Especially since one could not know if others would rise unexpectedly, just like how Fang Ying initially was merely in a wasteland world. With an area of 0.1 square kilometers, it now exceeded 3,000 square kilometers in land area, and the total area reached over 1,000 square kilometers, with legendary peak existences within the divine realm. No one would have thought of this, right? That is only natural. Su Xiuxiu confidently nodded. In that case, what about you, my genius deskmate, Su Xiuxiu? Me? I'm doing okay, aiming for second place in Qin City. Moi. Fang Ying was taken aback. Was her mindset really that inflated? Fang Ying was aware of the status of Su Xiuxiu's world. If she hadn't had a recent opportunity, then it meant her father had given her something that boosted her confidence. Just as he was thinking, an unpleasant voice suddenly rang out. Hey, what a big boast. Indeed, it lives up to the reputation of no. One high school, with its bluster being greater than others. Chu Guest's voice suddenly echoed around. Since no. One high school and no. 3 high school are adjacent to no. 2 high school, their distance is not far. Thus Fang Ying's words naturally fell into the ears of those who were paying special attention. Fang Ying glanced at the other party with some helplessness. To be honest, he found the other party's behavior quite boring, just like the previous provocation from Zhang Yong. How should I put it? It was entirely for the fleeting thrill, but in the end it was like shooting oneself in the foot, bringing no benefit whatsoever. Unlike when Fang Ying intentionally provoked Zhang Yong, which had a certain purpose. He absolutely believed that such people were just looking for trouble. Of course, as a capable and decent elementary school student eager to show off and gain attention among girls, their behavior could be somewhat understandable. However, for a creator who controls a world with hundreds or even billions, their behavior was utterly despicable. Being associated with such creators was akin to a lifetime of bad luck. Fang Ying did not speak up about this, but Su Xiuxiu was not someone to be trifled with. She was the type who would not start trouble, but wouldn't let anyone mess with her. She immediately retorted back. Fang Ying, who is this fool? Su Xiuxiu's words instantly made Chu Guest's face flush, and he shot back with sarcasm. Hey, just a mere no. One high school, it seems to have truly fallen. Each of them either likes to boast in public or spews filthy words. Principal Li really does a great job teaching students. Chu Ji's voice noticeably rose a bit. Clearly the other party's words even made the principal of no. One high school frown slightly, but out of decorum, he could not educate him. Naturally, Fang Ying was not the type to be bullied. He wondered if the other party was influenced by their principal's pedantic speech, causing him to frown. If you have the ability, prove yourself with the assessment. If you want to compete, we can engage in a divine battle. If you simply want to bite, I don't mind helping educate your master. You. Hearing Fang Ying's words, Chu Gu immediately wanted to retort, but Fang Ying suddenly turned his head and said 2 words to him. Shut up. Fang Ying's 2 words seemed to carry some magical power, leaving Chu Gu standing frozen in place. Chu Guest's immobile state immediately drew the attention of a boy behind him. After all, that person knew Chu Ji's character. He was definitely not someone who would simply shut up just because he was told to. Seeing Chu Gu dazed and unmoving beads of sweat dripping from his temples, he hurriedly patted his shoulder. And this gentle nudge made Chu Gu exclaim, "Ah!" Although his voice wasn't too loud in a crowd of 10,000, it wasn't particularly inconspicuous, but hundreds of gazes immediately turned toward him. Even County Chief Kong glanced over to that spot. However, he wasn't looking at Chu Gu, but rather at the principal of No. 3 High School, Wang Guosheng. This made Wang Guosheng's face turn pale, and he shot Chu Gu a fierce glare. Chu Gu wanted to say something, but was forced to cover his mouth by the cold 2 words from the other party. Shut up. This time Chu Gu completely kept quiet and didn't dare to glance at Fang Ying again. Because just after Fang Ying uttered those 2 words, Chu Gu felt as if he had fallen into a terror. Indeed, a terror. He could not describe that kind of terror, nor could he articulate how it felt, but he knew it was a tremor from the depths of his soul, like a sheep seeing a lion pouncing towards it. Seeing the effect was good, Fang Ying pondered quietly in his heart. It seemed that some things even divine beings could not easily perceive. Of course, perhaps part of it was due to situations they had not focused on. After all, no one would think that someone would resort to petty tricks during the assessment. What happened to him? Su Xiuxiu said in surprise, her voice low. Probably angered that divine being with too much nonsense. Fang Ying mentioned to Su Xiuxiu what Chu Gu had done just before they entered. This made Su Xiuxiu very angry, and she promised Fang Ying that if he were to teach Chu Gu a lesson in the future, he must take her along. Soon Governor Kong finished speaking, and Fang Ying and his group began drawing lots under the guidance of their respective principals. After all, for the sake of fairness, the assessments were not conducted in the order of their appearance. After drawing the lots in sequence, they arrived at the waiting room. After all, even with the assistance of an accelerator, no divine being could stand in the square waiting all the time. The waiting room felt much more relaxed. Being able to converse was one premise, and they could also have some snacks. After all, they hadn't been divine beings for long, and they were still a bit nervous and needed to relieve some stress. Moreover, Fang Ying believed that the primary divine beings were essentially a group of immortals who could not die in their divine realms, but still required a revival period. As for the rest, mindset, preferences, habits, personality, all these still lay within the realm of humanity, otherwise there wouldn't be so many foolish children who love to stir up trouble. Fang Ying was bored scrolling through the forum when unexpectedly a gambling event caught his attention. Indeed, this was a betting game regarding whether the assessment students could pass, how many levels they could clear, and how much they could rank in size. Overall, it looked a bit like football and horse racing. The crowd was densely packed, and Fang Ying quickly spotted his option. And there was also a brief introduction. Name: Fang Ying. Gender: male. Background: ordinary. Divine realm: initial divine realm trash. Record: once defeated Xing Yong in a divine battle, suspected of gaining certain benefits causing mutations in the divine realm and divine beings. Odds: 1-1. 5. The overall introduction was simple, covering a situation that he was quite familiar with, and the gameplay was even simpler. Bet 1 yuan on himself, and if he won he could take 5 yuan. Then Fang Ying unconsciously slid his hand over to Su Xiuxiu's side. Soon her odds came out. 1-0. 5. It seemed the organizers were quite optimistic about Su Xiuxiu. Next he checked the odds for the Chu Gu, who just mocked him. Chu Gu 1-0. 4. Oh, so low. It seems he is definitely a genius from No. 3 high school. No wonder Wang Guosheng is protecting him. But after just a moment of curiosity, Fang Ying began to place bets on his own option. After all, what could be better than rewarding oneself in this way these days? Su Xiuxiu, who had been watching other teams draw lots beside her and was quite bored, suddenly saw Fang Ying's hand continuously moving in the air and looked over in surprise, discovering that Fang Ying was actually placing a bet on himself. With her eyes widened, Su Xiuxiu immediately opened the betting forum, and without hesitation her hands began to move as well. Fang Ying couldn't help but glance at Su Xiuxiu, pondering whether she was also betting on herself like he was. Soon he discovered that indeed she was betting on herself, and it was a bold bet with a 1 followed by 11 zeros. Ding! Congratulations on your bet on contestant Fang Ying. The investment project is ranked first in Qin City with an investment amount of 10 billion Blue Star coins. Investment successful. Even Fang Ying couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness, what a rich lady. Did this money just flow out like that? What on earth does her father do? It's important to note that although it was said before that deities and ordinary mortals are on 2 separate paths, they do intersect. Thus, deities can choose to sell some beneficial items to mortals in exchange for profits, namely Blue Star coins. However, there are certain unspoken rules regarding the intensity of this exchange. Though not explicitly stated, everything must be premised on ensuring sustainable social development. And if deities want to acquire a large amount of Blue Star coins, there are a few possibilities. One is that the deity possesses immense power, and the other is that the deity contributes to the political or business sector of Blue Star. Otherwise, one should prepare to face consequences. Fang Ying always thought Su Xiuxiu came from a relatively wealthy family, but he now realized that this family was truly a rich second generation. However, seeing this situation, Fang Ying couldn't help but approach her and say, "Hey, you're betting so much on me, aren't you afraid it'll mess up? I believe in you. I have complete confidence, so you better work hard and don't let my money go to waste." Su Xiuxiu replied. As for the other locations, the principal of No. 1 high school was currently with the principal of No. 10 high school, seemingly engaged in a conversation. "Oldly, I remember that kid is from your school, right? How did he end up in the hands of that guy Wang Guosheng?" The principal of No. 10 high school, Chu Minjiang, asked in confusion. "What else? That brat actually violated a woman's will and attempted to act forcefully, which I discovered." Principal Li of No. 1 high school replied. "Now, Oldly, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but which of these kids doesn't have a few issues? After all, they're all young, and once they gain power, they can't control themselves. A few beatings should suffice. Think about it, how many good seedlings have you sent away? You need to change your approach. Not to mention others, Li Haiyan and Zhou Wu from No. 10 high school, both troublemakers, came from your place, and now they are already quite powerful deities. You navigate society so skillfully, yet when it comes to teaching students, why do you come off as so rigid? Indeed, you know I've been slick in society for half my life and have seen many deities fall from grace. Naturally, I understand the reasons behind their downfall. This time it's my turn to teach, so I can't just watch them head down the wrong path. Instead of that, I'd rather cut off such paths entirely. Old Chu, you don't know, just now the provocateur Chu Gu, I didn't neglect to teach him. He first caused trouble in the class regarding relationships, then escalated it to the grade level, and even the whole school, and he planned to meddle with the elementary division. When I caught him, he was already thinking about targeting wayward girls in society. Sometimes I wonder if some people are just born bad seeds. Sayusai, the principal of No. 10 finally stopped speaking. Time flew by. 9 o'clock in the morning. This was the time for the non-deity assessments within the school, as well as for this group of deities. Hey, alright future deities, it's your moment to shine. The Divine Alliance's 3D projection has been linked. Your upcoming performance will be witnessed by billions of eyes. Thus, the assessment of the 7365521 high school deities officially begins. The projection world is activated. With that, the highest commander, Governor Kong, made his speech. A magnificent, colorful giant disc suddenly appeared at the center of the venue. It consisted of a silvery white glowing base and a massive light ring of pale blue color. It looked just like a time-traveling platform from a movie, dazzling and colorful. Alright, I'll say it one last time. During this assessment, no external cheating is allowed. Otherwise, all future examination qualifications will be revoked. After saying that, Governor Kong stepped down from the podium, leaving it to the assessors. The National College Entrance Examination officially begins. The projection world has been fully deployed. Please prepare for the assessment in order according to your examination number. As a cold, grand electronic voice echoed throughout the room, silence fell around. The surrounding people watched as these candidates began to enter the light gate one by one. At the same time, all the channels across the nation were uniformly broadcasting a single event. Dear audience friends, hello. This is Central Channel 1. Our diligent students have begun their examinations. Let us all look forward to it. Since this is a live broadcast, audience friends can watch the assessment process of the divine students through their own devices. Additionally, this time we have thoughtfully set up a 360 wide-angle view with options to zoom in and out. Whether for parents or those you're interested in, this method allows for a closer viewing experience. Dear audience friends, this is Chin City Radio Station. What you are seeing is our outstanding students from Chin City undergoing the assessment process. You can use your devices to zoom in and out. Hello to all online friends. I am Teacher Tsong from OXX Media, and I'll be providing in-depth coverage for you. As you can see, our students are currently progressing through a semicircular tunnel glowing blue. At this moment, whether it be through the radio, the internet, or live platforms, they were all broadcasting the event of this student assessment. Most mentioned a technology known as 3D stereoscopic, which allows for zooming in and out. This was the first time this technology was employed, allowing each viewer to vividly experience the entire process of the divine assessment, which also adds a bit of national confidence. After all, compared to the monotonous flat views seen every year, it's like watching a drama on television, which can lose interest. This novel, three-dimensional immersive experience enables viewers to tangibly feel just how terrifying the challenges faced by deities can be. And it seems the effects are pretty good. As the assessments progressed, numerous comments began to flood in. This 360 wide-angle view is so clear it's simply explosive. But this first layer is a zombie siege. The sheer density gave me a panic attack. There must be at least 3,000 or 4,000 of them. Zombies are notoriously disgusting. I know that apart from their immense strength, the lower-level zombies are also infectious. Once caught, the mutation is guaranteed, which is quite troublesome. Brother, what you're describing is old news. This year is said to be even harder than previous years, reportedly, due to the tight war situation, making arbitrary projections even more difficult. This batch of candidates is going to have a hard time. I just counted, there are a whopping 5,000 heads, and that's just the first projection world. I can hardly believe what the second world will be like. Look at that guy named Fang Ying, he actually chose the hard mode. Good heavens, he summoned 100 mutated zombies, but we still don't know their attributes. What the hell, a zombie that can breathe fire? Did elemental types come out this quickly? Damn, who said that the first world guarantees a little zombie 100? This year it wouldn't be that 99 would be filtered outright. My $1,000. Dude, you've definitely been scammed. Little zombies. You probably don't know that even in the ordinary mode, extraordinary beings can appear. I remember 6 years ago there was a jumping zombie in the simulation world. In the end, it leaped out a flying zombie directly claiming lives. It was so ethereal. So you can make bold guesses, but never underestimate it. This is my experience as someone who has been through it. The entire battle, or rather the entire assessment, was filled with excitement. Even now in the college entrance examination venue, all the crowds were fervently passionate. The teachers were also arguing, privately analyzing this year's assessment world. Some teachers even put themselves in the age of their past assessments. Even the ordinary mode was hardly able to enter the fifth world. This is reality. No, 243. Su Xiuxiu prepare. In the third batch of the crowd, Su Xiuxiu began her first projection world. Su Xiuxiu took a deep breath and directly clicked on the nightmare option. Her choice ignited a frenzy among both the audience present and those watching from outside. There was no way they could see that this projection world was comparatively difficult. After all, many couldn't even pass the ordinary section, let alone Su Xiuxiu, who directly skipped simple and hard to choose nightmare. Hee, what a fierce girl. She looks good, but why is she so reckless? How confident must she be to choose nightmare? That option belongs to the nation's outstanding talents. After all, 99 of people chose simple. Is she trying to prove her uniqueness? Right? No wonder they say long hair and short knowledge. I just saw Wang Yu from the second round, who also firmly chose the hard mode, yet didn't even survive the first round. They had extraordinary beings, yet still failed. Why are your mouths so foul? What if she has some backing? Who isn't an elite? Let's see how you all choose when the time comes. Amidst various opinions, 1,000 faces appeared. After all, that's how humans are. They resent you for having what they don't. Once they see you acting differently from the crowd, the first thought is to mock you. As for Principal Li from Yizhong, he also looked worriedly at his students. If it were last year's assessment, he might have been confident about Su Xiuxiu's choice. However, this year, frankly, he was a bit uncertain. Soon the results of the first round of the projection world were announced. Mingling Divine Domain against Zombie Kingdom 3417, 1041, a victory. Your combat power will receive a 50 bonus for this invasion. World projection summoned the black and white impermanence. With Su Xiuxiu's thoughts awakened, gusts of gloomy wind began to swirl around her. Her body also began to reveal black and white cloud patterns, and even her hair changed color due to the use of power, becoming a non-mainstream yellow and white. At this moment, beneath the space connecting the projection world, two shadows appeared, the black and white impermanence with chains and a morning staff and a vast sea of zombies. In terms of numbers, there were at least over 10,000. Among these zombies, the first 1,000 were distinctly different from the others. Some were thin and moved swiftly. Others were bloated, all over covered in pus. Some were completely red, seemingly burning the surrounding air, causing it to vibrate. But most critically, at the back, there was a large-headed creature, standing silently in place, unmoving. That's right, it was a psychic zombie, the king controlling this group of zombies. At this moment, facing everything that was about to happen, Su Xiuxiu showed no signs of nervousness. She merely waved her hand. The bracelet in her hand created ripples, and invisible dark energy was stirred up as she softly chanted, "Dust to dust, earth to earth, all return to nothingness, dissipate completely." As Su Xiuxiu's voice fell, the originally black and white impermanence suddenly jumped up, as if performing a shamanic dance, swinging chains and a morning staff, raising a furious gale of dark wind charging towards the zombie horde. As they advanced, the swirling dark wind grew increasingly frenzied, gradually forming a deep black wall of dark energy, pressing down towards the tens of thousands of zombies. The first battle confrontation came to an end. The zombies reached one side while the black and white impermanence arrived at the other end. The entire engagement process was not as bloody and fierce as other divine beings. There was no splatter of blood or wails. Instead, it was somewhat quiet. The zombies on the battlefield actually froze for a moment. Then, in the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, the tens of thousands of ordinary zombies turned to dust and fell directly to the ground. Only the over 1,000 zombies with special abilities remained dumbfounded in place. Oh, and of course, the psychic zombie king also looked completely baffled. The onlookers and the live stream viewers were also left dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? Did I miss something? Wow, was that really so amazing? It just got wiped out. No, I just checked the information. This girl called Su Xiuxiu is from Yizhong. She awakened in the ghost chi world. Just to ask, is the ghost chi world really that strong? Can ghosts touch entities? I've already told my son that the divine domain attributes must be changed. Oh, we need this ghost chi world. Various voices of praise and astonishment appeared on everyone's faces. Even Principal Li from Yizhong looked at this scene with a bewildered expression. After all he knew about the black and white impermanence, Su Xiuxiu had told him, but he only understood that it could destroy the opponent's soul, not including their body. As for turning to dust, that was simply a dream. Was it because of the weapon in her hand? After all, there were no chains or morning staffs at the beginning. Su Xiuxiu naturally wouldn't say that it was due to Fang Ying's contribution, especially that breath of evil energy. Heaven knows how that thing had such a miraculous effect. I guess Fang Ying must know. Meanwhile, Fang Ying, who was equally bewildered, was shocked by Su Xiuxiu's black and white impermanence ability. Is it my illusion? Why does it feel a bit familiar? In contrast to Su Xiuxiu's relaxed demeanor, it was evident that the others who underwent the assessment with her were not as optimistic. Some even chose the more difficult options under her guidance. The outcome was as expected, grim. Look at Zhou Nan Nan, her divine domain creature has mutated. In her divine realm, a girl with twin ponytails faced a horde of zombies, with the elves bravely battling at the forefront. Each elf armed with crossbows unleashed green arrows with considerable force despite the fact that there were only 100 of them. They were capable of eliminating a zombie roughly every second, which would be manageable in an ordinary projection world. However, perhaps spurred on by Su Xiuxiu or driven by a sense of pride as a fellow woman, she inadvertently clicked on the difficult option. As for the outcome, it was predictable. Initially, things went smoothly, but as other types of zombies joined the fray, especially the speed type and defense type zombies, her resistance became increasingly challenging. The elves, who were merely quasi-supernatural beings, found themselves directly at odds with the equally classified attribute zombies. In comparison to the fearless zombies, the delicate elves inherently possessed a touch of fragility. Thus, during an unexpected turn of events, a speed-type zombie was allowed entry, and in the instant it lunged for the smooth neck of an elf, the entire battlefield collapsed. The elves, birthed at great cost by Zhou Nanan, had no leader. Zhou Nanan was their sole commander. Faced with life-threatening peril, even Zhou Nanan's authoritative commands couldn't quell the fear swelling within them. Ultimately, helplessly, Zhou Nanan could only watch as her cherished creatures were systematically slaughtered and infected by the zombies. Zhou Nanan was forced to exit the projection world, her score ceasing at 473 points, as she had not passed the overall assessment. It must be noted that without attaining divinity, the evaluation of simulated projection worlds is measured on a scale of 100 points. However, the divine assessment cannot be judged solely by 100 points. It encompasses a variety of scores. Firstly, for a standard projection world, a perfect clearance equates to 100 points. In the case of difficult options, the score inflates tenfold to 1,000 points. Nightmares yield 1,000 points. Calamities grant 1,000 points. The Abyss 1,000 points. The Abyss option can only be accessed after clearing calamities. While the higher the difficulty chosen by a deity, the greater the potential score, this is not a loophole. Should a deity of a subpar divine realm intentionally select a projection world disproportionate to their capabilities and be defeated instantly, their score will be deducted, potentially resulting in negative points. For instance, if a creature from that dire projection world is not killed and is instead swiftly defeated, that equates to a solid 1,000 points. This not only brings shame, but also gets recorded in their files. While it may not lead to infamy, such impulsiveness denotes a wasteful and oblivious deity, and few enjoy engaging with them. There was once a deity, the only one of its kind, who purchased a powerful token that could enhance a follower's abilities. Knowing their own limitations, yet boasting to friends, they hastily chose the third stage nightmare option. Subsequently, after forcibly slaying a creature from the projection world with that token, their entire divine realm was ravaged by that creature. It was as if they had regressed to square one. Their score plummeted to negative, and no institution wanted them until their demise, becoming a typical cautionary tale for teachers to share with students. Fortunately, Zhou Nanan's situation was not overly dire. After all, the magical realm of elves indicated her talent. Had she chosen a standard option, clearing at least 5 ordinary projection worlds should not have been a problem. Zhou Nanan walked towards her teacher, somewhat despondent, her tear-filled eyes betraying uncertainty about her actions. However, the weak are often forgotten by the masses. Had Zhou Nanan not been somewhat attractive, the audience might have mocked her for her overestimation of her capabilities. In comparison, Su Xiuxiu's performance was undoubtedly dazzling. With just 2 followers, the black and white impermanents, she effortlessly dispatched tens of thousands of zombie minions, then plunged into the horde, wreaking havoc. The chain in by Wu Chang's hands flew easily, ensnaring dozens of zombies each time, while He Wuchang swung the morning staff, striking them down one by one. It must be said that while the morning staff fell lightly upon the heads of the zombies, there was no exaggerated tempest or blood-splattering scene. Yet each strike scattered the zombies to ashes, far more thrilling than the legendary golden cudgel wielded by Sun Wukong, which would kill upon contact. Su Xiuxiu's astonishing performance left all spectators dumbfounded, exclaiming in awe. Principal Li of the first school, though unaware of the specifics of Su Xiuxiu's transformation, saw it as proof of the school's excellent teaching quality. At least he could continue teaching barring any mishaps. With this in mind, Su Xiuxiu felt quite certain. What about Fang Ying? Would she shine even brighter? Soon Su Xiuxiu's battle reached its conclusion. It must be said that in the final critical moments, the psychic-type zombie was relatively strong, merging with around 30 attribute zombies to become a monstrous abomination. However, even though this stitched monstrosity had reached peak strength, becoming a pseudo-supernatural being, it still paled in comparison to the true supernatural entities, the black and white impermanents. At most, it could withstand a few more strikes before being shattered. Su Xiuxiu's outstanding performance garnered her a perfect score of 1,000 points in the first round of the projection world. The next projection world opened up for her, and in the next moment a voice rang out. Candidate 252, Fang Ying, prepare. With the sound echoing, Fang Ying swiftly arrived in the projection world. Another batch has arrived. I feel like the speed of this first projection world is just too fast. Was it this fast back then? Who knows? According to the rules, each batch of students enters the projection world in order, and after they succeed or fail, the next batch will begin to fill in, repeating the cycle. Perhaps this year's projection world is particularly difficult. After all, we've seen quite a few domain masters with medium attributes defeated. But that's only because they're too young. Each one thinks they have awakened a world with attributes, believing themselves to be geniuses, completely oblivious to their own limitations. Just look at Zhou Nan from just now. In previous years, how many would have dared to casually choose options above ordinary? I wonder if their teachers have ever explained to them the significance of options like difficulties and nightmares. They may seem like choices, but they actually represent class and level. Could it really be so easy to just step over them? Alright, let's just watch. There's no need for so much sentimentality. I think Su Xiuxiu from Class 1 is quite good. It looks like Class 1 is going to rise this year. Speaking of Class 1, Fang Ying is also from their right. I heard he was personally brought by the principal. I wonder how he really measures up. I heard he participated in the divine battle shortly after awakening and even achieved victory. It seems he can't be that bad. Nonsense. I heard that this guy was from a wasteland world and his initial divine domain was only 0.1 square kilometers. He only had the chance to rise after gaining benefits. Do you really think he's a genius? Perhaps due to the high discussion rate about Fang Ying, the live host enlarged his image on the screen. They also retrieved some information about Fang Ying and addressed the audience in front of the large screen. Dear viewers, in the live broadcast, I just noticed many friends discussing the situation of student Fang Ying. Coincidentally, I have some public information I can share with you all. First, allow me to express my surprise upon learning about Fang Ying, as he is truly a character who has risen from humble beginnings. Although both of his parents were divine beings, unfortunately they passed away when he was very young. He awakened his own divine domain through hard work. However, fate played a trick on him, as the divine domain he awakened was a wasteland world. I believe I don't need to explain much about wasteland worlds. Another unexpected turn followed. Fang Ying's divine domain area is only 0.1 square kilometers. I believe everyone knows what this area means. It's basically impossible to evolve any life there. Even a slight disturbance in such a small space could extinguish this Yetarized divine domain. Despite this, Fang Ying did not choose to shrink back, but instead forged ahead. Soon after, luck smiled upon him, and he received the blessing of a shattered world. Moreover, leveraging his knowledge, he did not follow the conventional paths of predecessors, but instead created a unique divine domain world called the Cthulhu System. During this period, Fang Ying also participated in a divine battle at school and emerged victorious. I must say I am filled with anticipation for Fang Ying in this assessment, aren't you all? What about you all in front of the screen? As the host spoke, it once again sparked a wave of discussion among the crowd, bringing thousands of viewers to her live stream. After all, even though everyone claims to dislike underdog stories, there aren't many geniuses in society. We are all ordinary, and perhaps only in such stories can we feel a sense of shared connection. Fang Ying, who is under the spotlight, did not disappoint everyone's expectations. I choose the disaster mode. Just after Fang Ying made his choice, he saw the area in front of him suddenly turn crimson. Following that, crimson runes from the projection world began to flicker. Simultaneously, a related scarlet prompt appeared. Ding. Candidate 252. Fang Ying has chosen to enter disaster mode. Ding. Candidate 252. Fang Ying, please confirm that after entering disaster mode you will bear all consequences that follow. Note: in disaster mode, the candidate's life safety assurance will be greatly reduced, and under certain undisclosed circumstances, creatures from the opponent's projection world may have a chance to counterattack the candidate's divine domain, causing irreparable damage. Ding. Candidate 252. Fang Ying, after confirming everything is correct, please select confirm here. Fang Ying did not expect that merely choosing disaster mode would elicit such a strong reaction. Yet he remained resolute and nodded in confirmation once more. Just as Fang Ying confirmed, the originally pure white sky suddenly revealed a blood-red halo, as though enveloping the entire world in a shroud of gloom. The sounds of various zombies' howls echoed in Fang Ying's ears. This is quite exaggerated. Fang Ying initially thought such scenes should only occur under the abyss mode. Yet in the mere disaster mode, such a grand spectacle shouldn't be expected. However, he overlooked a crucial aspect: the uniqueness of the region. Just like in the capital city, if it's a competitive assessment, then choosing the nightmare or disaster mode is not uncommon. But Fang Ying is not in that place. Instead, he is in a city where assessments have taken place for decades, and choosing nightmare mode is already quite peculiar. Choosing disaster mode is essentially a death wish. If we were to compare it to Earth, such behavior would be akin to a high school student from a small third-tier city declaring their intention to attend Tsinghua or Peking University. While one can dream, to others it may just seem like a fantasy. Ding. Candidate 252 from Qin City Class 1 Fang Ying has chosen to challenge disaster mode. This is the highest level option, and after passing through 5 projection worlds, the ultimate difficulty abyss assessment will be unlocked. Candidate 252 from Qin City Class 1 Fang Ying has chosen to challenge disaster mode. This is the highest level option, and after passing through 5 projection worlds, the ultimate difficulty abyss assessment will be unlocked. Candidate 252 from Qin City Class 1 Fang Ying has chosen to challenge disaster mode. This is the highest level option, and after passing through 5 projection worlds, the ultimate difficulty abyss assessment will be unlocked. Accompanied by the 3 announcements from the assessment hall and the crimson text appearing in the air, Principal Li Yunjia from Class 1 stood up in shock, staring at the assessment world Fang Ying was participating in, muttering to himself, how dare he? Although he had previously talked to Fang Ying in the principal's office, encouraging him to strive for excellent results such as being the top in the province. But those were words of encouragement. He truly had no other intentions, at least not in that sense. Meanwhile, the Governor Kong, who had been paying attention to this assessment, looked meaningfully at Fang Ying on the video and calmly said, I need detailed information on this little guy. Yes. After the secretary beside him responded, he seemed to vanish into thin air. At the same time, the entire hall erupted in chaos. Heaven's disaster mode. As a teacher, I have participated for 3 years, and this is the first time encountering such a reckless student. If he's not foolish, then he must be truly confident. Could it be that our Qin city is about to give birth to a dragon? Perhaps he just wants to become famous. Just look at the previous rounds, how many were eager for fame. More importantly, if he can pass the first world, he will likely top the score rankings. Meanwhile, a prominent figure in a certain dimensional world was lazily lying in a lava-filled bath, watching the light screen. The figure on the screen was indeed the assessment scene of Fang Ying. Sipping a mouthful of scalding lava, he lazily, yet wisely murmured, Little guy, I wonder how you will grow up. At this moment, Fang Ying gazed faintly at the crimson-hued world before him. In the Cthulhu Divine Realm, confronting the Zombie Kingdom Calamity, the score was 1194650, a complete victory. This invasion will grant you a 100 power boost. Upon receiving this voice, everyone in the competition arena, as well as those watching Fang Ying's live stream, froze for a moment. What the hell, did I hear that right? Over 10000 square kilometers. This is supposed to be an ordinary deity. Is this a domain that has only awakened for a month? It must be a lie. I think this guy is definitely playing possum. He has likely awakened his domain long ago. I could tell at a glance that he is anything but ordinary. I don't think so. He must be aggressively expanding his territory. After all, there are plenty of such deities. We'll have to see his battle results next. Everyone in the arena was fixated on Fang Ying's upcoming battle, while Fang Ying himself observed this projection world with great interest. Based on the experiences previously explained by his teacher, if the difficulty of an ordinary mode projection world is rated as 1, then the hard mode would be 5. Of course, this 5 does not mean 5 times more difficult. Rather, it refers to the overall strength of the world, such as area, number of creatures, mutation probabilities, intelligence, and combat skills, among other factors. It's somewhat similar to the human versus AI battles in Go, where the increased difficulty only enhances the AI's calculations without altering the entire game rules. Thus, Fang Ying, possessing a domain of over 10,000 square kilometers, was not worried that in this calamity mode the opponent's world area would surpass his. After all, that would break the game rules. It would no longer be an assessment, but rather targeted. As the crimson light pressed down, Fang Ying could see clearly that the number of zombies had not increased significantly, estimating about 30,000 in total. However, unlike the mindless charge before, Fang Ying keenly noticed that there were quite a few intelligent zombies among them. Thus, they were not rushing forward like other deities facing the ordinary mode, but instead advancing slowly. Most importantly, while the majority of these zombies lacked abilities, they were military-type zombies, as they wore uniforms and wielded weapons and cannons. Fang Ying had a thought in his mind. These zombies, could they actually fire cannons? If so, that would be rather amusing. Meanwhile, not only on the ground, but hundreds of flying zombie beasts also appeared in the sky, resembling geese or red-crowned cranes. They did not directly launch a surprise attack on Fang Ying, but instead circled above the horde of zombies, clearly under the control of the intelligent zombies. As for Fang Ying, he did not let all his creatures rush out recklessly, as that would be a waste. He only summoned the earth-burrowing demon worm and its 1,000 elite subordinates. It wasn't that Fang Ying was trying to show off, rather, given the situation before him, it was sufficient. However, his actions left outsiders stunned. After all, they did not possess any clairvoyance, but merely assessed based on quantity and appearance. Hiss, this can't be called zombies anymore. This is a zombie army, and they carry weapons. Do you think they will use them? What do you think? Of course they will. Otherwise, do you think those intelligent zombies are just sitting around? From my rough observation, there are at least 30 of them, which is 10 times the number of that little girl who chose Nightmare just now. Look, isn't that the giant beast mentioned in the previous divine battle? That's a bit terrifying. And they are over 10 meters tall. Well, I think this battle will be evenly matched. I've heard it's called the earth-burrowing demon worm, which is the leader of this group of creatures. We cannot ascertain its exact level. We can only know when we engage in battle, but I estimate it is at least of the extraordinary level. Facing the slowly advancing horde of zombies, their disciplined formation gave even the onlookers a sense of impending danger. Great Master, should we charge in and tear them apart? The earth-burrowing demon worm conveyed its thoughts to Fang Ying. However, Fang Ying did not allow it to act recklessly, but instead planned to observe with his all-knowing, all-seeing eye before making a decision. Although he did not intend to use the deduction system in this small situation, his inherent abilities allowed him to gather sufficient information before making a decision. The next moment, the atmosphere before Fang Ying suddenly changed as beams of strange, invisible light radiated towards the horde of zombies. Data information began to appear in Fang Ying's eyes. Creature name: infectious zombie. Status: being controlled. Infected rank: ordinary. Peak note: can actively infect. Creature name: powerful zombie. Status: being controlled. Infected rank: sub-extraordinary. Note: can actively infect. Creature name: mental zombie. Status: being controlled. Infected rank: extraordinary. Low level. Note: can actively infect. Just as Fang Ying received this specific information, the horde of zombies started to descend into chaos at that very moment. They could no longer maintain their complete formation. Instead, they roared, dropped their weapons, and reverted to being mindless zombies attacking each other. Friend or foe indistinguishable. Moi. This situation left Fang Ying somewhat unsure of how to proceed. The ability of the all-knowing, all-seeing eye came from Xuemingji's guidance, and he had used it a few times with good results. However, he generally used the first effect, which was to perceive all things. As for infecting living beings, Fang Ying had yet to try. Should I give it a try? After all, my divine mind is quite powerful. This thought crossed Fang Ying's mind for merely 0.1 seconds before he activated the active ability of the all-knowing, all-seeing eye. The next moment, the state of infection among the zombies intensified. The previously roaring zombies began to grow louder. Moreover, they were actually self-harming. Some tore off their own arms, others twisted off their heads, and some were even banging their heads against the ground repeatedly. The most outrageous part was that this situation was not an exception, but rather applied to all of them. Indeed, the entire horde of zombies was frantically self-harming. Among them, the actions of the mental zombies were the most extreme, inflicting severe injuries upon themselves. Their disproportionately large heads were marked with bloody cuts, and some even had bones protruding. Seeing such a scene, Fang Ying was somewhat astonished. After all, this was over 30,000 zombies. Moreover, there were even extraordinary early-stage zombies among them. Could I be that strong? Compared to Fang Ying's days, the people in the arena and those watching the live stream were even more incredulous. Principal Li of Yizhong stood up again from his seat, gazing at the battle situation displayed on the big screen. Hey Laoli, your student is impressive. Could it be that he is using some kind of mental ability? Or is it military strategy or a rules-based technique? Are you sure he is a variant creature from the wilderness? The principal of Shizhong also leaned in, looking astonished. Although students choosing the disaster mode were not unheard of, at least other provinces had seen this group of teachers observe. But it was the first time witnessing such a scene where all 30,000 zombies, regardless of their level, went completely mad and harmed themselves. If Fang Ying were to command his minions to attack now, victory would surely be a foregone conclusion. The people watching the live stream were at a loss for words. After all, when they first saw Fang Ying suddenly choose disaster mode, many had mocked him. They called him overconfident or accused him of aiming too high. Some even directly derided him, saying that his road to a comeback ended here. Yet when Fang Ying revealed his domain and faced the formal battle, the zombie army had not even begun to fight before they went berserk and harmed themselves, leaving everyone speechless. I have thought of countless battle scenarios, but this is something I could never have imagined. Do you think it's the zombies causing the problem, or did Fang Ying do something? It must be Fang Ying's doing, but I suspect it's related to control-type abilities or sorcery, magic, etc. Does anyone know what attribute the Cthulhu mentioned in Fang Ying's world is? I don't know. Didn't they say it was self-created? It must be some kind of mysterious type. What a pity. If Fang Ying had been born a bit earlier, then I could have tried to see if I could get the inheritance from the Cthulhu world. Damn, look. What's happening to that group of zombies? Have they mutated again? As the spectators watching Fang Ying's battle shouted, they saw the zombies madly attacking themselves, emitting a faint gray mist all over their bodies. As the mist grew thicker, various strange parts began to emerge from the wounds and other areas of these zombies. Some severed heads grew 3 or 4 small deformed heads. Some zombies with severed arms sprouted a greasy bright red tentacle. Others had their arms explode into protruding spikes. The heavily injured large-headed mental zombie had each blood mark turn into an eye, blinking and looking around. The entire transformation was swift. Looking again at the arena, the audience saw a group of somewhat terrifying mutated zombies kneeling in unison before Fang Ying. What the hell is going on? Turning hostility into peace. A group of spectators looked utterly bewildered, while only Fang Ying had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, knowing that this was the power of his omniscient vision. These creatures were too weak, failing the judgment, and directly becoming his servants. As the zombies collectively knelt, the device monitoring the entire battle emitted sound again. Ding. Projection world, disaster mode. No. 252 Academy. Fang Ying. Battle duration 4 minutes 20 seconds. Casualties 0. Battle result total victory. First round ended. Battle score 1,000,000 points. Current ranking: first Qin City. Fang Ying then leisurely arranged the over 30,000 zombies from the zombie kingdom along with their weapons behind his team to prepare for the upcoming challenges. It is worth noting that although the world was a projection, the creatures within it were genuine and the weapons and equipment were the same. Therefore, this counted as Fang Ying's spoils. Compared to other deities where battles resulted in heavy casualties, Fang Ying, without losing a single soldier, directly gathered a wave of zombies, creating an unimaginable visual impact. Fang Ying's score also caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. After all, that score was simply too high. It is known that even students who chose Nightmare mode after 5 matches could only earn around 50,000 points. This could not compare with Fang Ying's score achieved through just 1 round of Disaster mode. Moreover, if Fang Ying successfully advanced, he would face the Abyss mode. Each selection corresponded to a class, a level that no matter how hard one tried, could not be climbed. As for the scoreboard that refreshed at any time in the square, Fang Ying's 3 points firmly occupied the top position. Below him was the second place, Su Xiuxiu with 33,333 points. Third place was Zhou Yiran with 18,000 points. Since Chu Gu had not yet begun his battle, his score remained at 0. However, others did not lack comments on this. It seems this year's first place in Qin City has emerged. Fang Ying, did you invest in him? Damn, I should be cursed. Oh, I actually impulsively invested 1 million blue star coins in him, and if he loses my money? Who says not? This Fang Ying is definitely a dark horse. Haha, luckily I invested in that girl Su Xiuxiu. If she hasn't disappointed me, at least I won't lose. I say don't speak too confidently. This is just the first round of the projection world. There are still 2 rounds to go. You know the difficulty will gradually increase. If he performs poorly in the upcoming matches, it could even result in point deductions. A group of big shots in Qin City who had placed bets sat together discussing the situation. However, compared to their focus on their own interests, Provincial Governor Kong, unnoticed, found Principal Li Yunjie of Yizhong. I say Principal Li. This Fang Ying and Su Xiuxiu should both be your students, right? It seems Yizhong is about to rise. Where Governor Kong is joking, we are merely doing our job, and they have not let themselves or their families down. Principal Li Yunjie of Yizhong also returned the respect. He naturally knew that the other party's visit was not merely out of concern for the students, but surely with other intentions, yet he chose not to speak on it. After chatting a lot about school education and this student's background studies and social interactions, Governor Kong finally revealed his true intentions. Principal Li, you know about our Beha province's development situation, which urgently needs a large number of talented individuals. And I see that this Fang Ying and Su Xiuxiu are quite impressive, so I plan to offer them opportunities for their own development. I wonder if you have any good opinions. Principal Li Yunjie was not surprised by the other party's words. In fact, he had already guessed the other party's intentions without any hesitation. This is akin to being a principal and hoping for students to become top-tier talents, as that would also yield him significant resources. Although Provincial Governor Kong held an esteemed position, he too needed resources for cultivation. If more outstanding talents emerged in his political sphere, he would naturally ascend faster. One must understand that as long as one is in this blue star, as long as they haven't reached the peak, and as long as they remain in their work, they will certainly have desires for demand. After all, true powerful deities have long since transcended the constraints of material and power. But why haven't they detached from humanity? It's because they still have restrictions from their children and families. It sounds somewhat ridiculous that even becoming a deity does not afford freedom. But this is reality, the inevitable law of development in things. Governor Kong Su Xiuxiu's parents are indeed figures in the political sphere. I can arrange this for you. As for Fang Ying, Principal Li Yunjie mentioned Fang Ying's recruitment as a reserve member. Oh, I didn't expect this little guy to have such abilities. Governor Kong learned that Fang Ying was actually the owner of Room 69, who had recently cleared the Plague World. Surprised, he looked at Fang Ying, who was about to face the second round challenge, muttering, "A talent. What a pity I cannot utilize him." Due to Fang Ying's performance, the passions of the people in the Qin City assessment arena were thoroughly ignited. At the same time, it further stimulated the judgments of the other students. Many latecomers intensified their evaluative choices. Among them, another top female student from Class 1, Zhang Yao, who had awakened to the world of spiritual energy and was favored by the government, gritted her teeth and chose the Nightmare mode. She gave up the initially easier path of avoiding the difficult mode. As for choosing the Calamity mode, she was not that foolish, she had enough self-awareness. Although Fang Ying's response seemed simple, when these guys descended upon her, she would feel that terrifying pressure as heavy as a mountain. On the contrary, Zheng Yong's choice greatly surprised everyone. "I choose the Calamity mode." Immediately a warning message popped up. Likewise, Zheng Yong directly confirmed his choice. This also triggered another wave of excitement. Moreover, Zheng Yong not only came from Class 1, but was also the one who had previously fought against Fang Ying and lost. Thus his topic was not lacking in interest. Quick look what I found. There's a contestant in Calamity mode, also from Class 1. It seems that Sheen City Class 1, which has been silent for over a decade, is about to rise again. Just a clown seeking attention. Does he really think the projection world of Calamity mode is as easy as pie? It's not that simple, so what's the point? That's right, after all, passing through the 5 projection worlds in Calamity mode would at least secure a ranking within the top 100 nationwide. Even if he couldn't clear all the challenges in Calamity mode, passing the first 3 worlds would still place him among the top 1,000 in the nation. Thus, Calamity mode was not as easy as it seemed. As for other channels, they had long switched the videos of Fang Ying and Fang Ying to the same channel, especially those with commentary that were widely promoted. Dear viewers, as we all know, Fang Ying and Fang Ying once experienced a divine battle. As the victor, Fang Ying chose the Calamity mode and successfully completed the first round of the projection world assessment. And as someone who fought against Fang Ying, Fang Ying also chose the Calamity mode. Well, he also successfully passed the first round of the projection world assessment. Let's wait and see. Compared to the passionate atmosphere of the assessment site, Principal Li Yunjie from Class 1 felt cold sweat running down his back. The principal of Class 10 leaned over and whispered, "Old Li, are you planning to remain silent this year?" only to suddenly astound everyone. For students now, with both Nightmare and Calamity modes being chosen, it's excessive. You have to leave a way out for the others. Cough cough, these little brats. Principal Li of Class 1 smiled awkwardly. His mood was like a roller coaster fluctuating wildly. These individuals just wouldn't settle down. Clearly, he had already advised them to play it safe first. For those students with lower rankings who had the opportunity to confirm specific modes, didn't they see the terrors within the Nightmare and Calamity modes? Fortunately, aside from Fang Ying, the other 3 he brought along chose the difficult mode. No matter what, even if these outstanding talents failed, he could still bear it. As for the other ordinary students who had awakened, the principal of Class 1 didn't focus on them, as the process had already been determined from the start. On the contrary, Fang Ying, what are you doing stirring up trouble with Calamity mode? If you had chosen Nightmare mode, I would have worried you might die, but directly choosing Calamity, what's going on? Are you afraid of not dying fast enough? However, soon Principal Li of Class 1 dismissed those thoughts. He realized that Fang Ying had some potential. Quickly, the 2 divine domains began to compare. Fang Ying's divine domain surprisingly reached 500 square kilometers. At that moment, Principal Li even doubted if Fang Ying had taken drugs. It was one thing for Fang Ying to have a divine domain area exceeding 10,000. How could Fang Ying's divine domain also reach 500 square kilometers? Was he really getting old and unable to keep up with modern society? After the initial clash of divine consciousness, both sides reached a stalemate, so neither would be affected by the other. Next, Fang Ying revealed his main force. 1,000 giants, 10 earth giants, and 1 giant shaman leader. As for their strength, the ordinary giants were at a medium level, possessing a universal ability, giant strength. The earth giants, on the other hand, possessed quasi-supernatural strength, having both giant strength and infinite stamina when in contact with the ground, along with excellent recovery abilities. As for the giant shaman, their level was medium among the extraordinary, but their specific abilities were unknown. However, it must be said that Fang Ying's summons dazzled onlookers. After all, his summoned creatures could truly be described as top tier for ordinary deities. Without mentioning anything else, passing through the Calamity mode would definitely be a breeze, while the Nightmare mode might require some effort. As for the Calamity mode, only after engaging in battle could the true outcome be determined. I suppose those guys outside have already been scared silly. And those few sycophants actually abandoning themselves to flatter others. Just wait. Once I deal with Fang Ying, I will let those traitors know what regret truly means. Fang Ying thought fiercely in his heart. Boom. Just as Fang Ying envisioned the future, the enemy's attack arrived. Compared to the gun-toting zombie army Fang Ying faced earlier, Fang Ying faced giant zombies clad in armor, wielding ancient weapons, led by one towering 8 meters tall, muscles bulging, and with a black-purple complexion, brandishing a Fangdian Waji. Of course, they were also controlled by mental-type zombies. It should be noted that the assessment in the projection world is different from taking an exam. It does not consist of fixed questions, but is entirely randomly generated. That's why students are ranked to enter the assessment battlefield, allowing later candidates to watch the assessment footage of earlier candidates. Because during the actual assessment, the situations encountered will definitely not be consistent with those of others. However, one aspect that can ensure fairness is that the overall strength of the enemies must be balanced, otherwise the fairness of the assessment would be compromised. When Fang Ying saw that these zombies were several meters taller than his 5-meter giants, it immediately stirred up some unpleasant memories. He immediately tossed out 3 tokens. Silver level tall and stout consumable increases overall physical quality by 10-15. Note this includes strength, speed, muscle intensity, skin toughness, and height. Silver level invulnerable consumable increases resistance by 1015 against cold weapons. Note when encountering enchanted weapons with certain attributes, this resistance will decrease by 810. Silver-level effortless consumable allows the evolution of a weapon that suits one's desires. Weapon sharpness 10. Note the weapon lasts for 24 hours. If the evolved weapon exceeds the limit, it will shatter on its own, requiring a cooldown of 1 hour before it can evolve again. With the throwing of the 3 consumable tokens, the giants, summoned by Zheng Yong, also began to roar wildly, pounding their chests and emitting beast-like roars. Their bodies expanded significantly. Aside from a few excessively large zombies, they were now able to match the height of other zombies and even surpass some. Furthermore, their body color transformed from the original earthy yellow to a bronze hue. Each giant now wore a pair of spiked gauntlets or massive wolf-tooth clubs. It was clear they preferred the thrill of delivering powerful blows and splattering blood. Seeing the zombies charge, Zheng Yong excitedly shouted, "Ha ha ha, my son's kill for me." With a loud roar from Zheng Yong, the two factions fully merged together. The intense sounds of collisions and splashes of various liquids echoed. Soon the entire battlefield was engulfed in smoke and dust. The howls of the zombies and the roars of the giants intertwined across the battlefield. For a moment, it was hard to tell who the ultimate victor would be. As the saying goes, the skilled observe the subtleties while the unskilled merely watch the spectacle. Principal Li Yunjie of Class 1 naturally noticed that Zheng Yong had become somewhat presumptuous. If the opponent had no backup, or if his own resources were exhausted, perhaps he could pass the first round. But then he could only stop at the first projection world. Principal Li, it seems your student is a bit underwhelming. Not as impressive as that little friend named Fang Ying. Is this the Zheng Yong who was defeated? I must say something about you, Principal Li. Wasn't it agreed that we would promote equality and unity and cultivate moral values? It's one thing for resources to favor the victors, but how about paying attention to the psychological education of the losers? Tisk, such a promising candidate for the Nightmare 5, has been ruined. Suddenly, Principal Wang Guosheng of Class 3 walked over with an ironic tone. How much better can your Class 3 be? All opting for the difficult mode. Are you afraid the nightmare is too hot to handle that you dare not even touch it? The deities you produce have no courage at all. How will they face the battlefield and resist foreign invaders? What's this? The principal of Class 1 is relying on the support of the principal of Class 10. Is this an attempt to safeguard Class 1's reputation for future succession? The students of my Class 3 are just self-aware. As for the nightmare mode, what does that matter? If you play big, but it's just a disaster. Who can't handle that? As Principal Wang Guosheng of Class 3 finished speaking, Chu Gu pointed to the disaster mode. Indeed, the third contestant for the disaster mode was born. You. Principal of Class 10 wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Principal Li of Class 1. All right, Wang Guosheng, we are all principals now. There's no need for this. It diminishes our status. Status? You still care about that? This is not like the old you. With that, Principal Wang turned and left. As for Principal Li Yunjie of Class 1, he glanced at the departing figure and sighed, pondering over something. Principal of Class 10 patted Principal Li's shoulder after hearing those words and left silently. The surrounding people naturally did not pay attention to the small exchange between the three, but focused their attention on Chu Gu, the third contestant, choosing the disaster mode. What the hell is going on? It's explosions one after another. I initially thought Fang Ying would be the dark horse of this round in Qin City. But now Zheng Yong has emerged looking quite strong as well. Now another Chu Gu has popped up. Wow, I'm really impressed. I placed my bets on Chu Gu. This guy is ruthless. I've been keeping an eye on him. The deities I bet on are basically all failing. 2 ordinary modes, and they're struggling. It looks even worse than ordinary people fighting. By the way, does anyone know how much was bet on that student Fang Ying? I remember his odds were not low. Let me check. Damn, someone with a hidden name directly bet over 10 billion on Fang Ying, taking up 99. Are they insane? The high level of attention on this deity's assessment is actually tied to various interests. The students' results are linked to the resources of their teachers. The teachers' results are linked to the government officials. Meanwhile, the students' results are also tied to those gamblers who wish to make a fortune. As the saying goes, small bets are for fun, large bets are harmful. Horse racing, sports matches, lotteries. Now facing the nationally watched college entrance examination, naturally gamblers won't miss this opportunity. It has even turned into an activity for everyone to participate, as who among parents wouldn't support their child and place a bet of $100 or $80? Thus, discussions about this matter are equally lively. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fang Ying, who successfully passed the first round of tests, naturally welcomed the battle of the second round. The originally crimson sky flickered once again. Thousands of zombies resembling small mountains charged forward. Behind them were hundreds of rolling zombies that looked like giant meatballs. Then there were a dozen peculiar stitched monsters. Finally, a zombie glimmering like crystal appeared. Fang Ying looked at this peculiar group of zombies with a strange expression, as none of them had heads except for the last crystalline zombie. Attention, the second wave of attacks has arrived. 3,000 headless meat mountain zombies, 100 terrifying meatball zombies, 50 disaster stitched monsters, and 1 crystalline zombie. Why does it feel like these skills were specifically created to counter me? Is this just my illusion? Fang Ying activated his all-knowing, all-seeing eye once again. Quickly, information about these three categories of zombies appeared in Fang Ying's mind. Headless meat mountain zombie. Devour, regenerate, mindless, quasi-supernatural. Terrifying meatball zombie. Collision, dizziness, mindless, early supernatural. Stitched monster zombie. Decomposition, cutting, undying, regeneration, mindless, mid-supernatural. Crystalline zombie. Mental piercing, mental whip, mental combustion, mental control, intelligence, regeneration, immune control, peak, supernatural. So these are newly evolved troops specifically targeting my abilities. This is too intelligent. Fang Ying was somewhat astonished as his all-knowing, all-seeing eye seemed to have failed. Of course, it was only the active infection ability that had failed. Although the opponent had evolved specifically against him, Fang Ying's skill level was not high. Thus, the operation failed. Just when Fang Ying felt a bit regretful, the underground demon worm jumped out. Master, let me have a go. My big teeth are itching with hunger. No rush, let them attack first. After all, utilizing waste is important. After saying that, Fang Ying waved his hand, and the tens of thousands of zombies under his all-knowing, all-seeing eye began attacking the meat mountains. Boom, 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 da-da-da, bayou, bayou, bayou. Countless artillery fire erupted from the zombies' hands, shooting towards the meat mountains, stirring up a cloud of dust. The crystalline zombie, witnessing this scene, momentarily froze in confusion. After all, it could still distinguish between zombies and normal humans. Thus, it found it hard to comprehend why are those of my kind helping the enemy to attack me. However, its intelligence was soon overwhelmed, and the frenzied bloodlust of the crystal wall zombies was unleashed. Zombies, a type of mindless entity created by humans infected with a special virus, only know how to kill and slaughter. Even if they evolve with the virus into a new species, some things are ultimately inescapable. Thus, even when facing their kind, their attacking speed was not slow at all. That army of 10,000 gun-wielding zombies was quickly dismantled by this 1,000-strong flesh mountain of zombies. Although the weapons inflicted some losses, it was evident that the damage was not significant. On the contrary, the elite zombies within the army possessing special abilities were able to engage the second wave of zombies in a back-and-forth battle. The entire battle reached a stalemate. Fang Ying could see that the first wave of the zombie tide and the second wave were not vastly different in strength. The only difference was the presence of extraordinary level zombies, and those born specifically to counter their abilities. Underground demon worm, go. Don't let me down. Fang Ying finally began to issue commands to his minions. This was also the first time the minions of the Cthulhu realm engaged in battle, although it appeared that many internal conflicts were present. Yes, great master. The underground demon worm, already eager to act, surged forward at lightning speed, seemingly without wings, and in an instant it dashed into the fray, like a cannonball exploding into the battlefield. A flesh mountain zombie and the fire attribute zombie it was fighting were both torn apart by this immense force. Meanwhile, other members of the giant devourer clan rushed through like arrows. After they killed a few zombies, they all paused momentarily. Especially the underground demon worm, which was the first to kill 2 zombies, was momentarily stunned. My realm is actually loosened a bit, but I clearly haven't absorbed or devoured anything. Could it be because I killed these 2 zombies? Thinking of this, the underground demon worm swiftly charged at another flesh mountain zombie, effortlessly tearing it apart. The flesh mountain zombie was already dead. After all, the underground demon worm was at the pinnacle of the extraordinary level, while the flesh mountain zombie was far from even being extraordinary. Even though it held a size advantage, it was utterly unable to withstand absolute power. At the same time, the underground demon worm indeed felt its realm had loosened slightly. This excited it. It should be known that currently only Cthulhu Nyarlathotep and the later progeny of the Shigai worm species and the Shadow People have reached the legendary realm. If it were to break through, it would have to show off in front of the Evil Eye clan, letting those who only have brains but no strength see who the true king is. With this thought, the underground demon worm's slaughter became even more frenzied, leaving a trail of corpses and severed limbs in its wake. Of course, it wasn't just the underground demon worm that noticed this situation. Other elites of the giant devourer clan, after killing zombies, also received feedback. In fact, 2 members of the giant devourer clan even broke through on the spot, surprisingly advancing to the initial level of the extraordinary. This situation heightened the killing frenzy of the giant devourer clan to its peak. Meanwhile, these zombies, known for their frenzied slaughter, were completely bewildered. Who exactly is the real zombie here? Especially the crystal wall zombie, which possessed intelligence, its battlefield wisdom was thrown into chaos, and it even developed an urge to flee. This was the first occurrence in the projection world under the disaster mode. However, the crystal wall zombie quickly lost such thoughts as it was harvested by the underground demon worm. Indeed, it was as if the underground demon worm unintentionally drilled through their formation in one direction, swiftly harvesting them. One must admit that the underground demon worm, leading 1,000 elite members of the giant devourer clan, faced no pressure in harvesting the second wave of the projection world under the disaster mode. In fact, after seeing the entire field empty within 5 minutes, the underground demon worm felt somewhat unsatisfied. After a brief exchange of glances with Fang Ying, it directly pounced on the surviving dozen or so zombies with attribute attacks. As for the other members of the Giant Devourer clan, they belatedly began to divide the zombies. Indeed, they received Fang Ying's authorization, and those zombies controlled by Fang Ying were abandoned. Fang Ying also realized that the value of the assessment lay not only in scores and future studies. He understood the principal's mention of benefits. This assessment was akin to leveling up in a game, allowing himself and the minions of Cthulhu realm to advance. So why hesitate? Let's get started. He just wondered if the corpses of these zombies still held any value. Surely the Shigai Worm clan, Gaharomi, would have different thoughts. However, before Fang Ying could take action, some members of the Giant Devourer clan acted directly. With 1,000 of them, it was natural that someone would start eyeing the zombies. They actually began to devour the corpses of the zombies. And it seemed the results were good. Those Giant Devourer clan members who consumed zombie corpses indicated they also received feedback. However, it was relatively minor, equivalent to the effect of consuming 10 zombie corpses and killing one zombie. Yet normally they would need to exert 10 to 100 times the effort to achieve this feedback. This is why after dozens of rounds of the simulation system, Fang Ying still only acquired these few extraordinary and legendary minions. Moreover, it was partly because the Cthulhu biological type that Fang Ying possessed could rapidly elevate with knowledge and energy. If it were another realm master, they would typically need years to cultivate their minions. Just look at Su Xiuxiu. With such a large background, she only managed to have a friendly exchange with Fang Ying in the divine realm space before the assessment. In the end, her highest combat power was just Hong Yi, while the black and white impermanents were still merely at the quasi-extraordinary level at the time. Yet, even so, this was due to the extensive effort expended in their cultivation. Thus, it is easy to imagine how difficult it is for ordinary deities to cultivate their divine realm world, especially their minions in their divine realm. At this moment, Fang Ying even felt an urge not to leave the projection world. How wonderful it would be to keep grinding here. And naturally, others were unaware of Fang Ying's thoughts. However, they observed his actions closely. Initially, Fang Ying directly controlled the first wave of zombies, and that situation was simply explosive, belonging to the series of unexpected events. And now the performance of Fang Ying's minions was shocking. Just look at the minions of other realm masters, who among them was not fighting desperately, depicting a moving story. Yet he simply slaughtered his way through. Even the final boss did not last more than a second. This left everyone astounded. Slap me. Am I dreaming? Smack. Uft. Damn, are you really going to fight? Ignoring the joyous atmosphere created by some lively audience members, the rest of them were officially witnessing Fang Ying, this dark horse. If the first round relied on the cleverness of the Lord of the Divine Domain, the second round would be a true clash of blades and guns. Does anyone know what that giant worm-like creature covered in spikes actually is? What is its intelligence level? Its rank, attack power, and development capabilities? Am willing to pay for information. That is a member of the Giant Devourer clan. Their leader is the one who just killed the Crystal Wall zombie, known as the Burrowing Demon Worm. As for its strength, it is certainly above the initial level of the extraordinary, but beyond that there is no specific information. However, my friend, if you want to buy it, you might be out of luck. I have already checked in the Divine Alliance. That creature is a special minion of Fang Ying, a distinctive species belonging to the Cthulhu Divine Domain, and it is unique. His Burrowing Demon Worm Giant Devourer clan, that name is quite imposing. Fierce, ruthless, and crazy enough to even kill their own people in battle. I like it. Isn't this Giant Devourer clan under Fang Ying's control? I suspect their control ability has a time limit, which is why in the end the minions were allowed to kill them off to eliminate future troubles. May I interject? Don't even think about it, not a word. Before the other party could finish, someone immediately responded from below. I suspect you are not serious. During the high school assessment, please maintain civilized language. Aren't you all worried that this Burrowing Demon Worm and its Giant Devourer clan will swallow all the zombie viruses clean, even the blood-tainted soil on the ground? Aren't you afraid of being infected with the zombie virus? I open my eyes to kill it. Do you ask me if my eyes are dry? Ding, task reward, congratulations to candidate no. 252 Fang Ying for successfully passing the disaster mode, first projection world, first round of combat. You will receive the following resources. 1. Golden level regeneration resource, 1000-mile rainbow light 1. Details: can evolve a rainbow light 3,000 miles long in one place. This rainbow light is a special item that can extract rainbow light for enchanting special weapons. Under the coverage of the 1000-mile rainbow light, rainbow stones will be produced which can be used to forge special equipment. 2. Silver level regeneration resource, Deathly Aura 1. Details: can be deployed in an area of 10,100 square kilometers, continuously absorbing the essence of deceased beings in that region. If on land, it will evolve into different levels of Een soil based on the concentration of Deathly Aura. If in the ocean, it will evolve into different levels of Een water based on the concentration of Deathly Aura. 3. Bronze level renewable resource, fine iron or 5. Details: you can choose a ley line to deploy a fine iron, or which can produce high-quality iron stones. I didn't expect the rewards for the first round to be quite rich. Fang Ying murmured, but quickly reacted. Wait, I have just finished the second round. Why am I only receiving the rewards for the first round now? Could it be because I didn't kill any zombies in the first round? While Fang Ying pondered, a second voice sounded. Ding, task reward, congratulations to candidate no. 252 Fang Ying for successfully passing the disaster mode, first projection world, second round of combat. You will receive the following resources. 1. Golden level auxiliary skill, mental barrier. Details: can resist mental attacks not exceeding 3 minor ranks above its own strength. Note: the attacking creature's level must not exceed the mythical level. Seeing another wave of resources entering his possession, Fang Ying realized that the provision of resources should be related to the essence of this projection world rather than being limited to just 1 or 2 battles. Meanwhile, Fang Ying's score was once again flashing on the screen. Candidate no. 252. Fang Ying successfully passed the second round of combat, having completely annihilated the zombies in a total time of 3 minutes and 21 seconds, achieving a perfect victory, earning 33333 points, with a total score of 66666 points, currently ranking first in Sheen City. As the information flooded the screen, many people were trembling. 60000 points, that's just too outrageous. The key issue is he passed the second round without taking any damage. As the third round of assessment was about to begin, he wouldn't pass it without taking any damage again, would he? At that time, he would achieve a full score in the first world. Such a situation only happens in the next generation of those prominent figures from the capital. Hey, look at this hiss. All of these are extraordinary levels. Remember, this is still the disaster mode. If it were the abyss mode, how strong would it be then? As Fang Ying absorbed the advantages from the second round, the third round immediately commenced, leaving no opportunity for Fang Ying to catch his breath. This time there appeared a full 1,000 early extraordinary zombie kings. Their eyes glowed with red light, and their intelligent gazes were full of vitality. Their appearances also increasingly resembled humans, and they even displayed a wary expression towards Fang Ying. Just when Fang Ying thought this was the outcome of this round, 10 medium-level extraordinary zombies suddenly rushed in. Compared to the 1,000 zombies, they were a bit shorter in stature and looked almost indistinguishable from humans. Their aura was fully restrained, indicating that they were much stronger. And it wasn't over yet. As a cloud of blood mist floated in, a zombie the size of a 3- or 4-year-old child appeared, looking cute and fair-skinned. It even looked cuter than a human baby. Hey, are you the one who wants to kill me? The little boy's voice was crisp, lacking the hoarse tone typical of zombies. Can we communicate? This situation stunned Fang Ying, who then turned to look at the little boy with great interest. Kneel down and surrender, and I will spare your life. Are you serious? Fang Ying didn't expect that a playful remark would be taken seriously by this little boy. Really, if you surrender, I won't kill you. Fang Ying nodded. Thud. The little boy then knelt down before Fang Ying's astonished gaze. Daddy, please take me in. What? Fang Ying looked dumbfounded at this sudden turn of events. Can it still be played like this? Meanwhile, the other audience members outside were also in an uproar. Damn, strange things happen every year, and this year there are especially many. I have seen zombies surrender before, but during a high school assessment, seeing a zombie boss surrender is a first for me. Don't tell me you've never seen this. Even I, having lived for 2,000 years, am witnessing this for the first time. I mean, aren't the combat beings in the projection world supposed to be fierce characters who fight to the death? How can there still be surrendering? This is definitely a dark scheme, and I must report this, Fang Ying. Hey guys up there, calm down. This is the college entrance examination. What family could afford to play such dark schemes under everyone's watch? Moreover, let's understand this child's family before we speak. Don't just look at the excitement online. The crowd here is equally bewildered, although they all have status and standing. For instance, teachers, principals, or other big shots from the business and political world who can personally come to watch. They have a certain level of social experience and wouldn't even think of discussing such absurdities as cheating. However, the more they observed, the more they realized that this young man, named Fang Ying, was extraordinary. Initially, during the first round, this student Fang Ying directly turned the enemy against themselves with his control abilities. While impressive, such feats weren't unprecedented. As for the second round of combat, Fang Ying's minions, the giant devouring clan, led by the burrowing demon worm, demonstrated considerable strength and had some commendable aspects. But that was only so much as compared to the true dragons, ancient phoenixes, or other beings cultivated by those great clans. They were not particularly powerful. At least they couldn't see any potential in them at this point. Yet the final round truly shocked them all, as there had never been such a situation before. They even suspected whether this Fang Ying had used some divine skill to perform a scripted act to enhance his value in the eyes of the audience for greater benefits post-examination. However, it must be said they were overthinking it. After all, even Fang Ying at this moment was in a state of confusion. Are you sure you want to follow me? Fang Ying asked once more. After all, this was the scene of the college entrance examination, and according to the information provided by the teachers earlier, each projection world was not simple, causing countless students to fail. Therefore, never ever underestimate your opponent, even if they are just a child. Dad, are you doubting me? Suddenly, the little boy appeared before Fang Ying in a flash, pointing his small hand at the group of zombies behind him, and continued, "If I kill them all, shouldn't that prove it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the little boy shot out like a red flash. In the next moment, the head of a zombie king burst open like a watermelon. Then the second, third, and fourth. One must say this scene left Fang Ying dumbfounded. How fierce is this? He just blows heads off without a second thought. Moreover, from the looks of it, Fang Ying was certain that this little boy's zombie was extraordinarily powerful, but he just couldn't understand why he would pledge allegiance to himself. Currently, Fang Ying's own minions only showed one burrowing demon worm that was relatively strong, belonging to the peak of the extraordinary. As for the others, most were still in a quasi-extraordinary state, and truly couldn't compare to the zombies before him. Could it be that the other party could see through the situation of his divine domain? That doesn't make sense. This scene looks rather strange. Isn't that right? This is also the first time I've seen something like this. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would think the college entrance examination had a bug. Dark scheme, I must report this. It's absolutely a dark scheme. Perhaps it wasn't just Fang Ying who was surprised. The people outside were also stirred up by Fang Ying's battle. Though it was inconsequential, the heat surrounding this student Fang Ying had indeed been stirred up, even drawing attention from people outside the province to this dark horse who chose the disaster mode. At this moment, someone couldn't hold back any longer. Master, please tell him to stop. I am going in. The burrowing demon worm saw the situation and immediately became anxious. In fact, all of his kin were worried. This was a massive experience bag, a scene one could wake up laughing from in their dreams, but now it was being blown to bits by the enemy's boss. The key point is their experience wouldn't go to this little boy, so this was a waste. Fang Ying naturally noticed this situation and immediately called out to the little boy. "Hey, wait a minute, don't kill them. Dad, have you decided to accept me?" The little boy's hand was resting on the head of the next zombie king, pausing and turning to look at Fang Ying. "Yes, I agree, you can stop now, or tell them not to resist." Fang Ying thought for a moment and said, "Oh well." The little boy glanced at the trembling zombie king. The other party immediately howled, I surrender, I am willing." Bang! Unfortunately, before the other party could finish shouting, the little boy directly crushed its skull and angrily shouted at the remaining zombies. "They are unworthy, you are not worthy either. Only I can choose to surrender to Dad. If you dare to surrender, you shall die." The entire scene fell into a mysterious silence because of this little boy's voice. This is really too much. Although we are zombies, you truly are not human. At this moment, a clever zombie suddenly asked, "What if we don't surrender?" "I have already surrendered. If you still dare to stubbornly resist, you will surely die." The little boy finished speaking and turned to look at Fang Ying. "Dad, look, I have already advised them. They refuse to surrender even if it costs them their lives. So having me, this clever and adorable little zombie, is enough. They are not worthy of your favor." Why do I feel like I'm seeing a cliché idol drama? All my heart is about to be melted by this adorable little zombie. You up there, do you call this adorable? I want to know what those zombies are thinking right now. Ha ha ha, same here. Zombie King Baby's heart is bitter, but Baby doesn't dare to say. A group of lively souls commented while watching Fang Ying's battle. They also realized that the battle was filled with passion. Yet Fang Ying's battle was full of clichés, always featuring unexpected turns. They were already looking forward to the next plot development. Fang Ying indeed did not disappoint them as he issued an order to the little boy. That is, while not allowing this little boy to directly kill the zombies, he could disable their limbs and let the giant devouring clan harvest them. It must be known that many quasi-extraordinary members of the giant devouring clan could directly break through by killing several extraordinary zombie kings, all entering the extraordinary ranks. The little boy was naturally very willing to carry out Fang Ying's orders. However, these zombies were not lifeless beings, nor were they easily manipulated. Instead, their strength made the little boy's task of dismembering them quite challenging. Thus he angrily shouted, "You guys, can't you just wait patiently for me to cut off your limbs? You must know that I was once your boss, and now your boss is about to submit to a famous figure. The future will surely be one of soaring success. Can't you at least stand firm for your boss' final stand for the last task?" The other zombies currently being slaughtered and battling by the Devourer clan were all stunned upon hearing this statement. Indeed, the entire horde of zombies was in shock. Some were even shedding blood tears, questioning if what was said could be considered human speech. How blind were we at the beginning to have chosen you as our leader? Brothers, he is nothing but a traitor. Since we have already died once, what is there to fear about dying again? Follow me, let's kill him. A short mid-level extraordinary zombie suddenly raised its arm and shouted loudly. It's important to note that up to this point, most of the zombies that could be dealt with were those 1,000 low-level extraordinary zombie kings. However, the 100 mid-level extraordinary short zombies that emerged from behind had suffered no losses. With the roar of this short zombie, the rest of the short zombies turned their gazes to the young boy. Although this young boy possessed peak extraordinary strength, facing 100 mid-level extraordinary zombies at once would still not be easy. Yet the young boy showed no signs of nervousness or hesitation and spoke up. If you want me to be estranged from this family of zombies, you are still quite far from that. The short zombie widened its eyes about to respond, questioning the morality of a big boss who had started attacking their own kind. However, the young boy's words left the short zombie completely dumbfounded in place. Dad, I've thought about it, and I might need 10 assistants. Therefore, I want to keep 10 zombies from this group to serve you. Is that all right? Of course, that's no problem. This boss-level short zombie had already proven itself with strength, so Fang Ying naturally didn't care about this minor detail and immediately nodded in agreement. Seeing that the master of the Cthulhu Divine Realm had agreed to the young boy's request, the short zombie that had spoken first immediately felt a sense of foreboding. It realized that the short zombies who had originally stood on the same front line, as it were now all focusing their attention on it. Hey, you guys can't be serious, right? Stop messing around, how could it? This short zombie, having initially spoken up, intended to make a final struggle, as dying in battle and being betrayed were two entirely different matters. Otherwise, it felt it would die with regret. However, the young boy made it clear that he did not care about the words of this short zombie. If any of you sever a limb, you will gain a spot to remain by my side. Remember, I only have 10 spots available. As soon as the young boy finished speaking, the short zombie felt a sharp pain in its right arm, followed by a chilling sensation enveloping its entire body. A hand encased in ice was grasped by another short zombie, glancing at the young boy. Good, you count as one and can serve my dad. With a snap, the short zombie loosened its grip and the ice-covered arm fell to the ground, shattering into pieces while it silently followed behind the young boy. There are still 9 spots left. Sometimes when one takes the initiative in a situation, it naturally leads to others following suit, especially when it concerns their own lives. Although they knew that betrayal would likely happen again, living in the moment was the priority. Soon the second arm and the first leg were selected. However, when it came to the fourth leg, the situation seemed a bit off, as it took longer than expected. It wasn't because that short zombie was particularly strong. In fact, the opposite was true. The zombie with only one leg could do nothing but curse, unable to resist. Instead, because it was left with only one leg, fights broke out among the zombies, resulting in the death of one short zombie. Naturally, the young boy was able to successfully keep 4 short zombies by his side. At this moment, he appropriately began to speak. There are still 6 spots left. You all know what I just did. Break off limbs and throw them to our comrades to handle. Remember, the one who ends up with the most, which is 6 limbs, will get the last spot. If any of the top-ranking zombies unexpectedly die during this process, the spot will be carried over. This time there were no surprises. After all, sometimes breaking the rules only requires one reason. The young boy had already provided that reason, causing the entire zombie horde to descend into chaos, constantly witnessing limbs flying everywhere. The originally difficult situation for the Devourer clan was quickly resolved. Even the burrowing magic worm was forcibly fed several zombies, and it was kind enough to choose mid-level extraordinary short zombies for it. This led to the burrowing magic worm, which had initially been grumbling, immediately expressing a desire to befriend the young boy zombie, feeling that he was incredibly righteous. Normal combat, or rather a battle that didn't even seem like a battle, quickly concluded with Fang Ying's overwhelming victory. He had originally planned to arrange for a light and shadow person to provide some support. Now, with the opposing boss surrendering from the start, and then instigating infighting among their ranks, it meant that the top combat power of the second batch now stood on his side. Therefore, Fang Ying, the young boy, and those 10 zombies were all in high spirits. The only ones suffering were the lowly zombies with the weakest strength, who were truly at a loss, staring blankly at the heads that seemed unable to close their eyes in death. As the entire scene came to an end, the young boy suddenly sighed. "All the people suffer in prosperity and perish in suffering." This statement left Fang Ying beside him, somewhat puzzled. Those who knew thought he was taking a test, while those who didn't thought he was up to something. But immediately following that, the next sentence made Fang Ying feel that this young boy was truly a bit ridiculous. "Look at each of you mercilessly severing the limbs of your kin. I feel deeply remorseful for your actions. Don't you feel ashamed?" Upon hearing these words, the 10 zombie kings exchanged glances, many of them wounded. "Didn't you tell us to do this? Besides, you were the first to betray us." "Well, my king, we are following your orders." One of the zombie kings intended to reason with the young boy. However, he was quickly interrupted. "No, don't call me king. I don't have such malicious subordinates as you." The young boy looked at Fang Ying again. "That I don't think I can take these zombies as my subordinates. I can endure humiliation, but you cannot. So let's just kill them all." Fang Ying glanced at the burrowing magic worm and gestured. "Go, what are you waiting for? Aren't you about to break through? These 10 should be sufficient." Upon seeing this, the burrowing magic worm immediately became excited, charging towards the 10 short zombie kings. Soon the young boy tossed a zombie stick towards it. "Good brother." Puff! The zombies had exploded. In that moment, the 10 dwarf zombie kings were completely engulfed in despair. After all, they had contemplated their deaths many times, but this option was one they had never anticipated. Could this be the punishment bestowed upon them by the heavens for once feasting upon their own kind? The battle quickly concluded as the 10 crippled, defenseless zombie kings were utterly annihilated. Meanwhile, the burrowing demon worm expressed its frustration, revealing that it had not yet broken through, even though it could sense that it was only a thin veil away from reaching the legendary level. Yet it could not pierce through. Perhaps there are some things that cannot be easily altered by mere external forces. The burrowing demon worm was unaware, but it understood that even if it consumed all the corpses around, it would still be unable to break through. With the mindset of returning to the Cthulhu realm diminished, it simply decided to leave the zombie bodies to its subordinates. In comparison, Fang Ying observed more than the others. He could clearly sense that the burrowing demon worm's energy had already accumulated sufficiently. At least breaking through to the initial legendary stage was not a problem, but it was currently restricted by a certain circumstance knowledge. The powers of the Cthulhu mythos were entirely derived from the wisdom one possesses. Knowledge is power. This is also a reason why the followers of Cthulhu can rapidly enhance their abilities. However, they are similarly constrained by the limitations of knowledge. It's like a person who discovers food when starving. But if he does not eat and someone feeds him, he will naturally no longer be hungry. However, if next time he finds himself hungry again, without anyone to feed him, he would starve to death. If this person could feed himself, or even seek food on his own, he would free himself from hunger. Likewise, this is quite evident. The knowledge of Cthulhu beings is akin to being able to eat and find food on their own, so as long as they possess knowledge, their strength will continue to grow. In contrast, other beings from different worlds possess abilities equivalent to being fed by others. The more they are fed, the stronger they become, and the higher their levels, but they lack the capability to take action themselves. This causes them to be weakened to a certain extent when they leave their original worlds, and some may even find their powers rendered ineffective. However, Cthulhu beings are not significantly affected as they learn the skills of eating and seeking food from the very beginning, and changing environments is merely a shift in circumstances. For other divine realms, achieving this situation requires at least becoming a deity and mastering the rules of the world to possess such abilities. Therefore, Fang Ying did not feel sad, or rather he was extraordinarily pleased given that he had many divine beings in his realm, and this assessment could be seen as a form of welfare. However, as time passed, the corpses of the zombies were gradually devoured by the devouring clan, while news of the third round's completion had yet to arrive. This led Fang Ying to suddenly recall the rewards from the first round and the circumstances of their distribution in the second round. Must all these zombies be completely exterminated, not leaving a single one behind? Fang Ying's gaze turned toward the young boy zombie. The burrowing demon worm also swayed its body, expressing regret at the thought of parting ways with this good brother. The burrowing demon worm even stated that this good brother had helped it immensely, and it must give him the highest form of farewell. That would be killing him, and then personally consuming him. The young boy zombie naturally sensed that something was amiss, for despite this being a human college entrance examination, the world itself was a projection. Yet this group of beings was indeed summoned from a real world. This also explained why killing them would yield rewards. It was because these existences had a foundation in that world, and when they died, the foundation of that world would be weakened, leading to certain resources being stripped from it and ultimately transferred to the examinees through complex procedures. As for how they knew this, it was simple. Whenever they killed the subservient beings of these examinees, as long as they could survive and drive them away in the end, they would naturally gain some benefits. One must understand that force summons are not unilateral demands. They are a fair exchange between both parties. This is why the types of troops encountered in each assessment differ. Since the matters within this context have no relation to the new students' college entrance examinations, no teachers would mention these, and some may even be unaware. Naturally, students would assume that these creatures are akin to NPCs, thus, they would fight tooth and nail. The other side is the same, being selected and leaving their world is inherently coercive. If they do not give it their all, they would await the extinction of their entire clan. Thus, they would generally engage in battle upon meeting, leaving no room for discussion. However, the young boy zombie was different. He had no father, and his existence was akin to a bug. He was somewhat different from ordinary zombies, facing discrimination and unable to integrate well into the zombie community. Later on, he accidentally consumed a toe bone and became increasingly powerful. Yet, even so, he found that despite becoming stronger, the zombies still shunned him and instead feared and distanced themselves from him. Suddenly brought here, he initially intended to make an impression. However, his keen instincts alerted him to the great danger posed by the human divine being before him, a danger that could lead to death. Thus, he chose to submit, and the toe bone inside him compelled him to surrender. But he realized that everything had begun so smoothly only to falter at the critical moment. Father, I truly choose to surrender. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are wise. I have always believed that you are a very promising powerhouse destined to ascend above all realms. The young boy spoke loudly, then mustered his courage to shout into the void. I from the Akamar world, Mo, Li'er voluntarily abandon all identities, resources, materials, and honors for my original world, willingly joining the domain of this great lord of the divine realm as a servant, hoping for the void to bear witness. Upon hearing these words, Fang Ying noticed that the young boy, or rather the one named Mo Li'er, was enveloped in a pale ghostly mist. Subsequently, all his titles dissipated, such as Zombie Sovereign, Butcher, Nightmare of the Undead, and Wailing Screamer, replaced by a singular name. Mo Li'er. Moi. Fang Ying was taken aback by this transformation. Wasn't he a boy? How did he change gender? Perhaps sensing Fang Ying's confusion, Mo Li'er quickly added, Father, I am actually a female zombie, but I possess a unique ability to switch between male and female forms. So please forgive my situation for not informing you earlier. Fang Ying waved his hand. He had not forgotten that they were currently in an assessment and might still be watched by some people through a live broadcast. Thus some matters would be better discussed at home. After all, upon entering the Cthulhu realm, he was the absolute ruler, and even if the other party had different thoughts, it would be of no consequence. Yet sometimes outcomes are always different from what one anticipates. As Mo Li'er finished the oath, it seemed that the assessment did not acknowledge it as the results were not announced. Fang Ying couldn't help but frown. Could it be that in the end he truly had to make a move? After all, the other party had been aiding him since their appearance and had continuously expressed their stance. If he were to act against them in the end, would that not ruin his character? He was aware that they were still live streaming. Even if few were watching, who could tell if someone with ulterior motives might promote this scene? Perhaps seeing the expression on Fang Ying's face, Mo Li'er also turned pale, biting her lip, and finally said in a calm tone, Father, you are an exceptionally outstanding lord of the divine realm. From the moment I saw you, I was deeply captivated by your presence. But unfortunately, I cannot have the opportunity to accompany you any longer. However, I know you must be reluctant to kill me, but I understand your mission and cannot hinder you. Although our time together has been brief, I will never forget these joyful moments. Farewell, Father. Do not try to stop me. Mo Li'er expressed a heartfelt farewell, leaving Fang Ying in a state of bewilderment, even touching his own cheek, wondering if this was the trouble caused by divine appearance. But am I really that great? Does the other party want to commit suicide to demonstrate their loyalty? This feels a bit too exaggerated. My dear friend is going to commit suicide. The burrowing demon worm immediately realized that its gender-bending friend, the little zombie, was about to take its own life. It was stunned and rushed towards the other party. Friend, don't waste it. No, don't commit suicide. They'll help you. Buffed. Mo Li'er shot a black line at the approaching burrowing demon worm and swiftly plunged her right hand into her own heart. Alas, what a pity! The burrowing magic worm expressed profound sorrow, as if it had lost a significant opportunity. Meanwhile, Fang Ying wore an expression of astonishment. He thought that this Mo Li'er was merely speaking, perhaps hoping to prompt him to seek a way to gain a chance at life. Alternatively, he could attempt to control her with the all-knowing, all-seeing eye to grant her a chance at survival, but he did not expect her to act with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. The seemingly adorable little lowly zombie directly lunged at him to extract his heart. Watching as the heart was pulled out, Fang Ying felt a sense of regret. In contrast to Fang Ying's regret, the audience present was in a frenzy. To say they were mad would not be an exaggeration. As Fang Ying was participating in the assessment, his teacher and the principal of the first high school became the focus of everyone's attention. Even Director Kong frequently glanced at Principal Li with a smile that held deep meaning. Even the cunning principal of the first high school felt a head full of question marks. Was he really implying that he was a fool? Could he not see that his constant glances were quite pressuring? As for his old friend, the principal of the 10th high school, he spoke more casually and even patted his shoulder. Oldly, this kid from your school is something else, not simple at all. Is he dating anyone in school? Principal of the first high school frowned. Oh, I knew it. Such a good student would never do those things. Indeed, as the saying goes, to slay the one you love first, drawing the sword naturally invokes the divine. The principal of the 10th high school chuckled. However, this only deepened the frown on the first high school principal's face. But then another remark from the other party made him hastily move away. By the way, does this little guy have any sisters or anything? I feel. No. The principal of the first high school twitched his mouth and walked away. This left the principal of the 10th high school looking at Fang Ying in the projection world, sighing. Alas, what a pity. Alas, what a pity, such a good girl. Hey, is the one upstairs a pervert? That's a zombie. Do you understand? Hey, you just don't get it. A zombie girl is great reproductive isolation. She won't get pregnant. Damn, what a talent. A bunch of idiotic fools getting so excited over an exam. This Mo Li'er is clearly a scheming bitch. Look at how she led her zombie army to their doom. She's totally a pitiful character. Exactly. Fortunately, Fang Ying's father saw through the opponent's schemes at a glance. They truly got what they deserved. By the way, just what kind of monster is this Fang Ying? This can't even be called a dark horse anymore. This should be called a black dragon. Even the bosses are rushing to attach themselves and commit suicide. If it weren't for my slight rationality, I would definitely shout about the dark underbelly. Dark underbelly, this is indeed a dark underbelly. I want to report it, this Fang Ying is definitely cheating. He's the illegitimate child of a major family. The one upstairs is quite cooperative. But a kind reminder, if there's no dark underbelly, then Fang Ying is truly strong. If there is a dark underbelly, then the opponent's background is genuinely powerful. So you can imagine the consequences of your words being seen by the other party. Ha ha, that's why licking Fang Ying's father's boots is the right way. Do you think that Mo liar is really dead? When observing a situation, especially a rather bizarre one, the onlookers are always clear while those involved are often confused. With Mo liar's death, the long-awaited announcement was finally issued. Ding, congratulations to candidate number 252, Fang Ying, for being the first to pass the first projection world of the calamity mode. Therefore, the score you obtained in this projection world will be increased by 10. Congratulations. Your final score in this projection world is 110000 points. Your current ranking is first. In light of your excellent performance, you will be recognized with an announcement across all regions. Congratulations to candidate number 252, Fang Ying, for being the first to pass the first projection world of the calamity mode. All other candidates should continue to work hard. Congratulations to candidate number 252, Fang Ying, for being the first to pass the first projection world of the calamity mode. All other candidates should continue to work hard. Congratulations to candidate number 252, Fang Ying, for being the first to pass the first projection world of the calamity mode. All other candidates should continue to work hard. As the three announcements were delivered to all the candidates, many of them immediately lifted their heads. Well, that was quick. However, Fang Ying was a rather unfamiliar name. From which family did he come from? A boy with white hair was holding a huge scythe at that moment. Unlike other deities, he had not summoned a single familiar, but had personally stepped into the fray to slay zombies. Watching the numerous zombies, regardless of their strength, fall before his blade, he squinted his eyes, slightly pleased. Ah, how annoying, I was actually beaten to it. But the name Fang Ying, he'll remember it. As long as it's not from those annoying guys, then I'll strive for second place. Little by come up. This was a little girl sitting inside a massive white skeleton, holding a lollipop, licking it, while directing the skeletal army beneath her to tear the zombies to pieces. Then she extracted bones from the flesh, reassembling them into a new skeletal army. The bloody scene made it difficult for one to associate it with the little girl sitting within the white skeleton. Oh, Fang Ying from the first high school in Qin City, North River Province, Divine Domain Area, Awakened 0. 1 kilometers wasteland world, had experienced a divine battle with Xing Yong from the same high school and emerged victorious, discovering that the common biological species are tentatively classified as insects, and even created a Cthulhu system. Interesting, it seems a dark horse has emerged from somewhere. This year's college entrance examination competition will be much more interesting. A well-dressed young man wearing high-tech glasses said. At the very moment he reported on Fang Ying his data, I immediately transmitted a series of information regarding Fang Ying. This sparked a hint of interest in the young man, and he rose from his floating seat. Since the first place has already been revealed, my promise has been fulfilled. Oh, let's begin. He extended his hand and pointed forward. Annihilate. With those two words, countless blue lasers descended, the smoke dissipated, and everything turned to nothingness. Meanwhile, the protagonist Fang Ying was completely unaware that his name had spread beyond North River Province, becoming known among a group of second-generation deities. He was currently staring in shock at Mo liar, who had sat up. Mo liar, you. Daddy, your call woke me up. I knew you missed me, so I came back. Mo liar held the heart in her hands, speaking earnestly. Why is there a ghost calling? You clearly died, how can you come back? Although you are a zombie, you shouldn't have the ability to resurrect. After all, even the Cthulhu's affiliated beings have not reached the point of coming back to life. One can only say that their current state is merely a form of ability that makes it difficult to die and allows for a substitute in death. But this Mo liar is clearly dead. Fang Ying was internally complaining. He even wondered if bringing her into his divine realm would lead to some unpredictable events, just like what was happening now. But at that moment, the ancient book sealed in his mind the secret scripture of the 7 chapters of the mystic lord flipped a page. It seemed the other party hoped Fang Ying would agree. His Fang Ying scratched his head. It seemed things were getting more and more complicated. Just think about it, he had only been in this world for a month. Similarly, opening his divine realm had only taken a month. However, the richness of his experiences was no less than that of other ordinary gods over several years or even decades. Moreover, the secrets he held. How should one put it? There were quite a few. Excluding his identity as a traveler simply arriving in this world was a mystery. Secondly, there was this deduction system. Its true purpose remained to be evaluated. Furthermore, it seemed that his divine realm was experiencing some unforeseen changes as the system was acting abnormally. Fang Ying even suspected that the system had been swapped or that 2 systems were competing for control. After all, the secret scripture of the 7 chapters of the Mystic Lord was a breakthrough point. But now Fang Ying suspected that this secret scripture of the 7 chapters of the Mystic Lord was not merely a knowledge source, it seemed to possess a certain self-awareness. And the Cthulhu divine realm was currently troubled by the pseudo-nameless mist like a ticking time bomb. His body also seemed to have issues which could be inferred from the interval value in his divine perception. So am I the Tang Sing meat? So fragrant everyone is leaning towards me. Fortunately, Fang Ying did not dwell on these thoughts. They only rushed through his mind. After all, he still remembered this was the scene of the college entrance examination. Sigh, but his examination, even without looking at the performance of others, he knew it was definitely abnormal. He just wondered if the system would judge him for cheating and lower his score. However, logically speaking, it shouldn't be the case. Molière was unaware that in such a brief moment Fang Ying's mind was filled with complicated thoughts. She only knew that the dad in front of her had an unstable expression fluctuating between joy and sorrow. Could it be that he doesn't want me and plans to kill me? I have completely severed all ties with that world, and the additional ability resurrection I gave myself has been used, making it impossible to use again in a short time. But I don't want to die. Molière became anxious and then made a move that left Fang Ying dumbfounded. She gently placed her heart on the ground. Then she surprisingly began to unbutton her clothes, a smooth shoulder revealing itself. The zombie's skin is surprisingly good. Wait, what is she doing? This was Fang Ying's first thought in the midst of his chaotic mind. No, that's not right, or what is she doing? This was his second thought as clarity returned. Stop! Fang Ying shouted as he swiftly wrapped his arms around Molière and covered her with her clothes. Molière, seeing Fang Ying's expression, was momentarily frozen in place. Dad, Molière can do it. I am clean. I am willing. As Molière spoke, a few drops of tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. The whole scene had a pitiful atmosphere. Shut up, are you crazy? How can you undress here? Fang Ying said irritably. There are so many people watching, and this is an examination. Does she really want to mess with his mindset? Dad, do you mean? To change places? Molière glanced at the burrowing magic worm and its kin. The burrowing magic worm suddenly had a flash of insight and immediately turned its body away. Meanwhile, some of the bewildered members of the giant devourer tribe were directly slapped 180 degrees by the burrowing magic worm. Fang Ying gave the burrowing magic worm a dark look. You really know how to be clever. Then he turned to Molière with a serious expression. No, it won't work anywhere. I don't like this kind of thing. And this sentence in Molière's ears turned into I don't like little Lolas. Dad, I can transform. Any type is fine. Shut up. I know you want to enter my divine realm. I agree, you don't need to do all this. Fang Ying directly interrupted her words. He was genuinely afraid of her methods. After all, this was a live examination. Really? Dad, you really love me. The little lowly Molière jumped up excitedly as she finally didn't have to die. So happy. Ding, congratulations, examinee no. 252 Fang Ying, your subordinate, has successfully passed the 3 tests of the projection world biological invasion. You have received. At that moment, a voice announcing the clearing reward sounded, which also relieved Fang Ying's embarrassment. Without saying a word, he directly summoned back his subordinate along with the excited little lowly Molière. As Fang Ying let out a long sigh of relief, the homeroom teacher and the principal outside also heavily exhaled. It really was a roller coaster of emotions. Even the principal of the first high school was somewhat apprehensive after all her clothes had been half taken off. 1/3. It should be noted that the examinations for deities are not like those of ordinary people. Unless death occurs or other external forces are used to cheat, other situations will not be halted. So even if Fang Ying really had something pleasant with that little lowly Molière, even the provincial governor could only watch silently. There was nothing they could do. After all, in all these years of examination, something like this had never occurred during the fierce competition between 2 sessions. Fang Ying was the first case. Of course, while one might watch from the large screen outside, it couldn't stop the vast audience from watching. Did you not see that the attention on examinee Fang Ying in the background had risen to 1.6 billion people? Dozens of streamers were already broadcasting and commenting on Fang Ying's examination process. There were also other broadcasters and hosts rushing over one after another. One romance streamer who directly had 130 million people online even took a unique approach, narrating Fang Ying and Molière's battle as a touching love story, especially regarding the part where Molière took off her clothes. This romance streamer gave a close-up. Everyone can see from Fang Ying's facial expression that he is currently in a state of conflict mixed with resentment and unspoken feelings. From this we can deduce that Fang Ying and Molière know each other, so I speculate. Regardless of how one views it, the topic surrounding Fang Ying's college entrance examination has certainly gained traction. After all, Fang Ying has secured the ticket to the first cleared projection world in the disaster mode, and as long as he performs excellently, if no unexpected issues arise in the following levels, he will undoubtedly be a dark horse. Not to mention, during this period, he has also found his own love. While this is something the public has imagined, although there is no concrete evidence, it spread in less than a day through word of mouth. Multiple versions have even emerged. For example, Mo Li Air met Fang Ying, but both were hindered by their identities as a deity and a zombie, leading to a tangled web of love and hate. This is the most normal scenario. As for others like Mo Li Air cheating and being discovered by Fang Ying, leading to a divine battle, or Mo Li Air being kidnapped with Fang Ying bravely venturing into the land of witchcraft to rescue her. There is also the 69 moves that Mo Li Air and Fang Ying must discuss, which is purely about riding the wave of popularity. However, not everyone can navigate the disaster mode as effortlessly as Fang Ying. After all, this is indeed the disaster mode, a test that could easily cast a deity into the abyss, resulting in death and disappearance. Take Zheng Yong, for example, who was once defeated by Fang Ying and later rose with the support of a mysterious figure. Dear audience, we can see that Yizhong truly has a wealth of talent. Not only has Fang Ying emerged as a dark horse, but Su Xiuxiu and others closely following him have also not disgraced Yizhong. What surprises us even more is that Zheng Yong, who was once defeated by Fang Ying, has also boldly chosen the same type of disaster mode as Fang Ying. We can see the initial condition of the opponent and their current state. Their follower is the giant we all know. However, theirs is an anomaly among giants, and given time, it will undoubtedly become an extremely powerful being. There are even rumors that once it reaches a certain stage, it will revert to the ancient, possessing the bloodline of the legendary Qua Fu, the great sorcerer. As long as it stands on the ground, it will never retreat. However, it is clear that Zheng Yong's giant is still inferior to Fang Ying's follower, the devouring worm. Will they be able to pass the first round of tests in the projection world safely? Because of Fang Ying, many from Yizhong have been somewhat driven by the wave of popularity, especially those rumored to be Fang Ying's deskmate, the talented Su Xiuxiu, and Zheng Yong, who was once Fang Ying's first opponent in a divine battle. The host's explanation of Zheng Yong can be described as extremely detailed, but unfortunately it revolves around Fang Ying in every sentence. Had it been before, Zheng Yong would have definitely cursed a few times. But at this moment he is breaking out in a cold sweat. Indeed, as the host said, he has overstepped his bounds. Even with the support of the Aochuan company behind him, it is still of no use. Zheng Yong's divine realm foundation is right there. He is merely an ordinary genius. Moreover, he is a genius who was severely injured by Fang Ying in the early stages. Although the Aochuan company has invested considerable effort and many divine coins to cultivate their divine realm, time is simply too short. Any development of a divine realm requires a phase, and Zheng Yong does not have that time. Even now, the performance of the giants is merely a result of hasty cultivation. When it comes to combat experience, he is even inferior to the ant race in Fang Ying's divine realm in terms of combat skills and awareness. Thus, even though Zheng Yong has a slight advantage in the first round of combat in the projection world, his insufficient command abilities and the poor combat awareness of these hastily cultivated giants quickly led to them being found vulnerable by the spiritual zombies. Even the elite zombies did not activate. Merely using ordinary zombies, they were all annihilated. Damn it, how can they be so strong? Zheng Yong cursed inwardly, then thought of someone. It's all you, Fang Ying, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you and my divine battle, if it weren't for your overwhelming strength, how could I be forced to this extent? I just wanted to show off a bit to find a sense of superiority, to bully the weak. What wrong have I done? I am a rare deity, a genius of the school. Zheng Yong thought to himself, his mind shrouded in a layer of gloomy mist. Zheng Yong's situation seems off. Oh, could he be stimulated by the battlefield? Zheng Yong's homeroom teacher Zhao is currently paying attention to his student. To be honest, he did not expect this. After all, Zheng Yong was considered half disqualified initially. As a homeroom teacher, he couldn't do the kind of thing where he unloads the millstone and kills the donkey, so he comforted Zheng Yong for some time. But that was all. He then began to cultivate other students. After all, the performance of students is closely related to the resources he as a teacher receives at the end of the year. However, what teacher Zhao did not expect was that in the short days leading up to the college entrance examination, Zheng Yong seemed to have transformed into a different person, with his strength continuously rising. The rate of his advancement even made him feel a sense of fear, not because Zheng Yong's strength had risen dramatically or was particularly strong, but rather his state of advancement seemed somewhat abnormal. This reminded him of certain past experiences, so teacher Zhao, holding onto the last shred of his integrity, as a teacher privately inquired about Zheng Yong. However, he did not know if he had touched that kid's sore spot, as Zheng Yong dared to shout back at him, even throwing the blame of losing to Fang Ying in their divine battle onto him. This made teacher Zhao extremely angry. Thus, he directly severed ties with this student. Even when it came time for the assessment, it was Zheng Yong who went with other teachers with no accompaniment from teacher Zhao. But when he saw Zheng Yong's state during the assessment, teacher Zhao suddenly had a thought. He hoped that thought was not true. Teacher Zhao silently prayed in his heart. After all, some things, if not handled well, could even drag him into it. However, sometimes the more one wishes for something to not occur, the more likely it will happen. For example, in class, when answering questions, the more one hopes not to be called upon, the more likely it is that person will be unable to escape. As Zheng Yong's followers, the giants, died in increasing numbers, Zheng Yong's hatred for Fang Ying surged to the brink of overflowing. His external demeanor even appeared somewhat eerie, with a faint gray aura emanating from him. Indeed, it was not a white aura, but a gray one. Although the color difference was slight, it caught the attention of many deities who were consciously observing Zheng Yong. Among them, teacher Zhao was one. Return, breath of the abyss, this is not good. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zheng Yong unexpectedly pull out a token. It was a token wrapped in a rich black-gray color. Even when the crowd merely glanced at it, many weak individuals immediately felt nauseous and vomited. It was as if they had been infected by something or were experiencing a special state triggered by a scent. Hee, I will not lose no matter what. Even if it costs me my life, I will make you Fang Ying pay the price. Not just you, but also the principal of Yizhongli Yunjia and my respected teacher Zhao. And Zheng Yong's voice became increasingly unclear, as if he were chewing something while howling. At the same time, the token returned to the abyss in his hand was also activated. A grayish-white mist began to spread around Zheng Yong, enveloping him and all his followers with a surging force. Even those deceased followers were included. The transformation of this grayish-white mist from thin to dense occurred rapidly, almost in an instant. As the onlookers focused on Zheng Yong, stunned and unsure of what was happening, Director Kong and the other principals stood up in unison. This is the aura of the Guishu, the taste of the abyss. Here in the examination hall, someone actually used a taboo. Director Kong said, his expression grim. It must be known that there are clear regulations for divine competitions, no exceeding one's own capabilities with external means. For instance, spending resources to acquire powerful autonomous weapons or utilizing stored magical attacks, spell talismans, or equipment that relies heavily on external objects unrelated to the divine being. After all, if such practices were allowed, the divine examination would lose all meaning. Without needing any external assistance, the students, children of divine beings, could simply unleash attacks to obliterate the enemies from the projection world. It would be even more exaggerated than copying answers during an examination on Earth, akin to having a teacher do the answering for you. As for the other type, that would naturally be certain prohibited token equipment, which can unleash power exceeding 10 times one's own, but requires the consumption of the student's potential fate or lifespan. Indeed, divine beings have lifespans. Their longevity comes from their own divine domain, who once the domain collapses, their lifespan is naturally exhausted. To consume lifespan is akin to depleting the essence of their divine domain. Thus, using these tokens during the examination is considered a taboo. After all, the examination is not a battle, it is merely a mechanism to assess the student's self-improvement, not a means to exhaust everything in the process. Moreover, once taboos are used, the examination scores will be proportionally reduced based on the usage of such taboos. The students aim to achieve high scores to attend prestigious universities, so using taboos is clearly an unwise move. What's more, the tokens related to taboos are strategic resources, very expensive. Typically, families of ordinary means cannot afford them. As for those divinely wealthy beings, having been nurtured from a young age, they are already powerful and continually enhance their essence, thus, they would never resort to such unrefined means. For these reasons, taboos have rarely appeared in the exams. As for the host of this assessment, Director Kong has naturally identified the perpetrator, Zheng Yong. The large screen has switched from Fang Ying to Zheng Yong. The thick gray mist and the inhuman howls emanating from the screen left the onlookers in stunned silence. They were indeed frightened, but not by Zheng Yong's situation. After all, they were teachers, principals, or elites from various fields, having seen much in their lives. They were terrified by Director Kong. At this moment, the aura he exuded was one of ancient divine oppression. A student from middle school. This was Director Kong's first thought upon recognizing the identity of the individual. Who could it be? Could it be those old rivals? This was his second thought. He was not a foolish person who would assume that just because the individual was from middle school that the principal was targeting him. Not to mention there were no grievances and their interests did not align. Moreover, the other party had already provided a significant number of talents, and there was also Fang Ying, the dark horse. Now he wondered who had provided Zheng Yong with the taboo, as given the other party's identity, it would be impossible to acquire. Furthermore, it was a high-level taboo related to the Guishu abyss. Once the competition ended, Zheng Yong would inevitably be ruined by this taboo without waiting for Director Kong to say anything. After all, he was merely a divine being. Just as Director Kong furrowed his brow and thought, the gray mist began to gradually dissipate. However, the howling did not cease, instead it escalated. The first to catch the eye was Zheng Yong, whose expression was now twisted with rage. The whites of his eyes had turned crimson and his teeth had become exceptionally sharp, saliva dripping from his mouth. His face bore bulging red veins resembling worms concentrated around his cheeks and radiating outward around his eyes. Roar, kill, kill, kill them. Zheng Yong's garbled words led him to charge at the zombies. His followers had mutated even more ferociously than Zheng Yong. Most notably, their skin had transitioned from a bronze color to grayish-white, and through this skin, one could see a network of light green veins. Additionally, their faces bore a single eye that seemed alive and restless, rolling around as if it were not part of the whole. Yet seeing that, I stirred in the heart a sense of violence, death, and destruction. Ding candidate no. 341 Xingyong. Due to using Taboo Abyss of Goeishu, this assessment score will be adjusted based on the duration, quantity, and other comprehensive factors of the taboo used. Although this announcement echoed throughout Xingyong's assessment site, he was now in a frenzy and paid no heed. At that moment, Xingyong resembled a ferocious beast, forsaking all defenses and leading his followers in a fierce assault. While ordinary zombies continued to systematically attack Xingyong's giant followers, the biggest boss, the psychic zombie, was taken aback. What is going on? It had been a sure thing, but now suddenly the opponent transformed, with each one mutating even more crazed than their undead selves. Not only had their strength increased, but the corpses had also revived, and now they were even biting. Especially the leading divine being, who after transforming displayed an extraordinary strength, ripping apart a near supernatural zombie, and then stooping down to eat its entrails. The stench of dark blood splattered all over him, yet he did not flinch, or rather he excitedly licked it off with his tongue, and his expression seemed to carry a hint of provocation. Well, it's really a knife up the backside. Eyes open, my specialty is eating people, and you dare to compete with me on that. The psychic zombie immediately became furious. Brothers, ignore the others, you just take down that guy who gnawed on our brother's entrails, and give him a beating to death. After the great roar, the psychic zombie charged forward. Despite its loud cries, it felt uncertain, knowing that if it continued to command the battle with such composure, it would only end up as a mere figurehead, completely extinguished in this world. Moreover, there was a possibility that it would not even be left with a complete corpse. It was a humiliation to watch its own zombie horde being devoured by these massive giants with a single crunch. This was truly a disgrace. Zombies had always been the ones to eat others. When had it ever been their turn to become someone else's food? The critical point was that it carried the zombie virus on its body. The stronger the zombie, the more virulent the virus it carried. Didn't the opponents fear it? After all, giants seemed to lack any known resistance to the virus. Could it be that they were using tools leading to other unforeseen circumstances? How those damned humans. The psychic zombie could only curse fiercely. It was not just any mindless zombie, it possessed intelligence and heritage. From the mouths of other experienced zombies in the past, it had long been aware of skills, tokens, and a host of other things. Although it had prepared well, when faced with reality, it still felt a pang of unwillingness, a sense of helplessness. Unfortunately, this psychic zombie, despite its powerlessness, could not change the outcome. Soon it and its horde were completely overwhelmed by the giants, who paid no heed to their own injuries and relentlessly attacked. What was the greatest advantage of zombies? They were not afraid of death and carried the virus. At that moment, the opponents possessed the same advantage, plus their strength surpassed its own. Thus, the outcome was predictable. Although the zombies had killed nearly half of Xingyong's subordinates, the tens of thousands of zombie army now amounted to only a few stragglers, with only a handful of attribute-based zombies left to maintain appearances. As Xingyong launched another attack, the psychic zombie was momentarily dazed. Which side was truly the attacker? However, such thoughts did not last long, as these poor zombies were all swiftly slaughtered or devoured. The psychic zombie was the last to fall, facing Xingyong in battle alone. After all, Xingyong was a deity. Everything he possessed came from the divine realm. Coupled with the effects of the prohibition, he was exceedingly powerful. The psychic zombie was knocked down, and before it could rise, Xingyong severed one of its arms and a leg. In such a scenario, escaping was out of the question, and the battle lost all meaning. Watching the psychic zombie gnaw at its own leg, it let out a loud roar, and laughing, pulled out a lump of feces from underneath itself. "Eat this, you!" it shouted, throwing it at Xingyong. Initially intended as its final act of mockery, an unexpected turn of events occurred. To its shock, Xingyong actually ate it. Yes, Xingyong made no attempt to dodge, and took the final strike from the psychic zombie with his mouth. And he savored it, licking his lips, delivering the final fatal blow to the psychic zombie. As for the psychic zombie, it could never have imagined that a human deity could stoop so low. As for the spectators watching the big screen, they had long since started to frantically mock Xingyong during his mutation. What is happening? Why is there fog? Clearly it's using skills. After watching so many matches, you really know nothing about the powers of deities. What is that roaring sound in the fog? It sounds terrifying. Once the gray mist dissipated, opinions on Xingyong's condition became polarized. Wow, so cool. Transformation. Could this be a frenzy or blood-burning ability? No, I've seen those two skills, and look at those giants. Their states are clearly abnormal. Am I the only one who finds Xingyong's state a little terrifying? Xingyong has used prohibition. With one person's words, the entire discussion froze for a moment. Finally, it was confirmed by the voice from Xingyong's examination venue. Is Xingyong going insane? I heard that prohibition has a severe impact on students. Not just students, most of them only possess the realm of deities. Even those heavenly deities wouldn't easily use prohibition unless pushed to the brink as a last resort. Is prohibition that powerful? As that question arose, Zheng Yong had already begun tearing apart zombies and consuming them. Although many humans had already adapted to this bloody era, they held no strong opinions about the slaughter or devouring of zombies by the subordinates. That did not mean, however, that they would remain indifferent to Zheng Yong, a fellow human deity performing such gruesome acts. After all, humans are a species that tends to draw connections. Many were unable to tolerate the sight and quickly exited the live broadcast. Meanwhile, others expressed their feelings while vomiting. Is this for real? Even if he used prohibition, it shouldn't lead to eating corpses. Especially zombies. I just vomited my overnight meal. Zheng Yong is too perverse. No wonder Fang Ying will defeat him. It should have been done long ago. I need to go to Fang Ying to cleanse my eyes and heal myself. After posting that, they noticed that one person had already left the live broadcast group. Can someone tell me why? Who stipulated this awakening? What the hell? Zheng Yong is actually eating the intestines of zombies. That's where the feces are stored. I can't take it anymore. I must leave. Quickly, even those broadcasting Zheng Yong realized something was off and switched characters to Su Xiuxiu, as Zheng Yong was simply too grotesque. The audience were not sadists. They lived on Blue Star and had enough struggles in life. They did not wish to see such hard-to-stomach scenes on such an important day as the college entrance examination, especially in this examination hall of Governor Kong. At that moment, the screen directly showed Zheng Yong passing the first round and entering the second round. The scene of eating feces was undeniably witnessed by many. Although the deities felt somewhat nauseated, they could still manage to endure it. Governor Kong's brow was already furrowed into a knot, and he ordered, "Arrange for rescue personnel. He can't hold on much longer. We must ensure our students are safe and not in danger of losing their lives." Yes, a dozen men in black appeared faintly from the void. Damn it. It seems that Zheng Yong has already been infected by the Guishu, but it has been well hidden until now. It appears that the token has activated it, and he seems to have fully lost his sanity, even risking the collapse of the divine realm. Is someone targeting me? Governor Kong thought grimly. After all, he had been the governor for 200 years and was about to be promoted. Now this unexpected incident had arisen, though the death of students in the examination was not his responsibility. But while he said that, the reality was another matter. Just as he was pondering this, the entire screen suddenly jolted and the second round began without exceeding 3 minutes. Zheng Yong's divine realm was directly shattered by the opponent, leading to a collapse. He was immediately rescued by the men in black. Hold on tight. Governor Kong also acted swiftly, using the power of the ancient gods to temporarily stabilize the divine realm. However, that was all that remained on the brink of death and required urgent care from professionals. Who on earth is it? Seeing such a scene, Governor Kong's anger flared even more. Meanwhile, Fang Ying suddenly received an unexpected message in her ears. "ZZZ, the deduction system has unexpectedly collected some small gifts. Please check them." A prediction system? Fang Ying was somewhat puzzled, as he had not engaged in any predictions, so how could the system suddenly appear? Congratulations. You have received 1,000 points of prediction value 0. 1 of the original source of the return and 1 of the abyssal aura. Fang Ying was quite pleased with the unexpected prediction value and counted it carefully. Accumulating this 100,000 points was simply a windfall. However, the original source of the return and the abyssal aura that appeared later left him completely baffled. Was it related to his experience in the projection world, or perhaps due to his connection with the little girl Mo Liar? Fang Ying was perplexed, but since he was currently preparing for his college entrance examination, he could only suppress his confusion and prepare for the next projection world assessment. Ding. Please prepare candidate 252, Fang Ying. The next disaster mode projection world will descend in 5 minutes. Countdown 000459. Countdown completed. The ice prison world has descended. The collision of world consciousness begins. Soon Fang Ying felt a flash before his eyes, and he found himself above the Cthulhu divine domain, with another world of similar size coming into view. Unlike his own round world, this was a spherical world that presented an overall eerie blue hue, with strands of white condensate mist swirling around its surface. Upon closer inspection, it was a frost-covered world where beings resembling ice crystals roamed. The most striking among them was a giant dragon made of ice crystals, and a creature resembling a massive whale radiating a soft blue glow as it soared through the air. It was clear that these two beings were the rulers of this world, or rather the strongest entities. They had already received information about Fang Ying's battle, and were now roaring at the Cthulhu divine domain. To think they are both at the peak of the extraordinary realm, I didn't expect them to be so powerful right from the start. But they don't seem like living beings. Could they be ice and snow spirits? The moment Fang Ying saw them, he used the all-knowing eye, but the information he received was limited. This was constrained by the distance and his own strength. However, he still grasped their general strength and physical condition. He discovered that these two beings were entirely composed of ice and snow, lacking any organs. This intrigued him, prompting him to take a few more looks. Then he noticed that the consciousness of this ice prison world had actually condensed into a round blue snowball that was heading towards the world consciousness of the Cthulhu divine domain. The autonomous consciousness is surprisingly strong. Fang Ying directly used the staff of the gods to manipulate the world consciousness of the Cthulhu divine domain to block it. He actually found it somewhat strenuous. Is the second projection world this powerful? Fang Ying murmured, then began to mobilize the consciousness of the Cthulhu divine domain to counterattack. Countless gray mists gathered, transforming into numerous tentacles sweeping towards the opposing world. However, he found that the effect was not significant. Given that both worlds are over 1,000 square kilometers, logically speaking, my domain should easily overpower it with guidance from the master. Yet the other side is managing to withstand my attack without any conscious control. It seems this world has some intrigue. In that case, let me see how long you can hold out. Fang Ying continuously struck the giant snowball formed from that world consciousness with the staff of the gods. Finally, after about a quarter of an hour, the snowball could no longer hold and shattered. Ding! The world consciousness confrontation is complete. Congratulations. Your Cthulhu divine domain has taken the initiative and won. You have triumphed, granting your followers a 50 combat bonus, while the opponent will be weakened by 30. Phew. Fang Ying wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and everything before him returned to normal. A voice echoed in the world. The ice prison world is a place that holds sin and punishment. Everything here will be frozen, eternally exiled, until forever. Your objective this time is to penetrate the ice cave, delve into the depths of the sea, and eliminate those evil eels infected with tainted blood. Ultimate goal: annihilation. Evil eels. Fang Ying cautiously probed with his divine sense, only to find that in this world the penetrative ability of his divine sense was greatly hindered. Even though his divine sense had surpassed the level of ordinary gods, the results remained grim. He could only vaguely grasp the overall situation of the evil eels unless he focused on them on unknown. So the evil eels in this scenario are a ruse, actually testing the divine sense of gods and their adaptability in unique situations. Fang Ying thought briefly and realized the purpose of this assessment. It was clear that this round was intended to eliminate the group of evil eels more quickly and effectively. That would surely earn high marks. In that case, the drilling magic worms would definitely not be suitable for this occasion. Not to mention their massive size, the ocean's conditions were simply not right for them to battle. So should I deploy the deep divers? Fang Ying was just about to make arrangements when the summer beetle clan, Garomi, suddenly appeared. Master, Great Master, my nano army is the most suitable, please let me fight. After Fang Ying began the assessment, there had actually been a passage existing between the Cthulhu divine domain and the outside world. Fang Ying had a connection with the followers of the Cthulhu divine domain within the passage, which facilitated communication and combat between the god and his followers. However, ordinary gods would normally deploy all their followers, as only then could they pass through these rigorous assessments. Additionally, the exams faced by ordinary gods were generally of a standard level. It wasn't like battling against other gods needing to engage in scheming. Even revealing all trump cards would matter little. It was only natural to aim for high scores. However, Fang Ying was different. He knew clearly that as long as he summoned his legendary followers, he could easily complete not only the disaster mode, but also the subsequent abyss mode. But it was evident that these tests were not yet enough to compel Fang Ying to reveal all his trump cards. Moreover, there was another issue, which was the overall scoring and utilization rate of evaluations. For ordinary students, it was undoubtedly about revealing all trump cards and ending battles quickly to achieve full marks. But Fang Ying understood that the abyss mode was not like that. In the abyss mode, it was also necessary to consider the external circumstances utilized by the god himself and the strength of his followers in response. For instance, after a battle, if a god defeated an extraordinary being using a legendary follower, while another god fought under the same conditions with an extraordinary follower, the latter would naturally score higher. This is akin to the same question being solved by two students, one using 10 formulas in 5 minutes, and the other using one formula in 1 minute. Naturally, although both answers are correct, the latter is deemed more exceptional. Although it was not yet the abyss mode but the disaster mode under the same sequence, Fang Ying knew that there was a live broadcast, and exposing all trump cards in advance was not a good habit. Most importantly, your nano army is not biological, right? Can they absorb experience? Fang Ying inquired. Master, I feel. The Xiaogai insect clan still wished to argue, but Fang Ying soon reassured them. Rest assured, in abyss mode, there will certainly be a place for your talents. Yes, I am willing to serve my master to the death. The Xiaogai insect clan Gu He Luo Mi then fell silent, wondering if Fang Ying could succeed in disaster mode. What? Is the Xiaogai insect clan Gu He Luo Mi a renowned legend merely for show? Then Fang Ying summoned tens of thousands of deep divers. Go Dagon, do not let me down. I will not fail your expectations. Tens of thousands of harpoons charged into the depths of the sea. Compared to Fang Ying's ease, Zheng Yong had it much worse. After regaining his divine sense, he naturally realized what he had just done, yet he did not pay attention to his own body, but focused on his score. Candidate Zheng Yong has been penalized for the unauthorized use of prohibition. Based on your overall performance in the divine battle, your score will be reduced by 50, making your final score 3000 points. Damn, only 3000 points. It's all your fault, Fang Ying. I will make you pay even if it costs me my life. You will not have it easy. Zheng Yong gritted his teeth in anger, lying on the white hospital bed. In the next moment, he suddenly heard a faint sound near his ear. Crack, what is that sound? Crack, crack, the sounds became more frequent and louder. Zheng Yong felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Could it be Zheng Yong suddenly considered a terrifying possibility. He knew that in the college entrance examination, unless a student voluntarily withdrew under extreme circumstances or was forcibly removed in a life-threatening situation, otherwise no one else is allowed to disrupt the order of the examination. Not even the parents of those divine second-generation students. But how did I return? As he pondered, the door suddenly swung open. Several men in military uniforms entered first, followed by two individuals in white coats. On the right chest of the white coats was embroidered a red star. You get away, get away. Zheng Yong might not recognize the soldiers, but he definitely recognized the two in white coats. They are called divine doctors. Perhaps in some places this name is a compliment, but on Blue Star it is a derogatory term. The term divine doctor, as the name implies, refers to a doctor for the divine. But do the divine need doctors? No, they are beings that accompany the divine realm and are immortal. Unless there is a problem in the divine realm. But if the divine realm has issues that even the divine cannot handle, what then? Unless you know particularly powerful individuals, otherwise what awaits you is death. As the saying goes, it's better to live poorly than to die well. Thus the divine doctors, supported by companies, nations, and the divine alliance, were established. They possess the ability to remove the shattered divine realm of the divine, allowing them to revert from divine to human. To be honest, very few divine beings with power can accept becoming ordinary people. Hence, they would certainly fear encountering divine doctors. Beep named Zheng Yong, addressed student of First High School in Chin City, Beha Province. As the first military man entered, he took out a device and scanned Zheng Yong. A piece of information popped up. Information is correct, we can proceed. After the military man said this, they neatly stepped aside. The two divine doctors immediately smiled and approached. Zheng Yong, however, stepped back in terror, shouting loudly, "Get away from me, you all get away." Zheng Yong, do not be nervous, we are here to save your life. Your divine realm is now in ruins, on the verge of collapse. I believe you have already realized that you can no longer use your divine realm. One of the divine doctors, unfazed, smiled and comforted. They completely ignored Zheng Yong's insults. After all, when it comes to being scolded, no one dares to claim the second place after them. If you dare to touch me, I will kill you all. Before Zheng Yong could finish, he felt a surge of electricity coursing through his entire body. His voice became stiff. Move, I detected that his divine realm is already collapsing. We only have 3 minutes and 17 seconds. The divine doctor who had just spoken to Zheng Yong said with a smile. Without saying another word, the other divine doctor conjured a knife and plunged it into Zheng Yong's head. There was no scene of blood splattering, yet Zheng Yong could feel something within him being slowly stripped away. But he could do nothing, trembling all over. A tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. The divine doctor who acted remained unfazed, his gaze entirely focused on the shattered divine realm. Compared to Zheng Yong, who was about to become useless, the other students were also facing their second projection world test. In the ordinary level projection world, the second round faced by the black fish was pitifully few, with only less than 1000. Moreover, both the hiding spots of the black fish and their power levels were greatly reduced. However, since it was meant to test the abilities of the masters of the divine realm, it would not be neglected. Thus the black fish still possessed skills. Ink spray, invisibility, mental attack. Though these three abilities were not very strong, they were enough to throw these ordinary students into chaos. Some of the divine beings who were originally terrestrial creatures suffered greatly. Among them was a surprising divine being whose world was within the elven system. He also raised several terrestrial beasts, and even had a fairly powerful druid, as that was already in existence, that broke through the extraordinary. But when he arrived in this projection world, he was utterly confused. The druid indeed had 7 transformation abilities: traveler form, bear form, cat form, owl form, crow form, tree form, and hydra form. However, this ability, while agile and versatile, was not specialized. Thus, this potential divine being ended up losing in the ordinary assessment. It must be said that this is truly fate playing tricks. For Su Xiuxiu of the ghost realm, she reaped considerable benefits in the second round of the world, as ghosts can freely switch between the real and the virtual. Therefore, even in nightmare mode, she still stood out. However, she was not the second place, because there was another individual who chose disaster mode, appearing in everyone's sight. That person is Chu Gu. The world he awakened to is the elemental world, and it is a high-level energy elemental realm. Therefore, his followers are elemental spirits. They are beings that are equally unafraid of physical attacks, which gives them the confidence to challenge the disaster mode. Faced with the zombies in the first projection world apart from some zombies with attribute attack abilities causing Chu Gu some trouble. The ordinary zombies, especially the strength and speed zombies, were merely easy pickings. Thus, Chu Gu became the second divine student to succeed through the first projection world following Fang Ying. This is also due to Fang Ying appearing first, followed by Zheng Yong, which concentrated everyone's emotions and attention on them, thereby overshadowing the brilliance of the second Chu Gu. Just as everyone has a strong impression of Mount Everest, the highest peak on Earth, who can remember the name of the second highest peak? The same goes for the third and fourth. Those were all overlooked candidates. At this moment, Chu Gu naturally knew about Fang Ying's situation, as he had obtained the identity of the first to break through the disaster mode, which was announced in all exam spaces. Fang Ying, let's compare and see whose big bug is faster, or if my little one is more powerful. Essence of condensed water at all costs, kill all these black fish. The first in the second projection world of the disaster mode is mine to claim. At this moment, Chu Gu was commanding a group of little blue water droplet-like spirits, exactly 30 of them, rushing towards the ice cave and deep sea. Do not underestimate these essence of condensed water that are only palm-sized. A divine being with detection attributes would be surprised to find out. These little guys are all extraordinary. Yes, all 30 elemental spirits are of extraordinary level. Although there are none at the peak of the extraordinary, this is still an unimaginable performance. Such powerful strength from Chu Gu even startled the principal of the third school. When Chu Gu directly broke away from his control to choose the disaster mode, the principal of the third school felt a tightness in his hand. Chu Gu was initially transferred here and was specially trained after the principal of the third school discovered his advantages. The principal of the third school spent a tremendous cost not only to ensure Chu Gu's happiness, but also to provide numerous naive girls for his amusement. He concentrated the resources of 10 individuals entirely on him just to ensure Chu Gu could secure the first place in the nightmare mode as an outstanding candidate. However, an unexpected result occurred. Chu Gu directly opted for the disaster mode, yet he was only one step behind Fang Ying and also passed through the first projection world. Looking at the 30 extraordinary fire elemental spirits as his followers, the principal of the third school admitted he was stunned. After all, 3 days ago, he personally guided Chu Gu to cultivate the 5 element spirits to the mid-extraordinary level. As for the others, they were merely some slowly developing little spirits, nothing that exaggerated. Now seeing 30 water elemental spirits again, he admitted he was frightened. Especially as these elemental spirits were harvesting the group of black fish at a terrifying speed. The principal of the third school realized that these 30 spirits had indeed acquired skills. Otherwise, even if Chu Gu were formidable, it would be impossible for his followers to develop skills. One must understand that although the elemental world is full of potential, each world has its own advantages and disadvantages. One of the disadvantages of this world is low intelligence. Or rather, these spirits' intelligence needs to improve with time, so learning skills within 3 days is only possible through purchase. However, skills like these related to elements are indeed not cheap, and even the principal of the third school is reluctant to spend, as he is a principal, not a divine tycoon. Thus, the principal of the third school already felt a large invisible net had enveloped his side without him realizing it. He didn't know what the other party's intentions were, or if it was similar to Zheng Yong's situation, but the principal of the third school knew he could only hold it in and pretend nothing had happened. He knew that he did not expect Chu Gu to pass all the way through. As long as he passed the first 3 worlds, then he, the principal of the third school, would completely have the qualification to compete with the principal of the first school. This qualification not only represents status, but also resources. In a spacious office, more than 10 people sat quietly in their chairs without saying a word. The 2 screens displayed the live broadcast of Fang Ying and Chu Gu's entrance exams. Kata, as everyone was absorbed in watching, the door suddenly swung open. What's the situation? A man walked in and asked. The seated individuals immediately stood up in unison. Director Zhao. Director Zhao. Director Zhao. Oh, just tell me the situation directly. Director Zhao waved his hand nonchalantly. Director Zhao, the one we supported, Zheng Yong, has been eliminated and didn't even pass the first projection world. He is now likely a useless person. Chu Gu is doing well, having passed the first projection world, but he is 1 step behind Fang Ying, ranking 2nd in Beha province and 3,457th nationwide. He is currently undergoing the second projection world. As for Fang Ying, the reporter pondered for a moment. He has passed the first projection world and is ranked 1st in the nation, clearing it with full marks. He is also in the second projection world now. It seems this kid has considerable skills. I underestimated him. However, it seems that breaking into that plague company divine domain was not merely a result of luck. I'll investigate Fang Ying's family background further. I refuse to believe this kid really comes from a common background. Yes. Oh, don't worry about Zheng Yong. Contacting him was merely a casual move. It seems he is truly a waste, unable to pass even the first projection world, a waste of the return to the abyss. Chu Ge still holds some value. Even if he cannot compete with Fang Ying this time, he can still be nurtured. For the next steps, let's wait and see. Our Chuan company may have something to discuss with the other party behind the scenes. Yes. Also constantly analyze Fang Ying's divine domain status. If there is any information related to the abyss, report it immediately. Yes. After saying this, Director Zhao left without looking back. One must know that even though he is merely a director in Chuan, even an ordinary large company would have to bow their heads upon seeing him. He has a lot of things to manage. If it weren't for encountering Fang Ying, who was being inconsiderate, he wouldn't have taken the time to deal with this matter. It was simply humiliating. In an instant, his anger rose again. Fang Ying, just wait until your college entrance exam is over. Fang Ying, still at the exam site, suddenly sneezed unexpectedly. However, he didn't pay it any mind. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully at the army of deep divers that had already entered the sea. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but it seemed he had discovered something significant. Originally, Fang Ying had arranged for Dagon to complete this assessment task. Moreover, due to certain considerations, Fang Ying was prepared to sacrifice some of his subordinates. It's the college entrance examination after all. It's normal for subordinates to suffer injuries. However, sometimes your expectations can be grand while reality is even more extravagant. After the deep divers entered the water, they were ready to make a big move. After all, Fang Ying had informed them about the situation of the blackfish through the eye of all-knowing. These somewhat unusual blackfish might not be particularly powerful, but their ability to escape, hide, evade, and even survive is formidable. It was simply outrageous. Moreover, Dagon discovered that half of his elite deep divers were slower than the blackfish today. Fortunately, Fang Ying had already advised them not to rush. The 5-word guideline was well arranged. However, when this group of deep divers actually entered the sea, these blackfish, which were supposed to flee and hide, actually swam back towards the deep divers. Their frenzied appearance was akin to a brute encountering a beautiful maiden, eager and impatient. Such a situation left the deep divers momentarily stunned, but they quickly altered their scattered approach and went into a waiting mode. The nearest blackfish rushed to the side of the deep divers, and before they could open their gaping mouths, they were overwhelmed by the divers. They were torn to shreds and devoured. Indeed, the deep divers gained a boost. Consuming the flesh of these blackfish yielded a slight benefit. This delighted the deep divers, who licked their lips and began to confront the oncoming blackfish. Soon a fierce battle ensued. Since Dagon was guarding from the side and did not participate, the deep divers at the quasi-supernatural stage faced the blackfish that had reached the supernatural stage. They found themselves in a balanced confrontation. Of course, the deep divers were not without injuries. While they did not face death, they were still quite battered. Traces of crimson blood began to drift slowly in the deep sea, attracting the distant blackfish. This scene left Fang Ying somewhat puzzled. So the blood and flesh of the deep divers are favored by these blackfish. To be honest, Fang Ying had initially thought it would be a prolonged game of hide-and-seek, but the moment the deep divers entered the sea, it turned into a slaughter fest. The key was that these blackfish appeared to be products formed from a combination of seawater, a type of crystal, and special activating substances. Although they were called blackfish, aside from swimming in the ocean, they had little resemblance to actual fish. Thus, one would never expect phenomena like fish leaping over the dragon's gate or becoming dragons from consuming dragon meat. Most importantly, the beings from his Cthulhu realm were not some kind of Tang Sang meat. To put it bluntly, not only do they not prolong life, but the ancient breath contained within them, along with the poisonous knowledge of Cthulhu, would only infect these blackfish. So what were they after? Unfortunately, no matter how much Fang Ying was puzzled, it could not stop the frantic advance of the blackfish. This also led to the fact that the blackfish, which were not adept at attacking despite having a certain advantage in strength, ultimately fell to this well-coordinated group of deep divers. One could say that these blackfish were not entirely unsuccessful. At the very least, they had tasted the blood of the deep divers from the Cthulhu realm. However, this did not grant them any enhancement in combat power or lead to any evolution or mutation. Instead, it made these already insane blackfish even more frenzied, especially those that consumed more blood, who began to roll over and foam at the mouth, appearing to be in a state of high excitement. Seeing this scene, Fang Ying was momentarily at a loss for words. Soon the blackfish within sight were completely wiped out, and Fang Ying's score naturally skyrocketed. But this did not bring joy to Fang Ying, who instead, he felt some concern. If he had cleverly navigated the first projection world and performed well, then the second projection world presented such a trial, it would completely turn into a joke for Fang Ying. No one would say I cheated, right? Although it seemed somewhat fantastical. Damn, this guy is outright cheating. In the first projection world, the zombies surrendered in the first round, and the big boss rebelled in the third round. But in this second projection world, the blackfish were fleeing while he, on the other hand, was being actively delivered to him. I can't even bait fish this exaggerated. This Fang Ying must be a cheater. Everyone upstairs, calm down. This is still the college entrance examination. It shouldn't be allowed. Indeed, while he is somewhat unconventional since the examination system did not detect anything, it should be fine. Speaking of which, do you think there's a possibility that Fang Ying cracked the exam questions in advance and prepared a solution beforehand? That said, does anyone know what this creature is? Why does it look like a combination of human and fish? A mermaid and a fishman isn't even this shape. If we can understand this creature, wouldn't we know why they are favored by the blackfish? Favored? They are all rolling over, surely they were drugged. In the live broadcast room, everyone was chiming in, each claiming Fang Ying was cheating. Meanwhile, the ordinary deities were desperately chasing after the frenzied blackfish. Although the teacher had mentioned earlier how to deal with creatures that like to flee, the first point was that it's best to have subordinates with detection abilities, which ruled out most of the deities. The second point is to investigate the local area where these creatures are located. If it's good, it's best to obtain a map in advance. Looking at the vast icy ocean, they could only remain silent. As for the third point, it involves tactics, such as flanking, luring, or seduction techniques, employing all possible means. But what are blackfish? They live off their ability to escape, and moreover, they are not robots. They are living blackfish with intelligence. You can fool me once, but not a second time. After all, those are lessons learned through blood. Thus, many students who had successfully entered the second projection world after eliminating most of the blackfish found further attempts futile and chose to give up. Scores in the exam are not only related to the number of blackfish killed, but also to the time taken. For example, killing 10 blackfish in 1 minute versus 10 minutes is completely different. Therefore, knowing when to stop losses and maximize benefits, learning to weigh options, is also an important aspect of the entrance examination. If they knew someone was being charged at by the blackfish, they would probably go crazy. Moreover, if a hidden task was activated, they would surely be overwhelmed. This guy is simply not human. Coincidentally, Fang Ying's situation is just like this. Due to his unusual actions, a disturbance occurred in the depths of the sea, prompting 7 unique entities to come and investigate, known as the 7 Brothers of the Deep Sea. The powerful red axolotl, the orange axolotl with keen eyes and sharp ears, the yellow axolotl with a sturdy body impervious to blades, the green axolotl that breathes fire, the blue axolotl that sprays water, the blue axolotl that can become invisible, and the purple axolotl that possesses a treasure to subdue monsters. They are coming to confront him. Due to their unique attributes, the realm suppression caused by the divine domain dissipated, leveling the playing field. Fang Ying was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the 7 axolotls, not paying attention to the latter part of the prompt. This must be the 7 brothers of the gourd. Absolutely. Subsequently, the ocean began to churn as 6 axolotls appeared right before Fang Ying's eyes, speaking human language. They shouted, "Hey monster, release our kin." What? Fang Ying began to doubt if his script had gone awry. Is he really taking an exam? Could this be a spatial distortion? What a mess. Thus Fang Ying waved his hand, instructing Dagon to deal with the axolotls. However, as the deep diver charged towards the 7 axolotls, the powerful axolotl pushed back the others. Brothers, watch me. With the strength to lift mountains and a demeanor that astounds the world. Get out of my way. The powerful axolotl began to expand, radiating red light. Every deep diver touched by the powerful axolotl was sent flying. To put it bluntly, one could say they would die upon contact. Soon enough, as dozens of deep divers were knocked back, the remaining ones were not foolish enough to charge in blindly. Dagon, as the one leading the team, naturally had a grim expression upon facing this problem, planning to take matters into his own hands given his extraordinary peak strength. However, he was quickly stopped by Fang Ying. Not for any other reason, but because Fang Ying could not see through these axolotls, noticing their strengths did not reach the extraordinary level in his omniscient eye. Yet their displayed abilities seemed no less than that of an extraordinary peak existence. The key was Fang Ying couldn't locate the 6th axolotl, which was invisible. This was simply a bug. And seeing Fang Ying standing still, the 7 axolotls immediately cheered. "Ha ha ha, big brother, look, they're afraid of you. Yep, brother, show them your might and drive them away. Right, drive them away, let them leave our home. Humph, brothers, rest assured, with me here, they will know the power of Dali." This group of axolotls had no defenses, boldly discussing right in front of Fang Ying. This infuriated the deep divers, who immediately declared their intent to kill all 7 of them. After all, to them, this was simply an insult, treating them like air. But Fang Ying suddenly recalled something. He had a childhood memory of a story about the gourd babies rescuing their grandfather. The 7 gourd babies' abilities were indeed similar to those of the 7 axolotls before him. One was in the river, while the other was on the mountain. So was he to play the roles of the snake spirit and the scorpion spirit? Let me think. I remember that the powerful gourd baby was trapped in a mud pit, which limited his strength. The keen-eyed and sharp-eared one seemed to have his vision and hearing disturbed by thorny sand. The indestructible one encountered the yin-yang sword of hardness and softness. As for the water baby, he drank too much, while the fire baby spewed fire and dirt. The invisible 6th baby was directly affected by leaves, while the 7th, holding the gourd, was easily bribed. With this in mind, Fang Ying faintly began to plot. Hey, that powerful axolotl. We are not axolotls, we are catfish, and you can also call us hybrids. Our father is a catfish and our mother is an axolotl. So you can call us catfish or hybrids, but you cannot call us axolotls. That is an insult. Hearing their synchronized response, Fang Ying was momentarily bewildered. However, he ultimately conceded it wasn't a major issue. Alright, that powerful hybrid. Hybrid. As he spoke, Fang Ying felt it strange. It was clearly an insult, but he felt no satisfaction whatsoever. Ahem, that powerful catfish, you seem to want us to leave, right? Correct, you detestable invader, please leave our territory as soon as possible. Your behavior is shameful. Upon hearing Fang Ying suddenly change his address, the previously irate, powerful axolotl straightened up, beaming with joy as he spoke to Fang Ying. His tone even carried an honorific. Alright, I can leave. Fang Ying nodded. Really? Then have a good journey. The powerful axolotl and the others immediately began to wave their hands, and Fang Ying even saw a series of bubbles appear in an invisible spot. It seemed that the invisible sixth axolotl was waving. Fang Ying increasingly felt that the intelligence of this group of axolotls was rather innocent and naive. I haven't finished speaking, you. I can leave, but I have one request. I want to verify what they said about your strength. Is that even necessary? The powerful axolotl said, waving his hand, and directly launched a massive iceberg the size of 100 square meters into the sky until it was out of sight. I must say this move left Fang Ying dumbfounded. This must require legendary strength. Fang Ying even felt a sense of apprehension, wondering if he should let others from his divine domain intervene. He quickly contacted legendary figures like Cthulhu Nyarlathotep and the beings of light and shadow. He absolutely could not fall here, not at all. Meanwhile, Fang Ying wore a smile as he praised. As expected of the strongest catfish in the clan, but I still have some doubts. I want to verify your strength. If you and we will leave immediately. Alright, no problem, verify as you wish. The powerful axolotl replied arrogantly. Great, great, great. Fang Ying immediately pointed to the marshland that Dagon had just arranged, even using the burrowing demon worms for assistance, and employed the secret medicine of the evil I clan, a substance that increases viscosity. So are you brave enough to go in? What's so difficult about this? My favorite pastime is playing in the mud. The powerful axolotl dashed in confidently, but was soon trapped in the swamp, leaving Fang Ying genuinely startled. Although Fang Ying didn't understand why such a strong opponent could be trapped by a small mud pit, perhaps this was just the way of nature. In any case, Fang Ying couldn't think too much about it. Since it worked, he decided to tackle them one by one. Big brother. Oh no, Big brother has been captured. For Big brother's revenge, he'll take care of it. The second axolotl with keen eyesight and acute hearing jumped out directly, only to be magnificently ignored by Fang Ying. After all, whether through memory or reality, this ability seemed to be merely supplementary. Moreover, Fang Ying could tell that the opponent's abilities were indeed very strong, almost overwhelmingly so. It was as if the powerful axolotl had no visible limit to its strength, yet it still fell into the mud pit. Whether it was due to a plot twist or a fundamental weakness, namely the principle of mutual restraint, was unclear. However, that was something to test later. You are the second axolotl, right? I acknowledge your reputation for keen eyesight and acute hearing. You are truly impressive, the one who sees the furthest and hears the quietest among all axolotls. Thus I wish to see if your other siblings possess the strongest abilities among axolotls as well. Is that all right? Fang Ying generously praised and made his request. This caused the axolotl with keen eyesight and acute hearing to blush and slowly retreat while scratching its head. Actually, it's not that great. Since that's the case, let my brother fight you instead. The second axolotl completely forgot that its older brother was still struggling in the mud pit. Fang Ying noticed that these creatures weren't merely naive, they seemed to have some issues with their brains. However, the less hassle the better. He turned his attention to the third axolotl, who was as tough as iron. I am impervious to blades and bullets with tough skin and iron bones. Nothing can harm me. The third axolotl puffed out its chest, ready to accept Fang Ying's praise. But what it received was Fang Ying's retort. I don't believe it. Why don't you believe me? You can try it. The third axolotl was immediately agitated. Alright, then I'll give it a try. Fang Ying called over 2 divers and instructed the third axolotl not to move, binding it with ropes. Then the third axolotl was game over. Seeing their useless third brother, the fourth and fifth axolotls immediately stood up and spoke in unison. My flames can sweep away everything in the world and extinguish all water. My water cannot be blocked and can extinguish all flames in the world. After the 2 brothers finished speaking, the flame-spewing axolotl immediately said, I am older than you, so my flames are unmatched. Your water can only rank second. Brother, that's not the case. Big brother said that each has their own strengths. My water can just extinguish your flames. It seems you truly intend to oppose your brother. It is the older brother who lacks understanding. Fine, since that's the case, let's have a competition. Alright, let's have this one act as a witness. Only the winner can be crowned the strongest of the axolotl clan. No problem. Thank you. Thank you. Watching Fang Ying, who hadn't even joined the fray, the others directly started to fight. Fang Ying reflected that intelligence is a good thing, but unfortunately the enemy lacked it. Yet the more it was like this, the happier Fang Ying became. After all, a clumsy teammate is a disaster on one's own side, but a boon on the enemy's side. As expected, after using their abilities, the flame axolotl and the water axolotl upon contact generated a massive cloud of mist, and then both axolotls fell down simultaneously. Without any surprise, Fang Ying captured them. "All right, invisible axolotl, I can see you now. There's no need for you to hide." The response came immediately: "Impossible. My invisible brothers can't even guess my location. How can you see me?" From the northeast corner, at a 45-degree angle, a voice emerged. "From the northeast corner, at a 45-degree angle, you are standing right here. Do I need to be clearer?" Fang Ying turned around, appearing mysterious. "All right, you win." A figure of an axolotl appeared. "It's just you left the 7th axolotl. How do you feel?" Fang Ying directly ignored the keen-eyed and acute hearing one addressing the 7th axolotl, holding a special item. "What do you mean by this?" The 7th axolotl said warily, holding a treasure gourd meant to subdue demons. Fang Ying knew the abilities of this gourd, which were to capture and refine. "You rank 7th, yet your strength is the strongest, even surpassing the eldest brother. However, you receive no praise from everyone. If you are willing, I can guide you to become stronger. What do you say?" Thud. "Foster father, if you can grant me a good reputation within the axolotl clan, I would be willing to obey you." The 7th axolotl knelt down decisively, quickly, and fiercely, as if filming a scene. This startled Fang Ying. "What is this? Learning from Mo the heir, coming right up to recognize a godfather, and the key point is that you are an axolotl. If I really take you in, wouldn't I be doomed?" "Don't do that. You can be the glory of the axolotl clan. How can you kneel so easily? Get up. I will help you. Bring me your gourd, and I will enhance its quality for you." Fang Ying spoke casually. "All right." Then the 7th axolotl handed over its precious gourd to Fang Ying. Holding the gourd, Fang Ying found he could not currently control it, so he had to set it aside for now. Looking at the remaining 2nd axolotl with keen eyesight and acute hearing, Fang Ying waved his hand. "Kill them all. Ding, due to your excessively cruel measures, you have captured 7 axolotls and intend to kill them, triggering a hidden mode within the disaster mode. Defeat the terrifying old man." As the system's voice concluded, Fang Ying heard a frantic shout from a distance. "Stop! Let my grandson go." When Fang Ying looked closely, he saw an old man with white hair and beard dressed like an ancient farmer crawling toward him. Indeed, the old man had a turtle shell on his back. Fang Ying looked at him, frowning. "What is this? Is it the tortoise prime minister or the grandfather from the gourd baby, saving the grandpa? You vile invader, not only have you violated our homeland, but you even spare the children. This is simply intolerable. I shall cleanse you." The old man crawled while cursing. To be honest, Fang Ying watched the other's movements, worried that he might accidentally die from anger. Is this examination system really not joking with me? Stealth mode, is this it? Stealth mode, is this it? Fang Ying must be cheating again. Rather than saying he's cheating, it's more accurate to say that he has been favored by the goddess of fortune. Look at the other deities still struggling to find a black fish, while over here the black fish are rushing to deliver themselves, not to mention the hidden tasks popping up. The key difficulty is a turtle. Where can I argue this? That's called a turtle. The shell of a soft-shelled turtle is smooth. Only tortoises have that kind of pattern. According to my analysis, this type of turtle. So if you want to know more, please visit the Azixian Fish Shop in Chin City South. As for the great Fang Ying, all I want to say is I'm just here to enjoy the lemons. Many people witnessed this scene and began furiously spamming the screen, clearly breaking down. After all, strange occurrences happen every year, but this year is particularly abundant, especially in light of the national examination situation that everyone is focused on. This is simply outrageous. The discussion surrounding Fang Ying's examination can be said to have skyrocketed, as the principal of a top school, Li Yunjia, felt an immense pressure. "Hey, I say that kid Fang Ying from your school is a bit too uncanny. He couldn't possibly have taken shortcuts, could he?" The principal of 10 High approached and nudged the principal of 1 High. "What do you think? You walk one and let me see." The principal of 1 High replied ungraciously. "Uh-huh." The principal of 10 High chuckled awkwardly, but the next moment, he whispered slyly. "Is it true that Fang Ying didn't take any shortcuts? Get lost, wherever you came from, go back there." The principal of 1 High began to drive people away. He hated it when others suggested his students were cheating. Otherwise, why would he always guide his students down the right path and send away so many troublemakers? "Don't, oldly, you probably need to rise this time. Not to mention, I think Fang Ying has a good chance of succeeding in the 2nd projection world without much trouble. As long as he can successfully pass through the 3rd projection world, your Chin City 1 High will hit the jackpot. I just hope he doesn't create any major disturbances." This national examination is quickly turning into his personal show. Sigh. The principal of 1 High sighed helplessly. He was quite satisfied with Fang Ying's performance. After all, he had secured the top position in the 1st projection world of the disaster mode. This is simply unprecedented for Chin City 1 High. However, he was also very conflicted, as it was clear that the secrets surrounding Fang Ying were immense. As the principal, he should have a firm grasp on outstanding students like Fang Ying. Yet he realized that what he knew was merely the tip of the iceberg that Fang Ying allowed him to see. The principal of One High wasn't complaining about these matters, rather he was worried. Although the country nurtures exceptional talents as reserves for future deities, they must not harm these newly ascended deities. However, everything has a prerequisite, that is, these exceptional talents must not harbor overly significant secrets. Just like the Commoner Protection Act established by a nation's ruler which protects everyone's rights. However, when the interests of a commoner conflict with those of a ruler, or if that commoner possesses a longevity elixir, even the king who enacted the Commoner Protection Act would not hesitate to seize it and eliminate that commoner. Oh, are you worried about that matter? You can rest assured, for the situation has changed. The principal of 10 High put away his smile. Changed situation. The principal of 1 High was taken aback, unable to comprehend the other's meaning. That's right, I also learned some information through special channels, which is that there is a problem there. The principal of 10 High did not mention any names, but pointed up at the sky. Moi. The principal of 1 High frowned, looking toward the eastern direction. He saw the principal of 10 High shake his head, uttering 2 words. Divine realm. Suddenly the principal of 1 High's body shook. He immediately thought of that place, the abyss. How is that possible? Wasn't that place always stable? How could it be? I am also unclear of the information I received, is very vague. It is said that this sudden change has only occurred in the past month. At that time we were organizing the students for the awakening ceremony, so it was entirely normal not to pay attention. Furthermore, news regarding that place is not something that can be immediately reported upon simple investigation. It must go through a series of screenings and confirmations, and ultimately some information must be concealed. Thus what I've heard is only fragmented bits, but at least I can assure you that regarding the child you are concerned about, unless he amazes with something beyond the imagination of a deity, he will face no issues, and may instead gain great fortune and government favor. The principal of 1 High nodded. At this moment, the overwhelming amount of information left him little time to consider Fang Ying's situation. Instead, he was contemplating how to arrange the next steps. Meanwhile, Fang Ying calmly watched the old turtle as it crawled step by step. He did not act rashly, as he still did not know what kind of person the other was. Because when he looked through the all-seeing eye, he only saw a mist, making it impossible to obtain any information about the other. However, it was not entirely without gain. At least there was a hint about the residents. Residents not from this realm. As for the others, they were all marked as unknown. Name unknown, age unknown, personality unknown, strength unknown. Thus his implication is that this old turtle is not from this world. Crossing realms. A ridiculous thought arose in Fang Ying's mind. This is the national examination, a clash between 2 municipal levels. Logically speaking, under normal circumstances, without the consent of these 2 worlds, a third party attempting to join would have to bear the protection of the merge of 2 divine realms. This is not as simple as 112, rather it presents exponential growth. If that's really the case, the other's strength would have to break through to the mythic level, which would definitely spell doom. Are they pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Fang Ying looked at the old turtle, which was about 5 meters away from him. No matter how he looked at it, it hardly seemed like a strong being. No. Suddenly he thought of another possibility. Perhaps the other party had already arrived in this world before he did. In that case, there would be no problem at all. So can this only be considered a coincidence? Considering this possibility, Fang Ying did not dare to act directly, but instead summoned the Shadow Man. After all, the Xiaogai insect tribe, Garomi said that as long as the conditions are met and materials are complete, the Shadow Man is a renewable resource. Fang Ying was not distressed. Shadow Man, thank you. However, the old turtle grandpa did not care about Fang Ying's little gestures and continued to crawl. He didn't even glance at him. I say, old grandpa, what is your relationship with them? Since the other party did not attack me immediately, I don't mind talking a bit more and probing their bottom line. I am their grandpa. You're talking nonsense. We are the descendants of the eel, not the turtle's offspring. The powerful axolotl was still thrashing about in the mud, struggling, and immediately retorted upon hearing the old turtle's words. That's right, we are not turtles, we are noble eels. Eel. The other axolotls were making a ruckus, seemingly showing no respect for the old turtle grandpa. Old grandpa, you saw it too. They do not acknowledge you as their grandpa. Fang Ying did not expect that he hadn't finished speaking when this group of axolotls got agitated first. It's all your fault for leading our grandchildren astray. Oh, I must represent the moon and eliminate you. You old fellow, that's too much. At this point, Fang Ying also wore a grim expression. Realizing that the other party was truly obstinate and unwilling to divulge useful information, he simply waved at the deep diver. The deep diver immediately understood, and 5 harpoons swiftly pierced through the old turtle grandpa. As for the other deep divers, they also took action in quick succession. Within 10 minutes, the old turtle grandpa was decapitated, and aside from a hard shell, all that remained was a puddle of mush. That was so easy. What was supposed to be a probing attack by Fang Ying directly turned into a true offensive, and the result was quite simple. The old turtle grandpa was dead. What the hell, this is too fake. Referee, I report that someone is cheating, and it's a matter of life and death. Dazed fruit on the dazed tree, one for you, and one for me. Is this the disaster mode? Or is it the special dungeon mode? It's even less engaging than playing house. Something's not right, it's not like that'll look quickly. Someone with good eyesight shouted immediately. Suddenly the old turtle grandpa who had been beaten into meat paste began to gradually restore himself, and with incredible speed adhered to the powerful axolotl. Then to the horror of the big axolotl, he actually merged into its body, or rather to be more precise, devoured it. Save me. I am the honor of the eel tribe. As the powerful axolotl disappeared, the old turtle grandpa licked his lips, seemingly unsatisfied. It was uncertain if it was an illusion, but Fang Ying noticed that the wrinkles on the old turtle grandpa's face had decreased somewhat, and not only did it straighten its back, but it also acquired the immense power of that big axolotl. This isn't right, quickly control it. Fang Ying's face changed. Looking at the remaining axolotls, he remembered how the 7 brothers of the Calabash had combined into the Calabash Little Gold Warrior, and that strength was no trifling matter. Following Fang Ying's command, over a dozen nets, shining with dark golden light, directly covered the old turtle grandpa. However, the next moment, these high-quality nets mixed with technology from the ant people and Evil Eye clan failed, as the old turtle grandpa easily escaped. Kill all the other axolotls, kill them. Fang Ying's brows furrowed tighter. This old man not only possessed immortality, but could also teleport and inherit the abilities of the axolotls he devoured. Since this was the case, he would first eliminate this group of axolotls. Fang Ying initially planned to go back to conduct an experiment, but it seemed impossible now. Although he did not understand why this so-called grandpa turtle wanted to eat the powerful axolotl, it no longer mattered, or at least he needed to ensure that this troublesome fellow was killed. Soon the keen-eyed and sharp-eared axolotl was also devoured without having the chance to utter a complete sentence. Speed up. This time not only did Fang Ying act, but even Dagon and the shadow man beside him also took action. Puff, puff, puff. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th axolotls were directly slashed in the neck in their panic. This left the nearby 6th invisible axolotl and the 7th equipped axolotl dumbfounded. But what troubled Fang Ying even more was that the old turtle grandpa actually showed no restraint and activated devouring fusion on the corpses. It was uncertain if this indicated a progressive relationship. Originally, it took a minute to devour 1 axolotl, but now 3 corpses were consumed in less than 20 seconds. Great Master, what should we do? Dagon was not foolish and naturally understood the current urgent situation. Wait. Fang Ying spoke one word before falling silent, quietly watching as the old turtle grandpa approached the 2 living axolotls. Perhaps because Fang Ying had given up on stopping him this time, the old turtle grandpa actually moved unusually slowly. The 6th and 7th axolotls shouted loudly, aware of their impending fate. You damn turtle, you killed my brother, and now want to kill me. Ooh, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Don't kill me, please. You have to get away. Faced with the approaching death, the 6th and 7th axolotls revealed different reactions, but unfortunately, after the old turtle grandpa uttered a single sentence, he elongated his body and swallowed the last 2 axolotls. Children, don't worry, I will take you to eternal bliss. Quick, have all the deep divers return. Fang Ying suddenly commanded. Yes, Great Master. Dagon did not understand the reason, but he complied with the command, especially Fang Ying's orders, without question. But in the end, it was still a bit late. The old turtle grandpa, or rather the turtle child who had devoured 7 axolotls, was now spinning like a top, even hinting at a tornado-like trend. Some nearby deep divers were directly sucked into the air, turning into nourishment. Fortunately, this tornado did not last long, stopping in less than a minute. As the dust began to settle, a voice floated out. Oh ho ho ho, didn't expect this, I have come out. The voice belonged to a rather sharp female characterized by a pointed chin and a long tail. Although she did not resemble the pale and cunning appearance depicted in cartoons, Fang Ying recognized her at first glance. After all, that unique pair of ring-shaped hair buns had not changed at all. Beautiful snake. You are the beautiful snake. Fang Ying involuntarily exclaimed. Hey, I noticed that the great Fang Ying is quite eloquent. He must be a veteran in the realm of romance, calling even a snake beautiful. At first glance, it's obvious you're a sea king or a role model for our kind. What nonsense are you all talking? Brother Fang Ying is definitely trying to distract her. Didn't you see that she swallowed 7 bizarre axolotls? Moreover, she transformed from an old man into a beautiful snake. Something must be amiss. While everyone was discussing, the beautiful snake, who had originally emitted a sharp laugh, cast a deep glance at Fang Ying. You know me. Upon seeing the meaning in her eyes, Fang Ying immediately realized he had guessed correctly. After all, being born in the post-2000s did not mean he had never seen the classic old film Halua. As for the more classic villains, the beautiful snake, also known as the golden snake spirit, the green snake spirit, and the scorpion spirit along with the pangolin were all vivid memories. However, one thing was certain: in the environment of Fang Ying's current body on Blue Star, there was no story of Halua. Instead, he had created a Cthulhu mythos system that did not exist in this world. Subsequently, he even discovered real Cthulhu mythological creatures. After all, the shaggy insect clan Jahulami was one of them, and the great race Thea's people was also among them. Fortunately, these could still be understood as they existed, albeit not yet defined. But Halua was truly beyond comprehension, an animated series manifesting in reality. Fang Ying felt a rather frustrating sensation, but no matter his feelings at that moment, the necessary actions had to continue. I not only know you, but I also know you have a younger sister. You are the golden snake spirit, and she is the green snake spirit. Am I right? Fang Ying smiled faintly. Who exactly are you? The beautiful snake furrowed her brow. While she appeared cunning and frightening in cartoons, in reality, she was rather beautiful. At least the audience watching the live stream were wide-eyed, with many participating gods in the college entrance examination exclaiming about Fang Ying's good fortune. He kept encountering beauties unlike their sad fates back then. I know you wish to become an immortal and achieve eternal life. Thus you have two choices. First, fight me and be defeated, turning everything into vapor. Second, surrender to me, and I will help you ascend to great heights until you achieve eternal life. A little brat, without proper growth, dares to ask me to surrender. I can tell you're barely in your 20s while I have a cultivation of 10,000 years. Although I don't know where you obtained my information, I have not been intimidated all these years. Take this. The golden snake spirit made a gesture, and a long sword appeared in her hand, displaying beams of golden light as she waved it. The sword of yin and yang, hard when steel, sharp when it needs to be, soft when it must yield against hardness. The weapon is decent, but unfortunately, it can't even hurt the third child, let alone me. Fang Ying stood still, taking the sword strike without flinching. After all, he might have checked the details of this sword through the all-knowing eye crafted from the essence of the first mountain. It was unfortunate that the final refinement was flawed, thus only reaching the peak of silver level. And this snake spirit was merely at the initial stage of the legendary realm, so held in her hands it posed no threat to Fang Ying. Of course, that was excluding the use of skills. This refers to normal attacks, meaning physical force wielding the sword. The golden snake spirit had not anticipated that not only did the opponent recognize her innate magical treasure, but he also dared to take her full force strike without any injury. Upon this, the golden snake spirit's eyes turned, a plan forming in her mind. The entire snake circled around in place. Suddenly, mist arose around them, intertwining with water vapor, and an arm resembling a lotus stem emerged. This arm was fair and delicate, akin to that of a baby, making one unable to resist the urge to pinch. Following closely was a smooth and beautiful leg with the toes touching the ground, bending and opening gracefully, as if in that moment the entire mist revealed a hint of rosy ethereal aura. Each toe crystal clear and full of luster seemed to stretch and close like a palm. This scene caused many foot fetish viewers in the live stream to exclaim in delight, swearing in the chat, "As long as I can have a taste, I would be willing to trade 10 years of my life for it." Many others chimed in, clamoring to adorn her beautiful legs with black and white stockings. However, most remained calm. At least the female viewers rationally requested the screen to be blocked. Unfortunately, this was a live stream for the college entrance examination, so their wishes ultimately fell through. Amidst the bickering, the beautiful snake's head also emerged, revealing half her body as well. Silence. The entire live stream screen fell into a hush, soon followed by an array of comments proclaiming admiration and desire. Indeed, the whole live stream room was thoroughly captivated. They were all entranced by the beautiful snake's charming and lovely demeanor. "Little brother, do you think I look good?" "Indeed, you look beautiful." Fang Ying nodded and gave her a thumbs up. However, the beautiful snake frowned slightly, noticing that Fang Ying's voice was quite crisp, and within his clear gaze was a hint of teasing. "Then, little brother, how about becoming my husband? We can share eternity, blooming flowers, and the moon together." The beautiful snake intensified the softness in her voice, fully displaying her allure. Unfortunately, Fang Ying shook his head without a hint of hesitation. "No, I don't like snakes, and I am underage." Fang Ying's response was very straightforward. "Principal Li, you've raised a fine talent." Director Kong turned to the principal of Yizhong while watching the screen. Haha, thank you for the praise. It is only because of the stability and harmony of our province that we can provide a good platform for education." The principal of Yizhong immediately replied, revealing a formulaic smile. Yet no one knew that his fists were tightly clenched at that moment. It was not anger, but fear. He was afraid that Fang Ying would lose control and be tempted by her. After all, at such an impulsive age, it was very normal to do something out of line. After all, wasn't the incident with Chu Gu a typical example? But the key point was that this was the college entrance examination. If it was broadcasted nationwide, it would be a huge deal. Li Yunjie did not understand how a perfectly normal college entrance examination could lead to so many unexpected events. Especially Fang Ying, who encountered Mo Liar in the first world, integrating into the Cthulhu mythos. Now in the second world, a beautiful snake appeared. It was not just about how Fang Ying learned her name, but rather the probability of meeting such beauties. What is this? Is the college entrance examination causing him to encounter romantic entanglements all in one day? Compared to the principle of Ejong's dilemmas and discomfort, the billions of citizens were utterly heartbroken. Choose me, choose me. Am willing. Snake. A mortal named Ning Kaichen. Dying beneath a peony, even as a ghost, is still charming. Why can't I encounter such good fortune? A playboy. Does anyone know Fang Ying's phone number? I have billions of projects I want to discuss with him. A beautiful girl striving for perfection. Fang Ying was completely unaware of the reactions of others. He merely gazed indifferently at the alluring serpent as she posed seductively. The alluring serpent, noticing that her actions had no effect on Fang Ying, touched her own face, doubting whether her age had diminished her charm. In the past, she had mesmerized the scorpion spirit, compelling him to go east without a thought of going west, ordering him to chase dogs, but never to chase chickens. Am I this appealing to you that you don't want to be with me? Finally, a moment of astonishment appeared on Fang Ying's face. What kind of lewd words are these? Does it look like I am someone so eager? Haven't you seen my esteemed companions? They are either masculine or androgynous. Is that not obvious enough? However, Fang Ying's brief change in expression did not escape the alluring serpent's notice, prompting her to chuckle. She thought she was truly losing her touch. It seemed this little fellow had remarkable composure, so she decided to stoke the flames further. Ha ha, little brother, you really do want it. The golden serpent spirit, a magical artifact, a crystal mirror, an auxiliary weapon that can remotely monitor a person, but poses a risk of exposure if the strength exceeds that of its master. Additionally, it can create illusions, mirror flowers and water moon to confuse beings. Fang Ying interrupted her, directly speaking for himself. How do you know this? At this moment, the alluring serpent genuinely felt a bit flustered, because she felt as if she stood naked before Fang Ying, exposed without a shred of secrecy. If I don't believe it, as I wish he'd my desire quickly reveal. The alluring serpent immediately took out her third magical artifact. Fang Ying swiftly dashed forward, removing the ring heart of the ocean. Look into my eyes. At the moment he spoke, Fang Ying's gaze was fixed on the alluring serpent as he activated the all-seeing eye. The alluring serpent did not expect Fang Ying to rush at her. Caught off guard, she obediently looked over. At that moment their eyes met. At that moment smoke swirled. At that moment to outsiders they appeared to gaze affectionately, as if there were rippling waves. Why is it not me who locks eyes with brother Fang Ying? I am not Li Kuei. Wu so beautiful my heart is about to drown. Loneliness like snow. You speak so harshly yet your body is so obedient, unhappy one. Not eating powder today. Allow me to chime in. This is during the college entrance examination, right? Why do I feel that the style of brother Fang Ying is so different from that of other students? Don't speak, let me handle it. To outsiders this might be misunderstood, but only the alluring serpent facing Fang Ying could truly comprehend how terrifying this was as her hands trembled slightly. Simultaneously, information about the alluring serpent emerged in Fang Ying's vision. Name: Golden Serpent Spirit. Alias: Beautiful Serpent, Golden Serpent, Madam Serpent, Demon Serpent Spirit, Husband Scorpion Spirit. Deceased relatives: Green Serpent Spirit, Younger Sister. Missing Little Serpent Spirit, Son. Missing status: Rationality value declining, currently experiencing moderate infection, will exhibit a degree of mental disorder. Race: Serpent Clan. Strength: Legendary, early stage, injured, unstable. Weapons: 1. Yin Yang Rigid and Soft Sword 2. Jade Rui 3. Crystal Mirror experience. The Golden Serpent Spirit angered the celestial deity and was struck by thunder, transforming into a divine gourd, imprisoned in Gourd Mountain for 9,999 years. By chance she escaped and battled the Gourd brothers, ultimately defeated by the combined efforts of 7 gourds, and just as she was about to be trapped again beneath Gourd Mountain, the earth shook and split, revealing a void crack into which she was drawn. Note, this is a very ancient, beautiful serpent who has gone through many secrets in the process, which I believe will be useful to you. If you wish to obtain these secrets, it is recommended to use the most effective method to conquer the heart. The beautiful serpent, traversing through unfamiliar lands, experienced many hardships, always cautious and fearful. In her heart, she felt void. Now under your gaze, she felt weak and fatigued, making it the perfect time to act. Do not hesitate, just proceed. Fang Ying, with a dark expression, skipped over the last note. He retracted his ability and exhaled lightly. Will you surrender or die? Choose. I am willing to be at your service. The alluring serpent trembled as she lowered her head, realizing she had seemingly fallen into a boundless pitch-black world where she felt a profound fear from the depths of her heart. Just as despair washed over her, Fang Ying appeared, allowing her to escape. She did not know what would become of her if she stayed longer, but the outcome would certainly not be good. Ding! Congratulations, student No. 252 Fang Ying, you have successfully passed the second projection world in the disaster mode, and you have cleared the hidden dungeon of this world without injury, earning an additional point. You have earned 101000 points in this projection world. Your rewards for this clearance are being generated. Your clearance reward is Platinum level Biological Barracks Resource Blackfish, Cave a special hidden dungeon resource, Evil Chi, and 1 7-colored Divine Stone. Fang Ying did not expect that the entire system would determine his victory the moment the beautiful serpent surrendered. It seemed that one did not necessarily need to kill to succeed. As for the rewards received, Fang Ying glanced at them briefly. Name Blackfish Cave level Platinum level Attribute Water Attribute Effect 1. Sufficient food can produce 100 fry daily. 2. The beings within the Blackfish Cave will obey your commands. Indeed, there wasn't much introduction, but Fang Ying already understood the potential of the counterpart. It was equivalent to a race directly gifted to him. It could be said that whether given away, sold, or kept for personal use, it was all excellent. Name Evil Chi level Platinum level Attribute Attribute Effect 1. Increases the dark energy of the divine realm, polluting the light spiritual energy. 2. Increases the foundation of the divine realm world, enhancing a certain amount of mental power source, which will make beings increasingly evil. 3. Purification transformation, converting filthy objects into evil energy. Evil energy can enhance the physical constitution of beings and can be cultivated with countless applications. However, to some extent it may worsen the temperament of beings. Fang Ying propped his chin looking at this evil chi. In summary, it is a mix of advantages and disadvantages, but with Platinum level resources on hand, a simple 10 billion divine coins is definitely not a problem. The key is that his divine realm is completely unafraid of side effects. It's just a sprinkle of water. As for the last item, it brought him some joy. Item 7 Colored Divine Stone level Diamond level Attribute No attribute effect. When invested in the divine realm or within the world, it will merge into the core of the divine realm's origin, enhancing the foundation of the divine realm with a certain probability of evolving attributes such as tremendous strength, keen sight, acute hearing, invulnerability, immunity to water and fire, flame, breath, water spout, invisibility, and innate magical artifacts. Fang Ying touched the 7-colored stone token, sharing the information with the alluring serpent, and smiled familiar. The beautiful serpent opened her mouth. You will know in the future. Sometimes the things you admire are actually within easy reach for others. So rest assured, following me will certainly not leave you at a disadvantage. Fang Ying retracted the 7-colored divine stone and called out to the other followers. Although it was evident that this projection world had plenty of treasures, he understood that the exam scores were far more important. Do not be fooled by the fact that he is currently the top in Qin City. In the overall ranking, he is not far ahead, as the peak contenders are still closely pursuing from behind. Fang Ying estimated that the others should already be making their way towards the third world of gods. However, he had activated a special side quest, so he was not completely behind. Each projection world does not follow one after another without pause, but gives students a little time to rest. Though it is not long, it is enough for them to adjust their state. Isolated from the outside world, he entered his own Cthulhu divine domain, where he saw a group of beings staring at him, all in a prostrate position. This naturally included the recently acquired Moriel and the beautiful serpent. Since this is Fang Ying's home ground, it can be said that all his abilities in this world will be infinitely amplified theoretically, without any limits. The only limitation comes from the inherent constraints of Fang Ying's divine domain. Thus, joining the divine domain automatically integrates them into a part of it, and even legendary beings cannot gaze up at Fang Ying's glory. What they see is merely a swirling mass of black and gray bubbles of light. However, their master is quite powerful, yet this still cannot dampen their enthusiasm. For the other candidates, the examination is a life or death decision, a crucial indicator for future development. For the followers within their divine domain, it is equally a test of life and death. For Fang Ying, the examination is simply a procurement opportunity, and he needs to carefully select which follower to utilize, ensuring they all benefit fairly without causing any bad rifts. It is worth noting that although Fang Ying's Cthulhu divine domain is not small, with a total area of over 10,000 square kilometers, it is rare for even true gods to encounter 5 legendary beings within such a small divine domain. The key factor here is related to the nature of the Cthulhu divine domain. As previously mentioned, the ascension of followers in the Cthulhu divine domain relies on knowledge akin to realms and magical power. Knowledge represents the realm, while magical power signifies the true strength of the body. Due to the scarcity of resources in the Cthulhu divine domain's breath of the old ones, the ascension of Cthulhu and others is entirely reliant on knowledge and the origins of those entities found within the myths of Cthulhu. However, other beings do not enjoy such favorable treatment. Although there are many outstanding talents, their realms remain below the level of true extraordinary. Now, encountering a prime opportunity to enhance themselves through slaughter or devouring, everyone is already rubbing their fists and sharpening their knives, ready to pounce on easy prey. Great Master, we beseech your mercy. It is our turn for the Evil Eye clan, right? The Touch of the Void spoke first. Seeing the rewards of the giant Devourer clan and the Deep Ones, the Touch of the Void expressed his envy. Master, I am suffering. Please extend your favor to us. Moreover, the Evil Eye clan is too fragile to fully manifest your will. Sending them out would only embarrass you. They should focus on research and provide you with the latest technologies. That is the right path. The king in yellow Haster, who seldom spoke, suddenly interjected. Hey, old Huang, that's excessive. Master, you are wise. You cannot let us bleed and weep. I am the one who suffers the most. Master. The insectoid of the Xiaogai clan, Goromi, also joined in the lament. Fang Ying remained silent, quietly listening to his followers complain. As a deity, he cannot simply be autocratic. He must also soothe his subordinates at appropriate times, especially his followers of the Cthulhu system, who might cause significant chaos if provoked. After about 10 minutes, seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Fang Ying's compassionate voice resonated. You are all my beloved children whom I delight in, who I shall not hesitate to bestow rewards upon you all. As he spoke, Fang Ying, appearing ethereal, radiated hues of black and gray, with colorless bubbles rising and falling around him, as if countless worlds were perishing within. This appearance was quite persuasive. The world you are about to face will be no less than 10, therefore there is no need to worry excessively. The opportunities and blessings will surely descend upon you. However, it is important to note that this will be a true battle unlike the past. Life and death cannot be reversed. As he said this, his gaze naturally fell upon the Deep Ones, for thus far only the Deep Ones had suffered some losses. We understand. We will heed your teachings. Praise you, great primordial master. A series of praises immediately burst forth from the mouths of each Cthulhu follower. Fang Ying, however, waved his hand dismissively. In this moment you are blessed. I declare that the seven-colored divine light illuminates the earth, and all things grow in love and freedom. As Fang Ying activated the seven-colored divine stone, the consciousness of the entire Cthulhu divine domain trembled. Breath of the Old Ones' density was directly elevated by a level. This is the power of diamond-level resources. At the same time, every being, especially the high-level biological followers, could feel fragments of knowledge slowly coalescing within the Cthulhu divine domain. This prompted Cthulhu and others to immediately begin their studies in their own way. As for the others, while their strength might not be sufficient, their perceptions were equally sharp. Being native species of the Cthulhu divine domain, they naturally adapted to the external manifestation of such rules. On the contrary, the Xiaogai clan, Goromi the beautiful serpent, and Moriel were somewhat slow to react. The Xiaogai clan, Goromi was somewhat better off, having a bit of a foundation, plus being a Cthulhu mythological entity himself, he gradually began to absorb knowledge fragments. But the beautiful serpent and Moriel were utterly bewildered. The beautiful serpent, being a golden snake spirit from the world of the Calabash brothers, originally practiced a kind of immortal technique, but later took a detour, making her cultivation appear odd. She did not receive proper training, and was completely lost, yet at least sensed the unusual aura in the air. As for Moriel, her situation was even more helpless. She was a zombie infected with a virus, having transitioned from a state of confusion to gradually gaining self-awareness and later unexpectedly obtaining a toe bone. Forget about cultivation. Her progress was entirely reliant on her physical prowess, and she had no idea what was happening. Fang Ying naturally understood the situation of the two followers he had taken in. To be honest, there was a slight divergence from his Cthulhu system, as they were somewhat self-taught. If it were any other divine domain, he would likely have to start by cultivating them through the research of immortal techniques and zombie viruses. But Fang Ying did not need that. What is the greatest characteristic of the Cthulhu divine domain? Infection. Regardless of your level or system, as long as you encounter me, you will all lose sanity points and be infected first, undoubtedly bringing you into my camp. After all the bizarre and extraordinary trends of the later generations, the apocalypse, anomalies, urban rule flows, and ancient evils are all inseparable from certain Cthulhu influences. Then let's begin the attempt with you two. Fang Ying snapped his fingers and reached out to point at their foreheads. Feeling the blessing bestowed upon them by Fang Ying, the beautiful snake and Mo Liar both raised their heads. Although there was still some fear, they did not display any intention of resistance. After all, both of them were intelligent individuals. One could capture 7 Calabash dolls while the other could outsmart all the zombies, disrupting the examination system and faking death to survive. They naturally understood that Fang Ying would not harm them. Suddenly, they felt a coolness at their foreheads. An indescribable aura began to spread deep within their souls. Feel it with your heart and report back to me. Yes. Yes. The two women nodded in agreement. Do you wish to join the Cthulhu divine domain to become part of it, sharing life and death, enjoying eternity, and slumbering in the ancient? Fang Ying's voice was less like a sound and more like a force of power that penetrated both body and soul. They both knew clearly that if they answered insincerely, the final outcome would certainly not be pleasant. The smart side of them revealed itself, but while they might have other thoughts, they bore no ill will about joining the Cthulhu divine domain and becoming Fang Ying's subordinates. Thus they readily answered, I am willing. Mo Liar was the first to respond. Inner voice, I want to warm the bed for my master. I want to be my master's toy. I want to stay with my master forever. I will devour all the seductive beings around my master. I am willing. The beautiful snake also nodded in agreement. Inner voice, I want to be my master's wife. I want to possess endless power. I want those who abandon me to regret their past actions. I, Jin Yao, am not dead. Just wait. Indeed, Fang Ying's ability to question the heart could not only detect the loyalty of others, but also perceive fleeting thoughts. As for Mo Liar's thoughts, Fang Ying could only helplessly facepalm. However, the beautiful snake's thoughts made him pause slightly. Jin Yao, is that the name of the beautiful snake? After all, he only knew her as the beautiful snake and the golden snake spirit. He remembered that although it was the world of calabash dolls, it also involved some big shots, such as the Antarctic, immortal, and mountain deities. It seemed she was a snake spirit with a story. Perhaps he could inquire further when he had the time. But for now, he continued with his endeavor of infection. All right. Your intentions are known to me. I, the original master, bestow upon you the chance to be reborn, severing past ties and extinguishing future forms. Transform for me. Fang Ying's voice seemed to possess a kind of magic. The entire Cthulhu divine domain trembled slightly, as if it were a living being. The bodies of the beautiful snake and Mo Liar also began to shudder. In the next moment, thin red threads, even finer than hair, suddenly emerged from deep within the ground, gradually wrapping around the beautiful snake to form a giant scarlet cocoon. Mo Liar's situation was indeed more bizarre. Her body trembled, as if stuttering, her form teleporting continuously from once every few minutes to every few seconds, and finally, to several times within a single second. Until Mo Liar directly teleported into the ghostly woods, where she was immediately engulfed by the dense ghostly energy, disappearing without a trace. It seemed that the infection required some time. Fang Ying rubbed his chin. In this first attempt, he was unsure of the outcome, but if successful, it would provide another avenue for his subordinates. It should be known that the reason divine subordinates are so precious and difficult to enhance is due to the accumulation of time and the inherent limitations of the divine domains. Although the second generation of gods can exchange a large amount of divine coins and resources for powerful subordinate creature tokens from other divine domains, those subordinates actually carry the imprints of other divine domains. To put it bluntly, even if the other party has sold their divine domain subordinates to you, you possess the right to control their life and death. However, once you become enemies with the other deity, that deity can use the power of their divine domain to turn the subordinates sold to you against you, which is not a difficult task. Thus, even for the second generation of gods, unless under special circumstances, they generally purchase basic creatures directly. These basic creatures are those beneath the extraordinary level, as their cultivation time within the divine domain is short, allowing for the effective removal of the divine domain's imprint. For subordinates above the extraordinary level, removing their imprint would likely take dozens of times the effort. Given that time, gods would naturally prefer to cultivate their own, because purchased subordinates and those cultivated locally also share a flaw: adaptability. For example, when Fang Ying deployed the 7-colored divine stone token, the greatest benefits would undoubtedly go to the native species of the Cthulhu divine domain, followed by those closely aligned with its system, and lastly the outsiders. If Fang Ying's method succeeds in transforming these extraordinary or even legendary outsiders into his own Cthulhu divine domain, then it could be said bluntly that he could defeat 3 of the same level or trade 1 for 1 with those 1 level higher. Just as Fang Ying was daydreaming, the summer beetle clan Jahalomi approached with a sheepish expression. Kneeling on the ground, he kept bowing. Great master, have pity on me, I also want. Unfortunately, the summer beetle clan Jahalomi was cut off mid-sentence by Fang Ying. What are you, a Cthulhu myth creature coming here to cause a commotion? Do you really think this is a good thing, rushing forward for everything? However, Fang Ying naturally could not directly criticize him, so he changed his approach. Summer beetle clan Jahalomi, I have seen all that you have done. There is no need for such actions. Your opportunity will come soon. Oh, just wait patiently. Fang Ying directly painted a picture of prospects, and then threw out the black fish cave. It was a small black fish that had condensed along with the glaciers. They possessed no wisdom. The moment they appeared, it signified that this place was their only home. Cthulhu. I am here, great master. Cthulhu arrived amidst gray mist. This group of black fish will be entrusted to you. I need some good scouts. After all, in the ocean, the only overlord is Cthulhu, a fact that no one disputes. I will not disappoint you, master. After Cthulhu finished speaking, a gray mist enveloped the area concealing the black fish cave. This method even caused Fang Ying to be taken aback for a moment. He did not expect that the benefits gained from the pseudo-nameless mist would allow Cthulhu to partially control its own gray mist. Once again, this made Fang Ying feel that the potential of Cthulhu myth creatures could not be described as terrifying, but rather as a bug. In that case, I will give this to you as well. With a wave of his hand, Fang Ying released the evil energy token. Ding, rest time is over. The third projection world of disaster mode is unfolding. Please prepare contestant number 252, Fang Ying. It's happening, Fang Ying has entered the third projection world. I guess it's hopeless, didn't you see the miserable state of the other candidates? It's a complete trap. A group of friends who had gone to watch other candidates during Fang Ying's break returned and expressed their opinions. The scene displayed Su Xiuxiu in a combat scenario currently trapped in a forest of iron thorns. Creatures glimmering with black iron and silver metallic luster surrounded her ghostly entities, continuously launching attacks. Even a metallic spider could spew out a silver web, tightly ensnaring the ghostly beings. Indeed, they could imprison these entities that lacked any physical form. It can be said that the third projection world acts as a watershed. The first and second projection worlds aim to familiarize candidates with the rhythm of battle, focusing on direct confrontation and agility. However, the third projection world is no longer about mere skirmishes, it's a true divine battle where candidates possess numerous advantageous combat conditions. Similarly, the opponents possess such advantages and won't merely engage in a blade contest. Therefore, at this level, many candidates were eliminated, even those who predominantly chose the simple mode. Candidates were seen continuously emerging from the entrance. Some looked dejected, some wore angry expressions, and others were teary-eyed, showcasing a variety of emotional states. Yet all were murmuring quietly. So close, just a bit more? Why do they have to set up so many traps, even in the simple mode? I clearly used the strategy of sacrificing 1,000 to take out 1,000, defeating 1,000 robots, but then a tank boss popped up. That's an extraordinary existence, isn't it? Damn, who says otherwise? Those iron lumps are immovable. My group of orcs with wooden sticks couldn't even break their defenses. It's a death trap. Bro, you're still lucky. I'm from the plant system's divine domain. Ooh, first I splashed gasoline, then threw firebombs. I hadn't even seen the enemy's shadow before I got wiped out. Only a magical seed remained. I could cry. It's worth noting that deities are rare breeds. Now nearly half have been eliminated, particularly many elite students brought by their own principal. But without exception, they failed, leading to an oddly quiet atmosphere in the examination hall, which soon became chaotic again. I say, Lowly, isn't this year's exam a bit tough? The principal of the 10th high school chimed in. Why are you so curious? I just saw 10 students from your school rush out. They almost surpassed the 7th tier. Aren't you worried? The principal of the first high looked at him with annoyance. It's a small matter, I'm fine. Nearly 90% of students from over 8 schools have been eliminated. I don't need to worry about bottoming out, and I'm not interested in your position, so why get so excited? In fact, the difficulty of this exam is considerably higher than the last, looking somewhat beyond the standard. Be cautious, I say, you are the head of a school. Can't you be a bit calmer? This isn't something we can discuss. It's said to be related to that person, so just focus on training your students. TCH, those useless things after the college entrance examination, they were sent away directly. Why bother? Instead, Fang, I say, enough already. Do you have to keep fixating on this? Our school has only one Fang Ying, just one. Do you understand? Seeing the first high principal's anger rising again, the 10th high principal immediately made a run for it. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Director Kong also appeared to be in a bad mood. This is a crucial year for him. Losing so many in the third round, even if this year's exam questions are difficult, it's still just an excuse, isn't it? Damn it, does this count as gods fighting while the little ones suffer? Ugh, I'm not a little one. Ugh, am I not dreaming? Fang Ying and the other viewers watching his assessment were all taken aback. A gigantic, brilliantly metallic-colored sphere came crashing toward him. Simultaneously, amidst explosive sounds, this massive metallic sphere transformed, surprisingly assembling into an interstellar metal cannon. Surrounding the metallic cannon were dense swarms of wasps, Decepticons, Autobots, and aircraft. Boom! The massive interstellar cannon, carrying countless fiery blasts from around it, was fired at Fang Ying. It must be said that it felt like watching an interstellar blockbuster, thrilling and invigorating. But unfortunately, the one being struck was himself. Ding! Disaster Mode Third Projection World Mechanical Ascension is launching a consciousness assessment against your Cthulhu Divine Domain. Your world consciousness is under attack from the enemy's vanguard. Please respond promptly. Indeed, this was the greeting Fang Ying received upon arriving in this world. A baptism of artillery. This is quite alert. Fang Ying waved the god staff in his hand, continuously redirecting the artillery fire toward other areas, but he quickly underestimated the opponent. It was a locked attack. In simple terms, it meant I hit you, and you must catch it. I trying to run is futile. The Cthulhu Divine Domain had indeed encountered a foe it could contend with. Countless silver torrents spread toward the Cthulhu Divine Domain, which then began its counterattack, continuously devouring the enemy, while launching a retaliatory strike against the Mechanical Ascension world. The other subordinates of the Cthulhu Divine Domain immediately began to busy themselves, but ultimately, it was the Xiaogai insect clan Garomi that took the lead. His nano army successfully sounded the horn for the counterattack, assimilating a portion and commencing a frenzied slaughter against the valiant vanguard. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the enemy's vanguard was obliterated, and the originally massive interstellar cannon reverted to a sphere. Ding, congratulations to candidate 252, Fang Ying. In the confrontation with world consciousness, your Cthulhu divine domain has overcome the enemy using a slight advantage, and your world subordinates received a 5 boost in combat power, while the enemy's strength remains unchanged. Fang Ying looked at the text above, slightly taken aback. Hey, this is the first time I've seen someone whose strength doesn't decrease. Looks like it's going to be interesting, but why do I think of that big shot, Jia? Achoo. Why do I feel like someone is thinking about me? Is it because I've done too many good deeds lately? A certain big shot waved his hand. Countless planets ahead suddenly began to disintegrate, continuously evolving and giving rise to various forms of life and elements. Indeed, the physical body is weak. Ding. Please note the enemies in this projection world will exhibit a certain degree of mutation due to the disaster mode. Therefore, you must pay attention to the rhythm. If you cannot match their strength, please exit in time to avoid unnecessary harm to your divine body. Note the enemies in this projection world are not only visible, but also include the unseen. Please be cautious. Current task situation: the mechanical ascension world was originally a decaying ancient martial arts world, but one day a science-believing individual broke the original world order. On that day, he created enormous mechanical weapons and successfully triggered a mechanical wave in this world. Thus, a transformation driven by mechanical allure occurred in the world, with new types of machinery continuously emerging. Later, this individual felt his development was restricted, experienced physical weakness, and had the thought of mechanical ascension, which grew increasingly uncontrollable. In the end, he succeeded, successfully shedding his original body and becoming a mechanical immortal. This world underwent a tremendous change because of his ascension, as the mechanical weapons gained self-awareness, aiming to eliminate all living beings, including animals and plants. Until finally all living things perished, leaving only the mechanical army continuously conquering the world and acquiring resources. Your main objective: annihilate the main forces of this world. Ultimate goal: eliminate the boss of this world. Hidden objective: discover the truth of this world. This seems a bit tricky. Fang Ying stroked his chin. It's not that this task is particularly difficult, but it involves multiple tasks, and time will certainly be tight. You must know that in this world there are at least 8 million mechanical beings, as it is a world that can be compared to a square area of 10,000 square kilometers. Well, since that's the case, I can't just call one army for help. Giant Devourer Clan. Move east, bring your troops, and eliminate all mechanical beings as quickly as possible. Understood. Evil Eye Clan, Ant Clan, you will head west, as well, leaving none behind. Understood. Command acknowledged, Great Master. Deep Divers Clan, you are responsible for all sea areas. Kill anything you see. Understood. God's Clan, you will take on the skies and the northern front under the leadership of Bayaki and the King in Yellow Haster. We will surely obey your orders, adhering to your commands. Zagya Insect Clan. Garomi, you will take the south. You can lead the team personally and let the ghouls take action, but remember, don't act recklessly. I feel this won't be so simple. Yes, I will go now. Zagya Insect Clan. Garomi was quite excited as he finally had the chance to rise. By the way, Master Garomi has a request. Zagya Insect Clan, Garomi suddenly said. Speak. Fang Ying understood that this Zagya Insect Clan had previously controlled a divine domain, so he would naturally listen. Reporting to the Master, through the collision of divine consciousness, I discovered that the enemy's firepower is formidable and vaguely possesses some elements of immortality, so I request to bring the nano troops. That's acceptable. Thank you, Master. As the main forces of the Cthulhu divine domain unfolded one by one, an astonishing scene occurred. Damn, who is this Fang Ying? Goodness, I'm exclaiming, goodness, isn't this the 4th wave already? What is Fang Ying doing wholesale summoning followers? The number of his followers is terrifying, isn't it? About 40,000. Right now I just want to know what else Fang Ying is hiding. He seems like a raw stone waiting for people to uncover. In the live broadcast room, when people saw that Fang Ying had such a large number of followers, they immediately expressed disbelief. After all, a typical deity would be fortunate to have half that number of followers in a month. After all, cultivating followers is like growing corn. It takes a maturation process. You can't force it to grow too quickly. That would only lead to the demise of the remaining followers. But looking at Fang Ying's current state, it was clear he wasn't employing such foolish methods, making many people suddenly interested in him. Another group of people was focused on the Cthulhu divine domain world established by Fang Ying. Naturally, Fang Ying's followers had already started to face their respective combat targets. The Zagya Insect Clan. Garomi appeared for just a moment, and the original city, grasslands, forests, and even flatlands were suddenly filled with mechanical armies. These mechanical beings varied in size. The large ones were about 3 to 4 meters tall, while the smaller ones were as thin as a hair. Of course, there were also aerial forces which added to the pressure of the 3rd projection world. With land, sea, and air all present, it requires the deity to have a good understanding of their own state. Go. Test the waters. Zagya Insect Clan. Garomi ordered his ghouls to launch an attack on this steel torrent. As for the results, it's clear without thinking. These beings are made of iron. If ordinary attacks are used, it will only destroy some sheets of metal and iron parts. However, to damage the core components of these mechanical beings, it would be too simplistic to think so, who just like humans instinctively protect their heads and hearts when faced with danger. Similarly, the critical areas of these mechanical beings are embedded within their programming. As for whether it refers to the head area, thinking this way makes it rather obvious. You must understand that they are not made to an ordinary extent, but are beings with intelligent life similar to humans and other creatures. Protecting their core is undoubtedly their utmost secret. Thus, the location of the brain is often not their first choice. Therefore, even though ghouls are quite strong, when facing a mechanical torrent with similar strength, agility, and attack power, they began to sustain damage after just the first contact. So mechanical ascension is simply being unreasonable. Zagya Insect Clan, Garomi waved his hand. Begin the counterattack. Suddenly, the mechanical torrent, which had been fiercely combating ghouls, betrayed 2/3 of its forces, starting to unite with the ghouls to attack the somewhat dazed mechanical torrent. Could it be that among us there are traitors? After all, these mechanical beings are not merely lumps of iron. In terms of intelligence, they may well surpass the average biological entity. Otherwise, they would not be referred to as a checkpoint. Thus, even when faced with a 2/3 betrayal from their own forces, this mechanical army showed no signs of chaos. Instead, they swiftly adjusted their strategy. Though they sustained varying degrees of damage, it was sufficient to withstand the invasion from Fang Ying's forces for a while, allowing reinforcements to arrive from elsewhere. As for the situation in other sectors, it was equally grim. Various artillery and advanced technological weapons had been deployed en masse to the battlefield. Moreover, as the battle progressed, towering steel fortresses hundreds of meters high began to take flight and join the fray. This will be a true showdown. Kill them all, wipe them out. The burrowing magic worms leading the Devourer clan wasted no time in launching a frenzied slaughter the moment they engaged the mechanical forces. Since the burrowing magic worms naturally consume minerals and flesh, they felt no fear of the metallic beings, rather they rejoiced. What are these? They are all nourishment for their growth. What are we waiting for? Let's get to it. At worst, it might be a little prickly. Therefore, the battle between the Devourer clan and the mechanical beings resembled a clash between technology and savagery. An absolutely thrilling visual experience. On the other side of the battlefield, however, the scene was particularly eerie. The originally azure sea surface began to manifest a blood-like red color, while clouds of gray mist churned in the water. Those mechanical beings in the ocean in a state of confusion vanished without a trace upon entering the gray mist. The entire process was filled with silence and the bizarre. Leader coordinates 2, 5, 11, and 17 have been compromised. The remaining coordinates are all set. Please advise. A deep diver rushed over to report. Good, remember the great Cthulhu's command to us. Sacrifice these weak ants to that existence, and we shall receive 10-fold or 100-fold rewards. 5 minutes later, the hunt will commence. Dagon held a gray four-sided crystal, glancing at his surroundings before gently placing the crystal into a core inscribed with bizarre magical runes. Instantly, the magical array flickered with intermittent dark light, as if the object were short-circuiting. Yet Dagon grinned, whispering to himself. It worked. He then pulled out a necklace and hung it around his neck. It was a gray necklace shaped like an eye. Meanwhile, the other deep divers also produced similar necklaces and donned them. Praise our master, praise Lord Cthulhu, praise the unknown, let us begin our actions. On the other side, the God clan behaved quite normally. They controlled the skies and the northern battlefield, led by the king in yellow and Bayaki, resembling a disciplined and obedient force. The Thunder God faction is responsible for clearing the foot soldiers at the front, while the Fire God faction will take out those capable of artillery fire. Commander, our Wind God faction is charging into the city to eliminate those command ships. Good, you are agile and fastest. Take out their command center, but be cautious and coordinate with the aerial units. Don't rush too fast, remember the rhythm. Leader, should we capture some specimens? The actions of the Evil Eye clan and Ant People clan had slowed down somewhat. As the other factions began to engage in combat, these two intellect teams played it safe. They didn't hide away entirely, but employed Hitandran tactics. They devised schemes to capture various types of mechanical beings and then dismantled them for study. Did you see that? This metallic dog actually possesses a complete biological circulation system despite being entirely metallic in construction. What intrigues me even more is the eye of this mechanical raven. It possesses detection and recording capabilities and can emit biological waves that affect the electrical currents of the brain in flesh and blood beings. I think this should be a promising research direction. Are you only curious about that? Clearly, the reproduction aspect is even more outrageous. These metals are obviously ordinary materials at most activated elements, yet they can reproduce and mate. It's astonishing. If we decipher this, we could turn the Cthulhu domain into a terrifying war machine. Indeed, while others are engaged in fierce battles, they are conducting research right on the battlefield, and it's a top-down approach to the study. I wonder what Fang Ying would think if he knew about this situation. The audience is in an uproar. Indeed, there are always strange ones each year, but this year is particularly abundant. When it comes to combat power, I cannot guarantee that Fang Ying is the strongest, but when it comes to cunning, there's no one quite like my Fang Ying. I must say, I initially thought Fang Ying himself was peculiar enough, but now seeing all his followers, I realize it's true: a bear leads a bear, and a tiger leads a tiger. Indeed, whatever kind of deity leads a certain type of followers. Even in battle, they find time for research. It's simply astounding. I think it's fine. I'm a huge fan of the burrowing magic worm. It's exhilarating to watch. Doesn't anyone find this strange? Fang Ying has risen in just a month. But look at his divine domain, it's simply exaggerated. Not to mention the number of followers, just considering the type: some are melee fighters, some are researchers, some are mages, and some are mechanical beings. If he has no secrets, who would believe it? What? Are you envious, brother upstairs? What are you laughing at? Every deity present has secrets, it's just a matter of their magnitude. If you want to uncover the secrets of others, be prepared to withstand the wrath of the Great Xia and the Divine Alliance. Indeed, since the Great Xia and the entire world dared to hold this college entrance examination competition and even broadcast it live, they have already taken steps to protect these students. In fact, thinking about it, it's quite normal. Currently, the greatest challenge facing the entire blue star comes from the void space. Humanity's position remains in the second tier. Without achieving the pinnacle, internal strife and punishment are quite severe. Unless one is a madman devoid of all attachments and weaknesses. Otherwise, a powerful deity seeking to gain benefits at the cost of far more than those benefits would undoubtedly be foolish. Instead, the majority of deities use their power and wealth to purchase those secrets. Like this college entrance examination illustrates, even powerful deities have successors and cannot break the rules, otherwise what future generation would follow? Although deities can achieve immortality, the flawed human nature of reproduction still resides deeply within those who become deities. At this moment, as time progressed, more and more candidates began to finish their exams and exited the third projection world. Among them, some were candidates in the difficult mode. Logically speaking, their strength must be considerable, otherwise they wouldn't choose the difficult option. However, the results were ultimately disheartening. The number of eliminations had already exceeded 85. There was no choice. The third projection world was like a meat grinder, completely annihilating these candidates' kin. In fact, quite a few candidates even experienced damage to their divine realms, prompting several rescue teams to be dispatched. The difficulty of this mechanical world is a bit too high. In the case of the trial mode, even I back then couldn't have made it out unscathed. A teacher comforted their student by patting their head. Sigh, unless it's a technological world with mechanical kin of equivalent levels, or one with opposing attributes like the thunder element, there's no way to confront them heat-in, we can only forcefully suppress them. After all, in the task, as long as we kill the core boss, everything else can be managed. Another teacher chimed in: mechanical ascension, after all, even in the void they can rank among the mid-tier existences. It can't be that easy to deal with them. They were known for their penchant for overwhelming firepower and explosive tactics. Other teachers nodded in agreement upon hearing this, with a certain legendary figure's silhouette emerging in their minds. That figure's divine realm was none other than the mechanical world of pinnacle existence. Compared to the teachers, the principals were far from calm. After all, ordinary students could be eliminated, but they couldn't all be wiped out. The embarrassment of failure was minor, but the inability to secure resources was significant. They anxiously stared at their students' examination scenes, secretly praying for their candidates to turn disaster into fortune. Here, let's not say the principals were superstitious. You must understand they were all deities, and a deity's vision could alter the very fabric of reality, let alone a small competition. You all must strive to make me proud. Principal Li Yunjie of the first high school was also silently praying in his heart. He had 2 girls and 1 boy under his command: Zhang Yao from the spiritual energy world, Su Xiuxiu from the ghost energy world, and Fang Ying from the wasteland world. Although Fang Ying was a latecomer who had developed her own Cthulhu divine realm, Principal Li Yunjie's focus was still primarily on Su Xiuxiu and Zhang Yao. In a simple word, stability. Fang Ying's emergence was like a dark horse that disrupted the world with too much uncertainty. Even though she had experienced the first and second projection worlds, Principal Li Yunjie felt no particularly strong waves within, until she unexpectedly summoned so many kin creatures in the third projection world, and with such a variety, Li Principal felt a glimmer of surprise. Combat, especially direct confrontation, undoubtedly showcased a deity's accomplishments. As for the first 2 rounds, Fang Ying had indeed been too crafty. If Fang Ying had chosen the nightmare mode, the old principal would dare to guarantee her success. Unfortunately, she opted for the disaster mode, leaving even the old principal uncertain about what would happen next. As for Zhang Yao and Su Xiuxiu, Zhang Yao was originally meant to be the most dazzling star, yet her ranking had now fallen to 5th. In contrast, Su Xiuxiu performed admirably, surprisingly reaching 3rd place. At the outset, Su Xiuxiu summoned ghostly calamities, directly altering the physical laws of the rules. In an instant, she incapacitated no less than 50,000 mechanical troops. Although this was considered an early use of a trump card, it provided her with ample time to strategize. The next moment, the black and white impermanents reappeared on the scene. One must admit, even though the mechanical troops were inherently capable of capturing and slaughtering spirits, being in the material world made it a different matter altogether. Thus, Su Xiaoxia's world once again held certain advantages. At the very least, those ordinary troops without spirit nets could be entirely entrusted to her ghostly minions. The black and white impermanents focused solely on dealing with the specialized ghostly mechanical troops equipped with spirit nets. The mechanical troops coordinated seamlessly, seizing their opportunities accurately. Even though the black and white impermanents held numerous advantages, they still found themselves at a disadvantage against their opponents and soon sustained considerable injuries. Su Xiaoxiao naturally understood that she could no longer hold back and immediately dispatched her highest combat power, Hong Yi. The moment Hong Yi appeared, the entire scene froze for a brief moment, and both the ghosts and the black and white impermanents became excited, their previously despondent states vanishing instantly. Hong Yi naturally did not let Su Xiaoxia's kin down. With just a wave of her hand, she incapacitated nearly tens of thousands of artillery troops. This scene caused Principal Li Yunjie to rise from his seat once again. It wasn't that he was overreacting, it was just that this school's dark horses were truly emerging one after another. Fang Ying's assessment was not over yet. Su Xiaoxia's legendary creature had already made its appearance. "I am getting old. It seems these little guys have many secrets. But this is a good thing. I hope they can successfully pass the test, turning danger into safety and maintaining their composure and health." The old principal began to squint his eyes and mumble again. Compared to Principal Li Yunjie's ramblings, Director Kong was quite pleased. He hadn't expected that aside from Fang Ying there would be such a dark horse as Su Xiaoxiao. Legendary creatures were not kin that just any deity could summon, especially having just awakened a month ago. However, this was also good. The stronger Su Xiaoxiao and Fang Ying became, the happier he would be. Not only could they bring glory to their school, but they could also bring glory to the entire province. At this moment, the score leaderboard in the void was continuously being updated. Naturally, Fang Ying's score was unassailable, firmly in first place. In contrast, Su Xiaoxia's score had begun to show signs of surpassing the second place. As for the second place, it was none other than Chu Go. Be careful to dodge. Boom, 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 crack, crack. Just as the mechanical ascension world was being pressured by Fang Ying, the opposition began to unleash some ultimate moves. Launch. Countless aerial fortresses soared into the sky, resembling a massive ground-to-air combat apparatus. Missiles of various colors were launched toward them. It was evident that the enemy was getting serious. "Tribe leader, their elite forces are coming." As the clan members reported, the burrowing demon worm, while chewing on a mechanical creature resembling a desert worm, loudly declared, "He elites, I thrive on elites." But before the earth-digging demon worm could wreak havoc, it was sent skyward by a missile. It shot like a streak of light, easily covering several kilometers. This sudden turn of events caused the forward momentum of the giant devouring worms to come to an abrupt halt. They looked at each other. "So should we go save the boss or keep fighting?" One of the giant devouring worms immediately inquired. "Of course we continue charging and avenge the boss." Avenge. Kill. Charge. Boom, boom, boom. Once again, several missiles blazing with fire exploded among the group of giant devouring worms. But soon they regrouped and charged inward. Although the scene was filled with gunfire, and the enemy's mechanical army intensified their firepower, the giant devouring clan, which relied on their defenses and brute strength, did not suffer significant damage. Most were only lightly injured, with only a small number severely wounded and carried away. The rest continued to charge forward tirelessly. Their purpose was singular: to fight and to feast. Meanwhile, the Xiaogai Worm clan, Guhelumi, leveraging a large number of optimized ghoul troops as vanguards, coordinated with his nano troops to disrupt and control the attack. Surprisingly, they were the first to break through the outer mechanical creature's interference and enter the interior of the metallic city. Display evasive maneuvers. In the high air, Guhelumi commanded the entire army's attack direction and immediately sent a secret order. One missile after another, radiating a dark light, swiftly flew towards the center of the ghoul formation. It was evident that these bombs were not ordinary. They had additional enhancements. Thus, even the mechanical creatures controlled by Guhelumy's nano troops could not withstand them and were directly penetrated. It directly resulted in the deaths of hundreds of ghouls. "So they're finally getting serious," Guhelumi murmured as numerous virtual grids appeared before him. As he continued to click and arrange, these virtual grids constantly changed their shapes. "Watch out for evasions left and right out." Boom, boom, boom. Following Guhelumy's commands, yet another barrage of black missiles exploded into the ghoul horde. Countless blood and limbs flew, creating a gruesome scene. Yet Guhelumi appeared unfazed, continuing to issue commands. "Next 3 in front, 4 in the back, 5 to the right, 3 ahead." Boom, boom, boom. The secret weapons of the mechanical army launched another attack. The ghoul squad began to show signs of chaos. There was no choice. As they transformed from zombies to ghouls, their intelligence had also increased somewhat. Thus, letting them fight was no problem. But sending them to their deaths was something they still understood how to avoid, especially when faced with weapons capable of easily penetrating their bodies, and they could feel that these weapons were different from the initial ones. They contained substances that hindered their recovery. Hold your ground. Guhelumi shouted, somewhat displeased. These zombies were products of his own creation, their lives granted by his blessing. Now he was merely asking them to return what they owed. Yet a hint of rebellious emotion emerged, though it had not yet manifested in reality. But as a member of the Xiaogai worm clan, Guhelumi could not fail to sense it. After all, his greatest ability was controlling the brains of living beings. Thinking of this, Guhelumi couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with Nyarlathotep once again. If it weren't for him turning into ghouls and gaining intelligence wouldn't require him to exert so much effort. Boom, boom, boom. While Guhelumi was speaking, another barrage of black missiles was launched. At the same time, the virtual grids before him were officially connected. It's done. Guhelumi exclaimed with joy. Ghouls retreat, mechanical soldiers advance. On the battlefield, the situation changed rapidly. Upon receiving the order, the ghouls fled without looking back, fearing they would lose their lives if they hesitated. After all, not everyone had the robust physique of the giant devouring clan. Taking their place were a swarm of metallic mechanical soldiers, clearly having been prepared for a long time. Now they surged forward like blue flames racing towards the inner city. The opposing side obviously paused for a second. They were somewhat curious about the appearance of these mechanical beings. But soon electromagnetic weapons, specifically targeting machines, began their onslaught. However, this time the enemy had little effect. Guhelumi, having acquired precise data, had long since programmed the mechanical soldiers. He employed a one-for-one replacement strategy, and soon hundreds of mechanical soldiers surged into the inner city. Within the inner city, mechanical warriors resembling those soldiers were preparing to engage. But what greeted them was a violent, earth-shaking explosion. Correct. The mechanical soldiers blew up. The massive explosion triggered the detonation of the inner city's black missiles, creating a splendid fireworks display in the sky. This led to a chorus of gasps and cries from the onlooking audience, who covered their eyes. After all, the dazzling brilliance was shocking even when viewed through a screen. However, the eliminated participants stared in disbelief, their mouths agape. Outsiders might be shocked, but they understood that such results were not easily achieved. Moreover, achieving this with a subordinate added an extra layer of mystery to Fang Ying's image, leaving them to wonder how he accomplished it. At the same time, someone in the Aochuan company who was also paying attention to Fang Ying slammed his fist on the table. So these are the mechanical soldiers from the Plague Company's divine territory. I didn't expect Fang Ying to have obtained the manufacturing method for the mechanical soldiers. It seems those zombie-like beings should also be Fang Ying's gains. Looks like my speculation wasn't wrong. We need to add another layer of insurance. Summon Minister Liu over here. Yes. Quickly, it's time for you to reap the rewards. What are you waiting for? Guhelumi took the lead, directly destroying two exceptionally powerful mechanical leaders. A surge of energy began to flow into his body. While it didn't change his legendary peak strength, the feeling of effortlessly enhancing his power was delightful. Kill. Charge. Eliminate them. Everything is mine. The ghouls were not fools. By killing these mechanical beings, they would gain opportunities for advancement. Only a fool would refuse, especially after having already paid such a high price. Thus, the speed of this group of ghouls surprisingly surpassed that of the mechanical soldiers that were originally ahead. These guys, Guhelumi observed and muttered, saying no more as he dispatched a dozen mechanical soldiers with extraordinary strength. You all go notify the others to converge here and expand our victory. Yes. Watching these mechanical soldiers leave, Guhelumi narrowed his eyes, looking at the approaching figures from the inner city. Instead of fear, there was a hint of excitement. It seems the first kill in breaking the city will be mine. In my master's heart, I must. Boom! Before Guhelumi could finish savoring his thoughts, a massive shadow flew in from a distance and landed in front of him. Oh, it's Guhelumi. Long time no see. The burrowing demon worm climbed up and smiled foolishly. So you should be to the east. How did you end up to my south? Guhelumi from the Xiaogai insect tribe glanced at the other's body and noted that there were no injuries, just a bit disheveled. I am guess. The burrowing demon worm, being the leader of a race, may look foolish, but just by the name it gave to the number one meteorite, one could tell it definitely had a prideful nature. Naturally, one cannot admit to being blown away by a cannonball, let alone being sent flying this far. I guess it's nonsense. Well, since you're here, lend a hand. I've already breached the inner city, and what we will face next is the real mechanical team. No problem, leave it to me. I won't promise anything else, but with me around you can rest assured to output your strength. The burrowing demon worm shouted confidently. Guhelumi nodded. The other's physique was definitely a perfect meat shield. What a pity if only your kin. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Before Guhelumi could finish, dozens of shadows rushed in from afar, bombarding the combatants in the inner city. My lord. The bewildered giant devouring worm looked at its leader and the scene before it, instantly understanding. My lord, we followed you here, and seeing that you're safe is truly a relief. Cough, cough, cough. The burrowing demon worm coughed. Not my lord, I spoke incorrectly. Our grand strategy of striking from afar, penetrating deeply, and luring the enemy is a success. Please give further instructions. A group of giant devouring worms immediately responded. Well, since this place belongs to Guhilami of the Xiagai insect tribe, let's follow his arrangements. After all, I am a respectful and polite, brilliant and martial, handsome and extraordinary leader of the devouring race, combining wisdom with beauty. The burrowing demon worm's self-praise made Guhilami want to leave. This was wartime. Who knew that spending such a short time with this guy would reveal he was this kind of worm? All right, I will rely on you, burrowing demon worm. Guhilami immediately started making arrangements, as within these brief seconds a large number of mechanical armored troops along with many Autobots, plane people, train people, and ship people appeared in the inner city. Ding, congratulations, candidate 252, Fang Ying, you have successfully eliminated 51 of the main force of this world and have successfully entered the inner city. In this place exists 38 of the main force. Here you can find parts of the information you seek. Fighting power and wisdom acting alone is always a dead end. Hearing the prompt sound, Fang Ying's spirit jolted. Although his followers had suffered some injuries, the speed was a bit too quick. Could the truth really be hidden within? Thinking of this, Fang Ying immediately gave orders to his followers. Combat, needless to say, was the main focus, but sometimes the process was equally indispensable. Find that clue. Yes. Understood. As Fang Ying arranged his deployment, the outside world was also paying attention. The inner city was a tough nut to crack, and Su Xiuxiu and Zhang Yao were trapped in this place. Fortunately, they were only in nightmare mode. Although it was quite challenging, it was still within the realm of what they could bear. However, Chu Guest's situation was not as optimistic. He had started by employing his legendary followers, rampaging through with great ease, directly arriving at the inner city. But what awaited him next was a troublesome combination technique. Even legendary beings faced difficulties. Look, Fang Ying's side has also begun. I wonder how he'll respond. As one person shouted, everyone's gaze gathered over. It was a giant mech towering 500 meters high. One could say that even the burrowing demon worm had to look up, but this giant was not an independent entity. Instead, it was a combination of hundreds of Autobots, train people, plane people, and ship people. Their voices had a distinctly metallic quality. Intruder, die. Oh, intruder. I think you are the real intruders, as I had no idea that mechanical ascension was the main theme of this world. Guhilami mocked while quickly analyzing the opponent's data. It had surprisingly reached the legendary level, albeit in a pseudo-legendary state, but when truly exerted it proved to be no weaker than a legendary being. Die. It was evident that this giant mechanical being had no intention of engaging in a verbal battle with Guhilami. Instead, it swung its fist towards them. At that moment, the burrowing demon worm suddenly stood up. You oversized piece of junk, if you want to hit him, you have to go through me first. The burrowing demon worm roared as it charged towards the giant mech. Hey, burrowing demon worm, don't. Slap! A fierce gust from the punch hit the burrowing demon worm, making it feel a sense of life-threatening danger. After all, it was renowned for its toughness and thick skin. Even a true legendary being would not intimidate it. How could it possibly fear a combined metal block? Then when the palm made contact with its body, it understood. This gigantic metal block was actually made of a special metal that not only suppressed its ability to unleash power, but also subtly hindered its recovery. Is this the power from that place? How could this be? The burrowing demon worm was somewhat stunned. It didn't know, but such data suddenly emerged in its mind. Before it could comprehend what was happening, the iron block struck again. Crap, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. The burrowing demon worm immediately turned and fled without looking back, as behind it was a wave of metallic explosions. But there is a saying, prolonged defense will lead to loss. Moreover, the speed of this giant should be faster than that of the burrowing demon worm. In the next moment, just as the giant palm was about to pancake it, the burrowing demon worm forcibly twisted its body to change its posture, and the opponent could only adjust its aim. The burrowing demon worm was sent flying as a result. Humph, big metal block, it'll be back for you. Slap! Mid-sentence, the burrowing demon worm saw a massive metallic palm blocking its path. It turned out to be another giant, at least 300 meters tall, a black iron block. Crap, it's over. The burrowing demon worm closed its eyes in despair. Death might still be unlikely, but injury was absolutely inevitable. The anticipated harm did not arrive. Instead, it heard a bewildering statement. "On my esteemed messenger, you must be sent by my lord to rescue us from the sea of suffering." The enormous black iron mass emitted a metallic grinding sound. Although the other party had tried to lower its volume as much as possible, the noise still pierced the ears. However, a messenger. What on earth is that? While the burrowing demon worm was in a daze, a cloud of black was rapidly approaching. It turned out to be members of the god race bringing along Dagon's people. Among them, several non-flying, similarly black iron masses were on the backs of the god race. Black Tiger, go. Those are the sinners the gods wish to punish. Let us eliminate them together. Dagon called out loudly, wielding a steel fork. Yes, allow me to clear the path for you, great divine messenger. The massive black tiger, standing at a full 300 meters tall, roared, and then turned to place the burrowing demon worm in a safe spot. It raised its arm and waved at the other smaller iron masses on the backs of the god race. Go forth, clear a path for the great divine messenger. Then those already full of energy leaped down. Although the height was merely 300 to 400 meters, their weight made the scene of their descent no less impressive than small missiles raining down. This scene left the burrowing demon worm puzzled. Where did Dagon get these reinforcements? Just as it was about to inquire, the summer beetle race, Jehelemi, was already excited. As one who had long manipulated the hearts of men, it could see that this group of locals had their minds disturbed by a special force actually turning against their own allies. This did not seem too serious, as the followers of Cthulhu could manage it. After all, the summer beetle race, Jehelemi had also utilized a nanobot army in the past. But looking at that massive black iron robot towering at 300 meters, it was clearly on the verge of becoming legendary. If Cthulhu or Nyarlathotep were to intervene, he could understand, but you, Dagon, who is even weaker, cannot do it, so how can you? Originally planning for a perfect start, now seeing his interests about to be divided cleanly, the summer beetle race, Jehelemi, could no longer hold back, simultaneously summoning its trump card. Suddenly, a series of crackling explosions erupted from the metallic ground of the inner city. Then a squad of neatly organized metal troops emerged from the ground, clearly controlled by the nanobot legion of the summer beetle race, Jehelemi. Kill for me. With a command from the summer beetle race, Jehelemi, they joined the battlefield. Seeing that both the deep divers and the summer beetle race, Jehelemi, had taken action, the god race also activated their secret weapon. They were surprisingly chanting some strange syllables in the air, sometimes bright, sometimes high-pitched, sometimes muffled, sometimes softly melodic. As their voices resonated, the heavens began to warp, and a patch of darkness gradually enveloped the god race. Stars dotted the above, flickering intermittently. Those familiar with the Cthulhu domain, if Su Shosho were here, would surely exclaim loudly, as it looked exactly like the stars of the Cthulhu domain. Only this time they appeared somewhat smaller. Subsequently, the shadow began to cover a small area, and beams of starlight fell coincidentally, landing on the mechanical soldiers of the inner city. In the next moment, the mechanical soldiers began to mutate, mechanical eyes appearing on their bodies, and they turned against their former allies. This scene completely stunned the burrowing demon worm. Wow, it can be played like this too. No need to say, it must be the teachings of Nyarlathotep. And looking at the other two factions, Dagon had a group he didn't know how to control, while the summer beetle race, Jehelemi, had its own. And it seems that only my side and the Ant-Man race and the Eye of Evil faction are not under control. Thankfully, there is someone running alongside. Moreover, I have already arrived at the scene while the other side seems to have yet to come, so I am not the last one. Perhaps I have a slight advantage. Just like that, I hope they arrive a little later, allowing me to expand my advantage. Just as the burrowing demon worm was happily thinking, reality was always contrary to wishes. Rumbling, 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 a series of increasingly intense and shocking sounds echoed. In the next moment, a wall of steel in the inner city was directly collapsed. Looking at the other side, it was a group of the Eye of Evil faction and Ant-Man race riding on iron giant bears and iron giant wolves. Behind them followed a chaotic mix of various mechanical creatures. There were flowers, birds, fish, insects, and even mechanical giant trees, totaling no less than 70 to 80,000. Although their strengths varied, it was enough to leave the burrowing demon worm in awe. Looking at others, then at itself, the burrowing demon worm now felt a little sad. Especially when it saw these followers using enemies to deal with enemies while its own kind were behind, delivering the final blow, collecting energy. The burrowing demon worm turned away, drawing circles on the ground. The baby felt wronged, but said nothing. You guys are too dog-like, can't you at least take me along? But compared to the burrowing demon worm's grievances, the 500-meter combined giant robot was even more bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What happened to the supposed home field advantage? Why do I feel like my teammates are dwindling while the enemies are multiplying? Looking closely, it was coincidentally my brother. And all this began when the 300-meter tall black iron mass descended. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the 500-meter giant robot was passionately battling the 300-meter black tiger, shouting loudly. Black Tiger Sovereign, are you out of your mind? Do you know what you are doing? The giant robot shouted. Of course, I am annihilating you heretics, following the divine messenger to save this world. Wait, heretics. Divine messenger. What on earth is this? Please, if you're going to go crazy, at least choose the right occasion. You're the heir of this world. What world are you saving? The 500-meter combined robot looked bewildered. Despite its height, it could not match the 300-meter black tiger in real strength. After all, the other party was a cohesive whole, truly standing at 300 meters tall. Black Tiger Sovereign, you are the future king of this world. Please wake up, have you forgotten what we agreed upon before? The 500-meter-tall combined robot said loudly while being pushed back. Since you acknowledge me as the future one, then, as the future king, I now command you to follow me and eliminate the current king, allowing the divine messenger to lead us to a new world. As for the original plan, which was to serve as a backup for encircling the invaders, that was merely a decision made when I was out of my mind. Now I have turned over a new leaf, becoming the Black Tiger once more. Due to the loud voice of the Black Tiger, their conversation was clearly heard not only by the combination robot 500 meters away. The other robots, already under attack from behind, also heard everything clearly. Damn, this is insane. Everyone is going crazy. Stop fighting, I surrender. A digging robot immediately raised its bucket and stood still. Once one surrendered, others followed suit. The remaining robots, such as electric scooters, armored vehicles, and tractors, also expressed their surrender one by one. After all, their second-in-command had surrendered, and to be honest, they were frightened by their own kind. This isn't how it's supposed to go. You say one side surrenders, and then the other side surrenders. It's already messing with their minds. However, there were still discernible changes as the machines controlled by the Xiaogai insect race, Garo-Mi, and the Nano Legion appeared, resembling a large influx of spies infiltrating the organization. Perhaps in one careless moment, they could be sent to the heavens by their own wife, superior, or child. They are robots, no doubt, but their intelligence is not low, and they also possess the instinct to fear death. The reason they could fight so recklessly was that they were not afraid of being killed. Their bodies were not that important. The entire body could be easily discarded like human hair. As long as their core data was not destroyed, they could continue to exist. However, the current situation was different. They were either being eaten or collected systematically, having their core data destroyed or facing destruction in a way that made them watch death approach. In the end, the corpses had to either be consumed only by the corpse-collecting drill worms present or sent into the Cthulhu domain, leaving no complete bodies behind. It must be said that these mechanical beings were terrified. This was even worse than being turned to dust. Thus, through back and forth, even the massive combination robot, standing at 500 meters tall, became intimidated. As they crumbled, transforming back into hundreds of robots, it felt like the last snowflake before an avalanche. This directly caused nearly 1,000 robots in the inner city to surrender. And the enemy consisted of less than 2,000 robotic minions, led by their own kind. Fang Ying, witnessing this scene, was momentarily at a loss for words. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Or perhaps his minions were simply performing too well. He had originally intended to deploy his legendary creatures. After all, his minions could take on 4 at once, but facing an opponent 10 times their number and not on their home ground, achieving this level was undeniably impressive. Simultaneously, even outside the battlefield, Fang Ying's Divine War livestream was spreading rapidly. Although there was no victory given the current situation, it was absolutely classic. Unless there were significant changes later, successfully clearing this challenge would definitely not be a problem. I feel like I've witnessed a miracle. Could the mathematician step forward and calculate the psychological shadow area of the enemy? Fighting to sustain fighting, I believe this is the explanation for the battle. I've already discovered Fang Ying's weakness. I am not afraid of Fang Ying because my domain has no living beings, only bacteria. I don't believe even bacteria can be controlled. Oh, a bacteria battle. This is going to be exciting, my friend. I can't wait for your duel with Fang Ying. Ooh, I absolutely bet on your survival for a minute. Ignoring the complaints of this group, even the Cthulhu's minions, including the drill worms, expressed disdain for the opponent's surrender. There were a good 7,000 to 8,000 robots. If all were killed, how much energy would that provide, and how many levels would that raise their kin? But would directly killing them cause negative effects? After all, their master had told them that they were currently undergoing an assessment. The opportunity they had was entirely due to this assessment, and if they messed it up, their master could be taken away from the assessment site, resulting in a permanent departure from this fertile land. Therefore, after a feast, they were still clear-headed about dividing the spoils. However, the desire for food they could not consume was another matter altogether. Thus, they handed over the decision to Fang Ying. Yet facing so many enemies, Fang Ying was reluctant to give up. He was even considering whether capturing these robots and slowly annihilating them in the divine domain would yield results. If it truly worked, he had already envisioned pairing the robots to breed little robots, ultimately slaughtering them when their strength reached a certain level. But just as Fang Ying was in a dilemma, no one expected the Black Tiger to act without hesitation. Originally, the 300-meter-tall Black Tiger could engage in a back-and-forth with the 500-meter-tall combination robot. Now facing robots that were only a few meters tall that had given up resistance and chosen to surrender, it was simply one punch per little friend, not a sound of protest. Foolish creatures, your bodies have long been tainted with sin. Only death can atone for it. Bang, 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 stop. 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 Seeing such a scene, the minions present all shouted to halt the action. This isn't how it should be played. You directly killed the opponent. How are we supposed to gather energy for upgrades? After all, if you kill them, you won't gain any benefits. This is a waste of energy. As for the drill worms shouting, it was completely because the opponent was shattered into pieces, turning to dust, leaving no chance to even lick it up. How could it not be furious? As for the other robots, they were crying out with heartbreak. You damn Black Tiger, you truly act inhuman. The opponent has stopped attacking me, and you still go wild. Black Tiger, have you gone mad? Do you not feel pain for slaughtering your own kind? The tank robot you just killed used to feed you oil when you were little. Have you forgotten? Can't you see? This Black Tiger has changed. Stop calling him Black Tiger. He no longer deserves it. He is a dog. I think calling him Black Dog is more fitting. His entire family are dogs, all of them. Bang! Before that auto robot could finish mocking, a huge silver-white foot appeared above it, enveloping it and a dozen surrounding robots. Who are you calling a dog? Like the sound of a bell ringing in a thunderstorm, it resonated through the void. It is the great sovereign. Our king has descended. Oh, we welcome you, great king. Amidst the excited gazes of the mechanical beings, a massive silver metal robot towering like a mountain appeared. A gigantic silver metal robot of 900 meters descended. It must be said, this overwhelming pressure was truly suffocating. Even the audience outside the camera couldn't help but gasp in shock. Hiss. This is definitely beyond what these exam deities can handle. Isn't this excessive? This is the disaster mode. Oh, I don't recall such an exaggerated existence in last year's assessment. This is beyond the syllabus. What are you worried about? It might just be a type that looks strong, but is weak inside. But you can't deny that this silver metal giant is really cool. It truly deserves to be the king of that world. Undeniably impressive. As the crowd discussed, the deities who had withdrawn from the assessment wore solemn expressions. Since most of them had been forced to withdraw early, they hadn't encountered those highly intelligent robots, let alone this exaggerated metal giant. I feel that even if I had the strength of a true deity, I would still face defeat against this giant outside. Hey buddy, be more confident. Even in your home domain, do you think you can win? Just give up. We are the legendary cannon fodder of the divine realm. The value of living is to cheer for the big shots and to add a number when reporting casualties. I suspect you were trying to PUA me. The deity who had withdrawn turned to ask after hearing the two. What is PUA? Polyurethane acrylic ester. Huh. Ignoring the self-mocking jokes of these failed candidates, the principal of the first high school and Fang Ying's homeroom teacher watched the scene nervously. Although they had seen many disaster mode assessments before, they had never been personally connected to it. They felt relaxed and natural. Now that there was a remarkable dark horse in their class, it truly made them anxious. Principal Lee, how strong do you think this metal giant is? Fang Ying's homeroom teacher, unable to sit still, asked. Legendary, I suppose. According to the data ratios of this world, this being is likely the top combat power of their world, probably at least at the legendary level. Fang Ying seems to have a tough time ahead, but I'm not worried about that. Principal of the first high school frowned and said, not about that. Fang Ying's homeroom teacher looked puzzled at Principal Lee. Yes, remember the tasks Fang Ying received. One is to annihilate the main forces of this world. The second is to eliminate the boss of this world. The last one is to find the truth of this world. Oh, you mean the last one has issues? But this is just a high school assessment. Isn't that a bit too difficult, compared to the standards of previous assessments? Fang Ying's homeroom teacher hesitated to speak. I'm not too clear on the details, but this time it's a divine change, it's that one. Moreover, there has been chaos in that area, and the news should reach you soon. Even teachers might need to go for 13 years. So be prepared. We don't have much time left. Although the principal didn't specify, Fang Ying's homeroom teacher and the other teachers turned pale upon hearing this. It is known that deities have absolute control over their own bodies, so the evident impact of this unclear event on their psyche is immense. As Fang Ying, who was experiencing all this, naturally didn't know what was happening, he simply frowned at the gigantic silver robot that seemed to be the king. Activate the eye of all-seeing and all-knowing. In the next moment, he felt a slight sting in his eyes as a piece of information appeared before him. Name by who? Gender male or female, flexible, fully functional. Title Master of Mechanical Ascension Pseudo. Status overly excited, suspected oil overload and inhaled excessive exhaust gas. Recommend to keep distance. Recommend to keep distance. Recommend to keep distance. Important things said 3 times. Level intermediate legendary. Ability self-detonation. If I want to die, even 10 bulls couldn't drag me back. Appearance. Height 864. 14 meters, currently developing. Weight 325000 tons. Estimated statistics. Description: once I was a lovely boy who fond of wandering in dense forests, savoring the taste of freedom. Until I met him, stirring my heartstrings. I remember that night he brought the giant engine of NE 86. Note here, 3,000 words are omitted. Singing a song together, a melody that twists and turns. After 14 days he quietly left in my dreams, leaving me to wander alone. I know that my heart has been taken away. Oh, I am no longer innocent as before. I have begun to turn brutal, enjoying slaughter until the birth of the Hay, who and I have once again embarked on the journey to find him. After seeing him this time, I will take the initiative to attack, destroying his engine, dismantling his mechanical arms, shattering his alloy legs. Note this is a wounded little darling. Perhaps you can win its heart back through affection leaning towards your side. Of course, you can also reward subordinates. After all, it is indifferent gender flexible. Don't miss the opportunity, it won't come again. Fang Ying looked at the final remark and the description filled with obscure implications with a blank expression. What the hell is a little darling, an 800-meter tall little darling? And what is this self-detonation ability? Is it the kind that directly leads to mutual destruction at a word? Fang Ying knew how great the self-detonation power of legendary beings could be. After all, his own divine realm subordinates had played with it in the world of deduction. So he was a bit conflicted, wondering if he should withdraw some subordinates first. Just as Fang Ying was contemplating how to respond, that little darling Baihu spoke. Xiao Hei, you are being disobedient again, aren't you? Mother, I am no longer a child. Please stop using such terms. The Hei who stared intently at his mother Baihu, who was 3 times his size, and exclaimed loudly. But when Baihu gazed at a certain spot on Hei, who for a long time she slowly said, compared to your father, you are still too small. Admit it. My child Hei, who your path in life is still very long. Now listen and come back with me. I can allow you a brief moment of willfulness, but not here. No, my dear mother, you do not understand. Once I dwelled in darkness, but now my heart yearns for the light. I prostrated beneath the brilliance of the great Lord God, and now fortunate to follow the divine envoy, I am prepared to sacrifice everything. I know that where the leaves dance, flames will ignite. When light pierces the darkness, rebirth shall surely continue. Thus, I shall be the one to kindle the fire. As he spoke, the black tiger grew increasingly agitated, his voice rising in volume, and the firmness of his posture intensified. A ray of light appeared beside him, illuminating him, as if he were a protagonist surrounded by a halo. At that moment, while the two were conversing, the summer beetle clan, Jehalumi, quietly crept closer to Dagon's side. Hey buddy, how did you brainwash yourself? The way you speak is so stirring it makes my blood boil, as if I am about to undertake something monumental. Isn't it? Under the revered Lord God's domain, guided by the great Lord Cthulhu, we are indeed engaged in a grand endeavor. We shall bring light to this myriad of worlds, allowing the Cthulhu domain to shine upon all realms. All who resist shall be converted. This is the will of Cthulhu. Dagon suddenly said with longing. You are right. The summer beetle clan. Jehalumi nodded while discreetly distancing itself. He seemed to have found the reason. He glanced at the drooling, silly-looking, burrowing demon. At least in the Cthulhu domain, he could be considered a normal member. Child, you have greatly disappointed me. Since this is the case, your mother must teach you a lesson. And you are the ones who corrupted my child, aren't you? Then let all of you stay. After the white tiger spoke, her whole body began to radiate a white light. Damn, run. Fang Ying was still contemplating whether the mother and son would engage in battle, but soon he overestimated the somewhat neurotic state of the white tiger. She actually intended to self-destruct. Therefore, Fang Ying immediately ordered all the dependents to run as far as they could. At the same time, he sent the information he had acquired. The moment all the dependents received the message, even the burrowing demons felt 1,000 headless horses stir within them. Was it really necessary to mess with their mindset and start with self-destruction? Why not throw a punch and negotiate? It's too unconventional. Yet all the viewers watching the live broadcast were perplexed. What is happening? What occurred? Yeah, they haven't even started fighting, so why is Boss Fang Ying screaming for the dependents to flee in a frenzy, and he himself is gathering a lot of low-level dependents to throw into the divine domain? Could it be a pretense to lure the enemy in? The audience's surprise echoed, until they witnessed a blinding light illuminating the entire world, followed by a deafening explosion. After a long time, the audience finally came to their senses amid the ringing in their ears, only to see a massive crater several thousand meters wide. This was the inner city, constructed of hard special metal. Even the previous intense battles had only caused scratches and small dents. Looking around, all that remained was black and gray powder. Not even a complete piece of broken metal remained, indicating the sheer force of the white tiger's self-destruction. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Ying floated up somewhat disheveled, shaking off the metal dust from his body. He took stock through the blood network. The burrowing demons fainted but suffered little harm, while the hill people and the void touch were severely injured and needed time to recuperate. Other extraordinary dependents fared well due to their evasion skills, especially the summer beetle clan. Jehalumi. Fang Ying was surprised to find how fast this fellow could run, and it was before he activated the divine domain. Thus there was no trouble at all. The key was that even his nano troops suffered no damage and instead brought the controlled robots out, while his ghoul population suffered nearly a third of casualties. Fang Ying even began to doubt whether this ghoul had some connection to Nyarlathotep, leading the summer beetle clan, Jehalumi, to deliberately cause such circumstances. After all, considering how troublesome the summer beetle clan, Jehalumi, had been, one could see how many simulations Fang Ying had to conduct. However, these were minor issues, and he did not hold too much blame. After a simple tally apart from the portion of dependents he had rescued around 800, had perished, most of whom were below the quasi-extraordinary level. At higher levels, even among the quasi-extraordinary, few had died. Instead, many had sustained varying degrees of fatal injuries during the explosion. However, with the recovery capabilities of the Cthulhu domain, as long as it wasn't instant death, it wasn't a significant issue. Now Fang Ying had not truly suffered any debilitating injuries, which could be considered a major cleansing of the Cthulhu domain. Looking at the core of the battlefield, 2 square boxes floated in midair. One black and one white, easily distinguishable. They were continuously absorbing the surrounding metal powder to repair themselves. No need to say these were the white tiger and the black tiger. No wonder they dared to self-destruct. It turns out they knew they wouldn't die. Fang Ying murmured, suddenly recalling a sketch from Earth. No matter how well the house is built, it's just a temporary residence. This little box is your eternal home. He reached out, and the 2 small boxes were naturally and without resistance grasped in his hand. At that moment, a voice sounded above him. Ding! Congratulations, Candidate 252 Fang Ying, you have successfully eliminated the main forces of this world. Ding! Congratulations, Candidate 252 Fang Ying, you have successfully eliminated the boss of this world, the White Tiger. Ding! Notice to Candidate 252 Fang Ying, your actions have incited the displeasure of a certain existence. A hidden instance will now be launched against you. Please pay attention to collect. Fang Ying furrowed his brows, initially expecting to hear about his rewards, but unexpectedly another instance popped up. And what's more, displeasure. What is he dissatisfied with? Booming, booming, booming. Suddenly the ground began to tremble again as a metallic volcanic structure gradually rose from the deep pit created by the White Tiger's self-explosion. Then the volcano split open, and a demoness with red hair and crimson eyes, possessing a curvaceous figure and a red heart-shaped tail, behind her approached Fang Ying with a smile. At a distance of 5 meters from Fang Ying, she bent, slightly pressed down her arms, and pushed up her ample bosom beneath, which was a deep cleft that could entice men and make women anxious. Little brother, my master asked me to ask you if you could return his wife and children. As long as you agree, you can have me do anything. I must say the allure rating of this succubus can undoubtedly be considered a stunning 9.8 stars. Every inch of her skin and her enchanting posture aligns perfectly with human aesthetic standards. Unfortunately, Fang Ying is a god of Cthulhu, and no woman, no matter how alluring, can compare to the fragrance of Cthulhu's kin. Thus Fang Ying was not the slightest bit affected by her charm. Instead, he took out a pair of gloves, and with a hint of disdain, pushed the succubus aside, speaking in a calm tone. I am not interested in you. Where is your master? The succubus clearly did not expect such a response, and after a moment of dazedness, her posture mixed with a hint of mild anger. My master is everywhere. If the esteemed god wishes to meet my master, it is unnecessary. My master has already entrusted the authority to me. As long as you, esteemed god, can return my master's wife and child and withdraw from this world, we can negotiate a fair price. This time the succubus' attitude was clearly not as favorable as before, but even when angry, her slightly haughty tone was still quite pleasing, as if it had activated some kind of attribute. Is it that simple? Can I ask for anything? Fang Ying smiled slightly, fixing his gaze upon the succubus, examining her from head to toe. Of course. The succubus, noticing Fang Ying's unabashed appraisal, not only did not shy away, but instead proudly straightened her posture, revealing her alluring features. It is known that she is a succubus, for her kind being watched and desired is a form of capital, a symbol of their abilities. It must be that at first this divine young man did not realize her worth, or perhaps he was shy, which led him to say such things. Otherwise, with the prowess of the succubus by Jia, I specifically checked and found that she is quite famous. How could she fail to seduce him? The succubus by Jia couldn't help but think to herself. But then Fang Ying's question left her a bit speechless. I have a question. Are you human? Or should I ask, are you a carbon-based life form or a mechanical life form? Fang Ying said, gesturing to everything around them. It was a city and land covered in metal. Even the birds, beasts, and plants were all mechanical creations. Moreover, this world is called the Mechanical Ascension World, and suddenly a succubus appears. To be honest, it feels a bit out of place. Is that what you wanted to ask? And not about my measurements? The succubus suddenly interjected, but quickly realized Fang Ying's bemused gaze and felt a bit defeated, retracting her other thoughts. All right, my divine young man, since you asked, I happen to know this point of knowledge. A carbon-based life form, as you would understand, is a biological system that evolved based on carbon as its organic material. As for the mechanical life form you mentioned, I think it would be more accurate to call it an iron-based life form. They are life forms that evolved based on iron. As for myself, I am more similar to a silicon-based life form composed of silicon as a biological framework. Our kind does not require oxygen, sleep, or even food. We are not afraid of high or low temperatures and can easily survive on the psychic energy produced during mating excitement. So what do you think, divine young man? Are you satisfied with what I said? Fang Ying listened, his eyes growing brighter, and nodded in satisfaction. Satisfied, very satisfied. I didn't expect you to know so much, though I find you quite useful. Perhaps you are another guiding star for my breakthrough in the Cthulhu domain. You can live. Someone take her away. Fang Ying's voice was calm as he called out, and the leader of the Void Touch tribe and the hill people hurried over. Especially the hill people who picked her up and ran, even taking the time to pinch her butt. As an extraordinary being, the succubus by Jia never expected Fang Ying to be so lacking in courtesy, attacking without hesitation. Hey young man, you can't do this. I may be part of this transaction, but you only have usage rights, not ownership. We haven't finished negotiating yet. The succubus by Jia struggled, but unfortunately, she was not a fighting race and her charm abilities were completely ineffective against the Void Touch. It is important to note that Fang Ying's divine domain is the Cthulhu domain. It would be a blessing just to not be infected. On the contrary, the hill people were excited, leaving the Void Touch leader puzzled, wondering if his old friend had lost his mind due to the battles. Friend, you are also a god of the Blue Star human faction. Don't you think this is quite unseemly? A voice suddenly rang out before Fang Ying. Looking up, Fang Ying was surprised to see a being that looked just like him, with black eyes, black hair, and yellow skin. Oh, master, come save me. They are too big, I can't break free. The succubus by Jia shouted loudly. Shut up. Bai Jia's master clearly had an unpleasant expression. He was annoyed that the other party would not speak, not realizing he was gathering his strength. Don't worry, Miss Succubus, my kin are very friendly. You will surely come to love them deeply. Fang Ying said, half jokingly, half seriously. Don't call me succubus. It's like you Blue Star humans calling everyone Mr. Human. I have a name. My master named me Bai Jia. I don't like it. The succubus by Jia had not finished speaking when she was interrupted again by her master. I said, shut up. Did you not hear me? Or do you want me to execute you on the spot? Upon hearing this, the succubus by Jia immediately flushed her legs, going weak as she fell silent. Bai Jia. Fang Ying looked at this being that somewhat resembled a human with a strange expression, feeling as if the name was quite familiar, yet he couldn't recall it at the moment. Friend, I believe I have already stated my requirements. Name your price. Oh, what do you say? Are you serious? Fang Ying looked into her eyes. Of course I am serious. The other party nodded affirmatively, but her eyes never left the two metallic boxes in Fang Ying's hands. Can I ask a question? Are you the one behind the scenes in this world? Haven't you already guessed? In that case, I want your life. Friend, are you serious? This time it was the other party asking the question. Of course I only have this condition. Fang Ying said. Oh, it's a pity. I never intended to be your enemy, as that would bring me no benefits. The succubus by Jia's master did not get angry, but instead he sighed slightly and took out a palm-sized green gemstone. What is this? Fang Ying felt a significant amount of energy contained within the gemstone upon seeing it. Just as he was about to use his omniscient eye to investigate, the other party spoke directly. Do you know what this is? It comes from my creation. You can call it the source of fire or the heart of steel. Its only function is to impart life to metal. And this world lacks nothing but metal, so I can grant life to all things, including the metallic earth beneath our feet. Well then, goodbye. The succubus by Jia's master said, and as he spoke his form began to slowly turn ethereal. Even Fang Ying did not expect that the being standing before him was merely a projection. It is worth noting that Fang Ying is a god. The fact that he did not detect it at such close range speaks volumes about the other party's exaggerated technology. Oh, what a pity. Since you are leaving, I also have something to share with you. Fang Ying waved his hand, and a projection appeared. It was a super-nuclear bomb over 10,000 meters high with added materials. Nuclear bomb attack range of 5,0 square kilometers. Later, after my scientists continued their efforts, it can now reach 6,400 square kilometers.